Chapter 1: The Cheating System. In Nan Feng's world, living an idle life without ambition was his ultimate goal, and he kept striving toward it diligently. Therefore, if he could lie down, he would never stand up. If he could get something without effort, he'd never work hard. Yet he had never imagined that one day he'd actually cross over into an ancient world because of this attitude. He didn't even know which dynasty he was in or how exactly he had ended up here. One day, while lying lazily on the sofa, half asleep, he suddenly woke up to find himself in a vast bamboo forest. The lush leaves swayed under the wind's caress, appearing particularly weathered. A gust of cold wind sent chills down his spine. Strange, where exactly is this? While wandering around, Nan Feng arrived at the bank of a river. As he looked down, something even more astonishing occurred. Within the clear river water was a handsome and youthful face. Was that really his own? Judging by the appearance, it looked like a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. How come he had become so young? Yet this body was indeed strong. At a towering height of 6 feet, he was powerfully built, his muscles clearly defined at just a simple touch, and his arms exuded immense strength. Could this be some after effect of crossing over, completely transforming my body? Then, will it have any physical consequences on me? The more Nan Feng thought, the more anxious he became. Worse yet, he had no idea which era he had arrived in. He sincerely hoped it wasn't some war-torn time. Otherwise, unarmed and helpless, he wouldn't even stand a chance at survival. I'm just a scholar who holds a brush. If I could end up in a glorious age like the Tang Dynasty's golden era or the Qing Dynasty's reign, that'd be acceptable. While murmuring to himself, suddenly, a soft and sweet voice echoed in his mind. Master, I'm your system Xiaofeng. You've successfully bonded with our do-nothing-but-eat and rest system. Please now carefully review your personal information. Name: Nan Feng. Ultimate goal: live a life of idleness and comfort. Contribution points: 0. Wealth: 1,000 taels of silver. Nan Feng stared blankly at this information flashing in his mind, momentarily stunned. What exactly had just happened? Had a lucky break really fallen from the sky, hitting him on the head? Had he obtained those special powers possessed by protagonists in novels? Was he now the owner of such a powerful system? Quickly, he accepted this reality, only to be startled again when the sweet voice, similar to actress Lin Jiling's, sounded again. Master, you may now enter our store to download all sorts of skills and equipment, allowing you to participate in national development and officially begin your idle life. Puzzled, Nan Feng asked, Wait, Xiaofeng, can you explain what this whole process is like? What exactly is this contribution rate? And more importantly, where am I now? Master, right now you're in the prosperous Tang Dynasty. As long as you achieve success here, you can earn a certain amount of contribution points. These points can be converted into coins in your purse at a conversion rate of 1:100. So I can buy anything in this store? Yes, Master. For example, various types of weapons and armor, crops, and even countless skills. Everything is available. Instantly, glimmers of excitement shot through Nan Feng's eyes. This wasn't just a system. It was an ultimate advantage, something powerful enough to conquer heaven and earth. Finally, he had acquired supernatural assistance. If I want to possess the abilities and skills of a renowned general, how much would it cost? Once again, the voice in his mind spoke. Master, you can enter the name of the general you want at the top right corner of the shop window, and then the corresponding choices will appear. Just as expected, Nan Feng quickly typed in his request. Sure enough, the first name on the list was none other than Guan Yu. Guan Yu, 800 coins. Li Yuanji, 750 coins. Zhao Yan, 600 coins. Nan Feng no longer needed to continue reading the rest of the list. Instantly, he clicked on the first image, Guan Yu's. In an instant, a surge of all-encompassing strength coursed through his entire body. All the primal powers of the world rushed toward him, his vision sharpening until he could seemingly perceive everything. He had completely merged with Guan Yu, though the transformation didn't stop there. Immediately, Nan Feng purchased a cheetah horse and a flaming spear. He wanted not only the corresponding weapon skills, but also the mount itself, so he'd truly be invincible. The moment he pressed the confirmation, a brilliant golden spear instantly appeared in his hands. Beside him, a dazzling, shining horse sprang forth. Standing over 2 meters tall, he resembled the Han blood horse, his eyes radiating a sharp, brilliant light. Now wielding the flaming spear and riding Chidu, he looked exactly like Guan Yu reincarnated. Master, your equipment is now complete, Xiaofeng said. I've also prepared a new identity for you. In the year 250 AD, the grandson of Li Jing, Nan Feng, was traveling with his wife and children to visit his hometown when they Buxing Jiaoyur Jifrei. The bandits attacked fiercely, causing horses and men to fall, and his wife and children were lost. However, you were fortunately guided to safety by a high-level expert and have now returned to court. The documents proving your identity are now placed on your chest. Just proceed forward, and you will soon see the Tang army. From there, you can begin your life of idleness and survival. After listening to the system's explanation, Nan Feng smiled joyfully. Sure enough, the system never made a mistake. It had been cautious and thorough. Pleased, he gently patted the horse's back and rode forward with the flaming spear in hand. Half an hour passed through the forest path, and then he saw the road ahead. Suddenly, shrieks echoed around him, filling the air with a strong, blood-soaked stench. Looking carefully, he saw that the scene ahead wasn't someone else. It was groups of the Tang army engaged in fierce combat within a bandit camp, with dismembered bodies scattered everywhere. Though the bandits lacked the organization of the army and their weapons were not as refined, they fought fearlessly, one after another. Their sheer numbers gave them a chance against the disciplined Tang forces. Seeing the armored warriors steadily retreating, Nanfeng's heart suddenly burned with passion. At last, he had returned to the place he belonged. Let them see how he would make a name for himself through idleness. Jia. Leaping onto the horse, he gripped the reins tightly. Chitta bolted forward like an arrow from a bow. In a flash, Nanfeng appeared as if descending directly from the heavens like a divine god. Chapter 2. Demolishing Fortresses. Dark clouds pressed heavily upon the city as if to crush it, and the soldiers caught within the bandits' assault had already lost all hope. After all, these bandits attacked recklessly without regard for their own lives, and continuing to resist head-on could likely lead to their own slaughter. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping horses gradually approached. Nanfeng alone, riding the famous Chitta horse, charged straight through the enemy camp, demolishing everything in his path. He radiated a surging aura, clearly carrying immense power. Indeed, the strength of Guan Yu was no ordinary feat, though wielding a fiery spear weighing over 100 jin. He swung it as lightly and swiftly as if it were a simple staff. With a single gentle thrust, he pierced 3 enemies, cleanly severing their heads. Such a heroic and elegant display left the bandits before him stunned, eyes wide and blinking in disbelief. Nanfeng showed no mercy toward this group, striking with even greater force. With each step forward, the scent of blood grew stronger, staining even the original black armor with countless splatters of crimson. At that moment, Nanfeng's remarkable display had drawn considerable attention, particularly from the central commander watching from the battlefield. This man stood 8 chi tall, with countless iron chains strapped across his body. In each hand, he gripped a massive hammer, swinging them as deftly as a dancer's flowing sleeve. With a mere sweep of his left arm, countless bandits collapsed, yet the momentum that should have belonged solely to him was now stolen by Nanfeng. He cast a sharp glance and immediately grabbed a nearby officer. Quickly tell me, who is this person? How is he more capable than I? Why have I never seen him among our troops? Before the captured officer could utter a single word, he was violently thrown aside. The enraged officer attempted to chase straight after Nanfeng, but his deputy commander grabbed him. General Liu has given strict orders. We must retreat to our camp immediately. As for these bandits, we can deal with them once we've recovered our strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan spat angrily. What exactly do you mean by that? I haven't even warmed up yet. You want me to retreat now? We may be mocked, and if those bandits suddenly attack us, what then? Deputy Chun, go and report to the commander. I swear we'll defeat them today and put an end to these raiders once and for all. Though still only 15 or 16 years old, Deputy Chun was already the son of a former dynasty's great general. Brave, upright, and courageous in battle, he truly understood the validity of Liu Shan's words. Yet, a general in the field must not always obey every command from above. Facing the current order, he knew he must carry it out. General Liu Shan, perhaps we should retreat first. Look at our wounded comrades around us. Continuing this battle may lead to further unnecessary casualties. Lu Shan, however, would not listen and angrily pointed forward. Look, that warrior fighting furiously over there, isn't he one of our own soldiers? He fights most fiercely and fearlessly, already taking the heads of many bandits. How can I possibly abandon such a valiant fighter here? Startled by this, Deputy Chun cried out in shock. Taking over 100 bandit heads? Impossible. He immediately looked over and saw Nanfeng, now in a killing frenzy, eyes burning with battle madness. His fiery spear danced in his hands as gracefully as a celestial dancer's sleeve, breathtakingly beautiful, and a surge of admiration instantly filled Deputy Chen's heart. Unwilling to force the deputy commander into an awkward position, Lu Shan lightly turned his body. Fine then, you all go ahead first. As for me, I'll bring this extraordinary warrior back to our camp with me. Go. Lu Shan immediately grabbed the reins, leapt onto his horse, and swiftly followed Nanfeng. At this moment, he intended to continue his relentless assault and completely devastate the bandits. But as he thrust his spear forward, he felt an unseen force suddenly pulling tightly at him from behind, nearly causing him to fall from his mount. Brave warrior, he shouted. Our commander has issued orders for us to retreat temporarily. Under such command, we have no choice but to fall back. Would you honor us by joining us? Nanfeng solemnly nodded and quickly turned his horse around, leaping gracefully forward, and surprisingly, even overtaking Lu Shan. Truly a remarkable steed fit for 1,000 li. Lu Shan couldn't help but loudly praise him. He tried to mimic the same movement, but his own horse simply couldn't match such speed. The drums signaling retreat had already begun to sound, and the army, like rolling waves crashing back, began to withdraw. In truth, their decision to retreat at this moment was essentially a strategic move to preserve their strength. After all, wiping out these mountain bandits was no difficult task. However, a head-on confrontation would never be favorable for them in the long run. Once they had rested and recovered their strength, they could launch a full-scale attack and capture them all at once, thus avoiding heavy losses. However, when the bandits saw the Tang army retreating, they began to grin and casually lean on their swords, laughing loudly. Those who stood outside even began preparing to chase after them relentlessly. At this moment, many of the officers and soldiers who had fallen behind were already gravely wounded. Good. They dared to pursue after they withdrew. This was practically asking for death. At this point, Nanfeng no longer considered such details and simply turned his horse around. General Liu, do you have any bows and arrows on you? Bow arrows. Lu Shan was momentarily stunned. Right now, each of them only carried a spear. Where would they find bows and arrows to shoot with? Besides, in such terrible weather, even if they had bows, how could they possibly hit these bandits? He hesitantly picked up a bow lying on the ground, though it had long been in tatters. Nanfeng, however, accepted it and slyly smiled. General Liu, do you have fire? Without a word, Lu Shan immediately tossed the flint from his belt to him. Although he had no faith at all that Nanfeng could hit the heads of their enemies with a single arrow in such harsh weather conditions. Nanfeng bowed his head and calmly prepared his bow and arrow without rushing. Then, he casually tossed his fiery spear to Deputy Chun, who was riding over from the side. Please hold this for a moment. Once I shoot this arrow, I can easily eliminate this entire bandit hideout. But the fiery spear weighed nearly 100 jin. As soon as Deputy Chun touched it, it suddenly burst forward with tremendous force, as though filled with countless invisible powers. What kind of power was this? How could he possibly withstand it? He was thrown violently backward from his horse. Worse still, the barrel of the spear directly slammed into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, fell flat onto his face, and his eyes widened with shock. Though he had endured endless training from his father over the years, that single impact had nearly killed him. He could only blame himself for insufficient training, otherwise, he would surely have died by now. Chapter 3. Pressing forward without delay. Everyone watched as Deputy General Chun, a man of high rank, found himself in such an awkward situation, and for a moment, they all burst into laughter. Yet beside him, Lu Shan wore a look of confusion. Was this flame spear truly that heavy? Could it possibly rival his own hammer? Seeing his disbelief, Deputy General Chun simply tossed the flame spear toward him, and instantly, a tremendous force came rushing forward. When Lu Shan caught it, he felt as if a mountain had pressed down upon his hands. Although he firmly planted his stance, he now looked at the figure before him in utter disbelief. What kind of strength did Nanfeng possess that enabled him to wield such a heavy flame spear with ease, tossing and swinging it as if it were weightless? Yet no one expected that at this moment. Nanfeng had no interest in their astonishment. He was focused on preparing his arrows, which were now lit ablaze, their tips glowing like lanterns. With a gentle pull of his bowstring, though he appeared entirely relaxed, everyone knew these arrows were far from ordinary. To draw the bow required incredible strength, something no ordinary man could achieve alone, beyond anyone's imagination. Combined with the descending night, the city wall he intended to target was at least 400 to 500 meters away. Just what kind of person could possibly hit such a distant mark? Bending low, squinting one eye, Nanfeng aimed precisely at the enemy commander atop the city wall. With a swift release, the arrow flew like a bolt of lightning. With a loud bang, the figure atop the highest point of the city wall fell heavily to the ground. It was likely they still didn't understand what had just happened. This action triggered an immediate response from all the bandits, and they surged forward in a frenzy. Nanfeng quickly dropped his bow and snatched the flame spear back from Lu Shan. Humph, just a nest of bandits. Why waste another day? We should seize this opportunity to press our advantage. We can return to camp and celebrate afterward. General Liu, let's go. Let's return to camp and drink heartily, feast well. Giddy up. As soon as he spoke, the crimson steed beneath him surged forward, darting ahead of everyone. Despite being surrounded entirely by enemies, Nanfeng carved a path with every step. Each thrust of his spear met its mark. Wherever his iron hooves stepped, death followed, leaving none unscathed. At this moment, Lu Shan too was caught up in the indomitable, fearless momentum. Indeed, he was right. If they delayed another day, wouldn't the reputation of the Tang army be laughed at endlessly? Men, listen well. Follow us, slay these bandits, and demonstrate the might of the Tang army. This loud cry instantly swept away all fatigue from the soldiers, filling them all with renewed vigor. Even Deputy General Chun, forgetting the strictness of military commands, was shaken and inspired, unsheathing his sword in a flash. Deputy General Chun, as for you, don't bother keeping up with us. Return to headquarters immediately and request reinforcements. Order them to dispatch 1,000 soldiers right away. Today, we will capture the city wall. As for any consequences from disobedience, I, Old Liu, will bear them all. Without a word, Deputy General Chun spurred his horse forward and galloped away. It was no more than a 10-minute ride to and from the camp. He believed there was still plenty of time. Now, their army surged forward like a flood of wild beasts, devouring and tearing into the bandits. Moreover, since their leader had already fallen, the entire den of thieves was in utter chaos, running about like headless mice. Nanfeng's actions alone had left a deep shadow in their hearts, shaking their limbs with fear. Within a quarter of an hour, Nanfeng had reached the city gate. After several rounds of deadly strikes, he drove the flame spear into the city wall. Though the wall was made entirely of stone, it could not withstand the power of his flame spear. With just a few jabs and twists, a crack appeared in the massive gate. The soldiers who followed surged forward one after another, advancing in unison with Nanfeng's steps. Now his entire body was soaked in blood, but it was all the blood of his enemies. Like a god of war, he led the mighty soldiers of the Tang Dynasty into fierce battle. All right, we surrender. We give up. At that moment, white flags were raised high atop the city walls. One after another, weapons were cast down from above. Slowly, from the city wall to the grounds below, and all around, the bandits dismounted, discarded their weapons, and knelt on both knees. At this moment, they were utterly horrified by Nanfeng's valor and grace. Yet he still refused to spare them. Immediately, a fast horse galloped to the city wall, where someone climbed up, grabbed a bandit's neck, placed him high on the flagpole, and pulled the rope tightly around him. Hurry, quickly order these people to retreat completely, or else your life may be in danger. The bandit nodded repeatedly, immediately picked up a sword, and began striking the wall. With each beat of the retreat drum, eventually all the bandits laid down their weapons. Finally, they each shakily handed their weapons forward with both hands. At this moment, Nanfeng finally understood clearly why they had surrendered first. Because when he climbed onto the city wall and looked into the city, he discovered that inside there were at least 2,000 people. However, 500 bandits had already died, and another 500 were still fighting desperately. The final 1,000 were all old, weak, injured, or ill, mostly women and children. One after another, they wore men's clothing, with black powder smeared on their faces, making them impossible to distinguish clearly. Earlier, Deputy General Chun and the others could not easily recognize this deception, so they had no desire to launch an immediate attack, fearing some sort of ambush. However, now the white flag of surrender already flew high, leaving the bandits with no opportunity to counterattack. Eventually, Deputy General Chen also arrived as promised, bringing the remaining 1,000 soldiers. General Chen slowly approached Nanfeng. However, when he saw Lu Shan and the figure glowing entirely in red standing there, he paused in astonishment. Chapter 4. Execute on the spot. Dad, look who it is. This is the person I just told you about. Chun Vice General pointed loudly at Nanfeng, who was standing at the highest point, his face filled with admiration. He is Nanfeng. Just now, I personally witnessed him wielding that 81 Gene Fire spear, riding his horse through the enemy ranks with fearless bravery. It was simply incredible. At first, General Chen couldn't believe someone as divine as a war god could exist. But as he gradually drew closer, smelling the bloody air and feeling the mighty aura, he had now become half convinced. As soon as his feet touched the ground beneath the city wall, Lu Shan immediately knelt down on one knee. General Chen, I await your arrival here respectfully. General Chen looked around at the trembling figures and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So this bandit den was taken down by you all in one fell swoop. Lu Shan was a rough, honest man by nature, and so he naturally refused to take sole credit for the successful campaign. Immediately, he pulled Nanfeng forward. Your Honor, the reason we succeeded in clearing out the bandits was entirely thanks to this hero beside me, Nanfeng. A hero? Hearing this, Nanfeng was slightly taken aback. He had never been called that before, especially not now, when he was drenched in blood and reeked of gore. How could he possibly be considered a hero? Still, the way everyone looked at him now seemed to affirm the image of a young hero. General Lu, Nanfeng replied with a slight shake of his head. You flatter me too much. I am no hero. Besides, I'm only 15 years old. You should really call me brother instead. Brother? Lu Shan stared hard at him. Even Vice General Chun beside him couldn't believe it. Was this man really only 15? Just a year younger than himself, yet so heroic and impressive? It was truly astonishing. General Chun was also greatly surprised. Although prodigies sometimes appeared at a young age, for a mere 15-year-old to fight fiercely among bandits and slay countless enemies was truly extraordinary. Was this a god of war descended to the mortal world? How could he not be stunned beyond belief? Immediately, he turned to Lu Shan, asking, General Lu, is what you just said truly accurate? Before Lu Shan could respond, Nanfeng quickly refuted the exaggeration. Your Honor, Nanfeng stepped forward. What I just did was barely slay a few enemies. Compared to the efforts of these brave soldiers who fought and bled together, my contributions are really nothing significant. Moreover, now we must think about how to deal with the ringleaders of this den of thieves and the villagers as well. General Chen slightly turned his head and looked around. This time, he had led over 4,000 soldiers to eliminate the bandits, yet now fewer than 2,000 remained. The losses were devastating. Yet as Nanfeng had said, though the bandits had surrendered, among them were nearly 1,000 elderly, weak, and sick people. What should be done with them now? Seeing the general's hesitation, Nanfeng quickly bowed with both hands. General Chun, he suggested, just now I noticed something. Many of the prisoners aren't actually members of the bandit gang. They were originally villagers captured by the bandits. They could be released without issue. As for the bandits themselves, however, their crimes, rape, plunder, and cruelty, outrage the heavens. They must be executed immediately, or else we cannot uphold the solemn authority of the great Tang Dynasty. After listening to Nanfeng's words, General Chun tightened his fists. After a brief pause, he clenched them even tighter and raised them high. Listen up. Carry out my order immediately. Execute all these bandits on the spot. Hearing this command, the bandits who had already surrendered scrambled to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Your Honor, have mercy, spare our lives. We are also citizens of the Tang Dynasty. Not all of us committed atrocities. We treated some of them well, even gave them food and drink, even. Before he could finish, a sharp "pa" echoed out. General Chun had unsheathed his sword and beheaded the speaker, silencing the noisy pleadings once and for all. What are you waiting for? The general roared. I've already given the order. Why aren't you carrying it out? At that moment, all the bandits were beheaded without exception. Yet even so, this was still not enough to erase the grief in the soldiers' hearts. For as General Chun and his men entered the city wall, they discovered the full extent of the horror. The bandits were not merely rapists and looters. They even practiced cannibalism. The sight of cauldrons set up high in the city, with people half slaughtered beside them, was already gruesome enough to make everyone nauseated, even enraged. Master, congratulations on successfully eliminating the bandits. You have earned 10,000 contribution points. May you continue to move forward toward your goal of living an idle and peaceful life. Just then, The voice in Nanfeng's mind rang out, but at this moment, he wasn't feeling particularly joyful. After all, the cruel scene before him had deeply shaken his heart. At that moment, a soldier with bandages wrapped around his head rushed over and knelt on both knees. Your Honor, I report that today our army suffered over half casualties. Most of our soldiers are now seriously injured and bedridden, barely able to stand. Upon hearing this, General Chen's face turned pale, and finally he could only helplessly wave his hand. Give a proper burial to all those who died in battle, but for the rest whose lives are still in danger, they will have to endure their suffering. Nanfeng, standing nearby, froze at this. These people had merely lost too much blood. Why should they endure such pain? General Chen, if they are only suffering from excessive blood loss, why not transfuse blood into them? Wouldn't that reduce their suffering? Some of the soldiers beside them looked surprised at his words. Transfuse blood? Why would we do that? Besides, their blood is flowing nonstop. What good would transfusing blood do if it just leaks out from the other side? That remark seemed odd, and Nanfeng wanted to argue, but then he remembered the historical period he was in. This was the glorious Tang Dynasty, still ancient times. Simultaneously transfusing and stopping the bleeding was practically impossible here. So once these soldiers lost too much blood, their lives were undoubtedly in serious danger, and their days were surely numbered. General Chen looked at him with a slightly contemplative expression. Young hero, do you have any better suggestions? Can you truly save them? Nanfeng nodded slightly. Yes, but I will need a sterilized needle, some thread, and also a jar of wine. These conditions weren't particularly difficult to fulfill, and since he claimed to have a solution, they decided to see whether he could actually save the soldiers. General Chen immediately ordered someone to prepare those items. Fortunately, this bandit den had nearly everything one might need, and there was no shortage of strong liquor to meet Nanfeng's requirements. Now, he followed General Chen and the wounded soldier to the temporary camp, where the smell of blood was strongest. Around them lay severely injured soldiers. Their entire bodies were covered in wounds, their flesh lacerated and terrifying to look at, some having turned pale due to blood loss. Nanfeng approached slowly with the prepared needle and thread. Everything had already been soaked in strong alcohol and briefly flame sterilized, so it could be considered disinfected. Now, it was time to start stitching. But as soon as he made his first move, everyone around was shocked. General Chen, especially, could not have imagined that his method would involve sewing human wounds shut like mending fabric. What nonsense was this? Such pain. Who could possibly endure it? Sure enough, the soldier being stitched screamed with unbearable agony. Yet gradually, overwhelmed by the pain, he lost his voice. Each time he slipped into unconsciousness, Nanfeng would immediately splash him awake with a bowl of strong liquor. All right, just bear with it for a moment. As long as you can survive the night, I guarantee you will be as strong as ever by tomorrow morning. Then His Majesty will surely reward you with honors and titles. Do you hear me? At first, the man had looked as though death would be better than life, but now, this one sentence stirred him into violent trembling, and hope reappeared in his eyes. Chapter 5, Identity Revealed. As Nanfeng turned his head, he saw one pair of wide eyes after another. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and come help. Otherwise, the brother right in front of you will die. This sentence shook everyone present, and one by one they regained their senses. Quickly, those without injuries followed Nanfeng's example, picking up needles and thread, roasting them over the fire briefly, and then beginning to suture the seriously injured soldiers. Everyone immediately started working nonstop. Seeing Nanfeng, so authoritative and powerful, General Chen couldn't help but ask, will this really work? Why wouldn't it? Although the conditions are terrible and there are many bacteria, this is the only way to keep them alive. Even a slight chance is better than none at all. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, many of these men who were practically sentenced to death might still survive. General Chen was deeply moved by these words. He could only sigh in sorrow and helplessness. Why hadn't he ever thought of this method before? If torn clothes are mended, shouldn't torn skin be treated the same way? If they had known this earlier, perhaps all those injured on the battlefield could have survived. Hearing the painful cries, Nanfeng couldn't help but smile. This group of people was extremely stubborn. It was surprising that they even considered such ideas. So, minute by minute passed, and by the time all the wounded were stitched up, half a day had already gone by. At this moment, for the first time, Nanfeng felt aching all over his waist and back. Just as he straightened his spine, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, master. You have now invented a new skill, surgical stitching. Your contribution to the Tang Dynasty has significantly increased. Contribution points, 600,000. 600,000 points at once. Nanfeng nodded involuntarily. He immediately converted all the contribution points into gold coins. Now he could buy quite a few items from the shop. After finishing this, Nanfeng immediately walked to General Chen. General, these wounded soldiers have had their wounds stitched, but they still need something to eat. Otherwise, they still won't survive. So, please ask someone to cook some porridge with some chopped wild vegetables added. General Chen nodded immediately, almost like a chick pecking at rice, without any doubt about Nanfeng's words. He immediately assigned someone to get it done. But now, he held on to Nanfeng tightly, not letting go. Young master, you must be exhausted. Hurry and rest in our tent. I'll prepare some good dishes for you, and also have someone bring warm water for washing. We can return to the camp early tomorrow morning. But Nanfeng refused immediately. He just wanted to leave now, because he knew staying longer wouldn't bring any good results. So he ordered to set the entire bandit hideout on fire and immediately returned to camp. Now, one by one, The campfires burned fiercely, like sparks spreading across the night. After cleaning himself, Ninfeng was finally able to change into clean clothes. Now, everyone could finally get a good look at him. He truly looked no older than 15. His face was extremely rosy, his skin unusually smooth and fair, like a refined, noble young man. Inside the tent now, General Chun, Lu Shan, Deputy General Chun, and Nanfeng were sitting around a brazier, roasting by the fire and enjoying the warmth. Likewise, a piece of fat meat was roasting over the fire, smoke rising and the aroma gradually spreading out. After hearing Lu Shan's vivid narration, General Chen's eyes sparkled. Young master, would you consider staying in our camp in the future? With your talents, in time, you can definitely become a general, magnificent and awe-inspiring, someone others will envy greatly. To his surprise, Nanfeng shook his head. General Chun, actually, I don't want to remain in the military camp. After all, I miss my family dearly. I am eager to return home as quickly as possible. Therefore, I can only decline your kind offer. Upon hearing this, General Chun felt a slight regret. By the way, young master, may I ask where you're from and how did you end up in this deep mountain forest? Actually, General Chun, I don't even know where I'm from myself. I only remember that my master, who raised me all these years, ascended into the void not long ago. Before he passed away, he told me that I am originally from Chang'an. However, as soon as I came out of the mountains, I became unable to distinguish directions, and thus I got lost. On my way here, I passed through this village intending to ask the locals for directions, but unexpectedly encountered you all in the process of clearing bandits, so I decided to come help. General Chun was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, but Lu Shan couldn't help blurting out loud. But why did you choose to help us when you encountered our military operation? We were all wearing civilian clothes today. You had no way of knowing whether we were the good guys or the bad ones. Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh, and simply pointed at the badges on their chests. The badge you wear clearly displays the emblem of the Tang army, so I recognized it immediately. Moreover, along my journey I've learned that these mountain bandits have been rampant, frequently raiding nearby villages, committing outrages and abductions. Therefore, I suspected you might be here eliminating these bandits. I happened to feel quite enraged, so I thought I'd come and help out. Helping? This was far more than just helping, it was a significant contribution. After all, today Nanfeng had personally killed over 1,000 enemies, which was no small act of assistance. At this moment, Deputy General Chun, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke. Junior hero, I am Chun Yuan, the Deputy General of this army. Just now, watching Nan Xiong, brother Nan, fight was like seeing a war god himself. I was filled with admiration. I'd like to make a small request, if I may. Would you mind forming a friendship with me? Deputy General Chun, what are you talking about? We have already fought side by side on the battlefield, have shared the blood of war. What more of a bond could we need? Nanfeng's words immediately left Chun Yuan speechless, and he lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. However, a moment later he raised his voice once again. Truly? Having a brother like you is something that fills me with joy beyond measure. If you wish to head to Chang'an, why don't you stay at my home for a while? I can also learn more from you about how to train with that fire spear of yours. Seeing Chun Yuan's deeply respectful expression, Nanfeng couldn't help but smile. Alright, you don't need to keep calling me brother. It makes me feel quite awkward. After all, we're all martial artists here. Just call me Nanfeng directly. Just then, General Chen suddenly stood up and circled Nanfeng several times. General Lu, come out here with me for a moment. In the midst of everyone's confusion, General Chun walked out first, followed closely by Lu Shan. General Lu, don't you think just now that person looked a bit familiar? Almost peculiar in some way. Prompted this way, Lu Shan too began to feel slightly strange. Now that you mention it, General Chun, I do think he looks somewhat similar to someone we know. At this moment, General Chen's face suddenly lit up. I get it now. Isn't he very similar to General Li Jing? General Li? Indeed so. Especially the eyes and eyebrows, nearly identical. But one is surnamed Li and the other Nan. How could they be related? Don't you remember that General Li Jing's wife is surnamed Nan? This statement made both of them look at each other, as if a sudden wave of familiarity had passed over. Immediately, they returned to the tent. General Chen quickly examined Nanfeng from head to toe, and his face suddenly brightened with joy. Junior hero, earlier you said you are from Chang'an. May I ask why your master determined that was the case? It's because my master said that he found me by the riverside in Chang'an when I was just a baby. Although I was still an infant back then, he was able to determine that I must be from there, so he always reminded me of where my home was, hoping I could one day return. At this moment, Nanfeng looked at him urgently. General Chun, could it be that you already know where I come from? Do you know who my family is? Suddenly, Nanfeng quickly pulled out a token from within his robe. This is the item my master gave me. It was found wrapped in my swaddling clothes when I was an infant. Do you recognize it? Seeing the urgency in his eyes, everyone assumed he must be extremely anxious and longing to know about his family origins. Little did they know, Nanfeng had long known his true identity. Truly, what a shame, his acting skills were so good. General Chen merely glanced at the token, and helplessly let out a long sigh. Young hero, no, I should say, dear nephew, I know where you're from. Your family truly is in Chang'an. But as for the events of many years ago, it feels as if they happened just yesterday. Back then, your father and his men were returning home to search for relatives when, unfortunately, they encountered bandits on horseback along the way. In the end, they all died a tragic death by their blades. Yet eventually, they failed to find the body of their child. I suspect that very child is you. At this moment, Nanfeng had just managed to maintain a solemn expression, even faking a look of sadness almost to the point of shedding tears. General Chun, seeing this, felt even more sympathy for him. It's okay. Once I return to the capital, I will immediately report everything to the emperor. First, I will inform him of your great contributions in today's bandit elimination. Second, I will confirm your identity as part of the Li family, so you may return to your roots. Hearing this, Nanfeng quickly clasped his hands together in a bow, bowing deeply. Thank you, General Chun. No, thank you, Uncle Chun. All right. Now this is truly double happiness. At this moment, Lu Shan loudly burst into laughter. Looks like tonight we must definitely drink heartily. Come on, let me take the first sip. Next to him, Qin Yuan was equally excited. Seeing that the battle was over, and knowing he would soon be bringing his good brother back to Chang'an, he too was genuinely happy for him. In an instant, everyone began to drink joyfully. Just then, a cook hurriedly walked in, holding a small dish in his hand. He lightly sprinkled something onto the meat, causing the oil to sizzle and rise. But Nanfeng frowned. What was that smell? He immediately reached out and grabbed the cook's sleeve. What are you doing? Why are you poisoning the food here? Poison? I'm not poisoning anything. This is salt from our army. Where would I get poison from? Nanfeng looked puzzled. Where was the sparkling whiteness of normal salt? This was clearly yellowish. Moreover, the faint scent of something toxic. It was impossible for him to be mistaken. If this truly were salt, then over the years, after everyone ate it, wouldn't their bodies be completely ruined? Chapter 6. The Method of Salt Production. Nanfeng gently scooped up a small spoonful and had barely placed it in his mouth when he immediately spat it out, frowning tightly, as if he had tasted something terrible. Quick, give me some water. I need water. The people around were confused, but General Chun was clearly furious. Originally, he thought Nanfeng was a young hero, but looking at him now, it seemed he was disdainful of the army's food, acting just like a spoiled young master. Heavens, what is this stuff you people made? Is this what you call salt? It's practically poison. If we continue to eat like this, the entire army will collapse from within before even stepping on the battlefield. Don't even talk about fighting anymore. General Chun was extremely angry. What do you know? This is the salt we use in the military. You're just used to eating the best, and now look down on this, huh? Haven't you ever thought that this is a military camp, not some luxurious palace in the imperial city? Think about how many soldiers and livestock depend on these supplies. If everyone is as picky as you, we might as well stop fighting and go home to retire. You truly embody all the vices of a spoiled noble. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng, although annoyed in his heart, tried to explain calmly. General Chun, I'm not looking down on this salt, nor am I acting spoiled. But this salt is simply inedible. It's toxic. No matter how strong our soldiers are, consuming it daily equals a slow suicide. Not long from now, everyone will certainly fall ill. Haven't you noticed how pale and yellow-faced everyone in the camp appears? Hearing these words, General Chun was momentarily stunned. He indeed had noticed the same problem within the army. Furthermore, the reason this salt contains toxins is because the impurities weren't completely removed during processing. In theory, edible salt should undergo multiple stages of filtering and purification before it reaches our tables. Therefore, eating this salt. Hold on. General Chun raised his hand. By your tone, are you saying that you actually know how to produce salt? And how to purify and extract it? What's so difficult about that? Nanfeng stood up disdainfully. Just give me a pot and a stove, and I can do it. When Lu Shan heard this, he became extremely excited and immediately turned to General Chun beside him. Brother Nan, are you certain you can extract salt properly? If this is truly possible, then this. Of course I can. Seeing their skeptical expressions, Nanfeng immediately thumped his chest in assurance, and Lu Shan, in turn, felt an immense surge of frustration. After all, unlike General Chun, he personally oversaw all the food supplies and logistics for the entire army. You don't know how it is. While the army's grain supply is currently sufficient, crucial supplies like emergency rations are practically useless. Especially regarding official salt. General Chun, I must tell you the truth. This isn't actual official salt. As you know, delivering official salt to our camp is almost impossible. The people in the Imperial Palace barely have enough. How could we ever expect any? Seeing how each and every soldier turns pale and weak, it breaks my heart. After hearing this, General Chun felt deeply ashamed. He had indeed never truly paid attention to such matters. If you, Brother Nan, really can extract pure salt, this would certainly be a meritorious deed for the entire nation. Once this is achieved, General Chun and I will without hesitation praise you highly before the emperor. Upon returning to Chang'an, surely you will be granted a noble title and position. With that, we will no longer fear those Western barbarians. Lu Shan's enthusiasm rose as he spoke, and General Chun next to him was equally stirred. Without a word, the two grabbed Nanfeng by the arms and started dragging him outward. Nanfeng, everything now depends on you. General Chun, don't worry. I promise I can complete this task, so... Worry? How can I not worry? What Nanfeng had just said hadn't bothered General Chun much at first, but after Lu Shan's frank account, he naturally became anxious. In truth, official salt had always been a privilege reserved for nobles in Chang'an, while most commoners only ever consumed this crude, impure salt. If you can really produce purified salt and widely spread this technique, not only the military, but the entire populace of the nation will benefit. Thus, while talking, Nanfeng was dragged along until they arrived at the kitchen. But when he saw the bags and bags of salt piled in the corner, extremely dirty and repulsive, he was momentarily stunned. These bags, How could they even resemble salt? Normally, salt should be snow white and crystal clear. But these were simply too hideous, not only ugly but especially yellow. Seeing such salt, just thinking about how nearly all of it could have ended up inside his stomach was almost unimaginable. When the soldiers nearby heard that a young hero could make salt, they quickly rushed over, and now one after another had gathered in the kitchen. You few who want to watch, open your eyes wide. Otherwise, once I start extracting salt, I'll make you come right up and taste it yourselves. Hearing this, everyone quietly ran away. After all, none of them dared to take credit for the risky work of salt extraction. General Chun, you wouldn't really have me do this all by myself, would you? This is a time-consuming and laborious task, so I think I'll need a few helpers. Upon hearing this, General Chun immediately nodded. Don't worry, tell me how many people you need, and I'll definitely assign you the most capable ones. And if possible, we could even temporarily rest here for a few days. After all, producing salt is crucial and must be done in sufficient quantities. Immediately, he dispatched people to fetch several elite soldiers and had others light the stove and set up several large pots. Now everything followed Nan Feng's instructions. First, after setting up the stove, several iron racks needed to be hung above the fire. In total, there were 4 stoves and 4 pots. But just having pots wasn't enough. Shaolong and sabu were also required. The mesh was used to filter out impurities, while the gauze was used to extract the finest salt particles during the purification process. Alright, you all start by pouring all these bags of salt into the pots, then add some water and stir evenly. Beside them, Nan Feng continued giving orders, but looking at pot after pot of iron cauldrons, the salt and water inside looked very murky, their color impossible to make pure. General Chun beside him was already growing impatient. After all, this was something none of them had ever done, and whether it would actually work was still unknown. But seeing Nan Feng, they knew they had no choice but to trust him. Following his instructions, they boiled pot after pot for 4 or 5 rounds until finally the water level slowly decreased, and the color was no longer as yellow as it had originally been. Nan Feng stepped forward and noticed that the water was about to evaporate entirely. At that moment, he called someone nearby. General Chun, come take a look. The salt is almost ready. Sure enough, as he leaned his head closer and looked carefully at the gauze, many translucent granules had been filtered out. They were very small, yet their color was extremely pure, like fresh fallen snow. Nan Feng immediately extended his hand, gently scooped up a small spoonful, and finally tasted it in his mouth. His facial expression gradually improved. It's passable. This salt isn't completely purified yet, but compared to the toxic salt from before, it's significantly better. Upon hearing his words, General Chun and Lu Shan quickly stepped forward and imitated him. But after tasting it, both instantly smiled. Although it was salty, it was extremely delicious, completely different from what they had eaten before, practically heavenly food. But, Nan Feng, isn't your method too time-consuming to produce just this little bit of salt? Hearing this, Nan Feng smiled slightly. Although it's only a small amount, isn't it still beneficial for the body? Though these words were spoken with calmness, General Chun was clearly delighted. Nan Feng, I never imagined you'd have such a great use. Capable of slaying enemies on the battlefield, yet also possessing such wisdom that you can produce crystal clear salt, a problem that has confounded generations. Yet you, with just one action, have solved it entirely. Truly, I admire you deeply. They continuously flattered and praised him, causing Nan Feng's heart to swell with happiness. But how did you learn this? All of this was taught by my master. My master told me that this involves a lot of physics and chemistry, though I myself only understand a little bit of the basics. What are physics and chemistry? General Chun and Lu Shan looked at each other in confusion, neither of them understanding what he meant. Now Nan Feng himself couldn't quite explain it clearly either. Well, it's just, many problems in nature that haven't been solved are related to physics. As for chemistry, I suppose it has to do with medicine. Such a casual explanation left the two big men standing before him equally confused, yet seeing his expression, they felt he must be extremely knowledgeable. After all, what's hard to understand is often what leaves one in admiration. Chapter 7, Talents of the Great Tang. Ding dong. A familiar sound echoed once again in his mind. Congratulations, Master, for successfully producing snow white, crystal clear salt, and also for acquiring the salt-making technique. This skill has made an enormous contribution to our Great Tang, and thus you have gained a contribution value of 2 million. As for the gold coins in your wallet, they have already reached a total of 6,000. Wishing you greater progress on your path of idleness. At this moment, Nan Feng was filled with energy. Now that he had both money and contribution value, he truly had entered the mode of living an idle, effortless life. After all, to reach such a position, one must first possess a substantial amount of wealth in order to lie back and relax. Without money, how could one possibly live a life of idleness? Every effort now was for the future. Right now, Nan Feng only desired a magnificent life, an extremely wealthy one, with a job that required little effort. Only then would he truly fulfill his dream. After settling the matters of the night, General Chun returned to his tent and quickly wrote a letter to be sent back to Chang'an. However, the contents of that letter were known only to him. Yet the journey ahead was long. It would take nearly a month to send and receive a reply. Right now, Nan Feng stood nervously outside, watching under the torchlight as a man was being severely beaten with a club. The man receiving the punishment was none other than Lu Shan. He felt quite puzzled. Lu Shan had clearly earned military merit, so why was he still being punished? And with no less than 20 strikes of the military rod. The one who issued this order was none other than General Chun. Weren't the two of them extremely close, always addressing each other as brothers? Why would he act like this? It wasn't until Chun Yuan explained later that he finally understood. It turned out that within the military camp, orders were as heavy as mountains. Nothing, no excuse at all, could justify disobedience. Otherwise, no matter how great one's merits were, punishment must still be accepted. Watching Lu Shan take off his armor, stripped bare to receive the punishment, every strike landed hard on his back. Yet he gritted his teeth and never uttered a single word. Even after enduring all 20 lashes, he somehow still managed to wear a cheerful, smiling expression, exuding a bold and heroic spirit. Brother Nan, we finally succeeded in suppressing the bandits. Although I'd really like to have a drink with you, it's already very late tonight. Plus, after receiving these 20 lashes, which seem light on the surface, but actually require plenty of rest, I can only say that I'll have to. All right, General Lu, you'd better go rest first. After watching him leave, Nanfeng felt no sorrow at all. Instead, he immediately sat before the bonfire, gently reaching to his waist to pull out the new salt he had secretly taken earlier. Now sprinkled onto this delicious, sizzling roasted meat, it was sure to become an irresistible feast. Yet this tantalizing aroma had already attracted many soldiers to stop and stare, drooling one after another, including Chun Yuan and General Chun. Chun Yuan was almost ready to dash forward and grab a bite, but after receiving a sharp glare from General Chun, he quickly ran into the tent to check on Lu Shan. Nanfeng ignored the people walking behind him, eagerly waiting for the meat to finish cooking. Unexpectedly, General Chun was even more impatient, directly pulling out a knife and slicing a piece of meat cleanly off the roast. One big bite went straight into his throat, and now his stomach's hunger was stirred up wildly. Nanfeng, your cooking skill is truly excellent, comparable to the famous Osmanthus Pavilion in Chang'an, and even more delicious than theirs. Since you possess such great culinary talent, why not teach the cooks in the kitchen a few techniques some other time? Then all of us could have the chance to enjoy your delicious food. Hearing this, Nanfeng only chuckled awkwardly. The meat wasn't even fully cooked yet, still filled with raw meat aroma. How could he eat that? Didn't he fear getting sick? If everyone ends up with parasites, then no wonder so many people died back then. Probably exactly due to this kind of thing. Well then, if you really want to know, that's fine. Come, take notes. The nearby cook quickly ran out, and upon hearing these words, indeed pulled out paper and began to carefully write everything down. But General Chun had already been savoring the meat delightfully, smacking his lips with every bite, not caring one bit that his subordinates surrounded him. Adding a jug of strong wine to the mix, his heart now overflowed with joy and satisfaction. As for this kind of strong liquor, Nanfeng found it extremely mild, nothing compared to what he'd tasted before. It was nothing more than the most ordinary kind of sorghum wine in modern times. As for alcohol, nothing was more exquisite than white spirit, which was precisely what he happened to know how to distill. If he were to return to Chang'an and open a tavern, selling grilled meat along with this strong white spirit, he would surely become incredibly wealthy. After all, among the people of Chang'an, what they lacked most was not appetite. On the contrary, they were extremely refined in cuisine. If he possessed such a culinary skill, he would soon enjoy a life of riches, surrounded by gold pavilions and beautiful beauties in his arms. That was truly the ideal way to live a life of leisure and indulgence. Yet deep in this mountain, they could never imagine that at this very moment, Chang'an was bustling with excitement. Because General Chen's letter had reached the emperor himself. The recent success of the bandit suppression campaign, along with the acquisition of a remarkable talent, had naturally spread joy across the imperial city. After all, such happiness rarely occurred in Chang'an. In the Chang'an Palace Hall, Li Cheng's face radiated brilliance as he held the good news in his hands. His eyes had narrowed into a crescent shape from smiling too much, and his joy was clearly visible. Beside him, the empress had just brought over some delicacies she had personally prepared, but she hadn't expected the emperor to be smiling absent-mindedly all by himself, which made her feel quite puzzled now. Your Majesty, what has happened? After all, it is only a successful suppression of bandits. Why are you so happy? Could you please share it with this concubine, so that I may also partake in your joy? Of course. After putting away the memorial, Li Cheng immediately stepped down. Empress, you must not know. The reason I am so delighted is not just because of the bandits being subdued. The main reason is that we have acquired a rare talent of the world. This person is truly the most meritorious hero of this campaign. The Empress looked at him with confusion. In General Chen's letter, he wrote that this young hero is only 15 years old, yet he is able to wield a fire lance weighing over 100 jin and has personally slain more than 1,000 bandits. With a single strike, he shot down their leader through a reflective angle, thereby enabling the destruction of their entire hideout. Is such a person not a genius? When the Empress heard these words, she paused in astonishment, almost unable to believe it. Even Li Cheng himself found it hard to believe, because this person was simply too extraordinary. But I know General Chen's character well. He would never lie, nor exaggerate. Besides, if one fabricates military reports, it would be considered a crime of deceiving the emperor. Therefore, this person must exist. However, whether he is truly as brave and formidable as described, well, I still need to think carefully. Could this man really be a god of war descending from heaven? Exactly. Right now, Nanfeng was just such a divine warrior sent from the heavens. Though Li Cheng did not believe it at all for now, once the army returned to Chang'an, it would surely shock him beyond words. Chapter 8: The Descendant of the Li Family. At this moment, The Empress simply took a slight step forward. Your Majesty, actually I myself do not truly believe it either, considering our dynasty has many capable individuals, especially our generals who are truly extraordinary in bearing. But this person appears to be even braver and more imposing, and he is not even past 15 years old. That part seems hardly possible. Li Cheng let out a hearty laugh. It doesn't matter. We'll find out when they return from their campaign. At that time, this one person I must personally meet with my own eyes. As he spoke, he took the token from his waist. Master Li, you go and take the Emperor's token to meet Li Jing. Li the general? At these words, the Empress became even more astonished. Why would they need to summon Li Jing about this matter? After Master Li departed, she stepped forward again. Your Majesty, could this matter possibly be? Just as you suspect, nothing can hide from you. The Emperor smiled faintly, his face revealing even more excitement. Actually, in the letter, it didn't just mention defeating the bandits. It also mentioned something about salt, or rather, the method of salt production. At these words, the Empress became even more intrigued. The method of salt production? But our dynasty has never had anyone capable of extracting such salt. Only the government-produced salt is used in the palace and supplied to the ministers within the imperial city. How could he possibly have this method? You may not know this, the Emperor explained. He apparently understands this method and even taught it to the cooks in the army. Every single one of them has now learned it. Although the amount of salt extracted is not large, they can produce over 100 caddies in just 3 days. Tell me, if this method were widely applied, wouldn't it be a blessing for the nation? This person truly astonishes me. It wasn't just surprising, it was simply impossible, and yet, this individual had appeared. Your Majesty, surely you plan to bestow him with a noble title. When the Empress proposed this, the Emperor was unexpectedly unconvinced. Instead, he chuckled. Not necessarily, for he is actually the grandson of General Li Jing. Hearing these words, the Empress became even more surprised. It turned out that in the letter, General Chun had already detailed everything. Empress, you probably don't know he carries the Li family token upon him. That's why this time I specially invited Li Jing, wishing to thoroughly inquire about this matter. Therefore, I sent someone to summon him. Your Majesty, could there be a deeper story this time? After all, the young man is only 15. If I remember correctly, the Empress continued, 14 years ago, when General Li Jing's son brought his wife home for a visit, his son was only 1 year old back then. Could it be that? Correct, Empress. You guessed it. Li Cheng continued. According to the letter, on that day the person wasn't attacked by the villains, but actually escaped death and was rescued by a hermit with extraordinary abilities. This hermit then traveled the mountains and rivers with him, teaching him many unusual techniques. In his final moments, the master told him the entire truth and gave him the token as proof. The young man thus wished to return and search for his lost family and met General Chun along the way. And the general, noticing a striking resemblance to Li Jing, decided to write to me and suggest a thorough investigation by your Majesty. As he slowly spoke, Li Cheng became even more entertained. But this General Chun truly has clever schemes. He knew he himself couldn't be certain, so he deliberately urged me to investigate, so that if Li Jing were to be reunited with his long-lost family, we could instead carefully cultivate this person. It's truly a win-win situation. Indeed, he felt an extraordinary fondness for this young boy. The Empress couldn't help but smile. Your Majesty, all you've said makes sense. This person must be both brave and wise, willing to teach the method of salt production to the army's cooks, clearly demonstrating his selflessness and immense value to our Tang Dynasty. Therefore, your Majesty should rejoice at having such a talent at our disposal. Li Cheng nodded gently. That's right. In fact, not only is there the salt-making method, reportedly, he also knows medical techniques. He has been able to suture wounds for injured soldiers, and 70 seriously injured men who were already sentenced to death are all alive today. Truly, this youth has made an immense contribution to us. Suturing wounds? Mending torn clothes is one thing, but how can one suture wounds themselves? The Empress looked greatly astonished, and truly found it hard to imagine. If these words were true, then this individual absolutely had to be used for their benefit and not be carelessly let go. As the two conversed continuously, Master Li arrived with Li Jing in tow. Upon seeing him approach, the Empress stepped aside. As for Li Cheng, he ordered the royal token to be respectfully presented to Li Jing. Li Jing, do you recognize the handwriting on this letter? Li Jing took a closer look. Although his eyesight had long since deteriorated, he was nonetheless shocked and grabbed the letter tightly. Your Majesty, this is truly my handwriting. Why do you possess it? Moreover, I distinctly remember this letter was sent to my son 14 years ago. How is it now in your possession? Could it be? As Li Jing continued thinking, he became increasingly distressed. After all, back then his own son had been attacked by villains while returning home for a visit. Even now, the thought brought him immense sorrow and anger. Now then, did your son have a son, your grandson? Upon hearing these words, Li Jing, already in deep sadness, slowly nodded. Yes, your Majesty. All these are stories of the past. It now appeared everything finally matched up. The young boy mentioned by General Chun was indeed none other than Li Jing's grandson. Now, at last, the entire truth could be revealed. Li Jing, the Emperor continued, please do not become overly excited. I suspect your grandson might not actually be dead. Perhaps he survived the attack by those villains all those years ago. At that moment, Li Jing's entire body trembled. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Your Majesty, how can that be true? Could it possibly be that? Correct. I have personally confirmed it. He is truly your grandson. Long ago, He was rescued by a master of the cultivation world. Now he is grown up, brave, wise, and indeed a young hero. In this most recent bandit suppression, he has achieved countless feats. Li Jing gasped for breath, his face turning red with emotion. Not knowing where to place his hands, he began pacing about. Your Majesty, where is my grandson now? He is currently in these mountains, accompanying General Chun. It should not be long before he returns. At this, tears flowed from Li Jing's aged eyes. Your Majesty, may I request to return home first? I must inform my mother. She must know that her great-grandson is not dead, and perhaps even. Go then. With Li Qing's permission, Li Jing hurriedly returned to his home. As for him, this news was simply too incredible to bear. Chapter 9, appointed as a fifth-rank official. The Li family had always been loyal and virtuous through generations, and their ancestors had all contributed greatly to the Great Tang Dynasty. Many years ago, they had followed the founding emperor in conquering the land, which was why the Li family had now become a prestigious and respected family in the capital city of Chang'an. However, as Li Jing gradually grew older, and after his own son was tragically murdered by bandits, the family slowly drifted away from the central seat of imperial power, though they still remained within Chang'an. Though already in his 50s, Li Jing was still as strong and energetic as a young man in his 20s. However, due to the tragedy of his son, he had lost all interest in military affairs. Although he had effectively retired, he was still greatly admired and respected by military officers and the entire army. Moreover, Emperor Li Cheng treated him like his own teacher. Before the late emperor's death, he had entrusted Li Cheng to Li Jing, hoping that Li Jing would protect the peace of the Tang Dynasty and help Li Cheng restore order in the imperial court. Yet Li Jing himself was an extremely filial son, and what grieved him most in life was the thought that the Li family might have no heir to carry on the family line, which troubled his mother, Lady Lu, the most. Therefore, when he told her the news that her grandson, his son's child, was still alive, to his surprise, Lady Lu wept like a child, tightly clutching the letter in her hands, unable to recover from her overwhelming emotions. Heaven above, finally my child has returned. Now the Li family has an heir, finally we have an heir. From that day onward, the entire Li household was filled with joy and celebration, for they now knew that their heir was on his way to Chang'an. The gloom that had once filled the home finally gave way to joy and laughter. The next day, during court session, Li Cheng handed the method of salt production described in General Chen's letter over to the Ministry of Personnel, instructing them to send officials to plan the matter, and also enlisted the Ministry of Works to assist in its implementation. They would first dig up salt from the mines, and then invite craftsmen to learn the method of salt production, to understand how to refine and purify it. But that was all to be decided later. What mattered most now was for General Chun to swiftly bring Nanfeng back to Chang'an. It was not only the emperor waiting for him, the family was also eagerly anticipating his return. This year would definitely be a blessed one for Chang'an, a year filled with celebration and joy. After court was dismissed, Emperor Li Cheng and several ministers gathered inside the imperial study around a brazier, with the empress standing nearby, serving them. Actually, they had no grand intentions, just planning to roast some skewers over the fire while sipping tea. In the Tang Dynasty, drinking tea was something every person must both learn and appreciate. Although not everyone enjoyed the bitterness of the tea, the craftsmanship and customs passed down by ancestors were to be followed without question. Though Li Cheng himself disliked tea and found the brewing process unnecessarily tedious, having the empress specially prepare it for them was even more troubling. Still, he could only take a polite sip and smiled faintly. Your Majesty, your tea-making skill is simply unmatched. I doubt anyone else in this world could match your delicate touch. If His Majesty enjoys it, your humble servant will certainly. Enough, we'll talk about that later. The empress quickly placed the cup down and glanced toward Li Ji beside her. Minister Li, what do you think of this young hero? Does he remind you of your younger self? Li Ji himself was General Yu Qi, who had once followed the emperor into battle during his youth. He had slain many Western tribes and defended the country from countless invasions. He was a tough, rough man, with knife scars across both his hands. Upon hearing the emperor's words, he frowned angrily. Your Majesty, respectfully, I believe this must be some elder minister's nonsense. There's no way such a person truly exists. Just think about it. How could a mere 15-year-old boy kill 1,000 enemies? That is absolutely impossible. Even a war god couldn't accomplish such a feat. Therefore, I believe this matter requires further investigation. Indeed, this minister agrees entirely. The normally stern Wei Zheng let out a smile instead, as he believed no such person could possibly exist in the world. A sudden appearance like this without any precedent was definitely suspicious. Though both ministers voiced their skepticism, the emperor remained silent, sipping quietly on his tea. Your Majesty, said Li Ji, why don't we do this? Once this young man arrives in Chang'an, let him come and spar with me, so I can see for myself what kind of person he really is. But I must warn you in advance, don't blame me later if I end up killing him with a single swing of my hammer. I cannot guarantee whether he will be able to safely attend court afterward. Upon hearing these words, the emperor immediately burst into laughter. Li Ji, in your opinion, you truly don't believe in General Chun? Minister Wei Zheng, standing nearby, kept shaking his head. Your Majesty, it's not that we don't believe him, but rather this person is simply too strange. If it turns out that the facts do not match his claims, then General Chun should definitely be reprimanded appropriately. After the three had talked for a while, it was already evening before they each departed. As time passed slowly, General Chen's army had already arrived just 2 li away from the imperial city, although more than half a month had already gone by. Though they had not yet entered Chang'an, everyone could already feel the joy and festive atmosphere within the city walls. Li Gong, the eunuch sent by Li Cheng, had also arrived at their camp. General Chun, the imperial decree has arrived. This sharp voice immediately rang out. Everyone came out, and General Chun swiftly grabbed Nanfeng by his side, hurriedly kneeling before the imperial edict. Nanfeng raised his head and looked at the procession before him. Although led by a eunuch, each person was extremely respectful, yet one by one they appeared rather sinister. By the mandate of heaven, the Son of Heaven decrees, General Chun Yu and young hero Nanfeng receive this imperial order. General Chun, your recent campaign against the bandits has been a meritorious achievement. You led the troops and captured the criminals successfully. Your bravery and heroism live up to my expectations. As a reward, you are hereby granted a precious sword, along with a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. As for this young hero, Nanfeng, though you come from beyond the ordinary world, you have proven extremely valuable to my dynasty. Not only have you succeeded in eliminating the bandits, but you have also invented the method of wound suturing and the technique of salt production. Being a Tang subject, your contributions are greatly appreciated. Therefore, you are hereby appointed as Yuchi officer with the rank of 5th grade official. In addition, for your outstanding accomplishments, you are awarded another 1,000 taels of silver and specially conferred the title of Marquis County Magistrate. You are to proceed to Chang'an immediately upon receiving this decree. So decreed. Thank your majesty for your generous favor. After receiving the edict, General Chun smiled joyfully and handed over a bag of gold coins he had prepared in advance. At this moment, he indeed looked exactly like a seasoned official. Congratulations, dear nephew. You have now been appointed Yuchi officer and promoted to the position of Marquis County Magistrate. Truly a joyous occasion. Even your father hadn't achieved such a status at your age. Lu Shan, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to offer his congratulations as well. That's right. The post of Yuchi officer is no ordinary one, and it carries a rank of 5th grade official. From today on, we must address you as General Nan. That's right. You are now inheriting the legacy and becoming the general of the Li family. Although your surname is Nan, we don't know why, but I'm sure when you return to Chang'an, your grandfather and great-grandmother will be overjoyed beyond measure. Listening to these words beside him, Nanfeng showed a demeanor of utmost courtesy and humility, although inside, he was practically bursting with joy. He could clearly see Lu Shan's envy and General Chen's happiness, and indeed, this time his rank was significantly higher than both of theirs. Poor Lu Shan, 3 ranks below even himself at this point. Without saying, Nanfeng could now tell that the emperor truly valued him greatly. After all, granting such a high noble title to someone like himself meant the emperor must have held him in particularly high regard. Chapter 10, Wang Yuan's Conspiracy. Yet Nanfeng was fully aware in his heart that, in the Tang Dynasty, anyone who wished to achieve great feats, even to attain nobility or an official title, had to climb upwards upon the blood and bodies of many others. Although peace prevailed now and war had ceased, hatred still burned deeply within people's hearts, a hatred not easily extinguished. Many years ago, the Tang Dynasty had once experienced a rebellion. The person who initiated this rebellion was none other than Li Mi. And it was precisely Wang Yuan who, back then, led an army to crush Chang'an, sparing no effort in eliminating the rebellion. Now he was of advanced age. However, when the people heard his name or thought of him, none could suppress the rage burning in their hearts. Wang Yuan was originally a late Sui official and a high-ranking minister during the Sui dynasty. Yet this man was extremely cunning, ruthless, and possessed superior military and strategic abilities. Even General Chun and Li Jing might not necessarily have been his match. One of Li Mi's former generals once learned just a few techniques from Wang Yuan, yet he managed to dominate the battlefield as easily as a fish in water. Thus, it could be seen that Wang Yuan was an extremely formidable and skilled warrior. However, his ambitious nature eventually led to his downfall. After all, greedy people always fail to control themselves. In the end, he not only dragged many people into his ruin, but also had to suffer the consequences himself. Yet this man lacked the slightest sense of reflection. He always believed his disastrous fate and the fact that he couldn't hold a noble title or official post under the Li family's dynasty were entirely caused by the Li clan. Fortunately, the deceased emperor had foresight and ordered the complete eradication of Wang Yuan's faction. Therefore, by now, his influence had been greatly diminished. However, the current Wang Yuan had become a fugitive. The Tang Dynasty had dispatched many officials and spies to chase him relentlessly across the country, but to no avail. According to rumors, he had already fled to Okinawa and hidden on a deserted island, surviving in hiding. But unknown to many, since Li Cheng ascended the throne, with his kind-hearted nature, the former members of the old dynasty were mostly treated with kindness and repeatedly taken care of. Consequently, Wang Yuan eventually made his way back to the Tang Empire. Now he was hiding in some unknown corner, waiting for the right moment to act. Upon the vast field stood a small bamboo hut. Though the hut seemed out of place, people avoided it fearfully and dared not step closer. This was precisely because an old man resided within. Though aged, he remained fearsome. None other than Wang Yuan. His burning eyes fixed upon the flickering flames, his hand gently stroked the tiger lying by his side, lost in thought. Beside him stood a boy, no more than 16 years old. His face bore the same icy expression, yet his hands firmly grasped 2 short daggers. Finally, Wang Yuan turned his head and looked at him helplessly. Although I am now powerless to reverse fate or recapture my past glory, this world today is indeed ruled by the Li family. Yet even so, there remains something that deeply disturbs my peace. At this thought, his heart grew heavier, and finally, he gently placed his hand on the youth's wrist. Zhao Ao, I only ask this one thing of you. After I die, you must make the Li Emperor accompany me to the grave. If not, at the very least, throw the entire empire into chaos. Preferably, bring down all the countless lives in Chang'an to share my torment. Since they've reduced me to this state, I will never forgive them. I will ensure that all under the heavens know. Wang Yuan's tragic fate was caused entirely by the Li family. The boy remained indifferent, yet within his eyes flashed a glimmer, perhaps tinged with slight discomfort. Zhao Ao, I've heard that Chen Yu's army will enter Chang'an soon. Furthermore, the Dog Emperor has already ordered him to lead miners to the salt fields, so he will be away. This gives you much more leeway to act. However, I'm somewhat concerned about that so-called young hero. Though not in Chang'an, Wang Yuan still had spies across the land, ensuring that any news reached his ears promptly. You only have this one opportunity, and you must seize it. Only in this way can you get close to those from the Li family. That young hero is about your age. Kill him and leave his corpse on the road. Then, when Shen Yu isn't looking, take his place. Once you do that, you'll be able to enter Chang'an legitimately. At that time, I will definitely be waiting for you at the palace gates. As long as you substitute for that one person and receive the imperial title before the Dog Emperor, you'll have the perfect opportunity to strike him down in one move. This way, our goal can finally be achieved. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan's heart swelled with joy. After all, in countless nights he had rehearsed this plan over and over, and now, finally, it was the moment of decisive battle. Yes, master, I know what I must do. Beside him, Zhao Ao responded calmly, though countless thoughts churned inside him. Would this master truly help him and support him? Probably not. Sending him alone to impersonate someone and receive the title. Undoubtedly, the ceremony would be heavily guarded by countless soldiers, and the security would be extremely tight. His master, too afraid to go himself, now wanted him to complete such a deadly mission. Did he really want revenge, or did he simply want him to die? In order to return to Chang'an as soon as possible, General Chen specially assigned a small escort to accompany Nanfeng back to the capital ahead of time, while the main force remained temporarily outside the city awaiting orders. After all, bringing too many people into Chang'an would certainly attract unnecessary suspicion. Thus, Nanfeng rode alongside the eunuch Li, hurrying quickly toward the city. Although the distance was barely 2 li, the journey consisted mostly of mountainous terrain, making it quite inconvenient for horse travel. Having already spent an entire day and night traveling, they still had not arrived. Alright, Master Nan, let's rest for a while now. After all, if we continue for a few more hours tomorrow, we'll reach the city. There's no need to rush like this now. Hearing this, Nanfeng's mind finally relaxed. The continuous travel had exhausted him mentally and physically, and now he could finally rest. He could warm a pot of wine, order a few hot dishes, and take a proper break. However, when eunuch Li saw his expression, he hesitated and began shaking his head repeatedly. Master Nan, I'll pass on the wine. I also want to remind you, perhaps we shouldn't drink too much. Although the journey ahead is only a few hours long, we can't afford any unexpected trouble along the way. We still need to remain vigilant. Don't worry, this wine isn't strong, and its alcohol content is low. It won't make us drunk, so we can rest here properly. Besides, we're far from the Emperor's ears. What happens here, stays here. How would the Emperor possibly find out? This one sentence, however, startled everyone present. Who dares to say that the Emperor's authority cannot reach this far? And to claim that the Emperor's power is distant, wasn't that practically a crime of treason? Master Nan, you'd better watch your words. After all, walls have ears. If this ever reaches the Emperor's ears, it won't just cost us our heads. But since you're such a young hero, and this wine really isn't that strong, why don't you just drink? I'll pretend not to see anything. Nanfeng also understood that these people had no desires. They had long given up on such pleasures, which was precisely why they could remain so detached. Thus, he didn't insist further. However, although the wine wasn't strong enough to truly get him drunk, he began talking more freely and nonsensically, as people often do. Immediately, he turned toward the eunuch and began inquiring. Eunuch Li, I'd like to ask, among the young ladies in Chang'an, which of them are the most beautiful and still unmarried? You know, I'm already quite old, and it's time I settled down. After all, establishing a family and career would also complete the mission assigned by the Li family. Upon hearing this, eunuch Li smiled helplessly. Master Nin is truly joking. I entered the palace a long time ago and have long renounced such worldly pleasures. I don't pay much attention to matters of the city. Moreover, people like us have no desires. Whether a woman is beautiful or not makes no difference. We have no chance to enjoy such blessings anyway. When he heard this, Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, the few eunuchs beside him looked at him with a lecherous grin, saying, Master Nan, if you really wish to ask such questions, then we happen to know the answers. In fact, there's no need to consider women in the city. By your abilities alone, you could even marry a princess. You probably don't know that several of His Majesty's daughters are incredibly charming and exceedingly beautiful, especially the 7th princess. When she was born, she exuded an unusual fragrance. Now that she has grown to her teens, her beauty is unmatched in the entire country, surpassing all others. Moreover, the Emperor dotes on her more than any other daughter. So tell us, Master Nan, do you think you have what it takes to become her husband? At this moment, Nanfeng suddenly recalled. If this seventh princess was indeed the Chongping princess, then next year, she would be formally granted the title of Princess of Chongping. The eunuch Li, seeing his thoughtful expression, quickly stepped forward to flatter him. Master Nan, actually, what he just said may not be entirely wrong. After all, you are currently a favored court figure, and the emperor holds you in great esteem. With your talent and strength, as well as your social standing, the seventh princess would absolutely be within your reach. Not to mention, the Chongping princess temperament and appearance complement yours extremely well. Though still young, she is also highly educated, courteous, and graceful. Even in the palace, she has never treated us servants with harsh words or violence. She is truly kind-hearted. If she were to marry you, she would certainly make an excellent wife. Originally, eunuch Li had no intention of drinking, but unexpectedly, after being persuaded again and again by Nan Feng, he had been convinced to down several cups, and now he was beginning to ramble drunkenly. Indeed, it said that truth comes out when one is drunk. As soon as the conversation began, he couldn't stop himself, going on and on endlessly, and soon even began revealing palace secrets. Thus, they talked from day into night, and under his loose tongue, Nan Feng came to learn a great deal about the imperial court. It wasn't just about the princesses. Soon he also learned about several of the Wangju and the Tang. Li Cheng, though emperor, had children with completely different personalities. His daughters were all virtuous and elegant, but the sons, unfortunately, were especially problematic. The eldest prince, although the oldest, was extremely weak and incompetent. The second prince harbored great ambitions and constantly coveted the throne. The third prince, on the other hand, was unfit for rule due to his low birth status. Moreover, his mother was from the Sui dynasty, so the emperor would never grant him the crown prince title. There was also an even more important reason. The empress's elder brother, Changsun Wuji, would absolutely never allow the third prince to ascend. After all, he wasn't the son of the empress herself. Furthermore, as history would have it, Changsun Wuji's first target to eliminate would be none other than the third prince. As for the remaining princes, though each possessed cruelty and recklessness, they lacked intelligence entirely, never capable of accomplishing anything constructive, only prone to causing damage. Sooner or later, they would meet their demise due to their own ignorance. As Nan Feng was continuously lost in thought, suddenly a streak of lightning cut across the sky. The surroundings grew ominously chilly, mist rising everywhere, and particularly from the kitchen, a piercing scream echoed out, so terrifying that it caused his entire body to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 11. Can't afford crops. Just as Nan Feng was feeling puzzled, suddenly someone stumbled through the doorway, covering his head and bleeding. Upon closer look, it was actually the inn waiter. His ear had actually been bitten down to just half. Now he was crying and running straight toward them. Apparently, this waiter had just been trying to feed the horses in the stable when he got bitten by his own red hair horse. This horse was known for its fiery temper. If not treated properly, it would lash out at whoever was feeding it, and now, this waiter had suffered the consequences. Master, please help me seek justice. Look at my ear. It's been bitten by your horse until nothing's left but half. What am I supposed to do now? What if I go deaf? The innkeeper will surely throw me out, and then where will I go? Can't I even suffer such cruelty from an animal in this prosperous age? It's so utterly frustrating. Seeing the waiter sobbing and rambling on like this to Nan Feng, he couldn't help but chuckle. But next to him, Master Li cast a contemptuous glance. You? What are you even thinking demanding money from us now? Do you even know who is sitting before you? He's the Yurchu Shaowai personally appointed by the emperor. Now you dare ask him for money. Don't you fear for your own life? At that point, money will be the least of your concerns. Your head might be on the chopping block. Hearing this, the waiter trembled with fear and quickly knelt on the ground. This servant is unworthy. This servant is unworthy. How dare I not recognize the Yurchu captain before me? I beg you, noble sir, do not blame this servant. Everything I said just now was nonsense. Please have mercy on me. At this point, Nan Feng couldn't stop laughing, but seeing how pitiful the waiter looked, he also felt a pang of sympathy. After all, this man was simply trying to feed a horse, and yet was injured by his own mount. It must be his own fault. So he immediately reached into his waistband and took out several golden ingots, as much as 10 taels, and placed them in the waiter's palm. All right, take this money and find a good doctor right away. Don't come blaming me later if you lose your hearing. By then, I won't take responsibility. Goodness. Everyone had originally thought Nan Feng would give him just a few coins to send him away, but he pulled out 10 taels of gold. Many found it unbelievable. But this money was bestowed by the emperor to General Yuchi himself. Though reluctant, none could claim it for themselves. After all, who could dare question someone with higher rank than them? The waiter, upon seeing the golden taels before him, immediately wore a grin so wide he forgot where he was, his face beaming with joy, completely forgetting his earlier tears. Might I ask, sir, if you'd have your red hair bite off the other ear? Then maybe you can give me another gold piece as well. Bang! Master Li was utterly enraged. You reckless fool, you actually dare haggle with us? The Darin was only moved by your pitiful state and gave you 1 gold ingot, and now you want another? You must really want to die. But the waiter, instead of showing remorse, bowed his head. Noble lords, you probably don't know. Though this is such a prosperous age, what you don't understand is that beyond the frontier, war and chaos reign. I have elders to care for and children to feed. This position as a waiter pays barely enough silver to satisfy even the smallest of expenses. I'm so worried. If I go home empty-handed again, my elders and my children might starve. That's why I'm willing to risk my body for just a bit more money. Hearing such a tragic story, Ninfeng couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Alright. No more tin tails for you, but I'll still give you some golden shavings as a gift. But tomorrow morning, I expect a lavish meal on our table and my red hair horse to be well fed. Understand? After saying that, Ninfeng immediately went upstairs. The remaining people could only helplessly point at the waiter, their anger making their teeth itch. You really are lucky to have met our General Yuchi, who is so kind-hearted. Take the money and get out of here now. At this point, the waiter was completely satisfied, holding the silver tightly as he hurried straight to the stable. Actually, Ninfeng knew quite a bit about the Tang Dynasty, as it was extensively recorded in history books. Although the Tang was currently experiencing a golden age, it was already gradually heading toward decline. Moreover, beyond the frontier, war indeed occurred frequently. Many common people had lost their homes and suffered great hardship, with the biggest problem being the severe shortage of food and supplies. At this thought, Ninfeng immediately opened his shop, hoping to check whether he could still purchase some ingredients or crops. However, when he looked carefully, he surprisingly found an excessive amount of seeds in the store, all completely unknown in the Tang Dynasty, such as potatoes, tomatoes, chili peppers, cumin, Sichuan pepper, and so on. All these items absolutely would not have appeared previously, and many would not be introduced into China until later, either by Westerners or foreign merchants through overseas trade. Ninfeng was well aware that if these crops could be introduced into the Tang Dynasty earlier, famine and drought disasters could be avoided, and the population would gradually increase. In fact, since ancient times, droughts had frequently occurred worldwide, growing increasingly severe year by year, until finally during the Ming and Qing dynasties, with the gradual expansion of economic crops that grew better and better, droughts and famines were greatly alleviated, and the population steadily rose. All of this success had been due to the contribution of these cash crops, enabling the Han people to survive even when facing natural disasters. Ninfeng now understood clearly what needed to be done. After all, the more diverse these economic crops were, the more important they became. Although rice and wheat were already available, they had not yet been widely popularized, so they were still at a disadvantage in terms of total arable land. If he wanted to enjoy a steaming bowl of white rice in the Tang Dynasty, it seemed he would have to rely on himself. However, in recent days, Ninfeng had also noticed that in the central plains of the Tang Dynasty, most of their food was limited to 5 grains and wheat, even vegetables and other rare ingredients were absent. Suddenly, Ninfeng recalled the taste of fried rice. Oh, how good it would be to eat a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce, or even tomato scrambled with eggs. However, even if such dishes were possible, ingredients like chili peppers and seasonings remained a serious problem. Earlier, the boiled duck they had eaten downstairs had unexpectedly made his whole body uncomfortable and completely ruined his appetite. After all, that was far from what boiled should be like, no flavor, no aroma at all, just a duck boiled in water with maybe a bit of salt added for seasoning, cooked for an hour at most. Although he couldn't eat it, the group of eunuchs seemed to enjoy it immensely, their smiling faces clearly showing their genuine delight. If these people were given a few skewers of grilled lamb in modern times, they would probably be in heaven. The more Ninfeng thought about food, the louder his stomach growled. To continue surviving comfortably, he at least had to resolve the issue of food. Therefore, Ninfeng was determined to establish a farm, preferably planting all these crops himself. Even if the people of the Tang Dynasty couldn't enjoy them, at least he himself could, leaving others to admire and envy him. As he was smugly fantasizing about his grand plan, he gently clicked to check, only to be shocked by the price next to the potato displayed before him. What kind of potato could possibly cost 1,000 gold coins for just 10 caddies? Impossible. Even the cheapest of all these crops, like chili peppers and spices, cost as much as 500 gold coins. He had worked hard to earn this money, and even more shockingly, these coins alone would be enough to buy a house in his real world. Goodness, how horrifying. What system is this? Selling crops at such exorbitant prices. Who could continue playing under such circumstances? Ding dong. Reporting to Master, all these crops currently do not exist in this world. If you can successfully cultivate these crops here in the Tang Dynasty, then you can fulfill our contribution quota and earn a certain amount of gold coins. Alright, then let me ask you, if I plant these potatoes in the ground and successfully grow them, how many gold coins would I earn in return? Reporting to Master, you will earn approximately 9 million contribution points. Upon hearing this, Ninfeng immediately protested. So even if I spend this huge amount of money buying this potato, the return will still be far from proportional to what I invested? You don't play fair like this. And don't take me for a fool. This simple math I do understand. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Master, may I remind you to think about it. Previously, the salt-making technique you invented cost you not a single coin, yet eventually brought you nearly 5,000 gold coins. Shall we cancel such rewards altogether then? Ninfeng never expected the system could actually talk back to him, and even argue. Right now, Ninfeng was completely at a loss for words. Well then, he had no choice but to accept it. He glanced at everything inside the shop again. For Ninfeng, the only things he could afford were a few skills. Thus, he clicked a few times on the interface. One was Master of Music, Chess, Calligraphy, and Painting, valued at 300 gold coins. The other was the mastery of both medical techniques and culinary arts. You see, these were the most essential skills when wandering the Jianghu, martial world. With these skills, one could navigate the Tang Dynasty as freely as a fish in water. After purchasing everything, Ninfeng yawned. Right now, nothing else mattered. He only wanted to have a good, sound sleep. As for tomorrow's matters, he would think about them tomorrow. Chapter 12. So did Wang Yuan really die? The next morning, their group was once again preparing to continue their journey toward Chang'an. Now seated atop his red hair horse, Nanfeng raised his hand and took the lead. Their group, full of prestige and vigor, galloped down the horse path one after another like a series of brave and valiant heroes. Especially Nanfeng at the front, who looked particularly swosa, since his red hair horse appeared so majestic, and he himself seemed just as impressive. The reason he could appear so carefree and bold was mainly due to an action he had taken this morning. It turned out that he had nailed horseshoes onto every hoof of the horses. Thus, traveling along the main road became as easy as fish in water, and they no longer feared damaging the horses' hooves. This itself was quite an achievement, and now Nanfeng was looking forward to returning to Chang'an and asking the emperor for a generous reward. In the blink of an eye, they reached the outskirts of Chang'an. Right now, they were resting briefly, and after lunch, they would immediately resume their journey. Just as they finished resting and were about to mount their horses, suddenly the red hair horse let out a startled roar, its cry extremely mournful, as though it had encountered something terrifying. Everyone turned their eyes forward. Not looking would have been better. They were genuinely frightened by what they saw. Eunuch Li was the first to cry out in alarm. Heavens, what is that thing? Hurry, go check it out quick. Though he said this, Eunuch Li was the first to run behind the guards for shelter, fearing any possible harm. Before them, slowly emerging from the woods, was a tiger. This tiger looked particularly terrifying, its eyes wide open like hanging eyebrows, and its body was enormous and muscular, about as large as 2 horses combined. However, now the tiger stood still as if rooted to the spot, remaining in the forest. Yet even standing far away, the horses were so frightened that they made no sound at all, completely stunned and paralyzed. Nanfeng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Strange, how did a tiger appear here? They should already be near Chang'an, and the road is frequently traveled. There shouldn't be a tiger around here. Sir, what is going on? Why is there a tiger here? I've never seen such a creature before. Neither have I. Not even I have seen one often. But don't worry, now I'll go up and capture it immediately. Let's see how fierce this tiger really is. See, capture the beast? At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, showing disbelief. However, Nanfeng had already grabbed his fire spear and marched ahead, pointing its tip directly at the tiger. The tiger, at the same time, moved slightly and began circling Nanfeng. Kill! He shouted powerfully, yet unexpectedly, the tiger flinched backward in fear. Previously looking fierce and intimidating, it now seemed to shrink into a timid little cat. At that moment, Nanfeng seized the opportunity, directly thrusting the fire spear toward the tiger's chest. But instead of piercing its flesh, he gave only a light tap. Unbelievably, the tiger stumbled sideways and took a few staggering steps before finally collapsing to the ground. He had only tapped the tiger with the fire spear, knocking it unconscious. Everyone now stood with wide eyes, utterly incredulous at what they had just witnessed. What exactly had just happened? They hadn't even seen it clearly. With only a loud shout and a light tap, he managed to knock a tiger unconscious. Yet, this wasn't even what astonished them the most. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng then grabbed the tiger by the tail and dragged it up. Master Eunuch, please have a few guards tie this tiger securely. If it wakes up, we'll lock it up and keep it for display, allowing the citizens of Chang'an to marvel at it. If it dies, then no matter. It will mean fresh tiger meat for us tomorrow. Before he had even finished speaking, suddenly an exclamation rang out from a distance. What are you doing there? Put it down right away. From not far away, a voice as commanding as thunder unexpectedly sounded. Nanfeng knew the voice traveled far, and right now, the speaker was likely, like himself, just a youth. Turning his head, he saw an elderly man and a young man approaching together. One of them was an old man with white hair, and the other indeed appeared youthful. Both held weapons, their appearances suggesting that they were not easily provoked. At this moment, Eunuch Li seemed even more afraid. Indeed, these were perilous times, when beasts were roaming out to attack people, let alone the human heart, which was even more unpredictable. Who exactly are you? We are sent by the imperial court. How dare you block our path here? Eunuch Li had intended to shout and scold them fiercely, but unexpectedly, Wang Yuan's pointed spear was suddenly thrown straight at him. The weapon aimed directly at Eunuch Li. However, before it could reach him, Nanfeng smacked it aside with a single slap. Eunuch Li, now too terrified to even breathe loudly, immediately hid behind him. Several guards, witnessing the situation, originally intended to step forward to protect their Lord Yuqi, but before they could act, Nanfeng shouted at them furiously. What do you think you're doing? If you step forward now, it's nothing short of suicide. Stay behind me and don't dare to move forward. I have to ensure each and every one of you returns home safely. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yuan sneered coldly. You foolish kid, today you've truly shown your lack of vision. You dared to injure my mount. Did you not see? He is now captured by you, so you and your companions shall now await death by my hands. So it was intentional. Nanfeng realized that these people were indeed up to no good, and likely had come especially for him. But had his reputation really grown that large? Enough for them to feel such fear and resentment? But whether these two had intended to do anything or not no longer mattered to him. After all, now all he wanted was to capture them, perhaps even enhance his own fame and reputation. Wang Yuan now rushed forward swiftly, his 2 short spears aimed directly at Nanfeng. However, Nanfeng was no pushover either. Standing upright without flinching, he planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, one hand gripping the head of his fire spear while the other aimed directly at the advancing opponent. Just as Wang Yuan was about to charge forward, Nanfeng suddenly sidestepped, moving with a speed so swift it was like the wind, so fast that the figure was nearly invisible. As Wang Yuan gasped in surprise, he was already pierced and thrown to the ground. Moreover, the fire spear had aimed not anywhere else but directly at his lower body. At this moment, there was no medicine left in the world that could heal him. Writhing in unbearable pain, he could only cover himself, unable to get back up, the sensation as though his very eggs had been crushed. Not even able to scream, he rolled on the ground in agony, his eyes glaring hatefully at the figure before him. Meanwhile, Nanfeng stood before him with a grinning smile, thrusting the fire spear into the soil. What do you think? Now you finally know how powerful I am. No matter how skilled you are, no matter how high your martial arts reach, you still couldn't resist this. This is a man's most vulnerable spot. But Nanfeng had no intention of letting him off this easily. With a swift movement, he raised his foot and kicked him again exactly at that spot. Instantly, Wang Yuan's entire heart shattered completely. The guards around him, upon seeing this, shivered from the back of their necks with chills, their scalp prickling. They never imagined such a method even existed. Yet this General Yu Qi seemed terrifying indeed, brutally crippling a man alive. Truly horrifying. And with one kick completed, another swiftly followed. Nanfeng kicked Wang Yuan with force, sending him flying over 10 meters until he slammed brutally into a tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Now he was so weakened, he couldn't even crawl forward. Nanfeng sneered coldly. Old man, don't you even think about how old you are. You could have lived until 100, but seeing the way you acted just now, your life for the rest of your years already seems uncertain. Now that you know my strength, quickly take your obedient grandson and go. Never appear before me again, or I'll never be done with you. Upon hearing these words, the old man beside him frowned and immediately shook his head. No, he is not my grandfather, and I am not his grandson. At this moment, Wang Yuan finally spoke. Quickly, my dear apprentice, quickly kill this little bastard. Cut off his head and bring it to me. I want to drink while holding his head. Hurry up. Upon hearing these words, Jia Ao merely nodded faintly, slowly drawing out the sword in his hand. This time, its edge was not aimed at Nanfeng in front of him, but at Wang Yuan himself. With a thud, the already weakened Wang Yuan never expected his own disciple's blade to pierce his chest. At that moment, shock and disbelief covered his entire face. However, he ultimately could only die, frozen in astonishment. Forgive me, master. I know you've raised me for many years and taught me countless things. However, I don't want to live like you, living a life loathed by all for a lifetime. So rest in peace. Of course, this sight was enough to shock everyone present. How could this not be seen as an internal betrayal? What exactly was going on here? Nanfeng was also completely taken aback. After all, he had never witnessed a disciple killing his own master before. Was this disciple too terrifying, or was Wang Yuan simply too ruthless to have driven his own apprentice to betrayal? At that moment, Jia Ao walked forward directly, slightly bowing with both hands. Lord, this man was my master. He had been inciting me, hoping I would kill you on this main road and take your place. He planned to reach Chang'an first and assassinate the emperor. However, all of this was never my own intention. Yet, I knew that before my master, I would never be able to kill him. Today, I am truly grateful for your actions, which allowed me to fulfill this wish and be freed from his coercion once and for all. As for this man, his name is Wang Yuan. He is the top wanted criminal throughout the Great Tang Dynasty. As long as you take his corpse to the government office, you will be able to claim the reward money. Of course, here I must sincerely thank you, and now take my leave. Nanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time, he felt this person before him was truly beyond comprehension. Moreover, those 2 kicks he had just delivered had practically taken half the man's life away. And who exactly was this Wang Yuan? What connection did he have with himself? Why did he want to frame him? And why did he want to kill the emperor? Chapter 13, Entering Chang'an City. This was truly an incredible matter. Since Wang Yuan had not yet achieved his goal, Nanfeng immediately and decisively destroyed him completely. Now he had already been decapitated and was utterly unable to fulfill his grand ideals. He could only die here. Wait a moment. Seeing Jiao Ao's departing back, Nanfeng directly sent people to block him and looked at him in confusion. You're certain this person is Wang Yuan? Correct. Jiao Ao nodded indifferently. But just now I heard someone say, according to your words, you should call him master. Why then did you kill him? At this mention, Jiao Ao's expression turned extremely unpleasant, but eventually he could only truthfully admit. Actually, he is my master, yet also the murderer of my father. When I was very young, about 5 years old, he ordered everyone in our village to be slaughtered completely. The only reason he spared my life was because he saw I had talent for martial arts and an excellent physical constitution. Ever since childhood, I pretended to accept his kindness, but this man has absolutely no conscience. When I was approaching 8 years old, he threw me into a valley, making me fight against a pack of vicious wolves. Fortunately, I survived. Hence, I despise him greatly. I absolutely hate him and wish to kill him immediately. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng fell silent, then coldly replied, Do you understand that what you just said, plotting to assassinate me on the way? Now I am Colonel Yuchi. Can you bear the charge of such a crime? Suddenly, Jiao Ao raised his head proudly, revealing a resolute gaze as if ready to accept any consequences. I understand. Therefore, I have already placed my life in your hands. Kill me or cut me. I accept your punishment. However, since my father's killer is now dead, even if I must lose my life, I won't regret it at all. One must admit he was indeed admirable, absolutely a heroic man. Just then, Eunuch hurried over. Sir, this Wang Yuan was an outlaw wanted by the imperial court. and his bounty reward is as high as 1,000 taels of silver. If we can present his head to the emperor, that would surely be a meritorious act of immeasurable virtue. Nanfeng slightly nodded in approval. All right, just go ahead and cut off his head. I'll take it to offer to the emperor. Just then, he turned to look at Jiao Ao before him. And you, what's your name? I'm called Jiao Ao. Nanfeng murmured this name and felt it somewhat pleasing to the ear, inspiring certain emotions. Listen, I have recently become General Yuchi, though newly conferred. The emperor will grant me a mansion within Chang'an. The mansion will require personnel. How about directly staying in my residence? Staying in Chang'an, I could also let you enjoy prosperity and wealth. Alternatively, you may choose to leave. I'll give you some silver as travel funds. Yet from then on, you'd have to carry the crime of being a fugitive. Now carefully consider whether you want to follow me or take this money to buy back your freedom and leave. Actually, his intention here was only to test him, but he genuinely wanted to retain Jiao Ao. After all, he was Wang Yuan's disciple. In the past, someone who secretly learned his martial arts became a great general. Surely this disciple was personally taught by him. His martial prowess must be unfathomable. If he could be brought to his mansion as a house guard, no one would dare to easily attempt assassination against him like what happened today. With a loud thud, just as he kept thinking, suddenly Jiao Ao knelt on both knees before him. Your kindness, sir. Great man overlooks petty grievances. You're willing to offer me a position and absolve my sins. Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to act exactly as you said. Whatever your request, whether scaling a mountain of knives or entering a vat of boiling oil, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng chuckled. Very well. It proves you're a true hero. You understand the current situation and you're clever, even under such circumstances. Then I assure you, I will certainly treat you accordingly and protect you thoroughly. Rise. Thank you, sir. Another matter remained. There was the tiger they had hunted just now, which was actually Wang Yuan's mount. This beast was extremely difficult to tame. If they could keep it, taming and raising it in the future would be very simple. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Li standing nearby gradually understood the situation and promptly stepped forward. It was only natural to serve the master with utmost loyalty, and having served the emperor for many years within the palace, Eunuch Li had become highly adept at reading people's expressions. He immediately turned his head to scold the group of guards behind him. You all roughly understand what happened today, right? The guards hurriedly nodded. Yes, Master Li, rest assured. We saw nothing today, and we know absolutely nothing. Observing their indifferent expressions and fawning manner, Eunuch Li was extremely satisfied. Then he turned back with a smile toward Nanfeng. Congratulations, sir. Today you have not only gained a fine ally but also relieved His Majesty's worries by eliminating Wang Yuan. Truly worthy of celebration. After settling the remaining issues, Nanfeng had no intention of lingering any further, so he immediately mounted his horse. By now, time was slowly passing, and they were drawing ever closer to Chang'an. They estimated arrival within half an hour. As for Jiao Ao, he had acquired a fine steed, and now also carried a tiger slung across his back, closely trailing Nanfeng. Thus, the entire group resumed their journey and slowly proceeded toward Chang'an. Along the way, Nanfeng noticed many wild camellia bushes. Being able to plant camellia and cultivate tea trees here, he had already begun considering ideas. If I could plant tea trees here as well, that itself would be a truly meritorious deed, he mused, and in the distance, a large wooden sign with the characters Chang'an appeared, clearly visible. After handing over his official credentials at the city gate, nearly all the city's generals came to welcome him, and the gates were soon fully opened. Among them, the general of the Imperial Guard stood at the gate's forefront. At the sight of Eunuch Li's carriage, he immediately dismounted and hurried forward, clasping his hands in salute to Nanfeng. General Yuchi, forgive our lack of timely welcome. Your triumphant return is truly a blessing for Chang'an. Knowing he would have much future contact with these people, Nanfeng refrained from adopting an overbearing manner, instead merely smiling. Esteemed generals, greetings to you all. It should have been I who dismounted to greet you, but given the emperor's urgency, I can only ask for your kindness. I won't delay you any further here. Once settled, I shall be sure to host you all with generous hospitality. Hearing these words, the imperial general's entire face turned red. He could hardly imagine that the great General Yuchi would actually visit him, which seemed quite inappropriate. After all, Nanfeng held the rank of 5th rank, while he himself was merely a 6th rank official. For someone of Nanfeng's stature to visit him would be a great act of condescension, so now before him, he could only keep smiling, nodding repeatedly with evident deference. And after Nanfeng left, the event would no doubt become material for boasting among them. Once entering the city, Eunuch Li, standing behind, smiled slightly. Master, you needn't be so courteous. There are only a few people in all of Chang'an ranked higher than you. If you personally visited them, the news might even seem suspicious to the emperor, and they themselves would likely dare not receive such a visit. Only they are supposed to pay visits to you. You, sir, need only remain at home, and people will come naturally to pay their respects. Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng's expression grew less pleasant. Masterly, how can you speak like that? Although they may only hold a 6th rank, they are still officials nonetheless. Are you suggesting I should become so cold-hearted, wielding the emperor's granted power only for personal aggrandizement and indulgence? At once, Eunuch Li's face darkened, unsure of how to respond. However, since they had already entered Chang'an, he decided not to press the matter further. Nanfeng immediately turned his head and loudly addressed Jiao Ao. Jiao Ao, for now, return first to my home. The Li residence, if I recall correctly, should be quite close to the city gate. Go there first and apologize to my grandfather on my behalf. Tell him I urgently must enter the palace to meet the emperor and cannot immediately return home to pay my respects. Hope they will understand. Zhao Ao promptly nodded. Master, rest assured. I shall convey your words exactly. Thus, watching them head toward the Li household, Eunuch Li and Nanfeng immediately continued toward the imperial palace. Yet they hadn't expected that the city center's main thoroughfare was surprisingly formal, even carpeted with red rugs. The streets were remarkably clean, devoid of any filth, meticulously swept. As for the workshops in Chang'an, they were also exquisitely arranged, one after another, appearing elegant and grand. Moreover, every workshop was adorned with an array of exquisite architectural designs. The passers-by were all neatly dressed, even wearing fine silks and brocades, each walking slowly, supported by women attendants. Their garments were extremely radiant. Along the way, there were vendors calling out their wares, displaying a dazzling variety of goods, making it seem truly a picture of the prosperous Tang Dynasty. However, while others might see it that way, Nanfeng regarded it as nothing special. Currently, he was dressed in armor, wearing a jade coronet on his head. Wherever he passed, he drew countless gazes, especially from the noble ladies walking along the road. Nanfeng responded with a slight smile, which caused these young ladies to become increasingly shy, one after another too embarrassed to lift their heads. All of this was clearly observed by Eunuch Li, who now felt an undeniable sense of unease. He couldn't help but wonder whether it was truly a good thing for this man to have returned to their Chang'an. Chapter 14, Provoking Li Ji. After entering Chang'an through Guanghua Gate, they proceeded continuously eastward until finally passing through the Zhu Gate. Once inside the palace grounds, one would encounter countless magnificent buildings along the way, until finally arriving at the imperial city. As long as one steps through the Qingtian Gate, the palace structures would come into view. This palace was precisely oriented facing south from the north, located upon the imperial dragon vein. However, Nanfeng could already see many imperial guards standing around, each one looking highly imposing, their faces practically devoid of smiles. Finally, he noticed the dragons atop the Taiha Hall's roof, exquisitely carved in the style of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, with each roof ridge corner adorned by one dragon after another, all differing in appearance and uniquely elongated. Although the overall appearance was indeed imposing, Nanfeng clearly understood that these decorative roof designs served a single terrifying purpose. They were prone to endure violent wind and storm, especially vulnerable to lightning strikes. After all, these ancient buildings lacked lightning rods, and the emperors loved placing dragon figures made of gold and silver on the eaves, unintentionally turning them into lightning attractors. Therefore, during thunderstorms, these dragons would likely be struck by thunder and lightning. Certainly, the emperor would regard it as a warning from heaven, a sign telling him to govern diligently and benevolently. But of course, this was merely weather-related. However, just thinking about this made Nanfeng find it somewhat amusing. These emperors always enjoyed using spirits and omens, using beautiful lies to cover up their actions, which was really just hiding their crimes. After all, what emperor had not ascended the throne by trampling over blood and corpses? To be honest, these people were exactly the type of people hiding behind hypocrisy. Of course, such thoughts could only remain in Nanfeng's mind. He would never actually voice them. If he ever did, it would certainly be a capital offense. At that moment, he was being led forward by Master Li, constantly ascending the white jade steps. Yet these steps seemed endless, feeling even longer than riding his cheetah horse over an entire mountain. At that time, Li Cheng was sitting on the dragon throne in the Taiha Hall, while one minister after another stood in front of him, all eagerly waiting for the arrival of this legendary young hero. Compared to others' anticipation, however, Li Ji was the most emotionally stirred of them all. Currently, he watched anxiously, despite already holding a 4th-rank official's position, yet insisting on challenging Nanfeng, a mere 5th-rank official, seemed highly inappropriate. He didn't even consider the fact that the current emperor had high hopes for this young hero. Hurting him would inevitably lead to fatal consequences. Standing beside him, Changsun Wuji smiled. Look, Master Li has already returned, which means our young hero has arrived. Now you can finally engage in a match to determine who will win or lose. This cunning old fox fully understood the consequences. If the emperor became enraged and this future general was injured, the punishment would definitely be severe and unavoidable. However, his words were merely meant to provoke discord and see whether Li Ji truly dared to challenge him. After all, anyone with common sense would first observe and wait before acting. Only someone as bold yet thoughtless as Li Ji would be easily incited, unknowingly stepping across the emperor's boundaries. Surprisingly, this time, he unexpectedly demonstrated unusual wisdom, turning his head away while chuckling coldly. Chancellor, what exactly do you mean? Although your words aren't entirely pleasing to me, I believe you'd better refrain from stirring conflicts. Moreover, whether he actually dares to face me can be witnessed by everyone, right? Wei Zheng also smiled slightly beside him. However, Left Chancellor Fang Xianling surprisingly sided with Changsun Wuji. Li Ji, you must understand Xin Yu's character. His honesty is widely known within the court, so he surely isn't lying. But don't end up engaging in a fight with a child and being completely crushed, or no one will respect you as a general anymore. What's that supposed to mean? Now all of you are looking down on me. Everyone had originally believed Li Ji was cautious and alert. However, now, provoked by the tactic of goading him, his true nature revealed completely. You all seem eager for me to be defeated. If that's the case, why not fight me first and see who is stronger? The moment these words were shouted out loud, the surrounding ministers all laughed. However, upon seeing the arrival of Master Li, they quickly regained their composure. Your Majesty, I have completed my mission and specially brought General Nanfeng to your presence. Let him enter. Li Cheng, seated on the dragon throne, waved his hand forward eagerly. He was extremely curious about this Nanfeng and wanted badly to see what kind of person he was. After all, someone who could kill over 1,000 enemies and invent the salt-making technique was no ordinary person. He really wanted to see whether this person had 3 heads and 6 arms. All the ministers as well could hardly contain their anticipation, staring outward, eager to catch sight of Nanfeng. They were also anxious to see who would win when the expected clash between Nanfeng and Li Ji finally took place. Footsteps gradually approached. With each step that landed upon the ground, one could feel as though the earth itself was trembling. Such a solid and powerful gate was something no one had ever seen before. Eventually, they saw a figure clad in red armor. This was Nanfeng. He strode straight up into the hall beneath the gaze of countless eyes, and kneeling on one knee, respectfully bowed deeply toward the Son of Heaven, Li Cheng. Although he appeared rather solemn and mature, he hardly looked like a mere 15-year-old boy. Your servant, Nanfeng, respectfully greets your Majesty, the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, long live, long live. Originally holding only the rank of Zhongying, 5th rank, and in the Tang Dynasty where generals were treated with great respect and allowed to simply bow at a 45-degree angle rather than kneeling, it was surprising that he had performed such a deep bow. Dear Minister, please rise. And lift your head. Let us see what you look like. I have much anticipation in seeing you in person. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng naturally lifted his head, completely unafraid and unshaken, looking directly into the eyes of the Emperor, just as one would look at an ordinary person. Upon seeing this person's steady demeanor, full of strength and confidence, Li Cheng laughed out loud, because he knew this was precisely the kind of general he had hoped for, and he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Nanfeng straightened his back and glanced sideways slightly, looking around at the ministers who stood surrounding the hall. Yet immediately, his eyes were drawn to a man of particularly imposing stature. This man was nearly twice his size, broad-shouldered and powerfully built. His gaze was not like that of others filled with awe or respect, but instead glared at him as if issuing a challenge. However, Nanfeng was not in the least frightened. Instead, he directly turned his head and faced this man head-on. In response, the muscular man stepped forward swiftly, standing right before him. This person was none other than Li Ji. Nanfeng had heard of this man before. He was also a General Li Yuqi, holding the rank of 4th grade. Now, Nanfeng smiled slightly at him and then walked forward toward his side. This action left the Emperor puzzled. My dear Minister, what are you doing? Why are you standing beside Li Ji? Humbly reporting to your Majesty. At first glance, I already knew that this person must be the great General Li Ji of our dynasty. Therefore, considering that he holds a 4th rank title while I am merely a 5th rank officer, I chose to stand beside him out of respect. At this moment, Li Cheng's expression turned strange, his lips curled slightly, neither fully smiling nor not. However, many officials had already burst into loud laughter, even Changsun Wuji shaking his head helplessly beside them. Looks like this young man had truly provoked Li Ji today. Standing side by side with him in this manner, he might very well provoke some unpredictable action next. Yes indeed. With Li Ji's short temper, there's no doubt he would show no mercy in the confrontation ahead. He wouldn't even consider the Emperor's face. Indeed, Nanfeng could already feel the fury slowly building up from the person standing next to him. His entire presence seemed to radiate intense anger. Suddenly, the man fiercely grabbed Nanfeng's left arm. Anyone else under such a grip would likely have been gravely injured or even dead. You little brat, with such a weak, thin body, you dare to call yourself a 5th rank general? You could easily be crushed in my hands. And you actually claim to have killed 1,000 enemies? I wouldn't even believe you killed 10. Listen here, little brat. Who told you I was a general? And how did you know I was Li Ji? Nanfeng was held fast by his grip, but no one looked more troubled at this moment than Emperor Li Cheng himself. Now, he himself didn't know how to ease the tension between them, but Nanfeng merely smiled. It wasn't such a big deal to be grabbed like this, and at worst, he would simply apologize to him later. Reporting to General Li. Actually, I mainly felt the killing aura coming from you, so I immediately figured you must be a general. But if I was mistaken just now, and you are actually not a military general but a civil official, then indeed, I have overestimated you. At this moment, all the chancellors and ministers present wore expressions of twitching faces, as if none of them had expected this young man's words to be so perfectly articulate. But with such a statement, was it not implying that General Yuqi, Li Ji, looked merely like a rough, brawny man without much scholarly cultivation? Where exactly was the compliment here? Wasn't it practically belittlement? Upon realizing this, everyone involuntarily shuddered all over. Chapter 15, Request to Change Weapons. Compared to the fear and anxiety of others, Li Ji was now laughing out loud. That works. I've heard you're a war god incarnate. If that's the case, then I admire you greatly. Alright, once the Emperor finishes your ceremony to become a general, we'll have a real man-to-man duel right at the palace gate. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you considering your fragile appearance. Nanfeng, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. This was his moment to prove himself, and he was determined to beat Li Ji so badly he wouldn't even recognize his parents. Li Cheng hurriedly coughed a few times and shook his head repeatedly. Seeing the two men ready to clash, even if he wanted to mediate, it would be extremely difficult. Enough, this was something he no longer wanted to get involved in. So he immediately spoke up. Nanfeng, I've heard you not only invented the salt-making method, but also introduced a suturing technique in the army. You've ensured our soldiers eat well, have access to fine salt, and most importantly, reduced casualties among our generals. I deeply admire you for this. How about it? Would you be satisfied being appointed as the Yuchi general and also as the county magistrate of Junho County? Of course, Ninfeng nodded and bowed respectfully. Honored Emperor, serving the country is my duty. As a native of Chang'an in the Great Tang Dynasty, serving your majesty is what I should do. I dare not seek personal fame or fortune. These words pleased Li Cheng greatly, and he broke into an even wider smile. I understand your loyalty very well. I always reward contributions and punish mistakes. That's why I have already decided to grant you the title of Yuchi General today. However, because you arrived in Chang'an quite late, and since the ceremony has not yet been arranged, let's formally bestow this title upon you tomorrow during the morning court session. Thank you, your majesty. Emperor Li Cheng looked at Nanfeng's physique with a smile. I see you are strong and fit, clearly not an ordinary man. Since you're already in court, and everyone admires your legendary reputation, why don't you demonstrate your martial skills for us? Let's see what you're truly capable of. Your majesty's favor honors me greatly. I will certainly fulfill your wish. Though Nanfeng smiled outwardly, inside he felt a wave of displeasure. These people clearly doubted his ability to slay 1,000 enemies and were now seeking various ways to make him prove himself. Yet nobody dared to state it so bluntly, not even the emperor, who had expressed himself in the most delicate manner. It was indeed strange. At this moment, Li Ji laughed even more gleefully. What a fine young man. Since his majesty has such intentions, why not have a real man-to-man duel right here in the court hall? How about that? A duel between men? Emperor Li Cheng's face immediately darkened. It seemed Li Ji's temper hadn't mellowed at all over the years. He still insisted on fighting anyone he thought was wrong. What if Nanfeng, being of weak constitution, lost to Li Ji? What would they do then? Would they really risk losing such a valuable talent to the Tang Dynasty? But surprisingly, the other court officials one after another expressed agreement. With no choice left, Li Cheng simply raised his hand and waved them on. All right, go ahead. Just do it in front of the main hall outside. Outside was a large open area at the threshold of the Taiha Hall. This threshold was one of the largest in the palace and was guarded by the imperial guards, symbolizing the dignity of the royal court. With such an open space around, a 300-round battle wouldn't feel cramped at all. Behind the hall, next to a pillar, a small figure stood on tiptoe, watching the commotion outside. Though surrounded by ministers and people filling every inch of space, one could still make out the group of eunuchs and palace maids circling around a certain lady. The woman looked delicate and frail, but she carried herself with noble elegance. Even the expression in her eyebrows exuded quiet dignity and grace. At that moment, she softly called out, "Xiao Yu, go and see what's happening. Why are so many people gathered in front of the Taiha Hall?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu hurried forward to check things out. When she returned, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and she appeared visibly startled. "Report to Her Highness, it's the Emperor. His Majesty is leading the court ministers and wishes to hold a martial arts contest here, wanting to witness the outcome of a duel between two ministers." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan became even more excited. Her entire demeanor brightened, her complexion glowed, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Really? Are you sure you saw correctly? Is it truly my father?" Li Yuanyuan was merely 14 years old, the eldest daughter of Li Cheng. Although she was his eldest daughter, her mother had been of low status, and she had only been formally granted the title of princess 2 years ago. Rarely favored by the emperor, she was almost forgotten by him. Yet despite this, Li Yuanyuan remained strong-willed and devoted herself to studying poetry and literature. She was exceptionally skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, all in the hopes of drawing Li Cheng's attention and receiving even a fraction of his affection. After all, such a desire was not unreasonable. In the world, who would not wish for their father to look at them a little more? Especially within the palace, where the emperor's favor meant more than anything else. However, she was also well aware that, although she was a princess, she could not compare to the others. First, her mother's status had been extremely low, almost despised by all. Moreover, her mother had passed away early, leaving her all alone, living a life of solitude and poverty. Even the eunuchs and palace maids often looked down on her. Nevertheless, she still went out of her way to attract the emperor's attention. Never had she expected she would see her father again today, and this time, Li Yuanyuan was determined not to let go of such a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, Nanfeng and Li Ji had already prepared their respective weapons. He held the flame spear and stepped aside, but after a moment's thought, he finally set it down. "Your Majesty, may I borrow a long sword from the Imperial Guard stationed here?" All the ministers looked puzzled, and Li Cheng himself was also confused. "You already have the flame spear. Why would you need to borrow another weapon?" "Your Majesty, the flame spear is simply too powerful. Your humble servant fears accidentally injuring General Li, which would be most undesirable, and I'm afraid your Majesty would hold me accountable." At his words, everyone was shocked. None had expected Nanfeng to say such a thing. But the most infuriated was undoubtedly Li Ji, who roared in anger. "Prideful brat, you actually have the audacity to say this. You underestimate people far too much. Earlier, I admired you for being the incarnate of a war god, a courageous young hero. But now, I see you're nothing but a braggart. I shall teach you a proper lesson and let you understand what it means to meet someone greater than yourself." At this, Li Cheng quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. "Enough, both of you. There's no need for such hostility. Let this matter be settled properly, understood?" He turned directly to Nanfeng. "Nanfeng, Why don't you first let me examine this flame spear of yours? I'd like to see how powerful it truly is. After all, it said you've slain thousands with it. But if your earlier claims are false, I will have no choice but to punish you accordingly. Upon hearing the emperor's words, many imperial guards rushed forward, eager to inspect the legendary flame spear and see for themselves whether it truly possessed the weight and power people had claimed. They hurried forward to grab it, but to their shock, they found themselves utterly incapable of lifting it. They strained and struggled, their faces turning red, yet the spear remained unmoved. For indeed, this was no ordinary weapon that merely weighed 100 caddies. It easily exceeded 200 caddies. That someone could lift it was truly unthinkable. Yet the guard refused to accept defeat and exerted all his strength. With a loud shout, he failed to budge it even slightly, only managing a brief lift of one end before he stumbled and fell backward. The spear clanged down again, shaking the ground beneath them. Li Chang's face darkened in fury. Was this the strength of my imperial guards? With a sweep of his hand, he shoved the guard aside. Fool! What a useless dog! If you can't even lift this spear, I don't know what use I have for you wretched servants at all. Taking this opportunity, Nanfeng immediately stepped forward, seized the flame spear, and held it upright before the emperor. Li Cheng immediately took the spear, but at that very moment, his expression turned awkward, though outwardly calm and composed. After holding it for just a few seconds, he finally handed it back to Nanfeng. Yet the shock in his eyes was evident to everyone. Nanfeng, now I finally understand what you meant earlier. But the more reason there is, the more I admire you. This weapon is so heavy. How can you wield it as effortlessly as a dancer twirling her flowing sleeves? And not only can you wield it, how does your mount cooperate with you to bear both your weight and this heavy weapon? When the emperor spoke thus, all the court ministers were equally astonished, especially Changsun Wuji. Being a general himself, he hurried forward and took the flame spear from Nanfeng's hand. As he lifted it slightly, however, he found it unexpectedly heavy. Heavy, so heavy. His face had turned completely red, eyes wide with shock, staring at Nanfeng with an extremely strange expression. Next, several ministers exchanged glances. Now they dared not doubt further. Seeing this, Nanfeng immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this humble servant does indeed have a mount. His name is Chi-Tu Ma, same as Guan Yu's legendary steed. Chi-Tu Ma is a 1,000-mile horse, a wild one hard to tame, yet capable of traveling thousands of miles without showing fatigue. Therefore, to him, carrying both this servant and my weapon is but a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Then I would truly like to see this famed long-distance steed in person. Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng immediately dispatched a guard to fetch the horse. However, Your Majesty, this servant must still honestly report one matter. My Chi-Tu Ma has a very fierce temper. If someone else tries to lead him, he might injure innocent people. Therefore, Your Majesty, might I request the honor of personally bringing the horse forward? All right, go ahead. After Nanfeng left first, Li Ji, unconvinced and even somewhat contemptuous, stepped forward. What's there to be proud about? I'd like to see how heavy this weapon really is. Suddenly he also felt strange disbelief and immediately stepped forward, quickly grabbing the flame spear. But to his surprise, when he lifted the spear, though it seemed slightly easier than before, everyone noticed the unusual look on Li Ji's face. No, not just unusual. It was clearly a dramatic change. He originally had dark skin, but now his face turned bright red in an instant. No one realized, however, that Li Ji's heart was already churning with waves of shock, and his whole body felt utterly uneasy. Looking closely, one could even see his legs trembling. Oh my, this weapon really isn't just a bit heavy. It's extremely heavy. No one had expected that this time. General Li himself would be completely stunned. Chapter 16. He actually injured the emperor. No, it would be more accurate to say not shocked, but terrified. At this moment, Li Ji completely understood the kind of opponent he was facing. Yet he also knew that if he were to drop the flame gun right away and let all the court ministers around him see clearly, the reputation of General Yuqi would surely become a laughingstock. Thus, at this moment, he could only Manchang place the flame gun on the ground, then immediately turn around. What does that prove? It's just a weapon a bit heavier than others. My own weapon also weighs several dozens of jin. What's there to be concerned about? Although he had now stepped away, many people, out of curiosity, approached to try the flame gun's power. However, after each attempt, they were all greatly shocked. After all, it wasn't just a matter of the weapon's weight, it was clearly equivalent to the weight of an average adult. Thinking about it, Nanfeng did this repeatedly, carrying an adult's weight on the battlefield and continuously fighting, something which seemed utterly unbelievable. Now they turned their gazes toward Li Ji beside them, their hearts filled with sympathy. But most of them wore expressions of mockery, especially Changsun Wuji, who was now watching him with a delighted smile. Li Ji, I think this time you've truly brought it upon yourself. You still insist you can knock this young hero down on the ground. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately provoked Li Ji's anger, his entire face turning grim. Even Fang Xianling beside him was smiling happily. I just told you earlier to be more cautious in life, and not to speak recklessly. Now look what's happened. The arrow is already on the bowstring. You have no choice but to face off with him. When the two of you fight, if he really swings this flame gun at you, do you think you'll still be alive? One after another, everyone looked at Li Ji, almost laughing incredulously. After all, in their eyes, this would shortly become a joke. Li Ji, from today on, especially after seeing this flame gun, I've already made my decision. That is, I will definitely follow young Master Ninfeng closely. Then, when you want to beat me up, just wait for him to protect me. How about that? Are you scared now? At these words, Li Ji immediately rolled up his sleeves and roared angrily at the crowd. All of you, shut your mouths right now, or I swear I'll take this flame gun and stab you all to death. All right, my beloved ministers need not argue any further. Seeing this, Li Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. But even so, being able to lift something so heavy, what's the big deal? Li Ji didn't believe even a bit in this person's actual capability, still trying to save face. So what? He may have brute strength, but warfare isn't won just by brute force. In my days on the battlefield, wasn't I equally heroic? But I refuse to believe anyone can truly wield such a heavy weapon as easily as a fish swims through water cutting down enemies. Li Cheng could only shake his head helplessly again. Li Ji, how come you still don't understand? Nanfeng is not someone like what you imagined. Although you say he's thin, he is only 15 years old. At such an age, already possessing the bearing of a war god. Who in this world could possibly rival him? With the emperor himself having spoken thus, Li Ji now found himself completely speechless. Just at this moment, Nanfeng returned immediately, leading his beloved Cheetah horse. However, as the Cheetah horse stepped forward, unexpectedly, a foul stench immediately filled the air. Especially noticeable was the fact that there was blood on the horse's back, which appeared very disgusting and ugly. Li Cheng didn't step forward but covered his nose and mouth, while backing away repeatedly. Changsun Wuji was the first to confront him. Minister Nan, what exactly are you doing? Your horse emits a disgusting stench. What exactly is it? You should know. Today you are in the emperor's presence. You cannot bring in such filth. Li Cheng's face now turned extremely unpleasant as he waited for Nanfeng to give an explanation. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng immediately removed the cloth from the horse's back, and a human head rolled down entirely. Many ministers seeing this were instantly terrified. Likewise, the emperor himself also didn't know what was going on for a moment. Your Majesty, this person on the horseback is a wanted criminal I encountered on my journey. He stopped me and claimed he wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to eliminate him completely. Eventually, I discovered he was actually a wanted criminal of the court, so I brought his head back. A wanted criminal? What criminal? Many of the officials looked puzzled, though some found the appearance of the severed head vaguely familiar. He is Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan? What? Suddenly, everyone was stunned, and one by one they stared at the head. They could scarcely believe that this legendary and powerful evildoer had been captured and decapitated by Nanfeng, a mere young boy. Everyone knew who Wang Yuan was. He was the most feared evil figure in the entire realm. Yet now he was dead, his head severed from his body. This was simply too shocking. At this moment, however, Li Ji felt an indescribable pain deep inside. After all, for Nanfeng to possess such power, to be able to cut off Wang Yuan's head, proved beyond doubt that his strength was no longer something Li Ji could afford to underestimate. Yet now, Li Ji had already publicly declared his intention to fight him for 300 rounds. How could he now take back those words? He had truly provoked someone he should never have angered. He was completely finished. He quickly turned his gaze toward Li Cheng. Though Li Cheng was still caught in shock, he had noticed the bitter, almost disbelieving expression on Li Ji's face. Li Ji knew deep down that only the emperor could now save him from his predicament. Otherwise, if he truly ended up defeated and thrown to the ground by this 15-year-old boy, it would be absolutely humiliating. He would probably be too embarrassed to go outside for quite some time. At this moment, Li Cheng immediately ordered someone to untie the head and take a closer look. As expected, it was truly Wang Yuan. Except his face looked particularly grotesque, none of the legendary grandeur remained. His head hung lifelessly, his expression terrifyingly hideous. One would never have guessed that this was once the invincible, godlike master of evil. Yes, it is indeed him. Nanfeng, you have yet again performed a great service for our nation. This Wang Yuan, perhaps you do not fully understand. He was the very demon of our great Tang. His existence alone was a torment to the entire dynasty. My late father, the former emperor, bore endless anguish because of him. Yet now he has been completely annihilated by you, his body separated from his head. This pleases Jun greatly. Indeed, for just this single head alone, you are entitled to a reward worth over 10,000 taels of silver. Today, Nanfeng, you have fulfilled the one task that has brought Jun the greatest joy. Guards, bring 10,000 taels of gold to the residence of the Li family immediately. Sure enough, once the emperor had spoken, there was no turning back. Officials were immediately dispatched to deliver the silver to the Li household. Nanfeng's reputation had truly become unassailable. Your humble servant thanks your majesty. Nanfeng immediately knelt on one knee, deeply fearing that the emperor might later regret this generous reward and change his mind. After all, this was exactly what he was living for, to gain as much gold and silver as possible, using it as the foundation for achieving greater ambitions. Come, take this repulsive head away and feed it to the dogs. Though his eyebrows were now relaxed, he still frowned slightly. Nanfeng, not that Jun wishes to criticize, but Jun had initially been in a fine mood, eager to see you in combat. However, now that mood has been ruined entirely by this severed head, perhaps today's duel should be cancelled. For a moment, all the court officials looked at each other in stunned silence. Unexpectedly, the long-anticipated duel was now suddenly called off. Their hopes of watching Li Ji suffer humiliation had been dashed entirely. However, looking at Li Ji now, they could see a barely concealed smirk on his face, an expression filled with schadenfreude. Everyone soon lost interest in staying. for they had waited so long only for the chance to witness the epic duel that would shake Chang'an. Now all that was gone. Though the crowd was disappointed, the emperor's interest in Nanfeng's cheetah horse had just been sparked. Immediately stepping forward, he gazed at the horse's black, glistening coat and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, this is truly a rare steed worthy of galloping 1,000 li. As he spoke, Li Cheng raised his hand, ready to gently stroke the horse. But alas, things were about to go terribly wrong. Nanfeng had always worried about the horse's temper. What if it suddenly turned violent and injured someone else? He never imagined the emperor would act first. Yet in the end, everything happened too late. Your Majesty, be careful. Unexpectedly, the cheetah horse immediately turned its head toward the emperor's hand and attempted to bite him. Fortunately, Li Cheng had some experience in martial arts and quickly withdrew his hand in time to avoid injury. However, in the end, the cheetah horse actually tore off a large piece of the emperor's dragon robe. Your Majesty, are you alright? Your Majesty, come protect the emperor. Guard him. This beast is simply too terrifying. Your Majesty, if I may suggest, this creature should be dragged out immediately and executed without delay. What? Upon hearing those words, Nanfeng became utterly furious, and his eyes slowly turned cold and ruthless. This horse was something he had paid a great deal of silver to acquire. Anyone who dared to harm his horse would be the first to face his wrath. It's alright. I'm fine. Li Cheng regained his senses from the shock, and even now, admiration still flickered in his eyes. What an excellent horse this is. Truly a steed worthy of 1,000 li. Nanfeng. May I ask if this is a purebred Fergana horse? Nanfeng shook his head at this moment. Your Majesty, I beg to inform you that it is absolutely not a Fergana horse. This horse is merely a wild one, and it is extremely unruly. How could it possibly be compared to the Fergana horse? Is that so? At this moment, Li Cheng suddenly developed a deeper interest. Why can't the Fergana horse be compared to this one? Your Majesty, perhaps you are unaware. Actually, these Fergana horses are all afflicted with illness. They are not truly the superior breed they are claimed to be. Moreover, the reason they are called Fergana horses is simply because their sweat carries a reddish hue. In reality, that red coloration is caused by a disease on the horse's skin, which makes them prone to injuries. Touch them and blood is easily drawn. Although they are fast, often after one race they may drop dead and never live long. Upon hearing this, everyone, especially Li Cheng, was utterly disbelieving. Who told you this? Why would you offer such an explanation? I must inform your Majesty this comes from my master's teachings. In earlier years, my master once raised a Fergana horse, but it died not long after. Then my master conducted a dissection to carefully examine the horse, and thus discovered the secret within its body. All the officials were greatly astonished and began whispering among themselves. What does he mean by that? What does he mean by dissection? Cutting up the corpse. And why have I never heard of such a thing before? So it turns out the Fergana horse isn't even a prized horse. I think what he says must be correct. Indeed, I have never seen a Fergana horse live very long. They usually die within a few days of arriving. Li Cheng immediately coughed a few times. Alright, Nanfeng, if what you say is true, that the so-called Fergana horse is merely the result of illness, I still have one question. Who is your master? What kind of person is he? How could he possibly have taught you such strange knowledge? And even more so, nurtured you to be so capable? Finally, Nanfeng could only sigh softly. He knew all along that emperors were always suspicious by nature, and now they were determined to dig deeply into every aspect of his life. After all, if he could not satisfy Li Cheng's doubts today, there was surely the risk of losing his head in the future. Chapter 17. The Disciple of Master Gigu. Just as Nanfeng was about to open his mouth to answer, Li Cheng suddenly turned his head and led the group toward the lotus pond. It seemed as though the previous question would not be pursued further. As the day grows late and the sun begins to set, why don't I have the royal kitchen prepare a few pots of wine and some warm dishes? My dear ministers, let us all head to the imperial garden to enjoy the scenery and have a pleasant conversation together, the emperor proposed. Yes, Bisha, we shall follow your command. The ministers replied in unison. Li Cheng immediately ordered the royal kitchen to prepare a lavish feast and led the ministers toward the imperial garden. However, they unexpectedly encountered someone along the way. As the attendants were about to announce the emperor's arrival, Li Cheng signaled them to remain silent and quietly approached from behind Princess Li Yunyuan, who was engrossed in painting. He stood there, watching her brush move across the paper in a flurry of exquisite strokes, his eyes growing increasingly gentle. In fact, Princess Li Yunyuan had previously instructed her palace maids and eunuchs to keep a close watch on the emperor's movements. Yet she hadn't expected that the maid she had sent out hadn't yet returned, and the emperor had arrived behind her so unexpectedly. What an outstanding painting. An exceptional work. Startled, Li Yuanyuan quickly turned around and found herself face to face with her father. My dear princess, your artwork is becoming increasingly refined. Look at these lotuses, they appear so lifelike, almost real. Father, your humble daughter greets you with the utmost respect. May you have eternal good fortune. Li Yuanyuan's body trembled slightly, and she hastily knelt down to pay her respects. Li Yuanyuan, your painting skills truly impressed this emperor. Who could have imagined that among all my daughters, there would be one as gifted as you? Truly, this pleases me immensely. Your daughter is deeply grateful for your praise, father, though you flatter me greatly. At this moment, Li Yuanyuan's face flushed red with delight, clearly overwhelmed by her father's compliments. As he looked at his now growing daughter, emotions welled up in Li Cheng's heart. I remember the last time I saw you was at the birthday banquet. Back then, you were barely tall enough to reach my knee. How has time passed so quickly? Have we interrupted your painting just now? The emperor asked kindly. Li Yuanyuan shook her head rapidly. No, father. It was I who disturbed you and your ministers in the midst of discussing state affairs. I had thought that being in the imperial garden would not disturb your peace, yet I ended up causing your unexpected appearance. It was most inconsiderate of me. Waving his hand joyfully, Li Cheng responded, It's quite all right. Why don't you continue painting here while we retreat to the pavilion for a while to discuss our matters? He then continued forward with the ministers. Yet suddenly, he turned back to glance at Nan Feng, who was standing behind him. That ambiguous, half-smiling gaze sent a shiver down Nan Feng's spine. What kind of expression was this from the emperor? Why did it seem so unnervingly intimidating? All right, everyone, please be seated and feel free to relax. Nan Feng especially should do the same. Once everyone had settled into their seats, Nan Feng was specially arranged to sit beside the emperor. However, this sudden shift to such special treatment and attention only gave him a strong sense of impending unease, as though he had stumbled unknowingly into a banquet of hidden dangers. Oh, Nan Feng, I've heard you're 15 years old now and recently returned from overseas. I wonder, have you found someone who has caught your heart? Or perhaps your master has already found a suitable young lady for you in those distant lands. At these words, Nan Feng felt his heart lurch. Not at all, your majesty. I am still quite young, so I have no intentions of marriage yet. 15 is not so young. Do you have any such inclinations? If your heart has chosen someone, feel free to tell me. Even if there's no one in your heart yet, why not let me arrange a fine match for you? How about one of my daughters? What do you think? His daughter? A royal princess? In that instant, Nan Feng could only lower his gaze. But of course, the princess is a most noble lady, far beyond the reach of a humble person like myself. Hearing these words, the emperor felt particularly pleased. Your words are as sweet as honey. Listen, seeing as you are already a capable and virtuous young man in my court and still unattached, why don't I make an offer? What do you think of my eldest princess earlier? How about I arrange for her to marry you? At that moment, Nan Feng could not shake a profound discomfort. After all, he barely knew the eldest princess. What if the princess turned out to have a heart as venomous as a scorpion's? What then? However, this moment of hesitation was noticed by Li Cheng, who immediately felt embarrassed and gloomy. What? Do you think my daughter is not worthy of you? No, your majesty. It's just that I am a mere general, a rough man. How could I possibly marry your princess? Besides, our Tang Dynasty has so many talented people. Many civil officials and military generals surpass me in ability. It's not that I am unwilling, but rather I feel I lack the merit to deserve such a match. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's expression finally improved, and he burst into laughter. You don't worry. With a single imperial decree from me, who would dare to say anything negative? Let's do this. You're 15 now, still quite young. Let's wait until you come of age, until you turn 16, and then I shall allow you to marry my princess. After all, being the Fuma of a Tang princess is not something just anyone can do. Right now, you are General Yuqi, and you shall become my son-in-law. This is an extremely suitable match. I'm sure it will become a wonderful story for the ages. Yes, your majesty is wise, your majesty is wise. At this point, Nan Feng had no choice but to say no. After all, the emperor had gone to great lengths and given so many reasons to persuade him. If he were to refuse now, it would surely cost him his head. Moreover, before his full abilities were revealed, he absolutely could not provoke any conflict with the emperor. After all, once he married the emperor's daughter, he could take things step by step as they came. At this moment, Li Cheng was in a particularly joyful mood and immediately raised his cup. Today, then, is a day of double celebration. We not only gain a new warrior, but also gain a Fuma. Everyone, please raise your cups to this joyous occasion. Congratulations to the emperor, congratulations. All the ministers raised their cups and drank. Yet the one with the worst expression right now was Nan Feng himself. This was not something he truly wanted, but he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The wine he drank tasted bitter in his stomach. Oh, Nan Feng, why don't you tell us about your master? I'm quite curious to know what kind of person he is to have trained someone like you. What must come will come. Nan Feng finally recited the carefully prepared lies he had thought through earlier. Humbly reporting to your majesty, my master is an extraordinary man. However, he possesses no talent for governing a country, nor does he understand any practical knowledge of the present age. He knows only theoretical discussions and speaks only in the lofty, pretentious words of a scholar, offering little real value. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, several officials looked visibly angry, but Nan Feng continued calmly. Furthermore, my master understands neither social customs nor human relations. Though he lives among the world and breathes the air of heaven and earth, he is in truth a useless person. Although he possessed great talent in his lifetime, he never contributed to the country or served the Tang Dynasty. It is truly a waste, and his life lacked any realization of its value. Li Cheng listened to Nan Feng's words, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He seemed eager to hear how Nan Feng would continue. Nan Feng continued. In my humble opinion, the most important duty of a citizen of the Tang Dynasty is to achieve glory for the nation and ensure that the common people live without fear of war, with enough food to eat. This is the foremost responsibility of every citizen. Moreover, as one of the emperor's subjects, defending our borders and bringing prosperity to our lands is essential. As for whether one's life is wasted or meaningful, it is a matter of the heart. If the heart lacks willingness, no amount of action can truly change that. These were my master's final words before his death. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, glancing uncertainly at one another. After all, They had initially assumed that Nan Feng and his master were nothing but babbling fools, speaking nonsense. But now, upon hearing these last words, they realized that their earlier judgment had been too hasty. Li Cheng smiled faintly. Then tell me, does your master have a name? Humbly reporting to the emperor, my master had no name in his entire life. He only allowed me to call him master, saying that to carry a name and surname meant to carry attachments. He belonged to no family, belonging instead to the heavens and earth, born of the sky and raised by the earth. Therefore, a name was of no importance. I have often seen my master study the arts of strategy and diplomacy. I suspect he might be a disciple of Master Gigu. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was astonished. Master Gigu, this was no ordinary person. He was the founding master of the Zongheng school dating back to the Warring States period, and his philosophical ideas were profound and boundless, even beyond what others could reach. Now, even Li Cheng and all the ministers were deeply shocked. Their eyes reflected not only surprise, but also doubt. They simply couldn't believe it. More than anything, they found it hard to accept that Nan Feng could actually be a disciple of Master Giga's lineage. It was simply too incredible. At this moment, Li Cheng immediately asked, then what about your martial cultivation? Have you truly inherited your master's skills? Can you even comprehend the knowledge of Master Gigu? Li Cheng's words prompted Nan Feng to smile inwardly. Humbly reporting to your majesty, my knowledge does not even amount to 1/10,000th of my master's. I've merely learned a bit of the surface-level teachings and still fall short. Moreover, my master himself once said that he lived only a little over 100 years. How is that possible? Before Nan Feng could finish speaking, someone had already roared in disbelief. Who could possibly live over 100 years? That would mean he was practically immortal. In today's world, living to 70 is already considered a long life. How could such a thing be true? The one who spoke was none other than Wu Shu, the minister of personnel and a descendant of the Wu family. He often relied on his status as a descendant of Empress Wu Zetian, using it to flaunt his power and dominate others. Moreover, this man enjoyed nitpicking over words and believed himself to be the most learned person in the realm. Nan Feng, however, merely smiled helplessly. Minister Wu, I know you may not believe me, but my master did indeed live over 100 years. If you refuse to believe a person could live that long, that is your choice. After all, he was my master. No one understood him better than me. I remember my master once taught me the art of Bigu, fasting technique, where one sits in meditation for nearly 81 days without drinking even a drop of water or eating a single grain of rice. During this period, there would be no signs of breath or movement from the body, as if the person were in a transcendent state. At first, I was truly terrified when I saw him in that condition, thinking that he had already passed away. I was about to make funeral arrangements, when suddenly he opened his eyes, which scared me beyond words. Everything I've said is the absolute truth. If His Majesty does not believe me, I can personally demonstrate this fasting technique for all of you, and then you shall see whether my words are true or not. These words left everyone around him in utter shock, including Li Cheng himself, for the claim he had just made was simply too incredible to believe. Chapter 18. The Art of Avoiding Grain. Of course, what Nan Feng said wasn't entirely truthful, for he knew that the so-called art of avoiding grain was nothing but a trick. It was simply the breath-holding technique, also known as the tortoise breathing method. In simple terms, it was just holding one's breath and seeing how long one could last. Such a practice relied entirely on one's internal martial arts skills. Coincidentally, Nan Feng had recently purchased a skill from a shop, which happened to be the breath-holding technique. If he could demonstrate it before them, it would dispel their suspicions about him. Though Li Cheng didn't believe him, seeing the earnest look on Nan Feng's face, he could only nod reluctantly. Since no one here believes what you say, Nan Feng, it's better for you to demonstrate it for everyone. That way, they can see for themselves and their suspicions about you will vanish. Then, all can be witnesses. Nan Feng was naturally delighted at this, as it was the perfect opportunity to show off how skilled he was, preferably to scare them half to death. He calmly looked around and gazed at the lake in the imperial garden before him. Your Majesty, how about this? I'll hold my breath directly underwater. If I cheat, everyone will be able to tell. Allow me to make a spectacle here in the imperial garden. Fine, go ahead. Li Cheng quickly dispatched a eunuch to prepare fresh clothes for him and ordered the palace maids to retreat, as the reputation of the esteemed General Yuqi must not be sullied. In the blink of an eye, Nan Feng had already made his way to the lakeside garden, calmly placing his feet into the water and finally submerged his head entirely beneath the surface. Indeed, this display was clearly visible to all. Meanwhile, Princess Li Yuanyuan had stationed her maids nearby, eager to find out what they were discussing. Sure enough, upon witnessing the scene, the maid hurried over, panting heavily, causing Princess Li Yuanyuan to frown in confusion. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Just now, the Emperor declared that he will betroth you to the newly appointed General Yuqi. He said once the general comes of age, you two will officially wed. What will you do now? What did you say? Li Yuanyuan was utterly shocked, her face frozen in disbelief. She never imagined that her father, the Emperor, would be so heartless as to marry her off to a mere man of brute strength. Wasn't this going too far in disregarding her? I never thought father would look down on me just because of my low birth and marry me to someone like this. Oh heavens, what should I do now? What should I do? Your Highness, please don't be upset, whispered the maid, Xiao Yu, as she hurriedly stepped forward to console her. Your Highness, I think today the groom won't be leaving the water alive. I heard the Emperor order him to hold his breath underwater, and I suspect he'll suffocate and die within minutes. Suddenly, Princess Li Yuanyuan was shocked. What did you say? Father ordered him to hold his breath under the water? How is that possible? Surely he won't actually die in there, would he? Your Majesty, I do not know, the maid replied cautiously. But I did hear that he was supposed to submerge himself and is already in the water. I simply don't know how long he will hold his breath. No, absolutely not. Li Yuanyuan was clearly concerned now, though her concerns primarily centered on the emperor's reputation. Once this matter became public, people would say the emperor was cruel to his officials, and his reputation would surely suffer. With Xiao Yu's support, Li Yuanyuan rushed to the pavilion, where indeed a crowd had gathered around the lake, watching for any signs of movement in the water. Upon close inspection, she noticed the water remained eerily still, with no bubbles rising to the surface. Judging by appearances, he hadn't been underwater for very long. Yet how could one possibly determine if he was alive or dead? She quickly ran to her father's side, but currently, Emperor Li Cheng was too preoccupied to pay attention to her, fully focused on the ongoing situation. Minutes passed, first 1 cup of tea, then 2 cups, then half an hour. Every minister present was visibly anxious. Changsun Wuji was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, what if something has happened to Minister Nan? If he truly dies under the water, what shall we do? Li Cheng's expression darkened completely. Then what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and fish Minister Nan out. If you delay any further, each and every one of you will be punished. At the emperor's furious command, the guards hurriedly removed their outer garments and prepared to dive into the water to rescue him, only to be startled by a sudden splash. The man in the water sprang up joyfully and even waved cheerfully at them. But now, Emperor Li Cheng's face was full of embarrassment. After all, such a prank was simply too undignified. However, Li Yuanyuan found this scene incredibly amusing, even covering her mouth in a fit of giggles for a while. Finally, after slowly stepping back, she could still be seen smiling in Xiao Yu's eyes. Princess, did you just smile? It's been such a long time since you last smiled. Actually, I think marrying General Yuchi isn't all that bad. From what I overheard between him and the court officials, he seems quite knowledgeable. If you were to marry someone like him, I suppose it might be a happy match. But Xiao Yu's words could not completely calm her heart. After all, when it came to marriage, could things really be decided so easily? What nonsense are you talking? Don't you know that I've always liked those who are well-read and skilled in literature? But this man is nothing more than a brute soldier. How can his learning compare to that of those refined young scholars? Moreover, he is neither someone I know well nor someone I truly love. If I were suddenly married off to him, I fear I would never be happy in this life. Even father doesn't seem to understand my heart, hastily giving me to him in marriage. Besides, at this moment, Li Yuanyuan still had a sliver of thought lingering in her mind, for she estimated it would still be another 2 or 3 years before the general came of age. By then, if he could achieve great deeds for the country, surely her younger sisters would be captivated by him. And then, with their influence over the emperor's favor, if she then wished to marry him, her father would surely agree. So, perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing after all. At least for now, the opportunity wasn't yet clear. Xiao Yu gazed gently at her princess, worry growing in her heart. Princess, you don't need to worry too much. After all, he is the one who invented the salt-making technique, and even the military's wound-stitching methods were all created by him. So I think he must be. Enough. Xiao Yu, you need not say more. She knew the maid had already been captivated by that man, and probably couldn't understand her thoughts for now. At this moment, seeing Nan Feng walking up after changing clothes, Emperor Li Cheng couldn't help shaking his head, the anger in his heart still unable to fade. Especially with Nan Feng's wet hair and disheveled appearance, looking just like a spoiled young noble, not even having properly tied his waist belt. Well then, my lords, do you now believe in this grain-avoiding art? Surely you won't doubt my words any longer, will you? Li Cheng had originally wanted to scold him, but finally gave up with a helpless sigh, glancing at the darkened sky. All right then, I will discuss this properly with you another day. It's already getting late. Everyone, return to your mansions. Also, Li Cheng suddenly grinned slyly. Perhaps you could later teach me this art of avoiding grain. I would like to learn it as well. However, Nan Feng immediately shook his head. Your Majesty, I think this grain-avoiding technique isn't suitable for you. After all, your age is quite advanced now, and besides, you never practiced it since childhood, the foundation of a young apprentice. If you were to try to learn it now, you may not grasp the key points and may even harm your health. It would be better for you to first strengthen your bones and improve your physical ability, and only then would it be easier and more convenient to learn. Of course, this was merely Nan Feng's own reasoning. The real reason he thought was that, once the emperor learned it, this flourishing Tang Dynasty would surely be doomed. After all, since ancient times, those who obsessed over immortality arts had always ended up in the most tragic of fates. Upon hearing these words, Li Cheng felt deeply disappointed, as he had secretly wished to master the secret to eternal life. Then, if I could cultivate a physique and bones like yours, would that be acceptable? Surprisingly, Nan Feng still shook his head. Your Majesty, that is exactly what you cannot achieve. Of course, it's possible to train to have a body like mine, but one would also need the guidance of my master. You see, my body has been soaked in medicinal herbs since childhood under my master's careful training, and only then did I obtain this strong constitution and bone structure. Considering that I'm already in my teens, it took me more than 10 years. For you, it would likely take 40 or 50 years at the very least. This time, he completely crushed the emperor's hopes, and finally, Li Cheng could only lower his head helplessly. All right then, I have one more question to ask you. Since you've studied some knowledge from your master, can you tell me, have you mastered anything of worth? Did you study Confucian teachings or Taoist scriptures? For a moment, Nanfeng was so perplexed by the question that he didn't know how to respond. Truthfully, Your Majesty, he replied. This humble servant has never studied the 4 books or the 5 classics, nor have I read any Huanglao philosophical texts. However, I did learn some calculations and gained extensive knowledge regarding agriculture, craftsmanship, and commerce. At this point, Nanfeng's words directly shocked all the ministers present, as they had never even heard of these things before. How could they possibly understand? However, when he mentioned the word astronomy, Emperor Licheng couldn't help but nod in approval and admiration. After all, astronomy should be the study of the heavens. Even though it sounded mysterious, it must be extremely fascinating indeed. Chapter 19, Fortune-Telling. At this moment, Licheng was completely intrigued and immediately asked, "So, what exactly is astronomy?" Since it was Nanfeng who was speaking, he had to give a proper response, and so he began fabricating his explanation. Astronomy, naturally, is the study of the heavens. Its primary focus is on everything unknown. Your Majesty, think about it. Matters of the sky are mysteries yet unknown to us. Therefore, we must explore these unknown secrets. Just imagine all the phenomena in the sky and their relationship to our society and lives. This is astronomy. At this point, Licheng was feeling completely lost and didn't even know how to respond. Even Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling standing nearby shared the same expression, clearly also struggling to understand. They looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. In other words, suddenly Changsun Wuji spoke up. You are suggesting that by observing the various changes in the heavens, you can predict events on Earth, correct? Nanfeng replied in an exasperated tone. Well, yes, technically. However, my master once told me on his deathbed that attempting to uncover heavenly secrets must be avoided because divine will must not be easily speculated upon. Otherwise, it may harm the nation's destiny or even shorten the life of the fortune teller. Therefore, this must only be done in times of emergency. If heaven becomes enraged, disasters may descend upon the mortal realm. Losing the life of a mere minister like myself is insignificant, but if it damages the country's fate, that would be disastrous. Licheng nodded repeatedly and said, Right. Losing a bit of lifespan isn't much, but the destiny of the empire cannot be predicted so easily. Otherwise, once it affects the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty, that wouldn't be good at all. Besides, I value your life highly indeed. If someone else had heard these words from the emperor, they would surely be delighted, as receiving such favor from the ruler was no small matter. But surprisingly, though the words sounded good, they were just polite formalities, nothing more. Still, since Licheng wanted to know, perhaps this was a good opportunity to inform him about what was going to happen next, before the chance was lost. The matter of my life isn't of great importance, Your Majesty. If you could please give me a tortoise shell and 8 copper coins, I can use them to perform a divination. Why would you need these 2 items? Licheng looked at him in confusion. Actually, the tortoise shell has always been an essential item for divination since ancient times. As for the 8 coins, they are mainly used to decipher guidance from the heavens. Unfortunately, my master only taught me a superficial method. He himself could use 16 coins to calculate 16 fates, but with my limited abilities, I can only deduce 8. It should be harmless unless it's something of extreme importance. Promptly, Licheng ordered a eunuch to bring the items. Nanfeng rolled up his sleeves and sat solemnly in front of them. Everyone gathered closely, curious to see how he would divine the will of heaven. Licheng closed his eyes slightly and, with deliberate gestures, placed the coins into the tortoise shell. Then, pretending with fingers raised, he shook his right hand repeatedly. But the scene was rather unsettling to watch, as one could see blood dripping from his body where he had secretly used finger pressure to pierce his own acupoints. Licheng, growing more anxious, continued the ritual. After about a cup of tea's time, after hundreds of shakes, he suddenly opened his eyes and poured the coins from the tortoise shell onto the table. But as he looked closely at the arrangement, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. This spectacle startled everyone around him, especially Licheng. Hurry, summon the imperial physician. Call the royal doctor immediately. If anything happens to Minister Nan, you'll all be held accountable. Yet suddenly, Nanfeng raised his hand. Your Majesty, no need, I am fine. It's just that I accidentally uncovered a divine secret, which someone noticed. Now, I fear I may lose 15 years from my life. This outcome moved Licheng deeply, and he immediately stepped forward to support Nanfeng. My dear minister, it is all because of me. I shouldn't have asked so much of you. Making you lose 15 years of life. It weighs heavily on my heart. I feel terrible, truly terrible. Nanfeng kept shaking his head. Seeing the eager expressions around him, it was clear that everyone was thinking the same thing. What exactly had he discovered that had cost him 15 years of his life? Licheng immediately grabbed his hand and said, Nanfeng, if what you've said is true, then there's truly no way for Jun to compensate you. After all, you're still very young. So I've been thinking, perhaps it's better not to speak of this matter at all, to avoid provoking heaven's wrath further. Otherwise, Your Majesty, my life truly means nothing, for it was sacrificed for our Daong. Therefore, I am not afraid. However, what I saw just now was... What did you see? What was it? All the ministers were in an uproar, anxious and uneasy, but Nanfeng calmly replied, Your Majesty, what I saw was this. Next autumn will be a season of complete crop failure. Datong will suffer a natural disaster. At that time, locusts will swarm across the land. Baixing will find their crops utterly destroyed, leading to cannibalism out of starvation. Baixing will suffer greatly. If this happens, Datong will fall into chaos, and thus, Upon hearing these words, Li Cheng was utterly horrified. He immediately released Nan Feng's hand, and would have collapsed if not for Changsun Wuji quickly stepping forward to support him. Finally, he could only tremble and point a shaking finger. Nan Feng, are you certain? What you just said, is it truly true? Nan Feng nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, what I saw was precisely this. Therefore, I beg of you, prepare early and take preventive measures before it's too late. Drought and locust plague, heaven above. Is this heaven's way of destroying Datong? Li Cheng continuously looked to the heavens and cried aloud. Never did I imagine Dai's century-old empire would collapse under my reign. What should I do? My lords, tell me, what is to be done? At this moment, Wu Shu finally spoke. Your Majesty, since the disaster comes from locusts, perhaps we should issue an immediate decree to exterminate all locusts. No. Changsun Wuji immediately shook his head and waved his hands. These locusts breed in extremely hidden places. How can we possibly locate them all? With such vast numbers, how could humans possibly eliminate them? This idea will not work at all. Fang Xianling stepped forward immediately as well. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, perhaps it would be better to wait until the locusts mature. When they are clearly visible, we can deal with them one by one. What do you think? Yet Li Cheng found these countermeasures unacceptable. He turned his gaze to Nan Feng beside him. Nandaran, what are your thoughts? Do you have any suggestion? Of course Nan Feng spoke immediately. Your Majesty, in fact, eliminating locusts doesn't require manpower at all. Rather, raising chickens is sufficient. Simply keep chickens in the areas where locusts frequently appear. When the locusts grow, even while they're still hatching, they can be eaten by chickens. In this way, won't the locust plague be solved naturally? Indeed, that's a truly fine plan. One of the ministers nodded repeatedly, as this suggestion was undeniably brilliant. Truly, Nanda's wisdom surpasses all others to have devised such a method. Li Cheng also nodded and smiled approvingly. Nan Feng, you are truly capable. Something Jun and the other ministers failed to conceive, you have cleverly solved. Here's what I shall do. I decree that from now on, you shall reside in the heart of Chang'an, in your own mansion. Previously I intended to send you back to Junho County, but since now you may stay in Chang'an, there's no need for you to return to your family in Li County. If next year truly brings drought and locust plague, you may send people to deal with it. And once you come of age next year, you may also proceed with your wedding to the princess. This suggestion struck perfectly with Li Cheng's thoughts. Although Junho County wasn't far from Chang'an, it certainly wasn't at its center. Now, if Nan Feng could live in a mansion within the imperial city itself, closest to the palace, then surely all his talents would be brought to full use. In this way, he could finally embark on his life of leisure and ease. Thank you, Your Majesty. I accept your command. Oh, Nan Feng, how are you feeling now? Why don't you rest briefly in my palace today? Don't concern yourself with other matters. I shall immediately summon the imperial physician to attend to you. It's nothing serious, Your Majesty. I merely spat some blood, surely no major harm done. It's just that those 15 lost years of my lifespan. I fear. He deliberately said this. And sure enough, Li Cheng's expression grew even grimmer, his face showing deep guilt. After all of this was his doing, which had caused this blessing-bringing official of Dog to suffer such a reduction in lifespan. Reflecting upon it now, he felt he must find a way to properly compensate him. As he continued his deep thoughts, suddenly Changsun Wuji, rarely one to speak, finally opened his mouth. Nandaran, actually just now in the astronomy section the Emperor also asked you a question. Perhaps you could take this opportunity to resolve my confusion as well? Just now, what you said about mathematics was truly insightful. How about we have a discussion, perhaps even a friendly exchange of ideas? I naturally have studied the subject too, after all. Nan Feng immediately understood what this old fox was thinking upon hearing this. It was nothing more than an attempt to test his capabilities. However, if that was what he desired, then he would certainly be more than happy to engage and blunt his sharpness, so that he could clearly see just how extraordinary a person Nan Feng truly was. Chapter 20, A Test of Arithmetic. Alright then, Minister Changsun. Since you have such thoughts, we can all discuss it here for a while. Anyway, it's already dark, and the night is not too unsettling, is it? So Nan Feng sent a eunuch to fetch some brushes and paper. However, before long, the one who arrived carrying the brush case was actually the princess they had just seen. Li Yuanyuan walked in with the brush case, and personally poured tea for them. Her graceful demeanor delighted Li Cheng greatly. Yet, her eyes never left Nan Feng. Upon closer look, General Nan was indeed quite handsome, particularly his profile, handsome and dashing. Suddenly, her face turned slightly red, and Nan Feng noticed this, causing him to smile even more. Actually, Nan Feng had also noticed that Li Yuanyuan herself was rather charming, with beautiful eyes and fair skin. Though still only 14, she was already a breathtaking beauty. She would surely become the most beautiful woman in the empire when she grew older. Moreover, Li Cheng himself was the most handsome among the emperors of the Tang Dynasty, so his sons and daughters were naturally exceptional. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. For a moment, Nan Feng became unusually fond of this future wife of his. But for now, his only concern was dealing with Changsun Wuji, that old fox. He wanted to see exactly what kind of challenge this person had prepared for him. Any arithmetic problem from his mind would be enough to leave Changsun speechless. But unexpectedly, Changsun simply smiled, took up the brush and paper, and said, Minister Nan, since you're so confident and clever, I'll present the simplest question possible. Please think about it. They say a cage contains chickens and rabbits. The total number of heads from all the chickens and rabbits combined is 30, and the total number of feet is 88. Now how many chickens and how many rabbits are there? Upon hearing this, all the ministers smiled knowingly, as if they could already imagine Nanfeng being unable to answer. Yet, he only smiled faintly. Minister Changsun, the question you've posed is indeed rather childish. If the total number of heads is 30 and the number of feet is 88, then we can deduce there are 14 rabbits and 16 chickens. Isn't that straightforward? In an instant, Changsun Wuji's face darkened, mostly out of anger and frustration. He had thought this was a difficult puzzle, and that this young man certainly wouldn't solve it. But he had done it so quickly. May I ask, Minister Nan, how did you arrive at this answer so swiftly? To calculate this was extremely simple for Nanfeng. It was primary school math. What was difficult about it? Just think of these 88 feet. If you divide by 2 and subtract the total number of heads, 30, you'll arrive at the number of rabbits, 14. Then what remains is obviously the number of chickens. Even the children on the street can figure this out. At this moment, Li Qing also looked puzzled. There was a term that Nanfeng used just now which seemed very strange. Just now, Minister Nan, what exactly did you mean by divide? Then, Nanfeng recalled that in the Tang Dynasty, the modern concepts of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division didn't exist yet. Explaining this would require further clarification. Your Majesty, division is part of our calculation methods. As taught by my master, these principles have been taught to me since childhood. Once understood, calculations become extremely easy and arithmetic becomes highly convenient. Even looking at the confused faces around him, Nanfeng decided not to explain further, or else they might become completely lost. Alright then. Nanfeng immediately took the brush and paper and slowly wrote out a problem, drawing a triangle beneath it. This triangle was a right triangle. Minister Nan, what exactly are you? Minister Changsun, this is the question I present. Given this triangle, suppose the length of the left side is 4, and another side measures 3, then what is the length of the longest side? All of a sudden, everyone looked at each other bewildered. What was this strange figure? Measuring it by hand didn't seem quite right either. Now Changsun Wuji felt truly humiliated. After all, this problem involving a diagram was nothing like the chicken and rabbit puzzle. It appeared complicated, difficult, and impossible to solve. In no time, the ministers gathered around, yet after a few moments, they pulled their heads back. None of them even knew the answer themselves. At this moment, Nanfeng merely smiled. He clearly knew these people would never figure it out. It was the Pythagorean theorem after all. According to the knowledge of this era, such a theorem hadn't even appeared yet. Even if it had been known, they wouldn't have been able to calculate it easily. Moreover, he had only drawn the triangle offhandedly, without clearly determining the exact measure. It seemed Changsun Wuji indeed had his own troubles now. Your Majesty, Nanfeng continued, since you had just permitted me to leave earlier, may I take my leave now? To be honest, I'm not feeling very well today. May I ask for your permission to rest at home for a few days? Upon hearing this, Li Cheng naturally nodded in agreement. However, with a sudden bang, everyone saw Li Yuan, who was holding the teapot, accidentally spill water onto Changsun Wuji's sleeve. I'm sorry, Minister Changsun, she stammered. Originally, the calligraphy written by Nanfeng was so beautiful that Li Yuan had become completely entranced. As she looked up now to meet his eyes, she quickly lowered her gaze again, not daring to look up so easily. This moment of obvious flustered behavior was something she absolutely didn't want anyone to remember. Yet, such remarkable handwriting truly surpassed anything she could ever hope to achieve. Alright then, Nanfeng. If you want to leave early, I'll have Uniquely accompany you home. Just be careful on the way. Understood. At this time, the Li family had already arranged people waiting outside. Moreover, with Li Qing's kindness, many imperial guards had been assigned to escort him back and forth, so Nanfeng could finally have his wish fulfilled, being escorted by a large group of people. He supposed once he returned, he would soon have to face what was truly his, Li family. Chapter 21. The Ruthlessness of the Imperial Palace. Of course, Nanfeng wasn't that foolish. He didn't need to think twice to know that once he left, this group of smiling court officials, and even the emperor himself, would definitely revert to their true selves. After all, each of them had struggled and thrived in the imperial court for so many years. They were truly like fish in deep water. How could they possibly be as shocked and unguarded as they appeared on the surface? Otherwise, the glorious Tang Dynasty would be quite strange indeed. Moreover, the person he faced was the current emperor, and a few of them were founding ministers of the Tang Dynasty. Their intelligence was self-evident. He had seen enough in history books, so Li Cheng left with a smile. Sure enough, once he departed, everyone reverted to their true nature. However, their expressions weren't all the same, and among them, Changsun Wuji looked particularly uncomfortable. Now he finally dropped the forced, stiff smile. Yet Li Cheng still sat calmly, looking at his officials. My beloved ministers, what do you think of this Nanfeng? Is he truly destined for great responsibilities from heaven? Can he be used for the benefit of our Tang Dynasty? Changsun Wuji shook his head first. Your Majesty, this person indeed possesses both literary and martial talents, with wisdom and strategy. However, he is extremely arrogant, and I am concerned that not long from now, once his achievements shine, he may gradually develop impatience. Moreover, this minister always feels that this person is not as simple as he appears on the surface. They had met countless people. How could they not see through the half-truths in Nanfeng's words? They were playing chess with him, but wasn't he doing the same to them? After all, within the imperial court, the greatest taboos were to speak entirely truthfully or completely falsely. Half-truths and half-falsehoods were the way to survive as an official. Furthermore, the emperor wasn't a fool. How could he employ someone without real talent or background? In addition, Although he claimed to be a descendant of the Li family, who could prove it? Even if the Li family was willing to accept him, what if this was a plan set up by the Li clan? At this moment, Li Cheng lifted his head and looked at the slightly bowing Wei Zhang. What do you think, Wei Zhang? Upon hearing the emperor call his name, he quickly raised his head. Your Majesty, this minister happens to have an opinion opposite to Minister Changsuan's. I believe this man is capable of shouldering great responsibility. Although his background is suspicious and his teacher unknown, he is a clever man. After all, he wasn't clever to his own undoing. Although the words he spoke today are hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood, I believe since he managed to eliminate the bandits successfully and generously shared his salt-making and wound suturing techniques, it shows he is inherently kind. From his demeanor, it also seems that he truly wishes to achieve accomplishments. If properly utilized, he will surely become a savior of our Tang Dynasty in the future. Moreover, I believe he is someone capable of understanding both himself and others. Oh, at this moment, the emperor slightly glanced at him. Why do you say that? Wei Zhang actually smiled at this point. After all, how could he not see through our own hypocrisy? And we were also just going along with him in our conversation. Someone with such clarity, who can perceive the essence of things, I believe must be a talented and useful person. As the ministers continued to agree and discuss endlessly, beside them, Li Yuanyuan stood silently, staring at the group, her face showing horror and disbelief. All along, she had always felt the imperial court was dangerous, but the palace's inner court wasn't somewhere ordinary people could navigate casually. Only today did she realize that the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty actually came from the intelligence and scheming of these people. Now they stood here, discussing the general who had just left, yet just a moment ago, they were smiling at him, and now they were already criticizing him. And judging from their tone, it seemed they were already planning how to use him. Standing here as a mere woman, she felt as if they could see through her entirely. But she had never imagined that this father she had always respected and loved could be like this as well. At this moment, she stared wide-eyed at Li Cheng, her previously lofty image of him completely collapsing. After all, the palace was filled with hidden intrigues everywhere. Each person was fighting for power and control, willing to sacrifice themselves and abandon everything for authority. Was there truly not a single person in this world who could speak one honest word? These people were too frightening, too hypocritical, too false, and it disgusted her immensely. At this moment, Li Yuanyuan no longer wanted to remain here any longer, so she turned toward the darkness, slowly leaving. This time, she felt complete panic, and even wished to be married off far from the palace. This imperial palace was no longer a place she could remain in. However, this was the first time Li Yuanyuan, as a princess, truly understood she would never be able to fully grasp how cruel history could be, and how ruthless life within the imperial family truly was. In their eyes, there was no Jingqing, no Youqing, and in fact, no human emotions at all. What existed were only coldness and endless suspicion. All they desired was to maintain their power eternally, ensuring no one could ever threaten their rule. What Li Cheng feared most at this moment was precisely the sudden appearance of Nan Feng. He suspected someone had deliberately arranged this. The Li family had already distanced itself greatly from the court, making it difficult for him to monitor every move. If someone truly wanted to prop up an outsider before him, then this Nan Feng, with no background or foundation, must be the key. Today's performance was all part of his plan. He himself had climbed the ranks gradually on the blood of his father and brothers. If he couldn't firmly consolidate his power now, one day, he would surely be betrayed from behind. Therefore, at this moment, he must carefully consider and strategize over his next steps. After listening to the opinions of each court official before him, he still maintained a smile. As you have all said, Jun also believes he is a talented individual worthy of great responsibility. Since that is the case, we shall treat him as one of our own henceforth. After all, one should not employ those they distrust, nor distrust those they have employed. Without full trust, this man may eventually develop disloyal thoughts. However, Jun am still concerned about what he said regarding next year's locust plague and drought. I wonder whether it is true or not. Upon hearing this, all the ministers looked at each other. In truth, none of them believed it entirely, yet Nan Feng had described it too convincingly. Moreover, earlier he had clearly turned pale, a symptom of coughing up blood. Chapter 22, the first return to the Li family. If it were indeed a lie and a deliberate act, the losses would have been far too great. Who would willingly sacrifice 100 to gain another's trust? Minister Wu Shu immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Chun believes the words of this man are not credible. Though they seem convincing on the surface, can he really be that capable? So much so that he rivals even the officials of our Qing Tianjian. Li Cheng listened to Wu Shu's words without objection, yet his tightly furrowed brows revealed deep concerns. Forget it, let us set this matter aside for now. Whether or not next year will truly turn out as he described, we will only know with time. If now they followed his suggestion to release chickens into the rice paddies in every household, it would not only cause public panic, but they simply did not have enough grain to feed all those animals. Yet despite Li Cheng's refusal, Nan Feng had already begun taking action. A few days later, Nan Feng began widely purchasing young chickens, ducks, and geese throughout Chang'an. His goal was to force Li Cheng into needing him once he decided to support large-scale distribution, thus enabling Nan Feng to profit handsomely. At this moment, Wei Zheng actually smiled. Your Majesty, Chun believes instead of debating over uncertain matters here, we should focus on the diagram and the mathematical problem he presented earlier. Would it not be better to figure it out? When this was mentioned, all eyes turned. However, Fang Xinling coldly laughed. This Ninfeng truly treats us as if we were 3-year-olds. I know how to solve this question, and it isn't even difficult. Hearing his words, everyone looked at him. Chancellor, does that mean you know how to solve it? Though one does not know the full method, a few years ago, Chun once saw a learned man solving a similar problem. If we follow the same approach he used back then, there should be only a few possible methods. The emperor ordered paper and brush to be brought to Feng Xianling, who immediately began writing. Although he appeared confident at first, soon even the emperor sensed something odd. Before them, Feng Xianling was now drenched in cold sweat, and his hesitant expression suggested he was running into difficulties. Feng Chancellor, what has become of your earlier confidence and words? Li Ji looked at him contemptuously. After all, this was the first time he could mock Feng, who had always looked down on him. In the end, Feng Xianling could only helplessly put down the brush. There's nothing I can do. Chun has done my best. Chun thinks academician Wang Ji might know. Perhaps we should summon him to calculate it instead. Hearing this, the emperor's face darkened slightly. After all, if they couldn't solve this problem, would it mean that all of them, who had studied diligently for decades, had been completely fooled by a mere youth? Just thinking about it was enough to make people laugh out loud. Wasn't there really a single person among them in Atan capable of solving this problem? Academician Wang Ji, upon receiving the emperor's command, immediately rushed over and was unceremoniously pushed forward without hesitation. University scholar, it's up to you now to save our dignity. This was Wang Ji's first time seeing such a question. At first, he found it quite interesting, but once he sat down, he began tugging at his official cap so much that soon his hair was completely disheveled and hanging down. Without him even saying a word, everyone could tell from the scene before them that even the university scholar couldn't solve the problem. And he had the reputation of being the foremost mathematician in Da'an. Thinking about it now, he wasn't even as good as a 15-year-old boy. After a full hour had passed, Wang Ji could only helplessly approach the throne. Your Majesty, Chun has truly. Fine, just go down now. Go down. Li Chun covered his head and shut his eyes tightly. When Nanfeng returned home, he still carried a trace of joy. After all, as a member of the Li family returning home, he naturally hoped to meet Li Jing. Li Jing was the founding marshal of the dynasty. When it came to military command and battlefield prowess, if he claimed second place, no one would dare to take first. After all, the martial techniques of the Li family were famous throughout the land. He was eager to see what this Li Jing was like and what the ancestors of the Li family resembled. However, this time on horseback, it had taken a full hour's ride before he finally arrived at his doorstep. As he dismounted and took his first step onto the stone stairs, he saw the ancient plaque hanging above the entrance. Years without renovation, the vermilion lacquer had already peeled away, but the solemn and dignified aura remained undiminished. At this moment, Li Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of reverence, for within his heart surged the very essence of the Li family, their spirit and vitality. Bang! Without needing any announcement, the moment his foot landed on the first step, the entire street was suddenly illuminated. The main gate swung open. All the members of the Li family poured out from within, lining both sides of the path in joyous welcome. However, this overly enthusiastic reception left Nanfeng somewhat embarrassed. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and Nanfeng had thought these were all the people of the Li family. But he hadn't expected that when he saw lights lighting up one by one in the houses of his ancestral clan, he realized that everyone was still waiting for him. Normally speaking, all these were indeed members of the Li clan, and since it was a clan neighborhood, everyone here shared the same surname. Young and old, they shoved and pushed, each trying to get a better view of the long-lost heir of the Li family, this legendary young hero who had supposedly eliminated over 1,000 bandits. He is Nanfeng, the boy hero who defeated over 1,000 rebels. Quick, make some room. Let me have a good look at him. Is he handsome? Does he resemble our great General Li? Just at this moment, the noise reached Li Jing's ears from deep within the mansion. He couldn't help but cast a glare in their direction. How shallow these women were, focusing only on appearances. Whether he looked handsome or not didn't matter. He was a member of the Li family, and Li Jing would never abandon him under any circumstances. It wasn't only the adults who were excited. All the children eagerly craned their necks for a view. The little boys and girls in the front row were especially squirming between the legs of the adults. These were all descendants of the Li family, and according to the family hierarchy, they should all address Nanfeng as uncle. Great-grandpa, is this really my little uncle? Li Jing immediately lifted the girl into his arms. Tong, you're right. He is your little uncle. That tall figure walking toward us in the distance. He is a great hero, standing taller than the heavens themselves. When you see him, don't be frightened, okay? Chapter 23, a grand reunion scene. A woman standing beside him immediately turned around and smiled. Grandfather, I heard that our young brother is no more than 15 years old, about the same age as my daughter. Perhaps we could arrange a marriage between them after his return. That way, the bond between our families will never be broken. Hearing these words, the younger girl beside the woman blushed deeply and lowered her head in shyness. Actually, she had come out of curiosity today to see what this so-called cousin looked like. Though she herself was barely 14 years old, she already carried the grace of a beauty. Although they were technically cousins by family hierarchy, there was no actual blood relationship between them. As for the reason behind all this, it would probably take too long to explain for now. At this moment, nearly everyone stood around the elderly woman at the center. After all, she was the matriarch of the Li family and one of its most authoritative figures. She trembled as she gripped the hand of the man beside her, her eyes eagerly peering into the distance. Jao, tell me, has Nanfeng returned yet? Has he arrived? Yes, Grandmother, he has already returned. At this moment, Jiao's eyes had already lit up as he spotted the approaching figure. Nanfeng was making his way forward, escorted by a group of people. He followed Nanfeng's previous instructions to serve as the personal guard during his arrival at the Li household. So from the moment he entered the gate, he found the Li family members unusually welcoming. Almost all of them clung to him with warm greetings. However, each time someone asked him about Nanfeng, it was pure torment. Every question left him clueless. He had only just met his new master and knew little about his character, so he could only give vague and evasive answers. But just a single sentence from him had moved both General Li and the old matriarch to tears, for they had long been waiting for their family's last heir. Therefore, even though her body was weak and frail, today she insisted on coming in person. Refusing to sit in a wheelchair, she stood leaning heavily on her cane, her bent back and glowing eyes waiting eagerly for the return of her great-grandson. Yet her smile stretched all the way to her ears. In the midst of their longing, Jiao stepped forward first, standing directly beside Nanfeng. Lord, you finally returned. Seeing Jiao's dutiful expression, Nanfeng couldn't help but smile, clearly pleased. It seemed convincing him to stay had indeed been useful. Yes, I have returned. Well, how do you think the Li family is treating you? He had expected to feel anxious at finally returning home, but the opposite was true. With every step closer, Nanfeng grew not more nervous, but calmer. The Li family didn't seem that impressive, and if he had already walked through the imperial palace, what did he have to fear now? Yet the warmth in his heart grew stronger. Thinking about the Li blood flowing in his veins, it seemed to awaken inside him. As he approached, Li Jing, standing in the center, finally broke down. The boy looked too much like his son, like a perfect replica. Wife, can you see how he looks just like our son? He's identical. The old matriarch beside him knew that only too well. She held his hand tightly. Yes, this is Nanfeng, my grandson. This is the last remaining blood of our Li family. Finally, when Nanfeng reached them and saw the two elderly figures shedding tears of emotion, he felt a bit awkward himself. Thinking of it, one was his great-grandmother and the other his grandfather. If he knelt and called them by their names now, wouldn't it seem disrespectful? Furthermore, kneeling might seem like a betrayal of his ancestors in the living world. Still, in the end, he clasped his hands together and gave them a deep, 90-degree bow. Grandfather, grandmother, greetings. I, Nanfeng, have specially returned to reconnect with my ancestors. Today, I'm overwhelmed with emotions and enough. It's fine. General Li quickly stepped forward and gently patted his back, although tears still shimmered in his eyes. Come here, Nanfeng. I'm not quite used to your name yet, but now let me properly introduce you to everyone. These are all relatives of the Li family. After your father's passing, I officially adopted my younger brother's son, so technically speaking, they're all your uncles and your younger brothers and sisters. This one is your eldest uncle, and this one is the second. These are your aunts, and as for him, just memorizing their names alone left Nanfeng completely dazed. Nanfeng hadn't expected the Li family to be so large, nor had he anticipated that their names would be so similar. For now, he could only offer a faint smile to maintain politeness. Finally, after all the relatives had been introduced, everyone could take their seats. Traditionally, the Li family only ate vegetarian meals, but today, in celebration of Nanfeng's return, they specially slaughtered pigs and sheep to host a grand feast for the entire clan. As soon as everyone was seated, Uncle Li San stood up hastily. Looking at him, Nanfeng felt something odd about this man. That sharp and cunning gaze, he definitely hadn't imagined it. Father, Li San spoke. Since today our grandson Nanfeng has finally returned, and since Nanfeng was merely his childhood name back then, he hasn't officially received a proper name yet. Why don't we take this joyful occasion to give him a proper name? What do you say, father? As soon as Li San finished speaking, Li Si quickly chimed in. Yes, father, I believe my elder brother is absolutely right. Since he has returned and rejoined the family, it's inappropriate for him to keep the surname Nan. He should rightfully take the Li name. Upon hearing the hidden meaning in their words, Nanfeng coldly smiled inwardly, though he carefully concealed his displeasure. So these two, Uncle 1 and Uncle 2, were deliberately trying to change his name. What exactly were their intentions? Upon hearing this, General Li nodded approvingly. Indeed, it is time for a new beginning. Nanfeng was indeed a childhood name. Considering that your parents were deeply devoted to each other, your given name was derived from Nan. Now that you've returned home, it's only right to take the surname Li. And since our Li family has always been known for loyalty and virtue across generations, I've given it some thought and decided on a name. Bring me writing brushes and paper. At once, servants rushed to bring ink and paper. General Li stood up immediately and slowly wrote 3 characters upon the paper. When Nanfeng caught a glimpse of the written name, he was utterly stunned. Li Yutong. For some inexplicable reason, as soon as he saw the name, goosebumps rose all over his skin. Though elegant sounding, it somehow carried an antiquated, elderly feel to it, like the name of an old man. Chapter 24, School Time? Fine. Since he was the eldest son of the Li family and the only heir, it was only natural to grant him his wish. Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing upon me the name Yutong. I shall certainly follow the ancestral teachings of the Li family. After these words, everyone finally took their seats and was ready for the meal. However, because Nanfeng had just returned, Li Jing was extremely curious about his origins and his experiences over the past 15 years and kept asking questions while eating. Oh, by the way, Yutong, you said your master saved you. I wonder what he taught you over these 15 years. The same question again. Nanfeng could only respond in the same way he had answered the emperor before. Li Jing was stunned by his reply. So your master didn't teach you any academic knowledge, nor did he make you study the 4 books and 5 classics carefully? At the thought of this, he frowned first. This absolutely won't do. Although our Li family has generations of military men, after your father, most have become civil officials in the court. Continued fighting on the battlefield isn't good news for us. On the contrary, studying diligently is the right path. Therefore, I think you must work harder in your studies. Yes. Nanfeng nodded as he secretly drafted a mental agreement, pretending to accept all these words as correct. Your grandson understands. He will certainly keep grandfather's teachings in mind. All right, eat first now. When some days pass, I shall definitely find you a suitable companion for your studies, or hire a tutor for you. If nothing works, I myself will take time to teach you about the Confucian path. At these words, Nanfeng's heart completely sank. Studying? That sounded absolutely terrifying. Even though he had already read a lot, the mere thought of more books brought back unpleasant memories. Moreover, he planned to move to Chang'an's Jianfu Lane in a few days. How could he possibly stay here? He had originally intended to stay with the Li family a little longer, but at the thought of having to go to school, he immediately wanted to run away. Further the better. As he kept pondering this, suddenly a little girl burst into the room, seemingly one of his nieces. However, after bursting in, she ran straight to the side of Lady Li. Grandma, what should I do? My father just said that if I can't memorize the 3-character classic, he's going to hit me. Now I'm looking everywhere for the bamboo cane. What should I do? I don't want to be beaten. I don't want to be beaten. Upon hearing this, Lady Li, who doted on her granddaughter, immediately pulled her into her arms. There, my dear Tong Tong. Don't cry. If your father dares to hit you, I'll take a whip to him myself. Who dares to hurt our Tong Tong here? This little girl was quite lovely. Although her eyes were swollen from crying, the tears made her look pitiful and delicate, and her big round eyes seemed to sparkle like stars. She looked so adorable, it was hard not to be enchanted. Just then, she suddenly approached Nanfeng, lifting her head to look up at him. Uncle Xiao, I heard from my mom that you can fight on the battlefield and have killed countless enemies. So how about this? I'll let you have my father. Please teach him a good lesson for me. Uncle Xiao? These 2 words startled Nanfeng. When had he suddenly acquired a niece? But the sight of her childlike appearance stirred his sympathy. However, making him teach her father a lesson? That probably wasn't a good idea. Once the flamethrower was out, it wouldn't stop until blood was drawn. Quickly, he picked Tong Tong up and placed her on his knee. Tong Tong, may I ask you something? Why do you want me to teach your father a lesson? As soon as she mentioned it, Tong Tong wiped away her tears and stuck out her lips. It's all my dad's fault. He said I must memorize the 3-character classic, the entire thing. But even he can't recite it himself and still wants me to. I won't do it. He isn't even setting a good example for me. What a surprising reason. The entire family burst into laughter. But Nanfeng felt her words made perfect sense, so he immediately bowed his head slightly. Tong Tong, what if I were to teach you instead of your father? Would that be okay? Okay, of course okay. Tong Tong was more than happy with the idea. After all, her new uncle looked so handsome, and it would be great fun having him as a teacher. Nanfeng immediately raised his head to look at Li Jing. He had no desire to stay here and suffer under his grandfather's strict education. If he could enjoy his freedom in Chang'an without anyone supervising him, that would truly be the idle life he longed for. Therefore, he saw this as a perfect opportunity to show off. All right then, I'll read a sentence, and then you repeat it, okay? Okay. Heaven and earth, black and yellow. Yuzhou, universe, vast and wild. Ruyurit, sun and moon, wax and wane. Xingchen, stars, line the sky above. Hansu, cold and heat, come and go. Chu-so, autumn harvest and winter store. A year made by intercalary days. Lu, music tones, harmonize the seasons. Yun, clouds, rise and bring rain. Lu, dew, freezes into frost. Jin, metal, is born in Lishui. Yer, jade, comes from Kunlun. Jan, sword, named Juk, pearl called Yiguang, night luminous. Gojun, fruit treasures, are plum and apple. Taizhong, vegetables prized, are mustard and ginger. Nanfeng deliberately recited the 1,000-character classic that did not exist in the Tang Dynasty. His performance left everyone around utterly astonished. These words appeared as if he had composed them himself, and especially when combined with Tong Tong's voice, their harmony was perfect, as if thunder and jade bells ringing together in unison. Ding dong, master, congratulations. You have successfully created the 1,000-character classic, pushing forward the development of education in the Tang Dynasty. As a result, you've earned 2 million points of contribution. Congratulations, you have taken another step closer toward your goal. Another 2 million. Nanfeng was now absolutely thrilled. Once he introduced the rest of the classics, he would finally be able to obtain those crop seeds he desired. Just thinking about it caused saliva to build in his mouth, intensifying his hunger for them. The Li family originally had not placed high value on civil officials, but Li Jing, having served in the court for several years, fully understood how civil officials often gained the emperor's favor. He therefore sincerely hoped none of his descendants would follow his path as a military general, instead aspiring for them to serve the court as officials, bringing honor to the Tang Dynasty, and more importantly, to the Li family itself. Starting from the next generation, every family member was required to study diligently. His strict demands left his grandchildren constantly lamenting under pressure. But now, watching his only heir, Li Jing could hardly believe his eyes. Within him arose a wild storm of emotion. Yutong, just now, what you recited, what was it, and who composed it? He asked stunned. Nanfeng quickly smiled and replied, Grandfather, this was written by my master. He told me this was a sacred text I must study from childhood. He said if I study it diligently, I will surely achieve great success one day. Chapter 25, A Literary Master. Upon hearing those words, Li Jing was utterly shocked and even looked at the person before him in disbelief. Suddenly, he gave an order and hurriedly summoned the head steward. Hurry up, Li San. Grab pen and paper and rewrite exactly what he just recited. Nan Feng. You. Go ahead and recite the 1,000-character classic again so I can have them compile it into a book. This could be a piece of writing that will be passed down through the ages. The more Li Jing thought about it, the more excited he became. Although what you recited just now was only a few short sentences, they contain profound philosophical ethics and morals, even embodying the principles of heaven and earth themselves. If we can promote and use this for enlightenment and education, Tang Dynasty will surely flourish and, in time, cultivate countless talented individuals. Though the people around didn't understand why Li Jing was so thrilled, he couldn't contain himself anymore. He kept urging Li San to hurry up and start writing, and insisted Nan Feng recite the text again immediately. However, Nan Feng knew perfectly well that since he wanted to show off his abilities, he might as well fully play the part and completely demonstrate his intellectual superiority over others. This would ensure no private tutors would be hired for him anymore, and nobody would think to teach him again. So he quickly spoke up. Grandfather, why don't I write it myself? That would be more accurate. With that, he picked up the brush and flowed effortlessly across the paper. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, the structure remarkably balanced, like the upright posture of a great man. The handwriting displayed the manner of a true master, making Li Jing even more astonished. His eyes widened repeatedly, unable to believe what he was seeing. When the other family members heard this, they rushed over too, young and old alike, crowding at the door to catch a glimpse of the young literary prodigy and see how deep his literary talent really was. At the center of the group stood the eldest daughter of the beautiful young widow, Li family's cousin, Lu Ruyu, aged just over 14. Though still young, her figure was graceful, embodying the charm of a delicate young lady, rivaling the princesses of the imperial palace. As Li Jing's favorite grandson, she had lived with him since childhood and been personally taught by him, thus inheriting and displaying a rich literary grace. Now she was standing on tiptoe, craning her neck forward anxiously, eager to see Nan Feng's calligraphy. While peering casually through the crowd, her eyes suddenly locked onto the characters and widened in shock. She herself was well versed in the Book of Songs and believed she had a certain expertise in appreciating various famous scripts. However, Nan Feng's handwriting was unlike any she had seen before. Nevertheless, each character exuded a sense of firmness and power. Within the span of a single cup of tea, he had completed the 1,000-character classic on paper and respectfully presented it to Li Jing with both hands. Grandfather, this is my version of the 1,000-character classic. Please take a look and see if anything is inappropriate or flawed. Flawed? How could anything be flawed? Truthfully, everything Nan Feng had just said before was meant solely to flatter him. After all, Li Jing had never studied literature in his childhood and most enjoyed hearing others praise him as a learned scholar. Conversely, he loathed being regarded merely as a military general by the court ministers. After being complimented so highly just now, Li Jing carefully studied the calligraphy, and this only made him love it even more. He couldn't stop himself from constantly praising it aloud. Finally, he passed the paper around for the rest of the Li clan to see, and even the old matriarch clapped her hands in delight after viewing it. Yutong, I never expected you to write something so impressive, and your teacher must also be exceptional to have taught you so well. It seems I really am not capable of teaching you anymore. The 15 years you've studied already equal my entire life of learning. I truly must admit defeat. Tong also eagerly leaned forward trying to see, although she couldn't read the characters themselves. Still, the handwriting was so beautiful, far better than her father's. Uncle, your handwriting is so nice. Can I really learn from you? Yay, she exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing her so thrilled, Nan Feng immediately hugged her head affectionately. Li Jing, however, was impatient to stop, eager to immediately head to the Confucian Literary Academy. If this 1,000-character classic could be printed and popularized throughout the Tang Empire, the Li family would surely be praised for having produced a great literary figure. All right, let's eat first before heading out. Old Lady Li interrupted, unable to wait any longer. After all, they had already spent so much time on the meal, and if they continued like this, the food would get cold. Let's all eat first, and worry about that later, she said. What the matriarch said indeed carried weight. As soon as she spoke, everyone returned to their seats and began chatting joyfully once again. Especially Tong, who now sat right beside Nan Feng, constantly pestering him to tell stories. Nan Feng obliged by recounting once more the events of his Jiaofei exploits. This greatly amazed Tong, though tears actually began to fall from her eyes, several golden beans rolling down her cheeks. It turned out she pitted Nan Feng's tragic background, captured by bandits as a child. It was simply too heartbreaking for her. Of course, every word they said was clearly heard by Lu Ruyu at a nearby table. Naturally, she knew all about Nan Feng's origins. Hearing him speak so simply about it once again, she felt a deep sadness in her heart. After experiencing such hardship, yet remaining so calm and composed, surely, no one else under the heavens could rival Nan Feng. She immediately stood up, raised her cup, and walked toward him. Cousin, I heard you're back now. I'd like to offer you a toast. Our family has finally reunited, and I hope this cup of wine can. No, I'd really rather not drink it. Unexpectedly, Nan Feng rudely covered his own cup tightly, clearly refusing to accept the toast from Lu Ruyu. This reaction pierced her heart deeply. Why didn't he want to drink the wine she offered? Was it dislike, or something else? Suddenly, that girl in Nanfang's eyes lowered her head. Seeing her red eyes, there was no need for words. She had surely felt wronged. Before long, she quickly turned around and walked out. Nanfeng stood there, stunned, watching all this unfold. What just happened? Why had she left in tears? Had he made her cry? Chapter 26 Cousin? The young lady's mother happened to be his paternal cousin, and the fourth madam sighed helplessly. You foolish child. Can't you tell that your cousin has feelings for you? That's why she specially came over to offer you a toast. Who would have thought you'd actually push her away? What a pity, such a shame. With that, she rose and walked out, apparently intending to chase after Lu Ryu. Beside her, Li Jing watched and laughed, but the old dowager Li wasn't nearly as amused. After all, in her mind, Ryu had long been the only suitable bride for her grandson. My grandson is just like his late father. He simply doesn't understand a woman's feelings. At that moment, Li Jing coughed a few times and quickly turned his gaze toward the group. Enough, don't push him anymore. Tang has been away from home for many years and gone through so much. Now that he's finally returned to the Li family to honor his ancestors, we shouldn't force him into anything. These matters should be handled patiently and naturally as things unfold. Moreover, isn't it already a joy for our family to be reunited? Once Li Jing spoke, everyone around nodded in agreement. Indeed, time was on their side. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was nothing to worry about. Yet Nanfeng noticed the kind and sincere expressions everyone gave him. They truly accepted him as the heir to the Li family. But what if one day they discovered he was merely an imposter? Would they be heartbroken? Just then, his paternal aunt finally entered, accompanied by Lu Ryu. It appeared she had calmed down, and she had obviously overheard Li Jing's words earlier. Now, she came in and sat directly beside Nanfeng, which made him even more embarrassed and awkward, especially when she extended her chopsticks and placed meat into his bowl. Such open attentions made him unsure of what to do. And it didn't stop there. Now his bowl was full to the brim. Li Jing, seeing this, nodded approvingly. Tang, you are now 15, and in a few years, you will come of age. I heard that you are yet unmarried and have no sweetheart. Since you are the only descendant of our Li family, your marriage concerns the whole family. So, I wish to make a match for you. His eyes suddenly gleamed with mischief as he turned to look meaningfully at Lu Ryu. As for Ryu, I raised her since childhood. Although your paternal aunt has married far away, and Ryu may not be directly related to us, I have personally raised and tutored her in literature. We know her character well, so I'd like the two of you to wed. What do you think, Tang? At this, Ryu flushed immediately, lowering her head shyly. Yet, she couldn't help stealing glances at Nanfeng beside her, who was now dry-mouthed and his heart pounding nervously. He had no idea his luck would be this good. His love fortune was surging all at once. First one, now another. It was just too much to handle. Yes, Tang. What your grandfather says is true. We all know how good Ryu is. Besides, your paternal aunt has married far away, so if you two could be married, it would be a double joy for the Li family. At this, Ryu blushed even more and quickly whispered softly. Ryu has no objection. I will obey the elder's wishes. Now all eyes turned to Nanfeng. Unexpectedly, he coughed lightly a few times. Grandmother, grandfather, I think this matter must be carefully considered. It's not that I'm unwilling to marry my cousin, nor is it that I'm being picky. The thing is, earlier today at the palace, the emperor himself already arranged a marriage for me, with his eldest princess, Li Yuan. That is imperial command, which Nanfeng dares not disobey. Besides, having a princess and then marrying my cousin, wouldn't that be unfair to her? At once, everyone in the hall was shocked. They looked at one another in silence, not knowing what to say. Lu Ryu, however, felt the most heartbroken and upset. She hadn't expected that a palace princess would beat her to the chance. And judging from Nanfeng's tone just now, he seemed to want to refuse, to reject her. While she was lost in her own troubled thoughts, she felt the eyes of the people beside her fixated on her face, making her even more flushed and burning with embarrassment. Could it be that her cousin was only trying to protect her by refusing to marry her? Even if that were the case, marrying him would still be a good solution, let alone the fact that becoming a concubine didn't seem to matter much to him. Cousin, please don't worry. If the princess marries into the family, I'm willing to be a secondary wife. I would never do anything to harm the princess. I promise I will take good care of both you and her. Li Jing couldn't help but feel delighted after hearing these words, especially knowing that the emperor himself had granted one of his own princesses to Nanfeng. This was an honor of the highest degree, to become related to the imperial family. How could this not bring great prestige to the Li family? It was practically glorifying their entire ancestral line. Moreover, Nanfeng had already turned 15, and next year he would come of age, meaning the princess would likely be married into the family by next year. Everyone present was quietly thinking to themselves. Although the fourth madam felt deeply resentful on behalf of her daughter, now that a princess was marrying into the Li family, they could only accept the situation. Considering Nanfeng's current status and the emperor's favor upon him, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all for her daughter to marry him as a secondary wife. At the very least, it would be far better than remaining part of the declining Lu family. So, even under these circumstances, he remained very pleased. Nanfeng hadn't expected that his rejection wouldn't truly work. Grandfather, he quickly added, I actually meant to say that I'm still only 15 and quite young. Isn't it too soon to decide so many marriage arrangements already? Perhaps we could just wait a little longer. After all, his body was not yet fully matured, and once these marriage affairs were settled, the pressures, especially regarding marital duties, would pile up like straw. making it hard for him to breathe. That could greatly affect his future achievements and ambitions. At this point, everyone finally realized clearly, Nanfeng simply did not wish to marry at all. However, the fourth madam was deeply displeased and openly voiced her opinion. Nanfeng, what you just said is truly inappropriate. It's always said that when one marries, they should seek a virtuous and kind-hearted wife. Look at your own mother. Wasn't she exactly like that? Chapter 27. Overflowing Peach Blossom Fate. Moreover, what can you achieve by marrying at 15? At most, I'll let my daughter enter your house first as a concubine, properly serving you and helping manage the affairs of your household. By next year, when the princess comes in, she'll have someone experienced to guide her, so she can properly serve you both. Don't worry, Ryu is young but understanding and well-mannered. She knows that when the princess enters the house, she will naturally be the senior wife, and she's willing to be the junior one. Besides, at this moment, her aunt's expression turned sly with a wicked grin. Your father was also about this age when he married your mother, so just relax. Also, she said, glancing toward the matriarch with a smile. Just think, if she enters your household sooner, then the old ancestor will be able to hold her grandchild sooner. This way, the important matters of the Li family can finally be settled. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, Lady Li was extremely pleased. After all, she had long dreamed of 5 generations living together under one roof. However, this remark left Nanfeng with a very grim expression. He never imagined that marriage could happen at such a young age, 14 or 15 for marriage, and by 16 already having children. No wonder women in ancient times all had tragic destinies. With their bodies not fully matured at that age, not even their bones fully developed, forcing such an act must be going against the laws of nature. That would certainly not end well. But everyone seemed to anticipate it so eagerly, and since the Li family was powerful in numbers, if he kept refusing, even Li Jing might whip him. Thus, he could only slowly rise to his feet, clasping his hands in a bow, slightly bowing. Then your grandson shall comply entirely with your arrangements. After all, for such an important matter as marriage, I shall abide by the commands of my parents. I guarantee I shall marry this year. Though his heart was filled with great sadness and anger, seeing the joy on everyone else's faces, he could only force a smile onto his face. However, he didn't manage to swallow a single bite of food that meal, and immediately stood up, taking Jo with him. Lu Ruyu's gaze followed him closely, until he walked further and further away. It turned out that the Li family had already decided. The wedding date was set for 5 days later. At that time coinciding with the Yuan festival, adding to the festive occasion, it would become a double celebration for the wedding and the holiday combined. When she thought of her age, only 14, and how she would now be marrying her own cousin, such a handsome and graceful young man, just thinking of this made her even more embarrassed and too shy to raise her head. As Nanfeng walked out, still with a gloomy expression, but thinking further, it wasn't too bad. His younger cousin was indeed quite attractive, her beauty nearly matching that of the princess bestowed by the emperor. At least this could offer some comfort to him. Now, the two were heading to the back courtyard of the Li estate, where Wang Yuan's mount, the tiger, was being held captive. Pushing open the door, he immediately jumped inside, its fierce gaze fixed intently on him, as if it wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. After all, the ones before it, Nanfeng and Jo, were the murderers of its master. How could such a vicious and cunning creature resist the urge to gnaw on their bones? Unexpectedly, however, Nanfeng strolled right in with his arms folded calmly and kicked the iron cage hard with his foot. The tiger flinched backward in shock. The aura emanating from Nanfeng was even more powerful than that of its late master. How could it dare attack him directly? Nevertheless, the hatred between them could not simply end like this. Master, said the man, what should we do with the tiger now? Keeping it locked here day after day doesn't seem like a long-term solution. Rest assured, now that it's here, I naturally have my own plans for it. Just as he was about to turn his attention back to the matter at hand, unexpectedly, a shadow appeared behind him, though small and faint. Quickly rushing forward, he grabbed the figure and pulled it out. It turned out to be Tang Tang. This Tang Tang was truly a mysteriously appearing child. During the banquet, Nanfeng had overheard bits and pieces about her background. It turned out that Tang Tang was never actually the biological daughter of his third uncle. Instead, she had been abandoned at the gate of the Li family, where she was picked up and taken in by his third aunt, who had a kind heart. Judging from her background, her fate had been truly tragic. According to Li Jing's assessment, the child must have come from a family affected by war. Her mother, unable to raise her, had no choice but to leave her at the Li household. Considering the situation during that time, there had just been a massive famine, causing countless commoners to flood into Chang'an. Her circumstances were understandable. Upon hearing of her background, Nanfeng felt pity and compassion for Tang Tang. On top of that, she was extremely clever, especially with those eyes, perhaps the brightest among all the children of the Li household. Under his guidance, in time, she might well achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Moreover, he also liked Tang Tang. Whenever he saw her, he was reminded of his own child from his previous life. She was also a girl, and her age was remarkably close to Tang Tang's. Seeing Tang Tang was like seeing his own daughter again. Now, Nanfeng could only soothe his longing and missing through this connection. Tang Tang, how did you get in here? Did anyone follow you? No. Uncle, no one followed me. Uncle, what is this? It's so pretty. Pretty? He never expected that Tang Tang would actually find this fierce tiger before her quite beautiful. But indeed, it was a magnificent sight. It was a famous white tiger, its fur pure as snow. Calling it beautiful wasn't wrong. Immediately, Nanfeng squatted down. Tang Tang, if I let you play with this big white cat as your toy, would that be okay? Okay, of course. Uncle, are you really going to give it to me? But Tong Tong couldn't help but hide behind Nanfang's back, for she had seen the tiger staring at her intently. It was quite frightening. Uncle, is it really not going to bite me? I think it looks really scary. Uncle, forget it, I don't want it anymore. Uncle, don't go in either, what if it hurts you? Tong Tong tugged at his pant leg, stepping forward and then retreating again, as if playing hide and seek with the white cat. Don't worry, it's nothing. Just a white cat, nothing to be afraid of. Wait here while I go in and bring it out, and then you can have it as a toy. At that moment, Nanfeng was just about to step forward, when unexpectedly, someone rushed through the door. Lu Ruyu. How come she followed him here too? At that moment, Lu Ruyu tightly grabbed onto Nanfeng. No, my lord, you mustn't go in. If you go inside, what if it bites and kills you? My lord, since when had she started calling him so affectionately? Chapter 28, Taming the Big White Cat. Lu Ruyu was now practically sobbing uncontrollably, her tears flowing like pear blossoms in the rain, as if Nanfeng were about to take his own life. What's the big deal about entering a cage? You better let go right now and stop holding me back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. He despised weeping women the most, and right now, Lu Ruyu was walking straight over his bottom line. Zhao Ao quickly opened the door. Zhao Ao didn't quite know what to do at first, but since the master had already issued the order, he could only comply. With a clink, he opened the cage. Now the matter was settled, but Lu Ruyu's crying had attracted the attention of the Li family members, who all stood at the door, staring at Nanfeng in horror. But they dared not step forward, fearing that once the iron cage opened, if the tiger inside attacked them, what would they do? Seeing this, Auntie Third immediately pulled Tong Tong back. However, the cousin auntie was so frightened she nearly fainted. Enough, you Tong. What exactly are you trying to do? That's a tiger, not some toy. How could you? Generally, please rest assured. As the Daren said, this tiger was caught by him personally, so he should be safe. Besides, this tiger was just kicked by the Dawn, so it's already greatly weakened now. Though he said so, everyone remained uneasy. The Li family dared not approach. Holding their breath, they feared any unexpected disaster. Moreover, this was their long-lost heir of the Li family. If anything happened to him, how could they bear it? Enough nonsense. Get out quickly and close the door. Listen to me, don't mess around anymore. Li Jing was extremely furious. How could he allow Nanfeng to indulge so recklessly? Such behavior could not be tolerated in a person entrusted with great responsibility. However, under Nanfeng's signal, the door was immediately locked again. There was no way to get out now. Yet as soon as Nanfeng stepped into the cage, the tiger, pretending to be on the verge of death, suddenly lunged straight toward him with an earth-shaking, soul-piercing roar. However, just as it was about to reach Nanfeng, it was kicked far away with a single powerful kick. With a crash, the iron cage reverberated angrily, yet the tiger still stubbornly rose back to its feet, pacing around the cage and following Nanfeng closely, as if fearing him. Yet even now, it seemed to want to approach once more. Tong Tong, watching this, burst into laughter. Uncle is so amazing. Quickly, Uncle, capture this big spotted cat for me. Hurry up. Zhao Ao quickly leaned closer to Nanfeng's side. This tiger was actually tamed by King Yuan. It feeds on human flesh every day, so it understands human ways. You must be careful. I think if you want to tame it, just talk to it a bit. Maybe it will listen. Is that so? Talking wasn't that easy. Nanfeng slowly walked forward, while the tiger cowardly shrank into a corner. Nanfeng was about to lift his foot for a harsh kick. But this was just pretend, to fool it. However, the tiger suddenly began wailing and immediately lowered its head, repeatedly covering its own head with its paws. What a far cry from the fierce tiger it was supposed to be, an animal no longer. It had clearly been tamed, and frightened to the point of utter immobility by Nanfeng. Li Jing, who had been fearful at first, seeing his own grandson's imposing dignity, finally let the anxiety in his heart subside. Seeing the scene unfold like this, Nanfeng was delighted beyond measure. Well then, it seemed this beast had indeed been tamed by him. Emboldened, he took another step forward, then used his foot to step firmly on the tiger's head. Now listen well, you big white cat. From this day forward, you shall be my steed, and never betray me. I am your master. Dare to do anything against me or harm my family, and you'll wish you were never born. I'll skin you alive and roast you whole. Understand? The tiger seemed to comprehend his words, letting out pitiful wails. Nanfeng kicked its body so it turned around, and now the tiger lay obediently, completely unlike a wild beast. You just stay here, lying quietly. Don't move. Nanfeng finally stepped out safely from the iron cage, but the creature inside no longer had the arrogance it once possessed. It had become as tame as a pet dog. Though its previous master had been King Yuan, from now on, it would obey only Nanfeng. Uncle, you're so amazing. How did you manage to tame it? All right, Nanfeng, you can't act recklessly like this from now on, do you understand? You must know, this is an animal. It doesn't understand humans. What if, by accident, it eats you? Or even if it doesn't eat you, it could still cripple you. Anything is possible. Zhao Ao immediately stepped forward to calm Li Jing. Generally, please don't worry. Given the Baron's martial skill and his authority, this animal harming him is impossible. In fact, I doubt there's anyone or anything under heaven who could possibly stand against the Baron. Li Jing shot him a sharp glare. Lately, Zhao Ao had grown even more willful, listening only to Nanfeng's commands. Fine, Zhao Ao, you go back and rest first. There's no need to act so obedient now. Thus, amidst the stunned silence of everyone present, Nanfeng simply took the tiger and returned to his quarters. He originally planned to have a good rest. After all, lately he rarely had the chance to relax. Today had been exhausting. First, a tense battle of wits at the palace with the emperor, then continuous conversations with the Li clan members upon returning home. Now, Nanfeng only wanted to take a hot bath and curl up in bed to sleep soundly for a full day and night. However, just as he was leaning his head in thought, there came a loud bang as the door burst open. What surprised him most was that those who walked in were all women. Some were his female relatives from the clan, others were elder aunts and servant girls, and judging from the way they carried themselves, they didn't seem to come with peaceful intentions. Surprisingly, each of them held some bathing supplies, scrub cloths, water buckets, and pots of hot water. The one leading them was none other than his third aunt-in-law, carrying a basin full of flower petals in her hand. This display, it couldn't possibly be an attempt to bathe him, could it? Nanfeng immediately leapt up, all his exhaustion vanishing instantly. Third aunt-in-law, what exactly are you trying to do here? Enough now, Nanfeng. Quickly take off your outer robe yourself, then soak and wash thoroughly in this tub. You'll take a proper hot bath now. Chapter 29 Bathing. What? At these words, Nanfeng was completely shocked. It turned out that according to the Li family's tradition, a child who had not returned home for many years must undergo a ceremonial bath, with the assistance of female relatives and matrons of the household. They would devoutly wash him, in hopes of removing any bad luck from his body. This was the first time Nanfeng had heard of such a custom. However, all those assigned to assist were women, and he was the only male. This was clearly not appropriate. Instinctively, he immediately covered his private parts. He didn't dare to move at all, let alone take off his clothes. After all, he was a 15-year-old boy. Being completely exposed to others was utterly terrifying. Moreover, among those present were quite a few unmarried girls. This didn't seem appropriate at all, but the third aunt chuckled happily. There, you don't have to worry. You're just a child after all. What is there to be afraid of? Come on, quickly take off your clothes. No, third aunt, please don't do this. You all should leave. I don't feel like bathing today. I just want to go to sleep. Please go, quickly go. The several older women looked at each other, seemingly realizing something. The third aunt simply turned around with a smile. All right then, we won't bathe you ourselves. Don't worry though, Nanfeng. We'll have Ryu help you bathe. What? Upon hearing this, Nanfeng became even more embarrassed. Being bathed by a group of middle-aged women was already bad enough. If he were now to be bathed by his cousin, a girl a year younger than him and destined to become his concubine, how could that possibly be acceptable? But, third aunt, won't my cousin's mother object? She's an unmarried maiden after all, and this might not be quite proper. No worries. What is there for Nanfeng to be afraid of? The cousin's mother even laughed joyfully. After all, this is something she'll eventually need to do. Ryu, come in quickly. Now, there was truly no turning back. Nanfeng was cornered. As he watched Ryu walk slowly into the room, her face was already flushed completely red. Without a doubt, she had felt extreme embarrassment upon hearing the conversation. Meanwhile, the third aunt and cousin's mother quietly laughed as they walked out, closing the large wooden door behind them with a bang. Now, he could neither move nor sit still. He was completely at a loss. Cousin, Ryu spoke softly. By now, the water has almost cooled. Why don't you take off your clothes quickly? Otherwise, the ceremony might be ruined. Don't come closer. Keep your distance. Nanfeng slowly backed himself against the wall, not daring to step even an inch closer toward her. Still, under the circumstances, he reluctantly started unfastening his clothes. But he made sure his back was always turned to Ryu, until he finally removed all but his underwear. Dear cousin, you should turn around first. Then I will step in. Though Ryu also knew that he was shy, as her future husband, she had no choice but to obey his instructions. In the instant she turned around, Nanfeng quickly slipped into the bathtub with a loud splash of water, desperately avoiding anything inappropriate. Needless to say, the water was remarkably warm and fragrant, carrying the scent of spring mountain water, floating flower petals, and a soft, lingering fragrance. Truly, soaking in such a hot spring bath was incredibly pleasant. Since his arrival in this world, he hadn't had a proper bath like this. After all, in the army camp, men simply poured a few buckets of water over themselves without much ceremony. Such indulgence hadn't been possible until now. Just as he was closing his eyes, enjoying the moment, suddenly, a pair of hands reached down. There was no doubt, it was Ryu again. Still, at this moment, Nanfeng couldn't help but give in to the pleasure of her gentle massage. Her delicate fingers moved across his neck and back, bringing incredible relaxation. Cousin, are you feeling comfortable now? Should I press a little harder? No, just continue like this slowly. Truly, he was already so exhausted that he could fall asleep any second. As he drifted in and out of sleep, another soft voice whispered, Cousin, our wedding is coming soon. Are you afraid? Afraid? What is there to be afraid of? Suddenly, Nanfeng opened his eyes wide. It wasn't that he truly feared anything. Rather, he found this version of Ryu pitiful. Her life had already been predetermined. Her future would be entirely dedicated to him and the entirely household, burdened with many responsibilities. That, too, was quite tragic. Still, he forced a smile onto his face. You know what, cousin? You're so beautiful. Wouldn't it be a pity to marry me? After all, you're so stunningly lovely. I'm afraid I might not be good enough for you. This flippant, smiling response made Ryu's face instantly turn as red as a tender peach. Cousin, you don't have to keep calling me cousin anymore. Since we're going to be married anyway, you can just call me Ryu. No, I think cousin sounds better. Cousin, It doesn't remind you of something from a romance novel. She certainly didn't understand the implication, though now Nanfeng's mind was vividly picturing things. After all, the relationship between a male and female cousin was definitely not socially accepted in the real world. But he didn't want to say much more about it, lest she misunderstood and thought he was some kind of lecherous rogue. Gradually, however, Lu Ruyu, in an effort to get to know him better, started asking him all sorts of questions about his knowledge, his talents, and even about the events of his past 15 years. Cousin, I've heard that you are skilled in all the arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you be willing to compose a poem for me? Composing a poem? That was no problem at all. In his mind now, he had thousands, tens of thousands, of Tang and Song Dynasty poems stored inside him, all thanks to his earlier rigorous education. He suddenly turned his head and stared directly at her. The sudden and forceful movement shocked Lu Ruyu momentarily. Her skin was truly as smooth as jelly, her eyes sparkling like stars in the ocean. Indeed, this natural, unadorned beauty couldn't be matched by anyone. Her face was as smooth and tender as a freshly peeled egg, and even her hands were elegant and delicate. This was the first time he truly realized just how breathtaking a woman could be, and this was still Lu Ruyu in her underage form. Once she matured in a few more years, wouldn't she become the most beautiful woman in Chang'an? The thought alone almost made him drool. Cousin, listen carefully. I've composed a poem for you. Clouds suggest the robe of heaven. Flowers her faces bloom. Spring breeze brushes railings. Dew's thick fragrance in bloom. If not on Jade Mountain's peak she is seen, then in moonlit night at the Jade Palace, so serene. Chapter 30, A Personal Visit. This was something utterly simple for Nan Feng. Nowadays, every casual sentence he spoke could be a timeless quote. Indeed, Lu Ruyu standing before him was already flushed all over. At least her fair hands, resting on his shoulders, were trembling non-stop. Yet, could those sweet words truly be meant for her? All right, cousin, you finished your bath, so I'll go out first now. Seeing her flee in shyness, Nan Feng smirked in an extremely sly manner. After all, she must have been deeply moved by the 4 lines he had recited, her heart pounding so hard that she could no longer bear to stay here from embarrassment. Since it was the case, he naturally saw no need to stop her. However, the very next day, as he had originally planned to have a good sleep, Li Jing dragged Lu Ruyu and literally woke him up from his bed. Still groggy, rubbing his eyes with messy, disheveled hair, Nan Feng looked up puzzled, instantly getting angry from being woken up rudely. What are you doing? I was sleeping. Can't your business wait until tomorrow? Besides, it's barely dawn outside. What time do you think it is to wake me up this early? Although Li Jing wasn't quite used to his grandson's temper, he had no time to dwell on it now. And the older he became, the better his temper seemed to get, so he hurriedly pushed and pulled Nan Feng along. After some coaxing and persuasion, he finally brought Nan Feng to the study, personally grinding ink for him, placing neatly cut rice paper before him, and even offering the brush with both hands. Nan Feng, however, was still in a bad mood and carelessly made a few brushstrokes. Unexpectedly, the paper tore immediately. It was just too coarse. He had assumed that since paper was invented in the Han Dynasty, it might have improved somewhat by the Tang Dynasty, yet it still couldn't bear the brush. Faced with Li Jing's earnest begging to write the disciples' regulations, he could only write reluctantly, each stroke fueled by rising anger. Once he finished, he flung the brush angrily outward with a grand stroke of his brush and stormed back into his warm bed. Such childish behavior, however, appeared perfectly natural in Lu Ruyu's eyes. After all, they had been so intimate last night. Facing this future husband now, she felt indescribable emotions and looked at him with deep affection. But Nanfeng's pleasant dream did not come. Instead, a pair of cold little hands reached into the covers from outside. The sudden temperature change made his entire body shudder. Turning around abruptly, he saw that it was Tong Tong. Little uncle, why are you still asleep? Don't you know that the roosters outside have crowed countless times already? You're still lazing in bed while Grandpa and Great Ancestor are waiting for you. They won't start breakfast without you. Originally about to get angry, Nanfeng immediately cooled his temper upon seeing Tong Tong's eyes and hearing her gentle voice, so he listened to her and struggled out of the warm covers. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he hastily ate a few bites, followed by Tong Tong's enthusiastic cheering, and immediately performed something akin to Guan Yu swinging his big knife. Swirling his flaming spear masterfully, all the servants, female attendants, and family clansfolk watched with great interest, clapping and shouting praises. Just when he was performing brilliantly, the head steward of the Li family came in and stood beside him. Young master, there's a man named Lu Zhang outside requesting to see you. Wants to see me? Without hesitation, Nanfeng immediately put down his flaming spear, though he couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed hearing himself called young master. Was he small? He most certainly wasn't. He didn't want to be treated like a child. However, upon hearing Lu Zhang's arrival, Li Jing quickly stepped out, seemingly eager to welcome him. Nanfeng had met Lu Zhang before, and found him rather unremarkable, his old age quite evident with snow-white hair and beard. Student Lu Zhang greets teacher. Li Jing was visibly pleased with Lu Zhang's respectful address. Although Lu Zhang hailed from a scholarly family, he had a deep personal connection with Li Jing. It was said that many years ago, Lu Zhang had once asked Li Jing some questions regarding generals, and thus privately regarded Li Jing as his teacher. Of course, having a respected literary figure like Lu Zhang address him thus was more than welcome for Li Jing, so he gladly accepted. However, this time, Lu Zhang hadn't come especially to visit Li Jing. He was actually here to see Nanfeng. But for now, he did not wish to reveal his true intentions immediately, so he began chatting with Li Jing first. Only at last, with great reluctance, did he finally manage to speak. Teacher, the main reason I have come to visit today is actually to consult with Master Nanfeng. As the palace has reported, he has composed a Qiangu, timeless, mathematical problem that no one has been able to solve. The growing fame has intrigued me, and I also have several problems I hope he can kindly clarify for me. Li Jing was greatly astonished upon hearing this, never expecting his grandson not only knew poetry and prose, but was also skilled in mathematics, so he immediately turned his attention toward Nanfeng. Sitting beside them, Nanfeng was momentarily stunned. Truthfully, he had always looked down on Lu Zhang. His intentions were unclear, and Nanfeng had planned to slip away unnoticed while the two were speaking, returning to Chang'an. But now, escape seemed impossible. The moment he appeared before Lu Zhang, the man immediately rose, trembling slightly as he approached, and looked Nanfeng up and down repeatedly. Finally blurting out, Master Nan is indeed the prodigious hero as the rumors claim. His appearance, paired with his knowledge, truly makes him a dragon among dragons and a phoenix among phoenixes. Yet, despite Lu Zhang's excessive flattery, Nanfeng felt no pleasure at all. There was something peculiar about Lu Zhang's scent, something deeply unpleasant. So he suddenly raised his voice. Right, I'm Nanfeng. Do you know what you want? If you have something to say, just spit it out quickly. But Li Jing, upon hearing his tone, was visibly enraged. Yutong, what kind of attitude is that? He may not be a warrior, but he is still a scholar, a senior to you. How dare you speak to him with such disrespect? The Li family may not be a literary household, but we certainly won't allow you to disgrace our family's etiquette. Seeing Li Jing's fury, Nanfeng was actually delighted. Secretly, he hoped that this incident might finally be his chance to get expelled. Perhaps things could be escalated even further. Chapter 31. Giving Lu Zhang a hard time. Grandfather, you say I was being rude to him. Then if I call him old man or old geezer, wouldn't that be more polite? I even have another title for him. How could you? Li Jing was even more enraged this time, and reached out to strike him, but ultimately held himself back. It wasn't the family's way to physically discipline someone in front of outsiders. Although he saw the grandfather and grandson bickering, Lu Zhang was not at all angry. Instead, he smiled. He knew that this person now was the prestigious General Yuqi and a fifth-ranking official, so naturally possessed a certain arrogance, even a bit of extravagance and indulgence, which no one could really object to. Moreover, today was originally Lu Zhang's own idea to come for a visit. He wanted to ask this person for clarification, so no matter how he was addressed didn't really matter. He quickly stepped forward to play it down. Teacher, today I truly came by choice. May I ask if you could possibly grant me a favor? Master Nan, it's like this. I heard the problem you wrote inside the palace was incredibly fascinating, so I had someone copy it for me. But no matter how I calculated or tried, I just couldn't figure it out. Now, may I ask you to teach me? All of that was why he came over. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhang actually did have this kind of patience. Listening to him speak, it seemed as if this problem had been troubling him for several days already. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to see him today looking so pale. Since you say so, I could teach you. But if you expect me to clearly tell you the precise method, then it's almost impossible, because I myself can't explain it clearly. Besides, you lack the awareness to understand anything, so I'll offer you another suggestion instead. I'll give you a new problem similar to the one I created. If you can solve it, thoroughly and completely, then you'll be ready. Only then should you come looking for me again. This entire passage was spoken rapidly, leaving Lu Zhang somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Nanfeng picked up his brush, fetched some paper from his study, and drew a 3x3 grid on it, casually writing a few numbers onto it. Of course, most of the numbers were left blank. If you can fill in this 3x3 grid so that each row and each column contains the numbers 1 through 9 without repetition, and also each individual large square is similarly completed, then I will know you truly have the talent, and I'll take you as my apprentice. This 3x3 grid was entirely made up on the spot by Nanfeng, because no one had ever seen a puzzle like this. Only a few numbers were written on the entire sheet. Of course, there was still some logic in these few numbers. Nanfeng would never actually make it unsolvable. But he was certain that even given time, with Lu Zhang's current abilities, he would probably end up in his grave before completing the puzzle. Perhaps even his sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons would continue researching it generation after generation. Perhaps even then, it might still not be solved. After all, this Sudoku was the most difficult puzzle spanning centuries. Even specialists might not necessarily solve it. So how could someone like Lu Zhang manage it? Nanfeng simply handed the puzzle to him and walked away in big steps. As Lu Zhang stared at the paper, he looked even more confused than before. He had heard of this 3x3 grid concept, but never with such few numbers. Every single digit must be unique. This seemed completely impossible. At this moment, Lu Zhang truly understood. He indeed lacked a talent for mathematics. Though many in Chang'an called him a mathematical genius, having been praised thus since childhood, standing beside Nanfeng now, he realized he had only scratched the surface of true knowledge. Nowadays, he simply couldn't keep up with these young people. Even his own student, Huang Ji, was the same. Since the day he couldn't solve the problem during their encounter in the palace before the emperor, he had barely left his home. Only when Lu Zhang came calling did he learn that this historic puzzle was beyond even him. He had even lost to a mere child. Eager to try, he naturally ran into yet another wall. Nevertheless, Lu Zhang carefully folded the paper Nanfeng had handed him and stored it in his robe. No matter what, he would devote the rest of his life, and summon his apprentices and children as well, to fill in this 3x3 grid. When that happened, he would pay another formal visit. So after bidding farewell to Li Jing, he immediately hurried toward the exit. Though of course, all of this was part of Nanfeng's little scheme. He believed that from this day forward, Lu Zhang would never appear before him again. After all, this puzzle alone would occupy the rest of Lu Zhang's life for more than a decade. Inside the palace now, a crowd of ministers surrounded Li Cheng, their eyes fixed intently on a thick stack of paper before them, the calligraphy on it powerful and majestic. Yet Li Cheng was trembling all over, his eyes filled almost entirely with shock. Tian Di Xian Huang, Yuzhou Hong Huang, Ri Yuingzhe, Chen Su Lai Zhang, Han Lai Shu Wang, Xiu Shou Dong Tsang, Yun Teng Jiyu, Lu Jia Wei Shuang. After finishing the 1,000-character classic written by Nan Feng, Li Cheng could only wipe away tears from the corner of his eyes, tears of deep emotion. I never imagined in all the world there could exist such a remarkable book. It seems our great Tang shall once again enter a golden age. Upon hearing these words, Fang Xianling immediately knelt on both knees. Your Majesty, this 1,000-character classic, whether expounding Confucian principles or Taoist wisdom, speaks directly to the duties we as subjects must uphold. It's as if it mirrors our very lives. We humbly ask, who could possibly have authored such a masterpiece? The ministers beside him also dropped to one knee, and the old men among them were shedding tears. For they understood that once this work was made public, the stream of talents in their Tang Dynasty would flow endlessly. And this book was destined to become a classic for all time. Yes, Li Cheng now turned, looking directly at the proud Li Jing standing beside him. Generally, where exactly did you obtain this 1,000-character classic? Who is the actual writer? Only then did Li Jing finally calm his pride a little. Your Majesty, the author of this book is someone you already know. It was written by my grandson's teacher, Nan Feng. According to him, this text was taught by his master, and he merely copied it down from memory. Another wave of shock surged through the court once more. Chapter 32, Compilation into a Book. Li Cheng couldn't help but marvel at it all, constantly nodding in approval. I truly believe every word he previously said. Although this Nan Feng is still young, to have received such authentic teachings from his master is indeed a blessing for our Tang Dynasty. It's just a pity that his master has already passed away. Otherwise, I would surely invite him back to our Tang court to become our nation's esteemed national teacher. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was, of course, delighted, but he then presented another piece with both hands. Your Majesty, here is another article called Disciples' Rules, also written by my grandson. Disciples' Rules? When Li Cheng picked it up for a closer look, he indeed admired it, continuously impressed. However, at this moment, he smiled while looking at Li Jing. Generally, why do the characters written in this Disciples' Rules differ from the other one? It somehow seems as if they are from the same hand, yet the brushstrokes in Disciples' Rules seem to carry great anger, as if wanting to burst forth. Do you know why that is? He admitted that everything written in Disciples' Rules concerned filial piety and accurately covered what was advocated by the dynasty, but this sudden rage confused him greatly. Upon hearing this, Li Jing seemed somewhat helpless, but also embarrassed. This is because last night, after I heard him recite the 1,000-character classic, I was deeply shocked, so I dragged him out from under his covers before dawn. Probably at that time, Yutong was filled with anger, which led to the Disciples' Rules being written in such a manner. Ha 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 ha. Li Cheng laughed loudly after hearing this. After all, it turned out to be just a child's temper, which explained why he appeared so fearless and unique. However, he looked at Li Jing even more puzzled. Yutong, he asked. Your Majesty, Yutong is my grandson, Nan Feng. After he was formally recognized last night, he was given a new name. Wonderful. Yutong is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Li Cheng kept nodding and praising. From then on, his reputation soared throughout Chang'an and the entire Tang Dynasty. Many people no longer used the name Nan Feng, but instead started calling him Li Yutong. These names sounded elegant and refined, causing many beautiful women within Chang'an City to fall for him instantly, their hearts pounding with excitement, just to get to know this young and talented individual. After grasping the general idea of the situation, Li Cheng carefully reread the Disciples' Rules for a long time, becoming even more amazed. Later, he excitedly walked to the desk, carefully copying both the 1,000-character classic and the Disciples' Rules, eventually handing the copies to General Li Jing before preserving Nanfeng's original writing permanently. General Li, he said, I'll entrust you with this matter directly. Right now, take these two outstanding works to the Ministry of Rights immediately and demand that they compile them into a book within 3 days, printing no fewer than 10,000 copies. Then, have your troops distribute these books to all the schools across the regions. Remember, you must supervise this task carefully and conscientiously. There must be no mistakes. I want the people of the Tang Dynasty to experience the essence and style of these two writings as soon as possible, and I require that these texts be thoroughly memorized and studied in all schools. From now on, these will become the most crucial components of our imperial examinations. Upon hearing these words, Li Jing immediately knelt down to accept the order. Your humble servant will absolutely not guffaw your Majesty's high expectations. Watching Li Jing's retreating figure, Li Cheng couldn't quite calm down yet. After all, seeing these two masterpieces right in front of him and having so much admiration welling up in his heart, his admiration for Nan Feng was now overflowing and beyond words. Right after writing the edict, he hurried out immediately. Now he wanted to go to the palace to tell the Empress about this matter. The Empress's residence was none other than the virtuous palace. After all, only this could match her noble reputation for virtue. As for Li Cheng's palace, it was known as the Diligent Court. Its very name implied that the emperor should work diligently on state affairs and avoid neglecting important matters. Nevertheless, Li Cheng still couldn't part with his empress and often visited here for several days at a time, reluctant to return. Now, he hurriedly ran to her side. "My emperor, why have you come?" As soon as she saw him, the empress clasped both hands in a greeting. She originally intended to kneel on one knee, but was unexpectedly grabbed by the hand by him. "My emperor, why are you so cheerful today? Has something special happened?" Without a word, Li Cheng immediately laid the two excellent writings Nanfeng had composed in front of her. "Empress, please read these. This is the 1,000-character classic and disciples' rules written by the Wei Qi general I've selected. This is all he has learned in just 15 years. Did you know who his master was? He turned out to be a diplomat strategist." A diplomat strategist? Upon hearing this, the empress was momentarily stunned. She herself had studied the histories of various states and was deeply familiar with the teachings of different schools. Yet she had never believed that the diplomat strategist truly existed. However, now everything the emperor had presented openly proved that this was indeed real. "Your Majesty," she asked hesitantly, "are you certain this is true? Though the school of diplomacy may have existed, the diplomat strategists themselves vanished after the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Could it really be?" "Yes, it's true." Emperor Li Cheng nodded firmly. "Originally, I too did not believe in such things, just like you. But after the appearance of this young Nanfeng, I finally understood the saying. There are people beyond the world, and heaven beyond the sky." Seeing the emperor's excited expression filled with admiration, the empress quickly opened the two masterpieces and carefully examined them. Indeed, the handwriting is truly a worthy transmission from his master, but the more she looked, the more gently she placed her hands upon them, running her fingers across the writing, so bold and powerful in style. Saying these works were written by a 15-year-old child was truly beyond shocking and imagination. Setting aside the handwriting, Majesty, and looking only at the literary style, your humble servant still finds it difficult to believe even now, said the empress. It's simply unbelievable that a young boy could write something this masterfully forceful. Emperor Li Cheng nodded firmly, full of belief. That's right, he said. Yesterday, wasn't it I who invited him to enjoy flowers in the imperial garden? Back then, he wrote something then too. Upon looking at it carefully, I had exactly the same reaction as you. I must say, despite studying for many years, my learning still falls far short of his. The empress knew that this kind of modesty was typical of the emperor, but at this moment, her full attention had been captured by these two brilliant works. As she examined more closely and flipped to the other piece, she found something quite different. Although these two pieces clearly bore the handwriting of the same person, the difference between them was far too great. Chapter 33, The Crown Prince Arrives. After instructing his servants to go purchase certain items he desired, Nanfeng then sketched out the shapes of teapots and clay pots, and sent his servants with his insignia to the imperial kiln to have them crafted. To prepare a good meal, one must naturally have suitable tools. Recalling the tea sets, Nanfeng suddenly remembered that he once saw some tea plants by a riverside outside the city. If he could transplant them all into his own mansion, it would be far more convenient to make tea in the future. In present-day Tang Dynasty, people didn't yet process tea leaves very well. They simply picked and dried the leaves, sometimes even boiling them together with ginger, garlic, or similar ingredients. But if he worked hard now and transplanted these tea bushes into his courtyard, he could then enjoy a good cup of tea at his leisure. Nanfeng had been busy the entire morning and only remembered it was time for lunch when his stomach reminded him. He dispatched his servants to return to Yan's household to let them know he wouldn't be coming for lunch, and then started directly teaching the chefs how to cook. He instructed them on how to properly use aromatic spices such as tangerine peel, star anise, and cinnamon bark. The Sichuan pepper collected from Tai Mountain had also been dried thoroughly and emitted a charming aroma with just a single sniff. The several chefs stood there wide-eyed, watching intently as they carefully recorded everything Nanfeng had just taught them. By now, the more than 10 servants responsible for taste testing had already eaten their fill and couldn't manage another bite. They were replaced with new servants who then started sampling the dishes. Seeing Nanfeng pull out the Sichuan pepper, one chef looked confused and asked, "Commander, isn't this supposed to be quite numbing? How can food seasoned with it possibly taste good?" Hearing that, Nanfeng promptly tapped the chef lightly on the head, after which everyone immediately fell silent and watched in astonished silence while still busily taking notes. After personally instructing the preparation of dozens of dishes, Nanfeng stepped out of the kitchen and saw the steward rushing toward him with a sense of urgency. "Commander, the crown prince has arrived." Hearing this, Nanfeng furrowed his brows, wondering what the crown prince could want by coming here. He then proceeded toward where he should receive the prince. A young boy wearing an extravagant jade crown and clad in golden-edged dragon-emblazoned robes, escorted by several guards, entered Nanfeng's mansion. The young prince held in his hands an imperial edict, accompanied by two other handsome young lads. "Nanfeng greets the crown prince," Nanfeng said while bowing. "I did not manage to welcome your highness at the gate due to unforeseen circumstances. Please don't take offense." The crown prince finally beheld Nanfeng, the formidable man whose strength was renowned. His heart brimmed with excitement. This was a veritable supreme warrior. After hearing that Nanfeng alone had resisted a force of 5,000 soldiers, the crown prince had long wished to meet him. Now he finally stood face to face with Nanfeng himself, and joy was evident on his face. Quickly, the crown prince pulled Nanfeng back upright with great reverence. "Commander need not be so formal. It was my own fault for arriving without prior notice, and also, you're still nursing injuries now. My father sent me here to visit you, bringing his own imperial edict. Please receive the emperor's decree, brother Nan. Seeing how amiable the crown prince was, Nan Feng felt a bit bewildered. Then, the crown prince proclaimed the imperial decree from his father, the emperor. Commander Yuchi's submission of the disciples' regulations and the 1,000-character classic has greatly enhanced the scholarly and family ethics throughout the Tang Dynasty. His contributions are undeniable. I am extremely pleased with his services and hereby bestow upon him a purple gold jade belt, an additional 200 taxable households, 6 fine horses, 20 rolls of silk, 8 sheep, and 6 strong oxen. Thank the emperor for his generous favor. Nan Feng accepted the imperial decree with both hands and handed it to the steward to collect the awarded rewards, then led the crown prince and the other 2 youths into the mansion. As soon as they stepped inside, the prince was drawn in by a delightful fragrance and curiously asked, "Why does your home emit such an unusual aroma, brother Nan? It smells so delicious already." Hearing this, Nan Feng smiled. "It's already time for lunch. Since you have arrived at this time, Prince, why not have lunch before returning to the palace?" The crown prince exchanged glances with the 2 young men beside him and nodded. "In that case, I shall trouble you. Let me introduce these 2 to you. On the left is Chang Sun Chong, the eldest grandson of my elder uncle's family, and the one on the right is Fong Eai, second son of the Fong family." Both of them hurriedly introduced themselves. "I am Chang Sun Chong. You may just call me Sun Chong. I am Fong Eai. Brother Nan, we both have long admired your great reputation." Nan Feng cast a glance full of sympathy at Fong Eai. At last, he had finally met the unfortunate Prince Fong, whose name would forever remain synonymous with cuckoldry. Fong Eai, puzzled by the way Nan Feng was looking at him, asked, "Brother Nan, why are you staring at me like that?" Nan Feng quickly denied anything, saying, "Nothing at all, brother Fong. You must have misunderstood." Although Fong Eai remained confused, he didn't press further. Nan Feng ordered someone to prepare boiling water and then apologetically said, "I've only just moved into this mansion and haven't yet had time to purchase any high-quality tea leaves. I can only treat you with this. Please forgive my poor hospitality." The crown prince laughed and waved his hand, saying, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Truth be told, I find those so-called teas in the palace utterly unpleasant. I've always wondered why the officials insist on drinking such a mess that tastes like everything under the sun. Finally, someone who understands my taste." Nan Feng slapped his own thigh and said, "To be honest, I also find that kind of tea disgusting. But in a few days, I'll invite you to taste the real tea I prepare. Believe me, it'll make you forget to leave." "What is real tea?" Crown Prince Li Chengxian asked eagerly. Anything so highly praised by a man like Nan Feng must be extraordinary. Chang Sun Chong also spoke up. "I've long admired Nan Feng's reputation. Now that I finally have the honor of meeting you in person, it's truly my good fortune. We are around the same age. If you don't mind, may I call you Brother Nan?" "Young brother, please don't be so polite. It would be my honor to be called that by you." A slight twitch on Chang Sun Chong's lips betrayed his inner thoughts. He thought to himself that this man was indeed quite shamelessly self-assured. Fong Eai awkwardly smiled as well. He felt fortunate that his older companion had spoken first. Exchanging glances, both of them were now at a loss for words. After all, how much could these young men possibly have in common? Perhaps only gossip about which house had pretty girls or which brothel had particularly famous courtesans. At this moment, Nan Feng also spoke up. "Brother Fong and young brother Chang Sun, since you both have just arrived here and don't yet understand the situation in Chang'an, may I ask if there are any good places around where one could truly enjoy oneself?" Chapter 34. Kung Fu must not be revealed. Upon hearing Nan Feng's question, a flicker of light passed through the eyes of Fong Yai and Zhang Sun Chong. They suddenly burst into loud laughter together, though no one could tell who had taught them to laugh like that. Fong Yai's eyes gleamed. "Could it be that brother Nan is on the same boat as us? I actually know a place where several exquisite beauties have just arrived. They say each of them can sing and dance beautifully. Why don't we 3 go there for some entertainment after dinner?" Zhang Sun Chong, although considered a cultured gentleman himself, had not learned much from his father and was known for his licentious lifestyle. Hearing Fong Yai's suggestion, he clapped his hands in approval. "Excellent idea. After dinner, shall we head straight to the Ping-Kong Quarter?" Seeing that he was not included in their plans, the crown prince immediately grew anxious. "Why won't you take me along?" Upon hearing this, his older brother could only reply helplessly, "You're the crown prince, after all. How can you freely indulge in such pleasure-seeking with us? If the emperor finds out, none of us will be spared." Li Chengxian, unmoved by such reasoning, angrily replied, "If you don't take me with you, then I will immediately go to my uncle to report what you've done." Hearing the prince speak like that, Zhang Sun Chong immediately showed signs of displeasure and grumbled, "That's all you know how to do? Report others. Other than that, what else can you do? I just wanted to bring brother Nan today, so this time we'll follow his decision. If he agrees to take you, then I won't oppose." The crown prince quickly sought Nan Feng's approval. Nan Feng waved his hand and said, "Perhaps if you simply disguise yourself and change into different clothes, no one will be able to recognize you. After all, you have always stayed inside the palace and rarely go out." Listening to Nan Feng's words, the crown prince joyfully exclaimed, "What brother Nan said is absolutely correct." Thus, the matter was settled. Once they were full, they would go and transplant the tea trees, then accompany the others for a good time of entertainment. A moment later, female servants started bringing the dishes onto the table. Seeing the delicacies laid out before them, the 3 young men could not help but stare unconsciously swallowing as they salivated. Fang Yai pointed toward a dish and asked, "Brother Nan, what is the name of this dish?" "This is sweet and sour roasted duck." "What about the dish beside it?" "That one is sweet and sour pork ribs. And this plate of tender meat." "Humph, you've got a fine eye." "This is dompa braised pork. It's also my favorite dish. The aroma is simply amazing. Is your chef hired at a great expense?" Jiao, standing nearby, interjected, No, these chefs were personally trained by the commandant. Jiao was one of the servants in the mansion. According to Tang Dynasty customs, he could not sit and eat with them. Upon hearing what Jiao had said, all three men were astounded. Fang Yai immediately exclaimed in shock, "Brother Nan is actually a commandant of the Tang Dynasty. How can he cook himself? That is not the way of a gentleman." Nan Feng felt speechless. These so-called gentlemen truly knew nothing. If I don't personally teach them how to cook, how else could these chefs prepare such delicious food for me? Do you expect me to cook it myself? Then what's the point of me being a commandant? "Brother Nan, what's the name of this dish again?" "Sticky yam slices." "Heaven, so soft and sweet, absolutely exquisite." Each time the prince learned the name of a new dish, he would shovel large amounts of food into his mouth. Even before all the dishes were served, he had already eaten so much that he could not fit anything more in. Rubbing his belly with both hands, he said, "Why don't I send 2 female cooks from the palace to your place? I hope they can learn these recipes here." Nan Feng immediately waved his hands and replied, "I must make one thing clear. If they are not up to par in appearance, please don't send them here." Nan Feng nearly spat out the food he had just eaten. "If I start accepting palace cooks from the crown prince, what if other officials start sending their servants here too? Then I'd be in trouble." After half an hour of eating, the prince, who had long been curious about Nan Feng's martial arts, could finally no longer contain his anticipation and asked, "Brother Nan, I've heard of your brave feats, how you once fought against 5,000 soldiers. I greatly admire your strength. May I ask, could you possibly give us a little demonstration?" Nan Feng replied without looking sideways, "You must understand one thing, Prince. Martial arts are meant for defeating enemies in battle. They should not be casually displayed." Hearing his suggestion rejected, the crown prince felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he was also afraid that further pushing might anger the martial arts expert Nan Feng, which could easily result in him being slapped away into the distance. Thus, he suppressed his eagerness to witness Nan Feng's skills. After finishing their meal, under the leadership of the crown prince, the group rode swiftly on their horses toward the riverside where tea trees grew, completely disregarding the laws and regulations of Chang'an. After all, with the crown prince at the front, who dared to stop them? The group galloped rapidly through the West Main Street without stopping at the mansion of the Duke of Lu, since General Chun was not at home and wouldn't return until at least the end of October. Just as the group had left Nanfeng's mansion, 2 members of the Baichi division hurried back to the palace and arrived before Emperor Li Cheng, who at that moment happened to be chatting with Zhongsun Wuji and Li Xiaogong. The 2 agents of the Baichi division reported, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Lieutenant Yuchi have gone in the direction of the Bridge of Ba, and they plan to go to the Pingkong Quarter for entertainment after returning." Upon hearing their report, Emperor Li Cheng's expression became somewhat strange, while Li Xiaogong strongly suppressed his own smile. After all, it wasn't his own son causing trouble, so it wasn't his place to intervene. Zhongsun Wuji, on the other hand, became so angry that his face turned completely red. Without a doubt, he knew the crown prince must have been led there by his own useless son. Pingkong Quarter was a well-known pleasure district with vast grounds, housing dozens of brothels and countless beautiful courtesans. Emperor Li Cheng lightly coughed and said, "The crown prince has lived in the palace all his life. I believe he has no idea what kind of place Pingkong is. Besides, Fang Yai isn't even fond of going to such places. He's more interested in calligraphy, painting, and music. I don't think it was his suggestion either. As for Nan Feng, he just recently arrived here and isn't familiar with the city. I'm even afraid he might get lost and fail to find his way home." At this moment, Zhongsun Wuji's face remained flushed red with anger and embarrassment as he helplessly said, "Your Majesty, I will immediately go back and send someone to the Pingkong Quarter to intercept them. I absolutely cannot allow my son to corrupt the crown prince." Hearing this, Emperor Li Cheng waved his hand with a smile. "No problem at all. The crown prince is already grown up anyway. It might not be a bad idea for him to see a bit of the world." Chapter 35, Transplanting Tea Trees. "Everyone, let's also dress up in disguise. I'm really curious to see just how wild these little kids can be," Li Cheng suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaogong agreed completely. Since Li Cheng didn't blame him for what had happened, it was already a favor for Zhongsun Wuji. At this moment, Zhongsun Wuji was like a powder keg that would explode at the slightest provocation. He was nearly driven mad by anger from his son's behavior. Meanwhile, on the other side, they hadn't even had the chance to walk out of the main gate when they encountered Elder Yuchi. He raised his eyes slightly and thought, "So this is where Yuchi Manor is?" He saw 2 giant stone lions placed at each side of the gate. General Yuchi then noticed several youths riding fine horses, followed closely by dozens of attendants. After taking a closer look, he realized it was the crown prince. He quickly stepped forward and saluted. "Your Highness, I didn't expect your arrival. Please forgive my failure to welcome you properly." Meeting General Yuchi midway was unexpected, and if they simply ignored him and rode past, it would seem disrespectful. Nan Feng dismounted and bowed with clasped hands. "It seems we are destined to meet again. Yesterday, we didn't have the chance to finish our duel. Now we've met again today. How about we find a suitable place and have a proper match?" Upon hearing this, General Yuchi's expression stiffened. If it weren't for his dark complexion, others would clearly see his face darken with anger. He hastily coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment, then replied, "Maybe not today. I'm not feeling well. I can see that you have important business to attend to, so let's drop it." Nan Feng, who originally planned to intimidate General Yuchi a bit, cast his gaze upon the stone lion beside the gate entrance. His eyebrows slightly knitted together, he said, "General, it seems that your door's setting is slightly off. Who was responsible for this? Whoever did this must have had ill intentions." Li Ji turned around to look at his front gate and found out what Nan Feng had said was correct. He spoke in a deep tone. "I will send people to look for strong men to fix the stone lions later. It's unnecessary for Senior Lieutenant Nan to take care of this matter. What a troublesome way. Let me easily solve it for you." With that, several people watched in surprise as Nan Feng spread his arms wide, squatted slightly in a horse stance, and shouted loudly. The 1,000-pound stone lion slowly moved under his force until it was completely realigned. Only then did he stop. After finishing, Nan Feng calmly wiped his hands as if he had only just completed a trivial task. Quietly he said, "This was merely a small deed. No need to thank me. I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't bother you further. Farewell." With that, Nan Feng directly leaped onto his fine steed and headed in the direction of the Ba River, leaving the Crown Prince and others still rooted at the spot. The three men stood with mouths wide open for quite some time before regaining their senses. By then, Nan Feng was already far away. The Crown Prince was nearly bursting with excitement. Mimicking his father's mannerism, he exclaimed, "That's the way to go. What a man Senior Lieutenant Nan is. What tremendous strength he has." Quickly, the rest of them mounted their horses and sped after Nan Feng. As General Yuchi watched everyone disappear into the distance on their fast horses, he remained standing, staring at the large stone lion at his own gate. He even imitated Nan Feng by trying to push the stone lion himself, but it didn't budge even an inch. In an instant, General Yuchi's face seemed to darken even further. Roaring furiously, he shouted, "How outrageous! Coming here to show off his strength like this. Who ever heard of bullying someone in such a manner?" Angry, he kicked the big gate hard before storming back into his estate. By the time the group arrived near the Ba River, Nan Feng was already instructing his subordinates to dig around the roots of the tea trees, repeatedly reminding them not to damage the roots. After the joint efforts of dozens of people, 6 tea trees, each so thick that 2 arms could barely encircle it, were successfully relocated to Nan Feng's residence. Nan Feng and the others calmly returned to the city afterward. Yan Shiyun also resided in Tixin Ward. Within this ward, dozens of scholarly families lived, including the Liu family. In the morning, young cousin, on the maternal side, had returned to the Liu household with her mother, preparing some of the dowry because she soon would become Nan Feng's bride. As they approached the Liu household, they could see from afar a conceited young man. His subordinates carried dozens of massive trunks, surrounding the entrance of the Liu estate. In the center of the gate stood a refined-looking man in his 30s, constantly praising the young man in front of him. However, the young man clearly had no intention to be satisfied. With arrogance evident in his raised head, he declared to the people inside, "I am Zhang Xinwei. My father is none other than the meritorious duke. As for my future prospects, they're boundless. You dare to look down on me? If you marry your daughter to me, I can guarantee your family wealth enough to last for generations. Only the rarest stroke of good fortune in your ancestors' grave would grant you such luck." Liu Shiji's face was filled with embarrassment as he lowered his voice and said, "Young master, my daughter has already been promised to someone else. She will soon be married. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Zhang Gongzi smiled faintly with disdain and said, "Is that really so? Where's the dowry then? And where's the marriage contract? Do you really think you can get away with such a casual excuse of a prior engagement? Regardless of all that, having my family take your daughter is an honor for you. Whether you like it or not, your daughter will become a member of the Zhang household." Upon hearing this, Liu Shiji's face turned extremely grim. He spoke furiously. "Even if your father holds a high official position, what of it? Can he simply disregard the laws of the Tang Dynasty and act however he pleases? You already know the truth, so today I, the young master, will indeed act like a bully. Judging from the timing, today is a favorable hour. You don't need to prepare any dowry, and we will present you with all the appropriate betrothal gifts. Therefore, just bring your daughter out and let us proceed with the wedding ceremony." "You scoundrel!" The crown prince was directly infuriated to the point of his face turning red. How could the Tang Dynasty even have such an evil man? If he wasn't angry, he wouldn't be human. Nan Feng, too, was angrier than anyone else, as his future bride had been frightened beyond measure. Mother and daughter from the Liu household also looked toward the crown prince, their anxious expressions immediately easing. However, they were blocked inside the house by Zhang family retainers, and so they dared not step out recklessly. The crown prince had always remained within the palace, rarely stepping outside. Precisely because of this, apart from several high-ranking dukes who knew him well, very few people recognized him as the crown prince. Zhang Xinwei turned his gaze toward the voice of the crown prince. Seeing it was only a young boy, he immediately burst into laughter. However, when his eyes met Chang Sun Chang's furious stare, his expression instantly darkened as well, his mood turning gloomy like a cloud-covered sky. Chapter 36. Beating the young master of the Zhang family. Although Zhang Xinwei didn't recognize the other 3 youths, he certainly knew Chang Sun Chang. Immediately, he started pondering the identity of the angry young man who had shouted just now. "I can handle this myself. The crown prince doesn't need to get involved," Nan Feng said firmly, his eyes locked on Zhang Xinwei. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian replied, Very well. His father is the Duke of Sun, a high-ranking official, but you are only teaching this young man a lesson. I will ensure you face no consequences. Hearing their exchange, Zhang Xinwei's face stiffened and he quickly said, Your servant greets the Crown Prince. But the Crown Prince wasn't impressed. You dare to bully people in the streets relying on your father's position? I will definitely report this to the Emperor and see how you'll manage then. Zhang Xinwei wasn't intimidated by the Crown Prince's words and replied, Your Highness has misunderstood. The daughter of the Liu family had long promised to be my bride. Otherwise, I would not have acted this way. No matter how arrogant and conceited I may be, I wouldn't dare to disregard the laws of the Tang Dynasty. Hee nonsense. I heard everything just now. How dare you lie here again? The Crown Prince seemed furious, amazed at how shameless this man could be. Changsun Chong smiled lightly and said, Zhang Xinwei, this time I will testify against you as well. Even if the Duke of Sun tries to protect you, it will be of no use. At this, Zhang Xinwei started feeling nervous. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak again, but Nanfeng had already rushed forward and kicked him straight in the face. Fortunately, the kick had slightly missed its mark, otherwise, his nose would have shattered right then and there. Because of the slight miss, Zhang Xinwei's left teeth bore the full force of Nanfeng's blow. He was knocked flat on the ground, spitting out blood mixed with 9 broken teeth. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yai and Changsun Chong both felt chills down their spines. The beloved son of the Duke of Sun had been beaten this severely, and by merely a junior officer. Nanfeng had struck with such severity. Wasn't he afraid of the consequences from the Duke? Still stunned, the two quickly tried to stop him. Brother Nan, please show mercy. Mercy? When you, scoundrel, oppressed my fiancée, why didn't you show mercy? Thinking of this, Nanfeng's anger flared. He had to make his punishment severe. Otherwise, would any ruffian dare to harm someone he cared for? Residents living near Lu's house had also come forward to witness the spectacle. J.O. noticed the Dongjia's servants were still acting arrogantly, and without hesitation, he beat them all, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The Crown Prince watched the scene unfold with a gleam in his eyes. Who knew J.O. was such a formidable expert? He must try to bring him under his own wing. This man's skills far surpassed those of any regiment commander. Nanfeng stepped toward Zhang Xinwei, grabbed his hair, and yanked him up before slapping him across the face. Ah! Zhang Xinwei let out a cry and was knocked flying to the ground, unconscious. Still, Nanfeng wasn't done yet. The same technique he had used earlier against Wang Yuan was now used on Zhang Xinwei. Nanfeng lifted his foot and brought it down onto the spot between Zhang Xinwei's legs. Even though Zhang Xinwei was already unconscious, the pain brought him back to awareness. He clutched the injured area tightly with both hands, curled his body, and stared wide-eyed. Yet, no sound came from his mouth. Seeing this, onlookers instinctively clenched their own legs tightly. Some girls covered their eyes with their hands, peeking through small gaps at Zhang Xinwei's agony, while a group whispered among themselves. The Crown Prince and the 2 others stood stunned. At this point, Xiao Baiji couldn't stay hidden behind the door anymore. Hurrying to the entrance, she pulled Nanfeng back and quickly said, Nanfeng, stop beating him now. If you kill him, things will become too serious. Humph, the death of such a scoundrel would be a blessing, Nanfeng coldly replied. This junior officer has already taken countless lives. One more won't make a difference. Lu Ruyu hurriedly said, he is the only son of the Zhang family. If he dies, the Duke of Sun will never forgive you. You must show some restraint, even for the sake of my Lu family. Being an officer, you cannot be so violent. Only then did Nanfeng stop and said coldly, J.O., cripple his legs. At this, one of Zhang Xinwei's attendants shouted, you have ruined the only heir of the Zhang family. My master will never forgive you. Just wait and see. After hearing his master's words, J.O. walked straight to Zhang Xinwei and kicked both of his legs with one powerful strike. Accompanied by a sharp, loud crack, Zhang Xinwei's legs had already lost their original shape. Seeing that Zhang Xinwei's legs were now crippled, Nanfeng finally said, if this wasn't the front gate of my fiancé's family, none of you Zhangjia would be leaving here today. Take your Dangjia waist with you and get out. I am Officer Yu Qi. If anyone has an issue, come straight to me. Upon hearing this, dozens of attendants quickly lifted Zhang Xinwei up and rushed him back toward the Zhang residence, leaving behind several large chests of betrothal gifts at the entrance. Nanfeng walked forward directly, kicking one chest after another until every single box was smashed to pieces, scattering gold, silver, and jewels across the ground. Although the onlookers were greatly tempted by the jewels, none of them reached out to grab them. Nanfeng looked at the crowd of commoners and said, I've caused you folks trouble. All this gold and silver. If anyone wants it, just take it. I'm here. No one will ever trace it back to you. At these words, the onlookers sprang into action in an instant, picking up the scattered gold and jewels and cramming them into their pockets. In no time at all, everything was completely taken away. At this moment, the Crown Prince was nearly anxious to death. Hurrying, he said, Brother Nan, this action was highly inappropriate. To bear serious consequences for the sake of a commoner out of a momentary impulse is not a wise move. Changsun Chong, in a sincere tone, said, Brother Nan cannot be blamed. If I also had such a beautiful fiancée who was being bullied, even if it cost me my life, I would make sure that person suffered dearly. Nanfeng turned around and gave Changsun Chong a cold stare, causing him instantly to hide behind the Crown Prince. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and instinctively, he tightened his legs, quickly apologizing. Zhang Xinwei was still fresh in his mind as a warning. Since the Crown Prince still didn't seem to understand, Nanfeng explained, I've caused trouble for the Crown Prince. The Lu family is actually my relatives. Their daughter, Lu Ruyu, is my bride-to-be, and her mother is also my paternal aunt. Chapter 37. The mystery of heaven cannot be revealed. Lu Shiji was also meeting Nan Feng for the first time. He walked over and said, "So you are Nan Feng. Although Zhang Xunwei was in the wrong, you went a bit too far this time. If you end up in prison because of this, how could I face your aunt?" Lu Shiji wore a serious expression, and Nan Feng's aunt also stepped forward tearfully, saying, "Yutong, forgive me. Your aunt has failed you. If I hadn't brought Ruyu back, none of this would have happened today." Lu Ruyu's eyes were now filled with tears, and in a pitiable tone she said, "How can this be my fault? This is already the fourth time Dang Jia has done something like this." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Enough, the matter has already occurred. There's no need to cry like this. I am a man after all, and no matter how serious the consequences, I won't flinch. Even if his father is Marquis' son, what of it? As a military officer, I won't fear him. If they really provoke me, I'll just take my big sword and wipe out the entire Zhang family." Upon hearing these words, the crown prince was stunned, immediately covering Nan Feng's mouth to stop him from saying more nonsense. Nan Feng pushed the crown prince's hand away and continued, "This matter will end like this. Jiao, you stay here at the Lu residence and keep watch. No matter how arrogant Zhang Jiao becomes, they wouldn't dare to bring men and storm a civilian's home. She is my aunt, and Ruyu is my fiancé. With me here, let me see how they dare touch either of them. What if I crippled their son? No reason is needed to strike him." Jiao remained at the Lu residence. It was only then that Nan Feng realized how wise it had been to take Jiao under his wing. With such a powerful and loyal martial artist guarding the place in his stead, no matter how formidable Dang Jiao might be, they could not set a foot inside the Lu household. The crown prince could only helplessly say, "Brother Nan, this time you've really gotten into trouble. Zhang Xunwei's father is no decent man, and he has even adopted dozens of sons, each of whom is highly skilled in martial arts. But leaving that aside, my father the emperor may also not take this lightly." Nan Feng replied coldly, "What of it? Whether openly or in secret, he can do nothing to me. Openly, he holds no moral high ground in this. In secret, well, my fists weren't trained for nothing." At his words, all three of them shuddered simultaneously. This young man Nan Feng, about their same age, was certainly no gentle soul. In the future, no matter who they might offend, they must never offend him. This was what all of them were thinking. At this moment, Chang Sun Chong meekly asked, "Nan, brother Nan, since we met with such an unpleasant incident today, are we still going to enjoy ourselves later?" "Of course we are," Nan Feng replied with a smile. "This is just a minor incident. How could it possibly disrupt our plans? Now that I think of it, I've heard that the crown prince especially enjoys having a certain fondness for young male beauties. Is that really true?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yai and Chang Sun Chong both widened their eyes, faces full of confusion and shock. Their hands trembled unconsciously. What was going on now? Could it be that Nan Feng even dared to defy the crown prince himself? The crown prince's face turned bright red with rage. He roared, "Nan Feng, you dare speak ill of me? Do you want me to go directly to the emperor and report you, so he can punish you? Don't blame me if you lose your life over it." Hearing this, Nan Feng replied with a dismissive smile, "Your Highness, I merely overheard this yesterday by chance. When I was leaving the palace yesterday, I heard two palace maids gossiping about how close you were with the eunuch. That's why I spoke as I did." The crown prince's face flushed with anger, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Brother Nan, could you at least describe those two girls for me? I'll make sure they understand why flowers are so red." Nan Feng frowned slightly and said, "At the time, I only barely caught a whisper, without noticing their appearances. It would be very difficult to track those two down, and quite frankly, I didn't believe it either." At this, the crown prince's anger finally cooled slightly. He said, "Brother Nan, that was just some jealous palace maid slandering me. I certainly do not have such inclinations." Haha, right now, he certainly doesn't. But in about a year and a half, maybe he'll turn into that kind of person. Then, the crown prince will fall deeply in love with a man, and in a hopeless way. Nan Feng had said it merely to tease him. He certainly wouldn't want to become close friends with a prince who has such preferences. That would make him sick to his stomach. Nan Feng also replied, "I firmly believe you are not that kind of person either. How could someone like you possibly have such unusual inclinations? If I hear anyone else speaking ill of you like that in the future, I will personally make sure they never speak again." Upon hearing these words, the crown prince's anger finally subsided. At this moment, both Chang Sun Chong and Fang Yai were frightened by Nan Feng's words. But suddenly, Fang Yai recalled that strange look Nan Feng had given him at his residence, and instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Fang Yai changed his posture and moved closer to Nan Feng, whispering, "Brother Nan, I suddenly remembered that strange look you gave me at your residence. Would you mind explaining it to me? Honestly, it has been making me extremely uneasy." Nan Feng had no desire to spread idle gossip again and replied, "There's no such thing. What you saw must have been your imagination." Hearing this response, Fang Yai felt as if ants were crawling under his skin. He kept asking Nan Feng about it repeatedly, until Nan Feng was nearly driven mad, and finally evaded the question by saying, "Yesterday, I observed the celestial signs and predicted a small part of something concerning you, but I cannot speak of it openly, or it would drastically shorten my lifespan." Fang Yai was nearly driven crazy with anxiety. He scratched his head so hard he nearly broke the skin, then quickly pulled Nan Feng into a corner. After glancing to confirm that the crown prince and Chang Sun Chong hadn't noticed them, he quietly pleaded, "Brother Nan, please have mercy and tell me what you saw. From now on, you will be my elder brother, my real elder brother. Please tell me, what exactly did you foresee? If you do, I'll treat you to fine wine and sumptuous feasts every day. Nan Feng didn't care much about these offers, but could not withstand Feng Yai's constant pleading. He finally whispered, in the 7th year of Jingguan, a monk named Bianji at Huichang Temple will bring about a breakthrough in heavenly fate if eliminated. Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, Feng Yai stood there as if stunned, repeating softly what Nan Feng had just said, Bianji, Jingguan's 7th year. Seeing this, Nan Feng could no longer stand it. He gave Feng Yai a sharp slap to bring him back to his senses, and said, remember this well. This matter must only remain between the two of us. If anyone else finds out, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chapter 38. A Visit to the Pleasure House. Hearing Nan Feng's words, Feng Yai finally came to his senses and gratefully said, thank you, Brother Nan, for saving my life. If there is ever anything I can do for you, I shall do so without hesitation, even if it costs me 1,000 deaths. Nan Feng rubbed his forehead, mounted his fine horse, and rode after the crown prince and the others. He deeply despised people like Feng Yai who liked to seduce others away from their partners. Monk Bianji was exactly this kind of man. Even though he was a monk, he went around making others' wives unfaithful. Disrespecting Buddha was bad enough, but he also tore a piece out of other people's hearts, especially Li Cheng's. Li Cheng, deeply wounded by Bianji's betrayal, had executed him in the cruelest way imaginable, not even leaving his corpse intact. As for today's incident involving the Liu family, it had only just happened when members of the 100 Riders quickly reported it to Li Cheng. He had indeed learned of it, yet remained unusually calm. Li Cheng tapped the table and said, I have heard about how the only heir of Duke Sun keeps acting arrogantly and violently outside. But seeing as he is the only son of the Duke, I chose to ignore it. Now, however, he has dared to cause trouble in Nan Feng's territory. Does he think he has too many years to live? Fortunately, Nan Feng has a close relationship with the Liu family. Otherwise, this Zhang Xunwei would have succeeded in his plan. After a moment of thought, Li Cheng smiled slightly and said, that clever little Nan Feng must have chosen Zhang Xunwei as a scapegoat to make an example of. Beating the heir of Duke Sun so brutally, now, he will certainly gain a fearsome reputation. Zhang Xunwei really had bad luck. He walked straight into Nan Feng's sights. Whose fault is that? Li Xiaogong returned to the emperor and asked, Your Majesty, what should we do next? We shall simply wait and see. If Duke Sun prefers to settle this quietly, then so be it. If he insists on pressing the matter, then you all will help me mediate. That settles it. Li Xiaogong chuckled and said, Duke Sun is still far away from Chang'an. It will take quite some time before he can come back. Changsun Wuji waved his hands and said, this Nan Feng sure can strike hard. Breaking Zhang Xunwei's family line was one thing, but to go as far as breaking both his legs, making half his teeth fall out, that's another. If that happened to my own son, I wouldn't rest either. I'd want him to suffer until he could neither live nor die. I suppose Duke Sun would feel the same as me. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng frowned and said, Nan Feng has also made significant contributions. Not to mention, he is the disciple of a reclusive martial arts master. His existence brings us nothing but benefit. Moreover, the disciple's rules and the 1,000-character classic he offered will bring boundless benefits to our Tang Dynasty. Regardless of what happens, I will ensure his safety because he is precisely the kind of talent our Tang desperately needs. His meaning was very clear. Li Cheng intended to unite with the senior ministers to act as mediators. Once Duke Sun returned to Chang'an, everything would have already settled. Soon enough, a messenger from the 100 Riders arrived to report news. Upon hearing the message, Li Cheng's expression turned extremely odd, and he exclaimed in surprise, that little Nan Feng has nearly turned the sky upside down, yet he still thinks he can enjoy some pleasure time? Li Xiaogong burst into laughter and said, this fearless spirit is exactly the same as old Chen Jijia's. Even if you placed a sword to my neck, I'd remain completely calm. He really is lovable. Upon hearing Li Xiaogong's words, Changsun Wuji immediately retorted, how is that lovable? His cruel blow destroyed all the dreams of becoming phoenixes overnight for all the Zhang household's female servants. At this, both Li Xiaogong and Li Cheng nearly collapsed in laughter. After laughing for a while, Li Cheng finally said, all right, the two of you change into different clothes with me, and let's go see just how wild these young boys are. Without further words, the three of them quickly changed and headed to the Pingkong ward. Li Cheng even brought along fresh spinach newly offered as tribute from foreign lands and planned to visit General Li Jing's house on the way. General Li Jing's home was located in the Pingkong ward. It was very convenient, just steps away from the city's bustling entertainment district. How many men dreamed of such a place? At this time, the crown prince and his companions had already reached the Hongla courtesan house. Chang Sun Chong, as soon as he arrived, began flaunting his usual style. Waving his wooden fan in the air, he immediately wrapped his arms around several beauties and entered the pleasure house. At Feng Yai's suggestion, each of them now held a wooden fan. The crown prince had even changed out of his princely robes, otherwise people would recognize him immediately, and the fun would be ruined. Clearly, Chang Sun Chong was a regular here. A madam whose body jiggled with each step waddled quickly over to him, the floor shaking with every motion. The crown prince was too stunned to move, never having seen such a sight before. The madam flattered with a smile. Oh my, Master Chang Sun hasn't visited us in such a long time. Sisters, hurry out and welcome these young masters. Who are these noble young gentlemen that Master Chang Sun has brought along this time? Each of them so charming and handsome. Our girls will be so lucky. Chang Sun Chong took a silver ingot and kept using it to grope the madam shamelessly. With just one silver ingot, he easily made her smile even more broadly. Chang Sun Chong, eyes half closed with pleasure, said, "These are all my closest friends. The one farthest on the left is Master Nan, the one in the middle is the Imperial Prince, and the one on the right is Master Fong." At this moment, the Crown Prince looked like someone who had never been anywhere before. His eyes were fixed tightly on the group of beauties, practically wishing he could pounce on them immediately, which wasn't strange at all, since it was only his first time here. The madam skillfully pushed away Chang Sun Chong's wandering hands while still maintaining a bright smile, saying, "My lord really is in a hurry. This place is overflowing with beauty, all longing for your attention. Especially little Ju. She keeps talking about you every day. Why don't you go grace her with your favor?" Chang Sun Chong tapped his own thigh with his wooden fan and said, "True enough. Go quickly and bring little Ju to me first. And bring the new star beauty as well, the one named Li. I forgot. Anyway, just bring her over." The madam already knew who he meant and laughed, saying, "Young master, you must mean Qing Xian, but I'm afraid she doesn't offer that sort of service. Please forgive us. I don't care about that nonsense. Do I look like someone who worries about money? Bring little Ju, the star attraction, and any other new beauties you've got straight into my room." Nan Feng and Fong Yai exchanged glances, silently praising Chang Sun Chong for his boldness. Chapter 39. Let's enjoy ourselves together. Just as Chang Sun Chong was boasting loudly, a voice rang out that sounded somewhat like a duck quacking. Oh my, it's actually Brother Fong and Brother Chang Sun. Who'd have thought we'd be so lucky to meet today? As he spoke, a young gentleman holding an identical folding wooden fan came downstairs. When he saw the Crown Prince was also there, his expression changed slightly, and he said respectfully, I greet you, young master." Seeing this, Chang Sun Chong laughed joyfully and said, "But Darren, you still remember what the Crown Prince looks like. That's truly rare. In that case, let's all enjoy ourselves together." "Excellent. Very good indeed." Seeing Nanfang's face filled with confusion, Fong Yai explained, "He's the son of Prince Hujian, namely Huiran, but we usually just call him Badarin." Huiran also noticed Nanfeng at this moment and asked, "This young gentleman looks unfamiliar. Might I ask who you are?" Fong Yai quickly replied, "Let me introduce you. This is Master Yuchi. Actually he's our Nanfeng brother." Upon hearing this, Li Huiran immediately showed comprehension, politely saying, "What an honor it is to meet Nanfeng today. My name is Li Huiran. You may simply call me Badarin." Chang Sun Chong, watching Badarin flatter Nanfeng, almost fell over in disbelief and said helplessly, "Don't keep fawning over him like that. Your flattery won't work on Nanfeng." Hearing this, Li Huiran awkwardly smiled and said, "It seems Nanfeng is also someone who shares our interests and ideas. Let's not stay here standing around. We should go upstairs first." With that, under Chang Sun Chong's leadership, the group entered the largest room inside Manhwa House. Chang Sun clearly had visited many times before, for he walked around the place like it was his own home. In a short while, several young women dressed gorgeously arrived inside the room. Chang Sun Chong, with remarkable generosity, exclaimed, "Come on in. Nanfeng, you pick the one you like most first. Don't be shy." At this moment, the Crown Prince's eyes seemed to contain super bright flashlights, as his gaze sparkled when he looked at the group of beauties. After a while, Xiaoju arrived and unhesitatingly curled into Chang Sun Chong's arms, pouting as she begged for a kiss. "Master Chang Sun, you're truly too bad. I missed you so much, yet you didn't come here for such a long time. You definitely must drink more tonight." All right. Whatever you say," Chang Sun Chong said carelessly while his hands shamelessly took advantage of Xiaoju, who knew what Chang Sun whispered to the madam just earlier, but two mature ladies approached the Crown Prince directly. Seeing such a plump and gorgeous girl before him, the prince's head became dizzy. Without hesitation, he buried his face in her bosom and didn't seem willing to come out for quite some time. Nanfeng was not shy. He picked a girl as pure as a lotus blooming untainted from the mud. However, the girl seemed quite shy. Blushing, she leaned into Nanfeng's arms and kept refilling his wine glass. On the banquet table, a full table of grapes and melons was laid out. These fruits were all sent from Tubo, Nanfeng's favorite. So he grabbed a string of grapes and began to chew, saying while chewing, "Old madam, isn't there another signature performer? When will she arrive?" As he spoke, he tossed a golden ingot that gleamed with golden light toward the madam, which landed directly into her pocket. Seeing this, the madam was extremely shocked and quickly smiled and replied, "Young master, don't rush. She will come very soon." Right as she finished speaking, the door of the room pushed open. A girl of about 18 or 19 gracefully entered, followed by two servant girls carrying a guqin, Chinese zither, which they placed on a small stage set up inside the room. The madam immediately led the rest of the young girls out, and the signature performer sat elegantly on the stage. Though she wore no makeup, she surpassed all the others by far in beauty. Dressed in a light blue long robe, her waist-length hair tied with a pale purple ribbon, she drew everyone's attention. Her fingers, delicate as white jade resting on the guqin, stirred the hearts of the onlookers. Truly worthy of being the house's signature attraction. Yet, surprisingly, she declared she wouldn't sell her body within this brothel. This was indeed quite annoying. Unexpectedly, Fong Yai and the others did not stare at the girl like lovesick fools, nor did they show any obvious reaction. Nanfeng suddenly realized, in the Tang Dynasty, a frail, delicate and pitiable figure like hers was not considered the most attractive. In the eyes of the Tang people, it was the voluptuous women who were deemed the most beautiful. Indeed, this signature performer was not the preferred type among the Tang populace. Thinking of this, Nanfeng looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart, truly lacking any appreciation for beauty. At this very moment, the crown prince was tightly holding onto two melons, a euphemism, refusing to let go at all. Sigh. Well then, since we're here already, let's just enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Seeing the crown prince and the others shamelessly enjoying themselves, Nanfeng also felt a stir in his heart and began to imitate their actions. Unfortunately, the girl leaning against Nanfeng was extremely shy. Every time Nanfeng tried to take advantage of her, she would turn bright red and act very awkwardly. Seeing her reaction, Nanfeng lifted her chin with his fingers and asked, "What's your beautiful name?" Ingnua, aged exactly 16. Judging from your manner, are you new to this profession? Upon hearing this, Ingnua blushed and answered, "No, it's already my second time." What a shame. Nanfeng leaned back on his chair like an old man. He had originally thought this girl, who appeared so pure and uncorrupted like a lotus from muddy water, might be his chance to act like a real man. Since she wasn't a virgin, though, he decided against it. After all, he himself had never experienced such a thing before, and he couldn't allow her to take advantage of him. Watching the crown prince and others hugging and holding whomever they pleased and thoroughly enjoying themselves, Nanfeng turned to the girl beside him and said, "You can just give me a back massage. I won't reduce your tip at all." Nanfeng didn't like carrying too much money around. It was just too heavy. So he'd had his steward exchange some gold into small pieces for tipping, just to maintain his prestige. Meanwhile, the signature performer was ready for her performance and softly said, "My name is Qing Xian. I am truly honored to be chosen as the house's signature girl. I'll now play a piece for you." After speaking, Qing Xian began her performance, and pleasant notes flowed forth. She was playing the Qing Shang music, which was popular during the Tang Dynasty. The elegant sound of the guqin brought peace and joy to people's hearts. Before Qing Xian had even finished her piece, Chang Sun Chong hurriedly led Xiaoju and another girl into a private room, closing the door behind him with a loud bang. Chapter 40, The Sign Beauty. After Chang Sun Chong pulled the beautiful girl into the room, strange sounds soon began to echo from within. At the same time, Fang Yihai also pulled two girls into another small room. The evil man simply sat still. Nanfeng asked why he wasn't going in with them. "Oh, I'm afraid I'm not capable of another round right now. Let me recover a bit first," he replied with a sigh. At this moment, two mature beauties were trying to pull the crown prince into another small room. The crown prince was truly someone filled with lustful thoughts, yet lacked the courage. Immediately he panicked, not knowing what to do, and could only look at Nanfeng and the evil man with pleading eyes. Looking at the crown prince, the evil man grinned with narrowed eyes. "Since you're here, just accept it. Escaping won't solve anything. Be brave. Go inside. No one will laugh at you." Upon hearing these words, the crown prince suddenly became excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline and rushed into the small room. However, the crown prince was merely a 13-year-old boy, getting corrupted so quickly. As Nanfeng thought about this, he could only sigh repeatedly. The prince was still so young when he had already lost his virginity, taken away by two experienced women. He wondered if the prince would grow up regretting this loss. Not long after the crown prince entered the room, no strange noises came from within, only the sound of him taking in quick breaths continuously. The evil man approached Nanfeng respectfully and said, "I've long heard of your brave deeds. You are truly my idol. I hope we can get along well in the future. By the way, Nanxiong, what do you think of this sign girl?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng looked toward the girl and said, She's pretty good. Her guqin playing is also excellent. I believe she must be very good at playing the Xiao flute as well." Only Nanfeng himself understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Hearing Nanfeng's comment, the evil man tried to flatter him by saying, "It's rare for Nanxiong to appreciate her. In that case, wouldn't it be wonderful if I buy her with my money and present her to you?" Nanfeng smiled gently and replied, "Perhaps you'll be disappointed. She refuses to sell her body, so even with money, you won't accomplish anything." "Is that so? Since she is already here, isn't her goal simply money? If silver won't do, I'll use gold. I don't believe even gold won't work. If you don't believe me, just try it yourself. Even with more gold, it might still fail," Nanfeng replied firmly. The evil man didn't believe that. After Qing Xian finished playing, he walked over, placed his hand firmly on the zither strings, and stared into her eyes as he asked, "Would 1,000 taels of silver be enough to buy you?" Upon hearing this, Qing Xian did not show anger. With a blank expression, she replied, "It is an honor to be favored by the young master, but I will never sell my body. What about 10,000 taels of silver?" Seeing that Qing Xian hadn't yielded, the evil man raised the stakes. Previously, his father had told him he must cultivate a good relationship with Nanfeng, knowing he would gain a lot from him in the future. His father would fund him with as much silver as needed. Qing Xian was unimpressed by the offer of 10,000 taels and calmly replied, "There's no need to say more. No matter what happens, I will not compromise. I also asked the young master not to force me further." Hearing Qing Xian's calm and indifferent tone, the evil man grew embarrassed and frustrated but continued, 20,000 taels of silver. I'll buy you outright. If you refuse, I will destroy this brothel." Upon hearing that, even Nanfeng nearly laughed. After all, the brothel did not belong to Qing Xian. Destroying it would be useless. Qing Xian did not speak again, but only lightly shook her head. Now, the evil man was out of options and had no choice but to return to Nanfeng's side, surprised and confused. "How did you know she would refuse me?" Inside, Nanfeng wanted to curse the man a fool, but calmly explained, "A beauty possessing such exceptional skills who ends up in a place like this might have fallen upon hard times. Yet, despite her hardships, she still refuses to give up her purity. That's the first point. Secondly, perhaps she believes that someday she will meet her true prince here and wants to keep herself for him, or perhaps she has a specific purpose for staying here. If those two guesses don't hit the mark, then maybe she's just like me, with a shared ideal. Still full of curiosity, the evil man continued. And what is that ideal? Enjoying life and being lazy. The evil man was completely confused at this moment. This ideal truly sounded too lofty. Nan Feng then continued. How about we make a bet? I have a way to get her to willingly come back with me. Upon hearing these words, the evil man's face filled with surprise. He nodded and said, all right, I won't believe in such nonsense. I simply won't believe he will willingly go back with you. I accept the bet. What shall we wager then? This? I haven't thought about it yet. Let's decide later when the time comes. The evil man frowned slightly and said, if we don't agree on it now, how will I know if I fulfill your requirements later? Don't worry about that. Whatever I think of, you will definitely be able to accomplish. Oh right. Nan Feng patted his own thigh and continued. If I win, you will run around this brothel completely naked. How does that sound? The evil man's eyes instantly widened. However, he thought about how even offering 20,000 taels of silver failed to move Qing Xian, so he felt confident he would win this bet. He agreed, saying, fine, if I win, Nan Xiong must do the same as me and run around the brothel completely naked. Nan Feng narrowed his eyes and said, of course. A gentleman's word is binding. No horse can overtake it. Nan Feng wasn't afraid of losing at all. If it really came to him running naked, he would run so fast no one could recognize him anyway. Under the evil man's watchful eyes, Nan Feng slowly approached Qing Xian with his folding fan in hand. Looking into her eyes, he asked, Miss Beauty, may I borrow your guqin for a moment? He thought, I must show you my skill, otherwise you wouldn't know what true mastery means. Qing Xian hesitated for a second before saying, you also know how to play the guqin? Of course I do. And if I play poorly, please don't laugh at me, okay? As he finished speaking, Nan Feng sat down properly, placed his hands on the zither, and recalled a melody he could play on the guqin. There were very few tunes suitable for the guqin, and he just hoped not to embarrass himself. Chapter 41, The Secret of Qing Xian. It didn't take long for Li Cheng to travel from the palace to the Pinkong ward, and he had already arrived. An old man dressed in eunuch's robes, his hair completely white, was following closely beside him. His presence was solely to protect Li Cheng. Chong Sun Wuji casually tossed a silver ingot to the madam and asked her to indicate the room where Chong Sun Chong was. The madam, recognizing Chong Sun Wuji's identity, naturally became even more curious about Li Cheng, who appeared to be the leader. They had already reached a room next to the one where Chong Sun Chong and the others were, separated only by a thin wall. Li Cheng slightly furrowed his brow and asked, they're all young boys playing together. Why is there not a sound? Shouldn't it be extremely noisy in there? Li Xiaogong chuckled sinisterly. Haha, with the son of Chong Sun Wuji leading the way, perhaps those young men are engaging in something unsuitable for children? Wuji, Chong Sun Chong has corrupted the crown prince. Do you realize your mistake? Li Cheng waved his hand and said, it's fine. The crown prince is no longer a child. It's not bad for him to understand things more deeply. Though the emperor did not blame him, Chong Sun Wuji was furious, already planning how to punish Chong Sun Chong later. While they were speaking, suddenly they heard the sound of a guqin being played. They all involuntarily stopped talking. None of them had ever heard such a melodious guqin performance before. Its sound seemed to evoke the vastness of heaven and earth, the spiritual charm of mountains and rivers, and brought a deep sense of peace to one's mind. The villain stared wide-mouthed in shock at Nan Feng playing, never expecting his guqin skills to be so superb. Qing Xian, too, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, looking at Nan Feng in astonishment. Yet this wasn't even the most shocking part. Nan Feng played with deep concentration, eyes slightly narrowed, softly chanting. I take up the qin and stand alone in sorrow. The high moon faces the autumn hall. The beauty is as distant as the moon. Only empty scenes remain in one's gaze. Sitting here, recalling the days we held hands. 7 strings arise with a sorrowful tune. All my life, I have few soulmates. How can a gentleman ever be forgotten? My guest's mood is like a dream. The paths of life wandering everywhere. Each day, I stray further, uncertain of my way. My heart filled with silent sorrow. I only wish that, when the moon is full, we may meet again from thousands of miles away. Only separated by a thin wooden wall, Li Cheng and the other 2 ministers also heard the poem Nan Feng recited. They exchanged glances, eyes filled with the same astonished expressions. Li Cheng nodded and said, unexpectedly, besides being highly skilled in martial arts, Nan Feng is also capable of composing poetry. I wonder who composed this piece. I'd really like to meet him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaogong asked, Your Majesty, shall we go over to Nanfeng's room for a visit? Li Cheng waved his hand again and said, it would be better not to go for now. I haven't even heard Qinggan, Feng Yai, or Chong Sun Chong speak yet. They must be engaged in something inappropriate. If I suddenly go into their room, it might scare them half to death. At this thought, both men praised Li Cheng's prudence. The music ceased, and the villain beside clapped continuously, saying excitedly, marvelous. So exquisite a piece. Nan Feng, my admiration for you surpasses even the highest mountains. Li Xiaogong's expression immediately darkened. He suddenly realized how familiar this voice sounded. It turned out his own son was among them. Li Cheng also smiled and asked, that voice, could it possibly be your son, Li Huairan? Li Xiaogong had been blaming his son for corrupting the crown prince. Now, Chong Sun Wuji laughed slyly, saying, who knew retribution would come so quickly? Brother Xiaogong, Isn't your son also corrupting the crown prince now? Li Xiaogong was so furious he wished to rush into the next room immediately, grab his son in a chokehold, and throw him all the way back home. Li Cheng suddenly realized something, shocked. Huairan just praised Nanfeng so much. Could this Guqin piece also be composed by Nanfeng? Likely so. Indeed, that's right. This young man truly is full of surprises. Who would have thought his Guqin skill would reach such a high level? Back with Nanfeng, Qingxian bowed slightly, praising, young Master Nan, not only was your performance superb, but the poem you composed was also brilliant. When I played before you earlier, I suppose I really was a bit presumptuous. Nanfeng cast a sly glance at the villain and smiled mischievously. You better not forget our bet. The villain stood there completely dazed. No one knew exactly how Nanfeng did it, but he suddenly pulled Qingxian into a small side room, making the naturally curious villain immediately rush to the door to eavesdrop. Pooh! A sound rang out as a silver hairpin shot through the door, nearly embedding itself into the villain's ear. A few large drops of sweat slid down his forehead. Now he definitely dared not eavesdrop any further. Don't eavesdrop again, or you might lose your ears, Nanfeng warned. The villain dared not approach Nanfeng's door any further. He quickly returned to the table and sat upright. My goodness, wasn't his own status rather high? Yet he had actually been threatened by just a minor officer. Inside Nanfeng's small room, Qingxian thoughtfully ground ink for him while Nanfeng wrote down the verses from earlier and handed them to her. Thank you, young master, Qingxian said, respectfully accepting the paper with both hands. Nanfeng glanced at her palm, slightly narrowing his eyes as he calmly asked, Who is it you wish to assassinate? At his words, Qingxian was startled. She pretended to be expressionless and replied, Why would you say such a thing? I'm just a mere woman. How could I possibly commit murder or arson? I wouldn't dare to defy the laws of the Tang Dynasty either. Do I look like someone who wants to die early? Nanfeng explained, You can't hide this from me. Just by looking at your right palm, I can tell. And judging from your talent in music and dancing, your background must not be lowborn. A pampered young lady simply wouldn't have such hands. You must have long been accustomed to holding a sword. Qingxian looked at Nanfeng in shock, quietly hiding her right hand behind her back. Nanfeng didn't press further and faintly smiled. There's no use hiding. If I'm not mistaken, there's a flexible sword hidden at your waist. Also, your Guqin probably isn't an ordinary one, is it? Qingxian took a deep breath and slowly lowered her hands. Nanfeng continued, Your purpose for staying here is already obvious. You're just waiting for your enemy to arrive so you can kill him. Sweat appeared on Qingxuan's forehead as she shook her head in silence. Nanfeng deduced further. You must be lying in ambush, planning to kill your enemy. Am I correct? Qingxian knew there was no longer any point in hiding the truth from Nanfeng. She gently opened her red lips and said, You're absolutely right, Lieutenant Yuqi. You truly live up to your reputation. Chapter 42. Caught on the spot. Hearing Qingxuan's answer, Nanfeng stared into her eyes and asked, May I ask who your enemy is? If it's someone I know, then I must apologize to you. No matter how beautiful you are, I still won't hesitate to take action. Qingxian said with anger, Do Jing, he is the minister of Ming Department. It's actually him? I heard he was a decent person. How did he become your enemy? Qingxian replied bitterly. When he was still the governor of Bingzhou, he falsely accused our family of not paying taxes and had my whole family killed. By coincidence, I was not home then and only survived by sheer luck. For 6 years I have searched for my enemy while learning swordsmanship and came to Chang'an to wait for my opportunity to completely destroy my enemy. The deep hatred had made Qingxian bite her own red lips until they bled. Anyway, Nanfeng didn't personally know Do Jing. This item had her heart set on vengeance, so he couldn't bring her home now. But if he couldn't bring Qingxian back home, wouldn't he have to run around here completely naked? Right. If he couldn't buy this item, then why not buy the entire brothel instead? Wouldn't that be the same thing? Nanfeng immediately called for the madam. As soon as she walked in, she began sending seductive glances at Nanfeng, making him feel quite nauseated. My dear Nan young master, we just parted ways a moment ago. You've missed me so soon, huh? It's a pity though, I'm retired already. Otherwise, with your looks, I'd be willing to pay you to have some fun together. Seeing Nanfeng nearly vomit, Qingxian gave a slight smile. She felt grateful towards him, appreciating that he hadn't revealed what happened today. Nanfeng frowned tightly, barely holding back his disgust as he said, All right, I want to purchase the entire Manhwa house. Go back and inform the master. Have someone come tomorrow to discuss details at the residence of General Yuqi. If he could buy the entire Manhwa house, wouldn't Qingxian naturally become his person? This way, no one could oppose that, right? The madam, with her face covered in flabby old flesh, was shocked. She couldn't decide something like this. But as soon as she heard the words, General Yuqi, she was instantly alert and answered quickly. All right, I'll go back and inform the master immediately. I'll tell him to come to your residence tomorrow to discuss the specifics. When Nanfeng opened the door and walked out of the room, the bad guy hurriedly approached and asked, So, did you manage to buy Qingxian? Nanfeng replied with a sinister smile. There won't be any result until tomorrow. You'll see then. Seeing Nanfeng's confident expression, the bad guy was already panicking. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open. Li Cheng entered holding a slice of honeydew melon, followed closely by Changsun Wuji and Li Xiaogong. Upon seeing Li Cheng's arrival, Nanfeng didn't appear surprised. After all, Li Cheng was the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. With the information constantly being reported to him by the personnel of the Bai division, how could there be anything he didn't know? However, the bad guy was already trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his own father also arriving behind them, he could barely stand straight. his voice shaking as he stuttered, D-Dad, D-Daddy, why are you here too? Li Xiaogong was filled with rage and said, it seems your skin itches for a beating. It's been too long since your last one. Wait until we get home. Originally, Li Xiaogong had come to mock Changsun Wuji, thinking that Changsuin's son was leading the crown prince astray. However, in the end, he saw his own son here instead. How could he not be furious? Scared witless by his father's arrival, the bad guy stood motionlessly in a corner. Li Cheng looked at Changsun Wuji, who then politely asked Qing Xian and the madam to step outside, before Li Cheng smiled and said, General Nan, your poetry and music were absolutely brilliant. You came to such a place to relax. Why didn't you pick someone you like and go into a room to enjoy yourself instead of staying here to recite poetry and play music? Is it because the beauties aren't good enough? Nan Feng answered sincerely, Your Majesty, as you know, I haven't been feeling quite well recently, and I've only just become your Fuma, Pu Forma 3. How could I do something so reckless? I simply couldn't refuse the kindness of my brother Changsun and company, so I came along with them. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's face also showed some displeasure. It seems you really are quite innocent. If you came here and didn't enjoy yourself, what was the point of coming here at all? Nan Feng hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, I'm truly innocent. You can investigate to verify. The villain has already been playing around here. He hasn't even rested yet. It's just that the Crown Prince and Brother Changsun were extremely excited, and I merely played a piece of music to add to their enjoyment. Your Majesty knows very well that I'm soon to be your Fuma, Pu Forma 3. I would never recklessly indulge in such pleasures here. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng felt as if his fist had struck a marshmallow, utterly ineffective and leaving him frustrated. Still, he could do nothing about Nan Feng. After all, Nan hadn't actually entered a room to misbehave. Li Cheng then asked gently, Commander Nan, I just listened to your poem and felt it carried profound meaning. Would you mind explaining it to us? Nan Feng smiled slightly and replied, Your Majesty, this poem was not composed by me. It was written by my master. When I was still a child, my master had once secretly vowed to marry a certain woman. However, due to certain special circumstances, they were forced to separate. In his grief, my master composed this poem. I merely recited his masterpiece. Li Cheng showed disappointment on his face, as if lamenting someone's inability to improve, and said, Fine then. I can tell yourself couldn't possibly compose such a brilliant work. Recite it again for this emperor. Lonely I stand by the zither, gazing at the autumn hall beneath a high moon. The beauty lies far beyond the moon. In vain I watch the empty glow. Across 1,000 miles we meet once again. Nan Feng repeated the lines once more. After listening, Li Cheng praised repeatedly. This poem is absolutely marvelous. It immerses a person in your master's mood at that time. At that moment, he must have missed his beloved deeply, his words filled with helplessness. It seems your master was truly a man of genuine emotion. Nan Feng simply nodded humbly and bashfully. Feng Yai, having just finished his business inside, staggered out with unstable steps. Upon seeing the people waiting outside, he nearly fell to the ground from fright, trembling all over. After all, he was merely a teenage youth. To be caught indulging at such a place by his father was enough to scare anyone. Fear was indeed real. At that moment, Chang Sunchong and the Crown Prince also walked out from the room. Chapter 43, The Miserable Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was completely unaware that his father was watching him from outside at that moment. With an excited expression, he said, Brother son, this place is truly too enjoyable. Another day, let's come back and have some fun. I'll cover all the expenses. Chang Sunchong also failed to notice what was happening outside. Happily, he replied, Qingqian, my father watches over you so strictly that it's really difficult for you to come out even once. I don't know when we could possibly have the chance again. The Crown Prince's face glowed with excitement and vigor. When he lifted his head to see what Nan Feng was doing, he saw instead his father, the Emperor, and Changsun Wuji staring at them with stern expressions. Instantly, he felt as though someone had cast a paralysis spell on him. He didn't dare move a single inch. Chang Sunchong also saw the scene unfold and stood there with his mouth wide open, wide enough to fit 2 large eggs. Xiao Ju still hadn't a clue what was going on and sweetly asked, Brother Changsun, it's not dark yet. Are you going to take Xiao Ju somewhere else to play? Chang Sunchong, however, trembled violently in his legs and was so frightened he couldn't speak. Where else could he possibly go? Most likely, his own father wanted to break his legs right then and there. The Crown Prince finally regained his senses. He kept sweating cold sweat, his body still there, but his soul seemed to have fled to the heavens. Li Cheng immediately accelerated and kicked a heavy blow onto the Crown Prince's behind, then roared, Immediately. Right now? Go back to the Eastern Palace and kneel there waiting for me. The Crown Prince tightly covered his bruised behind with both hands, struggling to move forward, as palace eunuchs supported him while leaving. Had anyone else brought the Crown Prince here, they might have collapsed in fear by now. Chang Sunchong stuttered nervously. Son Salu, salute to Why Your Majesty salute, salute to father. Changsun Wuji charged straight toward his son, lifting his leg ready to deliver a kick to his behind. Li Cheng quickly stepped in and held him back, saying, My son is no longer a child. Hanging around here isn't a big deal. You don't need to discipline him so strictly. My older brother, you also don't need to consider punishing your son afterward. After speaking, Li Cheng pretended to give Nan Feng a fierce glare and said, As clever as you are, you act so innocent. Nan Feng gave an embarrassed smile, but said nothing in reply. Once the Crown Prince had left, Li Cheng turned his gaze toward the Guqin and softly said, Would you mind performing that melody and reciting the poem once again? Earlier, I didn't have the chance to fully appreciate its depth. Nan Feng had no choice but to obediently follow Li Cheng's instructions. After the melody ended, Li Cheng clapped his hands in praise. Your master is truly a lofty hermit. His poems are full of deep and profound meaning. Changsun Wuji and Li Xiaogong also nodded in agreement, showering praises. At that moment, Li Cheng changed his tone and said solemnly, Young brother Nan Feng, what you did regarding Zhang Xinwei is somewhat inappropriate. His father is the Duke's son, and even when you attack a dog, you need to consider its master. You've injured Zhang Xinwei so severely that when his father returns, he definitely won't easily let you off. You both have made outstanding contributions to our great Tang Dynasty. You're both precious flesh and blood to me. Tell me, how should I handle this matter? Upon hearing this, Nan Feng slightly furrowed his eyebrows and replied, Your Majesty, Zhang Xinwei has always acted ruthlessly and despotically. He even dared to lay his filthy hands on the home of my fiancée. Given my temper, how could I Ju Bufa? Furthermore, he intended to twist right and wrong and shift all blame onto my fiancée. That, the Crown Prince and the others saw with their own eyes. I only wanted to teach him a light lesson. After hearing Nan Feng's words, Li Cheng angrily retorted, Light? Your idea of light is too gentle. Gentle enough to leave the man childless and crippled for life. Li Cheng stomped heavily and continued, From now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay at home and wait until the Duke's son returns before we decide how to handle this. Actually, Li Cheng was only pretending to be furious. Otherwise, Nan Feng might already be locked in a prison. Changsun Wuji and Li Xiaogong each shot a vicious glance at their respective sons before growling in unison. Just wait until you get home. Then they walked back to the palace with Li Cheng. Changsun Chong said miserably, Brother Nan Feng, you painted yourself so innocent. What should your friend here, the bad guy, do now? We're definitely in for a thrashing when we get back home. The bad guy said miserably, Brother Nan, I never thought you would actually do something like this. Quickly help us come up with a solution, or else we will truly grow to hate you. Nan Feng strode out of the brothel's main door, turned around with a smiling face, and said to the two, Isn't that simple enough? All you need is for both of your parents to meet some misfortune, and then you two will be free as birds. Or better yet, you can do it yourselves and send your parents straight to the afterlife. The bad guy and Changsun Chong immediately became speechless. Was that even a method? That would be ruining them. Not long after Nan Feng left Hongla House, he encountered Emperor Li Cheng again. Li Cheng stared at Nan Feng with a smile and said, Little Nan Feng, I recently heard that your master has created a new work called the 100 Family Surnames. May I borrow it for a few days? Nan Feng replied casually, Your Majesty, the 100 Family Surnames is merely a collection of over 100 surnames along with their rankings. It has no real use, and besides, it's only my master's personal opinion. There's really no need to take it too seriously. If you insist on ranking all the surnames, if your majesty tries a bit harder and produces hundreds or even thousands of princes, then the surname Li would certainly be ranked first. The ending was always tragic. Clearly visible on Nan Feng's behind was a large footprint. That was the consequence of provoking Li Cheng's anger. Who let Nan Feng dare to mock him like that? Even a pig couldn't give birth to that many offspring. At this moment, the sky above Chang'an was pitch black. A heavy storm was about to begin. Because of this, the residents of Chang'an were very excited. As it had been so long since they had seen rain, their land had cracked and dried. Perhaps only Nan Feng knew the truth, that no matter how dark the sky looked, in the end it would only result in a very, very light drizzle. During the Jingguan era, there hadn't truly been a heavy rainfall at all. Chapter 44, Li Cheng's Panic. Nan Feng had already returned to his estate. As soon as he arrived, he went to check on the tea plants and sent people to pick the tender leaves for his own use. After picking all the tea plants, only about 10 jin of leaves were collected, and those trees were now nearly stripped to the bare branches. He brought all the tender leaves into the kitchen and directly plunged his hands into the tea leaves, constantly tossing them over the flame. Beside him, several stewards tried to persuade Nan Feng relentlessly, urging him not to get depressed. Nan Feng merely glanced at these ignorant men with disdain. How could I be depressed? I'm just stir-frying tea leaves. A few chefs watched Nan Feng closely, observing his movements as they tried to mimic his techniques. One of the cooks, full of admiration, exclaimed, The young master knows so many things. His iron palm technique is now almost unmatched. If I could master this technique, I wouldn't even need a spoon to stir-fry in the future. Hearing this, Nan Feng couldn't help himself and immediately expelled the cook from the kitchen. After continuous tossing and turning, the nearly 10 jin of fresh tea leaves became about 4 jin. The kitchen was filled with the fresh aroma of tea. Nan Feng took some dried rose petals and mixed them into the tea leaves, thus creating rose-scented tea. Fortunately, the teapot he had specially ordered was already completed. Nan Feng brewed a pot of tea without delay and began savoring it delicately. However, the tea leaves were indeed too scarce. Turning to the steward beside him, Nan Feng instructed, Uncle Zhou, go to Gaoshou right away to get some silver. Then take some people to walk around Chang'an. Once you find such tea plants, purchase them. If people refuse to sell, you can either rob or trick them, but you must bring the tea plants back. If all else fails, it's okay to just destroy the plant. The steward glanced at the heavy dark clouds in the sky and hesitated slightly, saying, Young master, it seems like a heavy rainstorm is coming. Why don't we wait until the rain stops before searching? Nan Feng smiled lightly and calmly replied, No need to worry. I have already calculated everything. Although it seems threatening with all those dark clouds, it's nothing but show. There won't be any rain. Reassured by his young master's words, Steward Zhou left nervously. Before the sun had fully set, he returned by carriage with dozens of tea plants, which were transplanted into the backyard. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire Tang Empire. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning would strike the golden eaves of the imperial palace, producing loud, terrifying thunderclaps, especially since those eaves were made of metal. Countless citizens witnessed this scene. Look at that, they said. Has the emperor done something that violates the heavenly order? Even the thunder god is chasing him down to strike. People in the feudal era were highly superstitious, believing that gods and demons existed in the world. Whenever natural disasters such as droughts or floods occurred, they would set up altars and perform rituals, believing this would appease the gods. A truly foolish and superstitious act. After witnessing dozens of lightning strikes upon his own palace, Li Cheng had already become restless and summoned all his ministers to the palace to discuss the matter urgently. Li Cheng kept standing up and sitting back down restlessly. Suddenly, another deafening boom echoed as lightning struck the roof beam right above his head, shaking his entire body. Trembling with fear, he asked, "Have I recently done something so unforgivable that heaven and mankind both despise me? Even heaven itself is against me, continuously striking me with lightning. You all should recall, what have I recently done that could have gone wrong?" Fang Xianling furrowed his brows and, stroking his long beard, said, "Instead of randomly guessing here, we might as well invite Chunfeng and Tiangang to come and calculate for the emperor. Maybe then we can discover the truth behind all this." The empress also frowned and answered, "Those two are located very far from our palace. It will take several more days before they can arrive. By then, everything will have already gone cold." Suddenly, Li Cheng slapped his thigh, exclaiming excitedly, "I nearly forgot. Doesn't Nanfeng also have the ability to calculate things? Watching bolt after bolt of lightning strike down is truly terrifying. I truly can't afford to wait any longer. Immediately invite Nanfeng into the palace." Nanfeng had also expected this scenario in advance, so not long afterward, people from the palace invited him to come. Truthfully speaking, seeing how much lightning had hit his palace, if Li Cheng were not scared, I would genuinely admire him with utmost respect. By now, night had already completely fallen. Nanfeng's stomach was growling with hunger. Without even stopping for dinner, he hurried into the palace, internally grumbling that the emperor clearly didn't care for his subordinates. All the way, the sky remained pitch black, with not even one's own fingers visible in the darkness. Fortunately, the lanterns provided some help. Otherwise, one could easily trip and fall at any moment. In fact, many people in the Tang Dynasty suffered from night blindness. Once night came, they couldn't see a thing, which was precisely due to a lack of essential nutrients within their bodies. If they consumed more protein-rich foods, they wouldn't suffer from this illness. Upon entering the emperor's palace, 10 enormous lanterns were lit inside, the flames swaying restlessly under the cold wind. The flickering lights illuminated the faces of several ministers, further highlighting their inner panic. Especially Li Cheng and Zhangsun Wuji. Right now, their hearts were particularly anxious, afraid to hear bad news from Nanfeng's calculations. "Captain Nanfeng pays respects to the emperor," Nanfeng said while bowing with his fists clasped together, and at the same time noticed a bagua-shaped table placed right at the center of the palace. On it were more than a dozen copper coins and a turtle shell the size of a palm. "Goodness, not this again." Li Cheng hurriedly ran down the staircase, grabbed Nanfeng's hands, and earnestly pleaded, "Young brother Nanfeng, I know it's not quite appropriate to ask you to do these things. It goes against the natural order and harms your health, but the lightning just won't stop striking, really scaring me out of my wits. I don't know what wrongdoing I may have done, but the continuous strikes feel like warnings from heaven itself. The only person I could think of who could calculate this is you. So please, quickly calculate what I should do about it." The empress looked quite young too, probably no more than 30, wearing an elegant phoenix robe. Though somewhat loose, it only added to her charm. She examined Nanfeng for a moment and then nodded gently. All the ministers present, including Li Cheng, tightly fixed their eyes on Nanfeng. He could only say bitterly, "Your Majesty, with all due respect, you're going to kill me with this request." Chapter 45, The Emperor Who Loves to Learn. Nanfeng continued, "I haven't even married a beautiful woman yet. If I perform another divination, I may not live long enough to marry one. Besides, even if lightning keeps striking your palace, it's got nothing to do with you." Li Cheng anxiously asked, "How can that be? If it has nothing to do with me, why does the lightning keep striking only my palace? And each time it strikes the very hall where I hold court?" Nanfeng gently shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, please don't panic. Allow me to explain everything to you. It's not strange at all for objects made of metal to be struck by lightning. It's merely a very common occurrence." "How so?" "Your Majesty, I have read books about such phenomena, and they provide detailed explanations. Objects made of metal, especially those placed high up, are most likely to attract lightning. The palace where you hold court is the tallest, and its roof ridges are precisely made of metal. Getting struck by lightning is an entirely normal event." Upon hearing this, the people in the court looked at each other in disbelief. One of them widened his eyes and asked, "Metal objects attract lightning? But I once heard that a tree in Chang'an was also struck by lightning and caught fire on its own. Why is that?" Nanfeng helplessly replied, "That too is quite common. Water can also conduct electricity. When a tall tree gets soaked in the rain, it becomes highly prone to being struck by lightning. If you don't believe what I say, try replacing all the metal roof ridges with wooden or ceramic ones on a certain day as a comparison, and at the same time set up a large bronze rod upright on the mountaintop behind the palace. I guarantee lightning will no longer strike your palace, but will instead strike this bronze rod on the rear mountain. After listening to Nan Feng's explanation, Li Cheng felt dizzy and confused. Wasn't the lightning that just struck his palace supposed to be a warning from the heavens? The Empress nodded at this moment and said, I believe Lieutenant Nan Feng's explanation is very reasonable. Your Majesty governs the country and cares for the people day and night, always reminding yourself not to make any mistakes. A ruler like you, why would the heavens punish you? Why don't you just replace those bronze roof ridges on the palace roof? If what Nan Feng said is true, you won't need to worry anymore. Li Cheng agreed. Then I shall follow the Empress's suggestion and replace those metal roof ridges right away. Considering the frequent thunderstorms at this time of year, and especially how often lightning strikes my palace, I really can't feel at ease. If Nan Feng's advice proves effective, I will surely reward you accordingly. Xianling, Wuji, I imagine you two haven't eaten supper yet. How about staying here and having dinner before returning? The two declined politely and left, but Emperor Li didn't allow Nan Feng to go, grasping his arm and smiling as he spoke. Little Nan Feng, since it's already so late now, going back would be inconvenient for you. Spend tonight here and we can chat more. I'll have someone prepare a room for you right away, and you may leave after attending court tomorrow morning. Nan Feng could only reluctantly agree. Is this emperor going to stick to me now? To tell the truth, Li Cheng had wanted to invite Nan Feng to stay overnight ever since yesterday, so he could learn more from him. Ever since listening to Nan Feng's peculiar knowledge and explanations, Li Cheng had developed an intense curiosity. How could he possibly let tonight's perfect opportunity slip away? Nan Feng dined together with the emperor and empress, but the food wasn't to his liking, so he merely ate a bit, barely more than nothing at all. Returning to the Taiji Palace where court sessions were held, the empress personally went to prepare tea for them. Smiling, Li Cheng said, You must drink plenty of the tea the empress prepared for you. Its taste is truly one of a kind. Upon hearing that, Nan Feng's face turned deathly pale. This wasn't tea. It tasted worse than spoiled milk. There was no way he could drink it. Embarrassed, he muttered, Your Majesty, since childhood I have traveled with my master, and I've grown accustomed to his tea. Although the empress's skill in preparing tea is excellent, I'm afraid I just can't get used to it. Li Cheng happily said, Then it's just that you lack the fortune to enjoy such delicacies. By the way, I'm very curious about those strange pieces of knowledge you mentioned yesterday. Unfortunately, time passed too quickly, and I didn't get to ask everything I wanted. Would you please explain this physics and chemistry thoroughly to me tonight? Nan Feng also understood that Li Cheng would eventually ask him about these things. After all, it would be a shame not to make full use of a talented person. He coughed lightly and said, Your Majesty, chemistry isn't complicated. For example, even when we produce salt, 70% of the process involves chemistry. Chemistry is a discipline that explores the structure and composition of substances. If I were to explain it in detail, it might take half a year to finish. It's a systematic field, closely related to every aspect of our daily lives. For instance, the common practice in the palace of using silver needles to detect poison in food is actually one kind of chemical reaction. Then, with a tone of contempt, Nan Feng added, Actually, this is somewhat amusing. A long time ago, people already used silver needles to test for poison, but silver needles don't always detect it. Sulfur can turn silver needles black, but some poisons created through chemical reactions won't cause the silver needle to darken at all when touched. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's face was filled with shock. He always used silver needles to test for poison, a matter directly concerning his own safety. He had to get to the bottom of it. He quickly asked, What exactly is sulfur then? Your Majesty, sulfur is contained in the yolk of cooked eggs. If you don't believe me, try it with one and you'll see. Li Cheng, refusing to believe it at first, immediately sent someone to fetch several boiled eggs and silver needles. After peeling the eggs, he personally inserted the silver needle into the yolk. Waiting briefly, he pulled it out again. Clearly visible, the part that had been inserted had turned completely black. Chapter 46, A Nighttime Conversation in the Palace. When Li Cheng saw the silver needle turn black, his expression became unusually solemn. Yet Nan Feng didn't care at all. He stuffed the egg into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Nan Feng, don't do anything rash, Li Cheng said in great shock. After the needle was inserted, it turned black. It must have been poisoned food. How could he still dare to eat it? The empress was similarly frightened by Nan Feng's actions and quickly summoned the imperial physician. When the physician arrived, he conducted a thorough examination of Nan Feng, but found nothing abnormal. Only then did Li Cheng believe what Nan Feng had said. As he sent the physician away, he complained, You, without saying a word, actually ate the egg. Did you want to scare me half to death? If that egg had really been poisoned, I wouldn't find someone like you, even with a lantern in hand searching high and low. Nan Feng smiled and explained, Your Majesty, I did this to demonstrate chemistry for you. Chemical changes happen all the time. Even the air we breathe undergoes chemical reactions inside our bodies. Physics isn't difficult to understand either. It's a discipline that studies motion and the interactions between objects. Let me use this egg as an example. Holding an egg in his hand, Nan Feng continued, This egg will crack the moment you tap it lightly on the table. But if you hold it in the palm of your hand and try to crush it with all your strength, no matter how hard you try, you'll never manage to break it. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng picked up an egg himself and found it exactly as Nan Feng described. No matter how much force he exerted, the egg wouldn't break. Both Empress and Li Cheng were stunned, their mouths wide open. Li Cheng summoned a eunuch, handed him the egg, and told him to try squeezing it the same way, but with the same result, the egg didn't break. Surprised, he asked, Any other examples? Tell me a few more. This is really amazing. Nan Feng continued. Your Majesty, these two disciplines can bring enormous benefits. Physics can enable people to fly in the sky, lift 1,000-pound objects with ease, produce rain, allow illumination through metal wires, and when combined with architecture, even create extremely tall buildings. Li Cheng and the Empress thought it incredible and believed Nanfeng was trying to trick them, so Li Cheng angrily said, "Nonsense. Relying on it you can fly in the sky? You can move 1,000-pound objects? How will it make rain for us? Can it make my bronze objects glow? You should boast a little more believably. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Don't you fear punishment from me?" Still, the Empress was more level-headed. She quickly pulled the Emperor's arm and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Perhaps what he says is true. When has Nanfeng ever lied to you?" Hearing this, Li Cheng regained some composure and warned him, "Explain these matters clearly, or just wait and see what I'll do to you." Nanfeng wasn't frightened by the threat. Smiling slightly, he replied, "Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I can show you tomorrow. But I can't demonstrate everything right now because I lack certain necessary items. Although people cannot fly in the skies or metal wires glow yet, lifting 1,000-pound objects truly is simple. What I just mentioned, given some time, I can definitely turn into reality. Then you won't think I was just speaking nonsense anymore." Li Cheng nodded and said, "Fine, I shall wait and see how you easily lift 1,000-pound objects tomorrow. But if you dare to deceive me, you certainly won't escape a beating." Nanfeng helplessly shook his head. He realized that Guji, these basic sciences was necessary. He had only mentioned the simplest concepts, yet both Li Cheng and the Empress nearly wanted to beat him. Sigh, no wonder they couldn't believe it. After all, these ideas were extremely advanced for the Tang Dynasty. He then discussed some agricultural knowledge with Li Cheng. When Nanfeng mentioned that fruits normally grown in summer could also be cultivated in winter, Li Cheng flew into a rage again, scolding Nanfeng for treating him like a child. After a great deal of effort, Nanfeng finally made a bet with Li Cheng, betting that he could grow summer crops in winter. Nanfeng thought this was easy. All he needed was a greenhouse. The conversation lasted until the late hours of the night. Nanfeng hadn't eaten much for dinner, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. He hurriedly wanted to go to the Crown Prince's quarters for something to eat, but they continued talking for quite a while longer before Li Cheng finally waved his hand and instructed a eunuch beside him. "It's getting late. Take Nanfeng to his room to rest." As Li Cheng turned to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned back around, holding up a token. "In the future, we might meet often. This token grants access in and out of the palace. When you come of age, you can return it to me. The palace is very complicated. Don't wander around aimlessly. The guards here are not easy to deal with." After saying that, Li Cheng immediately felt like he had said something inappropriate and quickly walked away with the Empress. If he had to talk about who was difficult, Nanfeng himself definitely wasn't someone easygoing either. Even without this token, with Nanfeng's abilities, entering and leaving the palace would be as effortless as walking in and out of his own home. Eunuch Su held a large lantern and led Nanfeng to his resting quarters. Looking around, Nanfeng quietly asked, "Eunuch Su, one thing, can you tell me where the palace of the eldest princess is? Just point me the way." Hearing that, Eunuch Su frowned and said, "Young brother Nanfeng, please don't give me trouble. You're young and full of energy. If I take you there and you can't control yourself later, I'll lose my life. You don't trust me?" Nanfeng replied, "Don't worry. Even if something really does happen, I won't mention you were the one who showed me the way." Unable to resist Nanfeng, Eunuch Su glanced around before leaning in and whispering into Nanfeng's ear, "From Xianda Gate, go to the farthest palace called Yongshou Palace. That's where the eldest princess resides. Since she doesn't have the emperor's favor, that palace is small and the most secluded." Nanfeng looked in the direction of Yongshou Palace, but his mind was thinking, how would it be to be a flower-picking thief inside the palace tonight? Not long after, he suppressed this thought. Chapter 47, The Bandit Nanfeng. If I were to act as a flower-snatching thief inside the palace and got caught, Li Cheng would probably chase me around with a big sword. "Little brother Nanfeng, this is where you'll rest," the eunuch Su said, leading Nanfeng to the place before turning around and leaving. Nanfeng, however, casually made his way to the Crown Prince's quarters, where the Crown Prince had been waiting for him for quite a while. Seeing Nanfeng again, the Crown Prince smiled and said, "Brother Nan, I've been waiting so long for you. Tonight, you and I will be in the same room together. Aren't you excited?" Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Nanfeng felt a little creeped out. How was that exciting? At least they wouldn't be sleeping in the same bed. Nanfeng was so hungry that his ribs nearly showed, and he quickly grabbed the Crown Prince's arm, saying, "Don't waste time chatting. Where's the kitchen? Take me there now. The food from dinner tasted like cardboard. I barely ate 2 bites. Take me to the kitchen. Let's see if we can get something decent to eat." Recalling the delicious dinner he had at Nanfeng's mansion, the Crown Prince's mouth began to water again. Without hesitation, he led Nanfeng straight to the kitchen. As soon as they walked in, Nanfeng chased all the cooks outside. He rummaged around here and there, eventually finding a wide variety of fresh ingredients. There were even a few ornate lobsters in one tank. Looking into another water basin, he found plenty of fresh abalone and sea cucumbers, all still alive. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Chang'an was so far away from the ocean. He wondered how they managed to bring these fresh seafood delicacies here. Indeed, the rich were different. They simply couldn't be compared to an ordinary captain like himself. Grabbing a few abalones and sea cucumbers, Nanfeng was ready to start cooking. Seeing this, the Crown Prince looked deeply troubled. "Brother Nan, no? These are especially sent by the Emperor for me with great effort. Don't eat them all at once." He had brought him here to cook, not to loot. These valuable ingredients weren't easy to come by. Once eaten, They'd be gone until the next time someone sent them. Surely, he should leave some to enjoy another day. Alright, my lord father always exploits me. Why can't I exploit you a little bit here? Besides, it's just some abalone and whatnot. You're the crown prince. Shouldn't you be more generous instead of sulking like this? The crown prince's face was full of pain and reluctance. Nanfeng was truly nothing short of a robber. Yet still not satisfied with all the fresh ingredients he had already gathered, Nanfeng soon discovered a large barrel of excellent wine. He took it without hesitation. Like a bandit who saw something he liked, and just took it, Nanfeng didn't care what the crown prince thought. Helplessly, the prince leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Nanfeng grabbing things left and right while constantly shaking his head and sighing. This was how powerless a prince could be, unable to control even a mere captain. Just a moment ago, Nanfeng had grabbed his sleeve and asked, eyes fierce, whether there were any other good things hidden away. Faced with Nanfeng's persistent interrogation, the crown prince, helpless, could only help him search further until finally finding a giant green crab weighing around 4 jin. Only then did Nanfeng joyfully begin preparing the late-night meal. After a simple rinse, he steamed the crab and ornate lobsters with slices of fresh ginger. The abalone was sliced and stewed, and just before serving, Nanfeng added scallion threads and drizzled hot oil over it, releasing an instantly intoxicating aroma. For one of the ornate lobsters, he directly cut the meat into pieces and made sweet and sour lobster balls. The lobster meat was wrapped in syrup and looked incredibly appetizing. As Nanfeng was focused on cooking, the crown prince's chefs stood with necks stretched and eyes wide, watching him. They were amazed that the crab and lobster could just be steamed directly in the pot. If it were them, they'd simply boil the lobster in salt water before serving. Steaming was unheard of, let alone stir-frying. Nanfeng's methods had truly opened their minds. Just then, Nanfeng picked up a kitchen knife and approached them, nearly scaring the chefs out of their pants, thinking he had discovered their attempt to peek and intended to eliminate them. Before they could even open their mouths to plead, they heard Nanfeng say, "Bring me some boxes." Immediately relaxing, the chefs quickly fetched some plates. Nanfeng split a sea cucumber in half, washed it clean, and placed it into the dishes. He also grabbed some scallions, washed and chopped them, and poured oil into the wok. When the oil was halfway heated, he tossed in the scallion whites and sea cucumbers, continuously stir-frying. Right before taking it off the heat, he threw in the scallion greens, completing a dish rich in color, aroma, and taste, perfectly filling both the plates and the food containers. Seeing this, the crown prince grew anxious and roared, "If you and I eat all of this tonight, it wouldn't be a big deal, but why are you getting boxes for? Do you plan to take all of these dishes away? Arg, are you trying to kill someone with frustration?" Nanfeng didn't even listen to the crown prince's words. He simply pushed the prince aside and said casually, "Why are you getting so worked up? Can't you see I intentionally made so much? Each dish is split into 2 portions, one larger and one smaller. We'll eat the bigger share, and the other portion is meant for your older sister. She's not well favored. When would she ever have a chance to taste such delicacies?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince's anger immediately subsided. Nanfeng wasn't wrong. Among the palace princes and princesses, aside from the 2 princes who could be compared to him in status, others barely had access to the luxuries he enjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, Nanfeng continued, "Plus, I'm going to marry your sister soon. How could I bear to let her suffer such hardship? You really don't understand anything, not even taking good care of your own sister. If I were your sister, I'd want to slap you across the face a couple of times." Hearing Nanfeng's words, the crown prince hung his head silently, unable to retort. He changed the subject, coughing slightly. So tonight, you're secretly planning to go see my sister, right? Don't worry, my mouth is sealed tight. I won't spill a word. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Let's eat quickly. I've got a very loud stomach protesting here. Nanfeng then brought over a few large flatbreads. After roasting them over charcoal until slightly charred, he cracked them open and filled them with rich crab roe, topping them with several pieces of shrimp meat. Taking a bite, the taste was absolutely incredible. Combined with a sip of red wine, life felt so satisfying, like living like a heavenly immortal. Chapter 48. Midnight Intrusion into Yongshou Palace. The crown prince imitated Nanfeng's actions and ate a large pancake, feeling equally satisfied. He smacked his lips and said, "Brother Nan, after tasting your cooking, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy the palace food anymore. I've specially chosen 2 beautiful ladies to go to your residence to learn cooking from your chef. Don't worry, whoever I choose must be extremely beautiful, absolutely satisfying. Once they've learned, if you don't want them to return, you can just send 2 of your chefs over instead." Nanfeng gave the crown prince a flick on the forehead and changed the subject. "You must have been terrified by your father this afternoon, right? By the way, I'm curious, how did your father scold you after he came back?" The crown prince had originally been immersed in post-meal bliss, but upon hearing Nanfeng's question, he instantly panicked and said, "Help. Today was probably too much for him to remember scolding me, but he will come eventually. You have to help me come up with a plan." After a moment's thought, Nanfeng replied, "There's actually a way. I can guarantee your father won't come to scold you again, but after helping you, you must promise me a favor." The crown prince nodded furiously. Fine. I'll agree to anything you say." Nanfeng secretly smiled inside. He knew Li Cheng had most likely already forgotten his intention to scold the crown prince, so he had once again gained an advantage. This crown prince was truly too naive. Nanfeng continued, "Let me ask you something. Don't you dare lie to me. How did your brothel visit go today? Even from outside the room, I could clearly hear your adult voice. What exactly did those 2 mature ladies do to you?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince's face flushed bright red, his eyes dreamy with longing as he said, "The experience was really amazing. It was my first time experiencing such pleasures. Oh, one of them was named Qing Mei. Would you arrange for her to be secretly sent here to me?" A brothel girl was not worth such intense longing from a crown prince, so Nanfeng continued questioning her name and exactly what she had done for him, and only then did he discover that the girl had given the crown prince a complete service, twice. Nanfeng nearly burst out laughing. Privately, he looked down on the crown prince for being so weak-willed. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to bring the girl directly to the crown prince. If the girl drained the crown prince dry, and the emperor blamed him afterward, he would end up in serious trouble. At that point, Li Cheng might chase after him with a 3-meter-long sword, asking exactly what methods he had used to cause his beloved son to become so emaciated that a strong wind could blow him away. After satisfying himself with food and drink, Nanfeng took the freshly cooked meals and sneaked out. After great effort, he finally reached Yongshou Palace, sneaking around like a thief. Yongshou Palace was not as grand as his own residence. It was at most the size of his backyard. The outer perimeter was heavily guarded. Almost every few steps he would see an armed guard. However, once inside, there were no guards at all. Only a few maids passed by occasionally. It was already the dead of night, but the bedroom chambers remained brightly lit. Seeing this scene, Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "It's so late. Why hasn't she gone to sleep yet?" With a creaking sound, a servant girl slowly pushed open the large door and poured a basin of foot-washing water into the drain outside. Nanfeng squinted carefully and realized this was Xiaotao, Princess Li Yuanyuan's personal maid. Afraid that his sudden appearance might startle her, Nanfeng waited until Xiaotao finished disposing of the water and returned inside before slowly walking to the door and knocking. Soon enough, Xiaotao came to open the door. Upon seeing Nanfeng there, her mouth opened wide in shock. After finally recovering her senses, she rushed straight into Princess Yuanyuan's presence and cried out, "This is bad. This is really bad. Princess, it's terrible. The Fumar is outside the gate." Li Yuanyuan had only just finished soaking her feet and was now sitting on the bed. Some crystal-clear water droplets still clung to her clean, jade-like feet. Upon hearing the maid's words, she widened her eyes, confusion covering her small face. "Don't panic, speak slowly. What husband are you referring to?" Princess Yuanyuan asked Xiaotao. After catching her breath, Xiaotao quickly replied, "The Fuma is Colonel Nanfeng from the Yuqi regiment. He's waiting at the gate right now." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan finally realized what was happening and exclaimed in shock, "What? How is that possible? If my father finds out he came to see me this late at night, he will definitely throw him into prison." Li Yuanyuan was extremely frightened. She quickly got up and hurriedly pulled Nanfeng inside to prevent anyone else from seeing him. Nanfeng smiled gently, placed the food box on the table, and carefully opened each container, taking out the freshly cooked dishes and arranging them neatly. Li Yuanyuan didn't even glance at what Nanfeng had prepared for her. She spoke in great anxiety. "It's so late already. Why did you still come here to find me? You must leave right away, or if my father finds out, you will be severely punished." But Nanfeng remained calm and smiled as he replied, "They won't be able to detect that I'm here at all, but if you speak a bit louder just now, then who knows what might happen." Hearing this, Li Yuanyuan immediately covered her small mouth with her hands and ran over to Nanfeng, whispering nervously, "It's already this late, and you still dare to come looking for me. If someone sees us, I would be completely humiliated." After speaking, she finally noticed the delicious dishes on the table. Her face turned bright red, and she suppressed her surprise as she asked, "Did you specifically come here to bring me food to eat?" Eat it while it's still hot. I made it in the Eastern Palace. After I found out your address, I specially prepared an extra portion and brought it over just for you." Looking at the table full of dishes, Li Yuanyuan's eyes began to well up slightly with tears. She gazed at Nanfeng deeply again, her heart racing with affection. She truly hadn't expected that any man would dare to risk imprisonment just to bring her something delicious so late at night. She had been living in Yongshou Palace for 7 or 8 years already, but the emperor and empress had never once visited her here. It was as if she didn't even exist in this world. Except for occasional visits from Li Yuan, no one else had ever truly cared for her. At that thought, her inner emotional defenses instantly collapsed. Chapter 49, The Bashful Li Yuanyuan. Li Yuanyuan's eyes were red and swollen, large tears dropping one by one down her face. Seeing this, Nanfeng quickly used his sleeve to wipe away her tears. He put on a serious face and said, all right, don't cry anymore, okay? You're already crying like a little kitten. You're moved, but you really don't have to go this far. Come on, try my cooking first." Li Yuanyuan obediently nodded. She picked up a piece of crispy shrimp with candy sauce and put it into her mouth. Slowly chewing, the sweet and savory taste overwhelmed her. While eating the meal Nanfeng brought, she felt not only pleasure on her tongue, but even more sweetness in her heart. She nearly couldn't stop eating and, with her mouth half full, mumbled, "This is truly delicious. It's way better than the meals cooked by the chefs in my palace." "Which chef in the Eastern Palace made this?" "Haha, you never would have guessed," Nanfeng said proudly. "All of this food was personally cooked by me for you." "What? You can cook?" Li Yuanyuan was deeply shocked. Nanfeng immediately replied, "Of course I can. I cooked every dish myself. Isn't it absolutely delicious? Don't worry, after you marry me, I will cook you even more delicious meals." If Nanfeng was willing, he possessed countless ways to make any Tang Dynasty girl fall head over heels for him. All those cliched sweet words he'd gathered were enough to capture any woman's heart. As expected, when she heard Nan Feng's words, Li Yuanyuan's face turned bright red. She giggled and said, "You're such a bad guy. I don't want to marry into your house." He really? But it seems like that's not a decision you get to make. The emperor already promised your hand to me, so just be a good girl and accept it. Li Yuanyuan's face was filled with shyness. She neatly put down her chopsticks and grabbed Nan Feng's arm, pulling him toward the door as she spoke shyly. "You must go back now. I need to go to sleep, too. Remember to be careful. Don't get seen by the guards." Nan Feng looked at Li Yuanyuan with an expression of grievance and said, I came here at such a great risk just to bring you this delicious meal. After you're full, you're sending me away already? You're really mean." After saying this, Nan Feng dramatically wiped both of his eyes, nearly about to cry. Li Yuanyuan felt a bit at a loss. She blinked and looked left and right before finally making a decision. "Why don't you stay tonight? I can go sleep with the maids. You can rest here." Sighing, Nan Feng replied, "Fine, I'll just go home. But since I cooked so diligently for you, won't you give me some kind of reward?" "What kind of reward do you want?" "A reward like this." Right after finishing his sentence, Nan Feng suddenly wrapped Li Yuanyuan into his arms. With one hand supporting the back of her head, he slowly leaned in, eyes half closed, planting a kiss on her lips. Li Yuanyuan's eyes widened in shock. Her fingers splayed open at first, but finally, dazedly, she wrapped her arms around Nan Feng's waist. Her mind was suddenly a blank. Her personal maid was also watching wide-eyed, stunned for a moment before regaining her senses. She quickly covered her eyes with both hands, but kept a small slit to secretly continue watching. Afraid that once Yuanyuan regained her senses, she might angrily bite him to pieces, Nan Feng quickly fled the Yongshou Palace after kissing her for several dozen seconds. Nan Feng, with a reputation built across generations, couldn't afford to let that little girl bite it all away, so escape was his wisest choice. Li Yuanyuan was still lost in the feeling of Nan Feng's kiss, standing still like a piece of wood. After 2 or 3 minutes, she suddenly came to her senses. She quickly covered her burning red face with both hands, clenching her teeth fiercely, looking extremely adorable. At this moment, Xiao Tao came over playfully, teasing, "The future son-in-law truly is such a considerate man. So late at night, he risked everything just to bring you a midnight snack. Oh, princess, you're just too lucky. I hope I can also meet such a great man someday." Red-faced with embarrassment, Li Yuanyuan pushed Xiao Tao out the door. She resumed eating the delicacies Nan Feng had prepared for her. After eating for a while, her cheeks became hot with blush, and she wished she could immediately hide under the covers, burying her head in shame, as her mind was now flooded with images of Nan Feng kissing her fiercely. When she finally went to bed that night, she continued thinking about the kiss. Eventually, she fell asleep with a silly smile on her face. In the morning, after having breakfast together with the crown prince, Nan Feng went with him to court. In the Great Tang Dynasty, attending court was required on fixed schedules, not daily. Usually, they attended on the 1st and the 16th of each month. On other special occasions or festivals, officials were also required to attend court within the palace. At court, nothing more than trivial matters were discussed, such as reports of droughts in certain regions, floods in others, or news that mountain bandits in a particular area had been completely eliminated. If any special circumstances occurred, court would also be held, just like today. For example, when a newly appointed young officer reached the age for a coronation-like ceremony under the Tang system, an official ritual was required. During this ceremony, a palace eunuch would place a tall hat upon the underage officer's head, nothing more than that simple act. Although morning drills usually passed without much commotion, this court session on the 16th of the month would certainly be different. The Duke of Sun was expected to return by then, and he surely wouldn't let things rest. The Duke of Sun was still in Yuzhou. Although it wasn't far from Chang'an, the journey back would still require 3 or 4 days of travel. If in the future, traveling to a location required such an extended period of time, people would probably be too frightened to travel at all. After all, even international travel wouldn't take that long in the future. Inside the Taiji Palace, not many officials had arrived for court, yet Li Cheng appeared extremely excited. A eunuch took the officer's tall hat and placed it on Nan Feng's head. Nan Feng had also changed into the new uniform of an officer. The saying, "Clothes make the man," held true indeed. With the officer's uniform on, Nan Feng appeared considerably more handsome, especially since the outfit was tailor-made, fitting him perfectly. After completing the ceremony, Li Cheng began to mention the matter Nan Feng had spoken of the previous day, such ideas as flying in the sky, effortlessly moving massive objects, and even making metal objects glow. He still couldn't believe these claims, as they had already shattered his understanding of the world. Li Cheng took a sip of water to moisten his throat, then smiled and turned toward the ministers assembled in court, saying, "Esteemed ministers, last night I engaged in late-night conversation with the young brother Nan Feng by candlelight. During our discussion of physics, he claimed that through physics, humans could soar in the air and easily move colossal objects." Chapter 50. Wei Zhong, the rat everyone wants to beat up. Li Cheng continued, "I believe brother Nan Feng surely wouldn't dare to deceive me, but what he said is hard for me to believe. So I spoke up to ask your opinions. What do you think? Is what he said true?" Upon hearing these words, the crown prince was so shocked that his mouth hung open. He stared at Nan Feng in disbelief. "As my future brother-in-law, even if you want to deceive my father, could you be so obviously dishonest? Are you treating my father like a 3-year-old child? How could a human being soar through the air? After all, humans are not celestial gods. These things are simply impossible." All the ministers in the court glared at Nan Feng with anger, scolding him for deceiving the emperor. General Yuqi looked on with satisfaction. Who told you to show off in front of my gate yesterday? Now I'll see how you get out of this mess. Complete nonsense. Ridiculous. Absurd. Unforgivable. At this moment, many officials shouted furiously at Nanfeng. Although many people in court were now cursing Nanfeng, a few individuals remained silent because they had already come to understand Nanfeng's abilities. An old man with a mustache and a furious expression was shouting the loudest. He roared, "Your Majesty, I suggest immediately revoking Nanfeng's position. How dare he deceive you, Your Majesty?" Good heavens. Isn't that Wei Zheng? Nanfeng cast a glance at this old man, and his face immediately darkened. He's nothing but a troublemaker, a rat everyone wants to beat up, still stirring up trouble despite his old age. Every minister in court had probably already been annoyed by him at some point. Yet, precisely this pest, despised by everyone, somehow managed to rise steadily in rank, and had recently been promoted to Left Chancellor by Li Cheng. Even Li Er felt exasperated toward him despite secretly appreciating his honesty. He always failed to consider the appropriateness of time and place, giving no one face. He spoke his mind freely without holding back, which pleased Li Cheng, yet also left him in helpless frustration. Wei Zheng said in an angry tone, "Your Majesty, humans are ordinary after all. Obviously, they aren't celestial beings, so how could they soar through the sky? Furthermore, we're humans, not demons or spirits. How could we move 1,000-gene objects easily? Nanfeng is clearly treating you like a 3-year-old child. You must differentiate between right and wrong clearly, Your Majesty. Let me directly impeach him. Better to remove him than let him keep lying before you." Hearing Wei Zheng's words, Li Cheng also appeared a bit flustered. Looking at Nanfeng, he said, "Won't you refute his words?" Nanfeng frowned slightly and replied, "Chancellor Wei, on what grounds do you claim that humans cannot soar in the sky or lift 1,000-gene objects using physical strength? If you have no evidence to prove your words, then you're simply slandering me. Your Majesty, I also wish to impeach him. He, Wei Zheng, is just a petty man." Hearing Nanfeng's reply, Wei Zheng's eyes burned with a furious fire like flames. Since his birth, it was the first time someone had directly called him a petty man to his face. So how could he not be furious? He roared back, "No wonder you're Deputy Commander Nan. You're quite eloquent. But then again, how can you prove what you claim? For instance, can you move a 1,000-gene object right here for us to see? If not, your life may be in danger." While the two argued, the civil and military officials on both sides of the hall looked at each other, then up at the ceiling. General Yuqi especially paid no attention at all to the argument between Nanfeng and Wei Zheng. He simply stuffed his finger up his nose, twirled it around, and then pulled it out, extracting a dark yellow something that stubbornly stuck to his finger no matter how hard he tried to flick it away. Eventually, he glanced around to ensure nobody was watching, stretched his finger to his mouth, chewed it up, and spat it out. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The real spectacle was an old man busily digging in his ears. Judging from his appearance, he must have held an important official rank. After cleaning his ears, he moved to his nose, and then finally picked his teeth with the same finger. Meanwhile, a line of snot continuously rose and fell with his breathing. Nanfeng witnessed the entire scene, filled with admiration. Truly, this man is our role model. As he listened to the quarreling of the two men, Li Cheng's face twitched slightly. Those two were definitely not easy opponents. It seemed like he would have to play the role of mediator again. He quickly interrupted, "Brother Nanfeng, I believe you're not lying to me, but others don't believe you. There's nothing I can do about that. Only if you actually demonstrate your abilities can you convince everyone." After hearing the emperor's words, Wei Zheng snorted angrily, then turned around, unwilling to continue arguing with Nanfeng. Nanfeng cast a disdainful glance at Wei Zheng. If he weren't a highly favored official deeply trusted by the emperor, I'd literally slap him all the way out of Chang'an. Nanfeng cleared his throat slightly and continued, "Your Majesty, if you truly wish to realize the dream of soaring through the sky right now, I'm afraid I'm not quite ready yet, because there are still far too many preparations required. However, I can fulfill that promise within a month's time. As for lifting a 1,000-gene object, that's incredibly simple. I can demonstrate it to you all right now." Li Cheng nodded. They all then proceeded to the entrance of the Taiji Hall, where two enormous bronze Qilin statues stood, each weighing over 1,000 gene. General Yuqi already knew he could easily lift the stone lions in front of his own mansion, which each weighed over 1,600 gene. For him, lifting these bronze Qilin statues would clearly be no challenge at all. Thud, thud, thud. Nanfeng knocked on the massive bronze Qilin statue and asked, "Your Majesty, how much does this Qilin statue actually weigh?" Li Cheng recalled for a moment before replying, "About 1,300 gene, I believe." Nanfeng turned around, threw a contemptuous look toward Wei Zheng, then assumed a horse stance, spread his arms wide, and tightly embraced the Qilin statue. With a loud shout, he physically lifted the statue off the ground and even took a few steps forward. Still gripping the Qilin statue firmly in both arms, Nanfeng calmly said, "May I ask Chancellor Wei, do you still have any words to refute this?" The ministers watching this scene were utterly shocked. The crown prince stared with wide eyes, completely unable to blink. Even Li Cheng was equally stunned, his mouth hanging open in disbelief, unsure of what to say. Wei Zheng was completely dazed. How could this be possible? Nanfeng was still just a teenage boy, yet he had effortlessly lifted a 1,300 gene bronze statue. Chapter 51. Introducing the Arabic numerals. The sight of Nanfeng embracing the bronze statue nearly stunned everyone present, leaving them in utter disbelief. Commander Nanfeng truly is unparalleled. Before, Marquis Wu lifted a heavy stone to death. Now Nanfeng lifts the statue. Nanfeng looked speechlessly at the man who had recited the poem. It turned out to be Tsin. This poetry talent was truly matchless. Nanfeng slowly carried the bronze statue back to its original spot. Pai Le Pai Shu, Diido 1 Dao. Chancellor Wei, have you decided how to refute me yet? Wei Zhang's face was filled with anger as he unwillingly said, Nanfeng, you are a martial artist. Of course, it's easy for you to lift such a 1,000-gene giant object. Besides, I myself haven't even tried whether I could lift this bronze statue. If I can also lift it, then what you said just now would be meaningless. After saying that, Wei Zhang imitated Nanfeng's posture. He took a horse stance and tried to lift the bronze statue, but no matter how hard he tried, the statue didn't budge an inch. Li Cheng slightly frowned his eyebrows and said, Commander Nanfeng's immense strength makes him arguably the strongest in our Tang Dynasty. But you said that one can easily lift 1,000-gene objects simply by applying physics. If only you yourself can lift such objects, your theory won't be convincing. You need to let every one of us easily lift such objects through physics, rather than letting us merely watch your individual show. Hearing these words, Nanfeng awkwardly said, Your Majesty, what you've asked me to do isn't simple at all. After all, neither you nor Chancellor Wei are martial artists. Naturally, your strength can't match ours. Li Cheng and other officials immediately laughed. Changsun Wuji, who never missed an opportunity to watch the show, said provocatively, Why don't we make a bet then? I'll bet 100 strings of coins saying Nanfeng can't let the Emperor and Chancellor Wei lift the bronze statue. Seeing that gambling had started, General Yuqi was immediately excited. Laughing loudly, he said, I'll also bet 100 strings of coins. I only bet on Chancellor Wei. No way he can lift the bronze statue with the help of physics. Fang Xianling, also never missing a chance to enjoy the spectacle, smiled and said, My family isn't as wealthy as yours. I'll bet 50 strings of coins. I'll also only bet on Chancellor Wei not being able to lift the bronze statue. Li Xiaogong disdainfully looked at them and said, Are you seriously saying you're poor? Why be so stingy? I'll bet 200 strings of coins. Also betting Chancellor Wei can't lift the bronze statue. I'll bet 30 strings of coins. I bet Chancellor Wei can lift the bronze statue with the help of physics, Crown Prince tremulously whispered. Everyone present was amused by his words. A faint smile appeared on Emperor Li Cheng's face as he said, Brother Nanfeng, you don't need to pay attention to them. If you admit you can't use physics to help Chancellor Wei lift the bronze statue, then this bet will be void. Waving his hand, Nanfeng said, Your Majesty, as a commander, if I admitted defeat just like that, I'd completely lose face. Since I've already bragged so much, even if I finally can't help Chancellor Wei lift the bronze statue, I still must give it a try. Li Cheng himself also doubted whether Nanfeng could really make Chancellor Wei, an elderly and frail man, lift a 1,000-gene object. At this moment, Nanfeng sinisterly said, Then I'll play along with your bet. Please get your money ready, Your Majesty. Now I need 3 thick and sturdy ropes, a wooden pole more than 10 meters long, 3 4-meter-long wooden stakes, as well as brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and some other items. I'm afraid I must trouble you to send someone to prepare these for me. Upon hearing that, curiosity was already surging in Li Cheng's heart. Could just some wooden poles and ropes really allow Wei Zhang to lift a 1,000-gene object? Fang Xianling smiled slightly, and then said, Brother Nanfeng, if you can even help me lift this bronze statue, I'll add another 50 strings of coins to my bet. Hearing Fang Xianling's words, other officials also successively increased their bets. They were all rich men after all. Only Du Ruhui angrily said, This is going too far. Nanfeng is our Tang Dynasty's commander. Are you deliberately happy to see him lose face? You're all old men over 100 combined years old. Is it really reasonable to quarrel with a teenage boy who hasn't come of age yet? Absolutely outrageous. Hearing Du Ruhui's words, all the officials present turned red-faced with shame and dared not directly look at him anymore. At this moment, Emperor Li Cheng waved his hand, indicating these officials not to argue further. He also sent an eunuch nearby to prepare the requested materials. Still persistent, General Yuqi said, To be honest, Brother Nanfeng, I don't believe your claim either. Upon hearing that, Nanfeng cast a sly glance at General Yuqi and said, General Yuqi, the day before yesterday, I wanted to challenge you, but was delayed because His Majesty was present. Yesterday I sought you out again for a challenge, but you said you weren't feeling well and it wouldn't be appropriate. Anyway, today we both seem to have time. How about, after I finish demonstrating, the two of us have a proper duel? Upon hearing this, General Yuqi was immediately stunned, stammering nervously. This gonna ba. I'm already quite old. My recovery is very slow. My body still hasn't fully recovered yet. Truly, I simply can't fight today. Let's postpone it for next time. Next time you come looking for me, I won't refuse anymore. General Yuqi wore a face full of helplessness, even beginning to question the meaning of life itself. There was nothing he could do. It was just unfortunate that every time Nanfeng saw him, he seemed eager to fight him desperately. Whenever Nanfeng wanted to challenge him, General Yuqi always found various excuses to avoid it. Gradually, General Yuqi had almost become someone as frail as a consumptive patient. Unfortunately, all of this had been caused by Nanfeng. Nanfeng drew a triangle on a piece of white paper and was now scribbling something with strange characters, leaving all the ministers watching with puzzled expressions. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Cheng asked, Brother Nanfeng, what exactly are you doing? And what are these strange writings of yours? Why have I never seen them before? Upon hearing this, Nanfeng politely replied, Your Majesty, these characters were discovered by my master and myself while we were traveling between states. They're called Arabic numerals. My master noticed that these numbers are far simpler than our Chinese numerals, so he learned them, and we have been using them ever since. For example, this 1 stands for E, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 each correspond one by one. I also found that these Arabic numerals are much simpler and more practical than our own. Just look, arranging 4 digits side by side. 1000 clearly stands for 1000, 5 digits make 10,000, 6 digits mean 100,000, and so on. Following this logic, any number can be expressed far more simply and conveniently. That's why I say it's simple and practical. Chapter 52, A Slap in the Face. After Nanfeng briefly explained the Arabic numerals, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Master. For presenting the Arabic numerals to the Tang Dynasty, promoting education and culture, you are rewarded with 4 million contribution points. Please keep up the good work and continue to grow while living a leisurely, comfortable life. Nanfeng hurriedly accessed his personal page and saw his money had reached 11,400. He grinned widely. Soon he'd be able to obtain potatoes and make his beloved braised beef with potatoes. Although the Tang Dynasty had strict prohibitions against slaughtering plow cattle, Nanfeng was determined to have his braised beef with potatoes. If necessary, he could just lie and say the cow starved itself to death. He must learn from General Chun. His cows frequently committed suicide. After seeing the Arabic numerals written by Nanfeng, Li Cheng was greatly astonished. Although Du Ruhui often suffered from poor health, he remained standing beside the display for quite some time, excitedly exclaiming, Your Majesty, these numerals are truly extraordinary. I believe they should be widely promoted throughout our Tang Dynasty, as they will immensely enhance our education system. Li Cheng nodded and said, I was just thinking the same. The Arabic numerals introduced by Nanfeng will not only advance the cultural and intellectual growth of our dynasty, but will also significantly reduce calculation time for scholarly works. Their benefits are endless. Nanfeng has made another tremendous contribution. We shall reward him after he completes his physics demonstration. After his calculations, Nanfeng began constructing a support frame. Soon, he assembled a stand using 3 wooden stakes. A thick wooden pole was placed across the stand. One end of the pole was tied with a rope, while the other end of the rope was connected to a bronze statue. As early as before the Three Kingdoms era, foreign physicists once stated that as long as someone could provide a pivot point and a long enough lever, they could lift the entire Earth. Of course, no one believed them. After finishing the preparations, Nanfeng rolled up his sleeves and smiled, saying, Your Majesty and the honorable ministers, what comes next will surely shake your understanding of the world. Chancellor Wei, all you must do is pull down hard on this rope, and you will easily be able to lift this bronze statue. The surrounding ministers looked at the setup in disbelief, Wei Zheng included. He examined the statue carefully, then looked at the simple-looking stand and muttered to himself, This simplistic contraption actually allows me to move 1,000 catty objects so easily? Impossible. It must be fake. However, it wasn't long before he was proven wrong. Both Li Cheng and the rest of the officials were astonished when Wei Zheng tugged the rope downward, and the bronze statue actually lifted into the air effortlessly. Even Wei Zheng himself was shocked. As he pulled the rope again, the statue rose higher still. He held it aloft for a long time without any signs of strain, and the bronze statue remained suspended in midair. Still unable to believe his eyes, Wei Zheng kept glancing among the stunned faces of the others. He noticed everyone else staring at him with their mouths wide open. Gulp! He swallowed hard before slowly releasing the rope. Was it real? Simply with a few pieces of wood and rope, this enormous weight had been effortlessly lifted, completely overturning their understanding of the world. Smiling, Nanfeng turned to Wei Zheng and said, Well, convinced now? Wei Zheng stubbornly muttered, This is just trickery, not real knowledge. Nanfeng retorted, visibly annoyed. This isn't trickery, but rather the profoundness of physics. You should not belittle what you do not understand. If you could provide me with a strong enough support point and a sufficiently large and long enough lever, I could lift even the entire city of Chang'an. The ministers were left speechless by this claim. Only Li Cheng hesitantly asked, Nanfeng, is it truly possible to lift such a massive city as Chang'an? Changsun Wuji finally understood and chuckled, saying, Your Majesty, there is no real answer to what Nanfeng has said. Even if it's true, where could we possibly find a stand and lever large enough for such a feat? At this, all the ministers nodded knowingly. Like an otherworldly sage, Nanfeng looked up toward the sky and said, Actually, those tools are not hard to find. They simply must be sought in outer space. You don't know that the land we are standing on is actually a sphere. In the distant ancient Greek land, they called the earth under their feet the earth, a simple and understandable way to say that the land we stand upon is not flat but round. Nonsense. That's clearly false. This is sheer nonsense. The land beneath our feet is clearly flat. How could it possibly be round? Nanfeng, my young friend, one must not speak such falsehoods. Haha. Nanfeng burst into laughter. Words are useless. If your Majesty still doesn't believe me, you can dispatch several ships to sail straight in one direction across the East Sea. If everything goes well, in a few years, those ships will return to the Great Tang from the Tibetan side. Li Cheng frowned tightly. Though he believed it to be untrue, he was still eager to give it a try. However, upon thinking about the condition of their own ships, he could only shake his head in resignation and say, The East Sea is beyond our imagination in size. With our tiny vessels venturing into its vastness, a single large wave could capsize us. How then can we ever cross the East Sea? Just as Li Cheng was feeling disappointed, he suddenly thought of something and looked hopefully at Nanfeng. My incomparable Nan Feng, having traveled so far and wide, you surely must possess great knowledge of shipbuilding. Tell me, am I not right? Why not contribute it to the nation? I might even consider granting you a piece of fine land in Chang'an. Granting land? Nan Feng felt his heart stirred. If he owned a good plot of land, he could build greenhouses and grow vegetables during winter. Would that not be a truly leisurely and comfortable life? However, revealing such advanced shipbuilding techniques right now might not be wise. Nan Feng could only reply with an excuse. I indeed know some shipbuilding methods, but after such a long time, I've mostly forgotten them. It would take some time to recall everything bit by bit. If your majesty can give me 6 years to draw the diagrams, I can surely create a complete set of technical drawings for an enormous ship. Hearing Nan Feng say he had forgotten, Li Cheng was furious. He lifted his foot and kicked toward Nan Feng, who barely managed to dodge at the last second. Chapter 53, Chang'an Magistrate Accuses. Seeing that Li Cheng actually wanted to kick him, Nan Feng immediately said with great resentment, Your Majesty, I'm still not recovered from the calculations I did the day before yesterday. Just now I contributed Arabic numerals for you, yet you want to kick my backside. You really are too cruel. Hearing Nan Feng speak like this, Li Cheng's expression was slightly awkward. After a moment of thought, he raised 3 fingers and said, 6 years is too long. At most, I will give you 3 more years. If you fail to present the technical drawings within 3 years, then I may truly kick you without mercy. Originally, Nan Feng had intentionally exaggerated the time needed, hoping that Li Cheng would haggle it down a bit. His estate had not even been properly arranged yet, and if he had to go to the seaside shortly to build a ship for Li Cheng, it would be quite inconvenient, which was why he claimed 6 years were needed. Thankfully, Li Cheng reduced the deadline to 3 years. Although still somewhat rushed, it was manageable. He would likely finish drawing up the plans by the 4th year of Jingguan, a time when wars would be raging, which he absolutely didn't want to be involved in or affected by the chaos of war. It would be fine if he could just join the vanguard troops, but if they asked him to direct the overall campaign, then he would have to say sorry. In fact, the sea sounded nice too. By then, he and his several wives could build a palace by the seaside. In the morning he could wake up and see the sunrise over the ocean, and in the evening he could enjoy the sunset. What a blissful and enviable life that would be. Wei Zheng had actually used physics to lift 1,000 gene weight, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered. It wasn't because they had lost much money in the bet, but because nobody could understand how a small support and wooden stick could allow someone to exert such tremendous strength. Li Cheng, in particular, circled around the support and the stick several times, yet couldn't figure it out at all. Thus, he deeply recognized the power of physics. Based on this logic, transporting heavy objects in the future could be done with much less effort as long as this principle was applied. Lier didn't reveal what he was thinking to anyone, instead redirecting the topic to the bet, saying, My lords, you have lost the bet. After court, you should deliver your stakes to Nan Feng promptly. Hearing this, the officials hastily agreed. Nan Feng himself later learned that after the Jingguan era of prosperity, these senior officials of the Tang Dynasty would pass away one after another. The first would be Du Ruhui, the second would be Qin Xiong, and several loyal ministers would successively lose their lives. The officials followed Li Cheng back into the Taiji Hall, where Li Cheng sat solemnly at the head seat. Suddenly fascinated by Nan Feng's mention of flight in the sky, he commanded Nan Feng to demonstrate it within 3 months. Otherwise, he would be convicted of deceiving the emperor, and all his current possessions would be seized to atone for this crime. Remembering Nan Feng's introduction of Arabic numerals, he was extremely pleased and immediately rewarded Nan Feng with over 190 mu of fertile land between the Chan River and the Ba River. This land was also in a very advantageous location. Going upstream along the Ba River would lead to Lantian, and following the Chan River downstream, one could reach the Qin Mountains and Mount Yu. There was a scenic spot there, and further down was the county of Chang'an, closely bordering the Nan Mountains. If he felt interested, he could go hunting there sometime. At this moment Wei Zheng was convinced. He raised his hands in a fist salute to Nan Feng, sincerely apologized, and admitted his narrow-mindedness, acknowledging that he almost unjustly punished an entire group of people. Wei Zheng was actually a straightforward person, at least someone who acknowledged and corrected his mistakes with sincerity. It was precisely because of this trait that Li Cheng gave him important responsibilities. Otherwise, he would have already been in prison or long deceased. Now came the Chang'an magistrate. He had been forced to come and accuse Nan Feng. Already over 50 years old, his white beard seemed to tremble slightly as he nervously stood inside the Taiji Hall. His position wasn't high at all, and it was truly unwilling for him to provoke Nan Feng. However, fate had it that too many people went to his office to complain, and he had no choice but to submit a memorial to the emperor under duress. The old man didn't dare to even glance at Nan Feng, bowing his head in anxious fear, terrified that Nan Feng might retaliate against him later. Li Cheng had finished reading the memorial from the Chang'an magistrate, and, with a blank expression, said, This memorial is quite interesting. Let me read it to you. The esteemed Lieutenant Yuchi acted arrogantly and sent his ruffians to seize tea bushes. Those who agreed were forced to sell. Those who refused had their bushes chopped down violently. His actions were extremely vile. Dozens of villagers traveled far to complain, saying Lieutenant Yuchi forcibly took their tea bushes, throwing down silver ingots regardless of whether they consented, and then digging up the plants. His conduct was no different from robbery. Upon hearing this, all the officials present were stunned, their eyes full of disbelief. How could a proper lieutenant stoop to such an act over mere tea bushes? They instantly felt a sense of disdain toward Nan Feng. Buying tea bushes forcefully wasn't a major crime, but the repercussions were significant. Moreover, Nanfeng had already been nicknamed the Bandit Lieutenant in Chang'an. Li Cheng was furious and snapped. Nanfeng, explain clearly to us. Why did you do this? Why buy so many tea bushes, and for what purpose? I still have tons of tea leaves in my palace. Even if you drank tea non-stop, 365 days a year, it would take 5 or 6 years to finish them all. If you wanted some, I could simply load several horse carts for you. Why resort to seizing tea bushes by force? As an officer of the Tang Dynasty, this behavior of yours is indeed inappropriate. Nanfeng was not afraid of the accusation from the Chang'an magistrate and replied with great injustice. Your Majesty, the Chang'an magistrate is falsely accusing me. I did not act as a tyrant. After all, I paid a high price for their tea bushes. I gave as much as 6 taels of silver per plant. Li Cheng exclaimed, 6 taels? You paid such a high price. Changsun Wuji shamelessly approached Nanfeng and asked, are you still buying? I can dig up over 100 bushes for you. Each will only cost you 3 taels. Li Xiaogong also smiled and said, leaving aside everything else, I can even dig up thousands upon thousands of bushes for you. Each will cost you only 2.5 taels. After all, you've just been appointed lieutenant. You probably don't have that much money on hand, right? Li Cheng himself didn't understand why Nanfeng had offered such a high price. Normally, a single tea bush wouldn't be worth more than 100 copper coins. Chapter 54, Fulfilling the Bet. Nanfeng had bought the tea bushes at the high price of 6 taels of silver, practically snatching them up. Could drinking tea from these bushes grant immortality? Nanfeng shoved Li Xiaogong and Changsun Wuji aside without a hint of sympathy, then clasped his hands together and said, Your Majesty, I have a great love for tea, and I often use it to create various drinks. I have a huge demand for fresh tea leaves, which is why I bought the tea bushes at such a high price. For my actions, I beg your Majesty to punish me. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng was so angry that his eyebrows twitched continuously, but he could do nothing about it. After all, Nanfeng had only spent his money to buy some tea bushes. Although his methods were somewhat questionable, it wasn't a big offense. Li Cheng could only grumble in frustration. All the prestige painstakingly built up by the officers of the Tang Dynasty has been squandered by you. I hereby punish you by cutting off your salary for a whole year. Now get going, return home, and draw your blueprints. Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng was delighted. Finally, he was free to return home. The Mid-Autumn Festival would be here soon. If it weren't for that, he would have rushed to the southern mountains already. There he could be free and untroubled, unlike now, surrounded by so many hassles. Nanfeng walked straight out of the Taiji Hall. Pausing for a moment at the Chang'an magistrate's office, he said, You're truly their role model. Don't worry, I'll make sure to visit you often in the future. Upon hearing this, the Chang'an magistrate was nearly scared out of his wits. A low-ranking official like himself could barely handle the threat of an officer of much higher rank like Nanfeng, let alone fearing not a direct confrontation, but some underhanded trick played behind his back. Once caught off guard, he could easily fall into Nanfeng's trap. On the way home, Nanfeng noticed with some surprise that Sun Guogong had yet to act against him. He wondered whether Sun was plotting something big. Was he planning to finish him off, or, well, finish him off again? Thinking about it for a while without any progress, Nanfeng finally gave up. Anyway, he was certain Sun Guogong wouldn't let him off so easily. After all, that single kick of his had rendered the Zhang family without any future heirs. It was possible that Sun hadn't made his move yet simply because he hadn't returned yet. Without Nanfeng residing in the estate, Gao Shou's strength in financial matters quickly showed. As soon as Nanfeng sat down in his estate, Gao Shou placed a thick ledger along with a land deed bearing a red official seal before him and said, Master, while you were away, a man named Jia Shantang came by. He is the chief manager of Hongyue Workshop. He asked for 6,000 taels of silver for the sale of the workshop. Knowing how fond you are of Hongyue, I bargained and finally bought it for 5,800 taels. This document is the property deed. Please check it over, sir. Nanfeng flipped through it briefly. Converting this amount to his previous era standards, it wouldn't even exceed 10 million yuan. On further reflection, this purchase wasn't a bad deal at all. His estate had barely retained around 10,000 taels of silver at most, enough for comfortable living for 2 or 3 years. Nanfeng casually picked up the deed, ordered the servants to prepare a carriage, and wanted to return to the Li estate. Along the way, he took with him a teapot and some homemade rose tea, intending to gift it to Li Xiaogong. It was time to fulfill the bet he had with the villain. Thinking about the hilarious sight of that scoundrel running around naked in public, he felt particularly thrilled. If the villain's father, Prince Hashan, didn't intervene, Nanfeng wouldn't mind letting the villain bring some embarrassment to his family. Ever since that last incident at Hongyue Workshop, he had been locked in his room by Li Xiaogong and forbidden to go out. Yesterday, Li Xiaogong had suffered a slap to the face in front of everyone, and it was quite merciful that the boy had not been whipped severely. When Nanfeng arrived at the scoundrel's residence, Li Xiaogong had just returned from court. Shaking the tea leaves and teapot in his hand slightly, Nanfeng handed them directly to the steward of Li Xiaogong. Li smiled and said, Master Nan, it's rare to see you visit me. Why so courteous? What are these? Let me take a look. Li looked at the purple teapot, slightly furrowing his brows before saying, Has the officer's family fallen into hardship? You brought only a teapot as a gift. Is your home now out of food? Nanfeng, unfazed, smiled and said, Indeed. My rice barrel is already empty at the bottom. That's exactly why I wanted to return to my hometown for a simple meal, and I happened to pass by your place on the way, so I brought you a small gift. This teapot is quite rare, and with the roasted rose tea I dried myself, it's a perfect match. Tea can be stir-fried too. Li Xiaogong, filled with curiosity, unfolded the paper wrapped around the tea leaves. Instantly, a unique fragrance filled the air. A flash of brilliance flickered across his eyes as he greedily inhaled the aroma, exclaiming, "This scent is absolutely superb. It's the first time I've ever smelled something so wonderful. Is this tea also meant to be boiled and drunk?" Nanfeng gently shook his head, then personally demonstrated how to brew the tea with boiling water. After brewing, the tea appeared slightly reddish with a tinge of green. Li Xiaogong immediately took a sip, then kept praising it enthusiastically. "No wonder you spent such a huge sum of money, buying all the tea bushes in Chang'an. So you wanted to make tea this fragrant yourself? This flavor is far beyond any tea currently available in the Tang Dynasty. You clever little fellow. Tell me, what brings you here today? What do you need my help with?" Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng was momentarily stunned. Did he really need a favor to come here? I didn't come here asking for your help. I simply wanted to bring you some tea to taste, that's all. And also, to finish the bet I made with your son, our unfinished business. Delighted, Li Xiaogong said, "A bet? Haha. It seems my son, Huiran, really isn't bad. As soon as his old man lost today, he's here to win it back for me. Servants, go release Huiran immediately and have him come here to see me." Upon hearing Li Xiaogong's words, Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud and explained, No, not what you're thinking. Actually, it wasn't me who lost the bet, but your son. I made a wager with him. Whoever lost would have to run naked through the entire Pingkong ward. Today, I'm simply here to supervise the outcome. Li Xiaogong's face instantly shifted from pale to red, then turned purplish black. Gritting his teeth in rage, he suddenly kicked the villain right in front of his father's face, sending him flying through the air and landing face first on the ground with a loud crash. Chapter 55, Making the Villain Run Naked? Still confused about what was happening, the villain was kicked onto the ground with a dazed expression. Li Xiaogong, filled with rage, leaned close to his son's ear and shouted, "You good-for-nothing brat. Looks like I didn't punish you enough yesterday. All the face our family has built up over the years has been completely ruined by you." Still unaware of what he had done wrong, the villain muttered indignantly, "What exactly did I do wrong for you to beat and scold me like this?" Li Xiaogong angrily grabbed the villain and dragged him up, shouting furiously into his face, spraying saliva all over him. "You rotten brat. What? Do you really think running naked in the Pingle district isn't shameful?" The villain finally caught on and glared furiously at Nanfeng. Nanfeng, wearing a cheerful grin, unfolded the deed to the Hongyue district in his hand and said, "Ah, this is the property deed for the Hongyue district. With this, everything within the Hongyue district now belongs to me, including Qingxian. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean I've won our bet?" The villain was stunned. Could it really be done like this? He angrily shouted, "This doesn't count. You're clearly cheating." Helplessly, to preserve Nanfeng's friendship with his son, Li Xiaogong directly ordered the villain outside the main gate, saying in bitter disappointment, "Shut your mouth. Right now? Immediately. Head to the Pingle district and run naked through it. And make sure to cover your face. If anyone discovers your identity, you're never allowed back into this house again." Seeing this, Nanfeng couldn't bear it anymore and hurriedly tried to mediate. "Ministerly, please don't be angry. I didn't really mean to make the villain run around naked. It was just a joke to ease the tension. Today I came here simply to deliver some tea I personally produced. Please don't take it too seriously. He's my good brother who I've visited brothels with. How could I make him do something so humiliating? You agree with me, don't you, villain?" Right. Nangu was only kidding around with me." The villain quickly flattered his father. If he really had to run naked in the Pingle district, there was no way he could stay in Chang'an anymore. After hearing what the two of them said, Li Xiaogong's face finally softened a bit. Fortunately, Nanfeng was reasonable and hadn't insisted on pursuing the matter. Otherwise, with their relationship becoming so poor while they'd still have to meet often, it would have been terribly inconvenient. Li Xiaogong suddenly recalled that he himself had also lost the bet today, and quickly sent servants to fetch 200 guan of coins to be loaded onto Nanfeng's cart, before finally sending Nanfeng on his way. Staring blankly at Nanfeng's gradually disappearing carriage, Li Xiaogong sighed emotionally. If only my son were even half as excellent as Nanfeng. Huiran, try to get closer to Nanfeng in the future. It will surely bring you great improvement. Today, Nanfeng has completely changed my perspective. Did you know about that skinny Wei Zheng who's thinner than a monkey? Despite his apparent weakness, after just a little guidance from Nanfeng, he actually lifted a 1,000-gene bronze statue with ease. I was completely dumbfounded back then. Had I not witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it possible. Upon hearing his father's words, the villain's face was full of disbelief. How could Ming really have lifted a 1,000-gene bronze statue? Nanfeng returned to the Li household, pulling a huge cart full of copper coins. As soon as Tong Tong heard her uncle was back, she immediately ran up and jumped into Nanfeng's arms, rubbing her little face affectionately against his chest. Almost all of the people in Nanfeng's household gathered around. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the massive amount of copper coins he had brought back, especially Nanfeng's eldest uncle's wife. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on the pile of money, quickly calling servants to unload the coins. Zuichui seemed to bear a personal grudge against the coins. He continuously tapped the floor with his cane, furious enough that his mustache nearly stood upright, complaining how the house was now filled with a stinking coppery smell. Nanfeng not only brought back a cart full of coins, but also 2 chefs. Since he'd be coming back to this house often and found the food here inedible, of course he needed to bring chefs back with him. This time, Huabao was much more obedient too. Upon seeing Nanfeng approach, it quickly laid down and wagged its tail repeatedly. Soon enough, it would wear a leash and go out for walks. After Chef Xiao Ming got off the carriage, he hurried to the kitchen and prepared a full table of delicious dishes. Even Li Jitue, who had few teeth left, was deeply attracted by the feast, yet he hypocritically remarked, "Ah, so many dishes. It's such a waste." Saying that, he directly picked up a piece of braised pork and started eating it, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction as he chewed, his expression almost unbearable to watch. After swallowing the braised pork, Li Jitue took a sip of water and said, "No wonder Yutong doesn't like the food made at home. Over the years, he's traveled everywhere and probably tasted all the delicacies in the world. If it were me, I wouldn't enjoy homemade meals either." Nanfeng glanced around but didn't see Shigu's presence, so he asked the family members about him. Only then did he learn that Li Cheng had arranged a job for him, and he had been helping at the Hongwen Academy all along, without time to return for meals. Hearing this, a flash of brightness passed through Nanfeng's eyes. Although the Tang Dynasty had already invented printing, it was still very primitive. Each printing rendered the printing block useless afterward. If he were to introduce movable type printing now, then each print job would simply require setting the type properly. With this method, wouldn't he gain another way to make money? After he had eaten and drunk his fill, Nanfeng said to Li Jitue, "Grandfather, after I return this time, I plan to permanently reside at the Xuanwei residence, since it's right next to the Imperial Palace. That way, entering and exiting the palace won't require the lengthy travel time like it does here." Upon hearing this, Li Jitue stroked his beard and replied, "Very good, very good. You've always been full of strange and wonderful knowledge. You're young and at your prime years. Do as much as you can for the Tang Dynasty. I'll handle matters here. As for just a mere Xuan Guogong, I won't take him seriously at all. If he dares to use any underhanded methods against you, I'll make sure he can't get away with it." Chapter 56. Teaching a lesson to a member of the 100 Riders Bureau. The old man finished speaking slowly and clearly. From his words, one could clearly sense his affection for Nanfeng. When he heard that Nanfeng wanted to bring Tong Tong over, he didn't even think about it before agreeing, saying, "Then you can bring her. After all, I can only teach Tong Tong rigid things, nothing compared to what you can teach her. Although everything on your side is quite good, Yutong, you must listen to my advice. The palace is actually a very complex place. What they need is obedience. If someone dares to defy the emperor, the palace might turn its back on that person in an instant. Therefore, sometimes you must control your temper. You understand?" Nanfeng nodded firmly. What the elder had said was the truth. No matter how things were, his strength hadn't grown powerful enough to disregard everything. Sometimes, it really was a case of being under someone else's roof and having no choice but to bow. After lunch, Nanfeng took Tong Tong along, passing by the Lu household to bring back Lu Ruyu. After guarding the Lu family all day, the danger had now passed, so Jiao also returned to Nanfeng's residence. Upon returning to the estate, the little cousin saw Nanfeng drawing some strange-looking objects again, and her brows slightly furrowed as she asked, "Yutong, what exactly are you drawing? I've never seen anything like this before." What Nanfeng was drawing were sticks, one after another, connecting together to look like a miniature palace, but it wasn't one. Nanfeng merely wanted to construct a greenhouse at the back courtyard. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, temperatures plummeted rapidly. At that time, some of the crops he wanted to grow wouldn't survive, which is why he came up with this idea. While the idea was good, the implementation was not simple. Sigh. Nanfeng looked at the blueprint and sighed. "It's normal you haven't seen it before. This is a design for a greenhouse. I want to convert our back courtyard into a greenhouse, so that we can grow vegetables even during winter. I'm just planning for our future children." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyu's face turned bright red, and she shyly said, "Pervert, I won't have children with you." Then, she immediately took Tong Tong and headed to the back garden. Nanfeng's back courtyard was as large as several football fields, nearly 19 acres in total. He only needed to set up a 5-acre greenhouse. Nanfeng gathered the completed design, then instructed the steward to take several servants to prepare a plot of land in the back courtyard. Nanfeng handed the blueprint to several servants, telling them to fetch some silver from Gaoshou and then go to the carpenter to build the frames for the greenhouse. After that, Nanfeng led a few servants and quickly dug out a cave, using and breaking dozens of hoes in the process. Unfortunately, the iron products in the Tang Dynasty weren't sturdy at all. Steel would be much better. By the way, couldn't he smelt steel himself? Nanfeng's eyes sparkled. He immediately ordered some craftsmen to build a furnace so he could start forging. Seeing this, Lu Ruyu and Tong Tong felt deeply concerned for him. Every few minutes, they would come over to offer tea or water, fearing that Nanfeng might overwork himself. Chang'an was practically under surveillance by Li Chengmin almost everywhere, especially focusing intensely on the genius Nan Nan. The 100 Riders Bureau had nearly round-the-clock secret monitoring of Nanfeng's every movement, which Nanfeng had already discovered. He finally could no longer contain his anger. Unbelievable. Every move I make is watched. It feels as if I'm a prisoner. He immediately wrote down the method of forging iron, then grabbed the paper and hurriedly approached a shadow. Before the agent of the 100 Riders could escape, Nanfeng grabbed him by the collar, slapping him hard across the face so the agent's veil flew off. Nanfeng roared loudly. "Is this all you know? Sneaking around constantly? Do you think I'm doing anything I can't admit?" He directly slapped the paper onto the man's face, then angrily chased him off. "This paper contains the iron forging technique I just wrote down. Take it back with you and tell the emperor. This subaltern acts honestly and uprightly. I have never done anything to betray the Tang Dynasty. If the emperor still insists on monitoring my every move, then directly send a female official to watch me, instead of these sycophantic underlings of yours. Anyway, I am considered a valuable talent of the Tang Dynasty. Don't let me lose faith in the empire. Now get out. Don't let me see you again. Nanfeng left his angry words for Li Cheng, not fearing him in the slightest. If he were pushed to the edge, he'd make sure Li Cheng could never swallow the consequences. The member of the 100 Riders Bureau was also extremely embarrassed and furious. This was the first time someone had actually caught him in the act and dared to mention the emperor's name directly. He cast a cold, menacing glance at Nanfeng. Just as he turned to leave, Nanfeng stepped forward and kicked him straight to the ground. Still not satisfied, Nanfeng continued to deliver several sharp kicks before finally stopping. His rage was far from subsiding. Was it really necessary to monitor him so intensely? It was absolutely outrageous. If it weren't for his desire to live a peaceful and stable life, he definitely wouldn't want to hold on to such a minor rank. If pushed, he would rather become a common merchant. Wasn't that a much better choice? Don't let me see your disgusting eyes again. Get out of here now. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations on creating the iron forging technique. Your contribution to the development of the Tang Dynasty is remarkable. You have been rewarded with 3.5 million points. May you always remember your original aspiration of living a joyful and fulfilling life, and keep moving forward bravely. This voice was truly delightful to hear. Had Nanfeng not heard this sound just now, he would not have let off the agent of the 100 Riders Bureau so easily. The agent was already so enraged that his face twisted out of shape. After all, wasn't he one of the emperor's trusted informants? Everyone knew that even beating a dog required considering its owner. Nanfeng had actually beaten him this severely. It was an unprecedented occurrence. It wasn't just a matter of disrespecting the 100 Riders Bureau. It was a direct insult to the emperor himself. His body was now bruised all over, even his face not spared. He could only endure the pain and return to the emperor to lodge a complaint. When Li Cheng saw the 100 Riders agent in such a battered condition, both Li Cheng and the empress were extremely shocked and angrily asked, "Who dared do this to you? Who would dare to be so bold?" Lowering his head shamefully, the agent replied, "It was Nanfeng, your majesty. Nanfeng beat me up. Here is the iron forging technique he told me to deliver to you, your majesty." Chapter 57, Li Cheng's Dilemma. Li Cheng took the paper from Nanfeng and, after glancing at its contents, stood up in excitement, exclaiming in disbelief, "Only 4 people can produce more than 90 gene a day." Li Cheng's shock was not surprising. Iron production in the Tang Dynasty was extremely low due to backward technology. A forge with over 1,000 workers could produce no more than 1,000 gene of iron per year. The manufacture of ironware in the Tang Dynasty was primarily controlled by Changsun Wuji, and his own family was also engaged in the trade of iron goods. If what Nanfeng had written was true, that just a few people could produce such a large amount daily, then annual iron production in the Tang Dynasty would increase by at least dozens of times, perhaps even hundreds. At that point, the imperial army could be fully armed to the teeth. Li Cheng himself fully understood the many benefits this new iron forging method could bring. It wouldn't just allow for completely equipping soldiers and greatly enhance combat effectiveness, but could also have widespread applications in other areas. Thinking of this, Li Cheng was very excited and kept looking over and over at the paper Nanfeng had provided. At this moment, one of the 100 Riders Division members spoke. "Your Majesty, Nanfeng also asked me to relay some words back to you." "Go on." "I will repeat Nanfeng's words exactly as he said them." "All right. Also tell Li. Tell your Majesty that I, this junior officer, act openly and uprightly and would never do anything to betray the Tang Dynasty. If your Majesty insists on spying on me, then send a female official to keep an eye on me, rather than sending you henchmen. After all, I am a talent of the Tang Dynasty. Don't make me lose faith in the Tang." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's expression turned complex. The empress was stunned for a moment, then became furious. How dare he address the emperor by name directly? He deserves to be thrown into prison. It took a while before Li Cheng's expression calmed again. Smiling, he said, "Empress, don't get angry. The mistake was first mine. Perhaps sending people to spy on him really was wrong. His words are simply out of anger. He just wants to address me directly, but we shouldn't take offense at that. It seems his personality is somewhat similar to Wei Zhang. He also speaks his mind bluntly. Obviously, he is honest and loyal, bearing no ill will toward the empire." Li Cheng then continued, "Did you see what the boy was doing in the backyard? How did he suddenly figure it out? He must have noticed you before." The 100 Riders Division member, whose lip was bruised and swollen, replied in a muffled tone, "Your Majesty, I don't know exactly what he was doing. He dug a cave dwelling in the backyard and cleared out a large area of land, after which he started drawing these blueprints." After hearing Li Cheng's words, the empress calmed down as well, frowning slightly as she asked, "Clearing a large area and digging a cave dwelling? What strange things is he up to this time?" Then the man from the 100 Riders Division asked, "Your Majesty, should I continue to monitor Nanfeng?" Li Cheng waved his hand, saying, "No need. He wants me to know he dislikes being watched. If I continue like this, he might get angry right on the spot. Go back and tell Zhu Tai not to send people to monitor Nanfeng anymore. To be honest, I'm a bit worried he might just abandon everything and disappear altogether. He is a real prize, and I want to squeeze out all the knowledge he has to strengthen our Tang Dynasty. In that case, I should visit Nanfeng myself to apologize. Otherwise, this kid might remain angry with me." Upon hearing this, the empress hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, doing so may not be appropriate. You are the emperor of a great nation. Making such a small mistake doesn't warrant making a special trip yourself. Nanfeng is merely a junior officer who has not yet reached adulthood. If you go personally, court ministers may band together against him. That wouldn't be wise." Li Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, personally apologizing won't work. Then I should reward him handsomely instead. But I must choose something meaningful. What should I give him? I've already granted him an official title and land. He doesn't seem short of money either. Promoting him further may not be appropriate either. This really is quite a difficult problem." Li Cheng slightly furrowed his brows and said, "I somehow feel that Nanfeng's presence is truly too faint. I'm sincerely afraid he might leave our Tang Dynasty. Even if all his family members are here, they might not be able to keep him. He's such an extraordinary talent. If one day he really leaves, my heart would ache terribly." Actually, Li Cheng had no reason to worry about this at all. It was all just imagination. The Empress also frowned and said, "In that case, what if we marry Yuan to him as soon as possible?" Li Cheng thought for a moment and replied, "That might not be a good idea. They haven't really spoken much and share no feelings between them. Even if we married Yuan to him, we probably still wouldn't win Nanfeng's heart. These past few days, several ministers and I have been trying to entertain him, yet in reality, it was Nanfeng who completely outwitted us. In the end, we couldn't detect any of his weaknesses at all. So tell me, what kind of thing could possibly attract Nanfeng? If it's gold and jewels, he casually throws a piece of gold to someone in a brothel without hesitation. As for women, I don't even know what type he prefers. Last time at the brothel, he didn't even touch a woman. This is just too difficult. Forget it. I'll visit his residence sometime to see what exactly could attract him." As Li Cheng was thinking about these things, a letter arrived that immediately sent him into a rage. The letter was from Nanfeng. Li Cheng looked at the letter Nanfeng had written to him, his eyes widening. On the envelope were the following words: "I suspect the Emperor is probably now thinking about how to reward me so that I won't stay angry with you. If the Emperor doesn't know how to reward me, allow me to suggest something. I have heard that Princess Li Ji is a peerless beauty, and coincidentally, I just happen to want to marry several beautiful women to ensure good genes for my descendants. How about granting me Princess Li Ji as my wife?" Chapter 58. The Glass is Born. After reading the letter from Nanfeng, Li Cheng's face filled with anger. Bang! He slammed the table in rage and stood up. "This little bastard Nanfeng. Is he trying to kill me with anger? Li Ji is barely 8 years old, and he already wants me to promise her hand in marriage to him? What a beast, an utter beast." Upon hearing this, the Empress was so furious her face twisted in anger. That was her favorite daughter, after all. At such a tender age, she was already targeted by Nanfeng. Clenching her teeth, she spat out, "Nanfeng himself is still a minor, and yet he's already this despicable. How can things proceed this way? In my opinion, we can't even consider matching him with Li Yuan anymore. He must think he's very smart, and that our royal family should dote on him? No way. I can't take it anymore. I'm heading over to Nanfeng right now. Let me see if he wants to rebel or not. If we let him continue like this, how will things be in the future? I'm going to be furious to death." Immediately afterward, the Empress called for her maid, prepared her carriage, and wanted to rush over to Nanfeng's. Li Cheng hurriedly stopped her, saying, "My queen, please don't be in such a hurry. Li Ji is still very young. We can discuss this matter in 3 or 4 years. I shall issue an order now, and credit Nanfeng for his contribution in sword-making techniques. If he keeps achieving merits in the future, they can be accumulated. When he's accumulated enough merits, we can negotiate the matter of him marrying my beloved daughter. Otherwise, it will simply be due to his incompetence." As it turns out, there was a reason why Nanfeng dared to act disrespectfully toward the Emperor. The Baji command constantly monitored him, which annoyed him greatly. Although it was acceptable that the news about the greenhouse had reached the Emperor, the matter of glassmaking he wanted to keep hidden from Li Cheng for now, as he intended to profit from it. In any case, he would only offer the method to Li Cheng after he had earned enough wealth. Almost every wealthy person in the Tang Dynasty loved glass, for its clarity and rarity. At the moment, most of the glass in the Tang Empire was imported from Persia, and those merchants were shrewd and cunning. They could ask for whatever price they wished, and the goods were extremely expensive. Despite this, aristocrats in the Tang Dynasty still scrambled to purchase them. The imported glass was also of very poor quality, sometimes mixed with sand and other impurities. However, the glass that Nanfeng was now making would be different. He had brought the advanced techniques for producing glass from the future, and he planned to sell it to people from the western regions. Lu Ruyu and Tong Tong were holding hands, standing in the cave-like kiln, staring blankly as Nanfeng busily worked shirtless. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Lu Ruyu asked, "Nanfeng, what exactly are you up to now? You've dug a kiln right in the courtyard. If others find out that you're idly digging a hole like this, they'll laugh their heads off." Nanfeng gave a sly chuckle, then kept shoveling sand collected from the shore of Ba River into the furnace. A cacophony of noise continuously emanated from the stove. The servants who were assisting Nanfeng were equally confused, having no idea what he was doing. Nanfeng truly was unusual. He worked side by side with the servants doing the dirtiest and most exhausting work. After all, he was an honored junior officer. Suddenly, Nanfeng stopped working and put on a fierce expression, saying, "Whatever you see in this cave, you'd better keep it to yourselves. If I find out anyone leaks the information, not only will he not live to see tomorrow, but I'll personally make sure he gets beaten so hard that he spits out whatever he had eaten the night before." Nanfeng's rude language made Lu Ruyu feel like pulling his ears, while Jiao, standing high to observe everything happening inside the kiln, saw Nanfeng directly placing the lid onto the furnace and furrowing his eyebrows, immediately saying, "Master, with the lid placed like this, isn't the furnace likely to explode?" When he heard Jiao's words, Nanfeng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the Tang Dynasty to already have the term explode. Just seconds after Jiao spoke, The furnace indeed erupted with a deafening bang. It exploded. Fortunately, Nanfeng dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been injured by flying debris. Although unharmed, his face was now smeared with dust. Enraged, Nanfeng immediately kicked Jiao's butt and said, "You really have a crow's tongue." Jiao felt very embarrassed, while Lu Ruyu hurriedly ran to Nanfeng's side, checking left and right, touching him up and down. Seeing that he hadn't been injured in the explosion, she finally calmed down and said, "You, can't you stop doing such dangerous things? What are you trying to accomplish with all this? Look at you, covered in dust." After speaking, she even considerately used her sleeve to wipe the dust from Nanfeng's face. Nanfeng simply laughed carelessly, hugged his dear cousin tightly, spoke a few words to comfort her, then dove back into his work. This time, he built a much bigger and sturdier furnace. 3 days later, congratulations on successfully producing high-quality glass and making an outstanding contribution to the Tang Dynasty. As a reward, you have been granted 2 million contribution points. May you always remember your original aspiration and continue to forge ahead. After the system notification rang out, Nanfeng proceeded to open the furnace. From it, he retrieved a 1-meter cubic block of transparent glass. Holding it in both hands, he took it to Lu Ruyu and waved it in front of her proudly, saying, "This is the result of my hard work these past few days. Isn't it beautiful? Wow, such a big piece of glass, so gorgeous." Lu Ruyu was extremely delighted. She had always dreamed of owning glass accessories, but glass items were simply too expensive, so outrageously priced that she could never afford them. Tong was also staring in awe at the glass in Nanfeng's hands, saying excitedly, "Uncle is amazing. Uncle actually made real glass himself. This glass is absolutely beautiful. Uncle, can you make a little glass kitten for me?" Nanfeng lifted Tong high into the air with a radiant smile, saying, "Whatever Tong wants, Uncle can surely make for you. I'll make you a vivid and transparent little kitten." Lu Ruyu looked at these two adorable troublemakers with a full face of affection. Watching Nanfeng lift Tong so high, she suddenly wished he would do the same for her, and as soon as this thought appeared, her face flushed red. Chapter 59 Aunt's Arrival. Lu Ruyu was shyly thinking when suddenly she wore a worried look on her face and said, "Nanfeng, you can actually make glass. If others find out that you know how to make glass, this might cause problems." Nanfeng appeared indifferent, slowly glancing at the servants in the cellar with his eyes, then smiling faintly as he said, "Even if others found out, it wouldn't be such a big deal, except I'll have all these servants here executed for betrayal. Traitors who betray me aren't worth forgiving." Hearing this, dozens of people, including the Genjia, started trembling on their legs, cold sweat pouring down their backs. The Genjia quickly said, "Master, there's no need to worry. We will surely keep our mouths shut. If anyone talks loosely, no need for you to lift a finger. I'll personally skin them alive." Hearing this, Jiao expressed his contempt and said, "With your skinny frame, do you really think you can deal with these dozens of people? Let me be kind and train you a little in advance. How about that?" Although old Zhou was already past 50, he was really scared by Jiao, the young boy, and quickly said that he was old and weak and couldn't bear any training. He added that if he couldn't be trained properly and ended up injured, Master Nen would have to spend money on his treatment. That would be terrible. Seeing that the Benjiao was old, Nanfeng didn't call him out further. If the Genjia had still been a young guy, Nanfeng wouldn't have been so merciful. He would have said, "As long as you're willing to undergo training and become an expert, no matter what demands you make, I can satisfy them if I'm able to." At this moment, a household servant ran over and said, "Your future mother-in-law has arrived at the gate." Before Nanfeng could walk out to greet her, she had already entered the house with 2 servants. Upon just seeing Lu Ruyu, she immediately slapped her bottom and angrily said, You haven't officially married Nanfeng yet. How could you stay here for so long without returning home? Don't you fear others badmouthing you behind your back? I know you want to stay with Nanfeng, but after the wedding, you'll have plenty of time to accompany him. Your father is so furious he nearly came looking for you with a whip. No matter what, you must go home with me today." Hearing her mother talk about her like that, Lu Ruyu's face turned red with embarrassment. She wished she could bury herself under the quilt. She indeed longed to stay by Nanfeng's side every moment, because with him, she always felt extremely happy, and he always made miraculous things. For that reason, she had become a loyal little fan of Nanfeng. Nanfeng smiled and said, "Aunt, you're making a big deal out of nothing. My cousin is merely visiting me for a few days. Who dares to speak ill of her behind her back? I will make sure they pay for it." Lu Shiyun patted Nanfeng's head, saying with a full face of smiles, "You're always such a smooth talker. Tonight, come back home with me for dinner. You and your cousin are about to get married. I specially stewed something nutritious for you. Look at your skinny frame. You definitely need a good nourishing meal." Nanfeng was stunned. Goodness, his future cousin-in-law hadn't even married him yet, but she was already preparing nourishing tonics for him so quickly. Standing nearby, Lu Ruyu was so shy she wished she could hide her head between her knees. With Nanfeng's naughty influence, Lu Ruyu's thoughts had gone astray too. Lu Shiyun finally noticed the glass in Nanfeng's hands. She said in surprise, "This is actually glass. Is it really true? Such a huge piece of glass. Nanfeng, isn't this glass worth a fortune?" Lu Ruyu smiled slightly and said, "Mother, this glass was made by Yutong himself. It's not something bought from the market." Hearing that Nanfeng could personally make glass, Lu Shiyun was overjoyed. She directly grabbed Nanfeng's hands and looked at him with a longing gaze as she said, "Nanfeng, you must make me some jewelry out of glass." My neighbor Annie Huang always shows off her only glass bracelet in front of me every day. Although I despise her, deep inside I also yearn for some glass jewelry. You must make me a full set of glass jewelry. Then I'll flaunt it in front of Annie Huang's house and slap her face. Hearing her mother talk like that, Lu Ruyu blushed deeply. She kept shaking her mother's arm and said, "Mother, how could you say such things? Besides, glass isn't something rare at all. In fact, Nanfeng makes it from sand. Look, there's still a pile of leftover sand in the corner." Lu Shiyun cast a glance toward the corner and only then noticed the pile of glass scraps nearly as high as a small hill. After learning that glass was made from sand, she found glass to be extremely cheap. From that point on, whenever Annie Huang showed off her glass jewelry in front of her, Lu Shiyun would look at her with disdain. At this moment, Nanfeng seemed to recall something. He grabbed his future mother-in-law and headed toward the meeting hall. Nanfeng personally brewed some rose tea. Lu Shiyun looked puzzled and said, "What scheme have you thought of this time? Why did you hurriedly drag me here to the meeting hall? Tell Annie what's on your mind." Nanfeng lifted the crystal-clear glass cup in his hand and waved it in front of his future mother-in-law as he asked, "Auntie, how much do you think this glass cup is worth?" Lu Shiyun took the glass cup from Nanfeng's hand and examined it carefully before replying. "It looks beautiful, yes, but isn't it just a cup made from sand? How expensive could it possibly be?" "Exactly. This method of making cups from sand is known only to us. As long as the nobles in Chang'an never discover this secret, we can keep profiting from it. Massive profits. Doesn't that excite you?" She was predictably intrigued. No doubt about it. She truly belonged to the Nan family. In Nanfeng's household, the men didn't value money that much, but the women were different. They all valued money far too highly, especially the two aunts and the cousins on his father's side. The large cartload of copper coins he had brought home a few days ago was probably still being counted by them even now. Lu Shiyun stared intently at the glass cup in her hand and nodded, saying, "This cup truly is tempting. If someone wanted to buy such a glass cup at the market, it would cost at least 10 taels of silver at minimum." Chapter 60 Ant oversees the glass business. Nanfeng smirked and said, "With just 10 taels of silver, we can buy sand, and that sand can produce at least thousands of glass cups. My dear future mother-in-law, shouldn't we really focus on making this business a success?" Lu Shiyun felt as though she had just seen a gold mine before her, waiting to be excavated. Eagerly, she nodded repeatedly in agreement. Nanfeng then directly called for Gao Shou, instructing him to bring 1,900 taels of silver and accompany his master's wife to purchase a good storefront. Seeing such a large sum of silver before her, Lu Shiyun was so delighted she completely forgot the original purpose of her visit to Nanfeng's home. Lu Ruyu remained behind at Nanfeng's house. If Nanfeng wanted to get into the glass business, he needed to find someone trustworthy to manage it for him, and his aunt was the best candidate. She was smart and capable, unlike his several aunties. In the current Tang Dynasty, if one were a high-ranking government official yet still actively pursuing profit, one would be looked down upon greatly. Merchants were the least respected class in the Batang Empire. Li Cheng also harbored deep disdain for businessmen. Moreover, if Nan were to truly start a business, becoming both wealthy and influential, then Li Cheng would certainly consider him a thorn in his side. These past few days, Nanfeng compiled a list of everyday items absent in Datong, such as toothbrushes, laundry detergent, milk candies, soap, and perfume. Among these, he believed perfume had the highest potential for profit. It was another easy money-making avenue. Setting other things aside, even if he sold perfume for 300 taels per bottle, it would likely still be snapped up by noble women. Nanfeng could already imagine Li Cheng angrily roaring at him, calling him a conscienceless merchant engaged only in despicable deeds, and saying that only the royal family should have the right to sell perfume. Thinking of that made Nanfeng break out in a cold sweat. For small, insignificant trinkets, it might be possible to exclude Li Cheng's involvement, but with something like perfume, that wouldn't be feasible. Without Li Cheng's backing, he feared he wouldn't be able to keep this lucrative opportunity secure. This principle remained largely unchanged across eras. In future generations, when a giant corporation targeted a company with such profitability, they would grow resentful and might even cause trouble, forcing the smaller company to sell its proprietary information. Compared to those future giants, Li Cheng was actually a fairly decent monarch. Thinking back to that letter he wrote, one that enraged Li Cheng but left him helpless, Nanfeng felt delighted. Either way, he needed to marry more of Li Cheng's daughters. However, if it was Gao Yang, forget it. He certainly didn't want to risk wearing a green hat. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nanfeng had already produced over 1,000 pieces of glass in various sizes. Since Tang currently had no adhesive glue, he instead ground limestone into powder, mixed it with water and sticky rice paste to make a simple version of cement. With this cement, fixing glass panels into place became much easier. Within just half a day, a 2-meter-tall greenhouse made of glass was built. Nanfeng's aunt was immediately captivated by this house made entirely of glass and wanted to move in immediately. How luxurious. Anyone else witnessing this sight would surely be envious too. Certainly, due to material shortages, the glass house wasn't perfect, but still, it was quite impressive. Nanfeng tied 2 swings from the rafters and spent time swinging with Lu Ruyu and Tong inside the glass structure. The entire greenhouse echoed with their laughter. With this greenhouse made of glass, they would no longer fear the cold in winter. Living inside, lighting a fire, and gazing up to watch the stars and moon, what a blissful life awaited. Nanfeng's silver reserves had nearly been exhausted in recent days. Of the several 10,000s of taels he previously had, only about 1,000 remained. However, All the servants involved in the glassmaking in his estate had now become skilled craftsmen, each smiling with satisfaction and joy. Look at this huge glass greenhouse, how it contained the sweat and effort of all of us. After working overtime nonstop for 4 more days, Nanfeng produced several thousand additional glass cups, as well as some small glass jewelry items made from leftover scraps. With great anticipation, Nanfeng said, "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Aunt, business will officially begin tomorrow, a most auspicious day. I believe that with these little glass trinkets, we are sure to make a fortune." Lu Shiyun was already laughing so hard her eyes had nearly disappeared into her face, continuously giggling with her body, swaying like flowers in the wind. Nanfeng stole a glance at his aunt, then at Lu Ruyu. He noticed how his aunt had just the right curves in all the proper places, while his fiancée appeared almost malnourished, slim in a way that left the desirable parts lacking fullness. Deep in his heart, he resolved to give Lu Ruyu better nutrition, nourishing her until she developed a figure like his aunt's. Nanfeng pushed away those inappropriate thoughts, focused his mind, and drew up several more designs before sunset. These were blueprints for glass decorations, including a 5-clawed divine dragon, a fire phoenix spreading its wings in flight, a roaring lion, and even glass roses that would bloom forever. If these kinds of ornaments appeared in some weaker nations, those countries would surely invite calamity, but if they appeared in the mighty Tang Dynasty, such concerns wouldn't arise. Nanfeng was rubbing his hands together in excitement in his room, trying to suppress his enthusiasm as he thought to himself, "Tudo, oh Tudo, I'm coming to bring you home." Then, he searched for Tudo and immediately purchased it. Over 30 potatoes the size of palms instantly appeared on the table, and Nanfeng picked the 5 largest to keep. Nanfeng cut one potato into several pieces and buried them into the soil at measured intervals. Lu Ruyu watched him curiously and asked, "Yutong, what is this? It looks quite delicious." There we go, another foodie. Delicious? Of course, it was delicious. He had spent a small fortune acquiring it. Just then, Jiao approached with 2 guards trailing behind. Since Nanfeng felt the compound had too few staff members, he had sent people out to buy several young boys. In the Tang Dynasty, such transactions were not explicitly forbidden, provided it was a mutually voluntary agreement between buyer and seller. Chapter 61, Crazy Shopping. Several people were watching Nanfeng planting these unfamiliar items. Jiao furrowed his brows and asked, "Master, will these things really grow if you plant them like this?" "Shut up." Nanfeng glared angrily at Jiao. His mouth was definitely cursed. Otherwise, the glass furnace wouldn't have exploded a few days ago. Nanfeng said with ill intent, "Jiao, if what I plant here doesn't grow, just wait and see how I deal with you then." Hearing Nanfeng's tone, which didn't sound like a joke, Jiao quickly covered his mouth and dared not speak again. Seeing the curious expressions on everyone's faces, Nanfeng finally explained, "What I'm planting here is extremely valuable, called potatoes. I haven't even dared to eat them yet. Right now, there might only be potatoes here in the Great Tang. If I manage to grow them successfully, it won't take long before no one in our Great Tang will ever starve again." Jiao's eyes instantly widened. He immediately pushed the 2 guards following behind him outside the door. Nanfeng was practically a god in his eyes. Never had he doubted anything Nanfeng said. If these small tubers could really feed the entire Tang Empire, their value was truly immeasurable. Lu Ruyu and her mother were equally astonished. Could such unattractive-looking things really fill the bellies of everyone in the Great Tang? Curious, Lu Ruyu asked, "What exactly is a potato?" "They're the things I just planted," Nanfeng replied, "and they're also very tasty. They can be used as staple food or stir-fried as a dish. Most importantly, they are very easy to store. If stored properly, they can last 2 or 3 years without spoiling. And actually, they're quite easy to grow. One seed can produce several potatoes, and if planted across an acre of land, its yield won't be less than 30 shur." "No way, 30 shur?" Both Lu Ruyu and her mother were shocked. Was there really a crop with such high yield? In their experience, growing rice barely yielded 7 or 8 shur per acre. If 30 shur per acre could be achieved, feeding all the common people in the Great Tang would pose no problem at all. Understanding now how significant these small tubers were, Jiao immediately took up guard at the entrance. With this devil standing here, not a single servant would dare to approach. Once Nanfeng finished planting, Jiao summoned several other guards and warned them, "What's planted inside is extremely important to the young master. You must guard it carefully. If even a single plant goes missing, you'll have to answer for it." Nanfeng added, "Potatoes aren't particularly picky about soil. Even in poor sandy land, as long as you water them, they'll still produce plump tubers. Moreover, planting in sandy soil has its advantages. The resulting potatoes will each be large, full, soft, sweet, and delicious." Hearing Nanfeng's explanation, the others were left momentarily stunned and unable to respond. In this era, money was indeed important, but food was the most essential of all. Although peace had returned now, the memory of the earlier wars still caused fear. In times of war, people would starve to death. Lu Ruyu's mother had personally experienced war during her childhood, when year after year, people went without a full meal, not even one meal a day, sometimes none at all. People were so desperate they stripped tree bark for food. After planting one section of the greenhouse with potatoes, the ground was full, but there were still some tubers left. Feeling a bit helpless, Nanfeng had several flower pots brought to plant the remaining potatoes inside. Nanfeng well understood that those flower pots might prove priceless treasures. If Li Cheng learned that these plants within the pots could completely eliminate famine in the Great Tang, he would willingly give all his daughters to Nanfeng in marriage. At this thought, Nanfeng felt a surge of excitement. What could possibly be more satisfying than having the emperor and ministers pleading with you? Nanfeng had already grown addicted to this sensation. Congratulations on successfully planting potatoes. This act will solve the issue of starvation for countless civilians in the Great Tang. As a reward, 10 million contribution points are granted. Please stay true to your original aspiration and keep moving forward. Hearing these words again, Nanfeng couldn't help but think in frustration. How far ahead must I keep going? When will I finally be able to live an easy, joyful life in peace? As if sensing Nanfeng's thoughts, the system responded. To be honest, my master, if the contributions you make are sufficient to keep the Great Tang prosperous indefinitely, then you will truly be able to enjoy such a peaceful and happy life. Moreover, our system will give you the greatest reward of all, eternal life. This is just one of many rewards. When that time comes, anything you desire, the system will grant it to you. Hearing the system's words, Nanfeng felt an immense surge of excitement. My God, immortality? If that were the case, wouldn't he live even longer than a 1,000-year-old tortoise? After purchasing the potatoes, Nanfeng still had 13,999 coins left, which was enough to buy many other items from the system. Overjoyed, Nanfeng hurried back to his room to start shopping. He bought 100 grams of chili pepper seeds for 4,999 coins and eagerly planted them immediately in the greenhouse. The system instantly rewarded him with an additional 3,000 coins. Next, he bought 200 grams of soybean seeds for 7,999 coins and planted them without hesitation, which earned him another 6,000 coins. Nanfeng also purchased corn seeds worth 6,999 coins and again received a reward of 5,000 coins afterward. After buying all these items, he still had 8,002 coins left. If he wanted to buy peanuts as well, he wouldn't have enough. He would need an additional 997 coins. Thinking for a moment, Nanfeng asked the system, Xiaomi, can I also buy blueprints for weapons in the system? Yes, we do have some blueprints available. However, modern blueprints are extremely expensive and your current funds are far from enough. However, you could purchase some ancient blueprints predating the Tang Dynasty. Are they found through searching as well? Yes, you just need to search for blueprints directly, and the system will automatically filter and display the ones you can currently afford. Nanfeng immediately started searching, and soon enough, many blueprints he could afford appeared on the screen. Chapter 62. When the storm approaches, the wind fills the tower. Seeing the variety of blueprints displayed by the system, Nanfeng was slightly stunned for quite a while. For 1999 points, he could purchase the blueprint for repeating crossbows. The system had already analyzed it for him. Once this function was obtained, the combat strength of Tang soldiers would be significantly enhanced, making it much easier to protect the Tang Dynasty. For 29.99 points, he could buy an upgraded repeating crossbow blueprint. This upgraded version wasn't as bulky as the old one and was much lighter to carry, yet its power remained unchanged. If every soldier could be equipped with one, their combat effectiveness could be greatly increased. The sniper repeating crossbow blueprint was available for 3,999 points. It could kill enemies from afar, shooting from a distance to take down enemies on the city walls while remaining unreachable by enemy forces. The human lifting machine blueprint also cost 3,999 points. It allowed a person to easily carry objects weighing up to 10,000 caddies. With this device, constructing strategic locations and cities would become much easier. There were still countless other blueprints, far too many for Nanfeng to examine one by one. At the very bottom of the search bar were the blueprints he currently couldn't afford, including the mechanized beast Juke, and even something called a steam engine. Upon seeing it, Nanfeng immediately broke into a grin. Once he purchased the blueprint, built the steam engine, and installed it on a boat, the speed would increase dramatically, far greater than before. However, for now, he could only look and dream, since Nanfeng's funds were nowhere near sufficient. After a day of work, Nanfeng had planted potatoes, soybeans, chili peppers, and corn. He looked upon his work with satisfaction and watered the seeds. These plants were priceless treasures in the current Tang Dynasty. Once they matured, he might even be able to open a restaurant. Then, wouldn't he and his young wife be able to live together in peace and happiness? Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and since Nanfeng was a Xiao Wei, it was only natural that he must attend the morning court session. After a long day, Nanfeng soon fell asleep early. Just as dawn was breaking, Duke Sun finally returned to Chang'an, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. Upon hearing his son had been crippled, he had hurriedly rushed back with several adopted sons in tow. Before Duke Sun's return, the Zhang family hadn't even dared to let out a fart. But everything changed once Duke Sun returned. No matter what, the Zhang family would not simply let the matter rest. Upon his arrival at the Zhang estate, a steward quickly sent someone to take care of the horses, while Duke Sun anxiously asked, "What exactly happened? How is my son now?" The steward replied with a clenched jaw, "My lord, you must seek justice for your young master. It was all because of a man named Nanfeng. He actually just directly did this to young master Sai." The steward exaggerated the situation as he spoke, completely shedding the fear of Nanfeng he had previously shown. The steward wiped away fake tears and continued, "Young master's life is likely ruined forever. Not only are both his legs broken, but he also can no longer carry on the family name. No physician, not even the imperial one, can do anything to save him." Boom. At that moment, Duke Sun felt as though his head had been struck with a blow. He couldn't accept it at once, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, his adopted sons caught him in time. "Father, are you alright? Father, please don't take this too hard. Take care of your health." That cursed Nanfeng. Father, let me go cut off Nanfeng's head and bring it back to you. Stop, Duke Sun bellowed. Just then, a woman around 39 rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Finally, the head of the household had returned. This woman was Duke Sun's beloved wife, Lady Lu. Actually, Duke Sun hadn't yet divorced her to take Lady Li into his home. If not for the foolish acts he had committed under Lady Li's bewitchment, he would not have been publicly executed. As Lady Lu saw Duke Sun return at last, she couldn't help herself and burst into tears. Wah, you've finally returned home. If you hadn't come back soon, how could I possibly go on living? Our only son. He's already been beaten to the brink of death. Duke Sun grabbed Lady Lu by both shoulders and shook her furiously as he roared. Tell me, exactly what happened here? I am Duke Sun. How is it that you, as my wife, failed to protect our only son? Why didn't you go to the emperor to bring that evil man to justice? Can your endless tears really punish the evildoer? Lady Lu sobbed as she explained everything, bitterly saying, Do you think I didn't want to go to the emperor for justice? But we weren't in the right. You know your own son. Do you not know what kind of person he is? He spends all day long chasing women, looks down on everyone, and developed these bad habits because you spoiled him. Now that you're back, all you do is scold me. Is this really my fault? She continued immediately, because our family was not in the right, and at that time the crown prince and the sons of 2 other ministers were all present. They saw our son harassing Nanfeng's fiancée, trying to forcibly take her back to our estate. What's worse, Nanfeng has recently become a favorite at court. Even if I reported this to the emperor, what could be done? I could only wait for your return, hoping there might be a chance to change things. Duke Sun could only reluctantly stop shaking her and quickly went to see his son. When Zhang Xinwei saw his father had returned, he burst into tears and snot, trying desperately to sit up from the bed, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not manage it. Seeing his son in such a miserable state, Zhang Liang's anger turned into sorrow. He quickly pushed his son back down to stop him from getting up, and in a trembling voice, he asked, Xinwei, are you all right? Zhang Xinwei wept as he replied, Father, I've disappointed you. I can never give you a grandson now. I have become a useless cripple. It would have been fine if I had only broken my legs, but even that place suffered a severe injury. If not for the imperial physician coming in time to cut it off, I might never have seen you again. Gone completely? Duke Sun felt as though he had been struck hard. His hands trembling, he pulled down his son's trousers for a look. Both testicles had already been removed, leaving only a little worm-like stump the size of a fingertip remaining. Chapter 63, Explosive Performance. Seeing this, Duke Sun could no longer contain his temper. He gave the bedpost a violent kick and roared, That little thief Nanfeng. I will tear him apart piece by piece. You wait for my news at home first. I'm heading to the morning court session right now. The emperor must give me an explanation. I will make that bastard Nanfeng regret ever being born. Duke Sun had a full beard and a muscular physique, but unlike General Yuqi, he didn't seem somewhat foolish or innocent. Right now, he resembled a fierce beast ready to pounce on its prey. Begin the court session. At the Grand Eunuch's loud shout, his voice, like the squawking of a duck, could be clearly heard within a radius of several miles inside the palace. Indeed, not just anyone could become the Grand Eunuch. All my ministers, if you have anything to report, speak now. If nothing, we'll end the session early so you may return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. After some ministers had reported on their work, and just as Chancellor Li Cheng was wrapping up the small matters, and Nanfeng was about to step forward with a petition of his own, Duke Sun's arrival interrupted him. As soon as Duke Sun entered the hall, he scanned the room, looking for Nanfeng. Once he found him, he fixed his eyes on Nanfeng with intense hatred. Although he didn't know what Nanfeng looked like, Nanfeng was only a newcomer, so the person he had never seen before must be Nanfeng. Seeing Duke Sun's return, all the ministers present in the court couldn't help but act like they wished to bring out sunflower seeds and snacks and enjoy the show. Especially those ministers who harbored no goodwill toward Nanfeng, like General Yuqi, who might even burst into song on the spot if he saw Nanfeng reprimanded by Duke Sun. The general simply wanted to see Nanfeng embarrassed a little, for hadn't Nanfeng also made him lose face before? Duke Sun withdrew his hateful gaze, then knelt to greet the emperor. The emperor waved a hand to have him rise and asked why he had abandoned his post in Yuzhou and returned to Chang'an. Duke Sun was furious. How could the emperor not know such a major incident? Wasn't he just trying to play peacekeeper? Fighting his rising anger, Duke Sun slowly pulled out a large sheet of rice paper from his sleeve. On it was the roughly written Chinese character for tragic, with the ink smudged from being written with his bitten fingertip. Thinking repeatedly about how he now had no descendants, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 tears and cried loudly, Your Majesty, I've suffered so much, so much. Please stand up for me. The next moment stunned the ministers present. Duke Sun fell directly to his knees, buried his head deeply into his legs, and began wailing bitterly, though the sounds all seemed terribly insincere. Nanfeng stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Could this really be Duke Sun? Yet how could such a renowned founding minister act in such a way? This came completely unexpected for Nanfeng, and moreover, his acting was too fake. Every official in the imperial court knew perfectly well that Duke Sun's son had been beaten by Nanfeng to the point of losing the ability to live normally. Yet they all acted as if they knew nothing. Witnessing the performance, Nanfeng gave them all a mental thumbs up, deeply impressed. Chancellor Li Cheng's acting skills weren't inferior either. He quickly rose to his feet and helped Duke Sun up, speaking with indignant sympathy. Why this display? What has happened to bring you to such despair? Please tell us everything. Pretending to be stern, Chancellor Li Cheng swept a glare over the assembled officials and roared, What is going on here? Who among you here is responsible for this? Duke Sun, speak boldly. Share all your grievances. Whoever caused you this harm, I shall definitely fight for your justice. Only then did Duke Sun raise his head, wiping the tears from his face with his sleeve. Nanfeng sniffed lightly. He could actually smell ginger. Probably the Duke had rubbed his eyes with it to simulate tears. He had originally intended to give the Duke's performance at least a decent score, but now he didn't want to give even a single point. 0. My heavens, your very own son was kicked into a state where he'd have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Yet you can't even shed a single tear without help. This Duke truly is a cold-hearted man. With tears and snot running down his face, Duke Sun cried out, Your Majesty, this time you must hear me out. A few days ago when my son went to the Liu household to request the girl's hand in marriage, someone suddenly attacked him and beat him savagely. They kicked his legs so badly they were ruined beyond repair. And worse still, they kicked him right where it matters most, the very place that secures my family's lineage. I only had this one heir, and now I've lost my chance for descendants entirely. How can I face my ancestors now? I'm truly, truly miserable. Hearing this, Chancellor Li Cheng's face actually flushed with genuine anger. He shouted loudly, Is this true? Duke Sun, speak boldly. Tell me who that violent scoundrel is. He dares to act so ruthlessly, and I shall certainly deal with him severely. Duke Sun glared fiercely at Nanfeng and said, Your Majesty, that scoundrel is none other than Lieutenant Nanfeng. At these words, all the ministers present turned their eyes toward Nanfeng. Li Cheng then roared, Nanfeng, confess the truth now. Did you do this? Nanfeng replied calmly without shifting his gaze, Your Majesty, I admit, it was indeed my doing. Li Cheng shouted furiously, How dare you? Seize Nanfeng at once. Duke Sun was momentarily stunned. Could it really be this easy? As for acting skills, Nanfeng's performance was no less impressive. Before the guards could even step forward to grab him, he began to complain bitterly, Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Although I did beat the young master of the Zhang family, he had first brought dozens of servants and acted outrageously right at the gate of my fiancé's home. Worse still, he even attempted to forcibly take away my fiancée, intending to make her marry him instead. At first, I really wanted to let it go. Who would provoke trouble without reason? After all, one must consider the owner before hitting a dog. Why should I, a mere lieutenant, dare to provoke the son of Duke Sun? I had no intention of fighting the Zhang family's young master. But when I tried to let him off lightly, he refused to let me go. He even declared that Duke Sun was his father and that today's matter would not end so easily. He even attempted to take my fiancée away on the spot. In utter helplessness, I had no choice but to strike back and teach the young Zhang a lesson. Upon hearing this, Duke Sun roared, My son may indeed have been in the wrong initially, but why did you have to strike with such brutality? Chapter 64, Punished Together? The Duke of Sun was so enraged by Nanfeng that every single one of his whiskers quivered. Pointing angrily at Nanfeng, he continued, My son Changlet need a Wei Wenqi. This was certainly wrong, but at most, I can apologize to you and send you a dozen more beautiful maidens. Wouldn't that be sufficient? Why did you have to be so cruel as to render my Zhang family completely heirless? How do you explain that? Haha, Nanfeng laughed brazenly and said, Did the Zhang family think it was justified to Zhang my fiancé? Since your family's young master has already lost his ability to bear children anyway, why not marry him a wife and invite me over? I could help you preserve the Zhang lineage for you. What do you think of this suggestion? Daring. What a brat. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng slammed the table in fury and cursed him as a wretched boy. If he were to act more convincingly, he would have even kicked Nanfeng in the backside. Nanfeng continued immediately, Your Majesty, everything I just said is absolutely true. If there's even the slightest fabrication, I can instantly take my own life. Not only can the Crown Prince testify for me, but also the young masters from the Changsun and Fong families can verify my account. If Your Majesty still doubts my words, please summon all three of them and ask for clarification. Li Cheng sat down and waved at the eunuch beside him, saying, Go bring the Crown Prince, the young master of Changsun's family, and the young master of Fong's family here. Li Cheng, acting as a mediator, had already prepared for this. Except for the Crown Prince, who had not yet arrived, Chang Sun Chong and Fong Yai had already been waiting outside. Li Cheng's performance was so unconvincing, but he was not afraid of the Duke of Sun feeling betrayed over such a matter. Before long, the Crown Prince, Chang Sun Chong, and Fong Yai were all brought in and respectfully stood inside the Taiji Hall awaiting Li Cheng's questioning. Looking at the three, Li Cheng said, You three, tell me what you know regarding the beloved son of the Duke of Sun. Did he truly attempt to Chengdor Nanfeng's fiancée? The Crown Prince spoke first, saying, Father, it is indeed true. A couple of days ago, I and Nanfeng happened to pass by the Liu family's home, and just then saw Zhang Xinwei with a group of men bullying the Liu family members and attempting to Chengdor Nanfeng's fiancée. Originally, Nanfeng thought of letting him off lightly, but he persisted and threatened Nanfeng, which led to Nanfeng taking action to teach him a lesson. Fong Yai quickly added, Your Majesty, what the Crown Prince said is entirely truthful. It was indeed the fault of the young master of the Zhang family. Chang Sun Chong also quickly followed, saying, Your Majesty, indeed the situation was exactly as described. Li Cheng slightly frowned, looked toward the Duke of Sun, and said, Duke of Sun, the matter is now so clearly resolved. You're really making things difficult for me here. The Duke of Sun could no longer conceal his fury. He angrily said, Your Majesty, indeed my son acted wrongly. But regardless, should Nanfeng be allowed to punish him at will? Even if punishment is required, shouldn't it be left to the authorities to give my son a beating with the stick? Not by Nanfeng himself. With such a punishment, my dear son has become completely disabled. Do you think this is appropriate? Your Majesty, you cannot simply let Nan Feng go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng furrowed his brow and inwardly grew impatient, thinking, can't you see I am playing the role of a mediator? Is my face really so insignificant? Now Li Cheng was in a difficult spot, so he spoke displeasedly. Fine, I certainly won't let Nan Feng off easily. Here's the solution. Nan Feng attacked someone publicly, and the circumstances were serious, so he shall be detained for 1 month and run 5 miles daily with a heavy burden. As for your son, attempting to choke a civilian girl was also a grave crime, so he shall similarly be detained for 1 month. Given his injured feet, he won't need to run with a burden, just 5 miles each day. After that, they will both be released. Does this satisfy you? At this moment, the Duke of Sun was almost furious beyond bearing, gasping heavily for air. Helplessly, he admitted his son indeed committed a mistake that deserved punishment, and Nan Feng should also be punished. Punishing both was indeed fair, but the more the Duke thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After all, it was his own beloved son who suffered such a grave injury. Despite his severe wounds, he still had to endure imprisonment and even be forced to run. The court officials barely restrained their laughter. What an ingenious method the emperor had employed. Though it sounded somewhat unreasonable, there was no argument to be made. Alas, poor the Duke of Sun. Even though he knew such punishment was extremely inappropriate, he was powerless to change it. While several ministers were secretly amused, Nan Feng began to grow anxious. Having to run 5 kilometers daily was effortless for him, but being locked up for an entire month? That was completely unacceptable. He was supposed to marry the beautiful bride and bring her home in just a few days. If he were thrown into prison, how could he possibly get married? Moreover, he had recently planted some crops, and if he wasn't there to take care of them, they wouldn't sprout at all. What was he supposed to do then? Those seeds had cost him a fortune. When people face difficulties, it's common for them to come up with sudden ideas. Nan Feng was no different. It seemed as though a bright light had flashed in his eyes before he immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, this matter, which originally began as a small dispute between myself and the Zhang family, reaching your ears must have caused you unnecessary distress. You, Your Majesty, have to deal with so many daily affairs already. Now you are even resolving such a minor issue for us. Whether it's myself or the Duke of Sun here, we certainly must feel embarrassed about this. The Duke of Sun looked down on Nan Feng's words with disdain. Could this really still be considered a small matter? All the ministers present were equally astonished. My goodness, had Nan Feng actually learned to consider others' feelings? Li Cheng also cast a confused glance at Nan Feng. Had he taken the wrong medicine? No matter what, he couldn't believe that Nan Feng had become this considerate and understanding. He could only turn toward the Duke of Sun and ask, well then, do you have any objections to the punishment I've decided upon? The Duke wanted to say he had objections, but he dared not voice them. Helplessly, he could only say, no objections. The Duke of Sun had no objections, but Nan Feng did. He immediately continued, Your Majesty, I also believe the punishment you've decided is very appropriate, but my conscience tells me otherwise. After all, Zhang Xinwei's feet have already been rendered useless. If we continue to punish him by forcing him to walk 5 kilometers each day, how can he possibly manage that? Chapter 65 Resolving Matters Privately. Li Cheng's face turned red with embarrassment, feeling that punishing Zhang's young master to walk 5 kilometers was indeed rather inappropriate. He took a sip of water and waited for Nan Feng to continue, curious about what scheme he might have. Marquis Sun, you yourself are not entirely satisfied with the punishment proposed by the emperor, but you fear offending him and thus dare not say more. If that's the case, why not let our two families resolve this privately? Resolve it privately? The Marquis Sun replied with a gloomy expression. How exactly would this resolution work? How would you like it resolved? Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, the Marquis Sun snarled. If I beat you into the same pathetic condition as my son, wouldn't this matter be easily settled? Upon hearing this, the ministers in court were shocked and their mouths dropped open. Would the Marquis Sun actually want to beat Nan Feng into the same state as his son? It was absolutely impossible. Neither Li Cheng nor Nan Feng himself would allow such a thing to happen. Especially Nan Feng, who could possibly accept such injustice. Soon enough, Nan Feng showed his true colors. Hearing the Marquis's words, Nan Feng coldly said, Humph, Marquis Sun, I was able to do this to your son. This shows my strength. If you're not satisfied, why not have your son come fight me again? Marquis Sun had just returned and was unaware that Nan Feng was a highly skilled martial artist, not to mention the fact that he once fought against 5,000 men alone. After hearing Nan Feng, the Marquis roared furiously. My son has already been left paralyzed by you. How could he possibly stand a chance against you anymore? Nan Feng smirked arrogantly and declared, Since the emperor has ordered us to settle this privately, I'll offer a way for you to redeem yourself. Every single member of the Zhang family can gang up and fight me, just me alone. But I must make one thing clear beforehand. After you finish dealing with me, no matter the result, you may not secretly conspire against me or anyone connected to me. I'm taking full responsibility for this matter myself. Even if you bring thousands or tens of thousands to attack me, I won't flinch. Even if you beat me to death, I won't seek retribution afterward. Marquis Sun, what do you think of this private resolution? The Marquis, furious to the point of laughter, said, You bastard really don't know your place. If it really turns out as you say, then I agree. But if I end up killing you, the emperor might not forgive me either. Nan Feng sincerely turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I do hope you will approve of this approach. When Li Cheng heard these words from Nan Feng, he hesitated slightly. Although he knew well of Nan Feng's superior martial arts abilities, the idea of Nan Feng facing off against the entire Zhang family alone was still concerning. The adopted sons of the Marquis Sun were certainly not idle men. Each had considerable martial prowess. To the Marquis, Nan Feng was simply an arrogant fool, but his adopted sons were all highly skilled men. Such a golden opportunity for revenge. How could he possibly give it up? Immediately, he implored, "Your Majesty, I beg you to approve this method of private resolution." Just then, a tall and burly official suddenly stood up and shouted, "Marquis Sun, do you even have any shame left? Who doesn't know that every adopted son of yours is an expert in martial arts?" Nan Feng doesn't know this. He simply wishes to finish this quickly so as not to trouble the emperor further. If you accept, you will completely disgrace yourself as Marquis Sun. Nan Feng also understood that this official was speaking up on his behalf. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. A man's word, once given, cannot be recalled by even 4 horses pulling a carriage. Once I've spoken, I won't go back on it. If I really don't survive this time, then it was simply my own doing." Upon hearing that, the official could only sigh and say, "Sigh, young brother Nan Feng, this move of yours really isn't wise. Arrogance is never a good thing. How should I address you?" Nan Feng asked curiously, finally reacting. A few days ago, after Nan Feng had gifted the teapot and tea to Li Xiaogong, he had often been seen sipping tea straight from the spout of the small teapot, clearly enjoying himself immensely. Before anyone else could speak, Li Xiaogong eagerly replied, "Brother Nan Feng, you can call him Qin Xiong. He is none other than the famed Duke Yi." Duke Yi had spoken in fury earlier and was now continuously coughing, his face pale from the outburst. He waved at Nan Feng, then sat back down on his chair, closing his eyes to rest. How could Duke Yi end up in such a state, looking so pale and frail, as if a few gusts of wind could knock him down? Sigh. Li Xiaogong also glanced at Duke Yi, who was sitting with his eyes closed, and let out a quiet sigh. In the past, Duke Yi had been a great hero, passing 8 gates and slaying 6 generals. But now he was bound by illness, and his former valor had completely vanished. No matter who saw a once great hero reduced to this state would feel deep sorrow. Duke Yi's words enraged Marquis Sun greatly, and he said, "Brother Qin, you're the one at fault here. This matter was always between me and Nan Feng. It's unnecessary for you to interfere. Your Majesty, I humbly ask for your approval of this matter." Nan Feng's expression turned icy cold. Originally, he had thought that if Marquis Sun still valued his dignity and let the matter drop, he wouldn't push too hard. But what he hadn't expected was that the Marquis was actually so eager to kill him. If that was the case, he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. At this moment, Li Chung felt extremely conflicted. After exchanging a glance with Nan Feng, he saw that Nan Feng was quite confident. Therefore, he decided to leave things as they were, nodding and saying, "I approve." Upon seeing the emperor's genuine approval, Marquis Sun immediately became arrogant and said, "I don't even need to send that many people after you. I'll just send a dozen of my adopted sons. If you can survive for an hour without dying, I will drop this matter. But if within that hour, you fail to survive, it's simply because you deserve to die." Hearing these words from the Marquis, all the officials present became furious. Each of those dozen men was an expert with formidable skills. How could Nan Feng possibly survive facing so many skilled opponents alone? Even General Yuqi, upon hearing the Marquis' words, was filled with rage and practically wished to kick the Marquis out of the palace with one kick. Chapter 66. Movable Type Printing. General Yuqi, his face filled with rage, said, "Marquis Sun, it is only today that I have realized what a despicable person you truly are. You actually sent your dozens of adopted sons to deal with a minor. From now on, if I ever deign to look at you again, I shall have to go home and wash my eyes for a whole day." Marquis Sun paid no heed to General Yuqi's words. If it had been him who had lost his entire bloodline, would he have been able to restrain himself from avenging such a grudge? Nan Feng cast a malicious glance at General Yuqi and said, "General Yuqi, look, this officer is already a dying man. Before that, could you possibly fulfill a small wish of mine? How about a little duel between the two of us?" Upon hearing this, General Yuqi immediately ducked behind Li Xiaogong, attempting to hide himself. He even considered going back to cry to his father, complaining that Nan Feng was bullying him. Why did every meeting with Nan Feng end up with him wanting to teach me a lesson? Well, my body hasn't fully recovered yet. Even the imperial physician said I shouldn't engage in strenuous activities, so I'm afraid I can't fulfill this request of yours. General Yuqi once again made an excuse of illness to avoid the challenge. Marquis Sun had overheard their conversation and slightly furrowed his brows. Could it be that Nan Feng was indeed a formidable figure? Why else would General Yuqi dare not fight him? Though somewhat puzzled, he had full confidence in his dozens of adopted sons and decided not to dwell on it further. Li Chung idly swirled the wine in his goblet and said, "On the Mid-Autumn Festival, I have specially prepared dinner for you all. As for Nan Feng and Marquis Sun, settle your business this afternoon at the martial arts grounds. Regardless of the outcome, this matter must end there and then. There must be no more quarrels. Let us all strive to strengthen the Great Tang. After lunch, all officials shall accompany me to the training grounds to witness the conclusion. Is there anything else you wish to report?" Thus was decided the feud between Nan Feng and Marquis Sun. In truth, this whole affair was entirely part of Nan Feng's plan. He knew well that if Marquis Sun had truly set his teeth into something, he would never let go, and that he would surely fall for this ploy. How many people throughout the Tang Dynasty could rival Nan Feng's martial prowess? At this moment, Nan Feng felt especially elated. Yet suddenly, he thought of his uncle-in-law. A man past 50 still had to toil day and night at the Hongwen Academy, unable even to return home. How could things come to this? Was Li Cheng planning to squeeze every ounce of work out of his uncle before letting him go? Thinking of this, Nanfeng stood forth and said, "Your Majesty, I still have a matter I wish to bring forth." Li Cheng was slightly surprised. This was not unreasonable, as Nanfeng appeared to have never submitted a report before. This was truly his first time. "Bring forth your memorial then." Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "I didn't write one. This thought just came to me suddenly." "Speak then." Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brow and said, "Your Majesty, several days ago when I returned home, I noticed my uncle had been printing books at the print shop, so busy that he did not return home even at night. Therefore, I dare ask, why must typesetting and printing be such a laborious task requiring so many people? So much so that even the deputy secretary of the Zhongshu province has been assigned to such work." Upon hearing this, a civil official solemnly replied, "Young Nan, that's not quite how it is. Printing is by no means a simple matter. Not only must the characters be carved, but also arranged and aligned properly. Isn't it quite normal for your uncle, as deputy secretary, to be assigned to oversee this work?" Suddenly recalling what the Ba-Chi-Si surveillance had recently reported, Li Cheng asked hopefully, "Nanfeng, do you perhaps have an easier printing method in mind?" Smiling, Nanfeng replied, "Your Majesty, I do have a technique that could make printing books an easy task and greatly improve its efficiency." Hearing this, every official in the court eagerly asked, "What kind of technique could that possibly be?" Calmly and steadily, Nanfeng replied, "Your Majesty, the technique itself is quite easy to understand. Our current method lacks flexibility. Each time a printing plate is used, it is discarded. Why don't we break it down, carving each character individually and separately, then reassemble and arrange them each time for printing? In this way, we eliminate the need to carve entirely new plates each time, significantly improving efficiency. Congratulations on creating a more convenient printing method. This will greatly enhance the cultural and educational progress of the Tang Dynasty. For this, you are awarded 990,000 merit points. Continue to strive and press forward." How come none of us thought of this brilliant method?" said Du Ruhui, greatly excited. Indeed, all the civil officials in the court echoed in awe. "Ha! How come none of those book printers thought of this brilliant method earlier?" One military officer laughed loudly. "Being civil officials, you don't know how to be flexible at all, only knowing how to work harder. Such a simple and effective printing method had to be figured out by us military men instead of you. What use are you then?" Another military officer also laughed and said, "Jingda's words are completely right. You're so inflexible. You civil officials should just join us for training. Perhaps after some physical exercise, your brains will become more agile." Li Xiaogong flattered, "Nanfeng truly is a genius. He alone can surpass the efforts of hundreds of us. If one day you civil officials are no longer in charge of governing, we martial artists could surely become capable of both letters and arms." TSK. What you say, Brother Xiaogong, is very reasonable indeed. In court, quarrels between civil and military officials were common occurrences. Each looked down upon the other. The military belittled the civil officers, considering them only fit for armchair strategizing, utterly useless in real warfare. They couldn't even lift a heavy sword to defend their nation. Without us, our territory would have long since been shattered by foreign invaders. Likewise, the civil officials also held the military in contempt, claiming these men of arms only knew how to fight and kill, completely unable to govern the country properly. Without the civil officers, foreign threats wouldn't even need to arrive before chaos broke out internally. Mutual disdain filled the ranks of civil and military officials, and now they had already begun quarreling. Nanfeng watched their arguments like one watching a play, practically wishing to hand each a stick so they could fight as they argued. After hearing Nanfeng's suggestion, Li Cheng had felt quite excited. However, the bickering around him now made him extremely annoyed. In a flash, he slammed the table and stood up angrily. Chapter 67. The Coveted Beauty Princess. The group of civil and military officials, who had been arguing loudly, finally noticed the emperor's fury. They quickly covered their mouths and continued fighting with their eyes. After seeing the hall fall silent, Li Cheng took a deep breath and said, "Nanfeng, the method you proposed this time is a great contribution. What reward would you like from me?" Nanfeng almost cursed in anger. "What do I want as a reward? If I asked you to give me all the daughters in your palace, would you give them to me?" Frustrated, Nanfeng thought inwardly, "After this mid-autumn festival, I'll just vanish and never stay in this cursed place Chang'an again. I'll go guard my small piece of land by the Ba River and live peacefully as a farmer." Li Cheng seemed to know what Nanfeng was secretly thinking, so he smiled and brought up the letter Nanfeng had written the day before. Li Cheng and the Empress had discussed this matter for several days before making a decision. Because of it, the Empress had been so furious that she had shut Li Cheng out of her chambers for 3 days straight, not allowing him to enter even once. Unable to soothe her, he went in a huff to his concubines and spent 3 consecutive days indulging with them, finally calming his anger slightly. Li Cheng gave Nanfeng a meaningful look before continuing. A few days ago, Nanfeng also submitted an improved method of forging iron, which significantly increased iron production. For this, Nanfeng deserves great credit. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng inwardly scoffed. If it wasn't for fear that the Bai-Chi-Si people would gossip behind my back, I wouldn't have shared this forging method at all. It would have been much more profitable for me to use it myself. Hearing Li Cheng's words, Changsun Wuji couldn't feel more dissatisfied. He glared at Nanfeng resentfully, conveying his thoughts through his eyes. After all, he was in the iron product business. How great it would have been if this forging method had been shared with him beforehand. Almost every minister present believed that Nan Feng had earned great merit this time. Li Cheng continued. After Nan Feng submitted the iron forging method, he submitted an ingenious printing method that greatly improved the efficiency of printing books. This doubles his merit, so I must reward Nan Feng well. However, Nan Feng doesn't lack money, land, or official titles, so I've decided to strengthen our ties through marriage. After careful thought, I have decided to offer my beloved daughter, Princess Lizzie, to Nan Feng in marriage. However, considering that Lizzie is still young, the wedding can be held a few years later. Does anyone have objections to this? Eventually, his daughter would marry someone else anyway. Although Lizzie was his favorite daughter, in Li Cheng's eyes, Nan Feng was also extremely important. Moreover, he had a bit of guilt toward Nan Feng ever since the latter had shortened his own lifespan to secure his fortune. Although Li Cheng had never mentioned this publicly, the thought of it always filled him with remorse. Thus, he decided to marry off his beloved daughter to Nan Feng to deepen his loyalty and simultaneously relieve his own sense of guilt. Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Changsun Wuji was already boiling with anger inside. I've had my eyes on Princess Lizzie for so long, and I was even planning for my son to marry her, but now Nan Feng has stolen her away? He was furious beyond restraint, unable to contain it any longer. Immediately standing up, he said, Your Majesty, I believe this matter still requires further discussion. After all, Princess Lizzie is still very young. If you still wish to grant a marriage to Nan Feng, perhaps consider the older second and third princesses. Changsun Wuji, you bastard. All three princesses are the same age. How can the others be considered older? Nan Feng's eyes were full of displeasure. The second princess is sickly and won't live much longer, while the third princess is trouble herself. Whoever marries her will certainly end up in chaos. Nan Feng would never agree to such a match. Li, having heard Changsun Wuji's words and just about to speak, was cut off by Nan Feng. Nan Feng cleared his throat and said, Your Majesty, I'm still just a minor. I can certainly afford to wait for Princess Lizzie. Why don't we put this matter on hold and decide it later? Upon hearing this, Li Cheng agreed. Changsun Wuji's anger was clearly written on his face, especially after Nan Feng defiantly held his gaze for a while. Li Cheng witnessed this scene and quickly realized why Changsun had made such a suggestion. What a troublesome matter this had become. Rubbing his forehead, Li Cheng said weakly, As Nan Feng has said, let's decide on this matter later. At that, both Nan Feng and Changsun Wuji felt somewhat relieved. Nan Feng felt relieved knowing that the second and third princesses were not being considered for marriage to himself. Changsun Wuji, on the other hand, was also relieved that the future daughter-in-law he had his eyes on had not yet been taken by someone else. Both men harbored ulterior motives, and if glances could battle, they would have already clashed with devastating force. After glaring at Nan Feng once again, Changsun Wuji returned to his position in the lineup. The Marquis Sun had just witnessed the entire scene and was already shaken to his core. What exactly is going on here? Wasn't Princess Lizzie always the Emperor's beloved favorite daughter? And yet, now the Emperor wanted to marry her off to Nan Feng. Did Nan Feng really hold such a significant place in the Emperor's heart? At this moment, the Marquis Sun was also deeply unsettled inside. Xiao Li was one of the most honest men in court, never one to speak falsehoods. If he asked him about Nan Feng, he was sure to get the truth. The Marquis Sun was well aware that he had made many enemies that morning, but he believed it was all worth it. Finally, when the morning court session ended, the Marquis Sun hurriedly approached Xiao Li to inquire about Nan Feng. Xiao Li, may I ask you a few questions? Just who exactly is this young fellow Nan Feng? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li slightly frowned and replied, You are the Marquis Sun, and yet you don't even know who Nan Feng is. This young man who has recently become so famous? The Marquis could only helplessly shrug and say, I've been stationed in the distant Yuzhou region, and only just returned to Chang'an this morning. I don't know much about Nan Feng, so I came to ask you for a little information. Xiao Li nodded and said, That's understandable, since you've been stationed so far away, and news naturally doesn't travel quickly to your location. From what I've heard, Nan Feng is the disciple of a legendary hermit, and also a student of the Gue Valley School. He traveled across the land with his master since childhood, and only returned to Chang'an to reunite with his family after his master passed away. Hearing this, the Marquis Sun felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Nan Feng was actually a disciple of the Gue Valley School? Chapter 68, Ready to Depart. The Gue Gu School was a legendary and extremely powerful secret faction. Marquis Sun was greatly shocked and asked again. He once presented a salt-making method to the Emperor. Was it just because of that the Emperor began to value him so much? Xiao Li slightly frowned. That's where you underestimate Nan Feng. He once held off a force of 5,000 men all by himself. He not only presented the method of making salt, but also contributed the 1,000-character classic, the 3-character classic, and recently introduced the techniques of blacksmithing and printing. The merits he has accumulated are no less than yours. They might even surpass them. The Emperor is only holding back from promoting him because of his young age. That's why he decided to marry several princesses to him. The Marquis stood there, stunned, watching Xiao Li walk further away. Now he understood why Li Cheng was so willing to mediate. How could the Emperor not value someone who had achieved such great merits? At this moment, the Marquis felt caught between a rock and a hard place. It wasn't that he feared Nan Feng might kill his many adopted sons. He didn't believe Nan Feng had that capability. Rather, he feared that if he truly had Nan Feng killed, Li Cheng would never forgive him easily. That was precisely the source of his dilemma. However, once he recalled how his own son had been left half dead by Nan Feng's kick, his heart burned with fury. He was still determined to kill Nan Feng, then escape back to Yuzhou. If necessary, he would wait until this matter was completely forgotten before returning to Chang'an. Having made his decision, the Marquis returned to his mansion, where his adopted sons, having rested for a while, had recovered from the exhaustion of their long journey. After eating together, 3 carriages left from the Marquis' residence, heading toward the martial arts training ground. This place, in past years, had witnessed the Xianxia incident, where 1 crown prince and 2 princes had closed their eyes forever. Li Cheng wasn't afraid of this place as rumors suggested. Even though his own brother had died here, what of it? He had long forgotten that matter. Nan Feng returned to his home to enjoy a hearty meal, paying no mind to the afternoon's duel. After finishing his meal, he changed into his officer's uniform and prepared to set out. Lu Ryu didn't know what Nan Feng was going to do wearing this outfit, but instead of asking, she considerately helped him tidy up his clothes. Then she looked at Nan Feng and said, "Yutong, you already look more and more like a mighty general now. I've always been a military officer from the beginning. All right, I know you're an officer. But where are you going? Our Tang Dynasty is so powerful there shouldn't be any war breaking out. So why are you wearing battle gear today?" Ryu couldn't suppress her curiosity. Meanwhile, Tong Tong stood beside Nan Feng, gazing at him with eyes full of admiration. How magnificent and splendid this outfit looked on him. Not wanting to make Lu Ryu worry, Nan Feng didn't tell her the truth. Instead, he told her that the emperor would be inspecting his troops this afternoon, which was why he wore the officer's uniform. He strapped on 6 tiger head short spears, then added armor to his red hair horse. Once all that was done, he prepared to set off. Nan Feng didn't plan to go into this fight with the Marquis' men unprepared. After all, he also feared tripping over something trivial, so he decided to purchase the Longdan Bright Silver Spear and several other spear techniques from his system. They were the 336 move Bamboo Flowering Spear Technique, the Chaoyang Spear Technique, and the 273 move Pear Blossom Spear Technique. Although he had already mastered the 3 previous spear techniques to the point where his physique could no longer gain any further improvement, he could still greatly enhance his skill. Now, having mastered so many spear techniques, Nan Feng was practically rubbing his hands in eagerness, eager to send the dozens of adopted sons of the Marquis sprawling. The young princess Li Ji also learned from her mother that her father had wanted to arrange her marriage so soon. Her future husband was to be Officer Yu Qi Nan Feng. Hearing this made her very sad. But when she later found out that she would no longer have to marry Nan Feng, she immediately became happy again. Joyfully hopping along, she took a basket of pastries made by the empress and followed her mother toward the Taiji Hall. At this moment, the Taiji Hall was extremely somber. Emperor Li Er sat with a frown on his face, troubled and gloomy. At this moment, all the civil officials had already left. They would head directly to the martial arts field to watch the events in the afternoon. Still remaining inside the Taiji Hall were several military officials, Li Xiaogong, Duke Igua, Yu Qi General, and others. When Igua Gong was young, he had fought fiercely on the battlefield and sustained many injuries. Whenever the weather began to turn chilly, he would become as if hibernating, keeping his eyes half closed all day. Still, he was considered one of the most handsome among these ministers. Li Cheng shook his head and said, "Sai, do you really think Nan Feng can defeat Marquis Sun's dozens of adopted sons this time?" Upon hearing this, General Yu Chengyi replied, "Your Majesty, I believe Nan Feng can do it. The other day when he passed by my house, the stone lion in front of my gate was misplaced, but he simply used his tremendous strength to set it straight again. With such astonishing power, Your Majesty can be rest assured." Originally, he had not wanted to reveal to others that Nan Feng had once moved the stone lion in front of his house, but today he mentioned it deliberately just to set the emperor's mind at ease. Duke Igua, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, instantly opened them wide after hearing Yu Qi's words and exclaimed, "His strength is actually that great?" Yu Qi smiled and replied, "Of course." Li Xiaogong also chimed in, "Duke Igua, you probably don't know about this, but Nan Feng actually moved the bronze statues outside the Taiji Hall long ago." Duke Igua was now so shocked that he didn't even know what to say. Due to his illness, he had been resting at home for a long time and had not kept up with outside affairs. He never expected that so many remarkable things had happened recently. At this moment, a military official stepped in to dampen the enthusiasm and remarked, "Great strength isn't necessarily the ultimate advantage. Even if your power rivals that of gods, if you don't know how to utilize it properly, what good is it?" Hearing this, Li Cheng also nodded in agreement and said, "What you said makes sense. In fact, that's exactly what I'm most afraid of. Plus, his weapon weighs over 100 jin. If he swings it for a while and then runs out of strength, well, the outcome is something I cannot accept." Chapter 69, The Mischievous Princess Li Ji. Nan Feng is a genius who can lead our Tang Dynasty toward prosperity. Therefore, I hope that each of you present here today will rescue him should he face any threat to his life, Li Cheng said calmly. Upon hearing this, the military officers present immediately expressed their support. "Your Majesty needn't worry. We will position ourselves closer to Nan Feng. If he truly cannot hold on any longer, we will definitely step in to save him. Your Majesty, rest assured. This time, I'll take responsibility." General Yu Qi patted his chest proudly. Li Cheng found it amusing, yet deeply touching. Should they truly have to step in and save Nan Feng, they would have to bear the consequences. The very reason he kept them here was in hopes that they would take on that responsibility when needed. After all, how could he appear so openly biased toward Nan Feng? "Father, I'm here." A clear, melodious, and pleasant voice rang out. A girl dressed in a long robe with long braids bounced joyfully into the hall of the Supreme Ultimate. Although she was still young, her graceful figure was already emerging. Behind her entered the Empress, smiling as well. Though she also thought highly of Nanfeng, she wasn't yet willing to give away her beloved daughter in marriage so soon. Seeing his lively and adorable little princess, Li Cheng's bad mood instantly gave way to happiness. He took her hand and sat together with her on the dragon throne. Princess Li Ji cheerfully shook the basket in her hand. Father, this is the pastry we specially made for you. We know you don't like sugar, so we didn't add any. It's really delicious. You should try a piece. Li Cheng laughed joyfully as he gently tapped the princess's nose. All right, I'll try one piece first. Wow, it really tastes great. Li Ji spoke cutely and innocently. Father, you always have so much work to do. You never have time to play with me. Can you spare a little time and take me to see the flowers by the garden pond? Li Cheng lovingly caressed Li Ji's hair and replied, Today I still have a lot to do. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll accompany you to see the flowers by the garden pond. All right then. The princess replied with slight disappointment, showing her mature understanding of her father's busy schedule. Then it's settled. Pinky promise. All right, Pinky promise. Li Cheng laughed as he interacted playfully with his daughter. Everything appeared peaceful and harmonious. At that moment, Li Xiaogong spoke up. Your Majesty, it's nearly time. We should set off now. Okay, Li Cheng turned to the Empress and said, The feud between Nanfeng and Duke Sun will be settled at the martial arts field this afternoon. I have already approved this match. It could turn quite brutal, perhaps even bloody, and I wouldn't want to scare you or Li Ji. I'll not bring you two to watch. You should return and rest with Li Ji. The Empress had obviously been aware of this from the start. She nodded in agreement and watched Li Cheng and his ministers depart. Li Ji's big eyes sparkled as an idea formed. Mother, may I go play with Qingqian? I haven't seen him in such a long time. Full of motherly affection, the Empress readily agreed but reminded the maids to look after the princess carefully and ensure she didn't overdo her play and end up hurt. Jumping with excitement, Princess Li Ji made her way toward the crown prince. He was about to leave to go watch the martial field himself, deeply concerned about what was about to happen. Seeing his younger sister arrive caught him by surprise. A smile instantly spread across the crown prince's face as he happily asked, Sister, what brings you here today? Li Ji twirled her big eyes around and giggled. Is my beloved older brother Qingqian going to the martial arts field to enjoy the show? I want to go too. The crown prince immediately declined. That won't do. This isn't a game. I am going to watch a real fight. If you went, you might witness bloodshed, even people who've lost their lives. Are you really brave enough to watch that? What do you mean I'm not brave? I am very courageous. Please take me with you, dear brother. Princess Li Ji begged. Upon hearing this exchange, the two maids following the princess were already sweating profusely as they urged, Your Highness, this simply cannot be done. If the emperor finds out you went, he might execute us. The crown prince quickly added, Li Ji, do you still remember what father taught us? When we are determined to do something, we must always consider the consequences. If I really take you with me to the martial arts field, I might end up being punished with solitary confinement, and your two maids will surely suffer as well. Princess Li Ji pouted her lips, completely abandoning any image of a well-behaved young lady, and threatened, Brother, if you really refuse to take me with you, I'll go straight back to mother and tell her you tried to hit me, and even wanted to spank my little bottom. And as for you too, she turned to the maids. If you dare stop me from going, I'll just find a place to fall down and say you pushed me. Upon hearing this, the two maids nearly lost their souls to fright, while the crown prince looked helplessly at his sister and finally said, You, fine, I can take you along, but only if you promise me one thing. Once we're there, you must behave yourself, stay quietly behind me, and make sure father doesn't see you. With no way to stop her now, the two maids, fearing punishment themselves, suggested nervously, I think I have a good idea, so the emperor won't notice. Your Highness, what if we simply dress up the princess and let her pretend to be a young eunuch for a while? These two maids, desperate to avoid getting involved, had suddenly come up with this absurd idea. At this moment, Nanfeng had already arrived at the martial arts field. He wore silver armor, 6 tiger head spears strapped to his back, a dragon soul spear in his left hand, and a king's halberd in his right, while riding atop his fiery red steed. The onlookers were nearly blinded by the dazzling sight of him. The martial arts arena was already filled with spectators, all high-ranking officials. No one present held a position lower than second class. Li Cheng, seated at the highest point of the viewing stand, slightly frowned when he saw Nanfeng's elaborate appearance. Chapter 70. The battle begins. Looking at the 6 strange objects strapped on Nanfeng's back, Li Cheng couldn't help but ask, Nanfeng really looks impressive with that outfit. But what exactly are those 6 things on his back? Wei Yi General squinted his eyes and took a look at the items on Nanfeng's back before replying. Your Majesty, those are called the tiger head spears. Remember, this was the weapon used by Wang Yuan when he fought against Nanfeng. He's already holding 2 weapons in his hands, so why would he carry the tiger head spears on his back as well? Honestly, always showing off with all these flashy things. Li Cheng calmly replied. If Nanfeng has the tiger head spears on him, he must have his reasons. Just then, Duke Sun also arrived, bringing along his dozens of adopted sons to pay respect to the emperor. Looking at Duke Sun, Li Cheng slightly furrowed his brow and couldn't help but say, Duke Sun, shouldn't you stop while you still can? You know very well that each of these adopted sons is a fine warrior, ready to charge into battle. If they end up dying in a family feud rather than fighting enemies on the battlefield, it would be a real shame. You must understand, Nanfeng's martial arts skills are also extremely formidable. Dealing with your adopted sons might be nothing for him. Upon hearing this, instead of being convinced, Duke Sun became even more determined to kill Nanfeng. After all, These were only his adopted sons, not his own flesh and blood. Even if all of them were killed by Nan Feng, what of it? He could always adopt more. No matter what, he had to avenge this grudge. Duke Sun refused. Your Majesty, a true man's word, once spoken, cannot be taken back even by a team of horses. I've already made my threat clear. If I back down now, I won't have the face to show anyone ever again. Li Cheng waved his hand in dissatisfaction. His role as a mediator had been an utter failure. He could do nothing but helplessly accept the fact that Duke Sun wouldn't listen to his hand. In the martial arts courtyard, Nan Feng stood alone facing the adopted sons of Duke Sun, exuding the chi-shru of a single warrior, holding a mountain pass against 1,000 enemies. Meanwhile, the Duke's adopted sons were almost ready to charge forward and fight Nan Feng directly. Among them, the oldest was only about 30, while the youngest was around the same age as Nan Feng. Influenced by Duke Sun, they were filled with hatred toward Nan Feng and wished to kill him on the spot. At this moment, the crown prince and a little eunuch sneaked in secretly. It was clear that this little eunuch was actually Princess Lizzie. She scanned her eyes across the people in the martial arts courtyard before looking toward Nan Feng and asked, Qing Xian, is that young man in the silver armor Nan Feng? The crown prince glanced at Nan Feng too and then nodded in reply. Yes, that's Nan Feng, my good friend, and we can also call him your brother-in-law. Hearing this, Princess Lizzie was already stunned. She quickly asked, so he has already married my older sister? But why did father want to marry me off to Nan Feng last time? If I were betrothed to Nan Feng, how should I address him then? Should I call him brother-in-law or husband? And what about you? Would you call me younger sister or sister-in-law? The series of questions completely flustered the crown prince. How was he supposed to answer? If his younger sister married Nan Feng and his older sister also married Nan Feng, then should he call Nan Feng brother-in-law or younger brother-in-law? What if they even had children later? Thinking about these incomprehensible problems almost made the crown prince's brain freeze up, forcing himself not to think about it anymore. Meanwhile, back in the martial arts courtyard, Nan Feng scanned the surroundings and then drew out the long Dan spears from his back, planting them into the walls, making it convenient to switch to them during battle without having them awkwardly strapped to his back. Nan Feng stared fiercely at Duke Sun and shouted, Duke Sun, life and death are determined by fate. After this, no matter what the result may be, our grudge will be settled once and for all. I shall now send your adopted sons to hell. I hope you won't grieve too much afterward. Upon hearing this, Duke Sun was furious beyond measure and shouted furiously, Arrogant little brat, attack him. In the martial arts courtyard, the dozen or so adopted sons of Duke Sun all roared together, then charged on horseback, wielding weapons directly at Nan Feng. The weapons they carried were quite unusual, serpentine blades, maces attached to chains, and sickle-like weapons, nearly each of them holding a different kind of weapon altogether. Nan Feng burst into a wild grin. Ever since he had arrived in the Tang Dynasty, he had never had the chance for a satisfying battle. He had been longing for that thrilling sensation of wreaking havoc in all directions. He slammed the Bao directly into the ground, then grabbed the tiger head spears from the wall. With a whooshing sound cutting through the air, the tiger head spears flew straight toward Duke Sun's adopted sons. These 6 tiger head spears were like tigers charging into a flock of sheep. 4 of them pierced right through armor, impaling 4 of Duke Sun's adopted sons directly in the chest, the remaining force sending them flying several meters. The other 2 spears slashed across the throats of 2 more, then pierced into the chests of 2 others. Before anyone could even comprehend what had just happened, 4 men were already lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Duke Sun's eyes bulged wide with disbelief. Li Cheng couldn't help but exclaim dramatically, wow, that was just too incredible. This was barely the beginning, yet 8 of Duke Sun's dozen or so adopted sons had already perished. He simply couldn't bear to accept this harsh reality. Disguised Princess Lizzie tightly covered her mouth with both hands. Crown Prince unconsciously muttered, that's amazing. He's my brother-in-law, after all. Princess Lizzie looked at him with full admiration and whispered, he's so awesome. This cheap husband of mine, I accept him. Hearing this, the Crown Prince could only stare in speechless disbelief and asked, Heir, didn't you insist that you wouldn't marry Nan Feng? You even threw quite a tantrum with the Empress. Princess Lizzie's face instantly turned red, and she replied, I can do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere. Naya. Hearing this, the Crown Prince could only helplessly shrug his hands wide. After throwing out the tiger head spears, Nan Feng yanked out his Bao from the ground. Letting out a mighty roar, he leapt onto his red-haired horse and charged straight at the remaining enemies. The onlookers on the grandstand all lit up in excitement, praising the magnificent steed between Nan Feng's legs. Chapter 71, Rampage. Chi Ma, red hair, was a legendary horse, the very epitome of war horses, fierce like a tiger. How could ordinary horses possibly compare? Riding Chi Ma, Nan Feng charged into the crowd, overturning 3 horses in one sweep. Your life is mine. Behind Nan Feng, 2 men with reversed hooks charged toward him. Without even turning his head, Nan Feng swung his Bao Overlord halberd, sideways. 2 dull thuds sounded as the men were nearly sliced at the waist and fell screaming into pools of blood before finally exhaling their last breaths. Brother 9, Brother 12. Seeing 2 more companions slain by Nan Feng, the remaining men roared with bloodshot eyes and charged forward like moths drawn to a flame. One man wielding a hammer with a long chain attacked Nan Feng's right side. However, Nan Feng simply blocked the attack with his halberd horizontally and countered with a powerful strike. Bang! The hammer slammed directly into that man's forehead, flinging him 2 or 3 meters away, splattering blood everywhere. In an instant, another man had lost his life. Third brother. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Damn you. Pay with your life. Die. Without hesitation, the remaining men charged forward, while Nanfeng remained calm and indifferent, clearly not regarding them as any threat. Form the array. At this loud shout, the remaining riders immediately mounted their horses, encircling Nanfeng as they galloped quickly around him. Could that formation even be called an array? Perhaps it could trap others, but attempting to trap Nanfeng was nothing more than sheer recklessness. Snorting in contempt, Nanfeng also rode Chi Tu Ma around the circle rapidly. When the speed had reached a certain threshold, Nanfeng suddenly pulled his horse to a stop, then thrust his Bawang Ji outward in a sweeping motion. Pooh! Several more men were sliced neatly at the waist, their riderless horses scattering in panic. Nanfeng was already drenched in blood, though not his own. Naturally, there could be no war without bloodshed. After eliminating several enemies, the weakness of this array became apparent to Nanfeng. With this, he broke through the circle on Chi Tu Ma. At this moment, the foster sons of Duke Sun Guo were now no more formidable than unarmed civilians and were being mercilessly slaughtered by Nanfeng. Nanfeng rode to a nearby wall, embedded the Ba Wang Ji vertically into the wall, exchanged it for the Dragon Courage Spear, and plunged back into the crowd. He executed the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix martial technique, flipping over multiple enemies at once. Then using the Pear Blossom Spear formation, he mercilessly reaped more lives. The foster sons of Duke Sun Guo were now almost entirely wiped out, as were the other combatants. Li Cheng and the other ministers watched, frightened yet mesmerized. Wherever Nanfeng went, their eyes followed closely. If they missed a scene, they would even change position. Some even stood on tables, unwilling to miss any exciting moment. General Yuqi finally understood Nanfeng's terror. Even 3 Wang Yuans combined likely could not defeat Nanfeng. Li Cheng was too absorbed in the spectacle to realize he was cheering loudly. Incredible, truly awe-inspiring. Duke Sun Guo looked back at the emperor, filled with frustration and fury. These men Nanfeng had been killing mercilessly were all the most elite warriors among his Zhang family. Actually, as emperor, how could Li Cheng possibly allow infighting among his subordinates? Li Cheng was quite intelligent, and he acted with purpose. Weakening the feud between Nanfeng and Duke Sun Guo was merely one reason among others. Another was to gauge exactly how powerful Nanfeng really was, as well as to reduce the martial strength of the Zhang household. Li Cheng didn't know the real intentions behind Duke Sun Guo adopting so many martial experts as foster sons. Considering how greatly the Zhang family's power had increased, if there was ever an opportunity to reduce their might, Li Cheng would not miss it. For all he knew, Duke Sun Guo might be plotting a rebellion. Right now, the martial training field was a scene of carnage. Blood flowed everywhere across the ground. The unconscious lay scattered, while panicked horses ran amok, eventually being led away by the guards. The crown prince stared at the scene, unaware of how many times he had swallowed in shock. He had no choice. The sight was simply too overwhelming. He even began to find Nanfeng frightening. If someone with such formidable martial prowess wished to kill someone else, it could truly be as simple as drinking water. Princess Li Ji, disguised in plain clothes, had turned deathly pale but forced herself to suppress her nausea. Her gaze remained fixed on Nanfeng. Seeing one Zhang family member after another falling into pools of blood, Duke Sun Guo was nearly ready to spit blood himself. At the martial training ground, only a handful of people remained. His foster sons had dwindled to just a few, and in the next moment, he watched with bulging eyes as another one of them was killed, blood splattering everywhere as the body crashed to the ground. At this moment, he could no longer hold back and hastily shouted, "Stop! Everyone, stop immediately!" Upon hearing the voice of Duke Sun Guo, the remaining Zhang family members finally halted, gathering together and gasping for breath amidst the blood-soaked air. Glancing around, they only then realized that more than half of their closest companions had already perished. Though thoughts crossed their minds about rushing forward to kill Nanfeng at once, their bodies refused to obey. They were paralyzed by fear, some even trembling uncontrollably, soiled themselves, and sat motionless with hollow eyes. On the other side, Nanfeng stood holding the Dragon Courage Spear, using his free hand to wipe blood from his face, calmly watching to see what Duke Sun Guo would do next. With an expression full of sorrow, Duke Sun Guo clasped his hands and said, "Nanfeng, let's end this matter right here. Let us erase the grudges between us as though they never existed." Nanfeng sneered and replied, "You say start the battle, then you say stop. What? Do you think you're so majestic? Why should I listen to you? A true man's word is as binding as if 4 horses had already dragged it out. I clearly stated before that I would make you mourn the young before the old, and today, I will fulfill that promise by cutting them all down here. You there? Prepare to die." Without waiting, Nanfeng charged directly at the remaining Zhang family members with his weapon. How could those whose courage had already shattered dare to stay? One by one, they threw down their weapons, scrambling away in panic and fleeing the martial training ground. Witnessing this, Nanfeng did not chase after them to wipe them out completely, for he felt that killing them would only soil his own hands. Even if Nanfeng chose not to pursue and eliminate the fleeing men, once they returned to the Zhang estate, Duke Sun Guo would certainly not spare them either. Chapter 72. Nanfeng appointed as chief instructor. There would be no good end for deserters. Only a few remaining adopted sons of the Duke of Sun remained on the training ground. Big Bao stared at Nanfeng wreaking havoc all around, his heart filled with terror. God Almighty, is there really an endless source of power inside this bastard? So much time has passed, yet he still looks as energetic as ever. Is he even human? If he is, how come he doesn't feel tired after fighting so long? And how can any human possess strength rivaling that of a giant? Pooh! A series of sounds echoed once again. Big Bao watched helplessly as two of his brothers collapsed into a pool of blood. At this moment, he had absolutely no will to fight anymore. He cast a tragic glance toward the Duke of Sun. It was him who had brought about the deaths of all his brothers. Watching one familiar face after another perish, Big Bao lost his fighting spirit completely. He sat motionless on his horse, tears of regret rolling down his eyes. He was waiting for Nan Feng to send him to join his fallen brothers. Soon, the training ground was left with only Nan Feng and this dazed man seated on the horse. Nan Feng fixed his eyes on him for a while, observing how he stared blankly at the bodies lying in blood below. Without hesitation, Nan Feng slowly brought the dragon soul spear to the man's neck. Big Bao offered no resistance. Miserably, he said, just do it already. I want to join my brothers. Nan Feng would not spare him out of pity. The dragon soul spear swept across the man's neck and a jet of blood immediately spurted out. Thus, all the adopted sons of the Zhang family had fallen in blood. At this point, the Duke of Sun was so furious that he trembled all over. Nan Feng rode his red hair horse and retrieved the tiger head spears still embedded in the bodies of Zhang's men. He then pulled down the king-slaughtering halberd from the wall and rode before the Duke of Sun, saying with contempt, Duke of Sun, if you're still not satisfied, I can fight you again. Li Cheng and other officials stared at the scene in shock. God Almighty, could Nan Feng even be considered human anymore? Even General Yuqi was so stunned that his jaw dropped. The Duke of Ji was nearly too excited to breathe. He quickly had someone pat his back. My heavens, just how powerful could Nan Feng be? Dozens of the Duke of Sun's adopted sons and so many guards were just wiped out. At this moment, the Duke of Sun gazed at the scene, shedding tears like rain. Frantically, he rushed down to the training ground and tried to piece together the severed bodies, desperately attempting to restore their lives. But predictably, he failed. When someone was already dead, how could they possibly come back? No one attempted to stop the Duke of Sun. Li Cheng was so frightened, he kept swallowing hard. It was the first time he'd witnessed such a brutal, harrowing scene. He sighed and said, Nan Feng's master must be no ordinary person, to be able to train such a young boy into a peerless expert. Suddenly, a gleam shone in Li Cheng's eyes. With a smile, he immediately declared, what Nan Feng did today has deeply impressed me, so I have decided to appoint him as the chief instructor. 15 days later, he shall officially assume the position. Young brother Nan Feng, he continued, you can train soldiers the same way your master trained you. If you can create a powerful army, I will grant you the title of first martial hero under heaven. Go to hell, Nan Feng secretly thought, but outwardly he replied, Your Majesty, my current martial arts skills were not gained merely through training, but from my master's medicinal elixirs that transformed my physical body. Li Cheng chuckled, still grinning maliciously. Don't waste words, I don't believe that at all. Once you finish marrying my daughter, just go assume your duties and train my soldiers fiercely. If you can truly forge a powerful army within a year, then I will honor my promise and let you marry my beloved daughter. Nan Feng originally had absolutely no intention of accepting, but upon hearing the emperor's words, he immediately changed his mind and shamelessly agreed, saying, well, in that case, I guess I can only accept. However, not everyone is fit for training. I won't be able to make an army of cripples or maimed individuals into elite forces. I'll have to handpick my soldiers myself. Those selected by me will certainly form an elite army within 1 year. But Your Majesty, what is the rank of the chief instructor? If it's just a minor post, then I definitely won't accept. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng laughed loudly and answered, This is a position I suddenly thought of, and I haven't yet considered its exact rank. Then let it be at the 3rd rank. Now go back and wash yourself. I will handle the matter with the Duke of Sun. Tonight, come to the palace for dinner together with me. The Duke of Sun seemed to have suddenly turned into a frail old man. As Nan Feng rode past him on his red hair horse, he didn't even glance at him and went straight home. In this era, the winner was king, and the Duke of Sun had already been utterly defeated. After watching the fight, Princess Li Ji hurriedly changed back into her own clothes and returned to the Empress's side, sweetly calling, Your Majesty. She buried her head into her mother's arms, trying to forget the bloody scene she had just witnessed. The Empress sensed something was wrong and gently stroked her daughter's hair, asking, My dear Princess Li Ji, what's wrong with you? Nothing really. Having experienced so much in life, the Empress could easily tell from the tremble in her daughter's eyebrows that she had clearly been frightened. She then put on a serious face and asked, Did you sneak off to the training ground behind my back just now? Oh, mother, you guessed it again. Comforted by her mother's warm embrace, Princess Li Ji had already completely forgotten what she had seen earlier. She looked at her mother and said, It was all my own idea. Please don't punish anyone else. The Empress knew exactly what her daughter was doing, trying to protect her maids from being punished, and so she simply agreed and asked, Then tell me, what was the situation like over there? Has the feud between Nan Feng and the Duke of Sun been finally settled? Hearing her mother's question, Princess Li Ji suddenly became as excited as if she had been injected with adrenaline, enthusiastically answering, Mother, Nan Feng was absolutely amazing. The Duke of Sun sent so many men to attack him, yet in the end nearly all of the Duke's men were slaughtered by Nan Feng. Only 5 cowards managed to escape. When I came back, the Duke of Sun was still crying bitterly over there. Upon hearing this, the Empress wore a look of complete shock on her face. Chapter 73, The House of Wealth and Nobility. Recalling the scene where Nan Feng bravely fought the enemy just now, Princess Lizzie, in a lovesick daze, said, "Mother, Nan Feng is truly amazing. He's a superhero, and I no longer oppose marrying him now." The Empress's face showed complete astonishment. Are children these days so quick to change their minds? Weren't you crying and shouting just a few days ago that you didn't want to marry Nan Feng? Outside the palace, commoners on the street were staring at a man riding a fine horse down the road, his entire body covered in blood. Heavens, how much blood this man has lost. How is he still able to ride a horse? He must be someone who came from the palace. Could it be? He should be none other than Lieutenant Yuchi, Nan Feng. Just now, I personally witnessed him riding into the martial arts arena. There were rumors he holds a deep grudge against the Zhang family. Could he have just now killed the Duke of Sun? That's not clear, but Nan Feng isn't any better. He's practically the same kind of man as the Zhang heir. I heard that a few days ago, he even sent his genjia to seize old Lu's only tea plant. Don't stare anymore. We should run away quickly. Heavens, this Nan Feng truly looks ferocious. Nan Feng paid no attention to the crowds gossiping about him on the street and calmly returned home. Hearing a knock on the door, the genjia hurriedly went to open it. As soon as the door opened, he saw a blood-covered figure standing at the gate. Instantly terrified out of his wits, the genjia's feet seemed bound to the ground. Despite wanting to run, he couldn't move a muscle. Nan Feng directly handed the reins to the genjia and said, "What are you staring like an idiot for? Take the horse away and give it a bath." Heavens, so this is the young master. Now his legs could finally move again. He rushed to Nan Feng's side, looking left and right anxiously, asking, "Young master, what's happened to you? Have you been assassinated? Let me go call the imperial physician right away." Waving his hand dismissively, Nan Feng replied, "No need for all that trouble. Do I look like I'm hurt? Hurry up and wash my red hair, and feed it some grass as well." Seeing that the young master was indeed unharmed, the genjia led the horse away, finally at ease. Gao Shou, who managed the finances, had been harshly trained by Jiao recently. At this moment, due to injuries sustained during training, he was slowly pacing around the main hall. Suddenly, he spotted a blood-soaked man approaching him. Mother, save me!" Screaming loudly, Gao Shou immediately darted away, and no one would believe him even if he claimed his foot was injured. After Gao Shou's scream, everyone in the mansion immediately sprang into action. Jiao quickly led dozens of guards, surrounding Nan Feng, who was soaked in blood. "Arrogant rogue, who gave you the audacity to come here and cause trouble?" One of the guards shouted in anger, ready to curse again, but before he could speak, Jiao kicked him hard in the behind. Raising his large saber, Jiao approached the blood-drenched Nan Feng. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Master, who dared to do this to you? Tell me, and I'll destroy their entire household." At that moment, Lu Riyue, along with her mother and Tong Tong, walked over. When Tong Tong lifted her head and saw a blood-soaked man standing before her, she burst into tears and ran behind Lu Riyue, hugging her tightly. Lu Riyue and her mother were greatly frightened as well. As they carefully looked him over, they realized the blood-covered figure was actually Nan Feng. Seeing this, Lu Riyue quickly ran forward, touching him gently here and there, making sure he was truly unharmed before finally relaxing. But the strong stench of blood unsettled her mother. She asked anxiously, "Nan Feng, what happened? Why are you covered in blood like this? Someone, go to the kitchen and prepare several pots of hot water for the young master to bathe." "Nan Feng, did you secretly go off to fight? Otherwise, how could you return soaked in blood? How could you do this? What would I do if something happened to you?" As she spoke, Lu Riyue began to cry. Seeing her tears, Nan Feng quickly tried to comfort her. All right, please stop crying. Can't you see I'm not hurt at all? The Duke of Sun wanted to settle a grudge with me privately, so I went and wiped out dozens of his strongest martial artists. They provoked me first, they did this to themselves." Heavens! Lu Shiyun was already staring in disbelief. But Lu Riyue, after hearing this, cried even louder, making Nan Feng scramble helplessly to comfort her. It took a great deal of effort before he finally managed to soothe her. Nan Feng quickly took a bath to wash off the stench of blood, then dressed in a set of silver-white robes. He tied his long hair neatly behind his back, leaving only two curly strands naturally hanging on both sides of his face. In an instant, he transformed from a blood-covered man into a refined and elegant young nobleman. However, as soon as Nan Feng stepped out after finishing his bath, Lu Riyue's mother immediately remarked, "How can you, as an officer, not even care about your own appearance?" Saying that, she directly gathered and tied up Nan Feng's hair. Suddenly, Nan Feng's future mother-in-law seemed to remember something. Her face lit up with a smile as she immediately pulled Nan Feng into the backyard. Confused, Nan Feng followed her to the backyard, but the moment he arrived, he was stunned himself, because a mountain of copper coins had already been piled up there. Lu Shiyun, wearing a bright smile, said, "Look at this. This entire pile of copper coins was earned from selling glass products. All those glass cups and small glass ornaments you made were just taken out not long ago when the nobles rushed to buy them all. I priced the glass cups at 29 strings of coins each, and the small ornaments at 39 each. And actually, those small ornaments were the most popular items. People were practically fighting to buy them, offering higher and higher prices." Nan Feng looked at the pile of copper coins and, after a moment of thought, asked, "How much money have we earned in total from selling these glass products?" 51 taels of silver and 19,800 strings of coins. Oh my, we're about to become incredibly wealthy. Smiling slightly, Nanfeng said, true wealth is still far away. We've only just started selling glass products. Issue orders to have more made immediately, and also produce over 100 sets of complete tea sets. We can sell them for 90 strings of coins each. Chang'an was the location of the Imperial Palace, a place where numerous nobles gathered. Naturally, those tea sets would become highly popular there. Chapter 74, The Affectionate Red Hair Horse. At that moment, Nanfeng's future mother-in-law suddenly said, Nanfeng, today a foreigner came and bought our glass cups. He should be from the East Market, and paid 10,000 strings of copper coins for hundreds of glass cups. Oh, Nanfeng's eyebrows slightly furrowed before relaxing, as he said, he must have come here to buy the glass cups from us and then resell them at a high price. The blueprints for the complete tea set are in my chest. You and Madame Ryu take care of them for me first. I'll go to the East Market and investigate the situation. It was still more than an hour before dinner at the palace, so there was plenty of time. Nanfeng decided to walk to the East Market. He chained the leopard, and accompanied by Jiao and several guards, he strolled toward the East Market like a bully out for a casual walk. The red hair horse saw that Nanfeng had brought the leopard along, but had not taken him. It felt that the leopard had stolen its master away, so it forcefully darted out and tightly followed behind Nanfeng. Then, in an angry mood, it bit the leopard's backside. The leopard cried out in pain, immediately trying to turn around to bite the red hair horse, but the red hair horse wouldn't allow that to happen. It directly grabbed the leopard's backside and shook left and right until almost tearing off a piece of flesh. Seeing this, Nanfeng quickly pulled the leash tightly to prevent the leopard from retaliating, and then rushed over to pat the red hair horse's head. Only then did the red hair horse loosen its grip. It turned around and looked back at Nanfeng every few seconds, appearing resentful, as if saying, if you don't soothe me, I'll run away from home. The scene was quite humorous. Jiao and the other guards couldn't help but burst into laughter, all thinking this red hair horse was truly intelligent. Nanfeng could only look helplessly at it. He asked Jiao to take the leopard and led the red hair horse toward the East Market. How happy the red hair horse was. It rubbed its big head repeatedly against Nanfeng's chest, while its tail continuously spun in circles, feeling that it had already become the happiest horse. The group slowly made their way toward the East Market. Seeing people keeping fierce beasts as pets, ordinary citizens dared not come close, and merely discussed the situation from afar. Goodness, are they keeping tigers as pets? But it doesn't really seem like a tiger. The leader is quite a remarkable young man. You have no idea at all. That's definitely not a tiger, it's a leopard. Even a tiger couldn't possibly defeat it. Nanfeng had also overheard their conversation, subtly twitching his lips at how they talked about anything that came to mind. It can actually defeat a tiger? It doesn't look nearly as big as a tiger. I can't really believe that either. Not long ago, when I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, I saw an extremely large tiger. It probably had just finished eating and came to the river to drink some water. When I saw it, I was nearly scared unconscious. Fortunately, that tiger wasn't interested in me, or I wouldn't be here to chat with you now. Do you know who that leading young man is? Don't you know him? He is Nanfeng. It said he is no good either. Not long ago, he sent his servants out to snatch tea plants from people's homes. A neighbor of mine refused to let him take his tea plant and had both his hands broken for it. Eventually, they still dug up and took the tea plant. Can that really be true? He's actually that bad. He is not someone we can afford to offend. Let's quickly leave. Jiao glared threateningly at these ordinary citizens, nearly unable to restrain himself from letting go of the leopard's chain upon hearing their slander of their young master. Their young master is a good for nothing? Breaking people's hands over tea plants? How could he not recall such incidents ever happening? Nanfeng, on the other hand, wore a composed smile and said lightly, stay calm. It's only some insults. Don't dwell on them. There are probably countless people in Chang'an who have said bad things about me. If I took offense to every single word, I'd be exhausted and lying on the ground myself. Simply pretend you didn't hear anything. Haha, young master speaks truly. We just need to stay true to ourselves and not pay attention to rumors and gossip. Although we may not be saints, we should still be true to ourselves. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng immediately kicked the guard on his behind. However, the guard still foolishly laughed, clearly quite delighted to be kicked by the young master. It was said that Jiao used to be kicked daily as well, yet he ended up becoming their leader, someone the steward himself dared not disobey. After walking for about half a watch, the group finally arrived at the East Market. The city of Chang'an was, in fact, extremely vast. To walk around the entire city would be impossible without spending several days. The group headed directly toward the area designated for foreigners. Nanfeng's guards had their eyes wide open, not even blinking in reluctance. Even Jiao, while looking at these Persian beauties, couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. He had never seen such a sight before, so naturally, he wouldn't let the opportunity pass without staring intently at the Persian women, especially at their exposed legs and stomachs. Jiao gulped hard and couldn't help but say to Nanfeng, Master, these Persian beauties are too good-looking. Shall we buy a few to take home? Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, we don't have enough silver at home. If you really want to see them, I could just sell you to these foreigners. Then you could stay here every day and look at them all you want. That way, it'd be great. Not only could I earn some money, but I could also fulfill your wish. It's a two birds with one stone kind of deal. Hearing that, Jiao quickly pushed the dangerous thought out of his mind, but his eyes remained fixed on the Persian beauties. Upon seeing Nanfeng, a group of foreign merchants surrounded him and began enthusiastically promoting their own goods. Young master, do you need a carpet? My carpets are very warm and not expensive at all. Young master, you are in the prime of your youth. Why not take a few Persian beauties back with you for some nightly music and songs? Our family's finest wine is so good you'll want to drink it again and again. How about taking a few barrels back to try? Originally, the foreign merchants were still energetically promoting their goods when they happened to glance down and notice the leopard at their feet. The sight scared them so much that they instantly hid behind each other, their faces filled with terror, fearing they might be used by the leopard as something to sharpen its teeth on. Chapter 75. The Profit-Seeking Barbarians. Wine? That could be examined first. Nanfeng signaled to his guards, who opened the oak barrel containing the wine and poured out a small amount. The wine was dark red in color and emitted a rich aroma. It truly was a fine quality wine. Nanfeng nodded to Jiao, who immediately took out a large bag of money and pulled out several silver ingots. You are to deliver all your wine to Captain Yuchi's residence, and the remaining silver will be your reward. Upon hearing that Nanfeng was connected to Captain Yuchi, the foreign merchant grew visibly excited. Bowing low, he even reached forward and kissed Nanfeng's shoe from a distance before standing upright with great respect, saying, "Noble Captain, may I, Ambi, be permitted to exclusively supply wine to your estate?" Ambi's actions startled Nanfeng momentarily, though after a moment's reflection, he realized it wasn't all that strange. In the Tang Dynasty, merchants occupied the lowest social rank, especially foreign traders like Ambi. Most of the foreigners who arrived in the Great Tang came from places like Bosi and Kashikur. On this special street reserved for foreigners, there was a distinct atmosphere entirely different from that of the Tang Dynasty. After Nanfeng agreed to Ambi's request, the foreigner respectfully remained standing beside him, careful not to meet his gaze directly. He only stood up straight after Nanfeng had left the area. On this street, every few steps brought a new sight. Beautiful women of foreign lands, with slender figures and movements that radiated charm. Although these noble Tang elites often drooled over such foreign beauties, even if they found them desirable, they still considered them too inferior to touch. But of course, not all nobles held such views. There were always some lustful aristocrats who would pay huge sums to bring these exotic beauties into their homes, only to sell them off later when their interest faded. Nanfeng and his group strolled through this area for quite a while, before finally locating the foreign merchant who had previously bought many glass cups from their shop. He appeared to be in his early 30s. Before Nanfeng and his men had even approached, they saw the foreign merchant holding up the very glass cups they had sold him, eagerly hawking them to the crowd, as if the glasses were divine artifacts. Several aristocrats were in the middle of an intense argument, and the very glass cup they both desired was at the heart of the matter. 160 guan. I've already decided on this glass. 190 guan. What gives you the right to challenge me? Don't fight over it. I'll offer 290 guan. You think you're opposing me, Cheng's boy? Li Huaren. I must have this glass. Nanfeng studied these individuals carefully and immediately couldn't help but laugh. He realized that bad guy brother, the previous customer, was among them, though he wasn't sure exactly who was arguing with him. Seizing the opportunity with a no harm in watching the show mentality, Nanfeng quickly pushed his way to the front for a better view. The foreign merchant, eager to profit, shouted as he hawked, "Step right up. Glass cups for sale. Each cup starting at 100 guan. Honest dealing to all ages." At that moment, bad guy brother noticed Nanfeng and hurried over, pleading, "Nan, my friend, you have to help me. I clearly wanted to buy the cup first, but this Chung family's punk insists on fighting me over it. It's clearly an act of hostility." The Chung family's young master resembled his father in both attitude and temper. A boy of only 13 or so, yet already much taller than bad guy brother. He replied with a very grown-up tone, "In a few days it's my father's birthday. I want to buy this glass cup as a gift for him, and regardless of anything, I'm determined to have it." Witnessing this argument between the two boys, the foreign merchant was secretly delighted. He rarely encountered wealthy, yet foolish customers like these. Seizing the moment, he cried out louder, quickly drawing a crowd of curious onlookers, some of whom even seemed tempted to join in the bidding frenzy. Seeing this unfold, Nanfeng felt as though he were missing out. He'd already been quite pleased when he sold the cups for 29 guan apiece, but now this foreigner dared to resell them at more than 100 guan each? If Nanfeng could just stand by calmly at this moment, he wouldn't be Nanfeng. Jiao noticed Nanfeng was growing angry, and without hesitation, he kicked the foreigner straight, sending him flying out of the crowd with a cry. The glass cup in his hand shattered into several pieces on impact. At the sight of the broken cup they had been so desperately arguing over, both the bad guy and Cheng's young master nearly rushed forward to collect the glass fragments. Once the scuffle broke out, an even larger crowd gathered around, missing only popcorn to snack on as they watched the spectacle. Some people even sympathized deeply with the now embattled foreign glassware vendor. Merchants held low status in the Tang Dynasty, and foreign traders were even lower. These foreigners were well aware of this fact, so no matter what, they dared not provoke others. Their only purpose in coming to the Great Tang was money. The bad guy stared at the shattered glass cup, nearly heartbroken, and complained to Nanfeng, "Ah, brother Nan, the guard you brought is too irresponsible. How rare this glass cup was. And yet, sigh, it's been smashed into pieces like this." Cheng's young master, face filled with rage, shouted, "This glass cup was mine. You must compensate me." Seeing Cheng's fury, the bad guy instantly felt delighted and taunted. "Oh ho ho, you've got some guts speaking so loudly to brother Nan. Don't you know how terrifying he is?" "Ah, well, no matter how terrifying he may be, this glass cup was my choice, brother Nan. You have to pay me back for it," the bad guy said with a slimy grin. 1 second praising Nanfeng, and the next demanding compensation from him. This kind of inconsistency was simply unavoidable. Cheng's son, completely stunned, stammered. Could he really be Nanfeng? Heavens, big brother Nanfeng, please allow this humble younger brother to pay you my respects. I'm Cheng Huaoliang, and I'm your biggest fan. My admiration for you is higher than the mountains and vaster than the seas. Today, I've finally had the honor of meeting you in person. May I ask if you could possibly sign my behind? Upon seeing Nanfeng arrive, Cheng Huaoliang immediately forgot all about the broken glass cup and exerted all his efforts to flatter him. After all, Nanfeng was a hero who had single-handedly taken on 5,000 soldiers. Hearing Cheng Huaoliang's words, Nanfeng shuddered inwardly with disgust and quickly changed the subject, saying, I have plenty of these glass cups. Later, I can easily send both of you several as replacements. However, no matter what happens, you must not buy glass cups from this run anymore. Chapter 76, Glass Beads. Upon hearing Nanfeng say that they shouldn't buy the glass cups from this merchant, the villains as well as Cheng Huaoliang were greatly puzzled and asked, why not? Jiao said proudly, because these glass cups from this merchant were originally purchased from young master Nan and then resold to you. Our young master only sells each glass for 29 guan, yet he dares to sell them to you for 180 guan. You've been ripped off. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng's face slightly turned red. Damn it. He himself was making a lot off the price difference too. How could he dare laugh at others? No good. After returning, he must implement a quota policy to prevent the glasses from being sold too expensively. Otherwise, if people ever found out later that his glass was simply made from sand, those powerful aristocrats of Chang'an would surely want to beat him to death. What? So this cup was originally purchased from you, brother Nan? The villain and Cheng Huaoliang were astonished. The villain then shamelessly approached Nanfeng and whispered, Brother Nan, where exactly did you get so many glass treasures from? These are all so rare. At that moment, one of Nanfeng's guards lifted his head and said, naturally made by our young master himself. Get lost. Before he could finish, Jiao gave him a flying kick. The guard finally came to his senses and realized he had almost said something he shouldn't have. Immediately, he covered his mouth with both hands, lowered his head, and dared not speak again. The merchant who had been loudly hawking just moments ago now knelt on the ground, crying and begging. Please spare me, sir. Please spare me. These glass cups were purchased by Alitu at a huge expense. I beg you, do not destroy the means of my livelihood like this. Stand up. The merchant quickly stood up, terror clearly written on his face as he had no idea what crime he had committed. Furrowing his eyebrows slightly, Nanfeng asked, what were you originally selling? Upon hearing this, Alitu quickly searched his own body and took out several small glass beads, holding them with both hands up for Nanfeng to see, replying, originally, I was selling glass beads, sir. Seeing those small glass beads reminded Nanfeng of the marbles he used to play with as a child. He was quite speechless. Goodness, could such small beads really make so much money? In the future, one could buy several of them for just a coin or two. Yet here in the Tang Dynasty, these tiny beads had actually driven a merchant to travel all the way to conduct business and profit handsomely from them. Seeing the glass beads in the merchant's hands, Cheng Huaoliang and the villain both instantly had their eyes gleam with desire. Watching this scene, Nanfeng felt somewhat pitying toward the two young masters. They surely had spent quite a bit of their family's money on these tiny glass beads. The beads in the merchant's hands were about the same size as those in Nanfeng's childhood memories, yet they weren't even perfectly round. Bubbles filled many of the beads, and there were even impurities trapped within. Nanfeng could hardly believe that such poor quality beads could still be liked by so many people. Such was the underdeveloped Tang Dynasty. Nanfeng asked next, how do you sell these beads? 10 beads for only 2 guan, and I believe this is already a very fair price, Alitu answered truthfully. Cursed be that Persian manufacturer, and those ignorant merchants too, daring to sell such small beads for such an exorbitant price. Though the merchant obviously had no idea that the glass was simply made from cheap sand, daring to conduct business directly against Nanfeng? How could Nanfeng possibly let it slide? You stay right here, and keep an eye on this merchant. If he dares sell our glass cups to others, for each sold, you cut off one of his fingers. Upon hearing this, Alitu began to cry heartbreakingly. Sir, I beg you, please spare me. These glass cups were bought with all of my savings. This is like killing me directly. Please spare me. Nanfeng picked up a small bead and took a look, noticing that it was practically filled with bubbles, then simply threw it away directly. Yet Cheng Huaoliang dashed forward to retrieve the bead, rubbing it against his robe before proudly waving it in front of the villain. I'll give you 2 options, Nanfeng said upon seeing the merchant crying so pitifully. First, I will refund you all the money you paid for the glass cups, but you must return every single cup to me. If even one is missing, you will suffer 1 finger cut off. Second, you can keep hawking if you dare to sell these cups to others. Selling them at the original price back to me is acceptable, but from now on, you must leave the Tang Empire forever. Nanfeng could hardly bear to watch. He himself hadn't dared to rip people off like this, yet this merchant did it without hesitation, actually ripping people off several times worse than Nanfeng ever had. Alitu quickly replied, I'll sell them back to you, all of them, at the same price I bought them for. I'll immediately send people to haul them all back to your shop. At that moment, Nanfeng was already thinking whether he should start producing his own glass beads to sell, without overcharging like these merchants. If he produced them himself, 90 glass beads could be sold for just 2 guan. This would force these merchants out of the market, so they could no longer swindle the people of Tang. Nan Feng turned to one of his guards and said, "You return to my mansion immediately and inform my aunt and Gao Shou that I have instructed them to purchase a few shops in the eastern market. Also, show this who merchant the way. Once the cups are counted, pay him accordingly. Whatever price we sold them for, that's the price we'll use." The villain and Cheng Huaoyang, both wearing expressions of curiosity, couldn't help but ask, "Brother Nan, could you please tell us a bit more detail?" Holding the glass bead in his hand, Nan Feng said contemptuously, "The glass beads they made are simply terrible, yet you two treated them like treasures. If you really want some, come find me later. I'll give each of you a whole sack. Let me put it this way, never touch any glass sold by these who merchants. Otherwise, don't come crying to me later when you regret it." Upon hearing this, both of them quickly agreed. When Nan Feng called the glass beads rubbish, Cheng Huaoyang immediately took the bead he had just picked up and threw it far away. He even rubbed his hands repeatedly on his robe in disgust. Chapter 77, The Invitation of the Leader. Perhaps the common people of the Tang Dynasty did not know what the Ghost Valley was, but they, the sons of powerful and noble families, certainly did. Moreover, it was rumored that Nan Feng was a disciple of the Ghost Valley School, and Cheng Huaoyang naturally wanted to please him. It wasn't just these aristocrats who knew that Nan Feng was a disciple of Ghost Valley. The martial world also came to hear of this news. At that moment, a man full of martial aura approached Nan Feng. He wore a straw hat and had an iron sword strapped to his back. Upon reaching Nan Feng's side, he stopped and quietly said, "Non-aggression Mahist sect. Universal love to all." Nan Feng was slightly stunned. It was already the Tang Dynasty now. Was there really still someone left from the schools of thought? Cheng Huaoyang and the villains were equally confused, looking at this swordsman with baffled expressions. Nan Feng replied faintly, "May I ask who you are?" The swordsman smiled and said, "Dear brother Nan Feng, could we perhaps speak in private for a moment?" Upon hearing that, he quickly dismissed the villains, Cheng Huaoyang, and even his own attendants, and then followed the swordsman to a secluded place with few people passing by. Nan Feng said expressionlessly, "So the Mahist clan still exists till today? It really caught me off guard. Tell me, why did you come looking for me?" The swordsman composed himself before replying, "Ever since the fall of the Qin Dynasty, your Ghost Valley school disappeared entirely. Yet, I never expected that your Ghost Valley sect still has successors to this day. This is truly surprising to me." At these words, a faint smile appeared on Nan Feng's face, for he was not a real disciple of Ghost Valley. Hearing that Ghost Valley had disappeared, how could that not be good news to him? The swordsman continued, "I belong to the Mahist school. Our leader sent me to personally invite you to attend a grand gathering in Shaowu. I hope dear brother Nan Feng will accept the invitation." Nan Feng sneered, "Leader? What is he? Why should I go just because he sends an invitation? I will not go. Now is already the Jingguan reign, and the Shaowu kingdom vanished long ago. Besides, I am currently the Yuchi commandant of the Tang Dynasty. How could I possibly associate myself with people like you?" At that moment, fury flickered in the swordsman's eyes, but he still waited for Nan Feng to continue speaking. Nan Feng followed up immediately. "I have long given up the idea of entering the martial world, and now I am already a high-ranking official of the Tang court. I don't care what your plans are. Let me just say this to you. Don't try to drag me into your mess, or else I'll show you what regret truly means. You're going too far, Nan Feng." The swordsman continued, his face filled with anger. "We are all part of the various schools, part of the same great family. Could you really watch us disappear into the annals of history without feeling a thing? Who said I'm part of your family? I am currently the Yuchi commandant of the Tang Dynasty. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, I shall have your head right now." The swordsman instantly turned pale and quickly said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you." Saying this, he turned around and left, disappearing into the sea of people. Nan Feng's face darkened. This place was the capital of Chang'an. How many eyes and ears would immediately bring this matter to the attention of Emperor Li Cheng? The news of his meeting with the swordsman would definitely reach Li Cheng's ears. Being an emperor, Li Cheng couldn't escape the tendency of making wild guesses. Perhaps right now he was beginning to suspect him again. Sigh, he had put so much effort into earning just a little trust from the emperor. With this happening, it looked like it would be difficult to live a peaceful life peacefully. These remnants of the various schools still held onto the illusion of restoring their former glory. It was probably also with this goal in mind that this Mahist came searching for him. He probably wanted to unite him, hoping that more hands could mean more strength. Even more so since he himself was now a high-ranking court official. But Nan Feng had no intention whatsoever of boarding their sinking ship. It was nearly time now, so Nan Feng returned to his mansion, changed into his commandant's uniform, and headed to the palace. By that time, many ministers had already arrived, standing inside the palace hall and flattering one another while awaiting the emperor's arrival. Nan Feng pushed the matter of the swordsman to the back of his mind, switched back to his usual lazy and carefree demeanor, and acted as if the matter had nothing at all to do with him. After the duel at the training ground, Duke Sun appeared to return to his peaceful old self, but anyone observant could notice that the Duke still occasionally shot Nan Feng venomous glances like a snake. But as soon as he noticed Nan Feng looking at him, he would offer a false, overly exaggerated smile, which looked particularly insincere. At that moment, some military officials were having a serious discussion about something, and both Li Daozong and Shui Wanche were involved. "Little brother Nan Feng, you arrived quite early too," Li Xiaogong said with a smile. Instantly, all the military officials turned to look at Nan Feng. Li Daozong, tall and mighty like a giant, walked up to Nan Feng with a smile and said, "Brother Nan Feng, you're truly an unparalleled expert in this world. There must be very few people left who could possibly defeat you. Nanfeng simply smiled as a response. Duke Sun, upon hearing so many people flattering Nanfeng, wore a look of suffering as if he had swallowed bitter melon juice. After all, every one of these people was praising Nanfeng by stepping on the Duke's own dignity. How could he not feel distressed? It was already commendable that he hadn't exploded right there. At that moment, Changsun Wuji solemnly said, "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts regarding the Turkic rebellion?" Frowning tightly, Nanfeng asked, "Have the Turks actually rebelled?" Li Xiaogong responded, "Yes, indeed. We heard that Jelly and Liang Shidu had a fierce quarrel and battle. We just learned this news recently. Liang Shidu holds great power and commands a large number of soldiers. Now he intends to proclaim himself king at Fanqing." Puzzled, Nanfeng asked, "Shouldn't the conflict between those two be good news for us? Yet all of you look so serious, why?" Upon hearing this, General Yuchi burst into laughter and said, "Indeed, it is good news. But we always maintain this serious expression when discussing military matters." After hearing General Yuchi's words, a mischievous idea suddenly came to Nanfeng's mind, and he said with a grin, "Since it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, how about we have a few rounds of friendly combat to entertain everyone?" General Yuchi's face immediately fell. Every time they met, he only wanted to fight him. Did he really have to be this overly kind? Cough, cough. General Yuchi said helplessly, "Didn't I already tell you this morning that I feel unwell and am not suited for such vigorous activities? Let's leave it for another time." Chapter 78. I won't marry the daughter of a gorilla. Seeing General Yuchi refuse her again, Nanfeng spoke slowly and calmly. It's my fault, my fault. Look at my memory. It must be because I'm getting old. I should probably retire soon." Hearing this, the ministers present instantly erupted into uproar. Prince Igwa angrily rebuked, "What you said just now is too inappropriate. You haven't even reached adulthood yet. How dare you say you're old? If you're already considered old, then what about us real old folks? Should we already be lying in coffins?" Li Jing, the eldest among all the military officials, was also greatly enraged by Nanfeng's remarks. He said, "I've served in office for so long, and never before have I seen such a mischievous officer as you." Nanfeng smiled faintly and replied, "So what? Did I say something wrong? On average, a person in our Tang Dynasty lives barely over 30 years. I've already lived half of that, so only 15 more years remain. What's wrong with calling myself old?" All the ministers were so infuriated by Nanfeng's nonsense that their faces turned red with anger. Li Ji wanted to grab Nanfeng to see what ability he had to speak so impudently, but before he could even reach out his hand, he found himself instantly hurled away by Nanfeng. Li Ji was utterly shocked. "You really surprised me. Kan lai chanyan bujia. Ni zhiga xiaojiao ke jun shirk li douchen. Hey, what is sun ti jin tan bu shu hun sufu? Yaobaran yi ding huini lan." After speaking, Li Ji pretended to cough violently and walked out of the crowd. Obviously, he was just using that as an excuse to save face. The military officials all cast scornful glances at Li Ji while watching him walk away. But just moments later, Li Ji appeared before Nanfeng again with a beaming smile and said, "Nanfeng, you haven't married yet, right? My beloved daughter is about your age. What if I match the two of you?" Upon hearing that, Nanfeng was absolutely terrified. With Li Ji being so ugly, his daughter must be equally hideous. Worse yet, Li Ji wasn't a good person at all. He always forced his sons-in-law to take the blame for his own actions. He had 4 sons-in-law total. Each of them ended up in tragedy after taking the fall for him. 3 were dead, and 1 had gone missing. Who in their right mind would dare marry his daughter? Nanfeng frowned and said cautiously, "No thanks. You already look like a gorilla. How good-looking could your daughter possibly be?" Upon hearing these words, Li Ji was so furious his nose almost started smoking. Instantly, the entire hall of Supreme Harmony was filled with loud laughter, so intense that it almost shook the roof apart. "What's so funny? Share it with me. Let me have a good laugh too." Hearing Li Cheng's voice, the ministers forcibly restrained their laughter. Li Xiaogong gave a summary of the events to Li Cheng. Fortunately, Li Cheng had great self-control, or he too would have burst into laughter. But the ministers couldn't hold back as well as the emperor could. They burst out laughing again uncontrollably. Li Ji was furious beyond measure. He roared, "Is it that funny? Still laughing? You dare laugh again? Wait until I take my iron rod and hit each of you once. You'll know better then." The more he spoke, the louder the ministers laughed. By now, smoke seemed to be coming from Li Cheng's nostrils, and in frustration he shot an angry glare at Nanfeng, the instigator of the chaos. After the joke had run its course, Li Cheng raised his hand to quiet them down and said, "Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Originally, I planned to simply chat casually with you all, but things turned out unexpectedly. Just now, word arrived from the front lines. You probably already know the news, so I won't go into details again. I've only recently become emperor, and our nation's power isn't strong enough. Jijia is still far away securing grain supplies and won't return for several days. Therefore, I've already sent people to notify Duke Lu to return earlier than planned. The breakup between Jieli and Liang Shidu presents a perfect opportunity for the Tang Dynasty. Yet, I'm uncertain how to take advantage of it. Esteemed ministers, do any of you have good suggestions?" For a while, the Hall of Supreme Harmony fell silent. Then Changsun Wuji broke the quiet, saying, "Your Majesty, perhaps we could bring Liang Shidu over to our side, making him serve the Tang Dynasty." Upon hearing that, Li Cheng simply nodded slightly, saying nothing. After a short pause, Li Jing proposed, "Your Majesty, I believe what Changsun Wuji said is also reasonable. At present, how many countries are eyeing the Tang with ill intentions? If we send troops to attack others now, it may weaken our strength. But if we can bring Liang Shidu over, then much effort can be spared. Shui Wantai immediately countered, Your Majesty, I believe we should directly dispatch troops to attack Shuafeng City. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike while he is weak. Besides, the enemy forces in Shuafeng City are not that large. As long as we send a few tens of thousands of troops, we can surely capture it. Nanfeng waved his hand and said, Could you please think before you speak? If we successfully persuade Liang Shidu to join us, our Tang Dynasty will gain the greatest benefit with minimal loss. However, if we launch a military attack on Shuafeng City, it will result in the deaths of many soldiers. If Liang Shidu truly refuses to submit to our great Tang, then launching a military attack later won't be too late. Shui Wantai was no fool. As soon as Nanfeng spoke, he understood and didn't take offense. Humbly, he said, You're right. Earlier, I simply hadn't thought it through properly. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng nodded and said, Then I will follow your suggestion. Later, I will send an envoy to negotiate with Liang Shidu. If they really refuse to submit, then we will have no choice but to launch a military attack. Seeing that no one present objected to the suggestion, Li Cheng, smiling, said, Since it's Mid-Autumn Festival tonight, and you all have worked hard for the Tang Dynasty for more than half a year, I specially invited you here tonight to dine, compose poetry, and enjoy ourselves together. Isn't that wonderful? Let's not think about Shili or Liang Shidu for now. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let's wait patiently for news. Now then, let's begin the feast. Bring out the dishes. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the steward went to the kitchen to deliver the command. Soon, many graceful palace maids arrived carrying dishes. 2 rows of tables were set up on each side of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Civil officials took their seats on the left, while military officers sat on the right. Each table was decorated with fruits imported from Tubo. Chapter 79. You should drink hard liquor when you grow up. Nanfeng's table was located at the very back, and sitting beside him was Shui Wanche. This wasn't surprising because both Shui Wanche and Nanfeng held the lowest ranks in the entire hall. The front rows were occupied by those with much higher ranks. Nanfeng looked at the people sitting in the front and sighed inwardly. Just from this seating arrangement, one could clearly see who held the highest positions. As for himself, he had almost been seated in the last row, meaning his official career still had a tremendous room for improvement. He must work hard and strive to one day sit right in the front. Numerous delicacies were brought in, but the center of their table remained empty for quite some time. After waiting a while, they finally understood. The space was reserved for a roasted lamb leg. The lamb leg was covered in a thick layer of seasoning, and without a close look, one wouldn't be able to tell exactly what the dish was. Nanfeng's eyes were glued to the lamb leg, which was practically buried in seasoning. There was more seasoning than the lamb meat itself. Shui Wanche, however, didn't care about much else. Seeing the roasted lamb leg, his saliva almost dripped onto his robe. He tightly gripped the knife for cutting lamb meat, clearly in full preparation for a hearty meal. If they were allowed to start eating now, he would devour the lamb leg in record time. There were still 2 empty seats at the back. After a while, 2 young boys finally came and occupied them. They certainly hadn't reached 10 years of age yet. Both were dressed in white robes, while one was chubby and very adorable. Looking as if one would want to pinch his cheeks, the other exuded a striking and refined demeanor, moving with the grace of someone extraordinary. Nanfeng glanced at the 2 boys and immediately figured out their identities. The chubby one must be Li Tai. Although only 8 years old, he had already been conferred the title of Prince Wei before he had even been weaned. As one of the emperor's most favored sons, he would later be named Prince of Wei by Emperor Li Cheng. As for the other handsome boy, it could only be Li Ku. He had already been conferred the title of Prince of Han and was also one of Li Cheng's favored princes. His mother was a daughter of the fallen Emperor Yang of Sui, meaning Li Ku carried within him bloodlines from 2 imperial houses. Li Cheng had initially intended to make Li Ku the crown prince, but under pressure from the empress and Zhongsun Wuji, the title eventually went to Li Chengqian. Whenever Li Cheng thought of this, a faint dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Originally, the 2 of them had not been qualified to attend this banquet, yet here they were. This was undoubtedly arranged by Li Cheng. Nanfeng's thoughts were spot on. From time to time, Li Cheng cast glances at the 2 boys. It wasn't hard to deduce his intention, to have the 2 boys form an alliance, enabling them to oppose the crown prince. Royal family affairs were always so ruthless. Only the ultimate victor could ascend the throne, gaining absolute power. At the banquet, the ministers were joyfully toasting one another with wine. Li Tai had also taken notice of Nanfeng and walked over to him, offering a cup of wine as a sign of respect. I've heard your name for quite some time already, and today I finally have the opportunity to meet you in person. You are indeed as remarkable as the rumors say. Come, let's have a toast. Li Ku quickly followed up. I, too, have long admired you, Nanfeng, and even heard that your master is a cultivated hermit from outside the mundane world. My heart has always been filled with the desire to learn. Might I ask, will you be free after dinner tonight? I'd love for you to come to my residence so we can exchange thoughts in detail. I'm sure I could learn much from you. Hearing their words, Nanfeng nearly burst into laughter. These 2 little boys, they hadn't even formed an alliance yet, and were already trying to one-up each other? Nanfeng responded in a calm tone. I'm sorry, but I'm too busy. I don't have the time. Both of them were slightly taken aback, even somewhat surprised. Had Nanfeng dared to openly refuse them? They were both princes. At that moment, the crown prince himself arrived beside Nanfeng and sat down directly between Nanfeng and Shui Wanche. Finding it too crowded, he shifted his hips and shoved Shui Wanche straight onto the floor. Shui Wanqi was furious, ready to turn around and curse the offender, only to realize it was the crown prince. He swallowed his anger and instead shoveled piece after piece of roasted lamb into his mouth, using food to suppress his rage. After glancing around cautiously, the crown prince retrieved 2 wine flasks from his robe and placed them on the table. Brother Nan, dining here in the palace usually means being forced into constant toasts. You'll get so drunk it becomes unbearable. So I brought you 2 flasks of high-quality grape wine. See how considerate I am to you. Li Tai, that little chubby boy, didn't feel the least bit shy. With a cheerful grin, he reached directly for one of the flasks, saying, "Thank you for your kind gesture, Crown Prince brother. I'll just accept it gladly." Seeing his fine red wine about to be snatched away by Li Tai, Nanfeng spoke with slight irritation. "Humph, you're already so grown up. Do you still want to drink this wine? You boys should drink hard liquor." The Crown Prince also glanced at the chubby boy with a helpless expression. But upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Tai awkwardly chuckled, obediently placing the wine back on the table and cheerfully remarked, "Ahem, I'm far too old to drink this now. I was just joking around, that's all. Right, Brother Li Ku, don't you agree with me?" Li Ku responded promptly, "Of course. We're already so grown up. Drinking wine simply won't do. We must drink hard liquor." Having said that, the two of them immediately poured themselves a full cup of strong liquor. However, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that they absolutely disliked the taste. It was just far too terrible to drink. But Nanfeng and the Crown Prince completely disregarded all rules, each grabbing a flask of wine and immediately pouring it straight into their mouths. Nanfeng savored the taste briefly before remarking indifferently, "I'm only 15 years old. At this young age, I admit I haven't truly grown up yet, so drinking wine is still more appropriate for me." The Crown Prince added shamelessly, "I'm only 14. I'm still young. Hard liquor is not good for my small build." Li Ku and Li Tai could only stare in disbelief. Where had their dignity gone? How could the Crown Prince have changed into such a person? And why had he become so shameless too? The Crown Prince burst into loud laughter and said, "Why are you two staring at me like that?" Chapter 80, A Lecherous Southern Maple? Seeing Li Tai and Li Ku still staring at him intently, the Crown Prince continued, "I just took a sip of wine. Is it really that shocking? If you both spend just a little more time with Nanfeng, you'll eventually find yourselves no longer acting like proper princes at all." Hearing this, the two looked confused. Li Ku immediately asked, "Brother Crown Prince, what exactly do you mean by that?" Seeing their incomprehension, the prince explained, "Those near vermilion turn red, those near ink turn black. If you two spend even a bit of time with Nanfeng, you will eventually understand one truth. Having a thick skin really does come in handy." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng's heart boiled with irritation. Was the prince not calling him shameless? Without hesitation, he shoved the Crown Prince out of his spot on the floor and beckoned Shui Wanqi to move beside him. Shui Wanqi gave Nanfeng a grateful nod. By now it was mid-autumn festival, the weather had begun to turn cold, and the stone floor felt particularly chilly. Ignoring how Li Tai and Li Ku felt about this, and seeing that they still didn't leave their spot on the floor, Nanfeng said, "Brother Qingqian, why are you still stupidly sitting here? Go back to your own seat. Must you squeeze in with me?" Li Ku and Li Tai opened their mouths wide and stared with bulging eyes. Nanfeng was only a junior officer. How dare he treat the Crown Prince so disrespectfully? At that moment, the Crown Prince was practically furious. He immediately gave Nanfeng another firm footprint on his backside, then ordered attendants to bring over a table right next to Nanfeng's. With an air of smugness, he sat down alone beside it, throwing Nanfeng a glance that seemed to say, "My table is much bigger and better than yours." The prince didn't even care that he had now seated himself right at the door of the Taiji Hall, despite the cold. Just then, a little girl dressed in pink walked up behind the Crown Prince and gently placed a heavy coat over his shoulders. She obediently sat beside him, her big eyes curiously wandering around the room until they settled on Nanfeng. Nanfeng met the girl's gaze and asked, "What should I call this little girl?" "This little girl?" Li Tai almost swore out loud, his mind blank with disbelief. Really now, what was this junior officer thinking, addressing a princess as this little girl? If the emperor ever found out, Nanfeng would surely be whipped. He didn't say it out loud though, he still answered, "She is my sister. You may address her as Princess Lizzie." Hearing this, Nanfeng immediately rose and grabbed a pot of wine. He went directly to the Crown Prince, pulled him up by the arm, gestured for him to return to his original seat, and took Lizzie's side himself, smirking slightly as he said, "Brother Qingqian, really now, it's far too cold over there. Why don't you take my seat instead?" The Crown Prince was practically stunned by fury. Another heavy footprint found its way onto Nanfeng's other side of the rear end. Nanfeng didn't seem to care one bit. Instead, he smiled charmingly at Princess Lizzie and politely poured her some wine. Angrily, the prince sat beside Li Tai, scooting himself in until Li Ku, clearly upset, had no choice but to resign and move to Nanfeng's old seat, striking up a conversation about life and ambitions with Shui Wanqi. Lizzie peered into her cup and, seeing that it was wine, gave a sweet smile and softly said, "Thank you." Suddenly, Nanfeng remembered that Princess Lizzie suffered from asthma, and drinking cold wine might not be good for her condition. He immediately called over a servant girl and said, "Go and warm up this pot of wine for me." Princess Lizzie tilted her head curiously. "Elder brother Nanfeng, isn't wine best when it's cold? Why do you want to warm it up?" Nanfeng answered with great concern, "I've heard you suffer from a respiratory condition. Drinking something cold is not good for your health. That's why I'm specially warming the wine for you." Upon hearing this, Princess Lizzie blushed like a ripe apple, casting a shy glance at Nanfeng as she softly replied, "You're too kind. elder brother Nanfeng. Witnessing the scene, Li Tai immediately looked displeased. Pointing at Nanfeng, he turned to the Crown Prince and said, Brother Crown Prince, look at Nanfeng. How dare he act like this toward Lizzie? Doesn't he fear the Emperor tearing him limb from limb? The Crown Prince, however, remained unimpressed and answered calmly. His Majesty values him greatly. How could he ever punish him like that? In fact, the Emperor has long decided to marry Lizzie to him. Hearing this, Li Tai was momentarily stunned, then sighed weakly. What the Crown Prince said is absolutely right. If you spend just a bit more time with Nanfeng, you'll surely become less concerned about dignity and manhood. Princess Lizzie looked at Nanfeng with admiration and said, Elder brother Nanfeng, you were truly amazing this afternoon. I secretly went to the training ground to watch your fight too. It was a bit of a pity though. It would have been even better if those you defeated were actual bandits. Nanfeng slightly furrowed his eyebrows and said, Why did you come to watch such a bloody scene? Were you frightened, you little girl? Princess Lizzie lifted her little head proudly and said, Humph, with just a tiny scene like this, do you really think it could scare me? I'm the daughter of the Emperor. Even if you took me to fight on the front lines, I wouldn't be scared at all. I'd be protecting our home. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng smiled warmly. Now he understood why Princess Lizzie was so favored. Her extraordinary eloquence alone made it clear. At that moment, Li Cheng was chatting with other ministers and had completely ignored what was going on with Nanfeng. After all, those were just a bunch of kids. What could possibly be interesting? Just then, Princess Lizzie softly coughed, then hugged herself tightly. Nanfeng immediately became concerned and said, The temperature is already dropping. Princess Lizzie, you must take good care of yourself. You need to wear more warm clothing. Having said that, Nanfeng quickly rushed to the Crown Prince's side, grabbed the coat draped over him, then gently wrapped it around Princess Lizzie with great tenderness. The Crown Prince was furious. He slapped Nanfeng directly on the head and snapped, Beauty on one side, brothers aside. I never thought you'd turn out to be such a shameless lecher. Princess Lizzie's little face turned red again. She shyly glanced at the Crown Prince, then tried to hand the coat back to him directly. Chapter 81. He's just teasing us again. When the Crown Prince saw that Princess Li Ji was still thinking about handing her coat over to him, he quickly declined, saying, No. You quickly wrap yourself up. Don't catch a chill, or Nanfeng will beat me up. And I myself don't feel cold at all. Only then did Princess Li Ji put on her coat with peace of mind and turned to Nanfeng, saying, Big brother Nanfeng, didn't you travel to many places before? Could you please tell me a little about some interesting things you heard during your travels? There aren't really that many funny stories. How about I tell you a legend about Sun Wukong instead? Okay, hurry up and tell us, big brother Nanfeng. Princess Li Ji said enthusiastically, rubbing her small hands together. Nanfeng drank some water to moisten his lips, and, after recalling the story of Sun Wukong, began to speak. It said there's a mountain called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. On its peak stands a giant stone, 6 zhang tall and very thick. One day, amidst a thunderous sound, this giant stone cracked open, and from inside it jumped out a monkey, who was none other than Sun Wukong himself. One day, as Sun Wukong was happily playing with the other monkeys, an elderly monkey suggested that behind the big waterfall on the mountain was a cave. Whoever among them could go into that cave would become the king of their monkey tribe. The other monkeys all agreed, yet none of them dared to enter except for Sun Wukong. Thus, he naturally became the king of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. Nanfeng took another sip of water, then slowly continued. While living joyfully on the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, Sun Wukong was persuaded by others to go to the Dragon King's palace in the Eastern Sea and took away the Dragon King's sea-stabilizing needle. This needle later became his famous golden cudgel. This cudgel is extremely magical and weighs a staggering 33,500 caddies. It can extend or shrink, grow thick or become as thin as a needle. At this moment, Lu Ryu wasn't here listening to the story. Otherwise, when she heard this part, her face might have turned redder than an apple. Princess Li Ji was completely absorbed by the story when suddenly Nanfeng stopped speaking. She grew anxious, grabbing Nanfeng's sleeve and pouting as she begged, Big brother Nanfeng, please continue, won't you? What did Sun Wukong do next with the golden cudgel? Nanfeng replied with a mischievous smile. Good stories need to be saved for next time. The Crown Prince was also listening with great interest, but when Nanfeng suddenly stopped talking, he couldn't help getting upset and said, Brother Nan, this really leaves us hanging and annoyed. Nanfeng looked slightly embarrassed as he coughed and said, Ahem, let me think through the rest first, so I can tell it even better, right? This story about Sun Wukong had completely captivated Princess Li Ji and her siblings. But the Crown Prince, along with Prince Li Tai and the others, disliked Nanfeng even more. They knew he was just teasing them again. He was definitely not a good guy, they secretly thought. At this moment, Li Cheng lifted a wine cup high and said, Esteemed ministers, you have all made great sacrifices for the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. As tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival, please allow me to toast you all first. Here, I'll drink first. With that, Li Cheng tilted his head back and downed the cup in one gulp. The ministers also drank their wine cups together. Inspired by the wine, Du Ru Hui said, Your Majesty, what a rare joy it is for us to gather tonight on the Mid-Autumn Festival. If we merely drank without further celebration, wouldn't that be a shame? How about we compose poetry and exchange verses? Li Cheng also thought this was a great idea and smiled, saying, Brilliant. Our thoughts coincide. Why don't you start with a poem, shall we? Du Ru Hui smiled and agreed, saying, Then I shall take the lead without further modesty. If none of you esteemed ministers can continue from my verse, then you must drink a cup. If you can continue it successfully, then I shall drink. How does this proposal sound? Li Cheng and the ministers all agreed enthusiastically. Though Du Hui's health was fragile, whenever the weather became truly cold, he would seem quite frail. It wasn't yet very cold during mid-autumn. If he didn't enjoy some good wine now, it might be harder to do so once the cold set in. Somehow, Du Hui pulled out a fan and, holding it like a poet, recited solemnly. Though an avalanche threatens the mountaintop, one stands fearless before danger. Now, esteemed ministers, it's your turn to continue. Fang Xianling immediately had a brilliant idea. He said, "What a marvelous verse, describing not only the height of the mountain, but also how a person, even faced with the danger of an avalanche, remains calm. Isn't this metaphorically praising your majesty? If that's the case, perhaps this line should be continued by his majesty himself?" Nanfeng thought speechlessly that Fang Xuanling's skill and flattery was as smooth and effortless as flowing clouds. Li Cheng said happily, very good, very good. I've already thought of the next line. In that case, you should still drink the first cup first." Li Cheng organized his thoughts, then slowly said, "Water bursts from the dike, yet remains completely calm. How about my line, esteemed ministers? Your majesty's couplet is superb. Your majesty truly has a brilliant mind. Water pairs with snow, remaining calm in danger matches perfectly with facing crisis fearlessly. This is truly a beautiful line." Changsun Wuji burst into laughter and said, "Let me add a line too. Snowflakes fly like goose feathers, great and small somewhat similar." Changsun Wuji, your line makes absolutely no sense. Even the number of characters doesn't match. How can you even dare to say it out loud? Du Hui directly poured strong wine into his cup, drank it all in one gulp, then said, "For this round, I admit defeat. I drink first to show respect." After speaking, Du Hui turned his cup upside down to show that it was completely empty, not even a single drop remaining. Princess Li Ji also gave up on urging Nanfeng to continue the story about Sun Wukong. Since Nanfeng hadn't yet figured out how to continue, she decided she'd ask him again later. She gently tugged Nanfeng's sleeve and whispered, "Nanfeng, I heard from my mother that your master is a highly accomplished hermit with extraordinary talent. Surely his apprentice must also be well-versed and knowledgeable. Why don't you go and compose some poetry with them?" Nanfeng instinctively pinched Princess Li Ji's little face, causing her to instantly blush. Li Cheng, who was sitting right next to her, didn't think much of it since there was nothing inappropriate about it. However, Changsun Wuji saw it differently, casting glances toward Nanfeng now and then. Li Cheng smiled slightly toward Nanfeng and said, "Little brother Nanfeng, why have you been so quiet today? How about we compose some verses together? You start with a line, and then we'll follow with the next line." Chapter 82, Full of Mischief. Hearing Li Cheng's invitation, Nanfeng smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I shall humbly present one. A real man tightly grips his steel spear, heading straight for the Dream Island." Of course, Nanfeng wouldn't say this was a risque couplet, chuckling inwardly at how the ministers were going to respond. Li Cheng, somewhat confused, said, "A real man tightly grips his steel spear heading straight for the Dream Island? This line feels quite peculiar. Logically, a real man should be matched with a female figure, but I just can't find the right reply." The court ministers also fell silent, frowning and thinking hard how to form a proper response. Li Cheng then asked, "Have any of you figured it out?" The military officers all shook their heads vigorously, saying they hadn't found any. The civil officials were equally perplexed. Fang Xianling sighed helplessly. "Your Majesty, I must admit I cannot come up with a suitable lower line for Nanfeng's line. I shall drink first by way of respect. A real man, logically should have a female match in the lower line, but I still can't think of anything. I'll drink respectfully first as well." Li Cheng also poured himself a full cup of wine and drank it all at once, saying, "I admit I can't come up with an answer either. I'll just drink this cup first. Since none of us can figure it out, Nanfeng young man, please just give us the lower line." Nanfeng smiled faintly and said, "Female heroines sandwiching their foe and capturing the baldy alive." As long as he didn't explain it himself, these ministers would never understand its true meaning. A real man tightly grips his steel spear, implies that he has a weapon as hard as steel, thereby heading straight for the Dream Island. Li Cheng blinked slightly, saying, "What a marvelous poem. I just can't think of a match." Nanfeng then continued, "Your Majesty, lost lines still follow certain rules. High mountains can be matched with the great sea, darkness with light, noise with quiet, clarity with confusion. Elaborate against simple, folded against layered, listlessness against idleness. Flowers blooming bright, grass growing lush. Restless butterflies against wild bees. A few stalks of gentleman's bamboo, 5 trees of venerable pine." Hearing this, all the ministers, and even Li Cheng were stunned, their eyes wide open, unable to believe that Nanfeng, being so young, could produce such refined couplets. Nanfeng glanced at Princess Li Ji and saw she was looking at him with admiration. Naturally, he had to strike while the iron was hot. The crane dancing on the tower, the jade flute torturing the immortal moon, the phoenix soaring on the terrace, the purple flute blowing away the beauty's breeze. Morning matches with noon, summer with winter. Afternoon matches with dawn, youth with daylight, ancient cypress with dark pine. A bold warrior carries a 3-foot sword at his waist. A true man holds 5 carts of books in his heart. Lotus matches with chrysanthemum, phoenix with qilin, turbid wealth with clear poverty, fisherman's village with Buddhist temple, pine canopy with floral lawn. Nanfeng slowly recited from memory the poems he had learned as a child. He adjusted it slightly, removing some parts and only selecting fragments for this audience. If he recited the entire poem, it would be dawn already. At this moment, the Taiji Hall was eerily quiet, so quiet that even a falling leaf could be heard. Finally, Li Cheng broke the silence. Nanfeng, was this poem composed by your teacher? Nanfeng waved his hand, saying, it was not composed by my master. I composed this myself. My mentor merely offered a few suggestions. Besides, I spent over a month perfecting it. Li Cheng remained speechless with astonishment. The civil officials were all gaping with shock, while the military officers grinned smugly, laughing out loud. Ha! We military men are much superior to you civil officers. As long as we spend a bit of time, we can produce a classic. Can you civil officers do that? After finishing, Nanfeng fell silent and observed their reactions. Since he had crossed through time, how could he live with himself without borrowing a few brilliant ideas from the future? Congratulations for creating a classic masterpiece, providing great reference for the literature of the Tang Dynasty. You have earned 90,000 contribution points. Hope you stay true to your original aspirations and keep striving forward. Nanfeng was shocked by the system's reward. So, even stolen works could receive rewards? Du Hui sighed with admiration. Young man Nanfeng, truly gifted. This poetic couplet of yours can already be regarded as a classic to be passed down forever. Initially, Li Cheng had still harbored some doubt, but after learning that Nanfeng's teacher had provided some suggestions, he became convinced it was indeed Nanfeng's own composition, praising without hesitation, wonderful, simply wonderful. Whenever one gets stuck on verses in the future, all one has to do is refer to Nanfeng's couplet poem, and the problem is easily solved. Nanfeng smiled slightly and said, well, I suppose it's not entirely my own work. There's another upper line I have. Even my master, a man of extraordinary wisdom, couldn't think of a matching lower line. In the end, he had to give up. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng trembled with excitement and said eagerly, really? There's actually something that your master, a hermit of great talent, couldn't solve? Please tell us, what is it? The court ministers also waited expectantly for Nanfeng to reveal that line. Nanfeng glanced at everyone present, then slowly said, then I shall say it. Upper line, painted lotus, painted by a monk. At this line, everyone stood stunned. Could there really be such an upper line? Nanfeng, little brother, could you please write it on paper? Nanfeng took the brush and wrote the line on paper. The ministers carefully examined the paper, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't come up with a proper lower line. Li Cheng furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, gate, under the window. Oh well, it's just impossible to match. Nanfeng himself felt a little mischievous. He had just recited a brilliant couplet poem, and now presented a line that no one could answer. Li Cheng pondered for quite a while, but still couldn't find a clue. He said somewhat embarrassedly, I give up. Honorable ministers, do any of you have any ideas? Saying this, he passed the paper with the upper line written on it around for everyone to see. The ministers looked at each other in silence, completely at a loss. Written under books? No. Under bamboo, still doesn't work. This upper line is truly too difficult. We're in awe. Nanfeng, you're really no ordinary person. If even your master, a hermit of great wisdom, couldn't come up with a lower line, how could we possibly manage? Say, Nanfeng, are you deliberately trying to challenge us? That's definitely it. I think so too. This upper line is so difficult, he probably hasn't even thought of the lower line himself. Frustrated and unable to find a matching line, the group became anxious and restless, already wondering who would be the unfortunate one to bear the embarrassment for the rest. Chapter 83. A shrew scolding in the street? While this group of ministers were still trying to decide who should take the blame and act as the scapegoat, Wei Zheng stood up and said, your couplet actually doesn't have a lower half at all, right? I bet you yourself haven't even composed one yet. Exactly. No matter how hard I think about it, I just can't find a line that flows as smoothly and with the same pronunciation when read either forwards or backwards. Nanfeng gave Wei Zheng a sly grin. He himself couldn't understand why Wei Zheng always liked to stick his neck out. Nanfeng found it quite exasperating. Wei Zheng's face was thicker than the city wall by now. Wei Zheng chuckled proudly, saying, I'm right, huh? Haha. This is simply an upper line without a matching lower one, correct? Who said that? If I can provide the lower line, how would you like me to punish you then? Wei Zheng poured himself a full cup of wine and replied, if you can really come up with the lower line, I'll drink this entire cup. This was truly unbearable for an uncle, let alone an aunt. If Nanfeng didn't teach this bastard a proper lesson, he'd feel guilty in his heart. Nanfeng thought for a moment before speaking. If I can come up with the lower line, how about you dress up in a belly-bearing outfit and dance for us? Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji's face instantly flushed bright red. She then pinched Nanfeng's side several times with her finger before huffily saying, can't you say something decent for once? You're so talented, yet you behave like a street thug. Look how your image in my eyes has instantly plummeted. Nanfeng quickly grabbed Li Ji's little hand under the table and drew several circles in her palm. Li Ji felt as if her face were on fire, burning hot. Eventually, she buried her head beneath the table and tried to pull her hand away. No matter how hard she tried, Nanfeng refused to let go. In desperation, she bit Nanfeng's arm hard. There was now a clear tooth mark imprinted on Nanfeng's arm. Grinning through the pain, he said, so Princess Li Ji is already trying to leave a mark of love on me? Sigh, how honored I am. Dear handsome me is really delighted. Shall I leave one on you too? Goodness, this was so embarrassing. Yuwa. Princess Li Ji let out several shy murmurs and immediately buried her head into her knees. Even her ears turned completely red. Li Cheng didn't notice what was happening here because Nan Feng's table was too far from his, but Changsun Wuji saw everything, which enraged him so much that he could only curse helplessly, calling Nan Feng a shameless pervert. The suggestion of Wei Zheng dancing in a belly-bearing outfit sparked deafening laughter from everyone on the scene. This suggestion is quite good. I, too, would like to see what Wei Zheng dancing in a belly-bearing outfit would look like. Shall we also prepare a dress? Which color would you prefer, red, green, or blue? Wei Zheng gritted his teeth and said, disgusting. A group of lecherous old men. Then, switching into a stubborn rogue mode, Wei Zheng said, Nan Feng, how can you act like this? If you really can't compose a matching lower line, just admit it. Why drag me into this? Anyway, there's absolutely no way I'm going along with it. When it came to acting stubborn, Nan Feng feared no one. Shooting Wei Zheng a disdainful glance, he said, why do you assume I can't come up with the lower line? It's just something you can't think of. Why do you naturally assume I can't do it either? Ha, what's wrong? Can't speak up now? You really are a special kind of fool. Who says I can't speak? You shameless scoundrel. Fine, be shameless. What can you do to me? Let's step outside and settle this one-on-one. I am a refined man. I will not fight you, the barbaric one. You won't accept a chance when it's handed to you. Yet you still claim to be a gentleman? Don't you see your own hideous appearance? You should call yourself a cockroach dropping or a bad apple. You bastard. Wei Zheng was so angry that every strand of his hair seemed to stand upright. I'm already over 50 years old, while this brat Nan Feng has no regard for elderly people whatsoever. Filled with rage, he turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I suggest you dismiss Nan Feng from his position. He shows no care or respect for the elderly. As an officer, he completely disregards our traditional etiquette. When it came to verbal skills, Nan Feng was never afraid of anyone. He immediately responded, Your Majesty, I also suggest dismissing Wei Zheng from his position. He shows no care for the young. Wei Zheng was already trembling with rage. He pointed at Nan Feng and shouted, You damn brat, what a sharp-tongued little rascal. Seeing Nan Feng and Wei Zheng quarreling, the other ministers present were laughing so hard their stomachs ached, nearly falling to the ground and unable to stand up. Only Li Cheng's face turned from red to black. Both of these two were not exactly easy to deal with. The Crown Prince, Li Ku, and Li Tai admired Nan Feng to the point of complete submission. What the Crown Prince said was indeed absolutely correct. If one often stayed with Nan Feng, one's skin would definitely thicken gradually. Nan Feng pointed his finger at Wei Zheng and retorted, Humph. So what if you're old? Does getting old give you the right to do whatever you want? Old-timer Wei Zheng, I've seen people with thick skins, but never one whose face was as thick as a city wall like you. Seeing the quarrel between the two, Li Shaogong felt extremely delighted. He said, with these two treasures around, it'll be hard to have a quiet court session from now on, but at least we'll always have good shows to watch. Wei Zheng seems about to die of anger soon. That won't do. If he's gone, who will give us such great performances? Wei Zheng glared furiously, his whole body trembling uncontrollably from rage, as he stared fixedly at Nan Feng and shouted, You yourself can't even come up with a lower line. You stupid kid. Nan Feng gave not an inch. He was almost stepping on his chair, pointing at Wei Zheng with cold words. You old fool. You yourself cannot think at all. Knowing he could never win against Nan Feng in a verbal fight, Wei Zheng suddenly played his ultimate move. He turned to the emperor, clasped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, the ways behind drive those ahead. I am old now and can no longer contribute much to the Tang Dynasty. I respectfully request permission to resign from my position. Li Cheng could bear no more. He slammed his hand hard on the table, roaring in fury. How much longer do you intend to argue? This is the Taiji Hall. Do you know where you are? Are you treating this place like a street where nagging women shout at each other? Chapter 84. Wei Zheng is dancing. Li Cheng took a breath and continued. It was I who invited you here for dinner. If you're going to stay here, then keep quiet. If you start arguing again, just get out. Wei Zheng, since you yourself can't come up with the lower line anyway, stop trying to pry it out of Nan Feng. Nan Feng, if you really have the lower line, just say it already. Don't keep everyone hanging like this. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng shook his head like a rattling drum, saying, Your Majesty, unless Wei Zheng agrees to dance wearing a belly-revealing outfit, I won't give in. Li Cheng was so furious he almost lost his temper and kicked Nan Feng right then. So he's still being stubborn, huh? Nan Feng himself was also quite annoyed. He could have happily been playing downstairs with Princess Li Ji, but this Wei Zheng had to come up and stir up trouble. If he didn't make Wei look ridiculous somehow, Nan Feng felt he would be letting himself down. Li Cheng angrily said word by word, Nan Feng, I also want to know what the lower line is. Can't you just say it straightforwardly? This time, General Yuqi was the one who became displeased and said, Your Majesty, it's not really appropriate for you to favor Wei Zheng like this. Yi Guogong immediately followed, saying, The entire matter was triggered by Wei Zheng claiming that Nan Feng couldn't possibly think of a lower line. If Nan Feng truly managed to come up with one, I believe Wei Zheng indeed deserves some form of punishment. However, making him dance in a bare-bellied outfit is really going a bit too far. I suggest that having him just perform a dance should suffice. Hearing this speech from Yi Guogong, officials throughout the court all felt that this suggestion was quite good. Wei Zheng saw that there was no way out, and straightforwardly said, Fine, if Nan Feng indeed comes up with the lower line, then I shall perform a dance to entertain everyone. Li Cheng turned to Nan Feng and said, Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and tell us the lower line. Nan Feng slightly nodded, and then spoke. Then listen carefully. Flowers in the mirror are like scenes in a painting. Suddenly, The Taiji hall became so silent that it seemed as though one could clearly hear every breath. Once again, Nanfeng shocked everyone into speechless silence. The officials in court stared at each other, now carefully savoring the lower line Nanfeng had just recited. After a while, Li Cheng noticed some minor drawbacks in it. True, compared to the fact that he himself couldn't even begin to think of one, such flaws were negligible. Slowly, he then said, certainly, there's still a small flaw in this lower line. But still, it's extraordinarily rare. This clever couplet truly reshaped my impression of what couplets can be. Nanfeng, you truly are a genius. The Princess Li Ji looked at Nanfeng with eyes full of admiration. Obediently, she poured him a glass of red wine. As soon as Nanfeng recited the lower line, Wei Zheng didn't delay at all and walked directly to the center of the Taiji hall, saying, Your Majesty, could we have some music accompaniment? Li Cheng clapped his hands, and several musicians carrying instruments quickly came out. As the music started, Wei Zheng began to sway his oversized hips. Honestly, although he danced rather skillfully, watching him do it was extremely amusing. The Taiji hall was instantly filled with bursts of laughter. Thankfully, they were still in the Taiji hall. If Wei Zheng had danced like this on the streets, he'd likely be bombarded with eggs. It was just too bizarre and ridiculous. Even the emperor, usually solemn and serious, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Finally, after the music ended, Wei Zheng was already drenched in sweat and hurriedly sat down, panting for fresh air. At this moment, Li Cheng was still greatly interested in poetry. After all, songs and dances were things he had seen far too often. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to enjoy the joy of poetry with others. Yet if they continued composing couplets, there might be another quarrel. His eyes sparkled, and raising his wine cup, he said, Let's all have a toast. We just played around with poetic lines. How about we try composing lyrics later? The officials present were all quite excited and eagerly nodded their agreement. Cheers. Nanfeng downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, then picked up a piece of mutton that Princess Li Ji had specially sliced for him and swallowed it in one bite. After slicing the lamb leg, Princess Li Ji's hands were covered in oil. Her small face was also flushed red, making her a pleasure to look at. Seeing that Nanfeng had finished eating the lamb slices she had cut, Princess Li Ji hurriedly sliced off a few more pieces and cheerfully said, Brother Nanfeng, do you know how to compose lyrics? I might know a little bit about the basics, he replied. Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji immediately said, Then let's play a little game. Later, you'll also join my father and the others in composing lyrics. Every time you finish a lyric, I'll feed you 3 pieces of lamb leg meat. How about that? Hearing this, Nanfeng could not help but smile bitterly and said, This game is too unfavorable for me. If I really wanted to eat lamb leg meat, couldn't I just do it myself? Princess Li Ji's expression immediately changed. Angrily, she picked up the entire plate of lamb leg meat and carried it away, pouting her lips and saying, You bad guy, now let's see how you're going to eat. Actually, Nanfeng wasn't very interested in eating the lamb leg meat anyway, because it was covered in too much seasoning and tasted overly mixed. Just as Li Tai was about to reach out and try the lamb meat, Princess Li Ji came again and took it away. The reason was that her second older sister and third older sister had also arrived beside her. Princess Li Ji squeezed herself next to Nanfeng, pushing half of Nanfeng's but off the seat before finally stopping. Patting the newly vacated spot beside her, she said, Sisters, quickly come here to sit. A pretty young girl looked at Nanfeng in surprise and asked, Why have I never seen you before? Why are you sitting at the same table as my 5th younger sister? Nanfeng grinned playfully and said, I am actually a demon trapped in hell for many years. I happened to pass by here and noticed that your little sister smelled so delicious. That's why I specially stayed to look for an opportunity to try tasting her. Don't speak too loudly, because your sister can't see me sitting beside her. I'm a demon, and I think only you can see me here. Princess Nanping stood frozen for several seconds before tears immediately started sliding from the corners of her eyes. She began sobbing loudly. This time, Nanfeng was genuinely startled. Quickly, he shoved a large piece of lamb leg meat into her mouth and said, Oh dear young miss, I was just kidding you earlier. Chapter 85. Princess Li Ji composes a poem. Nanfeng hurriedly continued, I'm Nanfeng, the junior officer of Yuqi, not a demon at all. Please don't cry. Just promise me, and I'll give you a hairpin like this, okay? Saying that, Nanfeng immediately pulled out a glass hairpin from his robe and waved it in front of Princess Nanping. Tears welling in her eyes, Princess Nanping glanced at Nanfeng. Her little face had already become as messy as a dirty kitten, but the moment she saw the glass hairpin in Nanfeng's hand, she instantly returned to her cheerful and adorable little girl self, immediately grabbing the hairpin and starting to examine it intensely. She even hurriedly showed it off to her sisters with great excitement, saying, Sister, isn't this hairpin so pretty? Seeing her sister receiving a hairpin, Princess Li Ji immediately became consumed with jealousy. She gave Nanfeng a barrage of light punches and pouted angrily. Nanfeng, big brother, you're terrible. I won't let you off so easily. I've been sitting here so obediently for such a long time without receiving any gift, but the moment my sister arrives, you give her a hairpin. You're awful, you're awful. You're going to make me die of anger. Hearing this, Nanfeng immediately showed contrition and replied, Oh my, I'm wronged. Of course I prepared a gift for our Princess Li Ji. I just forgot to bring it. It's a transparent little kitten. I'm sure you'll definitely like it. Upon hearing this from Nanfeng, Princess Li Ji smiled brightly and said with a small huff, At least you know better. I'll personally feed you some lamb later. Seeing this, Princess Runan also showed great envy. Looking at her, Princess Li Ji teased, Sister, you, You're such a poor excuse for an older sister. You almost let a demon eat me. Hearing this, Princess Runin felt extremely wronged and began to burst into tears immediately, with large tears continuously rolling down her cheeks. Nan Feng was so helpless at this point that he hurriedly tried to soothe her. Please, 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 don't cry. If you're good, next time I'll give you an identical hairpin just like Princess Namping, okay? Upon hearing this, Princess Runin also stopped crying and nodded her head like a little chick pecking for food. Li Cheng also noticed the situation nearby, and, seeing that 2 more princesses were now sitting beside Nan Feng, glared at him with utter disdain, while Nan Feng could only pretend to be blind. After a while, the Empress unexpectedly also arrived at the Taiji Hall, making a beeline for Nan Feng, glancing at the 3 princesses sitting beside him. Surprised at the Empress's sudden arrival, Nan Feng quickly stood up to greet her. This humble servant greets your majesty the Empress. At this moment, the Empress looked very displeased at Nan Feng, since once again he was fooling around with her beloved daughters. Namping and Runin also noticed their mother's gloomy expression and quickly, with panic, stood up to bow as well. Li Ji, Runin, Namping, come back with me now. Then the Empress gave Nan Feng one last fierce glare, and then took the 3 and left. As her mother turned away, Princess Li Ji hurriedly whispered beside Nan Feng, Big brother Nan Feng, wait for me. I'll be back soon. After the Empress brought the 3 back, she sent Princess Namping and Princess Runin off to bed immediately. Just as she was about to ask Princess Li Ji to do the same, the little princess puffed and complained softly, Mother, just now Nan Feng Big Brother was there composing poetry in couplets. I've learned so much, and Nan Feng Big Brother was particularly amazing. He gave an upper line of a couplet that no one in the entire court could match with a lower one. Hearing this, the Empress was greatly intrigued and said, Really? There's such an upper line. Let me see it. Princess Li Ji immediately hurried to find paper, and then wrote, Draw a lotus flower. The monk draws a lotus, before putting the brush down and saying, Mother, this is that upper line. You can think about it yourself for a while first. I need to go now. Without waiting for the Empress's permission, Princess Li Ji turned and ran away immediately. Seeing her daughter run so fast, the Empress could only say helplessly, A daughter who is married is like water spilled on the ground. This little girl hasn't even been married yet, and is already thinking about running off. This upper line really is quite unusual. No wonder nobody could figure out the lower line. Princess Li Ji ran very quickly, and in no time at all, was again sitting beside Nan Feng. At Taiji Hall, the officials had already exchanged 5 or 6 poems. Lines like, The bright moon shines upon tall buildings, its glow lingering in hesitation. There were also lines like raising a cup to invite the bright moon, poems and verses related to drinking and moon appreciation. A great many were recited, and each minister took turns reciting one after another. At this moment, General Yuqi raised a cup of wine and, shaking his cup, said, It's mid-autumn time now, the emperor hosts this banquet. All ministers are here with me, enjoying wine and composing poetry. What a delightful scene. As soon as General Yuqi recited his poem, all the ministers burst into laughter. Those ministers without as thick a skin as General Yuqi almost said something like, Thank you for the compliment. Nan Feng leaned close to Princess Li Ji's ear and whispered softly, Dear sister Li Ji, I'll say a verse to you. Then later you can repeat it to His Majesty the Emperor as if you had composed it yourself. Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji was overjoyed. She nodded quickly and replied, All right, haha. Coughing slightly, Nan Feng slowly began, Listen carefully. Drunkenly, I lift the lamp to examine my sword. In dreams, the bugle calls echoing through the encampment. Over 800 miles, my men share the roasted meat beneath my command. The sound of frontier music played on 50-string zither. Autumn comes to the battlefield, where troops are mustered. The steed flies like the swift Lu horse, the bowstrings snap like thunderclaps. With the king's affairs fulfilled, glory is won both in life and after death. My father's heart is deeply content. That's all. Did you get it? Princess Li Ji murmured a repetition to herself and then replied, Got it. Nan Feng was slightly startled. He had only said it once, yet she had memorized it already? Back in his elementary school days, even he had needed to recite it several times before memorizing. Princess Li Ji's memory was truly exceptional. At this time, Li Cheng was also very pleased because the ministers kept praising his literary talent. Smiling from ear to ear, he said, Any more volunteers to share something? Princess Li Ji stood up and even carried a glass of warm red wine, imitating others with her crisp voice and reciting in an affectingly proper manner. Father, I also thought of a poem I'd like to share with you. Li Cheng first looked at Princess Li Ji, then glanced around the court ministers and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. Let me then appreciate this masterpiece from my beloved daughter. Both civil and military officials nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation for Princess Li Ji's masterpiece. Chapter 86. My ideal is to live a carefree and happy life. Seeing everyone eagerly awaiting, Princess Li Ji said without delay, Drunk, I light the lamp to examine my sword. In dreams, bugles sound in the encampments. Over 800 li, soldiers feast beneath my banners. 50 strings play the border songs. Autumn in the battlefield, soldiers are reviewed. Princess Li Ji had finished this part, but the entire Taiji Hall had fallen into silence. You could even clearly hear the sound of breathing. Shock was written on everyone's face. Truly, truly incredible. Such talent is extraordinary. Congratulations to the emperor for having such a remarkably talented daughter. It is the emperor's joy, and also the Tang Dynasty's joy. The ministers hurriedly joined in congratulations. At this point, Princess Li Ji anxiously said, "Please, don't speak yet. My poem still has another stanza." Li Cheng perfectly understood in his heart. How could Princess Li Ji possibly compose such a poem? She has never experienced war, so how could she possibly feel the atmosphere of battle and compose such lines? The horse gallops like the Lu swift, the bowstring sounds like thunder, accomplishing the monarch's affairs under heaven, earning fame in life and after death. Father's heart is deeply satisfied. She finally recited it completely. Princess Li Ji happily glanced at Nanfeng. Although he knew this poem was not written by the princess, Li Cheng still felt greatly delighted, saying, "A superb poem. My beloved daughter, tell me honestly, did Nanfeng give you this poem?" Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji cried, "Oops," and realized she definitely couldn't fool her father's piercing eyes. She answered truthfully, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, father. This was actually taught to me by Nanfeng." Hearing this, the ministers in court understood as well. Li Cheng merely smiled slightly and said, "Young Nanfeng truly abounds with talent, accomplishing the monarch's affairs under heaven, earning fame in life and after death. I am deeply satisfied. Young Nanfeng possesses such talent. Why don't you treat us to another?" Everyone in court looked at Nanfeng in unison, eager to see whether he could produce another excellent poem. Nanfeng did not decline at all. After thinking for a moment, he raised his wine cup and said, "With such festive wine, allow me to humbly offer another. Let me compose a drinking song. Endless sorrows, 10,000 anxieties, 300 cups of excellent wine. Though sorrow abounds, wine may be limited, yet pour out the wine, and the sorrow does not return. Thus I understand wine's sacredness. In drunkenness, the heart opens freely. Rejecting rice while lying on Mount Shouyang, frequently starving like Yan Hui, who would not drink in this era. The crab claw is golden nectar. The wine hill is the paradise of Penglai. Let us drink joyfully, under the moon on the high pavilion. Cheers to you all. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect." What a wonderful poem. Indeed worthy of Nanfeng's drinking song. Tonight, we shall not rest until we are thoroughly drunk. After finishing a full large cup of wine, Li Cheng continued, "Young Nanfeng, might you share another poem for our enjoyment?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng felt slightly displeased in his heart. He was thinking whether he should speak openly to Li Cheng about his own wish, to simply live a peaceful and content life, and not want to be involved in anything else. Deciding not to hold back, Nanfeng stood up and said, "Since you insist, I shall humbly present another poem. It reflects my life's goal, and I will strive toward it." A spark of brightness flashed through Li Cheng's eyes as he slapped his chest and declared, "I knew it. Young Nanfeng surely carries lofty ideals in his heart. Rest assured, I will definitely help you realize your ideals. The Tang Dynasty truly needs talents like you, full of ambition and vision." Nanfeng blushed slightly, feeling rather embarrassed as he said, "Your Majesty, after listening to my poem, you will understand what my ideal truly is." "All right then, please proceed." Nanfeng prepared himself briefly, then slowly recited, "Tomorrow follows tomorrow. How many tomorrows can there be? If all things wait for tomorrow, they will surely be wasted away. If the world is trapped in tomorrow's delay, spring comes and goes, and before we know, autumn arrives with aging years. Morning, I watch the river flow east. Evening, I see the sun fall west. How many tomorrows can one life afford?" The ministers of the court began to praise him one after another. Young Nanfeng's talent has truly impressed us all. How could we not admire? A disciple of Gigu is indeed a name well earned. Morning, watching the river flow east. Evening, watching the sun fall west. Such a carefree life, we long for it too. As he gently swirled the wine in his cup, Li Cheng praised, "Young Nanfeng is truly gifted. Perhaps you too wish to live a free and happy life. That's perfectly understandable. Even I, when I was young, thought the same way. I also dreamed of living a carefree and joyful life in an idyllic land far from the world." But Nanfeng wasn't going to stop here. He continued, "Wake from dreams, and another day passes. Winter fades. Autumn returns once again. I only wish to live a life of simple pleasures, tired of being busy and rushing all day long." Li Cheng had been smiling joyfully just moments ago, but once Nanfeng finished reciting these 4 lines, his face turned blank. Was this truly Nanfeng's grand ideal? In wealth and luxury, noble carriages and horses delight, while the poor fret over each meal of their plight. I wish to strive for fortune and fame, not spend each day tilling fields in vain. Others say I'm mad, obsessed, absurd. I laugh at them, their patched up trousers absurd. If I could live an easy, carefree life, I'd dedicate my life to chase that prize. Nearly all the court ministers had bloodshot eyes, glaring furiously at Nanfeng. Du Ruhui clenched his teeth and spat out, "Nanfeng, can your wish even be called an ideal? You should wait to pursue such a life until you're dead. How can a living person act like one already deceased?" Fang Xianling was so furious he trembled all over, roaring, "Such a fine poem originally, but then you ruined it with your words. As a man of our Tang Dynasty, how can you have no noble ambition? Wanting to idly enjoy life without doing anything, you have truly enraged me." Chang Sun Wuji was barely holding back his laughter, while Li Cheng was so furious that his nostrils flared repeatedly. Had the wine cup not been sturdy, he would have crushed it long ago, yearning to charge forward and kick Nanfeng a few times. But Nanfeng remained calm and fearless. He said, "Your Majesty, my ideal is not lofty at all. It is simply this, to live joyfully, without burdens or worries. If you find it convenient, Your Majesty may grant me a high official post with minimal duties and abundant pay. Enough. Be quiet. Li Cheng roared furiously, barely restraining himself from throwing the wine cup in his hand directly at Nanfeng. But fearing it might hurt his beloved daughter, he could only force himself to contain his rage. At that moment, only Li Cheng's loud breathing echoed in the entire Taiji hall. He glared viciously at Nanfeng and said sternly, Nanfeng, I can now tell you seriously. Only the dead can enjoy the kind of post you desire. Your so-called ideal will never come true. You must remain and serve our Tang Dynasty diligently. When you are old, I might consider granting you such a title. Chapter 87, A Joyous Day. Wei Zheng jumped out again and said with a chuckle, Haha, you dare to speak out such ideals? Your skin must be really thick. I'm so old, yet it's the first time I've ever seen someone whose face is thicker than a city wall. Li Ji also smiled, scratching the back of his head. Actually, if such a government position really existed, I'd be more than happy to take it too. General Yuchi, in his honest manner, chuckled. It's not only you. Ask your conscience. If such a position truly existed, all of you would probably fight each other just to grab it. But how could such a thing possibly exist? Young brother Nanfeng, if you really want to live such a life, maybe you can achieve it when your hair turns white. That's funny. By the time you become an old man, you'd probably not even have a single good tooth left. Then you wouldn't be able to enjoy any blessings anyway. A high-ranking official with little work and lots of money? You really dare to dream. Nanfeng looked at them, all of whom were mocking him, and couldn't help but say, I was only sharing my truest ideal with all of you. Why are you laughing so hard? The crown prince leaned close to Nanfeng's ear and whispered softly, Brother Nan, I overestimated you. I had thought you'd become my capable right-hand man in the future, but never did I expect this was really how you felt inside. Li Cheng slowly calmed himself and had a sudden realization. He thought that Nanfeng's ideals were no longer important, since after all, he was the emperor who held the ultimate authority. If he assigned Nanfeng tasks, how could he dare not complete them? Thinking thus, Li Cheng's smile returned as he said, Your ambitions are far too lofty. They might only come true when you fall asleep. Nanfeng, don't waste your thoughts on such fantasies anymore. Come, let's drink a toast. Nanfeng's ideals were brushed aside like grass. The evening continued drinking until late into the night, and almost everyone ended up drunk beyond standing. Eventually, everyone staggered off to their respective homes, each to find their own mother. Nanfeng too returned drowsily to his mansion, unable to recall clearly how he made it home. All he remembered was swaying violently. The rest of the night had completely vanished from his memory. Nanfeng successfully got himself drunk. After finally recovering from the hangover, he still felt terribly uneasy. It took 2 or 3 more days before he finally began to feel better. Indeed, alcohol truly caused too many problems. During those few days of drunkenness, whatever he had planted had already sprouted. In 2 more days would come his wedding to Lu Ruyu, so his family had already arrived at his mansion early, including head of the household, Li San, who had also come to personally oversee the wedding. Only after its completion would they return home. As soon as Li San saw Nanfeng, he grew furious enough to want to grab Nanfeng's ears and roar at him. You good-for-nothing brat. All I desire is to live a leisurely, blissful life and avoid endless busyness. Was this poem composed by you? You rotten boy. You've disgraced our family entirely. Just wait until I break your legs. Saying that, Li San grabbed a broomstick and chased Nanfeng, beating him severely. Nanfeng realized that his poem about a leisurely lifestyle had already become common knowledge. Everyone in Chang'an knew of his lofty aspirations to live a blissful, stress-free life. Considering that, it was already fortunate that Li San hadn't been angered to death. For several days, Nanfeng shut himself in his room. With great effort, he finally distilled some refined alcohol. He intended to use this better liquor for the wedding banquet, since the wines of this era were too rough and bitter to drink, with harsh after-effects. After getting drunk on them, it often took several days just to recover fully, and he certainly had no desire to touch inferior wine again. 2 days later arrived. Red silk banners adorned Nanfeng's mansion from top to bottom. Large, double happiness characters, sheep, were pasted almost everywhere. Joyful atmosphere filled the entire estate. Since Emperor Li Cheng had already granted him a princess, marrying Lu Ruyu would officially be regarded merely as taking on a concubine. Despite this, Lu Ruyu remained overjoyed, without a trace of resentment. As it was not a grand imperial wedding, none of the senior ministers would attend. Those present were a few young gentlemen Nanfeng personally knew, such as the Crown Prince, Chang Sunchong, and Fang Yai, who all came. Additionally, they brought along several well-dressed young noblemen whom Nanfeng had never met before. The troublemaker pointed to them one by one and said, Brother Nan, these 2 are General Yuchi's sons. The thinner one you can call Baoqi, and the other you may address as Elder Baolin. The gentleman standing in the middle is the son of Duke Igua. You may call him Elder Huayu. The one with a peculiar appearance is the second son of Du Ruhui. His name is He, and he does seem a bit silly. The troublemaker took a breath and continued. Finally, let me introduce the people from the Wu family. That young man there, you can call him Elder Yuan Shuang. Standing beside him is his younger sister. Isn't she beautiful? The troublemaker grinned impishly. Nanfeng had already changed into formal attire, wearing a long trailing cape behind him. He followed the troublemaker's gaze and glanced briefly at the young girl. Humph, how beautiful could she be? In the end, she would just become another man's concubine. If he wasn't mistaken, this girl should be Wu Shan. Wu Zetian was her younger sister, and it was precisely the husband of this younger sister whom she ended up stealing. Since this was only a concubine accepting ceremony, the entire process was very simple. Nan Feng rode atop a red-headed stallion and, accompanied by several groomsmen, went directly to Lu Riyu's home to bring her back to his mansion. Marriage in the Great Tang Dynasty wasn't burdened with countless strict formalities. The crown prince looked around and then mischievously leaned close to Nan Feng's ear, whispering with a grin, "Brother Nan, today's your happiest day. Starting from tonight, no matter how late you return, someone will have already warmed your bed for you. Aren't you excited?" Nan Feng chuckled and replied, "Of course I am. After all, nothing can compare to a virgin bride from a decent family. Unlike those courtesans from the pleasure houses, I preserved my purity for an innocent girl instead of giving it to someone everyone has ridden." Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, the crown prince grew furious. Just as he was about to deliver a swift kick to Nan Feng's rear, he was mercilessly shoved aside. Nan Feng mocked him with disdain, saying, "Nananan, don't block the way. I'm going to go fetch my little beauty now." Chapter 88, Drunken Mess. Nan Feng, accompanied by his guards and the crown prince, made his way to the Lu family mansion. Before long, they had already arrived at the grand gate of the Lu household. Nan Feng's future mother-in-law was already waiting for him at the entrance. The aunts and female relatives of the Lu family threw many handfuls of wheat over Nan Feng, shouting blessings and good wishes as they did so. Then came the ritual beating with a whip wrapped entirely in red cloth. Nan Feng looked at the whip and immediately felt a burning pain in his backside. Turning around, he saw the crown prince smirking mischievously while wielding the red whip. Nan Feng was furious. That crown prince actually took advantage of the situation to have some fun at his expense. How could he possibly tolerate that? Later, he'd definitely need to get back at him somehow. Upon entering the main hall of the Lu household, Nan Feng respectfully paid homage to his future parents-in-law, who beamed with satisfaction watching him. Finally, Nan Feng arrived in front of Lu Riyu's bedroom. Without ceremony, he strode in, scooped Lu Riyu into his arms, and immediately carried her out to the luxurious flower-decorated sedan chair. Before departure, Nan Feng rode his horse around the sedan chair several times. Then the wedding procession set off on its return journey. Lu Riyu's relatives kept throwing rice and red beans over them, a gesture to bring blessings of happiness and good fortune. Right now, Nan Feng wore a broad smile across his face. All the frustration he'd felt when he first learned of this arranged marriage had long since vanished into thin air. Back at Nan Feng's estate, he personally escorted Lu Riyu to the bridal chamber before emerging to greet the guests. Though the emperor himself hadn't come, he had sent his congratulations and a wedding gift, a pair of jade pendants symbolizing eternal harmony and lifelong togetherness. Nan Feng admired the pendants, appreciating their elegance. He had always held a soft spot for precious treasures like gold, silver, and jade. With a large jar of strong liquor he himself had distilled, Nan Feng marched straight toward the table where the crown prince and others sat. He hadn't forgotten the whipping from earlier, and now was the perfect time for revenge. He grabbed an extra-large bowl and approached the crown prince with a cheerful grin on his face. "Today is a most joyous occasion for me, so here I am offering you the first toast. No excuses, you must finish 3 bowls with me." The crown prince was visibly startled upon seeing the giant bowl Nan Feng held. "With just 1 bowl of this, I'll probably burst and lose my life, won't I? Don't try to get out of it. You must finish all 3 bowls, not a single drop left." Nan Feng clapped his hands, popped open the jar's lid with a swift move, and the rich aroma of alcohol spread through the hall. The heavy drinkers seated at nearby tables began swallowing hungrily at the scent. Nan Feng noticed and clapped his hands again. "Jiao, bring out the wine." One jar after another was delivered to each table. Those who regarded alcohol as their lifeblood began pouring it into their bowls and drinking it down by the bowlful. Before Nan Feng could even bring the dishes to the table, quite a few had already become completely drunk, sprawling on the floor mumbling in their sleep. Among them was General Yuchi's son, a real tough guy who didn't even pour the wine into a bowl. He just picked up the entire jar and drank directly from it. If he hadn't ended up passed out drunk, that would have been the real surprise. The crown prince, now catching the rich scent of the wine, involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "You should have just said it was this fine a wine earlier. For something this fragrant, 3 bowls are no problem at all for me." Hearing this, Nan Feng gave the crown prince a contemptuous look. "Don't overestimate yourself. If you can stand steady after finishing half a bowl, then we'll talk." But the crown prince wasn't convinced. He filled his own bowl with liquor and downed it in one go. Instantly, his face turned crimson red, and he began coughing violently while tears streamed down his face. "Don't stop. Keep drinking." Nan Feng seized the bowl and kept forcing the drink into the crown prince's mouth. When the whole bowl had been emptied, Nan Feng finally stopped. By now, the crown prince couldn't even stand and quickly sat down to beg for mercy. "Master Nan, let me take a breather, please." Yet Nan Feng paid him no heed. He poured a second large bowl full of wine. Seeing this, the crown prince panicked. "Nan Feng, I know I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have been so arrogant, and certainly shouldn't have lashed you with that whip. I really can't drink anymore. That first bowl already feels like it's setting me on fire. My whole body feels like it's burning up. You're the crown prince himself. How can you beg for mercy? Truly useless." Chang Sun Chong rolled up his own sleeves and handed his bowl to Nan Feng, saying, "Come, pour me another. Let me help you finish the remaining 2 cups." The crown prince looked at Chang Sun Chong with sympathy. Sure enough, just as he had expected, Chang Sun Chong already felt like vomiting by the second sip. He forced himself to suppress the urge, and then kept sticking his tongue out, gasping for air as he finally spoke up. "Nan Chong, this liquor is really too strong. Where on earth did you get it? I really can't handle another drop." Nan Feng would never allow Chang Sun Chong to waste the liquor. Whether he could handle it or not didn't matter. One way or another, he had to drink. Just like the crown prince, he was forced to down a full bowl, and at this moment, Chang Sun-cheong had already become completely dizzy and disoriented. After spinning around twice, he fell flat on the ground, bumping a large lump on his forehead. Yet he appeared completely unaware of any pain and began hugging the table leg and snoring soundly. After seeing that Chang Sun-cheong had been drunk into unconsciousness, Nanfeng shifted his gaze toward Badman. Badman had already taken a small sip earlier. Just that one tiny sip had already terrified him, and it seemed as if Nanfeng wanted to force an entire bowl down his throat. Scared out of his wits, he quickly stood up and pleaded, "Old buddy Nan, I don't recall offending you, right? Please don't force me to drink any more of this stuff. Just spare me." Nanfeng, a fair and just person, couldn't possibly let Badman off just because he begged. As a result, every single person seated at the Crown Prince's table was soon forced to drink until they collapsed on the floor. Seeing this, Nanfeng felt extremely proud, and then hurried off to another table to continue forcing the drinkers there. By the time Nanfeng turned around again, he noticed that the tables that had once been filled with guests were now barely half full. Those who remained had already passed out drunk and were sleeping sprawled across the floor. It was quite a spectacular sight. Chapter 89, The Wedding Night. After another dozen or so minutes had passed, Jiao helplessly glanced at the banquet table, where most of the delicacies remained barely touched. He sighed with a wry smile and said, "Master, this liquor you distilled is simply too strong. The dishes haven't even been touched, and everyone in the grand hall has already stopped dining. If I didn't take a glance downward, I might have thought they all left, but as it turns out, they're all lying on the floor, sprawled every which way. Sigh, we have to send them all back. This is going to be such a hassle." Nanfeng ignored his complaints, slightly furrowing his brows as he turned to a servant and asked, "Have you pulled out my two uncles yet?" The servant, having finally located Nanfeng's uncles from within the pile of drunkards after immense effort, took a deep breath and replied, "Master, I've already found the two of them. But your two cousins haven't been found yet. They should be uncovered shortly." At this moment, in a private room, Li San had only taken 3 or 4 sips of wine, but was already completely drunk. He was practically on the verge of falling over. Despite this, his hands shook along with his body, unable to pick up even a piece of meat. Instead, his chopsticks clinked noisily against the plates. Li San had been trying to pick up a piece of meat for several minutes, but had yet to succeed. Furious, he threw his chopsticks down. Seeing Nanfeng watching him, he angrily snapped, "What are you staring at? Can't you see I can't even pick up a piece of meat? Hurry up and get someone over here to feed me." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng immediately sent Jiao to call over 2 maids before walking away satisfied. Alright, that should be all of them now, Nanfeng thought, glancing around smugly at his handiwork. He then picked up 2 still warm dishes, hummed a light tune, and headed toward his own quarters. On the day a woman marries, she is not allowed to eat full meals, only small snacks. This was a custom of marriage in the Great Tang Dynasty. As soon as Nanfeng pushed open the door, he saw Tong Tong feeding Lu Ruyu a chicken leg, her little hands now greasy from the effort. Ah, this Tong Tong really knows how to behave properly, truly not a child I spoiled in vain. With Tong Tong here, Nanfeng could hardly try to tease Lu Ruyu. After placing the food on the table, he went back outside to attend to things. Not that he really wanted to go, but at this point, there were hardly any able-bodied servants left in the household who could help clean up the mess. There was still a pile of unconscious people lying around the grand hall that needed to be escorted back home. And so he busied himself back and forth until the sky had completely darkened. By now, Nanfeng's estate had been cleaned up and all the intoxicated guests safely sent back to their homes. Among them, there was a particularly comical scene. When the villain was being carried away, he clung tightly to the table unwilling to let go, sobbing uncontrollably as he cried out, "Nanfeng, you rotten bastard, you already have a bride. But me? Now I'll have to head to the courtesan houses to find some warmth, and on top of that, if I ever get caught visiting those places, I'll be scolded or beaten within an inch of my life." The prince's situation wasn't much different either. At one point, he started murmuring something in his delirium, even while certain areas had begun to show reaction. He muttered, "Qingmei, don't stop. Ah, don't bite." If the empress ever got wind of this little speech of his, one could only wonder how severely she would punish him. Or perhaps worse, she would launch a city-wide manhunt for this Qingmei just to ensure the prince gave up any thought of her. When members of the Changsun household arrived to retrieve their young master, they searched desperately, but couldn't find Chang Sun-cheong anywhere. After asking Nanfeng for help locating him, Nanfeng finally found the man. His face was smeared with food residue, his hair stuck with vegetable leaves, and his body reeked of the pungent stench of vomit. Truly, it would be a miracle if his family had found him on their own. Yet, even more pitiable than him were Li Ku and Li Tai. The two had tightly clung together in an embrace, and no matter how many tried to pry them apart, nothing could separate the pair. Thus, the rumor that the Han King was enamored with the Wei King quickly spread across Chang'an. Li Cheng also heard about this later, furious enough to run all over the city searching for someone to blame, only to give up helplessly in the end. When night fell, Nanfeng brought along toothbrushes he had just made and some glass cups, entering the bridal chamber. 2 servants followed behind, carrying in a basin of water. After asking the servants to place the basin on the table, he dismissed them so they could go rest. Then, he sat down beside Lu Ruyu's bed and whispered gently, "My beautiful wife, let's quickly wash up a bit before heading off to bed." Noticing that Lu Ruyu had yet to respond, he lifted her red veil and discovered that she had already fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Lu Ruyu, sensing something unusual, quickly opened her eyes as well. Seeing Nanfeng sitting right in front of her, she immediately blushed deeply out of shyness. Nanfeng directly handed her a toothbrush. On it was a small amount of fragrant, mud-like substance. She held the toothbrush in her hand, examining it for quite a while before finally speaking. Nan, my husband, what exactly is this thing? What you're holding is a toothbrush. It's used to clean our teeth. This toothbrush, crafted by Nanfeng using pig bristles and bamboo strips, was now in Lu Riyu's hand. After personally teaching her how to brush her teeth, Nanfeng finally got the chance to fully admire her beauty. Seeing how irresistibly charming she looked, he lunged towards her like a famished dog rushing for food, completely ignoring any rules or age considerations. After all, they had officially become husband and wife today, so consummating the marriage was only natural. Nanfeng ripped open the outer layer of clothing covering her. His eyes widened in surprise. It was already well developed and perfectly sized for a delicate grasp. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, Lu Riyu woke up early. She searched the room and found a pair of scissors, cutting out and keeping a small red stain from the bedsheet. Though she had fought through the night, her face appeared even more radiant than before, wearing a very sweet smile. That bit of red carried a deep and significant meaning for her. These days of marriage had been truly delightful for Nanfeng. Every day he could sleep until sunlight warmed his back, and thanks to selling a lot of glass jewelry, his courtyard had once again become a mountain of copper coins. Plus, there was no need to attend court affairs for these few days. Chapter 90, Blueprints for Promotions. Because Nanfeng wasn't tied up with any minor troubles during these few days of his marriage, his daily schedule simply consisted of sleeping, tending to his potato sprouts, counting the money earned in the backyard, and after dinner, enjoying some exercise with his beloved wife. Life was truly blissful. Taking advantage of these free days, Nanfeng completed the blueprints for the grand mansion he planned to build on his land. This mansion would be enormous, covering over 100 acres. After handing the blueprint to his steward, he instructed him to accompany Gao Shou with a sum of silver to seek out some craftsmen, hoping to start construction as soon as possible. More than 10 days had passed, and Nanfeng now earned so much that he couldn't even count all his coins. Several huge rooms in his backyard were already piled high with coins. Even his mother-in-law ended up vomiting from counting too much. At this time, his father-in-law came over to complain, saying that he had lost his government position. He hoped Nanfeng could help him regain his former office. Nanfeng, however, shook his head furiously like a drum, as he would rather avoid the emperor as much as possible and had absolutely no desire to meet him. Helplessly, Nanfeng could only comfort him. Your Honor, that former position of yours wasn't good at all. Too much effort and worry with no recognition. Just give it up. I have just drawn several blueprints for weapons. With these, I might help you secure a post in the Ministry of War. Although it might not be as high as your previous rank, it's certainly better than doing nothing. Hearing this, Nanfeng's father-in-law nearly jumped up with joy. When he looked at the weapon blueprints Nanfeng handed him, his eyes practically widened. Just at this moment, Li Chang had someone come to summon Nanfeng for an important discussion. Nanfeng had no choice but to go, and turning to his father-in-law, he said, "The emperor wants me to go to the palace for discussion. Why don't you accompany me, Your Honor?" Li Chang's 100 riders weren't just for show. After over 10 days, Li Chang finally learned that Nanfeng's glass products were generating huge profits throughout Chang'an. Eventually, the truth couldn't be hidden. However, it wasn't a big issue. If things came to worst, he could just allow the emperor to intervene in the glassware business. Inside a pavilion in the imperial palace, Nanfeng had already arrived together with his father-in-law before the emperor and empress. Li Chang was admiring an exquisite teacup made of purple clay that he held in his hand. The tea inside exuded a fragrant aroma of roses, and after a sip, he said, "No wonder you bought so many tea plants before. It was for making this delicious and fragrant rose-scented tea. This kind of tea is incomparable to what we used to drink." The empress also praised it after taking a sip. It leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth and a slight sweetness on the tongue. Its aroma slowly fills the nose and throat, making the entire body feel incredibly relaxed and pleasant. Nanfeng, bring several carts of this tea to the palace later. Several carts. Nanfeng replied helplessly. Your Majesty, if I harvest all the tea plants in my backyard, I can barely make several jin of tea. Here and there as gifts, I have barely any stock left. How could I give you several carts of it? Smiling, the empress said, well, if not several carts, at least half a jin will do. After tasting your tea, I no longer have any interest in other kinds. I have lots of tea stored in my palace. I should have someone bring it here to roast it again. Nanfeng almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Not every tea could be roasted like this. The teas in the palace had already molded and dried out. No matter how much he roasted them, they could never emit such a fragrant aroma. At this moment, Li Chang also spoke up. Lu Sigu, I have revoked your case. You aren't angry with me, are you? Your Majesty, how could I be angry? Then what brings you here today? Don't think for a moment that I'll restore his position. I did nothing wrong. His negligence has already resulted in the theft of an important secret. I merely dismissed him from his post, which I did purely for your sake. Nanfeng's father-in-law now felt slightly embarrassed. He immediately pulled out 2 blueprints from his robe and said, Your Majesty, I recently felt inspired and drew these 2 designs for repeating crossbows. Their power in battle is tremendous. If they are adopted by the military, we will certainly be invincible in warfare. Li Chang was also intrigued and took the blueprints to examine them carefully. Immediately, he was amazed by the ingenious designs of these 2 repeating crossbows. After studying them for quite some time, he finally spoke in praise. Marvelous. Marvelous indeed. With these two designs, we'll save a great deal of trouble when attacking enemy cities. Suddenly shifting his tone, Li Cheng coldly said, "What? Do you still want to deceive me? It's already lenient enough that I haven't chijiu your mistake this time. Do you think I actually believe that you could draw such blueprints?" Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng's father-in-law grew panicked, sweat dropping heavily from his forehead. Li Cheng continued, "These two repeating crossbows, I suspect they were actually Nanfeng's doing, weren't they? Your Majesty, you truly have eyes that see through deception. In truth, I had my own motives when drawing this blueprint. I hope your Majesty could establish an army equipped with top-grade weapons and capable of rapid movement. Such an army would deliver unexpected strikes to the enemy at crucial moments. Even in battle, they could circle around behind the enemy forces and deliver fatal attacks." After listening, Li Cheng found these ideas highly convincing and treated Nanfeng to continue. Nanfeng immediately went on, "Your Majesty, for the manufacturing of these crossbows, I dare not entrust the work to just anyone. Since my father-in-law once held an official position, I also don't wish for him to remain idle all day long. Thus, I sincerely hope your Majesty could allow my father-in-law to supervise this manufacturing process." The Empress immediately understood Nanfeng's intention and smiled slightly, saying, "Only you are this clever. Now that you've spoken it out, His Majesty will surely approve." Li Cheng agreed, saying, "Very well. I shall appoint him as a Vice Minister of the Ministry of War, mainly in charge of supervising the production of these crossbows. Lu Sigu, I command you to manufacture no less than 1,000 crossbows each month." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng's father-in-law was overjoyed. He eagerly accepted the assignment. The gloom of his recent demotion vanished completely. Moments later, he was escorted out of the palace by Li Cheng. Chapter 91. Transferring the glass business. Seeing that Nanfeng's father-in-law had already left, the expressions in the eyes of Li Cheng and the Empress toward Nanfeng became terrifying. Li Cheng even angrily said, "You brat, do you really love money that much? Tell me truthfully, with these glasses, how many mountains of money have you stockpiled?" Nanfeng replied with a simple smile, "Not that many, just filled 3 or 4 rooms, maybe more than 190,000 strings of copper coins." Li Cheng couldn't believe it, and said, "What? Nearly 190,000 strings? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Absolutely sure." Nanfeng followed up, "Chang'an City has almost all the nobles and elites of our Tang Dynasty, and they have endless amounts of money, so this is not surprising at all." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng was too shocked to speak and looked at the Empress with a hinting gaze, because as the Emperor, he had to be careful with words and wanted the Empress to speak for him. The Empress had also noticed Li Cheng's glance and knew exactly what she should say. She spoke, "Nanfeng, the Imperial Palace currently only has about 1.5 million strings of copper coins stored, and our Tang Dynasty's annual income doesn't exceed 3.5 million strings of copper coins at most. But in only a few days, you've already made 190,000 strings of income. If I could have such income, how great it would be." The Empress stared straight into Nanfeng's eyes, nearly ready to point a sword at his heart, forcing him to reveal the secret of glassmaking. Her intentions were clearly visible. However, Nanfeng would not easily give in to them. Secretly, he had decided in his heart that even if he eventually had to hand over the technique of making glass, he would make sure to profit greatly from it first. At this moment, Li Cheng seemed to remember something and spoke. 19,000 strings really seem a bit too much. It's hard for me to believe, and the cost of making glass must also be quite expensive, right? Was the cost of sand really high? Nowadays, sand is practically free. If Nanfeng hadn't gained any benefits yet, he'd rather die than let go of this secret. After all, he couldn't keep running the glass business for much longer, probably no more than 4 months. By then, the people of Chang'an would surely find out that glass was made from sand, and once that happened, glass would no longer sell for such an exorbitant price and would no longer be a luxury only for nobility. A sudden realization struck Nanfeng's mind. He then said, "Your Majesty, merchants value profit most, and since I have already started this glass business, I might as well be considered a half merchant myself. I have many ideas I want to share with you. If you could truly implement these ideas, I dare to promise that the Tang Dynasty will prosper very soon." "Is that so? Quickly tell me." Emperor Li Cheng was highly interested in what Nanfeng was about to say, and he sat upright, ready to listen carefully. At this moment, his behavior was nearly identical to when he listened to the story about Princess Li Ji and son Wukong. Nanfeng calmly took a sip of water and said unhurriedly, "Let's not rush to discuss those ideas first. Let me talk about this glass issue. I can teach you the entire process of glassmaking, but first, your Majesty must promise to give me 30% of the profit from it. If you agree, after I return home, I will immediately shut down my glass furnace and hand everything over to you." Upon hearing this, the Emperor and Empress thought this was very reasonable and asked, "Young brother Nanfeng, are you saying you want to hand over the entire glass business to us?" Nanfeng nodded. He was forced into this situation unwillingly. After all, Li Cheng was the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty, naturally, the richest man in the country. He himself could be the second richest at best. Becoming the wealthiest person in the kingdom could lead to disastrous consequences. The imperial family of the Tang Dynasty was not much different from bandits who occupied mountains. They simply didn't have to hide from officials like mountain bandits did. Seeing that Nanfeng agreed, Li Cheng was extremely happy and said excitedly, "It was truly worth my giving you so much attention. Your awareness and consideration please me greatly. Young brother Nanfeng, you don't have to worry either. I've noticed how compatible you and Princess Li Ji were at the banquet that night. Let me promise you here in advance, when Princess Li Ji grows up, She will only be married to you and no one else. Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Nanfeng was also deeply thrilled. He hadn't expected that Li Cheng would actually agree to marry Princess Li Ji to him. After all, Princess Li Ji was incredibly beautiful and intelligent. How could Nanfeng possibly not be fond of her? But that was only a small part of it. Nanfeng's true intention was to use Li Cheng's authority to shut down the Wu people's business of selling low-quality glass at high prices. Once Li Cheng controlled the glass industry, he would surely go all out to deal with those Wu merchants. With a faint smile, Nanfeng continued, "Then we have a deal. The cost of making glass is actually extremely low. The raw materials needed are simply things that can be found by the handful in the Yellow River." "What exactly are they?" Li Cheng asked curiously. "It's sand." "What? Are you joking with me?" "You heard correctly. The raw material is just sand. If you spend one string of copper coins to buy the materials, you can gain over 1,000 times the profit. Therefore, its production cost is indeed extremely cheap." Heavens! The Empress opened her mouth in shock, and Li Cheng's reaction was no different. Afraid that Li Cheng might mistake him for profiting from the blood and sweat of ordinary people, Nanfeng quickly added, "Your Majesty, commoners cannot even afford our glass at all. Only the nobles and the wealthy scramble to buy them. They have so much money that they don't know what to do with it. Thus, making a bit of profit from them is completely harmless." Li Cheng nodded and said, "Such ordinary sand can be transformed into such beautiful glass. That truly exceeds my imagination." This completely overturned his previous belief. He had always thought only high-quality goods could produce equally valuable results, but glass defied that rule. "Your Majesty, I'll send over my craftsman after I return home. You can let him teach others and expand production scale. Cough cough. Don't forget our agreement, 30% of the profit." The Empress looked at him disdainfully and said, "You're obsessed with money. When have we ever shortchanged you?" Chapter 92, The Great Money Revolution. Li Cheng slightly furrowed his brows and said, "In recent years, our Tang Dynasty's income has been far too low. With the glass business you've provided, we can finally make a good profit off the nobles and increase our country's revenue." It seemed the Emperor and Empress were quite displeased with the wealthy class, but what they didn't realize was that they themselves were the ones who could make money effortlessly. Nanfeng had already handed over the entire glass business to Li Cheng, granting them full authority to manage it. He, on the other hand, would still receive 30% of the profits without lifting a finger. Most importantly, if people eventually discovered that these glass items were made from sand, it would surely anger the nobility, and he could simply use Li Cheng as a scapegoat. How wonderful indeed. After Li Cheng learned the details about the glass matter, he continued, "Brother Nanfeng, you mentioned earlier that you still had some good ideas. Please share them quickly." Upon hearing that, Nanfeng slowly spoke up. "My proposal is also related to money. I call it the Great Money Revolution. What I'm about to say may sound very simple to you now, but in practice, it will be extremely difficult." Both Li Cheng and the Empress wore puzzled expressions, not quite understanding what Nanfeng was referring to. Seeing their confusion, Nanfeng calmly explained, "Let me give you an example. Suppose a merchant from Chang'an wants to travel far away to Yangzhou to buy salt and then resell it. Given the long distance, it would take at least over 40 days for him to bring back the salt. During these more than 40 days, his caravan would have already spent quite a bit of money. Since merchants are driven by profit, how would they ever do something that causes loss? They have no choice but to raise the selling price, which is why salt is so expensive. If we could establish a bank in both Yangzhou and Chang'an, merchants could exchange silver for banknotes at the bank, and then just take the notes directly to Yangzhou. Since they wouldn't have to carry so much heavy money, they could travel the entire way much faster and arrive at Yangzhou quickly. Once there, they could simply use the banknotes to complete the transaction. This method saves them from the trouble of transporting large amounts of money, and all they need to do upon returning is carry back the salt. With the bank, the time required for transactions could be reduced by at least half, cutting related expenses significantly. Naturally, the price of salt could be lowered as well. Plus, carrying banknotes is much safer and more convenient compared to hauling wagon loads of coins. After hearing Nanfeng's explanation, Li Cheng and the Empress both widened their eyes and stared at Nanfeng, frozen as if hit by a spell. Their minds were shaken to the core by Nanfeng's concept of the Great Money Revolution. Remaining completely calm, Nanfeng leisurely sipped the rose tea he had brewed himself. It wasn't until quite a while later that Li Cheng finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! This truly can greatly reduce the losses incurred during long journeys." The Empress praised him directly. "Nanfeng, your idea forces me to look at you with new eyes." Remaining calm and composed, Nanfeng thought to himself that this so-called bank was essentially the same as a modern bank. There were countless ways such an institution could make money. Congratulations on proposing the idea of a bank, which will significantly enhance the financial and commercial systems of the Tang Dynasty. You are hereby specially rewarded with 6 million contribution points. May you never forget your original aspirations and continue to move forward. This reward greatly surprised Nanfeng. He hadn't expected that a casual suggestion would result in a system reward. "Father Emperor, Mother Empress, I'm here." Princess Li Ji once again ran into her mother's arms, though her gaze was fixed on Nanfeng, and it was an angry gaze. Nanfeng also noticed that Li Ji's look was somehow strange. He reflected upon himself, but couldn't recall doing anything to upset her. The Empress also noticed the way Princess Li Ji was looking at Nanfeng, clearly with anger, and thus asked, "My dear daughter, did this annoying boy Nanfeng provoke you again?" The princess turned her head and replied indignantly, "He promised me he would give me a transparent little cat, but so much time has passed, and clearly he hasn't taken this promise seriously at all. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng immediately realized where he had gone wrong and quickly made up an excuse. Cough cough. Princess Li Ji, I originally intended to give it to you already, but I thought the transparent little cat was too small. Now I'm making a new one as big as a real cat to give to you. I'm not ignoring your request at all. At that moment, Li Cheng was still deep in thought about the money shop Nanfeng had just proposed, so absorbed that he didn't even notice his beloved daughter coming to his side. Hearing Nanfeng's explanation, Princess Li Ji's face immediately lit up with a smile, and she joyfully said, "You're sure you're not lying to me? It's really going to be as big as a real cat." Of course, I would never lie to you. As Nanfeng kept talking nonsense, the Empress couldn't hold back and began to expose him, saying, "That's still not lying? You really know how to deceive a girl. You even dare to lie to my beloved daughter right in front of me." Then, the Empress turned to Princess Li Ji and said, "My dear daughter, you can't just easily believe what Nanfeng says. He's a cunning one. If you trust him too much, you might be sold by him and still help him count the money." After hearing what her mother had said, Princess Li Ji looked at Nanfeng as though he were a big bad wolf. Seeing this, Nanfeng's heart was filled with bitterness. The Empress was just too ruthless. He had just offered her an excellent suggestion, and she turned around and stabbed him in the back. It was possible that from now on, Princess Li Ji wouldn't believe him so easily in anything she did. At that moment, Li Cheng finally understood the matter of the money shop. He furrowed his brows and said, "Indeed, what you've said sounds simple, but in reality it will be extremely difficult. It will be very hard for the people of the Tang Dynasty to accept this money shop. Perhaps this proposal won't be fully realized for several years yet. I will wait until the next court session to propose it again, and let everyone discuss it together." Chapter 93. The Intelligent and Beautiful Princess Li Ji. Nanfeng nodded and said, "I also understand that this matter is not so simple. It will take quite some time to fully carry out this plan. And right now your majesty also desires to achieve the peaceful and prosperous era of the Jingguan period, which will surely involve implementing many major reforms. There are still some things I feel I must say. If money shops come into existence, the cost of transporting salt will be significantly reduced by at least around 30%. Thus, your majesty could collect more taxes from them. As for the money shops, they could charge an additional fee for safekeeping whenever merchants deposit silver. Merchants value profit above all else. As long as there is still profit to be made, they will certainly do it. As more and more merchants engage in trade, the more taxes your majesty will be able to collect. This could become the main source of revenue for the Tang Dynasty in the future. The low status of merchants in Tang is inappropriate, your majesty. You can imagine, if all the merchants in the Tang Dynasty disappeared, what would the situation be like? If we simply rely on collecting taxes from farmers to strengthen our nation, that would be impossible. Therefore, I believe our Tang Dynasty should change this outdated custom of merchants being held in low esteem. Moreover, we should even encourage more people to become merchants." Li Chen simply couldn't understand. He said with a confused look, "Encourage people to become merchants? The total amount of money in our entire Tang Dynasty is fixed. If the number of merchants increases, won't they take all the money for themselves? If that's the case, how can ordinary people in our Tang Dynasty survive?" Nanfeng felt that discussing this with Li Cheng was too troublesome. He was already unwilling to continue the conversation further. He was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, so why did he seem like a fool whenever the subject of commerce came up? "Your Majesty, I just remembered that I have an urgent matter waiting for me to deal with. Perhaps we should stop here for today. I must return." Li Cheng slightly frowned and said, "You want to leave before explaining this clearly? You cannot leave until you have made yourself clear today." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng wore a helpless expression. He had no choice but to take out several gold nuggets from his pocket to demonstrate to Li Cheng. The Empress and Princess Li Ji also came closer to see what Nanfeng was about to do, because they didn't understand any of what Nanfeng had described and were thus very interested. Nanfeng also ordered the servants to bring some white paper, on which he wrote the words "silver bill." He then explained with a serious face, "Your Majesty, these 2 gold fragments represent the money of merchant number 1. This fragment represents the money of merchant number 2, and the other represents the money of commoners. Commoners earn money by farming. They use this money to buy goods from the merchants, so the merchants will gradually earn more money. If your Majesty establishes a money shop, then to prevent their money from sitting idle and unused in their homes, merchants will certainly deposit these coins into the money shop for safekeeping, allowing us to guard their money. We would only need to issue paper silver bills to them for withdrawals. For large transactions, we could set a rule that such deals must be made using silver bills. In that case, most merchants would hand over their money to the money shop for safekeeping. These funds can then be placed in the national treasury. When needed, we can also use this money. Doing so, we would no longer fear the treasury running empty." The Empress also slightly frowned and asked, "What if these merchants unite and decide to withdraw all their money at once, just when we've already used most of it for the development of our Tang Dynasty and cannot come up with that much cash? How should we deal with that situation then?" Nanfeng gave a slightly sly smile and said, "If they do that, they are betraying the Tang Dynasty. Confiscating all their money would be a very good thing." Li Cheng and the Empress remained clueless, not understanding why that would constitute betrayal. Seeing this, Nanfeng continued, "Imagine that a single money shop can safeguard money for hundreds, even thousands of merchants. Occasionally, when only a few merchants come to withdraw their money, it would hardly affect the stability of our money shop. However, if all these merchants simultaneously tried to withdraw their money, it would impact the stability of the entire Tang Dynasty. Isn't such an act tantamount to betraying our Tang Dynasty? If they dare to do such a thing, Instead of sentencing them to death, we would merely confiscate all their deposits. That is already a very merciful approach. Li Cheng still only half understood, and the Empress also doubted whether such a plan would work. Princess Li Ji suddenly exclaimed with realization, "Mother, father, I understand now. What Nanfeng Gij wants to say is, if so many merchants entrust their money to us for safekeeping, they would never take it all back at the same time. So your worries are unnecessary. When these merchants deposit money into the money shop, our national treasury also becomes prosperous. Then we can purchase crops from the commoners, making the people wealthy, and then those commoners can afford to buy goods from the merchants again. The merchants will then have money to deposit into our money shop once more. This is essentially a closed cycle." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng and the Empress exchanged expressions of sudden realization and shock. They hadn't understood anything at first, yet Princess Li Ji comprehended it so clearly, even explaining it in simpler language for them. Seeing how intelligent his future wife was, Nanfeng couldn't help feeling delighted. After all, it would be good to have someone like her to take care of household matters in the future. Shortly afterward, Li Cheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Heaven and earth are vast, and wealth is limitless. No matter how much I earn, it's still only a small portion. Even if I tried to seize all of it, I could never gather all the riches available." Correct. If Li Cheng could maintain such a broad mindset, the Tang Dynasty would surely flourish. Congratulations on delivering an ideological education session for Li Cheng. Your explanation will play an extremely significant role in the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. As a reward, you have received 1,200,000 contribution points. Please continue to stay true to your original aspirations and keep moving forward. Good heavens, did he receive a reward just for this? He had almost no gold coins left after purchasing the crossbow design a few days ago. But now, after doing a variety of odd tasks and receiving these rewards, he had over 10,000 gold coins again. Nanfeng said respectfully, "Congratulations to the Emperor for now understanding the secret to a prosperous Tang Dynasty. Today's discussion will end here. I must hurry back to deal with an urgent matter." Chapter 94. Is Li Yuanyuan sick? Seeing Nanfeng so eager to leave, Li Cheng was very unhappy and said, "Are you really that afraid of me? I still need to discuss an important matter with you before I can let you go." Nanfeng despised his words. What else could be so important? Most likely, it was about the failure of Liang Shidu or some other trivial matter. Nanfeng only wanted to leave the palace as soon as possible, as he had completely avoided mentioning the matter of becoming the chief martial arts instructor. He wanted to escape quickly before Li Cheng brought it up, though he knew he couldn't evade it forever. Li Cheng then continued, "It's still early today. I've already told you it's a crucial matter. You are just a Yuchi officer. What kind of urgent matter could possibly be more pressing than mine? Besides, can't the servants take care of household matters? Must you do everything yourself?" After speaking angrily, Li Cheng directly threw a memorial document toward Nanfeng, coldly saying, "This petition was received several days ago. Take a look at it first, and then give me your opinion." Reluctantly, Nanfeng began reading. As he read on, his expression gradually turned serious. This was not about the rebellion of Shilit, Jieli, but instead about Wang Fengong. The report said that Wang Fengong hadn't paid a court visit in a long time, suggesting he might have thoughts of rebellion. It urged the emperor to handle the situation swiftly. Li Cheng also frowned as he said, "Almost every general in the court has suggested sending troops to attack Fengong directly. Otherwise, once he revolts, it will be much harder to deal with." Even so, some still think that this approach is inappropriate. They believe the right way is to first send people to investigate the truth. "Nanfeng, what's your opinion on this?" Smiling slightly, Nanfeng replied, "Although I personally detest Wei Zheng, many times he does make valid suggestions. My opinion aligns with his. First, send people to investigate the situation and decide our next step after confirmation. If he truly rebels and refuses to submit, then we have no choice but to wage war against him until he is utterly crushed." At this moment, the Empress seemed to deliberately oppose Nanfeng. Upon hearing his uncivilized language, she immediately spoke up, criticizing him. "Nanfeng, you are a Yuchi officer. Couldn't you speak in a more civilized manner?" Upon hearing this, Princess Lizzie couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Li Cheng said, "Fine, then I shall follow your suggestion. I will send people to investigate Wang Fengong tomorrow. If he indeed has rebelled or dared to show disrespect to my envoy, then he must be taught a painful lesson. By the way, Nanfeng Jr., why are you in such a hurry to leave? Could it be that you are hiding something?" Nanfeng's heart raced in panic, but he could only pretend to be calm as he replied, How could that be possible? Am I the kind of person who runs away from responsibilities?" Li Cheng immediately shouted angrily, "Didn't I appoint you as the chief martial arts instructor a few days ago? How dare you deny that you're evading duties? I don't care about your excuses. Unless you train a capable army for me, just wait and see what punishment I will give you. It's already been so long. No more delays. You must start your post tomorrow. Oh, by the way, one more thing, I almost forgot. Weren't you saying you could make people soar into the sky within a few months? How is that progressing? A few other experts and I have placed bets on it. I bet 1,000 strings of coins on you being able to achieve this. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise, if I lose, you're going to have to pay me back." Nanfeng replied helplessly, not yet fully prepared. "I think it may need about another 30 days. 30 days from now, I will definitely show you the experiment of flying into the sky. Even taking you up with me might be possible." Upon hearing these words, both Li Cheng and the Empress immediately flew into a rage. To them, flying into the sky meant death. They both grabbed Nanfeng and scolded him fiercely. Fortunately, Princess Lizzie stepped in to defend him, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Pouting her cheeks, Princess Lizzie said, Nanfeng brother, come on, how will you thank me this time? How about another large, transparent little kitten? Smiling handsomely, Nanfeng replied, Dear Lizzie, my estate is full of these things. If you really like them, you can come visit me anytime. Any transparent little kittens, bunnies, or other cute little creatures you want, you can just take them all. Hee fine. Having said that, Lizzie eagerly looked at Li Cheng and the Empress, hoping they would agree. However, the Empress simply shot her a glare and didn't say anything further, while Li Cheng affectionately nodded in approval. The Empress was at a complete loss, so Li Cheng finally spoke up. Empress, I've been extremely busy lately and haven't had the time to properly accompany Lizzie. You've also been occupied in the palace. Since Lizzie wants to go out and play, why not assign several attendants to go with her? They can accompany her and show her around. Upon hearing his words, the Empress nodded in agreement and immediately rose to make the necessary arrangements. It was actually a good idea for Princess Lizzie to go out and relax. Besides, with Nanfeng around, she didn't need to worry about her beloved daughter's safety. Nanfeng grinned as he said, Your Majesty, Your Highness, aren't you afraid I might take your treasured pearl home and refuse to bring her back? Li Cheng was very frustrated, assuming Nanfeng was just showing off. He stepped forward and left a clear footprint on Nanfeng's backside before speaking. She'll eventually be married to you anyway. Aren't you just making things awkward for yourself by saying such things? Hearing this, Nanfeng became somewhat embarrassed. Princess Lizzie was the daughter of both the Empress and the Emperor, while Princess Yuan was the daughter of the Emperor and one of his concubines. Although they were both princesses, there was an enormous difference in their status. At this moment, inside Princess Yuan's residence, the princess was writing something. The words were actually Nanfeng's poem composed on the Mid-Autumn Festival. At the Fengxiang Terrace, the jade flute breaks the beauty's breeze. Truly sincere and excellent. Who is this beauty mentioned here? Yuan was leaning on her elbows on the table, lost in thought. Soon, her face turned red. Her personal maid was standing beside her, observing this scene. Seeing the princess like this, the maid chuckled and said, Princess Yuan, you're sick. Chapter 95, When will my beloved come? Hearing from her personal maid that she was sick, Princess Yuan frowned and curiously asked, I don't feel unwell at all. Why do you say I'm sick? Still dare to claim you're not sick? Aren't you longing for Nanfeng? This is lovesickness. Oh you, how dare you tease me? Just wait until I spank you. No. Princess Yuan, please have mercy. I can tell you some good news, though. Your future husband should still be in the palace right now. Do you want to go out for a walk and see if you can bump into him? Is that message reliable? Yuan immediately stood up, her expression extremely excited. Yet, as if recalling something, she soon sighed in disappointment. Forget it. It's so far from here. By the time I reach him, he'll probably have already left. After speaking, she felt a little disheartened. Unexpectedly, however, the image of the moment Nanfeng kissed her forcefully popped into her mind, causing her to blush furiously again. Seeing that Princess Yuan wasn't heading to look for Nanfeng, Xiaotao, her personal maid, muttered, You're such a coward. Watch me. Then, she hurriedly ran off without explaining her intentions. Xiaotao returned to her room, imitated Princess Yuan's handwriting with her brush, wrote a letter to Nanfeng, and then rushed toward him in a great hurry. Nanfeng, who had just arrived at the palace gate, was stopped by Xiaotao. Out of breath and sweating from running, Xiaotao handed him a letter nervously. Master Nanfeng, this is a letter from Princess Yuan for you. Nanfeng accepted the letter and smiled. All right, I'll read it later. Go wipe off your sweat and return quickly. Don't catch a cold. Upon hearing this, Xiaotao shyly turned around and hurried away in a flash. Nanfeng opened the envelope and started reading. The words on the paper were uneven and immediately recognizable as Xiaotao's handwriting rather than the princess's. What a careless liar. The message read, Missing you every day yet never seeing you. When will my beloved come? At this sight, Nanfeng could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Princess Lizzie, sitting on the carriage behind him, was very curious about his cheerful mood. She asked, Nanfeng, why are you laughing so happily? Also, what did that maid come here for? Nanfeng dared not reveal the truth, so he made up something. Ahem, it's really nothing. I'm just happy because I brought you back home, so I laughed a bit louder. Princess Lizzie was suspicious. You must be lying. Hurry and get on the carriage. Continue the story of Sun Wukong from last time. Yes. Whatever my lady says goes. Upon hearing that, Princess Lizzie turned bright red and blushed shyly. You naughty boy. Seeing that Nanfeng had been gone for quite a while and had brought a young girl back, Lu Ryu was greatly surprised and asked, Husband, did you seduce a young lady just during the short time you were out? Princess Lizzie was slightly annoyed and pouted. Who are you calling a young lady? I am the beloved daughter of the emperor, and my father also declared that I will be betrothed to Nanfeng eventually. I will be Nanfeng's first wife. Seeing Princess Lizzie's comically cute expression, even gentle and graceful Ryu couldn't help but smile, politely greeting her with, Ryu salutes the princess. Tong raised her little head to observe this older sister who was slightly taller than herself, naively asking, So you are my uncle's main wife? Upon hearing Tong's words, Princess Lizzie immediately blushed deeply, lowering her head while fidgeting with the hem of her dress and softly saying, Well, not yet actually, because your uncle hasn't married me yet. But in a few years, I definitely will be. Young lady, how should I address you? Just call me Tong. I also know that the emperor has another princess who will marry my uncle, and she apparently will be coming here very soon. Are you her? Tong Tong curiously examined Princess Lizzie by turning her head left and right. Seeing Tong Tong's innocent look, Nanfeng couldn't help but smile, while Lu Ruyu tried hard to suppress her own laughter. Princess Lizzie was also somewhat embarrassed and said, "Oh no? The princess arriving soon is actually my older sister. My goodness. Will Nanfeng actually marry two princesses? Is that even allowed?" No one knew how to respond, so they all remained silent. Soon, they arrived at the basement Nanfeng had dug out, filled with all sorts of strange glass-made items. Nanfeng directly grabbed from a shelf a transparent little kitten and a winged one, handing them both to Princess Lizzie to hold. Seeing this, Tong Tong was clearly unhappy, grabbing the hem of Nanfeng's robe and bursting into loud tears. Upon seeing this, Princess Lizzie reluctantly handed the winged kitten to Tong Tong, trying to soothe her. "Tong Tong, don't cry, okay? I'll give you this flying one. Don't cry, don't cry." Tong Tong quickly hugged the flying kitten tightly, but every few seconds, her tear-stained big eyes glanced again at the transparent kitten Lizzie was holding. In truth, both kittens had originally been specially made by Nanfeng for Lizzie herself. There was no way she would be happy about giving them away. Nanfeng had no choice but to comfort Tong Tong. "Tong Tong, it's all right. One day when I have time, I'll make you an entire room full of little winged kittens, okay? Just give this one to your elder sister for now. I'll make you an even bigger one next time. One big enough for you to ride on." "Okay, promise," she agreed. Then, Tong Tong handed the winged kitten in her arms to Princess Lizzie, who quickly took it, wearing a sweet smile as she hugged it. The small glass animals in Nanfeng's basement were quite valuable, at least for now. But this was only temporary. In about 3 months' time, they would likely be treated like junk. Nanfeng was even considering secretly taking all the glass animals to sell them. Dinner time soon arrived, and faced with the delicious dishes on the table, Princess Lizzie ate so much that her belly swelled, leaving her too full to even walk. With a helpless expression on his face, Nanfeng could only call over 2 maids to give her a stomach-soothing massage. Chapter 96, An Exceptional Medical Prescription. Although Princess Lizzie had already eaten until she was full, her eyes still lingered on a particular dish on the table, a dessert called red date milk cake. This delicacy was specially prepared for Madame Lu Ruyu and Tong Tong, and Princess Lizzie, unfortunately, was not allowed to eat it. Nanfeng noticed that Princess Lizzie was attempting to sneak a piece of the red date milk cake, so he immediately called out, "No mischievous behavior. Because you suffer from asthma, you must not eat anything too sweet. Behave yourself, understand?" At once, Princess Lizzie looked pitifully up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. If she were to consume sweet food, her asthma might flare up again. Nanfeng couldn't bear to see his delicate little wife suffer, perhaps even taken by death. But the princess still wasn't willing to give up. A sudden idea sparked in her head, and she moved over to Nanfeng, gently rubbing her face against his arm as she coquettishly asked, "Brother Nanfeng, the food at your home is just too delicious. My parents have definitely never tasted such amazing dishes. Could you make another serving exactly like this, so I can bring it back for them?" "No," Nanfeng refused flatly. However, Princess Lizzie would never give up so easily. She blushed prettily as she began massaging his shoulders, saying, "Nanfeng Gogo, my beloved husband, please do me this favor, won't you?" Hearing this, Madame Lu Ruyu burst out laughing uncontrollably. However, Nanfeng was visibly enjoying the attention and finally relented. All right. I'll instruct the chef to prepare it for you right away so you can bring it back for your parents. But don't forget to send some to your Yuan older sister, okay? I'll definitely remember what you said." Nanfeng gestured for Princess Lizzie to stop, then summoned someone to bring him paper and a brush pen. He immediately began writing swiftly. What he recorded was none other than a medicinal formula that could cure asthma. He handed this prescription to the princess's servant, instructing her, "Take this prescription back to Her Majesty the Queen. Along with the food you're bringing back, there will be a dish called red date milk cake. Remember, under no circumstances should Princess Lizzie be allowed to eat even a bite. If she does, I will ensure you never see the sunrise again." At once, the princess's joy vanished, and although she looked like she wanted to cry, she couldn't even manage that. What a cruel tease. It was already nearing dusk, and Princess Lizzie was extremely reluctant to leave, but she was dragged back anyway. Li Cheng picked up a crispy fried chicken leg, chewing while speaking in a muffled tone. God, the Imperial Palace's rare delicacies can't even compare to ordinary food at Nanfeng's house. "Here, Her Majesty the Queen, try this. It's simply unmatched." The Queen had also examined the prescription that Nanfeng handed to her. Since she couldn't make much sense of it, she gave it to the palace imperial physician to review. She then pushed the red date milk cake toward Li Cheng, sighing in resignation. "Your Majesty, you may eat this entire dish. Her Highness and I cannot consume anything too sweet." Though she longed to taste it herself, she knew she had to restrain her desire, otherwise the discomfort would return far worse. Princess Lizzie was equally displeased. She had originally thought that once she brought all this delicacy back, she would at least be able to taste a bit of the red date milk cake, but in the end, she could only look. She couldn't even try it. With nothing better to do, she sulked off to find her second and third sisters to play, mainly to show off the 2 little kittens she brought back. The imperial physician stumbled excitedly to the queen's side, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, who gave you this prescription?" Frowning slightly, the queen asked, "Not from any great master. Actually, it was given to me by Nanfeng, the young captain of the Yuqi guards." "Why? What's the matter?" "Your Majesty, this is a truly exceptional prescription. It is absolutely brilliant, absolutely. This prescription is guaranteed to completely cure your asthma. Though each ingredient alone might harm the body, when combined in pairs, they create a formula capable of curing your condition entirely. This Nanfeng young man truly deserves to be called a divine physician. The physician was practically dancing in excitement, his usual reserved and detached demeanor completely gone. If the queen hadn't been standing right there, he probably would have run straight to Nanfeng's home. If he could, he would even consider cracking open Nanfeng's head to see how he could have come up with such an extraordinary formula. Hearing this, the emperor immediately leapt to his feet, shouting eagerly, "Really? There truly exists a prescription that can cure the queen's asthma." The queen was equally excited and breathless. Her asthma had tormented her for a long time, often causing unbearable distress. The imperial physician confirmed firmly, "Absolutely. With this prescription, Her Majesty's asthma can be completely cured." Li Cheng said blankly, "This Nanfeng truly is a miracle worker. There's just too much he knows." The queen was already shedding tears of joy as she spoke. "Your Majesty, I'm just so thrilled. Our exceptional son-in-law must not be treated lightly. Congratulations on creating a prescription that can cure asthma. This will heal both the queen and the princess, make great contributions to the medical field, and reward you with 600,000 points. We hope you stay true to your original aspirations and keep moving forward." Nanfeng had no idea that his simple prescription would trigger a system reward. Overjoyed, he rushed to check his current funds. He was shocked to discover he now had 12,000 gold coins. He still needed to buy a flying vehicle blueprint, so he gritted his teeth and immediately spent 7,999 to purchase the Vermilion Bird flying vehicle blueprint. By candlelight, he sat by the bedside, carefully studying it. Lu Ruyu, however, wasn't interested in such things. She changed into a semi-transparent silk robe and deliberately teased Nanfeng from beside him. When she noticed he still showed no reaction, she directly moved into his arms, biting her lips slightly as she asked, "My husband, is this blueprint really more fascinating than me? It's already so late. Why aren't you coming to bed with me yet?" With that, Lu Ruyu grabbed the blueprint and tossed it onto the bed. "Oh my, I got so caught up in studying that I completely lost track of time. My dear, let's go to bed together." So saying, he scooped up Lu Ruyu in his arms and strode directly toward the bed. The night had been filled with mutual affection and endless passion, but Nanfeng still needed to rise early the next morning. He carefully drew out each part of the Vermilion Bird flying vehicle, marked their dimensions accordingly, then sent someone to have them custom-made based on these blueprints. Chapter 97. Send the young master for training. The Yue army had long been stationed outside Manhwa Gate of Chang'an. In the Tang Dynasty, troops rotated in service every year, and every 2 months the rotation occurred once again. Together, the Zhuowei and Yue armies totaled around 80,000 soldiers. After Li Cheng had ascended to power, he had vigorously reformed the military recruitment system. Now, the Tang Dynasty had more than 1,000,000 soldiers under its command, and among them, the left and right guards were the most elite. Li Cheng also specifically established the 6 battalions, whose command was given directly to the crown prince. After sorting out the matters with the blueprints, Nanfeng hurried to the Yue army camp. When he arrived at the camp, he was simply dumbfounded. It was still early in the morning. The sun had barely risen, but someone had already arrived ahead of schedule. Upon a closer look, General Yuqi had brought along his dark-complexioned son, Fang Xianling, Changsun Wuji, Li Xiaogong. They had all brought their sons to the camp. Not only that, the emperor himself had brought along the crown prince as well. A whole group of people stood there, staring at Nanfeng as he approached. Li Cheng smiled and said, "Brother Nanfeng, you made us wait quite a bit. Being too indulged in gentle pleasures is not a good thing. You should thank me for pulling you out. Otherwise, you would still be lying in bed by now, wasting your days without doing anything productive." At the emperor's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Nanfeng, however, remained completely unfazed and replied calmly, "Your Majesty, what are you trying to accomplish? I'm only here to take up the position of head instructor. You have made such a big show, nearly startling me out of my senses. I even thought I was going to charge into battle." At this, both Li Cheng and the other ministers merely smiled without saying a word. Even the crown prince didn't understand why Li Cheng had brought him here. If he had known what he was coming for beforehand, chances are they would have had to tie him up just to bring him along. The crown prince smiled slightly and said, "Brother Nan, it's already well past sunrise, yet you are just arriving now. Do you know how long we've all been waiting?" Nanfeng thought for a moment and figured out what the group was plotting. Smiling slyly, he replied, "Your Highness, I am the head instructor, and today I've come here to arrange troops and conduct drills. Since you've come here already, are you daring to speak to me like this? Are you not afraid I will discipline you?" Though puzzled, the crown prince's question soon found an answer when Li Cheng explained, "Last night, I suddenly decided to have you all bring your sons here. They will now join Nanfeng's training army and receive thorough discipline from him, so that they may grow into capable individuals." At Li Cheng's words, the crown prince was stunned. With no choice, he could only smile in resignation and brace for the storm ahead. Only now did he truly understand what Nanfeng's sly words had implied. All the young masters were already sweating from fear. Although a few had never personally interacted with Nanfeng, they had all at least heard of his notorious reputation, and the mere thought almost made them wet themselves. Nanfeng, meanwhile, spoke cheerfully and brightly, "Your Majesty, please don't worry. Within less than a year, I will turn the crown prince and these young gentlemen into capable talents. I will let my title of head instructor shine and do my humble part for the prosperity of the great Tang." Upon hearing that, the group of noble youths became even more terrified, with large beads of sweat continuously rolling down their foreheads. Li Cheng glanced at this group of young masters, and then spoke decisively. Nan Feng, hear my command. As head instructor, you possess special authority. No matter who someone is, before your eyes they are just an ordinary soldier. In your army, even the son of heaven is no different from a common man. Don't hold back on account of anyone. I want you to train these young masters hard. As long as they are alive, drag them into training. At that point, the entire group of rich young men had turned completely pale. One push, and they might have collapsed. Fang Yai even turned to Chang Sun Chong and said, Brother Chong, our good days are over. Another young noble, trembling in fear, whispered, Wah, I regret it already. Yesterday I should have sneaked out and had one last fling with my little sweetheart. Now it's too late, and I don't even know whether I'll make it back home alive. Bang! Li Xiaogong had overheard his son's words and couldn't help but kick him hard in the backside. He glared at him harshly, then turned to Nan Feng and said, Brother Nan Feng, during training, you must make this little rascal work extra hard. Even if he dies from training, it's fine. There's still another son at home, so my family won't be without descendants. You heard that right. Li Xiaogong had given the young troublemaker a younger brother, who would likely be born in about 6 months. Li Cheng spoke up. Brother Nan Feng, the prescription you gave the Empress last night made her extremely excited. Once her asthma is truly cured, I will certainly reward you handsomely. For now, these young lords are placed under your command. Ministers, let us return to the Taiji Hall first to discuss some urgent matters. Du Ruhui was also furious. He gave his second son a big footprint on his backside, then walked to Nan Feng and said, Brother Nan Feng, I leave this worthless son of mine in your hands. Please train him harshly. He enjoys womanizing so much that his body is nearly ruined. If after your training he still looks the same pitiful way, you won't be able to account to the emperor. Nan Feng patted his own chest confidently and replied, Just leave it to me. After the emperor and all the ministers had left, Nan Feng mounted his horse and looked at this group of young lords, then said, Ahem, from now on, who is the biggest boss here? Of course it's you. You're our big brother. Your humble junior greets you. I hope you'll be kind to me in the future and not make me suffer too much. Upon hearing these words, Yuchi Jingda's dark-complexioned son scoffed contemptuously. So useless. Why are you so afraid of Nan Feng? Is he a devil or something? As soon as someone spoke up like this, under the leadership of the crown prince, the group of young lords all cast sympathetic glances at Yuchi Baolin, then spoke in unison. Big brother, just give the order. Since this black fellow looked down on you like this, how can we not teach him a good lesson? At this moment, Yuchi Baolin finally sensed the horror of the situation. However, under his father's influence, he had an extremely stubborn personality and absolutely refused to yield. His father had even said that no matter what happened, he must never submit to Nan Feng, or else he would face endless suffering afterward. Therefore, up to this point, Yuchi Baolin still refused to admit fault, maintaining a demeanor of a scholar who could be killed but not humiliated, holding his dark head high defiantly. Chapter 98. Training begins. Who dares to make a loud noise in the camp? A soldier riding a fine horse emerged from the camp. Judging by his appearance, he was no more than 20 years old. Scanning the crowd with his eyes, the soldier's expression slightly changed as he quickly said, Chai Zawei pays respect to the crown prince. The crown prince nodded briefly, then turned his gaze toward Nan Feng. His current status was merely that of an ordinary person. After all, his father the emperor had already spoken. Every young noble here was no different from commoners and must obey Nan Feng's orders. Seeing the crown prince's gaze fixed on someone he didn't recognize, Chai Zawei slightly furrowed his brow and coldly asked, Who is this person? When Chai Zawei showed disrespect toward Nan Feng, the crown prince quickly stepped forward to stop him. Zawei, don't be rude. He is Lieutenant Nan Feng of Yuchi Regiment. Upon hearing this, Chai Zawei's eyes immediately showed disdain as he lazily replied, Oh, so you are the famous Nan Feng. Long heard of your reputation. I am Chai Zawei of the Right Martial Guard. Saying this, he carefully glanced at everyone present. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, for all the young men here held noble status. Frowning with confusion, he asked, What brings all of you to this camp? Hearing this, the crown prince replied, It was my father's command. We are here for training and will likely stay here for a year. Chai Zawei continued, But shouldn't the Yuchi lieutenant be from the left martial guard? Why have you come over for training? Nan Feng gently patted the mane of his red hair horse, then reached into his chest and pulled out an appointment letter, tossing it directly at Chai Zawei. He then said, I belong to both left and right guards. Today I have come to assume office. Go give this appointment letter to General Chai. General Chai's name was Chai Xiao. His eldest son was Chai Zawei. The second son in their family was Chai Lingguo. From Nan Feng's knowledge, that one would later conspire with Feng Yai in rebellion, which would end in failure, costing him a tragic end. After glancing at Nan Feng's appointment letter, a large bead of sweat slid down Chai Zawei's forehead. Without delay, he rode off to report to his father. Seeing this, the crown prince murmured, I told you not to be rude earlier. Sigh, ignore good advice and suffer the consequences. Nan, brother, in the future, you mustn't show any favoritism during training. As for that Chai Zawei, you can add a little extra training for him if you like. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng nodded slightly and looked again at General Chai. The general had a broad back and a sturdy build, appearing no more than 40. Contrary to what history said of him, described as a wealthy aristocrat, his background seemed slightly better than average at best. Nan Feng calmly said, General, the emperor ordered me here as the chief instructor. I need to select some personnel for intensive training. Please gather all your men so I can choose those to train intensively. Upon hearing Nanfang's words, General Chai frowned slightly and asked, Chief Instructor, won't you be training all my soldiers then? Nanfeng waved his hand, replying, General, the Emperor merely requires me to cultivate an elite force. Your troop is too large, many are injured, old, or unfit. How could I train all of them effectively? The recruits must be younger than 30 and older than 16. General Chai was quite surprised. Looking at Nanfeng, who appeared so young, he never expected him to act with such firmness and decisiveness. Immediately, he went to gather his troops. It had only been a short while when Nanfeng was already surrounded by rows of neatly lined soldiers. Across the training ground, a fierce and deadly aura seemed to radiate from them. Almost all of these soldiers had tasted enemy blood. Several of the young nobles beside Nanfeng were instantly overwhelmed by this intimidating presence, their backs drenched in cold sweat. General Chai then stepped onto an elevated platform on the training field and loudly proclaimed, Soldiers, standing beside me is Nanfeng, newly appointed chief instructor by the Emperor. He will now select among you for specialized intensive training. For 1 year, you will become the elite force of our army. From now on, all actions are to follow Chief Instructor Nan's orders. Upon General Chai's announcement, Nanfeng immediately continued. First, anyone over 30 should go back and rest now. As soon as Nanfeng spoke, nearly a third of the soldiers on the training ground left. Watching those remaining, Nanfeng continued. Second, anyone under 5 chi in height shall also return for rest. In this era, where people often ate 1 full meal only to face 3 more meals of hunger, there were indeed far too many who had not even reached 5 chi in height, roughly around 1 meter and 60. It had only been a short while, yet the number of people remaining on the training ground had already dropped to just several thousand. Glancing at those who remained, Nanfeng continued. Anyone suffering from an incurable illness should also return for rest now. After waiting briefly and seeing no one leaving, Nanfeng turned to the young nobles beside him and said, Go and collect your equipment first. Once changed, join the remaining line of recruits and form up properly. Upon hearing Nanfeng's command, this group moved, albeit very unwillingly. They lacked any sense of discipline whatsoever, looking more like street hooligans. It took them quite some time before they finally changed into uniform and joined the ranks. However, their sluggishness clearly clashed with military standards. General Chai noticed this as well and knit his brows tightly. Nanfeng attempted to speak in a harmonious manner. Soldiers, have you all finished breakfast? A thunderous voice replied, We have. Satisfied with the response, Nanfeng then pointed outward toward the edge of the training field and ordered, All of you, begin running around this training ground. You will not stop until I say so. Anyone daring to halt midway will receive 30 lashes with the bamboo stick. After finishing, Nanfeng gave a slight nod toward General Chai, mounted his fine horse, and began supervising the mass movement. Thousands upon thousands of people ran across that field, their footsteps sounding almost like an earthquake. Fortunately, the sun wasn't too strong today. Otherwise, many would surely not have endured it. Nearly an hour later, significant differences began to show within the ranks. A large group lagged behind, running at an extremely slow pace. Nanfeng rode over and pointed at these men, saying, You few, return and rest now. Chapter 99. Ignite the soldiers' fighting spirit. Half a stick of incense time later, nearly 5,000 people remained on the field. Each was drenched in sweat, lips pale, moving forward at a slow pace. Nanfeng, riding red hair again, eliminated those trailing at the end of the line before finally shouting loudly, All right, stop now, rest for a moment. Then return to the camp and line up to wait for me. If these young noblemen were ordinary soldiers, they would have already been weeded out by Nanfeng. Those at the end of the line were lying on their backs on the ground, not even bothered by the scorching sun beating down on them. They simply didn't have the energy to move. After the soldiers had rested, the more than 5,000 selected individuals returned to the camp, lined up, and awaited Nanfeng's inspection. Nanfeng quickly counted their numbers and found there were only about 5,500 people in total. Seeing their sweaty, exhausted states, he brought many large wooden barrels filled with water for them to drink. After everyone had taken a drink, Nanfeng stood on higher ground. Glancing briefly at them, he noticed that all of them were approximately 5 chi and 7 chun tall. Then he began to speak. Congratulations! You all have endured the first round of training, but this is merely the beginning. Now comes the time when your true abilities will be tested. Everyone present possesses some skill, but the gap between you and true elite soldiers is still immense. Therefore, I shall train you intensively for a full year until you become truly outstanding. However, not all of you will remain until the end. You must endure and pass the second, third, or even more rounds of training before earning the right to be part of this elite unit. I eliminate those not out of cruelty, but out of concern for your own safety. Otherwise, without sufficient ability, you cannot even defend yourselves and could be killed during a mission. That's why I must eliminate you. These soldiers were all battle-hardened. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words that they couldn't even protect themselves, they immediately became furious. If we couldn't protect ourselves, where would we find the time to listen to your nonsense here? We'd long ago gone to sip tea with Yama King. Seeing the soldiers grow restless, Nanfeng smiled slightly, then continued. I know you're definitely angry hearing these words, but your anger doesn't change a thing. I call you rookies, and you are rookies, just like lambs to the slaughter. If I tell you to go east, you won't be able to head west. Right now, you're nothing more than rookies, nowhere near elite status. So in my eyes, you're not worth the anger, so how dare you get mad at me? Upon hearing this, the soldiers clenched their fists so tightly that the sound of grinding bones could almost be heard. Although they burned with fury, they could only endure Nanfang's scolding to their faces, quietly cursing him as a shameless man inside their hearts. Nanfang adopted extreme methods in training his soldiers, provoking them into intense anger first, and that anger would be transformed into the driving force for their training. Have you ever dreamed of becoming elites? We have. Are you willing to become sharp swords on the battlefield, charging through the enemy lines? We are. Good. Now I'll tell you a cruel truth. You'll never realize those dreams looking the way you do now. You dare call yourselves sharp blades on the battlefield? In my eyes, you're nothing more than meat shields, heading to the battlefield just to get hacked by blades. Boom. Each of the more than 5,000 soldiers felt as though their hearts would explode from rage. General Kai watched all this unfold from a distance, astonished at how boldly Nanfang scolded the soldiers. He felt slight irritation as well, thinking, aside from those noble sons, the men remaining here were actually all seasoned warriors, veterans who had slain many enemies in battle. And now they're being insulted as if they were nobody. Wouldn't anyone feel angry? Chai Zhiwei, young and hot-blooded, stood up and exclaimed, "Father, how dare Nanfang insult these soldiers who have achieved great battle honors? Who gave him the guts? In my eyes, it's not just those 5,000 soldiers he's insulting. It's us he's insulting as well." Upon hearing this, General Chai coldly snapped, "Be quiet. Isn't this working out well? Look at them, all energized. Insulting them ignites their fighting spirit. This method is very effective. Chai Zhiwei, listen carefully to my words. Yes, Father, I humbly heed your teaching. Now you yourself must join that line of more than 5,000 soldiers and undergo Nanfang's training." Upon hearing this, young Master Chai could only lower his head and join their ranks, standing together with the other young noblemen. He glanced at the crown prince and whispered, "Your Highness, look how Nanfang shows absolutely no respect toward you. How can you endure this?" Upon hearing Chai Zhiwei's words, the crown prince merely pursed his lips but did not respond. At that moment, Nanfang suddenly pointed at Chai Zhiwei and roared, "Chai Zhiwei, step forward. Haven't you heard me speaking? Who gave you the audacity to whisper among yourselves while I'm addressing everyone? Bring him forward and give him 20 lashes with the cane." How could Chai Zhiwei willingly accept punishment? He angrily retorted, "I simply couldn't bear seeing you curse and berate our warriors like a madman. Isn't that reason enough?" Nanfang snorted furiously and shouted back, "I have every right to scold you. Who do you think you are? In this training ground, I am the ultimate authority. If you don't wish to be reprimanded by me, there's only two options. 1, you can knock me flat on the ground, or 2, if your rank surpasses mine. Remember, my position as chief instructor holds the esteemed 3rd rank." Chai Zhiwei glared at Nanfang with gritted teeth and shifted his gaze to his father. However, his father's face had already darkened beyond comparison, and without hesitation, he strode forward and delivered a hard kick to Chai Zhiwei while shouting furiously, "Are you all fools? Hurry up and take him to receive his punishment." Afterward, General Chai stepped beside his son and whispered into his ear, "You better watch your step. If you dare to act recklessly again, I won't forgive you. Nanfang gave you 20 lashes only to show me respect. Had someone else challenged him like that, he would have received at least 50 lashes. Now behave yourself." Upon hearing this, Chai Zhiwei dared not act defiantly anymore. Bitterly resentful, he was dragged forward to endure the punishment. The wooden paddle, wider than an outstretched palm, came down repeatedly upon Chai Zhiwei's backside. Chapter 100, Devilish Training. A series of dull thuds echoed, and Chai Zhiwei could only tightly bite his lips to prevent himself from crying out in pain, but his eyes glared at Nanfang like venomous snakes, as if Nanfang were his sworn enemy. "Did you feel upset and angry when I cursed you earlier? So angry that you wanted to tear me apart limb from limb?" "Yes." The 3 characters rang out like piercing the sky, echoing endlessly. Upon hearing this, Nanfang burst into laughter, scoffing disdainfully. "Do you really think you have the strength to do that? I scolded you for your own good. You should actually feel grateful toward me. I train you to make you elite soldiers, greatly enhancing your ability to defend yourselves so you won't become wandering ghosts on the battlefield. Scolding you is meant to awaken your fighting spirit. My true purpose is to give you a chance to be remembered in history, a chance to transform into the sharp sword of our Tang Dynasty. After all this, do you really think it's right for you to hate me so much?" "Right." Nanfang scanned the ranks of over 5,000 men with a glance and didn't speak another word. The first day's training thus came to an end. He turned to General Chai and said, "General, I'll take them away now." General Chai nodded, signaling Nanfang to take them as he wished. Nanfang led this army of over 5,000 men in a grand procession to the outskirts of Yanqing. After ordering them to set up the camp, Nanfang himself went to draft a detailed training plan, which included such exercises as mountain climbing with stones on their backs in the morning, thousands of pull-ups at noon, and several kilometers of running in the evening. Certain combat techniques and sword fighting methods would only be taught at later stages. They had to lay a solid foundation first. Therefore, for the next few months, Nanfang would push them hard, constantly driving them to the edge of exhaustion. To further improve their fighting capabilities, Nanfang even spent a fortune to purchase various martial arts techniques, including unarmed combat, grappling methods, battle formations, and a set of spear techniques. However, these would only be given to those who managed to endure the early stages of hellish training. Those who couldn't persist weren't worthy of learning. After finishing the training plan, Nanfang drafted another version and sent it to General Chai. This second version, however, was somewhat simplified, featuring only mountain climbing with rocks on their backs and close combat training. Yet, after General Chai read it, his eyes lit up, and he treated it like a precious treasure. Nanfeng also summoned Jao to come here. If Nanfeng could be described as a great devil, then Jao could surely be called a minor devil. More importantly, Jao also had the ability to intimidate the soldiers with sheer aura. Of course, Nanfeng wasn't foolish enough to remain here personally overseeing the training all the time. After all, what he truly wanted was to live an easy and carefree life. How could he enjoy such a lifestyle in this sweaty and smelly encampment? Therefore, Nanfeng handed over the responsibility of training to Jao, while he himself went off to enjoy life. The next day, when the soldiers returned carrying stones on their backs, Nanfeng immediately ordered them to grab tree branches and perform 99 pull-ups. They had to finish them within half a shurchen, shrishan. Otherwise, they would face the whip. Nanfeng personally demonstrated the movement once for them, then divided the over 5,000 soldiers into more than 2,500 pairs, with each pair supervising each other. Not a single repetition short of 99 pull-ups would be allowed. Meanwhile, Nanfeng held a bamboo whip in hand and leisurely strolled toward the group of young noblemen. Today he planned to teach these spoiled young lords how to truly behave like men. Ho, ho, ho. Yu Qi Baolin and Chang Sunchong were among the strongest of the noble youths in terms of physical fitness, so they finished all 99 pull-ups within half a shurchen, although they immediately collapsed onto the ground afterward. Yu Qi Baolin, panting heavily with his face pitch black from exertion, muttered angrily. That was truly ridiculous. What an utterly torturous pull-up exercise. No matter how strong I am. After all, I can easily carry 100 gene weight. I nearly lost my mind from doing these pull-ups. Chai Zhuwei was already cursing his father in his heart. He even wondered whether he was an adopted child. Otherwise, how could his father bear to abandon him in such a hellish place? His arms were aching unbearably, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to complete the 99 pull-ups. After finally finishing, he stood up and said, "Head instructor, I have completed them." After several days of continuous training, Chai Zhuwei no longer dared to act recklessly. Though deep in his heart, he was still plotting ways to get back at Nanfeng. The last time Nanfeng had dinner, he found a centipede in his food and immediately vomited. Even now, recalling it still made him feel somewhat nauseated. Because of that incident, Nanfeng had chopped down a huge round log, tied it to Chai Zhuwei's waist, and made him drag it until almost dawn. By then, the log had nearly flattened a path into the ground, and finally Chai Zhuwei collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, Wu Yuanshuang, the young master of the Wu family, also completed his 99 pull-ups and immediately collapsed on the ground, unable to move. He mumbled, "This is absolutely inhumane." Bang, bang, bang. The crown prince, bad guy, and the young master of the Du family suddenly collapsed onto the ground together. The so-called bad guy, his voice hoarse, begged, "Brother Nan, have mercy on me. Please, I can't go on anymore." Nanfeng looked at him with contempt and said mockingly, "Is that all? This is too much. If you keep frequenting pleasure houses like this in the future, you'd probably collapse with just a gentle breeze blowing against you. Looking at how pitiful you are right now, do you want me to even prescribe some medicine to strengthen you? I can't go on either. This is absolutely inhumane." The crown prince lay motionless on the ground, not wanting to budge an inch. Nanfeng turned to look at Jao and asked, "How many have these guys completed?" Jao answered with a sinister grin. "Master, the crown prince completed 73, the bad guy finished 79, and young master Du only managed 65. Nanfeng strode directly toward Du He and grabbed him up by the collar. He then threw him flat onto the ground and sneered viciously. "Jao, he's yours. Give him 34 lashes. You can hit harder, but not fewer. Aim specifically at his buttocks. Don't hit anywhere else. We'll need him for running tomorrow as well." Chapter 101, Sowing Discord. Hearing that Nanfeng wanted him to whip the Du family's young master, Jao answered in "Why? Got it. I'll make sure the mission is completed." Saying that, he began to lash with the whip. It hurts. Ow. Head instructor, please stop hitting me. I'll do pull-ups." Nanfeng did not listen to his pleading. What awaited him was yet another round of whipping. The crisp sound of the whip striking his buttocks continued repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, the crown prince and bad guy were nearly frightened silly. They quickly got up trembling and said, Don't hit me. I can keep going." After saying that, he used all his strength to hang onto the tree trunk and began doing pull-ups again. However, after just completing 6, he fell again and, like a broken jar, cried out, "I really can't do it anymore. If you want to hit me, just come ahead. Nanfeng, let me tell you, I'm the crown prince. I will definitely ascend the throne in the future. Today you beat me. I will remember it and repay you later." Upon hearing the crown prince's words, bad guy cast a sympathetic glance at him and said weakly, "Let the storm come even harder. Isn't it only 21 lashes? I believe my ass can endure it." Nanfeng directly threw the whip in his hand at bad guy with a sinister smile, saying, "You whip the crown prince now. Don't you dare hold back. If the strength of your lashes isn't enough, then you'll have to redo your pull-ups." Hearing this, bad guy was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "Nanfeng, you have such a vicious heart. You practically want us two brothers to tear each other apart. Don't waste words. Hurry up and start. Otherwise, the lashes he was supposed to take will fall on you instead." Upon hearing this, bad guy could only harshly strike the crown prince. The crown prince immediately screamed in pain, his eyes instantly turning completely red as he shouted, "You actually dare hit me for real? Oh, no stopping. Your Highness, don't blame me for being heartless. If you have to blame someone, blame Nanfeng. He is the one who gave the order, and I dare not defy military commands. Ow, Nanfeng, stop hitting me. Quick, tell bad guy to stop. The Crown Prince could no longer endure. Each whip felt as though it had struck his heart, hurting unbearably. He angrily shouted, Nanfeng, just you wait. Let's see how I'll deal with you once I get out. Ah, you little brat. Quickly tell bad guy to stop hitting me. Do you want to kill me? Help. The Crown Prince had been beaten to a frenzy. Tears had actually been whipped out. Glaring fiercely at Nanfeng, he seemed to want to tear him apart. Observing this, Nanfeng casually hinted, keep hitting. As long as there's sound, you can keep crying out. We must ensure people can see that you've been punished severely. Upon hearing this, bad guy became less worried. If he actually hit the Crown Prince's buttocks hard for 34 times, his backside would definitely be a bloody mess. He quickly grabbed several pieces of cloth and stuffed them into the Crown Prince's pants before resuming the whipping. When he had almost reached 30 lashes, he noticed the Crown Prince had stopped crying out loudly. He hurriedly rushed over to check, only to find the Crown Prince already asleep. Nanfeng also noticed this. So beating the Crown Prince's behind even made him comfortably fall asleep. Immediately unable to bear it any longer, he directly pulled out the pieces of cloth hidden under the pants and growled, Continue hitting him. With a smack, the Crown Prince was instantly awakened from his dream. Feeling a burning pain on his backside again, bad guy whipped hard once more. Only then did the Crown Prince react, crying out loudly from the pain. The Crown Prince once again started screaming, threatening, and cursing, until finally he had no strength left to speak and fainted away from exhaustion. Blackie had been carefully observing the scene all along. Seeing the Crown Prince faint, he yelled loudly, Nanfeng, you're finished. You've tortured the Crown Prince to death. Nanfeng had just been considering how to discipline this Blackie when unexpectedly he had thrown himself right at him. Nanfeng coldly said, Bring that Blackie here, bind him tightly, and hang him on the tree. This man dares to say the Crown Prince has died. If we don't punish him properly, he will never learn. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin was instantly shocked, quickly defending himself. Nanfeng, I'm just showing concern for the Crown Prince. Although what I said might be exaggerated, it wasn't exactly me calling him dead. At this moment, bad guy jumped in to make things worse, saying, Blackie, I only whipped the Crown Prince's backside a bit. How could I possibly kill him? Even the weakest person wouldn't die just from being hit on the buttocks a few times, would they? Shut up. Bad guy, go fetch a bucket of water and pour it directly over the Crown Prince. Once he wakes up, finish the remaining lashes. This time, bad guy was genuinely terrified. Nanfeng looked at Blackie, who was tied up tightly, and said, In our army, everyone can trust their comrades to watch their backs. Yet you dared accuse me of torturing the Crown Prince to death. No need to say more, just raise your backside and receive 10 lashes obediently. Yuchi Baolin was furious. Grinding his teeth, he shouted, Nanfeng, you're just looking for an excuse to pick on me. You're absolutely right, but there's no reward for your insight. Only more lashes. Want me to add a few extra? Jiao, give him 10 lashes. Smack, smack, smack. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. Unable to move because of his bindings, Blackie endured those 10 lashes with clenched teeth, not even letting out a single scream. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince had been splashed awake by bad guy. He held both hands tightly over his aching backside. Then Nanfeng handed him a whip. Nanfeng said with an evil smirk, I'm sure you still remember how he just lashed you. He's clearly disliked you for quite some time, and he seized this chance to punish you harshly. I even hinted to him that he could go easy on you, but he deliberately used all his strength. Now it's time for you to take revenge. Go ahead, whip him as hard as you want. The Crown Prince was already burning with fury, shooting Nanfeng a murderous glare. He then turned his angry gaze toward bad guy. Feeling that look, bad guy shivered in fear and trembled as he pleaded, Your Highness, it was all Nanfeng forcing me to do this. I had no choice. Please, go easy on me when it's your turn. But the Crown Prince would never show bad guy any mercy. He himself had endured such heavy lashes. If bad guy didn't suffer the same, the Crown Prince wouldn't feel satisfied at all. Chapter 102. Testing the crossbow power. The Crown Prince was now also ready to take decisive action. With an evil smile, he said, You bad guy, don't worry. I will hit you back, just as you hit me earlier. Just lie there obediently. Immediately afterwards, the bad guy also started screaming from the beating. Finally, after the day's training had ended, the two leaned on each other for comfort. They applied herbal medicine to each other's sore bottoms, then lay on the bed and fell fast asleep. After several days of brutal training, these noble young men had finally become smart and obedient. They no longer dared to argue with Nanfeng and silently accepted everything said to them. Another 3 days passed when Li Cheng sent someone to summon Nanfeng to the palace, asking him to discuss important matters and to check how the Crown Prince was doing. Nanfeng's father-in-law in the south had been doing quite well and had already manufactured portable crossbows. Li Cheng summoned Nanfeng precisely to test the effectiveness of this new weapon. In an open field, a crowd had already gathered. Li Cheng was sitting on a high platform examining the crossbow in his hands. The crossbow was ingeniously assembled piece by piece from simple components. It even featured a dedicated compartment for storing bolts. Simply pulling the trigger would fire a bolt, making it very easy to operate. When Nanfeng arrived, Li Cheng spoke up. Nanfeng, since it was your design, you shall have the first chance to test its power. Without hesitation, Nanfeng loaded a bolt and fired it into the distance. With a faint whoosh, the bolt vanished from sight. After a short while, a soldier returned with the bolt and reported, Your Majesty, we found this bolt at a distance of 300 paces. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's face lit up with shock. A distance of 300 paces was already beyond anything achievable by Yang's current weapons. Disbelievingly, he said, even our largest bows can barely reach 230 paces, but this small crossbow can shoot all the way to 300 paces. It's even much farther than our great bows. Nanfeng nodded slightly and explained, however, at about 250 paces is probably where it can actually inflict damage upon the enemy. If it's too far, it might not be able to penetrate enemy armor. This bolt is entirely made of iron. If we replace the shaft with a lightweight wooden one and only keep the tip made of strong iron, it could easily shoot as far as 500 paces. Greatly delighted by Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng clapped and exclaimed, brilliant. Nanfeng, I have certainly not placed my faith in you for nothing. Who would have imagined you could create such a powerful weapon? With it, will Dahong still fear invasion from other countries? Nanfeng nodded and replied, Your Majesty flatters me. My initial goal was to equip the entire army under my command with this kind of crossbow. With this powerful weapon, they would become an invincible force on the battlefield. Listening to that, Li Cheng slapped his chest and assured him, You can rest assured. I will order the Ministry of War to produce more than 5,000 crossbows for you immediately. Nanfeng slightly nodded, then took out a drawing of armor from his robe and respectfully presented it to Li Cheng. Li Cheng was highly intrigued and eagerly opened the scroll as he asked, What is this new thing you've drawn here? Upon a careful look, he realized it was a full set of armor. Nanfeng slowly explained, The Right Martial Guard already has nearly 5,000 soldiers who have passed preliminary selection. When General Liu returns, he will select another 5,000 soldiers from the Left Martial Guard. These will be the elite troops I train. With such a powerful offensive weapon as the crossbow, how could we not have decent defensive armor? This set of armor I've designed is lighter, yet retains the same protective capabilities. It will greatly preserve the strength of our soldiers. Excellent work. I will certainly have someone produce it right away. Li Cheng's eyes never left the drawing as he praised. This truly is brilliant. It looks much more refined than the armor used in the military now, and it's so light while still offering exceptional protection. It's absolutely fantastic. The armor Nanfeng designed was actually copied from the records of the 9 provinces shepherd among clouds. There was no way it wouldn't be magnificent and imposing. Moreover, it offered complete protection even for the facial area. If Nanfeng truly succeeded in training this elite unit, they would become an awesome and fearsome force that could potentially determine the outcome of any battlefield. Li Cheng seemed to recall something and said with a smile, Once this elite unit is fully trained, the left and right martial guards might not let you take them away so easily. Nanfeng replied with a sinister grin. Then, even if they're unwilling, there's nothing they can do about it. I will create a special language exclusively for this army. The left and right martial guards won't be able to command them anymore. Only those who understand this special language will be able to give them orders. Li Cheng, as if already expecting this, said, I knew you'd have your own hidden plans. Let me warn you in advance. Don't expect me to mediate again in the future. After all, it's you who's invested all the effort in training this elite unit, and they will naturally obey you. As long as you can get the left and right martial guards to let them go, this elite unit will officially belong to you. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng shook his head furiously like a drum and replied, Your Majesty, I will leave this elite unit entirely to the palace management in the future. I have no desire for it. You know what my ideals are. Isn't it much better to just live a carefree and happy life? Just give me a promotion in rank in the future and assign me less work. That would be the greatest reward for me. Upon hearing that, Li Cheng immediately flew into a rage and roared, All you think about is enjoying yourself and being free. One day I swear I'll go mad from frustration because of you. Don't talk nonsense anymore. The unit you train from now on will be completely under your command. I'm already planning for you to lead this elite unit to continuously expand Dong's territory. Don't. I don't want to manage this unit at all, Your Majesty. If the palace has no intention of taking it over, then please just hand them over to someone else. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll head back to the camp first. Saying that, Nanfeng mounted his red hair horse and fled in a flash. Seeing this scene, Li Cheng behind him was so furious he kicked the chair and slammed the table, wishing he could tie Nanfeng to a pillar in the Taiji Hall and give him a proper scolding. Chapter 103, Not Wanting Children Yet. Seeing Nanfeng disappear in a flash, Li Cheng roared in anger. This brat's Danzig keeps growing. Why did I see light flashing from the hooves of Nanfeng's horse when he rode off? Could it be that I've been overworked lately and my eyesight is failing? Furrowing his brows slightly, Li Cheng decided not to dwell on the matter any further and turned to head back to the palace. However, Nanfeng had returned. Dismounting his horse, Nanfeng said, Your Majesty, just now I forgot to mention one thing to you. Since the elite squad must act quickly, each of them needs to be equipped with a top-quality horse. I'm troubling you, Your Majesty. I don't have anything else to say, so I'll go back to the camp now. He shouted, Yeah, and rode off again on his red hair horse. By the time Nanfeng was long gone, Li Cheng had only just regained his composure, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Another 3 days passed. Nanfeng led his elite troops up the mountain to cut trees, intending to use the wood to create training aids such as tree stumps. At this moment, one soldier appeared to have discovered something great and was so excited that he trembled all over, rushing to Nanfeng and saying, See, Captain, quick look, I found a glowing stone. It's a treasure beyond compare. What do you say you take it and exchange it for some silver coins to treat the brothers to a grand feast? Nanfeng picked up the stone and examined it, then scoffed. This is supposed to be an extraordinary treasure? It's just a common, ordinary rock. So saying, he wiped the stone clean and then looked at it in a darker area. To his surprise, it indeed emitted a faint glow. Though it was merely fluorite, in the Tang Dynasty it was regarded as a precious gem. Suddenly he thought of a brilliant idea. If this fluorite was carved slightly and then combined with glass, the nobles of the Tang Dynasty would certainly regard it as a priceless treasure, possibly fetching a substantial sum of several tens of thousands of copper coins. After thinking for a moment, Nanfeng said, regarding today's discovery of this stone, you must all keep this a secret for me. Rest assured, I'll give you all a payment for silence. Today, everyone who helped cut trees will be awarded 2 strings of copper coins, but you must guard your tongues well. If anyone leaks this information, I'll make sure you won't be able to stomach the consequences. If Li Cheng were to find out that Nanfeng went out to cut trees today and came back having obtained such a tremendous treasure, he would surely summon Nanfeng immediately to the palace to share the stone, to the point where it might actually end up seized by Li Cheng. Nanfeng knew this all too well, since Li Cheng had robbed him more than once already. Understood, we will keep our mouths shut tightly, answered the soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, in unison. Almost 30 days had now passed, and winter had already arrived. Cold, biting winds lashed the bodies of the soldiers. Yet the more than 5,000 troops on the field didn't feel cold at all. Instead, each bore a sweating, hard-working appearance, undergoing rigorous training at the training grounds. After more than 30 days of training, while there wasn't yet a complete transformation, their physical condition had significantly improved. General Chun had already led the left guards back to Chang'an. Nanfeng felt it was time to visit General Chun, since they had known each other ever since Nanfeng's first arrival in this world. Nanfeng had always felt close to General Chun. Also, he had no idea how the potatoes were growing, and thus he wanted to return and check on them. As soon as he returned home, Nanfeng couldn't wait to go view the crops he had grown in the greenhouse. The potatoes looked vigorous and healthy. They might be ready for harvesting in another 60 days. The corn also looked great, bearing small buds. The tomatoes had bloomed and even produced a few tiny fruits. After seeing his crops, Nanfeng went on to prepare some gifts to take with him to visit General Chun, including the distilled strong liquor he had made. After assigning the servants their tasks, he prepared to go back to the greenhouse. As he stepped through the entrance, he saw Lu Ruyu and his mother-in-law seated inside, their faces full of anxiety. Furrowing his brows slightly, Nanfeng leaned closer and gently pinched Lu Ruyu's cheeks, asking, "My wife, what is you looking so worried? Have you been tired from counting too much money?" Seeing that Nanfeng had already returned home, his mother-in-law reached out and gently patted Lu Ruyu's abdomen, saying, I was planning to take Lu Rui to the imperial physician tomorrow for a checkup. Since you're back now, why don't all of us go together to have a look?" Hearing this, Lu Rui's eyes instantly filled with tears. Large drops rolled continuously down her delicate face, making her look so pitiful and heartbreaking. Nanfeng frowned deeply upon hearing this and asked, "What's going on? Ryu, why are you crying? Come on, don't cry. Tell me, are you sick?" Seeing that Nanfeng still didn't understand what was happening, Lu Shiyun finally spoke up to explain, "Ryu's body isn't being cooperative enough. The two of you have been married for such a long time, yet there's still no sign of pregnancy. It's quite abnormal. That's why I wanted to bring her to see the imperial physician." At this moment, Nanfeng's mother-in-law couldn't even bring herself to look Nanfeng in the face, feeling extremely guilty. If Lu Ryu couldn't bear children for Nanfeng, she would not know how to face him in the future. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng's face immediately dropped, not because Lu Ryu couldn't conceive, but because he currently had no desire for children. Therefore, every time he engaged in marital relations with Lu Ryu, he always waited until her safe period before doing anything. Naturally, there was no way she could become pregnant that way. Plus, Nanfeng hadn't even reached adulthood yet. Why rush into having children? Therefore, Nanfeng quickly pulled his mother-in-law aside and softly explained, "Mother-in-law, it's pointless for you to go see any imperial physician right now. This isn't Ryu's problem. It's actually my own fault." Lu Shiyun's face immediately turned pale as she cried out, "If you have a problem down there, why didn't you tell us earlier?" Nanfeng was stunned for a moment and Ly replied, "It's not what you're thinking. It's just that I personally don't want." Chapter 104, Xiaohua, Leopard. Seeing that his mother-in-law had already misunderstood him, Nanfeng went editor speaking. "You also know that every month, women have a period when they bleed. The few days before and after that period are generally safe for Fuqi relations, and one would hardly get pregnant during those days, meaning no children would result." "What? So you deliberately don't want any children?" Nanfeng's mother-in-law was shocked. Realizing this was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing, Nanfeng nodded slightly before continuing. "Mother-in-law, you can recall how much pain you went through when you gave birth to Ryu." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng's mother-in-law flushed slightly, and as she recalled the pain, a terrifying sensation seemed to return. She tightly furrowed her brows and said, "That pain was so unbearable it almost took me to the I thought I might die." "See, you must understand, in the Tang Dynasty, many women died during childbirth. Most of them were under 16 years old. I'm sure you've never heard of a woman in her 20s dying from giving birth, right? Even if there are such cases, the probability is extremely low." Listening to Nanfeng's explanation, Lu Shiyun felt very curious and asked immediately, "Why is that exactly?" "It's actually very simple. Women under 16 are still developing. Their bodies haven't fully matured, yet they become mothers. This is extremely difficult for them, and because of this, they often risk their lives during childbirth. That's exactly why I don't want any children. You don't have to worry about it. I will definitely give you a grandson as soon as possible." Finally satisfied, Nanfeng's mother-in-law prepared to turn around and leave. Just as she did, she got a scare. Tang was riding on the leopard's back, charging like on horseback with a long wooden spear in her right hand, shouting loudly, "Charge! Kill all the enemies!" Lu Shiyun immediately slapped the leopard and halted its charge, glaring at it angrily. "You nearly scared me out of my wits. This smelly leopard." Though the leopard was a fierce beast, even after being slapped, it remained unusually gentle and even tried to nuzzle against Nanfeng's mother-in-law's leg. Mischievous Tang finally noticed her uncle was back. Tilting her head, she asked Nanfeng, "You've been away for so long. When will you and Auntie give me a cousin to play with?" Nanfeng lifted Tang up and pinched her adorable face, saying, "It's still too early now. Wait a few more years, Tang. Otherwise, the little one would take all my attention away. Without another child, we can just dote on our Tang forever." Okay. Tang will dote on you too." Saying this, Tang rubbed her cute little face against Nanfeng repeatedly, creating a very warm and tender scene. "Tang, I'm about to go see General Chun. Do you want to come with me?" Yeah. "Uncle, can we bring Xiaohua with us too?" Xiaohua was the cute name Tang specially gave to the leopard. Hearing such a feminine name being given to such a fierce leopard, the servants at Nanfeng's house had laughed for a long time. Fortunately, the leopard didn't understand human words. Otherwise, it might have been so embarrassed it'd want to die. Lu Ruyu was already feeling a little better. Nanfeng also brought her along to visit General Chun. Soon, they arrived at the general's mansion. As Nanfeng stepped through the gate, he met Huiliang. When Huiliang saw Nanfeng, he also noticed the little girl holding the leopard behind Nanfeng's back. He was instantly frightened, leaning tightly against the wall and bracing both hands on it, as if seeing something terrifying, stammering, "Ninggu, how come you have time today?" Huiliang appeared very frightened, not because of the leopard behind Nanfeng, but because of Nanfeng himself. Seeing this, Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brow and said, "What's wrong? Am I a demon? Am I really that terrifying? Why are you acting as if you're avoiding me?" How could that be? It's not what you think, Ninggu. Please don't be offended. By the way, I just remembered an urgent matter to attend to, so I should take my leave first." Saying this, Huiliang edged along the wall to the gate and disappeared in a flash. Seeing this scene, Nanfeng felt extremely confused but couldn't figure out any reason, so he decided not to think about it anymore. The servants at General Chen's mansion had already gone to inform the general of Nanfeng's arrival. However, instead of the general, it was first Chen Chu Mo who rushed out. He smiled in his usual sincere manner, quickly pulled aside the servants who were moving things, and immediately opened the gifts Nanfeng had brought, starting to eat them while mumbling, "Whatever Nanfeng brings must be something extraordinary. Though this one is too sweet, I don't really like this taste." Chen Chu Mo glanced briefly at the items Nanfeng had brought, and his eyes instantly locked onto a few jars of wine. In a rush, he smacked the lids off and leaned forward to sniff the aroma. The scent of the wine immediately made him drool. He wiped his mouth hastily, then lifted one of the jars to drink directly from it. But fortunately, General Chen arrived just in time and snatched the jar away before he could take a sip. General Chen slightly moved his nose, then raised the jar and took a small sip. Fortunately, he only took a small sip. Even just that one sip made his face flush red. Smacking his lips in excitement, he said, "This wine, it's strong, absolutely divine." He handed the wine jar directly to a still wide-eyed Chen Chu Mo, and then noticed the doorstep at the main entrance, whereupon he immediately gave an order. This doorstep in the courtyard is designed terribly. It actually blocked Nanfeng Young Brothers' carriage from entering. Remove it later. Nanfeng grinned widely and said, "It's just a minor issue. No need to go through so much trouble. Even if the carriage can't get in, I can still come in just fine. This time, I specially brought you all some really good wine." Hearing this, General Chen also chuckled and said, "Haha, I was blaming it on the doorstep. Look, I've been back for several days already, yet this is the first time you've come to visit me." Chapter 105, A Visit to General Chen. Hearing General Chen scold him for not coming to see him in such a long time, Nanfeng pretended to be unhappy and said, "General Chen, if you're going to speak like this, then I shall be very displeased. Careful, or I might just take these bottles of wine away, and you won't get to drink them at all." At hearing this, Chen Chumo immediately became anxious and hurriedly exclaimed, No. Father, will you at least say something nice about Nanfeng? This wine is truly the best wine I've ever tasted." General Chen frowned and said, All right. You must stay here and have lunch with me today. I've been away for so long, and even from such a faraway place. I've heard that you've become a well-known figure in the Imperial Palace. Today, you're opposing Duke Sun, tomorrow opposing Wei Zheng. Every day there's something different. I heard that General Yuqi runs the long way around whenever he sees you because he's afraid of you, and he keeps falling ill constantly because of you. Is that really true? Well, never mind. Let's finish our lunch first. Then I'll personally go visit him and see how he is. I wonder why he keeps getting ill so frequently. At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked over toward Nanfeng and the others with a warm smile. She said, "You must be Nanfeng, right? What a fine young man. My 3 sons can't even begin to compare to you. And the young lady next to you must be your newlywed wife? My, truly a pair of beauty and talent." After saying this string of kind words, she took out 2 jade bracelets from her sleeve and handed one directly to Nanfeng. Then she took Lu Riyu's hand and placed the other jade bracelet onto her wrist, saying, "I don't have anything valuable to give as a gift to you, so please accept these jade bracelets. And don't be shy about accepting this from your auntie, okay?" Lu Riyu shyly replied, "Thank you, auntie. I really love this bracelet." At that moment, Tong also spoke up, saying, Grandma, can you give Tong Tong a present too? Tong Tong has been a very good girl. Turning toward the sound of the voice, everyone noticed an energetic and lovely little girl, sitting atop the back of a leopard, an unusual sight indeed. The middle-aged woman nearly got so startled that she fell over backward. Fortunately, General Zeng, standing beside her, caught her in time. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed in shock, Nanfeng, did you actually keep this leopard as a pet? Nanfeng smiled and admitted it was true. Chen Shumo just stood there stunned, looking like he had never seen such a creature before. General Chun circled the leopard slowly, looking at it from all angles, and said rather nonchalantly, wow, this leopard's already grown so big. If we were to slaughter it for meat, it might take several days just to finish eating it all. So saying, he lightly kicked the leopard with his foot. But the leopard immediately moved its head close to him and rubbed against his legs continuously. Seeing this, General Chun looked down on the beast and said, Tisk, TSK. This leopard used to be a fierce beast, but now it behaves even more affectionately than the dog I keep at home. Chen Shumo had now somewhat recovered his senses, and without fear, reached out to pat the leopard's backside. Surprisingly, the leopard appeared to enjoy the touch, and even leaned in a bit closer to let Chen Shumo pet it. As was usually the case in any parent's hearts, other people's children always seemed better than their own. So, Chen Shumo's mother began scolding him angrily. She tightly pinched his ear and said, you should be older than Nanfeng, shouldn't you? But just look at Nanfeng. He's already married such a beautiful wife who keeps his bed warm. But as for you, day in and day out, you haven't done a single worthwhile thing. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyu immediately blushed so much her face turned bright red, and she wished the ground would just open up and swallow her. Chen Shumo's ear had also been pinched so red it was practically burning. A moment later, he stared at Nanfeng and said, Nanfeng, you really are something. You even got your little cousin to marry you. I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart. How about teaching me some tips? Although I don't have a cousin like yours, I do have a cousin sister. I'm going to go bring her home to keep my bed warm too. Go stand over there like the street ruffian you are, General Chen shouted. Then he grabbed Chen Shumo and flung him aside before speaking again. I heard that the emperor has assigned you to train a group of silent warriors. Even the crown prince and other noble sons have been sent to undergo training. If so, I want my children to participate as well. I'll send my eldest and second sons. The youngest is still too small. You can feel free to train them as harshly as you like. No need to show them any leniency or save face for me. At that moment, General Chen noticed that Hualiang was nowhere to be seen. He frowned with great displeasure and said, where the hell did that rogue Hualiang run off to? I only casually mentioned training, and that bastard ran off and hid somewhere. Having spoken, General Chun immediately ordered someone to go and fetch Hualiang back. Nanfeng finally understood why Hualiang was so afraid of General Chun. It was all because he feared being dragged into the training. Now it made sense why he had run off the moment he saw him. After lunch at General Chen's house, Nanfeng went to visit Lao Sheng. Lao Sheng, who had already heard about Nanfeng training an elite squad, immediately dragged his eldest son out and insisted Nanfeng take him along for the training. After some hustle and bustle, Nanfeng sent General Chen's eldest and second sons, along with Lao Sheng's eldest son, to the special training camp, entrusting Zhao Ao to put the three of them through strict drills. The group of young aristocrats who had already been in training for a month watched the newcomers arrive with smirks on their faces. Fully adjusted to the routine now, they were ready to enjoy watching the newcomers struggle. Chang Sun Chong, in particular, spoke with a mock-serious air. Hey, you three, life here won't be easy. We train every day until our clothes are stinky and sweaty, and washing them is a nightmare. So, I'm assigning you this task. You must wash our clothes for a whole month, got it? Chen Shumo, undaunted, said proudly. What? After only a month you dare challenge me like this? Are you asking for a beating? Exactly, that's exactly what I want. A good beating. How can you talk about getting beaten without including me? I'd love a good punch or two too. The crown prince chimed in. I'd also love a punch. Why don't you come over and give me one? I'll even grant you full amnesty. Swish. Instantly, the group of young men took 3 steps backward, pushing the crown prince forward. Witnessing the scene, the crown prince exclaimed angrily, Heavens! You bunch of traitorous teammates. Nanfeng finally couldn't watch any longer and calmly said, feel free to beat him without restraint. Right now, he's nothing more than a common soldier. Chapter 106, An Anxious Li Cheng. Upon hearing that the crown prince was now just an ordinary civilian, Chen Shumo relaxed a bit. He generously gave the crown prince a pair of black eyes. Witnessing this scene, the group of young noblemen felt somewhat guilty and immediately beat up the 3 newcomers until they also gave Chen Shumo a pair of black eyes before letting the 3 go. Chen Shumo couldn't believe it at all and suspiciously exclaimed, Changsun, you bastard. It used to be me who dominated you all by myself. How come you can actually beat me now? This is just too unrealistic. While Nanfeng was training the elite squad, several major events had already occurred. One of those major events was that Liang Shidu refused to accept Li Cheng's offer of alliance and had heavily fortified the city walls with troops. As a result, Changsun Wuji's suggestion of recruiting Liang Shidu also failed. Li Cheng had already started preparing for a large-scale war and planned to launch an attack on Liang Shidu in January next year. Due to Li Cheng's enthusiastic promotion, glass-made products had already appeared in every noble family's household in Chang'an, without any concept of limited sales. Seeing the sales of glass teacups declining day by day, Li Cheng and the empress were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, immediately summoning Nanfeng to the palace. As soon as Nanfeng arrived, Li Cheng warmly welcomed him, even personally arranging a chair for him to sit. Remaining calm, Nanfeng asked, "Your Majesty, why have you summoned me this time?" He was not in the least bit worried. Standing up, he slowly strolled around the pavilion and even had the leisure to give the passing gorgeous palace maids a flirtatious stare. Seeing that a young master was showing interest in them, the palace girls flocked to him like moths to a flame, deliberately walking past Nanfeng repeatedly, all hoping he would take one of them home. Nanfeng remained calm, but Li Cheng could no longer sit still. He hurriedly pulled Nanfeng to sit down and said, "Brother Nanfeng, you must help me think of a solution." At the beginning, the glass products were selling quite well, bringing in over 1 million guan in just 2 months. But now practically nobody buys them anymore. Help me come up with a strategy to revive the craze for buying glassware. Trying hard to suppress a smile, Nanfeng replied, "Your Majesty, you have sold the glass cups and tea sets to every noble household. Naturally, they won't be as in demand as before. Right now in Chang'an, of course, there aren't many people willing to buy anymore. It may take a while before another wave of demand comes, but for now, we just have to wait." Li Cheng wasn't cut out to be a businessman. He only knew how to manage affairs of the court. Nanfeng waved his hand and continued, "Let's suspend the production of glass for now and talk about it again after 2 months. By then, there may be another buying wave." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng reluctantly replied, "Suspend for 2 months? If we keep selling now, we might earn another million guan. Take the water glasses and sell them to other cities before others catch on. For example, Shandong. There are plenty of nobles there, too." Frowning deeply, Li Cheng replied, "I have already thought of that. However, transporting glass products to Shandong is extremely difficult. The region is controlled by a powerful alliance of 8 prominent aristocratic families who won't allow my goods to enter. Furthermore, the roads are crawling with bandits. I've only held this position for about a year, so my foundation here is still shallow. I cannot send troops to attack those aristocrats and robbers now. They have entrenched themselves, and their combined power is not something even the imperial family can afford to overlook. More importantly, some of these families have connections with nobles in our court. If I push too hard, they might unite against me, resulting in an attack both from within and from outside. At that time, the Tang Dynasty will be in great danger." After hearing that, Nanfeng slightly frowned, saying, "If they show such blatant disrespect toward the imperial family, the best solution is to wipe them out completely to prevent future troubles. Let me handle this. I can certainly make them question their own existence. You really don't take these aristocratic families seriously enough. Their lineages have lasted longer than the Tang Dynasty itself, and their power is truly terrifying. Right now, our Dong is also being eyed by foreign powers. I certainly don't want to face internal unrest alongside external threats, so for now, I'll just let them be." "I understand what you're saying now. You mean we should halt the sale of glass products in Chang'an first? If we want to sell them, we can send them to places in Jiangnan instead. There are also quite a few wealthy people there who would definitely be interested in buying our glass tea sets." Nanfeng felt somewhat pleased in his heart. If Li Cheng truly decided to temporarily stop selling glass products in Chang'an, he could then use the fluorite he had recently obtained to craft a treasure item and then auction it off. After thinking for a moment, Li Cheng also decided to put the issue of glass products aside for now. He spoke up. "Unexpectedly, Liang Shidu is unwilling to submit to us. I've already begun preparing the military rations for war. Launching an attack on him would at least cost 300,000 guan of copper coins. Luckily, I now have the profits from the glassware sales you suggested. Otherwise, I would have become penniless. However, the problem of military provisions is now an urgent one." Just as he finished speaking, an official who had been sent out to collect military supplies returned and reported, loudly stating, "Your Majesty, this time the military provisions have been gathered successfully. I specially came back to have you inspect them. This time, we have collected over 29,000 baskets of grain and fodder, and about 40,000 baskets of horse feed. This is enough to supply our large army for 3 months of military campaign." Li Cheng's eyebrows had already knitted together. The amount of military provisions collected this time was far less than he had expected. Suddenly, a bright idea sparked in Nanfeng's mind as he spoke up. "Since the grain production near Chang'an is insufficient, why doesn't your Majesty collect grain by going south? The weather in the south is just right, and the rice production is also quite high. Their rice can be planted and harvested 3 times a year. When I was a child and traveled around, I visited some southern regions. They grow so much rice that they sometimes don't even bother to harvest it when it ripens. They have never worried about grain shortages. Is that true? Is there truly a crop that can be harvested 3 times a year? I've never heard of such a thing before." Nanfeng smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, Feng Ong is currently governing the Lingnan region. He definitely knows about this, yet he has deliberately kept this information hidden from you." Chapter 107. In the end, good and evil will surely meet their due. Nanfeng moistened his lips and continued, "If your Majesty still doesn't believe my words, perhaps it's time to let the 100 Riders Bureau investigate the matter. This back and forth is too troublesome. Why not just dispatch an army right away to bring back the grain? This trip alone should bring back at least several 100,000 bushels of grain." Li Cheng was already wide-eyed with shock. The official who had just gone to collect grain spoke in disbelief as well. "I've worked in the Ministry of People for so long, and I've truly never heard of any crop that can yield 3 harvests a year. Don't think you can take advantage of me so easily." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng responded disdainfully, "That's simply because of your limited knowledge. The rice production in Lingnan is so abundant it's more than people can eat. They even throw the excess away, which is such a waste of grain. I think there's no need to send people to verify it. Just send the troops directly to transport the grain back. No need to make things so complicated. Li Cheng was already flushed with excitement as he hastily replied, I will immediately send the 100 Riders Bureau to investigate. If what you just said is true, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing this, Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brows and sighed. Even until now, your majesty still doesn't truly trust me. Well then, I'll just return to the barracks first. Li Cheng was momentarily stunned and felt rather embarrassed. He quickly defended himself. Ahem, young Master Nan. How could I possibly not trust you? It's just that I'm a little worried. What if it's not currently the harvest season in Lingnan, and if I send the army all the way there for nothing, wouldn't that be a pointless effort? Well, if you really feel I'm doubting you because of this, then I'll just dispatch the army now, and you may lead the mission yourself. How does that sound? Hearing this, Nanfeng immediately shook his head like a drumstick on a tambourine, hastily refusing. Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to go, it's just that I'm truly unavailable. You see, I still have to oversee military drills on one side, and on the other side, I'm preparing for the matter of flying in the sky. Instead, you could simply assign General Yuqi and Li Ji to lead the troops over. Li Cheng burst into cheerful laughter and said, those two may blame you for this afterward. Lingnan isn't an easy place to go, it's a land of miasma. Though it's already winter, there are still many snakes, insects, mice, and ants in the south. I'm afraid they may not endure it well. Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, this is something only you and I know, heaven and earth know. As long as your majesty doesn't tell them, they will never know it was me who was playing a trick on them. Once again I'm being made your scapegoat. By the way, how is the preparation going for your sky flying demonstration? You know, the time you promised me is coming up soon, and a great many people are waiting to see your performance. Looking rather pleased with himself, Nanfeng replied proudly, I have already made all preparations. Since you're all so eager, let's do it tomorrow, right outside the Taiji Hall. After speaking, Nanfeng rose and returned to prepare. At this, Li Cheng and the Empress stared at each other in wide-eyed shock, almost believing they had misheard. Dou Jing also couldn't quite believe it. Still skeptical about Nanfeng's claim of abundant grain in the south, he hurried forward the moment Nanfeng had left and asked, young Master Nan, when you just said earlier that there can be 3 harvests annually in the south, was that truly the case? Upon hearing this, Nanfeng slightly nodded and replied, indeed it is. I have seen it with my own eyes. You've served in the Ministry of People for so long, yet you're unaware of this? You've toiled day and night for them, worrying to the point of turning your hair white. Alas, I can't do much for you but tell you the truth. Dou Jing stood there stunned. Wasn't Nanfeng supposed to be a rogue? I feel like he's actually quite good-hearted and willing to help others. Young Master Nan, it's already kind enough of you to think of me like this. Anyway, I am already old. This white hair is quite natural. At hearing this, Nanfeng's true nature instantly revealed itself as he replied, everyone will grow old eventually. We should seize the moments we have and live our lives fully and freely. Otherwise, we'll run out of time. I think Minister Dou could visit my Manhwa mansion for some relaxation. My signature services there are quite well known. I can arrange someone special to accompany you. No need to worry, I'll even let you have it absolutely free of charge. Nanfeng hadn't forgotten about Qingxian. Dou Jing was no good person, and Nanfeng himself had always hated evil and couldn't bear to see it unchecked. If there was an opportunity to deal with a villain, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. Besides, doing so could also fulfill Qingxuan's wishes. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Dou Jing glared furiously and said, good one, Nanfeng. You actually want me to sink to your level and join your corruption. I am the overseer of the Ministry of People. How could I ever go to such a filthy place? My previous good impression of you is completely shattered. You're truly a rogue in scholarly appearance. Nanfeng immediately turned cold and retorted, even if I'm a rogue, I'm still better than you. You, because of some minor issue, would massacre an entire household, and yet dare claim you're above joining me? I'm not the one who wants to be seen alongside you. Dou Jing's expression instantly turned sinister as he shouted fiercely, don't think you can frame me like this. I have given so much to the imperial court, could I possibly be someone like you? Just because you're a mere squadron commander, you want to slander me like this? Even standing beside you makes me feel ashamed. Inside, Dou Jing's heart was in chaos. He truly couldn't imagine how Nanfeng had found out about his massacre of that family. He clearly remembered that all those involved had already been silenced by death, and it had been so long ago. Dou Jing turned his back, already scheming in his mind how to eliminate Nanfeng. Only the dead could keep a secret, and if this secret were to be exposed by Nanfeng in the future, things would become dire. Thinking this, Dou Jing hummed to himself, gave Nanfeng a deadly stare, and turned to leave. As he stepped onto the staircase, Nanfeng's lips curled into a wicked smile. He directly pulled out a piece of broken gold from within his robe, and with a flick of his finger, sent it flying straight toward the back of Dou Jing's knee. After hitting its mark, the gold bounced back and was caught neatly by Nanfeng, who tucked it back into his robe. Dou Jing now suffered the consequences. With a loud cry of pain, he tumbled head over heels down the long flight of stairs. With such a lengthy descent, by the time he finally came to a stop, he would likely be dead or crippled at the very least. Witnessing the scene unfold, Nanfeng burst into laughter and declared, seeing how energetically you, Minister Dou, are rolling down the stairs, I shall offer you a poem, lest you never hear it again in this life. In the end, good and evil will surely meet their due. Not even high flight or distant escape can evade it. Chapter 108. A ridiculous way to die. Naturally, Dou Jing, who was passionately rolling down the stairs, couldn't hear the poem Nanfeng recited. If he had heard it, he might have become so furious that he would have died of anger. The soldiers standing on either side of the staircase were so terrified that their souls seemed to escape their bodies. They rushed forward desperately, attempting to intercept Do Jing. One of them grabbed hold of Do Jing's robe, which tore apart with a loud rip, and as a result, Do Jing veered off his original path. After rolling several more times, Do Jing's head hit the sharp edge of a stone statue directly. Blood immediately spurted out fiercely, splattering all over the statue. Soldier 1 and Soldier 2 stood with wide eyes, their hands hanging down helplessly, and their faces turned pale as they exchanged a look toward Nanfeng. Nanfeng was also shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only gently flicked him with his finger, and now he was already off to drink tea with King Yama? Was heaven itself tired of Do Jing's wickedness? Did he really fall to his death from a single stumble? My goodness, this is just his own bad luck. I can't get involved in this. Nanfeng approached the soldier who had torn Do Jing's robe and said with a sinister tone, "Great job. You've managed to send Do Jing to see King Yama so effortlessly." Soldier 1 was immediately terrified, trembling all over, and begged in a weeping voice, "Lord Nan, please help me. My intention was truly just to save him." "All right," Nanfeng continued. "I witnessed the whole thing just now too. Do Jing fell by himself, and you tried your hardest to save him, but ultimately failed." Soldier 1 nodded rapidly like a chicken pecking at rice and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lord Nan, for saving my life." Soldier 2 raised his head at a 45-degree angle, staring at the sky, and said in feigned confusion, "Huh? What just happened? How did Do Jing end up lying in a pool of blood? What kind of joke is this? I didn't even hear Lord Nan reciting poetry just now." At this, Nanfeng and others slightly nodded. It seemed that anyone who held a position in the palace was certainly not ordinary. It was best to let Soldier 1 take the blame for now. When Li Cheng came out, he would put in a few words for the soldier, and things should work out. "What are you standing there like a fool for? Go report to the emperor quickly." After a while, Li Cheng and the empress rushed out. Li Cheng quickly knelt beside Do Jing, shaking his body gently. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he murmured, "Do Jing, how could you leave me so soon? Despite everything you've done for our Tang Dynasty, you never got to enjoy even a moment of peace. How could your fate be so cruel?" Nanfeng witnessed Li Cheng's sorrowful expression, and it didn't seem faked. After murmuring to himself for a moment, Li Cheng finally turned his gaze toward Nanfeng and asked, "Nanfeng, you were here just now. Tell me, how exactly did he fall and die?" Nanfeng performed like an Oscar-worthy actor, his eyes turning red. "Your Majesty, just now I was walking out together with him, and our conversation was going very smoothly. However, I didn't expect him to lose his balance and fall straight from the top of the staircase. He rolled very quickly. The soldiers on both sides tried to stop him, but it was too late. Poor Minister Do truly met a tragic end." Li Cheng listened to Nanfeng's explanation, but still felt something wasn't right. Frowning, he said sternly, "Was it really exactly like you described? Your martial arts are exceptional, and your movements are always quick. Why didn't you stop Do Jing in time? Were you really so heartless to watch Do Jing die like this?" Nanfeng immediately cried out in protest, "Your Majesty, you're blaming me unfairly. After I finished speaking with Minister Do, he said he still had an urgent matter to attend to, and left before me, walking farther and farther away. When he fell, I was dozens of steps away. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I wouldn't have been able to catch him. By the time I hurriedly reached the staircase, I saw his head already smashed against the statue." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng nodded, half convinced. He then angrily grabbed Soldier 1 and roared, "Tell me, is what Nanfeng saying true?" Realizing this was a matter of life and death, Soldier 1 also exerted his full acting skills. With a trembling and fearful tone, he said, "Your Majesty, what Lord Nan said is indeed the truth. Lord Nan was simply too far away from Minister Do. Although Lord Nan ran with all his might, he still couldn't stop Minister Do." Despite the soldier's testimony, Li Cheng still felt something was amiss. There was simply no way to make sense of this situation. It was just too absurd, no one would believe it. Li Cheng could do nothing but let Nanfeng return first, while he stood dumbfounded on the staircase, watching the people who carried Do Jing's body away. Then, with a gloomy expression, he said helplessly, "Empress, what should we do now? Do Jing actually died right in front of the Taiji Hall. We've got quite a mess to deal with." The Empress, also frowning deeply, replied, "Your Majesty, I also feel something is wrong. Minister Do was a strong man, once even practiced martial arts. How could he just suddenly lose his footing and fall?" Li Cheng gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This must definitely be related to Nanfeng." Then he immediately approached a guard who was standing at the entrance of the Taiji Hall and asked in a gloomy tone, "You surely know about what happened to Do Jing just now. Tell me everything you know." Nanfeng had only told Soldier 1 and Soldier 2 to keep their mouths shut, but this guard didn't know what Nanfeng had said. Moreover, he couldn't see the incident either, as he had only heard some noises. The guard honestly reported, "Your Majesty, all I heard was that the two of them were chatting happily at first. Then Nanfeng seemed to invite him to go to the Hongla Pavilion for some enjoyment. The next part one didn't hear clearly, but then I seemed to hear Nanfeng say something about Minister Do wiping out an entire family. Soon after, Minister Do apparently fell down. Also, Nanfeng said a line of poetry." Li Cheng's face became even darker, his eyes filled with rage as he asked, "Recite the line of poetry for me." If I heard correctly, the line should be, "Good and evil always meet their due reward. Escape to the skies won't change your course." After hearing this line, Li Cheng was so furious that he began trembling all over. The Empress stood behind him, gently patting his back repeatedly, advising him not to let his anger harm his health. After a while, Li Cheng finally managed to suppress the urge to tear Nanfeng apart. After all, there was no way to confirm this. Could he really accuse Nanfeng without evidence? What if Nanfeng was innocent and only got unfairly framed? Chapter 109. An Angry Li Yuan. Watching Li Cheng still troubled over Do Jing's matter, the Empress gently advised, Your Majesty, regardless of everything, Nanfeng is our son-in-law. Now that Do Jing's death cannot be undone, if you further punish Nanfeng, the Do family will surely not easily forgive him. The Do family's power is immense, and they have countless connections with the retired emperor. In such a case, the retired emperor himself might end up holding Nanfeng responsible. Besides, even if he truly did it, would you actually throw him into jail? How many merits has he already done for our Tang Dynasty? He is in the prime of his life, yet we continue to exploit his usefulness. Right now he is still training soldiers for us. My suggestion is, we should stop investigating this matter altogether. Let's just treat it as though Do Jing accidentally slipped and fell, and had nothing to do with Nanfeng. Li Cheng also sighed and said, I just can't figure it out. How did Do Jing offend him? Why would he go so far against her? Do Jing held a crucial position in our Tang court. Over all these years, she has indeed done an excellent job in the Ministry of People. Now Nanfeng just wipes her out like this. Where else can I find someone else to manage the Ministry of People? Nanfeng probably doesn't yet know that Li Cheng already blames him for Do Jing's death. If he truly doesn't know, he would certainly cry injustice, for he had merely wanted Do Jing to take a tumble and make a fool of herself. How was he to know that a soldier had intercepted him, causing him to slam directly into the sharp edge? I just had a great idea. Li Cheng's lips slightly curled into a smile, and immediately afterward he continued. After all, Do Jing's death was caused by Nanfeng. Since that is the case, I'll just have Nanfeng temporarily take over Do Jing's position. Once we find someone suitable to manage the Ministry of People in the future, only then can he resign. Besides, the Ministry of People isn't easy to manage at all. Hearing that, the Empress still frowned slightly and spoke up. Your Majesty, if you really appoint Nanfeng to manage the Ministry of People, the Do family might immediately figure out that he's connected to this. If they come to believe Do Jing's death had something to do with the palace or Nanfeng, the situation could become extremely difficult to resolve. Do Jing was such a capable person to lead the Ministry of People, and Nanfeng just took her away like this. It really upsets me too much. No, I absolutely will not easily forgive this bastard Nanfeng. If he refuses to take on the responsibility of the Ministry of People, then let him select a suitable candidate to manage it. Hearing this, the Empress slightly nodded as well. They could only make do with this solution. Had the person who killed Do Jing been someone else, they would probably already be rotting in jail and beaten with sticks. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Do household was especially heavy, with some weeping softly. Do Jing now lay lifeless within the main hall of the Do residence, already gone cold. Do Shi was the current head of the Do family. Looking at the dead Do Jing, grinding his teeth in anger, he said, just from falling down the stairs? You expect us to believe a living person was killed so easily? Do they actually think we are that easy to fool? The emperor must be hiding something from us. No, I must go to the emperor and demand justice. The Do family indeed had significant background power. Among the aristocratic families of Chang'an, they were the richest. Plus, they had even married the Princess Yongjia, Li Cheng's younger sister. It was even the retired Emperor Li Yuan himself who personally officiated the marriage ceremony. Never mind that the princess was still very young at the time. Li Yuan didn't care one bit, still giving his youngest daughter to a middle-aged man in his 40s. Although Li Yuan had already retreated into the background, living an indulgent life in his harem, enjoying the happy life Nanfeng wished for, he still remained very influential. Even Li Cheng had to obey Li Yuan's commands, doing everything possible to obtain whatever Li Yuan wanted. Right now, the Do family had already filed a formal complaint to Li Yuan, who immediately summoned Li Cheng. Li Cheng rushed to the side of this aged, frail old man as quickly as he could. Though Li Yuan had only reached his 60s, he looked as if even the lightest breeze could knock him down. Do Shi was also sitting beside Li Yuan. Over their heads, numerous ornamental items hung from the ceiling, and every single one of the palace maids around was extremely beautiful, true beauties of the country. Yet all these cabbages had already been devoured by this skinny old pig, Li Yuan. Seeing the arrival of Li Cheng and the other, Li Yuan stared at him intently, laughing heartily, before suddenly hurling the wine cup he held directly at Li Cheng. Seeing that Li Cheng didn't even attempt to dodge, Li Yuan roared angrily. Li Cheng, do you want me to go roll down those long stairs too? Let's see if I can have a drink with Yama in hell. Though Li Cheng was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan's influence was no smaller than his. Li Yuan simply chose not to appear before the public for now. Moreover, at least half of the noble families in Shandong maintained close ties with Li Yuan. That's why, even until today, Li Cheng still harbored some fear toward him. Wearing a helpless expression, Li Cheng said, Father, you're joking. How could I ever make you do such a thing? The moment you rolled down those stairs, I might immediately be struck by lightning from the heavens. Li Yuan, however, was now burning with rage. Who else but Li Cheng could he vent it on? He stared intensely at Li Cheng and said, Is that so? Then why did Do Jing fall down those stairs? And why did he actually die from the fall? In my memory, he was fairly strong, right? Why would just a small tumble from the stairs kill him outright? Tell me. The Empress also bravely interjected, Your Imperial Majesty, late Emperor, Do Jing fell accidentally by himself. Moreover, when he fell, his head landed precisely on the sharp edge of the stone statue, which ultimately caused this tragic accident. Li Yuan, however, coldly replied without sparing her any dignity, "You're a woman, better stay out of men's affairs." Upon hearing this, the Empress's face showed no change in emotion at all. Instead, she obediently shut her mouth and listened quietly. Regretfully, Li Cheng then said, "Father, Do Jing's death was indeed a mere accident. It has absolutely nothing to do with others. If you must insist on blaming someone for this, it can only be me. I shouldn't have summoned him to the palace today to discuss matters of importance. If I hadn't done so, he definitely wouldn't have met with such misfortune. Father, I still have pressing matters to attend to in the Taiji Hall. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Chapter 110. The General Yuqi weeps bitterly in the street. Having said that, Li Cheng took the Empress back directly to the Taiji Hall. At this moment, Li Cheng had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would ensure that no one discovered Nan Feng's involvement in this matter. Nan Feng was currently just a low-ranking official. If his father found out, there was no doubt his life would be in grave danger. Li Yuan was, at this point, more or less imprisoned in a luxurious prison. He was cut off from communicating with his external allies, but if there was anything he wanted, Li Cheng would do his utmost to provide it. However, if he intended to renege on their arrangement, Li Cheng was no soft target to be pushed around either. Seeing Li Cheng dare to simply walk away, Li Yuan flew into a rage, smashing to pieces all the fine ceramics on the floor, and kept cursing Li Cheng as an unfilial descendant. Sitting nearby, Dosher fanned the flames even further by saying, "Old master, your son Li Cheng has grown so powerful that we can no longer meddle in his affairs. This bitter fate, we can only endure with gritted teeth. The most tragic one is still your nephew, struck down ruthlessly by assassins just when he was about to achieve greatness." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes burned with fury. He lifted a massive vase and smashed it onto the floor, howling, "I refuse to believe this. How could there be no one who knows the truth behind this incident? But even if someone knows, what difference would it make?" Actually, Dosher also planned to swallow this bitter pill. Clearly, Li Yuan could no longer offer her any help. Now he was like a tiger that had lost its teeth. His threatening posture was only borrowed power from others, and he could accomplish nothing of real significance. Meanwhile, the one who had originally orchestrated the incident was leisurely strolling along the city street, Nan Feng. He had never expected that just a small move on his part would so easily lead to Do Jing's death. It truly was a cause for great satisfaction. Nan Feng murmured to himself, "Humph, that despicable scoundrel deserved nothing less than death." Just then, Nan Feng unexpectedly spotted General Yuqi and General Chun. The two appeared like brothers, strolling leisurely along the street. Nan Feng quickened his steps forward and respectfully greeted them, saying, "General Chun, General Yuqi, it's truly fate that we meet again on the street." Upon seeing Nan Feng appear before him, General Yuqi's face turned pale, and he quickly covered his mouth as though coughing violently, and the cough wouldn't stop. Witnessing this, General Chun quickly patted Yuqi's back, asking, "What's wrong with you? Why have you suddenly started coughing so badly? Should I take you to see a physician? I heard that Master Sun Simiao is practicing medicine along this street right now. Let me bring you to him." Yuqi's face had already turned red from the force of his coughing, and repeatedly, he gave Nan Feng meaningful winks, silently begging him to spare his dignity. But Nan Feng merely turned his head aside, and with no consideration at all, said, "General Yuqi, fate draws us together yet again. Why don't you stay with me today and practice some martial arts together?" Upon hearing this, General Yuqi nearly burst with anger, his entire body shaking. But he had no recourse against Nan Feng whatsoever, so he could only resign himself and say helplessly, "I don't feel well today. If I train with you now, I might lose my life. Forget about it today. Perhaps another day will work better." Seeing this scene unfold, General Chun furrowed his brows and murmured, "Could it be true what I've heard? Could it be that Nan Feng really does have clashing fates with General Yuqi, so that every time Yuqi sees Nan Feng he falls ill? Who told you that?" Nan Feng replied, feeling extremely irritated. These people apparently had too much time on their hands if they were spreading rumors all day long. Upon hearing General Chen's words, General Yuqi immediately jumped in and added, Exactly. This information is absolutely correct. I don't know why, but every time I see Nan Feng, I feel terribly unwell. Nan Feng, please don't stand so close. My body just cannot handle it." With an air of teasing, Nan Feng repeated his previous words, saying, "General Yuqi, fate draws us together yet again. Why don't you stay with me today and practice some martial arts together?" You little brat. Just get the hell out of my way. General Yuqi's infamous temper finally erupted. Unable to fight Nan Feng head-on, he resorted to unconventional tactics. Bending down, he grabbed his shoe and hurled it straight at Nan Feng. Witnessing this, Nan Feng was greatly alarmed, backing away rapidly. As soon as the shoe was airborne and before it could fully unleash its odor, he kicked it away and, pinching his nose, said, "Goodness, General Yuqi, your shoe is even stinkier than salted fish." General Yuqi didn't even acknowledge Nan Feng's words. He was recalling bitterly everything that had happened to him lately. Every time he saw Nan Feng, that bastard would do nothing but ask him if he wanted to train together. Yuqi knew well that he couldn't defeat Nan Feng, so he had kept making excuses about being ill, turning this into the subject of ridicule among others. They all said he was a cowardly turtle. Thinking about it, tears streamed down his face. A tough, burly man like him was actually reduced to tears by Nan Feng. Nan Feng stared wide-eyed at the weeping General Yuqi. General Chun was also stunned, watching the scene unfold like an idiot. Nan Feng felt deeply embarrassed. Scratching the back of his head, he said, "General Yuqi, Must you take it this hard? It's only a small health issue. Just go home and rest, and you'll recover soon. Look how severely you've been coughing. You should really go home now. It might have been better had Nan Feng kept silent. After hearing that, Yuchi wept even more uncontrollably. He didn't even bother saving face anymore, going down to the ground, sobbing without restraint. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Nan Feng really had gone too far. Even if you wanted to teach me a lesson, you shouldn't keep humiliating me like this. And you always single me out. Seeing a grown man covering his face and sobbing bitterly, a crowd of curious onlookers quickly gathered around, commenting loudly and pointing fingers at General Yuchi. When General Chun saw his good brother being ridiculed by others, how could he endure it? Roaring furiously, he shouted, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a good-looking guy before? Never seen a man cry? Or shall I beat you until you cry so I can stare at you all I want? Just get lost." General Chun could stand no more. If General Yuchi continued sobbing like this in front of everyone, there wouldn't be even a shred of dignity left. He picked up Yuchi's shoe, brought it back, helped Yuchi put it on, and pulled him roughly back to his feet. Chapter 111. Lifting the small mountain, that is Li Ji. General Chun looked at the still slightly weeping General Yuchi and Wanative said, "You're a grown man, a real man, yet you cry in public on the street. You may not care about your face, but the emperor still has to save face. If he found out, he might come looking for you with a big stick in the middle of the night." Hearing General Chen's words, General Yuchi immediately became excited, grabbing General Chen's shoulders tightly and shouting, "You just haven't experienced the kind of tragic suffering I've had. If it were you, you'd be crying just as hard as me." Listening to General Yuchi's tirade, General Chun was already stunned. What kind of tragic fate could make someone break down in public like that? "Old man Yuchi, you've got me completely confused. What kind of tragedy made you cry like that?" Before General Yuchi could reply, he saw Li Ji approaching them. Moreover, Li Ji's expression looked a bit grim. When he saw the tear stain still on General Yuchi's face, he felt extremely surprised and immediately dismounted his horse, saying, "Old man Yuchi, did you just finish crying?" Li Ji was really bringing up an awkward topic. General Yuchi directly roared, "You were the one crying. Your whole family was crying. I just had some sand get into my eye." Li Ji felt very wronged. "I was just making a casual comment. Was it really necessary to get that angry?" General Yuchi stared at Nan Feng and said, "You damn guy. You sure are persistent. Looking for me for months straight to spar with me. I beg you, stop sparring with me, okay? I can't keep getting sick like this. You've got to show me some mercy and leave me alone." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng reluctantly agreed. At that moment, Li Ji finally noticed that Nan Feng was also here. He instantly became ferocious. He ran over to Nan Feng, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him continuously, shouting, "You bastard! I've been looking for you for days. I didn't expect you to throw yourself at me like this. You just go off yourself to that pestilential land in the south, which is fine, but why did you get the emperor to send me there in front of him?" Upon hearing this, Nan Feng's face also turned grim. Just now, this Li Chung said he'd be my shield, but then in the next moment, he sold me out. Could it be even Li Chung couldn't handle an angry Li Ji? Seeing Nan Feng getting shaken by Li Ji, General Yuchi's previous sadness immediately vanished. General Chun frowned slightly and said, "General Yuchi, how could you be like this? Nan Feng is being abused by Li Ji, yet you're so happy? Why don't we team up and teach Li Ji a lesson?" Upon hearing this, General Yuchi took several steps back, shamelessly saying, "Well, perhaps you, I, and General Li Chi should team up to teach Nan Feng a lesson." General Chun was left completely stunned. How come General Yuchi seems like a totally different person? It's only been a short while since we last met. How could General Yuchi have lost all sense of shame like this? General Chun roared directly, "Old man Yuchi, why have you become so despicable? Nan Feng is my junior. Right now, he's almost being shaken to death by Li Ji. Fine, not helping him. But now you want to team up with me and Li Ji to gang up on Nan Feng? You may have no shame, but I still do." General Yuchi, with a calm expression, continued saying, "How could Nan Feng be bullied by Li Ji? He's more likely to bully others. He originally belonged to your left guard army. Don't you know how high his martial skills are?" General Chun then continued shouting, "Yes, I do know his martial skills are pretty high, but look at Li Ji's figure. His arms are thicker than someone else's thighs. He's strong as an ox. How could Nan Feng fight him?" General Yuchi calmly watched towards Nan Feng's direction and said, all right, let's not argue anymore. Let's just watch the show. This is also a good opportunity for you to witness Nan Feng's strength." Hearing General Yuchi say this, General Chen also looked over at Nan Feng. He saw Nan Feng leaning slightly backward, one hand holding onto Li Ji's collar, the other hand grabbing at Li Ji's pants waistband. Effortlessly, he lifted Li Ji up over his head and casually held him there with one hand. Seeing the sudden dramatic shift in the scene, General Chun was left completely stunned. General Yuchi shook General Chun and said, "See, you still dare to say that someone is bullying Nan Feng? Right now, it's actually Li Ji who's being bullied. Aren't you going to help Li Ji out?" General Chen finally snapped out of his shock and quickly circled around Nan Feng a few times, seeing nothing was secretly assisting him. Then, he exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, Li Ji must weigh nearly 200 pounds. Nan Feng just lifts him like he weighs absolutely nothing at all. How strong is this kid's strength anyway?" Moreover, Li Ji was built like a small mountain, his entire body packed with hard muscles. Yet Nan Feng, who looked so refined and scholarly, lifted him up with just one hand. Not only General Chun was stunned, but also the pedestrians passing by on the street all stopped in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at this astonishing sight. It was simply too shocking. Right now, Nanfeng was holding up Li Ji single-handedly. With his other hand free, he even patted down his wrinkled clothes calmly. Li Ji's stomach was being supported by Nanfeng, and he began to feel terrible discomfort inside, with a gurgling noise rumbling from his gut, as though some kind of urgent bodily issue was about to occur. He quickly said, Nanfeng, that's enough already. Just put me down first. This feels way too uncomfortable. Let's talk things over calmly. Hearing this, Nanfeng decided not to push things further and simply tossed him back down. Thud. Li Ji slammed onto the ground with a heavy noise. Despite that, he quickly jumped back up, his face burning with anger, shouting, You damn kid. That was truly merciless. I don't recall ever offending you. Why did you trick me into being sent to that cursed pestilential land in the south? I'll accept this time, but don't let there be a next time, alright? Nanfeng slightly furrowed his eyebrows and said, Minister Li, your words are a bit too harsh. I am the disciple of Master Zongheng and also a student from the Giga school. Under my name, there is only helping others, never harming them. Nanfeng thought for a moment, then continued. How about I go to the emperor right now and say a few kind words on your behalf? Maybe help you smoothly resign from your official position. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's anger quickly faded, and he stuttered anxiously. Just pretend I never said anything I said earlier. I actually have an emergency at home, so I'll take my leave first. You just continue practicing with General Yu Qi, and I won't stay here blabbering on anymore. Chapter 112. This land can only rely on the next generation. Li Ji leapt directly onto his horse and was about to leave, when General Yu Qi got angry. If you want to go, just go, he grumbled, then angrily grabbed a big watermelon and threw it at Li Ji. It hit him spot on. Dripping with watermelon juice, Li Ji grinned maliciously. General Yu Qi, he said, you just wait. Tomorrow, everyone in the palace will know about you crying in public on the street. Upon hearing that, General Yu Qi became somewhat flustered. General Chun, still puzzled, walked to Nanfeng and softly asked, You rascal, what exactly is going on? And why does General Yu Qi fall ill whenever he meets you? How did you make him cry anyway? Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, General Chun, it's better not to ask me about this. My relationship with General Yu Qi isn't really bad. You can ask someone else. I have something to attend to and will take my leave first. With that, Nanfeng turned around and left immediately. General Chun watched him leave with a deeply confused expression, feeling as if his heart was constantly being scratched by a cat. He immediately went off to seek answers from others. After walking a long while, he finally met someone familiar. Approaching Changsun Wuji, he began asking about General Yu Qi. Upon hearing General Chen's question, Changsun Wuji laughed so hard tears came to his eyes. He laughed until his stomach hurt, without offering any explanation. General Chun grew anxious and tightly gripped Changsun Wuji's hands, urging insistently, Hurry up and tell me, what really happened in this matter? After catching his breath, Changsun Wuji recounted the whole story. Soon, General Chun was laughing so hard, he almost cried too. When he returned home, he told his wife everything, and the story spread quickly through word of mouth until the entire palace had heard about General Yu Qi's embarrassing incident. This time, General Yu Qi once again wept bitterly, crying out for officials to help him come up with a plan to regain his dignity, now that he was already in a broken state, like a dead pig that fears no more boiling water. Meanwhile, Nanfeng had already arrived at the Manhwa courtyard, frowning slightly. He asked, Why did you summon me here today? Qing Xian from the Manhwa courtyard had sent a messenger earlier, requesting a meeting with Nanfeng. That was why he had come. Seeing the elegant woman dressed in a blue gown with an enchanting beauty that inspired tenderness, Qing Xian leaned forward gently and said, I already know that Do Jing is dead. You avenged a great injustice for me, and I will surely show my gratitude. Nanfeng waved his hand, saying, Actually, I did it without any real intent. I only wanted to shame him a bit. He committed too many wrongs, so heaven itself wouldn't stand for it anymore. So, he just fell and ended his own life. If you wish to thank me, then just keep working here to make some money for me. I have other urgent matters to deal with, so if that's all there is, I will take my leave first. Hearing that, Qing Xian bit her charming red lips lightly and hurriedly ran before Nanfeng, kneeling on the ground. Master Nanfeng, she pleaded, I came to this place merely for revenge. Now that you've avenged me, I have no desire to stay here any longer, and I don't know where else to go. May I? Her face blushed deeply as she continued. May I go to your estate to serve you? Even if it's as a servant girl doing odd jobs, I can properly repay you that way. Seeing her blushing shyly, Nanfeng leaned closer and pinched her cheek, watching as she looked down with embarrassment. He smiled playfully and said, You want to come to my estate? Well, that might be possible, but right now my house only has my wife and another young girl. I don't accept other unrelated people. Do you know how to keep accounts? A little, from when I was young. How about reading? Yes, I can read. I also play the qin, play go, and paint. Fine then, come to my estate tomorrow. I will instruct Zhou Wanyan to first arrange a merchant identity for you. In the meantime, study those skills well. I must go now. I still have an urgent matter to attend to. Qing Xian watched silently as Nanfeng slowly left, her face slightly disappointed. She murmured desolately to herself, Of course, what man would want a woman like me, who has lived in a brothel? Although the sky was clear, a cold wind blew from time to time. Nanfeng had servants from his estate bring a huge number of parts and place them on the square outside the Taiji Hall, and then went to the morning court session himself. Although there was already a crown prince, Prince Li Chung still had the intention of reinstating Li Ku as the crown prince deep in his heart. The crown prince was still staying in Nanfeng's military training camp, So both Princely Tai and Princely Ku were qualified to come here for the morning court session. If you didn't specifically look for them, you wouldn't even notice the two of them. They were still quite young and much shorter than the others. At this moment, Nan Feng and Duke Igwa were lazily leaning against a pillar, peacefully enduring this morning court session. As soon as court ended, Duke Igwa eagerly asked, "Brother Nan Feng, I heard that your medical skills are also superb. So much so that you completely cured the queen's asthma. Ahem, I have a favor to ask. Would you please help me examine my condition as well? My body has often felt extremely weak, so I end up sleeping all day long. I've consulted other famous physicians before, but they all said that I must gradually recover since this condition is due to chronic injuries accumulated over years. I wonder if you could provide me with some prescription to help restore even a bit of my former vitality, even for a short time would do." Upon hearing that, Nan Feng slightly frowned and replied, "Duke Igwa, your body does require slow and steady recovery. I'm no immortal. How could I just prescribe some medicine to fully restore your health overnight? Even if such medicine existed, it would significantly shorten your lifespan." Duke Igwa sighed deeply and said, "Let me live less, then. As long as you can help me recover even briefly the vitality I once had, I would gladly die afterwards. I miss the atmosphere of the battlefield too much." General Chen frowned as well and said, "Duke Igwa, how can you speak like this? So many people desperately want to live. We brothers must live together until our hair turns white and keep witnessing our Tang Dynasty growing stronger and better. Isn't that so?" Duke Igwa gave a bitter smile and said, "I do want to live longer and witness the Tang Dynasty becoming better and better. But with this fragile body, how many more years do I really have left? This land of Tang that we worked so hard to build must now be left in the hands of our younger generation." Chapter 113, Preparing to Soar. Upon hearing what the Duke of Yi said, General Qin also sighed repeatedly, saying, "I still remember how heroic the Duke of Yi used to be. At that time, he was practically invincible in battle. Now, however, he is tormented by illness. Alas, that was so many years ago." The Duke of Yi shook his head and carelessly replied, "Forget it. I don't even know how much longer I have left to live. If I have to suffer a bit, then so be it. There's simply nothing I can do about it." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng also agreed, saying, "I will visit your mansion as soon as possible to examine you and see if there is any way I can help." Indeed, the physical weakness caused by prolonged overexertion, injuries, and blood loss is not easily cured. Generally, it requires a gradual treatment combining medication and time. At that moment, however, the court officials began to discuss the plan to capture Shuafang City again. Some even suggested taking the city before the new year, but Li Cheng was completely against it. Wei Zheng originally intended to advise Li Cheng to act decisively, but upon meeting Li Cheng's gaze, he immediately understood the reason and promptly stopped himself from speaking further. As an emperor, one must be careful and cautious. If there were any spies within the court who leaked the news of the attack on Shuafang City, then once the army was dispatched, they might suffer serious losses, possibly even complete annihilation. Li Cheng immediately shifted the topic, saying, "Let's set this matter aside for now. Today I also received a memorial, which contained something very amusing. This official reported that General Yuqi was weeping bitterly in public on the street, greatly damaging the court's image. I am quite curious myself. What kind of grievance could have caused such a tough and courageous man to cry openly in the street? General Yuqi, if there's anything you can't resolve yourself, just tell me, and I will handle it for you." General Yuqi was already furious and shouted toward the officials in the hall, "Who on earth has nothing better to do than to spread such rumors about me? Step forward immediately. I'll make sure you understand why flowers are so red." Li Cheng simply waved his hand in the air and said, "Oh, don't be angry. I was just worried you might be facing some difficulties and wanted to offer what little help I could. Since you say everything is fine, then it must be fine. You are a real iron-blooded hero. I won't believe such ridiculous accusations. All right, just forget this ever happened." He pretended to be upright and just, yet in truth, he was the one most eager to find out what had actually occurred. Indeed, only someone with thick skin can become an emperor. Fuming, General Yuqi waved his hand in frustration and sat back down. At that moment, all the ministers in the hall were barely holding back their laughter. They dared not laugh out loud. If someone made a sound, Yuqi might charge forward and give them a good beating. However, there was always someone daring enough to do it. General Chun looked toward Nan Feng and said, "Brother Nan Feng, my young friend, this time it was really your fault. Why did you keep provoking General Yuqi like that?" Looking confused, the Duke of Yi quickly asked, "General Chun, so it was Nan Feng who caused this? Wow, he's that strong." General Chen couldn't help himself and told the Duke of Yi the whole story. As Li Cheng was about to bring up the next topic, the Duke of Yi burst into laughter while eating, instantly drawing everyone's full attention. After laughing for a while, the Duke realized he had acted improperly and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Li Cheng calmly looked around the room, and his eyes clearly conveyed a threat. "Don't dare to speak out of turn again." Indeed, no one dared to badmouth the Duke of Yi afterward. Then Li Cheng laughed aloud, saying, "What a rare sight this is. It's been so long since I've seen the Duke of Yi laughing so heartily. My mood has also become joyful because of you. Since you fell ill, you've hardly smiled at all. Your laughter today is truly precious. Rest assured, no one will dare to say anything negative about your laughing out loud in court. Everyone here will only feel joy." Nan Feng also heard these words and inwardly thought to himself what a smooth talker Li Cheng was. He could say a few words and move the Duke of Yi to tears. Curiosity getting the better of him, Li Cheng said, "Ahem, I am really curious to know what exactly it was that made the Duke of Yi laugh so heartily." Why don't you tell us, so we can all share in the laughter? Upon hearing these words, General Yuchi immediately became anxious and shot a pleading look toward the Duke of E, hoping he wouldn't reveal the truth. The Duke of E naturally noticed Yuchi's anxious gaze. He simply waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, I merely recalled a funny joke all of a sudden, and couldn't help but laugh. We shouldn't let such a joke interfere with our state affairs." Hearing this, Li Cheng slightly nodded and continued, "All right then, my lords, I have already made an agreement with Nanfeng. Today, he is to demonstrate how to soar in the sky with human assistance. Nanfeng, I hope you have fully prepared all the necessary equipment." Nanfeng replied, "Everything is ready. However, since this is our first flight, whether or not it will actually work remains unknown. I only ask that everyone not laugh at me regardless of the result." Li Cheng gave a slight smirk, instantly seeing through Nanfeng's trickery. He must be planning to play a prank on others. In the courtyard outside the Taiji Hall, a group of people surrounded the small objects Nanfeng had brought, completely puzzled and having no idea what these tiny devices were for. After a while, the courtyard was piled high with the items Nanfeng had transported there. At that moment, Wei Jing showed up to stir things up again. Smiling broadly, he said, "Nanfeng, are these little junky things really capable of making people fly in the sky? If you fail later, you could be charged with deceiving the emperor." Li Cheng also looked curiously puzzled as he softly remarked, "All this preparation, these are the only things you've brought? Can they truly carry a person into the sky?" General Qin also expressed concern, saying, "Young brother Nanfeng, you shouldn't be doing things without certainty. If it fails, you'll end up embarrassing yourself." He quickly grabbed Nanfeng and whispered in a voice only the two could hear, "Nanfeng, have you gone mad? A human is just a human. How can he possibly soar in the sky like some demon or ghost? Stop fooling around, will you?" Nanfeng simply smiled and calmly replied, "I'm not someone who makes reckless claims. Just watch carefully and see for yourselves." Chapter 114. I bet Nanfeng can take off. Nanfeng no longer paid attention to what they were saying and started assembling the device by himself. After a while, the basic outline of a bird-shaped flying machine had already taken form. The two brothers, Li Tai and Li Ku, also managed with great effort to squeeze their way forward, standing on tiptoe to watch Nanfeng continuing to assemble the machine. Li Ku, eyes wide open, said, "Li Tai, can the things Nanfeng made really carry a person into the sky? What do you think about it?" Upon hearing this, Li Tai said disdainfully, "How could these scraps of junk possibly fly? It's made entirely of wooden pieces pieced together like some puzzle. Do you really think it can take off? I certainly don't believe it. Nanfeng must be in quite a desperate situation, probably forced here with no other way out, making up this junk to fool people." Li Ku slightly furrowed his brow and said, "My view is not the same as yours. Looking at Nanfeng, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would act without confidence. In my opinion, it's quite possible this pile of junk may actually fly. If that turns out to be true, I will definitely ask Nanfeng to accept me as his apprentice. Then I can also learn his amazing knowledge." Upon hearing this, Li Tai became clearly displeased and said, "Li Ku, you carry the bloodline of royalty on both sides. How could you ever bow down and take Nanfeng as your master? Even if your mother agreed, the emperor may not approve of such a request." Li Ku slightly pursed his lips and then concentrated back on the machine. Quickly, 2 hours passed. Nanfeng had finally finished assembling all the components of the flying machine. Its method of propulsion was similar to that of a bicycle, only with long wings added to it, and the wings were adjustable as well. To get it airborne, one needed to vigorously pedal, thereby generating power to move the wings. Moreover, Nanfeng had specially designed a steering handle, a feat that showcased the intelligence of the people from the Warring States period, capable of designing such a complex, yet useful device. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Nanfeng's mind. If he could install a steam engine on this flying machine, it would become much easier to operate. After assembling and checking everything twice, and because the weather had become quite cold, Nanfeng put on several thick coats before speaking up, "Your Majesty, now that the flying machine is completely assembled, I can take off whenever you wish. But I need someone to go with me, and that person must be light in weight. Who do you think would be a good fit for accompanying me?" As he said this, Nanfeng's gaze naturally drifted toward the two brothers, Li Tai and Li Ku. He had a little plan in mind to give one of them a good workout. Emperor Li Cheng smiled slightly before saying, "Let's put the matter of finding someone on hold for a moment. My dear ministers, gather around. I am betting 500 strings of coins on the side that believes this machine can carry someone into the sky. What about the rest of you?" Hearing the words, "time to bet," especially led by the emperor himself, everyone quickly became excited, particularly Changsun Wuji, who was the most thrilled of all. Changsun Wuji carefully examined the flying machine, circling around it before finally nodding and saying, "Looking at this machine, it's quite well made. I'll bet 200 strings of coins, placing mine on the side that believes Nanfeng can bring someone to the sky. I bet 2 coins, also on the side that believes it can fly." Upon hearing that statement, murmurs filled the air. Could someone really be that stingy? The crowd followed the voice and saw, unsurprisingly, Xiao Li. General Chun cast a look of contempt at Xiao Li before loudly declaring, "I bet 200 strings of coins, on the side that believes Nanfeng can take someone skyward. I bet 10 coins. I'll place 20 coins." As the ministers eagerly placed their bets, Nanfeng stood there somewhat bewildered. Unconsciously, he tightened the coat around his body. Had these people taken the wrong medicine? Even the ones who always opposed him were now betting in favor of the machine flying. Nanfeng felt uneasy. While he knew he could certainly fly, Seeing all these people betting on success made the wager seem meaningless. So now Nanfeng was already thinking about how to ensure the machine failed to take off. If he didn't play a trick on them, it just wouldn't be fair. Just as Nanfeng was thinking about how to make sure the machine wouldn't fly, General Yuchi disrupted the moment. I also bet 200 strings of coins on the side that Nanfeng cannot take anyone into the sky. General Yuchi gave the flying machine a few light kicks, causing the entire structure to shake. He sneered and said, "Such a piece of junk. Actually supposed to carry a person into the air? I don't believe it for a second." Nanfeng couldn't let him back the side that believed the machine wouldn't fly. Otherwise, wouldn't he take all the winnings? Therefore, Nanfeng, wearing a sly grin, said mockingly, "Oh, General Yuchi, so interested in it, aren't you? Are you fully recovered now?" At these words, General Yuchi's face instantly stiffened. Without even glancing at Nanfeng, he turned around and walked away in anger, muttering while leaving, "I was actually in a good mood at first, but you've ruined it for me. Now I've even lost the will to bet." Now, all the people he had bet on were placing their money on the side that believed Nanfeng could fly. There was no fun in it at all. Nanfeng casually sat on the seat of the flying machine. Casually, he removed a crucial component and then randomly stepped on the pedals. But the flying machine remained completely motionless. These ministers had become smarter, even plotting together to trick him. How could he possibly allow them to deceive him? Only he could trick them, not the other way around. Therefore, Nanfeng had removed that essential part, rendering the flying machine unable to take off. He sat there pedaling for quite a while before pretending to feel deeply apologetic and said, Your Majesty, I've already done my best, but the flying machine still won't budge. It seems it just can't take off." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng was already stunned. And he was not alone. More than a dozen ministers were also equally shocked. They stared at each other in disbelief. Originally, they all firmly believed that Nanfeng was fully confident in making it fly, but now he was saying it wouldn't take off. This truly hit them hard. They had even hoped they could finally trick Nanfeng just once. Chapter 115, Changsun Wuji's Pandai. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Nanfeng smiled in an apparently sincere and simple manner and said, "So you all already know my house is almost out of money. Since each of you is so kind as to give me money, I guess I'll have to shamelessly accept it." Nanfeng's words almost drove them mad with anger. Their faces looked absolutely miserable, as if they had just swallowed excrement. Wei Zheng snorted furiously and said, "Nanfeng, it's time you paid for your lies. I suggest you strip Nanfeng of his position. This is deception." Li Cheng's face was equally hideous to look at. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Weren't you the one who swore to me a few days ago it would fly? Are you making a fool of me? Do you think I won't dare to throw you into prison?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng calmly replied, "You all bet that the flying machine would take off. Now that it didn't, that means all these stakes are rightfully mine." Nanfeng cleared his throat and continued, "Your Majesty, I have not deceived you. I still need to retrieve one additional item to ensure success. I'll ride back home immediately to fetch it. Please wait for me just a little longer." With that, Nanfeng jumped straight onto his horse and galloped off. From the direction he appeared to be heading, it seemed as if he was going to his manor, but it was just a trick to mislead the onlookers. After making a large detour, he directly headed toward Chinkaman Gate. Among the crowd, only General Chun and Lao Sheng could still manage to laugh. Except for the two of them, everyone else wore expressions of utmost displeasure. Seeing their furious faces, General Chun burst into laughter first, followed closely by Lao Sheng. General Chun laughed so hard his stomach ached before finally catching his breath and exclaiming, "Serves you right for trying to play clever tricks on Nanfeng. Now look what's happened, like stealing a chicken but losing the whole rice pot. All of this you brought on yourselves." Hearing this, Li Cheng grumbled, "General Chun, aren't you indirectly cursing me as well with that remark?" Realizing what he'd said, General Chun immediately replied, "How could I possibly insult you, Your Majesty? I meant only those ministers here, not including you at all." Changsun Wuji remarked sourly, "Isn't it true that you yourself also lost 200 strings of coins? Who gave you the right to mock us?" At this, General Chun coolly retorted, I don't mind at all. The relationship between Nanfeng and me, how could that be measured in 200 strings of coins? Even if I handed over all my wealth to Nanfeng, I wouldn't blink an eye. Do you think I came here trying to trick him like you lot did?" Lao Sheng then added, "Exactly, I'm not like you people. And now you got double-crossed. This flying machine was nothing but some wooden planks stuck together, yet you actually believed it could fly. Did a cow kick your foreheads or something?" After hearing these words, Li Cheng's expression turned even uglier, and he angrily declared, "If Nanfeng returns and still can't make this machine fly, seize him immediately and throw him into jail. Let him taste prison food for 10 days first. I'm so angry." Upon hearing the emperor's statement, Dai Zhou standing beside him responded loudly, "Understood." Meanwhile, General Yuchi was sighing heavily. What a loss. I shouldn't have acted on impulse. Originally, I should have been the winner of this bet. As soon as Yuchi uttered these words, Changsun Wuji stepped forward immediately to mock him. "Aren't you still recovering? What's the rush? If you're unwell, shouldn't you go home and rest first?" Yuchi hadn't fully vented his fury when Changsun Wuji just happened to walk right into his line of fire. How could he possibly relieve himself of his anger without punching Changsun a few times? Without a word, Yuchi strode directly over to Changsun Wuji, grabbed his collar, yanked him up, and threw a right hook straight into Changsun's left eye, shouting furiously, "You bastard! Why are you always against me? Do we have some grudge?" Changsun Wuji cried out in pain, both hands clutching his right eye tightly. At that moment, his right eye had already turned into a singular panda eye. He roared back, When did I ever always oppose you? I was simply expressing concern. I treated you so well, yet you threw it all away like dog food. Let go of me now. General Yuchi might not have been able to beat Nan Feng, but when it came to Changsun Wuji, he handled him effortlessly. The more Yuchi thought about it, the angrier he became. Clenching his right fist once again, he landed a punch straight onto Changsun Wuji's right eye, perfectly matching the left one. A palace panda was thus born. General Yuchi had measured the force of his punches precisely. Changsun appeared badly beaten, but in reality, he had suffered no major injuries. Li Cheng stood there, watching in shock. Only after Yuchi had finished beating Changsun did he finally shout loudly. Stop immediately. General Chun, quickly separate these two before Wuji ends up seriously injured. Hearing the emperor's words, General Yuchi finally let go of Changsun Wuji. Changsun, now in pain with a twisted expression, kept inhaling sharply through his teeth. Li Cheng quickly stepped over to support him and asked, "Are you all right?" Changsun Wuji could no longer hold back his emotions. With a voice on the verge of tears, he pleaded, "Your Majesty, you must help me seek justice. General Yuchi is so violent. He only struck me because I was concerned about his health. How could he do this to me? Such a man, with a heart like a wolf and lungs like a dog. How could our Tang Dynasty have someone like him?" Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, General Yuchi almost lost control again and wanted to rush forward and punch him twice more. He roared, "Changsun Wuji, don't you dare act smug. Don't think I don't know you were mocking me. Just try me. Do you believe I won't run over and punch you again? I shouldn't even have held back as much as I did." Li Cheng also lost his temper and shouted, "Enough of both of you. This is the Taiji Hall. Is this the place for your bickering and fighting? General Yuchi, you really should know better. Perhaps Changsun Wuji was indeed concerned about you. As a general, how could you behave so rashly and impulsively?" At this, General Yuchi wore a look of great wedgic on his face. Emperor Li Cheng simply didn't know the real reason behind the conflict. If he had, the one being scolded would surely have been Changsun Wuji, not allowing him to display such a triumphant and scheming look. Chapter 116. Nan Feng fleeing from justice? General Yuchi looked at the group of military officers standing behind him, filled with frustration, and said, "I am one of you military officials. How dare Changsun Wuji, a civilian official, treat me like this? How can all of you still be smiling? Don't you feel any shame on my behalf? Don't you also lose face?" General Chen stepped forward, patting Yuchi's shoulder, saying, "Then how about I tell the emperor the truth on your behalf?" Upon hearing this, General Yuchi didn't know what to do and felt trapped between two difficult choices. After a moment of contemplation, he made up his mind and said, "All right then, you can tell the emperor. My face is already completely ruined, so I don't care about losing it one more time." Thus, General Chen immediately told Li Cheng everything, including the part where he wept bitterly in the street. After hearing General Chen's account, Li Cheng laughed so hard his stomach ached, and it took quite a while before he could catch his breath. He barely suppressed his laughter as he said, "Changsun Wuji, it turns out the fault was yours to begin with. I can't help you then. Those 2 punches you received were self-inflicted. Let's just drop the matter now." Despite the emperor's decree, General Yuchi and Changsun Wuji still glared fiercely at each other. Yuchi was unwilling to accept the humiliation, and Changsun resented having to return home with 2 black eyes. Yet no matter how intense their rivalry became, it would lead to no resolution. After this farce ended, Li Cheng kept glancing outside the Taiji Hall, looking to see whether Nan Feng had arrived. Suddenly, something seemed to strike him. His composure completely shattered, he shouted loudly, "Oh no! Hurry and prepare a fast horse for me. I must go to Nan Feng's residence and check on things myself." Li Cheng spoke these words in great haste, anxiously pacing back and forth within the hall. The ministers watched in total confusion and asked simultaneously, "Your Majesty, what could be making you so anxious? Has Nan Feng met with some kind of trouble? Is something major about to happen?" Hearing their questions, Li Cheng replied in great worry, "We are doomed. It's all my fault, all my fault. A whole incense stick's worth of time has passed, and Nan Feng hasn't returned yet. Could it be that Nan Feng, knowing he has deceived me, has fled the city with his entire family? If that's really the case, then we are in big trouble. Besides, would I really punish him harshly? We cannot afford to wait any longer. I must go check his residence immediately. None of you should waste time either. Close all the gates of Chang'an at once, and do not allow Nan Feng to escape the city." After saying this in great urgency, Li Cheng turned and wanted to head outside the palace. He truly feared that Nan Feng had fled for good. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Li Tai softly remarked, "Li Ku, now you finally believe me, right? Nan Feng also values his own life. Knowing he committed a crime, he ran off beforehand. TSK, Nan Feng really is a disappointment." Li Ku still couldn't bring himself to believe it. He shook his hand and said, "How could Nan Feng just run away? I believe he isn't that kind of person, and even if he did commit the crime of deceiving the emperor, I doubt our father would severely punish him." Just as the 2 brothers were discussing, an official from court shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, look outside. Nan Feng has already returned." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng quickly looked outside the Taiji Hall and saw Nan Feng strolling over leisurely, carrying a large bag on his shoulder. Seeing this sight, Li Cheng finally felt a huge weight lifted off his chest. He immediately turned around and addressed the ministers. "All of you, remember what happened earlier when I was going to look for Nan Feng. Keep your mouths shut about this. Not a word to anyone, understand?" "Your Majesty, we understand." Though Nan Feng held a position irreplaceable in Li Cheng's heart, Li Cheng didn't want Nan Feng to realize this, which was exactly why he ordered the ministers to keep it secret. Otherwise, Nanfeng would surely become even more insufferably arrogant. Among all the ministers present, there were very few people whom Nanfeng dared not provoke. However, Li Cheng also knew deeply that Nanfeng was inherently a good-hearted person. If he harbored any schemes at all, it was merely to live comfortably and freely. Suddenly changing his expression like a face painter, Li Cheng's face darkened as he said sternly, Nanfeng, you've been gone for such a long time. Can you finally make this flying machine work? If not, you might as well stay locked up in prison for a few weeks first. Nanfeng remained calm and said, I'll do my very best. Then he turned to the group of ministers and said, is there anyone else who wants to make a bet? Because this time, I don't know whether I can actually take off or not. If you want to bet, you'd better do it quickly. Changsun Wuji had absolutely no intention of betting anymore. He shook his head impatiently and urged, bet nothing. Give it up already. Just let us see quickly whether you can actually take off or not. Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng fixed his gaze on Changsun Wuji and widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, it's only been a short while since we last met. But how could your appearance have changed so drastically? You've turned into a panda. Is this your disguise technique? Can you teach it to me? Hearing this, Changsun Wuji became furious and gritted his teeth. You damn fellow, isn't this all because of you? You call yourself a military officer, yet you don't even look like one. You're always scheming to play tricks on others, and even Fang Xianling can't compare to you. Fang Xianling, who had been unfairly dragged into the argument, became angry and shouted, why am I suddenly involved again? Besides, wasn't it you who pushed for betting against Nanfeng in the first place? An old man, one was the most enthusiastic about this gambling. I didn't say anything. Today, I was just participating in the bet. 1. You wanted to trick Nanfeng but failed, yet you dragged all of us down with you. After hearing their argument, Nanfeng suddenly realized and said, so old man one actually cares so much about me. Don't worry, from today on, I will also take great care of you in return. When Yamba glared at Fang Xianling with fire in his eyes, this damn fellow was called out and still wouldn't stop pulling others down with him. Noticing Wen Yamba's gaze, Fang Xianling said contemptuously, what? You're still Bufu cheat, not convinced. Did I say anything wrong? Besides General Chun and a few others who never wanted to play tricks on Nanfeng, who among us didn't want to earn a big profit from him? Chapter 117, Soaring Through the Skies. Li Cheng was eagerly waiting for Nanfeng to take off. Seeing that the group of experts were still arguing, he directly spoke up. All of you shut up. So much time has passed already. Let me quickly see if it can actually fly. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng also hurriedly took out the items he had brought and started setting them up. He had already given up on the flying machine and decided to make a hot air balloon instead. Using a large waterproof sheet, he created a simple large balloon. He also constructed a bellows device and a flame torch with burning oil. Once everything was ready, Nanfeng grinned and said happily, done. Any of you honorable ministers want to fly up with me? We can soar through the skies and might even get to see immortals. What do you think? Tempted? Li Cheng's face was filled with curiosity, wondering deeply whether immortals really existed in this world. Li Ku and Li Tai also felt attracted, but soon, Li Tai abandoned this idea. He was afraid he might lose his life, which would prevent him from seizing the position of crown prince. Therefore, he decided it was better to stay on the ground and just watch. Li Ku, truly a total sycophant, directly said, Your Majesty, I would also love to soar through the skies with Nanfeng, but if we fly too high, I'm afraid I might suddenly fall, which would mean I couldn't admire and support you, my dear father, ever again. Therefore, I've decided to resist the temptation and stay behind. Nanfeng felt great disdain toward Li Ku's speech, finding it so exaggerated that it gave him goosebumps. Surprisingly, Li Cheng was very pleased, grinning widely as he said, Excellent, excellent. It looks like my beloved son truly understands, knowing what should be done and what shouldn't. Very well then, I'll let you experience this. You may go along with Nanfeng. I have full trust in him. He will definitely protect you well. Upon hearing this, Li Ku felt a bit surprised, but was soon overwhelmed with excitement, truly wanting to see what an immortal looked like. After filling up the oil tank, Nanfeng carried an extra one just in case, fearing the first one might get used up too quickly. After igniting the torch, the waterproof cloth quickly expanded into a large balloon. Nanfeng continuously operated the bellows, increasing the flame further until the hot air balloon lifted slightly off the ground. Then, with one quick motion, Nanfeng cut the rope tethering the balloon, and the entire hot air balloon began to rise slowly into the air. Li Ku's face was flushed red as he tightly grabbed the handlebar, feeling both excited and frightened. Watching the hot air balloon rising higher and higher, Li Cheng was completely stunned. He stared up at it and began running in its direction. The ministers present were all running after it as well, their jaws practically dropping. Such a simple device was actually carrying people into the sky. Isn't this just like a giant Kongming lantern? Murmured Fang Xianling softly. This method was actually discovered a long time ago by Zhuge Kongming. Nanfeng essentially borrowed his idea. As Nanfeng and the others drifted further away, truly enjoying a victorious flight in the sky, and one day, they got to see the scenery of all of Chang'an, albeit somewhat blurry. As their flight climbed higher, they soon reached an altitude of over 700 meters. Nanfeng gradually decreased the flame intensity, allowing the balloon to maintain that height while drifting further away. Li Cheng could no longer see where the balloon had flown off to and immediately dispatched horsemen to follow closely behind. Ordinary citizens on the streets had never seen such a scene before. All of them looked up with wide eyes at the flying object overhead, with some even shouting in shock. Am I seeing things? Did I actually see an immortal? This is a true immortal. They are flying above us. Quickly, kneel down and sincerely make a wish. It might actually come true. Immortal above, our family currently lacks a male heir. Please bless my wife with a son. I pray the immortal blesses my family with riches beyond measure. I want to marry 100 concubines. At this moment, even the 3-year-olds on the streets of Chang'an had fallen to their knees, sincerely making wishes. Li Ku was already ecstatic, yelling repeatedly, Nanfeng, look. The entire city of Chang'an is no bigger than my palm. Haha, is that the palace over there? It looks really small. Smaller than my pinky. Wow, this is what clouds look like. I thought they might be edible. Listening to Li Ku scream loudly beside him, Nanfeng muttered disdainfully, kids will always be kids, acting all surprised about nothing. Ahead was a dark patch of clouds. Nanfeng's hot air balloon flew straight through it. Immediately, both of their hair tips became damp. Nanfeng's clothing was waterproof, but the crown prince's was not. Worse still, he was lightly dressed. In an instant, he had already turned pale from the cold, lips turning white and teeth clattering nonstop. Li Ku exhaled a puff of white breath and said, Nanfeng, you said we could see immortals. Where are they? I really want to see what they look like. Nanfeng felt speechless. He had only said it casually, but Li Ku had actually taken him seriously. Nanfeng then kept pumping the bellows again, raising the balloon to a higher altitude. After rising above 1,000 meters, the air had already become extremely thin. However, they could faintly see the outline of the earth below. Li Ku was completely dumbfounded. He had thought previously that Nanfeng's claim about the earth being round was just nonsense. Now, however, he knew for sure it was true. Moisture on the handrail had slowly frozen into ice crystals. Before their eyes stretched an endless sea of clouds. Nanfeng was also aware that the temperature up here was already below zero. Facing this magnificent view, Nanfeng said, Li Ku, now you have seen the outline of the land below. You should now realize, the earth beneath our feet is round. Li Ku, however, had no thoughts for that at all. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably as he shivered and asked, Nanfeng, we've flown this high, yet why still haven't seen any immortals? Can we fly even higher to the moon and take a look at what Chang'a's sister looks like? Hearing this, Nanfeng felt extremely helpless and could only reply, there are no immortals in our world, let alone the Chang'a sister you imagine. These characters were nothing but figments of imagination by people in ancient times. The palace Chang'a is said to live in is also fake. All of this is merely imagination. That place is called the moon, and its surface is even more desolate than a desert. Chapter 118. As soon as he lands, he meets Master Sun the physician. Seeing Li Ku's eager expression, Nanfeng continued explaining the moon. The temperature there is extremely low. If you stood on it, you'd instantly freeze into an ice block. You wouldn't be able to breathe, and even the slightest touch would send you flying. The light it gives off is actually from the sun. This might be hard to understand now, so I'll skip the explanation. Look how cold you are already. We should return now. Don't even bother thinking about whether Chang'a is beautiful or not. Just imagine she is. Anyway, she isn't real. Although what I've told you may seem shocking, it's all the truth. Upon hearing this, Li Ku's face dropped, and he still couldn't believe it as he asked, so there really isn't a Chang'a? Upon hearing his question, Nanfeng simply smiled without answering. He then picked up a metal plate from beneath his feet and blocked half of the torch's nozzle. The flame instantly weakened, and the hot air balloon began descending slowly. If Nanfeng had remained in the high sky much longer, Li Ku might have frozen solid in no time. After all, he was the emperor's most beloved son. If he came back disabled from the cold, Emperor Li Cheng would probably punish Nanfeng until he, too, was crippled. Meanwhile, the townspeople on the street, upon noticing that the immortal was descending, excitedly ran toward the city outskirts, hoping to catch a glimpse of what set this divine figure apart from ordinary men. At this moment, Li Cheng had already taken action, shutting the city gates completely, allowing only commoners to return within, but not go out. He also dispatched many men to locate Nanfeng's precise landing point. Because Nanfeng's hot air balloon lacked directional control, it could only drift downward. The altitude kept decreasing, and now mountains could be clearly seen below. Nanfeng and Li Ku were continuously descending closer to the ground, yet they were drifting farther and farther from Chang'an. By the time they actually touched down and returned to the city, it would probably already be night. Sensing he was approaching the surface, Nanfeng took off his thick coat and handed it to Li Ku, deciding to be a good guy for once. Predictably, Li Ku was truly moved by this gesture, his tears streaming as he cried, Nanfeng, you're truly the best brother-in-law ever. Hearing Li Ku's words, Nanfeng felt quite satisfied. Things weren't as cold now, and he still managed to play the kind-hearted hero. A win-win. As Nanfeng and Li Ku were still about 3 or 4 meters above the ground, they noticed an old man with white hair standing below them. Beside him stood a small child. The old man wore Taoist robes and carried a huge bamboo basket filled with ritual items such as a fly whisk. When he heard a strange object pass overhead, he was stunned into silence. Fortunately, the little boy beside him was thoughtful enough to support the old man's jaw to keep it from dropping to the ground. The little child instinctively said, Grandpa, look, isn't something falling from the sky, a heavenly immortal? At the child's words, the old man finally snapped out of his trance. He smacked the boys behind before scolding, what immortals? Don't shout nonsense without even looking properly. Can't you see that's just 2 regular human beings? As the large object landed not far away, the old man hurried over to the site where Nanfeng had landed, helping them pull aside the waterproof cover so that Nanfeng and Li Ku could exit. The little boy, seeing Nanfeng and Li Ku, got so scared he immediately hugged the old man's legs and cried out, "Ah, are those two demons or ghosts? Look at that man's face, it's all green. Could that be the green-faced, fong-toothed ghost?" The old man smacked the child's bottom once more before snapping, "Silence." He then slightly bowed, raised his fists respectfully, and said, "It's actually the Prince of Han. My humble greetings, Your Highness." Li Ku was trembling all over and spoke in a trembling voice. "Master Sun, what are you doing here?" "It's me, Li Ku. No need to be so polite." Sun Simiao quickly helped Li Ku step out, then turned to assist Nan Feng. However, Nan Feng just sprang out effortlessly. Seeing this, the old man slightly narrowed his pupils in surprise. The railing was almost as tall as a grown man, yet Nan Feng had leapt over it effortlessly. Instinctively, Sun Simiao praised Nan Feng's agility before inquiring, "Might I ask who this admirable young man is?" Li Ku caught his breath and replied, "He is the renowned Lieutenant Wei Qi Nan Feng. South brother, this elder is Master Sun, the Divine Physician. He recently healed Her Majesty the Empress not long ago. You are Master Sun, the Divine Physician. It's an honor to finally meet you." Nan Feng never expected that right after landing, they would run into Master Sun, the Divine Physician. This old man was indeed the revered king of medicine. Hearing Nan Feng's name, the old man was even more surprised and laughed, saying, "So you're the young Nan Feng. I heard you've written a formula that can completely cure asthma. You're truly remarkable. I feel ashamed, having lived so many years yet achieving nothing compared to you." "Oh, Master Sun, you shouldn't say that. How could I ever compare to you? I just happened to have a sudden inspiration while thinking about the formula. It was merely a fortunate accident. Although your hair is completely white, your health is much better than many young people today. If I may ask, how old are you this year?" "I am now 66 years old." Upon hearing the old man's reply, Nan Feng was truly astonished. The rumors claimed Sun Simiao lived past 140, and apparently, it was true. My goodness, even in later generations, no one had ever lived that long. He was known as the king of medicine and revered as the forefather of medicine. Therefore, Nan Feng suddenly became deeply respectful toward this elderly man. Master Sun was like a saint who traveled everywhere, curing illnesses for people regardless of where they were, and always offering his help completely free of charge. Over the years, the number of people he had healed was countless. Numerous seemingly incurable illnesses were resolved once treated by Master Sunday. Thus, even beggars across the Great Tang held immense respect for him. His name was known by every household. Smiling kindly, Master Sun said, "It's already getting late. I don't feel particularly curious about how you two descended from the sky, but I'm extremely interested in the herbal formula you created to cure asthma. Both of you, come with me to my humble place. We can have dinner together and discuss some medical techniques and formulas. What do you say?" Chapter 119. Nan Feng cooks in person. Hearing the invitation from Sun, the Divine Physician, Nan Feng quickly replied, "Sure, I'd also like to discuss the art of medical techniques with you." Li Ku, already freezing cold, shivered and said, "Then let's hurry back to the physician's house. I feel awful now. Not only is my body cold, but my stomach is growling too." Since the Divine Physician often entered deep mountains to collect herbs, he had deliberately built a house at the foot of the mountain and purchased some grains to keep here for emergencies. Also, outside the house, numerous medicinal herbs he collected were being sun-dried. Nan Feng's eyes locked tightly onto a basket full of bright red peppers. He walked straight over and picked up one to eat directly, savoring the spicy sensation in his mouth, even closing his eyes with satisfaction. Nan Feng was truly addicted to spiciness. He hadn't tasted peppers for quite some time. He had even specially purchased pepper seeds through the system to plant, but they still needed more time to mature, likely only ready after the new year at the earliest. Li Ku, already starving, saw Nan Feng eating and immediately said, "Brother-in-law, what are you eating? I'm practically dying from hunger. Give me a bite, quick." Seeing this, Nan Feng waved his hand at Sun Divine Physician, signaling him not to reveal the spiciness of the pepper. Then, with a not-so-innocent intention, he handed Li Ku the smallest pepper available. Li Ku, holding the seemingly delicious fruit, almost drooled, blurting out involuntarily, "This fruit must taste amazing. Just now watching you eat it so enjoyably makes me want to give it a good try myself." So saying, he stuffed the whole pepper straight into his mouth. At first, he tried to savor it without knowing what was coming. But when intense heat suddenly filled his mouth, he spat the pepper out instantly. Tears and mucus poured down like a dam breaking, while he gasped for air continuously. Li Ku, panicking, mistook it for poison and mumbled frantically, "This fruit is inedible. Brother-in-law, you mustn't eat it. Spit it out quickly." Huffing and puffing, all the while shouting. Witnessing this scene, both Sun the Divine Physician and Nan Feng burst into hearty laughter. However, Li Ku was stunned. He started jumping around wildly and rushed over to Sun Divine Physician, shaking his arm desperately and shouting, Sun Divine Physician, save me. I can't stand this. Hurry and give me an antidote, please, quickly." Observing Li Ku's pitiful state, the little child Xiao Pai pulled a candy out from his pocket and dissolved it into a gourd of cold water, handing it to Li Ku and saying, "Here, this is the antidote medicine water. Drink it up fast." Clutching the ladle, Li Ku gulped it down eagerly until the entire gourd of water was gone before he noticed that the burning sensation in his mouth had considerably diminished. These tiny peppers were indeed super spicy. As this was Li Ku's first experience with such a thing, mistaking it for poison was quite understandable. After calming down for quite a while, Li Ku finally felt less pain, although his lips had now swollen up, red like fiery lips, still making him continuously gasp painfully. Li Ku, his face filled with feigned grievance, said, "Grandfather Sun, you're so unfair. You even placed poison outside to sun-dry. And when I ate it just now, you didn't even warn me." Ow. Sun Divine Physician smiled, then went inside to fetch dried mint leaves, grinding them finely and brewing a cup of mint tea for Li Ku before finally speaking. "Here, drink this. It'll help relieve the pain. What you just ate isn't any poison. It won't kill anyone. At worst, it might cause you to have diarrhea, and afterward, your bottom might burn painfully, making you very uncomfortable. I call this little fruit flame fruit, because after eating it, it feels as though a fierce flame is blazing in your mouth. However, if you regard it as a spice and pair it with other foods, the taste is quite delightful. By the way, Nan Feng, why do you like these peppers so much?" Nan Feng smiled slightly and replied, "This flame fruit you mentioned is exactly what I call a chili pepper. Just lightly fried in oil. The flavor is simply exquisite." "Chili pepper? True, that's a much better name than flame fruit, and definitely appropriately spicy. I'll call it chili from now on. You too. Please sit for a while. I'll prepare dinner for you." Seeing these chilies being sun-dried by Sun the Divine Physician, how could Nan Feng ever settle for eating food without any spice? He went straight into the kitchen to check what ingredients he could use to cook with the chilies. Fortunately, there was flour. This was enough. "Haha, Sun Divine Physician, how about letting me prepare dinner this time? It's been a long while since I last tasted chili peppers. Allow me to make a dinner packed with intense spiciness." Hearing Nan Feng's words, Sun Divine Physician was greatly surprised and said, "You're actually General Yuchi's subordinate. Can you really cook?" "Well, I don't mind, as long as it's vegetarian, but I doubt Li Ku will be able to handle your spicy dishes." "No problem. If he doesn't want to eat it, he doesn't have to." Upon hearing Nan Feng's remarks, Li Ku's face immediately fell. Seeing this, Sun Divine Physician could only say, "Li Ku, young brother, if you really can't handle it, I'll prepare a non-spicy portion for you afterward." Upon hearing that, Li Ku nodded his head rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. He had no choice. His fear of chili peppers had already reached a certain level. Not long after, people sent by the emperor arrived at the location. More than 10 men bowed and clasped their fists together, saying, "Prince Han, General Nan, His Majesty has sent us to escort both of you back to the palace." Hearing this, Nan Feng waved his hand and said, "You may return first to report. Just leave our horses here. We will head back a little later." The soldiers appeared somewhat at a loss upon hearing this. Li Ku, noticing their reluctance to leave, slightly furrowed his brows and spoke, "If you don't wish to return, just wait for us outside for now." Upon hearing this, the leader among the soldiers quickly replied, "Then we shall wait outside for you and General Nan." Nan Feng directly grabbed a handful of chili peppers and swiftly chopped them into bits with a sharp knife, placing them into a small bowl. After finishing this, he started kneading dough. He worked with great skill, shaping the dough smoothly before slicing it into thin strips and throwing them straight into the pot to cook. After boiling for a short while, he quickly fished them out and placed them into cold water to soak. Chapter 120th, taking all the chili peppers. After Nan Feng finished making the cold noodles, he immediately started preparing the condiments. He heated the pan, poured in cold oil, and once the oil warmed up, Nan Feng directly dumped a small bowl of chili peppers into the pan along with other seasonings. Immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and even Sun the physician, who stood watching nearby, couldn't help but swallow his saliva repeatedly. Li Ku was also getting ready to drool, but when he saw the pot packed full of chilies, he felt a bit frightened. The little brat had unknowingly approached and was staring at the pot with longing eyes. Seeing this, Sun the physician quickly pulled the child aside and said, "You're still too young. You shouldn't eat things like this. I'll prepare a special meal without chili for you and Li Ku later." With that, Sun went to wash the pan again and began preparing non-spicy meals for the two who couldn't tolerate spice. He suddenly sensed some strange glances from outside, so he turned toward the door and was immediately startled. The entrance had already been blocked by a dozen soldiers, all gazing longingly at the food, practically drooling. After Nan Feng finished preparing the seasonings, he scooped 2 bowls out for Sun the physician and himself, and likewise scooped 2 bowls for others. Now only 2 bowls remained, barely enough for the 4 of them. But seeing the soldiers staring longingly outside, Nan Feng felt a bit awkward and thus turned to them and said, "There are no more bowls left. If you really want to eat, you should just make your own." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen soldiers instantly dashed into the bamboo forest behind them, cut down some chopsticks and wooden bowls, then returned to share the remaining noodles and seasonings. Sun the physician had already made non-spicy dinner for Li Ku and the little brat, but both of them looked uninterested while eating, fixated on the red, chili-infused oil Nan Feng had made. There was no helping it. It was simply too fragrant. If these chilies were just a bit drier, they would have been perfect. Once fried, their aroma would be even more irresistible. No normal person with a functioning sense of smell would have been able to resist the temptation. Nan Feng scooped a big spoonful of chilies into his bowl of cold noodles, mixed them evenly, and started devouring it, getting red oil all over his lips. He sweated profusely as he ate, but still said discontentedly, "It would have been even better with a little fried minced meat on top." At that moment, the soldiers outside started eating like Nan Feng. One soldier scooped a large spoonful of chili oil into his noodles, stirred it all together, and began eating heartily. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. The spice immediately hit him, making him cough, and his tears and snot flow uncontrollably, sweat dripping from him in beads. Still, he continued gulping it down. Nearby, several other soldiers without bowls or chopsticks stared at him enviously, their saliva practically dropping to the ground. urging their leader to hurry and eat. Sun the physician also devoured 2 bowls of chili noodles quickly, then leaned back contentedly, patting his stomach. Just as he was about to hand his bowl and chopsticks to the soldiers without them, he paused and, thinking again, decided to keep 1 bowl and serve himself half a bowl to continue eating. After all, delicious food should be enjoyed as much as possible. Li Ke stared longingly at others eating so happily, and finally couldn't help himself anymore. He dipped his chopsticks slightly into the chili oil and picked up a large bite of noodles. Although fearing he might be overwhelmed by the spice, he also feared missing out on the delicacy. Once they had finished eating, Nanfeng stood up to take his leave and said, "Master Sun, I probably don't have time to chat about medical techniques today. How about we talk in depth another day?" Upon hearing that, Sun wiped the chili oil from the corner of his mouth and replied, "All right. When you come looking for me, if you find I'm not here, you can directly go to the Taoist temple in Zhongnan Mountain. I generally stay in either of those 2 places. All right, I'll discuss medicine with you some other time." As he left, Nanfeng took all of Sun's chilies with him. When Sun discovered this, he was furious, cursing Nan as a shameless rogue, vowing to break his legs the next time he saw him, and then reattach them. Li Cheng had already arranged a banquet, waiting for Nanfeng and the others to return. Present were only a few martial officials, General Chun, General Yuqi, Li Shaogong, and a few others. Li Ji was not there. Li Cheng had already sent him south to transport grain supplies. Royal orders could not be disobeyed. Even if he didn't want to go, he had no choice. While Nanfeng was still soaring in the sky, Li Cheng and the ministers had already discussed and agreed upon the plan to attack Shuafeng City. Upon learning that Nanfeng would soon return, Li Cheng smiled and said, "My loyal ministers, let's keep the matter of attacking Shuafeng City a secret from Nanfeng for now. Otherwise, with his easygoing nature and constant desire for a peaceful life, he might find an excuse to avoid battle on the very day it begins. That won't do at all." Li Cheng took a sip of water and continued, "We will only inform him just a few hours before we set out to attack Shuafeng City. He always dreams of living a comfortable and carefree life. Well, I'm not ready to let him enjoy such an easy life just yet. He can't be allowed to attain such comfort until his rank equals that of Changsun Wuji. I'm truly doing this for his own good. Once he goes to the battlefield and accumulates enough merit, he will naturally be promoted." Soon, both Li Ke and Nanfeng returned. Li Cheng stepped forward and asked, "Brother Nanfeng, you always surprise me. How did you come up with this method of flying through the sky? I originally thought you had simply gone back to retrieve parts for the aircraft, but it seems you've discovered a completely new way to fly." "It's actually quite simple. I just followed the principle used in Kongming lanterns." Upon hearing that, Li Cheng turned to Li Ke and asked, "My dear son, since you flew so high into the sky, did you catch sight of the goddess Chang'e, or any other immortals? Oh, and Nanfeng previously claimed that the land beneath our feet is round. Did you manage to see whether it's true? Is it really as Nanfeng described?" Hearing his emperor father's question, Li Ke adjusted his robe and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I did not see any immortals. Nanfeng told me that these immortals are fictional and do not actually exist. As for the land beneath our feet, it truly is round. I saw it very clearly from the sky. Since Nanfeng brought me so high into the air, whenever I looked toward the horizon, I could clearly see the land curving slightly downward. Although I didn't see the entire picture, this is sufficient proof that what Nanfeng said is entirely true." Chapter 121, I Will Never Surrender to You. Seeing how interested his imperial father was in all these matters, Li Ke continued eagerly, "At the height where I was flying, one could almost reach out and touch the clouds. When I was little, I used to think those clouds were something you could eat. It wasn't until I got up there that I realized they're just mist and water vapor. And it was really cold up there. Luckily, Nanfeng lent me his coat, otherwise I might have frozen to death. I had been so excited thinking I might see immortals." Li Cheng was deeply shocked. He then exclaimed, "So it's actually true what Nanfeng said. The land beneath our feet is really round." Looking at Nanfeng, he asked, "What else about this flying business don't I know yet?" Seeing how curious Li Cheng had become, Nanfeng could only begin to explain, "We humans need to inhale oxygen from the air to survive, but the higher you go, the thinner the air becomes. At the altitude of the moon, there's already no oxygen left for us to breathe, so humans cannot possibly live there. It would be a barren wasteland with no Chang'e or jade rabbit at all." The remaining military officers stood rooted in place, stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. "So the clouds up there aren't edible, but only mist? Oxygen. Are we unable to survive without it? I'm done for. I think I've gone completely numb." Seeing how astonished these people were, Li Ke looked at Nanfeng with admiration in his eyes. This Nanfeng truly was a genius. He could compose poetry, invent strange and wondrous things, dominate the battlefield, and cook delicious food, seemingly capable of anything. Li Ke then turned to Li Cheng and said, "Father, your son wishes for Nanfeng to be my teacher. I want to learn from him this vast knowledge and, in the future, contribute to our great Tang Dynasty, helping make the Tang under your rule even better." Seriously now, did he have to kiss up to his father with everything he said? That was how much of a complete flatterer Li Ke was. Yet Li Cheng was clearly delighted. Pinching Li Ke's cheek, he said, "I'm very pleased you'd think of such things. It makes all my favoritism toward you worthwhile. At your young age, you already understand the importance of contributing to our Tang Dynasty. I feel truly proud. Very well then, I will bestow upon you the title of Prince of Wu. Keep striving forward." Upon hearing this, Li Ke's heart was already dancing with joy. The title of Prince of Wu was a first-grade noble rank, one that even surpassed the Prince of Wei in prestige. He immediately responded, "Thank you, father. Your son will definitely live up to your expectations." Smiling brightly, Li Cheng turned to Nanfeng and said, "Young Master Nanfeng, I've no objection whatsoever to Li Ku asking you to be his teacher, but I still need to hear your own thoughts first. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel excited. General Chun kept flashing Nanfeng meaningful glances, urging him silently to accept immediately. Nanfeng, however, simply shook his hand and replied, "Your Majesty, I myself am still just an apprentice, not yet fully qualified. How could I have the standing to teach others? Besides, I simply don't have the time. Almost all the knowledge I possess I have already shared with the great Tang. What else could I possibly teach him?" When Nanfeng unexpectedly declined, General Chun grew frantic, quickly sidling over to whisper, "Are you crazy, boy? Once you become his teacher, you'll be appointed as the imperial tutor. Surely you understand what a rare position that is. More importantly, it's one of the easiest and most comfortable posts in the entire government." Nanfeng tilted his head thoughtfully and asked, "Really? And just how high is that position's rank?" Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's face turned red with fury, clearly quite upset. He snapped back, "That post carries no official rank. Only one person has had the honor of personally teaching my children, Li Gang, and he's already in his 70s, about to retire from service. If you accept the position of Li Ku's teacher now, you'll be responsible for educating generations of my descendants. You should value this opportunity, yet you have the nerve to ask about its rank? I am utterly infuriated. You must have really had your head smashed in a door." Remaining calm, Nanfeng replied, "Oh wow, Your Majesty, how did you know my head was slammed in a door? It's actually true. Ever since that accident, my memory has been getting worse and worse. I nearly couldn't tell General Yuchi apart from someone else. So please, let's not let me corrupt your noble descendants with my confusion." Li Cheng was already trembling with rage from head to toe. Several ministers could no longer bear to watch. This was their first time witnessing someone openly talk back to the emperor. One after another, they began shouting, "Nanfeng, don't be so arrogant." Li Cheng, his face ashen with anger, also spoke. "Do you think this is a vegetable market where you can openly haggle prices? Whether you like it or not, you're becoming their teacher. After you finish training my troops, I will personally establish a special academy for you. Not only will you teach my descendants, but you must also train other talents. If all you want is to live a peaceful, well-fed life, then that's fine too. Just help me cultivate more talents. The more talents you produce, the less I'll need you, and then you can peacefully enjoy your good life." Having said that, Li Cheng turned on his heel and stormed away. Nanfeng was furious beyond words. Once Li Cheng had gone far enough, Nanfeng took slow steps toward Li Ku. Li Ku's guards attempted to stop him, but Nanfeng simply grabbed them and hurled them right out of the Taiji Hall. Then, with one hand, he lifted Li Ku up and carried him to a hidden corner no one else could see before tossing him down there. Li Ku was completely terrified by Nanfeng's actions. His face pale, he stammered, Nanfeng, please don't do anything rash. Why did you drag me here?" As he spoke, Li Ku instinctively hugged himself tightly with both hands, as if he were a little girl about to be violated. He said tremblingly, No, brother-in-law. I didn't mean to trap you. Who could have known my father would act so decisively? Please, don't be impulsive." With his hands crossed, Nanfeng twisted his fingers one by one with loud cracking sounds, then said in a sinisterly charming tone, "I'm not impulsive at all. Right now, I give you two choices. Either I kill you and dispose of your body, or you quietly come back with me and spend a night with me. Which would you prefer?" Li Ku's face was already pale as a ghost, yet he calmly declared, "I will never surrender to you. I would rather die than comply." Chapter 122. Teasing Li Yuan. Li Ku tightly hugged his body and looked at Nanfeng with fear, saying, "Forget about it." Nanfeng was already furious. He grabbed Li Ku directly, lifting him up into the air before catching him again and tossing him back upward. Repeating this motion, he made Li Ku experience the sensation of a roller coaster. While making Li Ku question his life choices, Nanfeng angrily continued, "You bastard. Do you think I'm too idle? Are you deliberately giving me something to do? Every day, I try my best to find an easy way to get through the day, yet you, just from flattering your father a little, you're directly promoted to the first senior rank. And me? All my hard work ends up with no rank at all. Ugh, damn it, you're making me so mad. Hurry up and stick your ass out so I can kick you a few times." Upon hearing that, Li Ku trembled as he said, "Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law, please don't kick too hard." Saying that, Li Ku slowly raised his backside. Just then, a voice rang out, "Nanfeng? What do you think you're doing?" Just as Nanfeng had lifted his foot to kick, Li Yuan arrived. Li Ku finally saw his savior. He quickly escaped Nanfeng's grasp and ran behind his sister, saying with terror, "Wah? My dear sister, you're finally here. If you hadn't come soon, my brother-in-law would have beaten me to death." Hearing that, Li Yuan blushed slightly and said, "Brother, how exactly did you provoke Nanfeng? I don't believe he would just beat you up for no reason." Li Ku was momentarily stunned. Was this even his sister? Not even a random onlooker would say something like that. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Nanfeng almost laughed aloud. Ignoring Li Ku completely, he turned toward Yuan with a teasing grin and said, "Oh my, imagine meeting you here. It's such a beautiful, sunny day today. May I have the pleasure of inviting my dear little Yuan to enjoy the flowers in the palace with me?" After hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Yuan instantly blushed and shyly replied, "I'm still unmarried, so I cannot accept your invitation. Nanfeng, today please spare Li Ku. If the emperor finds out you beat Li Ku, he might punish you as well. So please let him go, okay?" Nanfeng sweetly smiled and teasingly continued, My dear wife, you're already showing such concern for my safety. Li Yuanyuan had already become so embarrassed she wished she could disappear into the ground, and she softly replied, I'm not your wife yet. After all, I haven't married you yet. You bad man. At this point, Li Ku, surprisingly, acted very sensibly and said, wow, what a great day today. How about, sister, you go and spend some quality time with your brother-in-law. Don't worry, I'll be nearby, keeping watch for any unusual activity. The moment I notice anything, I'll immediately let you two know. I'll take my leave now. Saying that, Li Ku quickly disappeared. He didn't dare to stay around any longer. After seeing what a terrifying demon Nanfeng was, he was simply too scared. Without Li Ku being the light bearer anymore, Nanfeng closely walked beside Li Yuanyuan. As they walked, Nanfeng knew Yuanyuan hadn't come here by chance. He then said, Yuanyuan, where were you heading? I'll accompany you there. Today marks the day of my mother's passing. I want to visit the Jiefu temple to burn some incense for her. Saying that, Li Yuanyuan appeared sad. Nanfeng quickly responded, a temple? Why not burn incense at your mother's grave in person? Already walking toward Chintan Gate since she had a carriage waiting there, Li Yuanyuan answered upon hearing Nanfeng's question. I wish I could personally burn incense at her grave, but it's too far away. Wei and Taiyuan. I don't have another choice but to burn incense at the temple. Oh, I see. Well, cough cough. I happen to want to go there as well, so I'll go with you. I can burn some incense for her too. After all, she's also my mother-in-law. Isn't it okay for me to burn incense for our mother? Hearing this, Li Yuanyuan's face immediately flushed again as she quietly agreed. The two boarded the carriage heading toward the temple. Sitting face to face inside the carriage, Yuanyuan kept her face lowered, shyly avoiding glancing at Nanfeng. But Nanfeng wasn't going to just sit there. He immediately scooted over to sit beside her, but Li Yuanyuan, in her embarrassment, shyly moved a bit away. However, Nanfeng followed close behind and leaned right in again. Seeing this, Li Yuanyuan scooted even further into the carriage. Nanfeng, of course, was not someone who gave up easily. He followed right beside her and sat down. Now, Li Yuanyuan had nowhere left to retreat. Annoyed, she finally said, if you dare move any closer, I'll push you out. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng shamelessly reached out his hand and grabbed Li Yuanyuan's shoulders, pulling her tightly against him. At this point, Li Yuanyuan was so shy and flustered she didn't know what to do with her hands. She could only keep her head down and say, Nanfeng, let go quickly. If you continue like this, I won't be your bride anymore. This kind of threat doesn't work on me. No matter what happens, you will always be mine. You'd better just obediently give in to me. Besides, we're destined to be husband and wife in the future anyway. Isn't it natural for us to be affectionate with each other? Hearing this, Li Yuanyuan bit her red lips and replied, you can't talk like that. After all, I haven't married you yet. Plus, isn't there already someone warming your bed in your mansion? Pausing briefly, she continued, actually, I just randomly ran into you today. Why did you even think of me? Upon hearing her words, Nanfeng directly pulled her into his arms and helplessly said, you don't know how miserable I am. Recently, I've been training the army constantly and practically exhausting myself. If I don't work hard and earn money, how can I afford to marry you? Plus, there are more than 100 people under my care at home. That's a huge expense. To make matters worse, the emperor and the empress occasionally visit me to extort some funds. Can't you see how stressed I've been lately? Look at me. I haven't shaved in days, my fingernails are dirty, and I haven't taken a bath in over a week. These are all trivial things, but you still don't understand me. Enough, I'm going to cry. Li Yuanyuan wouldn't fall for his antics. He was clearly the type to take advantage and still complain about it. She struggled several times, but couldn't break free from Nanfeng's arms. Finally, she angrily said, many people in the palace call you a disgrace to scholars, but I never believed them. I even stood up for you. But now, I won't speak to you anymore. Chapter 123, Going to Jianhua Temple to burn incense. Hearing that Li Yuanyuan was truly angry, Nanfeng quickly patted her back gently and said, oh, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. Look at me today, all because your father has been squeezing me so much. You know what? Almost every minister at court opposes me. How could I possibly stand a chance against them? I go to court in fear every day. If I didn't have such a thick skin, how would I have the opportunity to tease you now? Let me make it up to you. I promise you from today onwards, I'll never tease you like this again. And during this time before you marry me, I'll visit you at least once a week. Every time I come, I'll personally prepare something delicious for you, okay? Don't be angry anymore. Bombed with Nanfeng's sweet words, the innocent Li Yuanyuan quickly became flustered and blushed bright red. She stared at Nanfeng seriously and asked, you're not lying to me just now, are you? Of course not. Why would I lie to you? Well then, if I lied just now, may lightning strike me down. Before Nanfeng could finish, Li Yuanyuan hurriedly covered his mouth with her delicate hand, slightly frowning as she spoke. You shouldn't say things like that lightly. Even if you did lie, how could I bear to see you struck by lightning? I swear to heaven, I want you to stay handsome and alive till you're old. Nanfeng, can you promise me, once I become your wife, that you'll stop being an official? We can stay at home together, raise our son well. Don't worry, I'll get along nicely with all the other sisters too. They say staying close to power is like staying beside a tiger. No matter how much honor or rank you have, nothing compares to living happily together as a family. I don't want to be anxious and frightened every day. Can't you just stop being an official? As she finished, she leaned into Nanfeng's embrace, gently stroking his face. Nanfeng responded with bitterness across his face, saying, if I could, I'd resign now in a heartbeat, but your father just won't agree. I've brought it up with him many times already, and every time he nearly burst with anger. Fortunately, I'm still pretty valuable to him. Otherwise I'd probably have weeds growing on my tomb by now. Hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan burst into laughter, saying cheerfully, "Actually, my father does like you quite a bit. He didn't punish you even when you spoke back to him many times. But the other day I accidentally overheard Changsun Wuji telling my father that you are terrible, disrespectful to him, and even more so to other dukes. He said you're not someone who can tolerate the smallest things, and this is quite dangerous." Upon hearing that Changsun Wuji had badmouthed him behind his back, Nanfeng gave a charming smirk, but inwardly started to ponder how he might deal with Changsun Wuji. From the history Nanfeng knew, Li Ku had been destroyed by Changsun Wuji. Although one could argue it was for the good of the Tang Dynasty, to prevent problems before they occurred, the truth was that Changsun had completely framed Li Ku. Nanfeng had no respect for Changsun Wuji. That man enjoyed kicking someone when he was down. He also lived in fear that Emperor Li Cheng might suddenly reward him. Every time the emperor tried to promote Changsun Wuji's position, he always declined politely, which always frustrated Emperor Li Cheng. But to Nanfeng, such refusals were nothing but hypocrisy. During court meetings, people often argued over issues, which was normal. But today, the fact that Changsun Wuji had ended up with 2 black eyes was clearly all his own fault. Putting aside thoughts of Changsun Wuji, Nanfeng asked curiously, "By the way, what did your father say to Changsun Wuji then?" At this question, Li Yuanyuan immediately burst into laughter again, shaking with giggles for quite some time before catching her breath to answer. "My father said you are like a treasure of joy, making the usually boring morning court sessions lively every day, and that you're only chasing a carefree and easy life, not plotting anything malicious at all. That's all." Li Yuanyuan thought for a moment before continuing. "Also, my father said you are a man of remarkable talent, a real genius. He had long been waiting for someone like you to come to the Great Tang Dynasty. Cough. He said he'd squeeze all the talent out of you until there's no one else in the Great Tang who can match you. Only then might he grant your wish, your dream of living an easy and happy life. But he also said that would have to wait until after you turn 20. Listening to these words, Nanfeng himself felt a bit embarrassed, yet after thinking for a moment, he believed that what Li Cheng said made sense too. After all, he still had 5 years before he turned 20. He could take things slowly. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Nanfeng couldn't help himself and directly lifted her up, seating her on his lap. Lu Yuanyuan, however, was startled by this sudden move and immediately screamed, exclaiming, "Nanfeng, don't do this. If the guards outside find out, they might tell the empress. They don't even have the courage to do that." These guards were so timid that Nanfeng didn't even bother to take them seriously. He leaned down and kissed Lu Yuanyuan passionately, only stopping when he had left her out of breath. Looking at her with sincerity, he said, "Yuanyuan, once I turn 20, we'll live a carefree and happy life together. We'll live a good life together till our hair turns white. I'll raise the children, and you'll cook and paint. I'll just watch, and we'll live joyfully together." Nanfeng said in astonishment, "I never expected you could have such understanding like me. That's great. I really should reward you for that." As he said this, Nanfeng playfully reached out his wolf claws toward Lu Yuanyuan, making her blush deeply. After a hard struggle that nearly exhausted all her strength, she finally managed to run out of Nanfeng's arms. Facing him, she puffed up her cheeks angrily and said, "You big pervert. You're always thinking about taking advantage of me. Let me warn you, until the day I marry you, you can't take any liberties with me." While playfully chasing and teasing each other, they soon arrived at the temple. Lu Yuanyuan held Nanfeng's arm as they stepped off the carriage. This Jinhua temple sat in Anren Quarter. Since Buddhism had not yet become popular in the Tang Dynasty, this temple had not been renovated for quite some time, appearing rather worn and run down. Yet surprisingly, right beside the temple was the famous Qianlong Guibao. This artifact was very well known. Many emperors from the Sui and Tang dynasties had been connected to it somehow. Chapter 124. Your forehead glows red. Looks like trouble. At this moment, Nanfeng and Li Yuanyuan had just stepped together into this temple. They were greeted by a young monk. Li Yuanyuan accepted the incense handed to her by the little monk and began offering it on behalf of her mother. Inside this temple, there was only one enormous Buddha statue. In front of it lay many objects such as wooden fish and Bodhi bead necklaces. Since word had spread that a princess had arrived at their temple, the abbot himself came out and was chanting sutras before the Buddha with deep reverence. Li Yuanyuan placed a piece of silver into the young monk's hand as an offering and then bowed respectfully, as the elder monks had done. Afterwards, she picked up a string of Bodhi beads and respectfully asked the abbot, "Master, how much is this necklace worth?" The old abbot squinted and replied, "Princess, we do not sell this particular string of beads. Since you and the Buddha share such a strong karmic connection, I will give it to you freely." Indeed, this Bodhi bead necklace was extremely refined. Nanfeng had also picked up a string and started playing with it in his hands, enjoying the feel of it. He then asked, "What must one do to share such a karmic connection with the Buddha?" The abbot spoke mysteriously once again. "It's actually quite simple. Just give a small offering like that young lady did." Hearing this, Nanfeng felt quite speechless and strongly resisted the urge to go and kick this monk. So this old abbot wasn't a very decent person after all. Making such a Bodhi necklace wasn't complicated at all, yet this old abbot dared to charge several taels of silver to call it a karmic connection with the Buddha. Nanfeng felt that the old man had lowered the dignity of the Buddha himself. He directly tossed the necklace back into the pile, and then took Li Yuanyuan's hand, wanting to leave. But the abbot moved surprisingly quickly, blocking the two of them before they could go any further, then mysteriously whispered, "Ba. Young man, I've just read your fortune from your facial features. Your forehead glows red. I suspect you are about to encounter something unfortunate. You should be extra cautious. Hearing this, Nanfeng immediately got angry. Wasn't this a curse? Li Yuan, however, looked frightened and hurriedly asked, Master, are there any ways to counteract this misfortune? Nanfeng, in contempt, replied, There's no need to believe in this sort of talk. Just because I didn't offer any incense money, you curse me? You old bastard, if you keep talking nonsense like this, I'll tear your stinking temple down. Hearing him speak so boldly, Li Yuan immediately covered Nanfeng's mouth with her hand and pleaded, Nanfeng, don't speak like this, or the Buddha will punish you. Nanfeng frowned slightly, gently removed her hand, and said, What if he punishes me? There are so many people in this world who pray to Buddha. Has Buddha ever granted any of their wishes? Why does he simply stand by watching as people starve and freeze to death amid constant warfare? Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Yuan remained silent too, seemingly lost in thought. The abbot simply looked at Nanfeng with a smile and softly said, Young man, if you believe in Buddha, Buddha naturally exists for you. From what I see, you carry deep resentment toward the Buddha. Perhaps it's better you shave your head and become a monk, chanting scriptures with me. That way, you will naturally gain a deeper understanding of the Buddha, and your heart will become much broader. Nanfeng couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Even Li Yuan frowned and said angrily, Master, you shouldn't say things like this. Nanfeng is just an ordinary person, like everyone else, who understands things differently. How can you force him to become a monk just because he doesn't show much reverence to the Buddha? The old abbot didn't change his expression much, continuing to smile as he said, I merely observed that this young man shares a special connection with our Buddha. Since he refuses to become a monk, how could I possibly force him? Nanfeng was practically amused by the abbot's response. He said, You're not bad at this. No matter how harshly I criticize you, you remain calm. You said I have a deep karmic bond with your Buddha, right? Well, convince me with your Buddhist teachings, and I will certainly offer generous donations. In fact, I'll even renovate this ragged temple for you and promote your Buddhism. Upon hearing this, the abbot couldn't hide his joy. He now understood who this young man was, and naturally, he would spare no effort in persuading Nanfeng. After all, this young man was a wealthy individual. Nanfeng knew perfectly well in his heart that when the monk said he had a karmic connection with the Buddha, it was nothing more than a scheme to get his money. The old abbot was simply trying to get him to contribute more incense offerings, so that their temple could safely get through the winter. The abbot immediately led Nanfeng to sit on a meditation cushion. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was already so anxious she kept pacing in circles. She was afraid. If Nanfeng actually shaved his head and became a monk, what would she do? As soon as he sat down, the old abbot spoke. Young master, money is not everything. You don't need to value it so highly. It's simply too vulgar to look at it this way. Too vulgar? If we didn't have money, how would we feed ourselves? If we can't fill our stomachs, won't we lose our lives? In that case, tell me, how important is money? If you really don't think it's important, why don't you give me all the money donated to your temple? The old abbot had barely begun to argue when Nanfeng cut him off directly. Nanfeng continued immediately. Isn't Buddhism always saying that everything in this world is empty and illusory? But you monks are just like ordinary people. You still get sick and grow old, and eventually die. You say money isn't important, but if it's not, why do you still covet the coins in my pocket? The abbot opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off again by Nanfeng, who kept on ranting. I don't have much time to waste talking nonsense with you. You say you're so capable? Then listen carefully. I'll make a few points, and if you can successfully refute even one of them, then fine, I'll donate millions of copper coins to your temple. Buddhism always talks about how goodness and evil will ultimately receive their due retribution, but from what I've seen, good people always end up killed while the wicked continue to live comfortably. How do you explain that? Once someone becomes a Buddhist monk, they are supposed to be free from worldly attachments. So why, then, did you not build your temple up in the mountains, but instead chose this crowded, bustling Chang'an? Chapter 125. Do Dan meets his doom. Seeing the abbot's silence, Nanfeng continued speaking. Your Buddhism advocates equality among all beings, so why are the robes you wear different from those worn by the young monk? Why is it that some people are born to suffer hunger, while others are born to be weighted on hand and foot? You people who have left the secular world are not supposed to tell lies, are you? So why were you just able to tell me straightforwardly that I will face disaster? Isn't that a lie? Now, take a good look. Does my forehead still emit a red glow? Nanfeng said, directly leaning his face close to the old abbot's. The old abbot was momentarily stunned by Nanfeng's verbal barrage. After a long pause, his expression finally returned to its usual calm and impassive demeanor. He looked down at Nanfeng's hands tightly gripping his shoulders and answered helplessly, Young master, your eloquence is truly impressive. I must admit I am no match for you. But what I just told you, that you will face certain disaster soon, is not a lie. If you do not believe me, you'll surely realize the truth when these days are gone. Nanfeng burst into laughter and said disdainfully, Fine then. I'll just wait and see what kind of disaster I will face in the next few days. If anything actually happens, I promise I will donate a large sum of money as alms to your temple. Isn't this abbot lying to you? Li Yuan tightly held Nanfeng's hand and immediately added, If a real disaster does come upon you, how could you possibly donate any alms then? Ha ha ha, relax, it'll be fine. Let's just wait quietly for this so-called disaster to come. Saying that, Nanfeng pulled Li Yuan along and walked directly out of the temple. However, just as they were about to step into their carriage, A group of soldiers rushed over and completely surrounded the pair, swords drawn and pointed directly at them. Not long after, the soldiers cleared a path as a suspicious-looking man with beady eyes rode slowly toward Nanfeng on horseback, his eyes fixed intently on Nanfeng. After staring for a long time, the man finally spoke. "So you must be Nanfeng, the future officer?" Nanfeng frowned deeply, thinking to himself that this must be the disaster foretold by the old abbot. It had arrived far too quickly. Still, he responded casually with indifference across his face. "That's me, the handsome Nanfeng. And just who might you be, you insignificant worm?" Upon hearing that, the man slightly curved his lips into a sneer and said mockingly, "Humph, why don't you go splash some water on that face of yours and take a good look? In that appearance, dare you still call yourself handsome? I am Do Dan, younger brother of Do Jing." Nanfeng smiled cheerfully and replied, "Oh, so you're Do Jing's younger brother? If that's the case, why aren't you at home watching over your brother's coffin? What brings you to me?" Do Dan replied with a sinister smirk. "Little Nanfeng, do you really think I don't know all the dirty deeds you've done? Wasn't my brother with you just before he fell down those stairs? Tell me the truth now, was my brother's death connected to you or not? What if I insist it has nothing to do with me at all?" Upon hearing Nanfeng's reply, Do Dan spoke coldly. "I've already examined my brother's body and found a bruise on the back of his knee. It's obviously caused by an external force, and one strong enough to leave such an injury. Throughout the entire imperial court, who doesn't know that only you are strong enough to lift 1,000 lion statues? So you must be the only one capable of doing this. What deep hatred could my brother have possibly had with you that you'd end his life so cruelly?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng knew the truth could no longer be concealed. He replied openly, "All right, I did it. And what of it? I merely wanted to embarrass him a little. Who could have known he'd roll down and strike his head against the sharp edge of the lion statue on the way? That was fate punishing him. He deserved to die, after all the evil deeds he's done. Now why have you surrounded me with soldiers?" After hearing Nanfeng's words, Do Dan's eyes flared with furious fire. He spoke maliciously. "If you dare commit murder, you must be ready one day to be murdered yourself. No one wanders through the martial world without eventually being cut. You just sit and wait, Nanfeng. Your days are numbered. You'd better start thinking about which day you'd prefer for your funeral. Don't think you're untouchable just because the emperor supports you. Members of the Do family are not ones you can kill so easily. Do you think we Does have nothing left hidden away after 100 years? I'll show you a side of us you've never seen before." After saying that, Do Dan shouted "Yah!" and rode off on his horse. The soldiers who had surrounded Nanfeng and Li Yuanyuan quickly followed and departed as well. At this moment, Nanfeng's face appeared extremely cold. This was the first time he had ever encountered someone who dared to act even more arrogantly than himself. How could he possibly swallow such an insult? Just then, Nanfeng noticed a small stone lying on the steps. He casually picked it up and threw it straight at Do Dan's forehead. Pooh! The stone pierced through Do Dan's forehead and continued flying forward for a while before finally dropping to the ground. Do Dan immediately fell off his horse, without even managing a scream before he breathed his last. The guards who had accompanied Do Dan were utterly stunned, quickly dismounting to check on him. Only then did they realize their master was already dead, and hurriedly began scanning the area for signs of the attacker. Meanwhile, Nanfeng completely ignored them, directly boarded the carriage, and left the scene. Li Yuanyuan, on the other hand, stared at Nanfeng in shock. She was clearly frightened by what he had just done, and now even believed what the old abbot had said about the coming disaster. Seeing Nanfeng still wearing his usual composed expression, she trembled and exclaimed, Nanfeng, how could you kill Do Dan so decisively like that? Don't you know this man was already a general in the right guard? And that he was deeply valued by General Chai? My father also held him in high regard. And yet, you just made him breathe his last. Now what shall we do?" As she spoke, Li Yuanyuan was already on the verge of bursting into tears. Yet Nanfeng showed not a hint of worry and calmly replied, "Do Dan surrounded me right at the gate of Jianu Temple. I am now the head instructor of the martial arts division. Although I may not yet officially be a soldier, I am certainly not someone he can insult or threaten. To prevent any danger beforehand, I had no choice but to eliminate him on the spot. You can rest assured, just pretend you saw nothing. As long as we both remain silent about this matter, even if the Do family is extremely powerful, there's no way they can pin Do Dan's death on me." Nodding her head rapidly like a little chicken pecking at rice, Li Yuanyuan spoke up, "I will definitely keep this secret to myself." Chapter 126, still thinking about making money even in panic. Right after that, Li Yuanyuan tightly gripped Nanfeng's hand again and said, "You are the one who will grow old with me. No matter what, I will always keep this secret safe. I firmly believe you'll protect my secret." However, after a while, Li Yuanyuan frowned and said, "His elder brother is Do Jia, who is the Minister of Works of Qin State. Although my father also wishes to curb the Do family's influence, he doesn't know how to act due to the presence of Senior Empress Dowager Do Yan. You've gone and killed Do Dan. When you return to the palace, things might get very difficult for you." Nanfeng gently patted Li Yuanyuan's back to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry. How can they prove it was me? Without evidence, I have nothing to fear from them." When the carriage neared Nanfeng's mansion, Nanfeng got off, ordered the guards to escort Li Yuanyuan home, and then returned to his house. He summoned Lu Fu and instructed, "Go to Gaoshou later and collect a few hundred taels of silver. Then spread 2 mysterious rumors throughout Chang'an. Be careful not to let anyone find out you're from my household." "Master, don't worry. I promise nobody will find out. What are the rumors you want me to spread?" Nanfeng smiled cunningly and said, "First, claimed that Do Dan's sins were so great that heaven itself could no longer tolerate him. So a meteorite came and crushed him. Second, say that I possess a legendary treasure called Horse Treading on a Flying Swallow, a priceless treasure rumored to contain secrets of immortality within it. These are the two rumors. Spread them discreetly for me. Got it, master. Rest assured, I'll handle this well. While trying to clear himself of suspicion, Nanfeng hadn't forgotten the chance to make a fortune. At this time, the Baki division had already reported to the emperor the news that Nanfeng had killed Do Dan. Upon hearing this, both Li Cheng and the empress tightened their brows and remained silent. After a short silence, Li Cheng asked, "Did you personally witness Nanfeng killing Do Dan?" "Yes, I saw the young officer pick up a stone from the ground and throw it at Do Dan, instantly killing him. Then he just walked away. Besides those two, I believe I'm the only eyewitness." The agent from Baki bowed in response. Li Cheng frowned and ordered, "Forget what you just saw today. You're dismissed. And bring Li Yuanyuan here." Before Li Yuanyuan arrived, the empress was already too restless to stay still, pacing back and forth and sighing repeatedly. "Oh no, it finally happened. He killed Do Dan. It wouldn't be a big deal if that were all, but I'm afraid that this foolish boy Nanfeng might leave behind some evidence someone could use against him. Your Majesty, what should we do about this?" Li Cheng also wore a bitter expression as he replied, "This brat is truly trouble. The Do family is just being unreasonable. Don't they see I'm clearly taking Nanfeng's side? Yet they still insist on stirring things up." The empress' expression turned serious, and after a moment of thought, she asked, "Your Majesty, should we protect Nanfeng or protect the Do family?" Li Cheng replied firmly, "From the moment this happened, we've been on the same boat as Nanfeng. There's no turning back. Regardless of the consequences, I've made up my mind. We must protect Nanfeng. What worries me is whether Nanfeng can withstand the pressure from the Do family. After all, their two most beloved family members died one after another. How can the Do family possibly bear such humiliation? I do feel some grief for Do Dan. He fought side by side with me on the battlefield. Yet despite that, my decision to protect Nanfeng remains unshaken." Li Cheng took a breath and continued, "If the Do family can't prove Nanfeng killed Do Dan, I'll try to smooth things over quietly. However, if they really have evidence, I'll have no choice but to arrest Nanfeng first. But remember, Nanfeng is no fool. Since he hasn't come here yet, he probably already has plans figured out. We should pretend we know nothing until Do's family comes knocking at the palace door. Then we can consider how to respond." After listening, the empress could only helplessly nod and say, "No matter what, Your Majesty, this time afterwards you must teach Nanfeng a lesson. We can't keep cleaning up his messes. It's not the first time, nor the second." Li Cheng nodded slightly, and with that, the matter was settled. After a while, Li Yuanyuan had already arrived before Li Cheng. After respectfully bowing to both of them, Li Cheng asked directly, "Yuanyuan, I need to ask you something. You must tell me the truth. Was it Nanfeng who did it today at the Jinfu Temple?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan's palms suddenly grew sweaty, but she calmly replied, "Father, just as Nanfeng and I were about to return, we were surrounded by Do Dan's men. Nanfeng argued with Do Dan for a while, and then Do Dan rode off on his horse." "Is that all? What happened after that?" "After the argument, Nanfeng came back with me in the carriage." Listening to Li Yuanyuan's words, Li Cheng felt greatly disappointed. He stared at her intensely and sighed. "Ah, a daughter who is promised in marriage is like spilled water. I still don't understand what charm that brat Nanfeng possesses. You would actually lie to my face for him." Sweat already rolled down Li Yuanyuan's forehead. After pondering for a while, she still firmly said, "Your Majesty, what I have said is the truth." Hearing that his own daughter still refused to recant, Li Cheng angrily said, "You may go back now." Li Cheng already felt hurt. After all, wasn't he her father? Yet Li Yuanyuan chose to lie straight to his face for Nanfeng's sake. Soon, rumors spread through the streets and alleys that Do Dan, due to his numerous crimes, had finally been punished by heaven itself, and was instantly killed by a falling meteorite. Though this gossip hadn't yet reached the Do family, the news of Do Jing's death had already deeply grieved Do Shi. When he learned of Do Dan's death as well, Do Shi couldn't bear it and collapsed unconscious. As soon as Do Shi regained consciousness, he wasted no time. He immediately led a few members of the Do family straight to Li Cheng. With his hair already white, Do Shi burst into the palace crying loudly, pleading with the emperor to deliver justice for the Do family. Chapter 127, Facing Each Other in Court. If it weren't for the early death of Do Dan and Do Jing's father, the Do family's power would have been even stronger. Do Shi had already given up seeking help from Li Yuan, because he thought Li Yuan was truly useless, an empty tiger without fangs. Only finding Li Cheng could possibly offer him a bit of support. Seeing Do Shi kneeling on the ground crying bitterly, Li Cheng quickly stepped forward to pull him up, saying, "Quickly rise. What's happened to you? Tell me, and I will certainly help you seek justice." Hearing this, Do Shi wiped his nose and tears as he spoke. "Your Majesty, you must help me seek justice. My cousin's son Do Dan went to the temple to pray for his elder brother, but he suddenly argued with Nanfeng. Right after he walked out of the temple gate, he collapsed and died." Saying this, Do Shi trembled all over as he carefully took out from his robe a small stone wrapped tightly in cloth. His hands shaking, he unfolded the cloth and showed the stone to Li Cheng. Then, with trembling voice, he continued, "Your Majesty, it was this very piece of stone the murderer used to kill Do Dan." Looking at the small stone, Li Cheng almost blurted out, "Then the murderer must be this stone itself. Bring someone to smash it to honor Do Dan's soul in heaven." Gazing coldly at the broken piece of stone, Do Jie said grimly, "Your Majesty, How many people in the court have the skill to kill a person with such a small rock? And Nanfeng just happened to be right there when Do Dan died. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? Do Shi immediately added, Your Majesty. The guards who went to the temple with Do Dan have personally heard that Nanfeng himself admitted to being the one who caused Do Jing's death. Your Majesty, you must help me seek justice. Li Cheng was now completely stunned, nearly wishing he could drag Nanfeng over and beat him. Everything was fine until now. Why did he just go and confess himself guilty? Li Cheng had no choice but to say helplessly, Oh, is that so? Where are these guards now? Bring them to me. I must question them myself. After a while, several guards stood before Li Cheng. He stared intently into their eyes and asked, Did you really hear Nanfeng admit to causing Do Jing's death? Speak truthfully, nothing but the truth. Hearing the emperor's question, these guards nodded like pecking chicks, and they even repeated Nanfeng's exact words to Li Cheng. After listening to the guard's statements, Li Cheng's face turned serious. He said gravely, If I find out later that what you said is false, then you will face execution and public display. After all, you must be held responsible for your words. Now, the guards' foreheads were already dripping sweat continuously, but still they insisted on sticking to their testimony. Seeing that the guards did not recant, Li Cheng could only order, Go call Nanfeng, the commander of the Yuqi unit, to come here immediately. As though he already knew the emperor would summon him, Nanfeng was sitting there with his legs crossed, waiting calmly. When he saw someone coming for him, he slapped his thighs and immediately followed to see the emperor. Upon arriving before Li Cheng, he respectfully bowed to both the emperor and the empress, and then waited like a well-behaved child for Li Cheng's questioning. Staring at Nanfeng, Li Cheng gritted his teeth and asked, Nanfeng, these guards have testified that they heard you admit to killing Do Jing. This is no small matter. Tell me the truth. What exactly happened? This kid Nanfeng now began to act like a seasoned actor, appearing pitifully as he answered, Your Majesty, they are framing me. I've never said such a thing in my life. Have I lost my mind? Who in their right mind would ever openly admit to their own crimes unless they're insane? Your Majesty, do I look like an insane person to you? Hearing this, Li Cheng responded accordingly. If you were mad, then the whole world must be full of fools. Not long ago, the couplet you wrote was so hard that no one else could come up with a response. And how could I appoint a madman to teach my princes and imperial grandchildren? Upon hearing the emperor's words, Nanfeng suddenly burst into rage, saying indignantly, Your Majesty, originally I didn't want to make any accusations, but now I have to speak up. Do Dan of the Do family, along with more than 10 others, surrounded me right at the temple gate and immediately accused me of murdering Do Jing. These people are clearly plotting against an imperial official. Your Majesty, you must not let them off easily. You should behead them and put their heads on display for all to see. Do Shi was so furious from Nanfeng's words that his entire body trembled with rage, staring daggers at Nanfeng. Several of Do Dan's personal guards also grew anxious and said with pale faces, Your Majesty, every word we've just spoken is true. I swear, if there's even a shred of falsehood in it, may I choke to death while drinking water and suffocate while eating. May any son I have in the future be born without a penis. These guards quickly took fierce oaths to prove the sincerity of their words. Hearing their oaths, Nanfeng didn't fall behind. After all, what was an oath anyway? He furiously swore, I swear, Do Jing's death has absolutely nothing to do with me. If I'm lying, may I be struck by a meteorite and die on the spot. Hearing Nanfeng also swearing oaths, the guards were already stunned, silently cursing him in their hearts for possessing a face thicker than a city wall. Nanfeng didn't care either. Swearing an oath wasn't a big deal anyway. In the world, so many scoundrels took oaths. Yet where was the lightning to strike them down? At this moment, Li Cheng's face had already turned dark and stormy. He finally spoke. Well then, do any of you have anything else to say? You've all sworn your oaths, and Nanfeng too has sworn his. Now you make me wonder, who should I believe? After speaking, Li Cheng took a sip of water and continued, Do Jing died because he accidentally slipped down the staircase. While rolling down, his head directly struck a sharp corner on the stone statue. That's what my personal guards personally witnessed. There are several people who can testify to this. Yet you still insist on framing Nanfeng. What exactly are your intentions? This is a crime punishable by execution. Your Majesty, please believe me. Everything I said is true. There isn't even half a word concealed in it. Do Shi also grew anxious and quickly supported the guards, exclaiming, Unfairly accused. Your Majesty, you must thoroughly investigate the truth behind this. These people all went to the temple with Odan today. They personally heard Nanfeng admit to causing the death themselves. Why would they risk their lives to lie? Chapter 128. This piece of stone is a meteorite from the heavens. Hearing Do Shi claim that many people could confirm the story, Li Cheng slightly furrowed his brows and asked, Are you sure there are so many people who can testify that Nanfeng actually admitted to killing Do Jing? Do Jie replied firmly, Absolutely sure. As he spoke, his heart was already filled with intense displeasure toward Li Cheng. It was obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that Li Cheng was clearly siding with Nanfeng. Nanfeng sneered and said, Do Jie, you're really something else. According to what you're saying, I must be framed by you all this time? All of your guards are people you've raised yourselves. Naturally, they say whatever you say. Of course, they'd support their own family members. Haha, isn't this just a ploy to team up with your own people to falsely accuse me? Nanfeng paused briefly and continued, Your Majesty, I request to return to my mansion to do one thing first. I will gather everyone in my mansion to testify that they all personally heard General Do Jie conspiring with foreign enemies to rebel. Tell me, If such a story reaches the emperor's ears, would he believe you? A faint smile curved on Li Cheng's lips, while Do Shi and Do Jia practically shot flames from their eyes. Wasn't this blatant nonsense? How could Nanfeng dare to be so brazen and attempt to frame Do Jia? Both clenched their fists tightly, their knuckles cracking with anger, wanting nothing more than to tear Nanfeng limb from limb. Still, Nanfeng's move had worked well. After all, these were all their own people. Couldn't they just say whatever they wanted? Nodding slightly, Li Cheng then said, "What Nanfeng did wasn't without reason. If I really relied only on the number of people who could confirm your claim, it would be extremely unfair to Nanfeng. General Do Jia, if I were to believe what your household servant said, what if Nanfeng then brings his own men forward to say that you wanted to stage a rebellion? Should I then believe him?" Upon hearing this, Do Jia could only helplessly say, "Your Majesty, even if Do Jing really died from an accidental fall, what about my son Do Dan? It was said that he was killed by a meteorite as well. Yet, I still hope your Majesty would investigate the circumstances thoroughly." Li Cheng nodded in agreement and replied, "Do Dan was a man who fought alongside me at the front lines. His sudden death saddens me as well. Rest assured, I will definitely look into this thoroughly." Do Shi then tremblingly held up the fragment of stone and approached Nanfeng, staring directly into his eyes as he said, "Nanfeng, you should have seen this stone fragment before, right?" Pretending to examine the stone fragment carefully, Nanfeng responded in astonishment. Could this stone be a meteorite that fell from the heavens? Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng barely suppressed a smile, but Do Shi was nearly driven mad with rage. Do Jia couldn't hold back his fury and shouted, "You little bastard! Isn't this just an ordinary piece of rubble? Which I of yours sees it as a meteorite. It was this very stone in my hand that smashed through Do Dan's skull. At that time, weren't you the only one around? Who else but you could possibly possess such skills?" Do Jia took a breath and quickly continued, "Who in this entire court doesn't know that you possess superhuman strength? You once fought off an entire army of 5,000 men single-handedly. Who else but you could kill someone with a mere stone?" Li Cheng interrupted, asking, "Nanfeng, why are you so sure this is a meteorite?" Nanfeng calmly replied, "That's just my speculation. I believe this to be a piece of meteorite, and heaven itself could no longer tolerate Do Dan, so a meteor fell and struck him dead on the spot. Yet you Do family wish to falsely accuse me of murdering Do Dan. Although I usually appear very kind and gentle, you shouldn't think that I am good-hearted and can thus be oppressed recklessly. If you still dare to shift this blame onto me, then you shall see what's coming to you." Hearing how arrogant Nanfeng still dared to be, the Do family was already shaking with fury. Do Shi angrily shouted, "You're just spouting nonsense. Your Majesty, Nanfeng is deceiving you. Common sense dictates that who in their right mind would suddenly be struck and killed by a meteorite while simply walking along? You can tell this story to a 3-year-old child and see if he believes it." Nanfeng scoffed, saying indifferently, "You just refuse to believe. When I came here, I had already heard the story that Do Dan's crimes were too numerous, so heaven itself could no longer bear it, and thus send a meteor down to kill him immediately. Could the words of the common people really be so unreliable? Perhaps the words of a single commoner might not be trustworthy, but what about the words of hundreds or thousands of commoners? Who could possibly make them all say the same lie together?" Li Cheng was extremely shocked and quickly spoke, "Are these words truly facts? Are the common people on the streets really saying such things?" Nanfeng nodded and replied, "Yes, I personally heard all of this as I made my way here. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to inquire around the streets." Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Do Shi was so furious he practically wanted to curse Nanfeng directly, his eyes already filled with red bloodshot veins. If what I said were truly nonsense, wouldn't you already have sent someone to verify it yourself? Merely barking at me gets you nowhere. Silence. Li Cheng raised his foot as if about to kick Nanfeng's backside, then continued, "Enough arguing. I'll send someone to verify this immediately. Do Dan's death was indeed unexpected, but if you're certain Nanfeng is guilty, there must be evidence. Save your squabbles for when the truth surfaces." Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, the Do family remained silent. However, Nanfeng wouldn't let the matter rest and continued, "Your Majesty, these dozens of soldiers added accusations against me and attempted to falsely incriminate me. How malicious. Your Majesty, you must judge this matter fairly for me. If such people continue falsely accusing others in the future, what then? I respectfully suggest your Majesty act preemptively. Send them all to drink tea with King Yen." "Your Majesty, we are so wrong. Your Majesty, please spare us, we beg of you. Everything we just said is true." Do Jia's face darkened. He frowned and said coldly, "Shut up, all of you. Now that the situation has reached this point, what's the point of saying these things? Secretly trying to falsely accuse a high-ranking official in the court. This crime is unforgivable. Your Majesty, just issue an order to have the soldiers executed immediately." Attempting to frame a high-ranking official was no small offense. After all, the emperor had already doubted the soldiers' statements. They would merely serve as scapegoats now. Chapter 129. The Do family backs down. The Do family originally came to confront Nanfeng about accounts, but now they only ended up losing what they had, suffering a humiliating defeat. Li Cheng seemed to be overwhelmed with sudden rage and shouted loudly, "Take these soldiers away and execute them publicly." Nanfeng slightly frowned and said, "Your Majesty, these few are only part of the dozens involved. Those soldiers in the Do household who framed me must not be let off either. We can't allow them to entertain any illusions of Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing here, translated as Jiaoxing or luck. Li Cheng looked straight ahead, casting a sidelong glance at Nanfeng. This damned kid, gaining the upper hand, yet still complaining. Didn't he know when to back off? But Nanfeng didn't care. Others had tried to bring about his downfall. Why should he show them mercy? Even if he himself perished, didn't matter. Nanfeng still had to consider his family. Since they were the ones who struck first, they had to face the consequences accordingly. Do Jie was no longer willing to waste time bickering here, nor did he want to be dragged down by these soldiers. He directly said, "Your Majesty, since these soldiers have indeed broken the law, I naturally will not let them off, and they are in no way connected to our Do family. Right now I shall return and send people to capture and execute those soldiers who framed Nanfeng publicly." Having said that, Do Jie turned back to handle the matter, and Do Shi also left. Since Li Cheng refused to help her, she could only go seek out Li Yuan. After nearly an hour had passed, Do Jie returned, and his face once again bore its usual calm and indifferent expression. Li Cheng looked at him and said, "Those I sent to investigate on the streets have already returned with news. They questioned nearly 100 people on the streets, and 90 of them said Do Dan had been killed by a hospital that fell from the sky. Perhaps you really wrong Nanfeng." Do Jie spoke expressionlessly. "Your Majesty, I understand now. Our family's Do was indeed struck and killed by a meteorite from the sky. It was his fate, and we Do family falsely accused Nanfeng. Here, I apologize to Nanfeng for the trouble we have caused." Nanfeng shook his head, not minding it in the least, and said, "Let's just let this matter go. I've forgiven your recklessness, but this must not happen again. Next time you should be smarter, and don't let yourself be deceived by those petty scoundrels. Senior Lieutenant Nan speaks correctly. Such a thing will not happen again." As he spoke, Do Jie showed a fake smile on his face, but inwardly he was plotting how he could have Nanfeng sliced into pieces. There was no way he could swallow this disgraceful defeat. Looking at Do Jie's face, Nanfeng's expression turned colder. As they say, a silent dog is the one that bites. It's those who don't bark who you should fear most. Letting someone like Do Jie continue unchecked would definitely be a danger. Thus, Nanfeng had already handed Do Jie a death sentence. After Do Jie had left, the vast hall contained only Nanfeng and Li Cheng staring at each other, each sizing the other up. Nanfeng could sense the gaze Li Cheng was giving him and felt his heart pound nervously, because Li Cheng just sat there, quietly smiling while watching him. Under Li Cheng's stare, Nanfeng felt very uneasy, so he broke the silence directly and said, "Your Majesty, if you have something to ask then please just ask. Don't just keep staring at me like that. It really makes me feel uneasy inside." Li Cheng didn't seem angered at Nanfeng for killing the members of the Do family. He calmly said, "Nanfeng, let me ask you, and I want the truth. We are the only two here, and I am also your future father-in-law, so don't bother concealing anything from me. Tell me your innermost thoughts. What exactly do you plan to do with the Do family?" Nanfeng did not hide much, replying candidly, "Your Majesty, the feud between me and the Do family has already reached a point of no reconciliation. We will inevitably clash whenever we meet. I know their power is very strong, but I am no easy target to be pushed around. If they understand how to behave, then they must endure the consequences of these 2 lessons I have given them. However, if they continue their hostile intentions toward me, then I will make sure they suffer beyond their ability to recover, even eradicate the Do family entirely." Li Cheng's face turned darker as he angrily said, "Do you know the people you killed were talents I needed to govern the country? Are you really determined to exterminate all of them without mercy? Sigh, I understand that they also wanted to bring about your downfall, but you should continue fighting them in the shadows. Do your deeds swiftly and cleanly. Don't always leave me to clean up after you. And if next time I catch you leaving evidence behind, don't blame me for not showing you any favor." Hearing Li Cheng's words, Nanfeng also decided to take a bold step forward. After all, wasn't it just about killing a few people? Nanfeng was fully capable of doing it without anyone ever knowing. Li Cheng pondered for a moment before continuing. "Sigh, the people you want to kill are all talents I need for governing the Great Tang. The deaths of Do Jing and Do Dan already saddled me with a great deal of regret. And people like Do Shi, they aren't as easy to deal with as you think. Just you, acting alone. How do you intend to fight them?" A faint arc formed on Nanfeng's lips as he coldly replied, "Humph, with my own intelligence and wit, I'll have them spinning in circles." Li Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Your intelligence is indeed commendable, but I worry you might be too clever for your own good. You always prefer to live an easy life. Whenever you could slack off, you wouldn't put in any effort. Take the head instructor position I assigned to you, for instance. How well have you trained them? You've been skipping work every day. You haven't even visited the camp much, have you?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng responded quite naively, scratching the back of his head while saying, "Your Majesty, I've already visited the camp many times. Besides, I've already established a complete training plan for them. I even assigned people specifically to supervise them. If they slack off even a bit, they get whipped. Their training progress definitely won't fall behind." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng nodded in satisfaction, then continued, "Let me make this clear beforehand. Because you killed Do Jing, the Ministry of Civil Affairs now urgently needs someone to manage it. Also, someone needs to fill the vacancy left by Do Dan. Since you caused these vacancies, it's your job to find suitable talents to replace them. Otherwise, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Nanfeng agreed to Li Cheng's demand. He was the one who caused the problem, so it'd be better to solve it himself after all. Chapter 130, Making Glass Mirrors. Thinking about the need to provide talent for these positions, Nanfeng suddenly had an idea and said, "Your Majesty, I've thought of a great method to recruit talented people. When I get home today, I will write it down and bring it to you next time during court. If this method is implemented, we will be able to recruit large numbers of talented people in a short amount of time. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng immediately became excited and happily replied, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Then I shall eagerly await your excellent method." After this conversation, Nanfeng took his leave and returned to his mansion. Suddenly, 15 days passed. During these 15 days, Nanfeng lived in utmost comfort. Exactly the kind of ideal life he had longed for. He spent all day lounging in the greenhouse, basking in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Lu Ryu constantly criticized herself in front of him, lamenting her inability to conceive a child for Nanfeng. Nanfeng, however, restrained himself from revealing that he didn't yet desire a son. Therefore, every night for these days, Lu Ryu transformed into a temptress, constantly seducing Nanfeng into engaging in conjugal affairs. During this time, the potato plants had been growing better and better. However, the peppers Nanfeng had recently planted had still not blossomed or borne fruit. Nanfeng, desperate, even considered pulling them up to make them grow faster, though that wouldn't make them bear fruit anyway. Fortunately, the tomatoes were doing quite well, their vines already full of fruit, though they still needed time to ripen. With no other options, Nanfeng began fertilizing the crops with organic fertilizer. He ordered the servants to collect a large amount of cow dung from the cattle yard. Then, stripping off his shirt, Nanfeng began applying the fertilizer himself. Lu Ruyu and Tong Tong wanted to come help, but the stench was simply too unbearable. Covering their noses tightly with handkerchiefs, they watched helplessly, deeply reluctant to see Nanfeng performing such dirty labor. Lu Ruyu began crying and lamented by his side. "You are a respected officer. Why must you do these filthy tasks yourself? Can't you just assign them to the servants? We have already been married for so long, yet I still haven't conceived. And you seem so indifferent, not even accompanying me to see the royal physician. Tell me, do you even still care for me at all?" Hearing Lu Ruyu's weeping complaint, Nanfeng immediately dropped his work, washed his hands, then pulled her into his arms and comforted her. He explained carefully why it was not yet the right time for her to conceive. After hearing Nanfeng's explanation, Lu Ruyu only cried harder. She began punching his chest with soft fists and insisted that even if she encountered complications during childbirth, it would be fine. She wanted to bear Nanfeng a son. Her passionate declaration moved Nanfeng profoundly. As Nanfeng and Lu Ruyu gazed into each other's eyes, immersed in emotion, Tong Tong inconveniently ran over and asked, "Uncle, if you bury all this poop next to the little potatoes, will the little potatoes turn into smelly potatoes? That wouldn't taste good, right?" At a loss for how to respond, Nanfeng could only stroke Tong Tong's nose before picking her up into his arms and replying, "No, the little potatoes won't turn smelly at all. In the future, only you will get to taste these delicious, fragrant potatoes." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Tong Tong joyfully rubbed her little face repeatedly against his cheek. Qing Xian had now arrived at Nanfeng's residence, but she had already become her mother-in-law's devoted apprentice, learning the ropes of business. Whenever she had free time, she returned to the estate to teach Lu Ruyu sword techniques, busily enjoying herself each day. Meanwhile, Nanfeng's new residence had also been completed, ready to move in any time. He had specially gone to inspect it yesterday, and was very satisfied. It was exactly the kind of mansion he had envisioned. Returning to his former mansion, he instructed the steward to relight the kilns for glass production. Nanfeng also planned to build an even larger greenhouse at the new residence. Furthermore, he had noticed that current bronze mirrors were inconvenient to use, so he wanted to create a clearer, glass mirror. Although Nanfeng already had the idea of making mirrors, he lacked the necessary chemical materials to coat the back of the glass with a layer of silver. With no other choice, Nanfeng could only simply usong a layer of liquid silver onto the back of the mirror, finally producing a basic mirror. Although it was only a simple version, it was still vastly superior to bronze mirrors. Nanfeng directly handed the method of making mirrors to the steward, instructing him to try mass production in the cellar. Each glass mirror was priced at just 4 strings of coins. This price was perfect. It was slightly too expensive for ordinary people to afford, yet wealthy people would rush to buy it. In this way, Li Cheng wouldn't accuse him of exploiting the common people. After the glass mirrors were completed, the system's voice notification rang out again. "Congratulations on inventing the glass mirror. This mirror brings better convenience to the beautiful women of the Tang Dynasty, allowing them to see their own beauty more clearly. You are rewarded with 900,000 points of contribution. May you always remember your original aspiration and continue moving forward." Nanfeng checked his remaining money and found only a little over 3,000 coins left. Seeing this disappointing number, he decided to develop more products to earn more money. Otherwise, when he needed the money later but didn't have it, things would get difficult. 2 days later, Nanfeng's mother-in-law came to visit. He casually showed her one of the newly made glass mirrors. Immediately, she was shocked. Covering her mouth in amazement, she exclaimed, "Is the person in this mirror really me? Goodness gracious, this is too clear. This mirror is countless times better than a bronze mirror." After saying that, she kept looking at the mirror over and over again. Staring at her own reflection, she almost became enchanted, unconsciously muttering, "Oh my, I didn't realize I was so beautiful. That cursed bronze mirror made me look so ugly." Lu Ryu also came running upon hearing the noise. Hearing her mother boast self-indulgently about her beauty, she acted as if she were going to vomit. Nanfeng's mother-in-law, seeing her pretending to vomit, mistakenly thought she was pregnant and eagerly asked, "My dear daughter, are you pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ryu shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Chapter 131. Take Qing Xian as a concubine? After clarifying that she wasn't vomiting because she was pregnant, Lu Ruyu spoke up. No, your lovely daughter just heard someone praising you, thinking about you obsessively, and that's why she felt this way. You little brat, is your bottom itchy? Nanfeng's mother-in-law pretended to raise her hand, scaring Lu Ruyu into hiding behind Nanfeng immediately. Nanfeng then handed a mirror to Lu Ruyu for her to look at as he asked, "How is this glass mirror I made?" The mother-in-law was extremely satisfied with the mirror and happily said, "It's great. I think if mass production of this mirror could be prohibited, each one should sell for at least 100 strings of coins. Did you invent this yourself?" Nanfeng smiled, clapped his hands lightly, and said, "Butler, bring the first batch of glass mirrors up from the cellar and let my mother-in-law take a look." "Goodness, you've actually made them already." Seeing the mirrors being brought in one after another, Nanfeng's mother-in-law was astonished. When she found out that Nanfeng had made them all by himself, her admiration for him became boundless. She spoke excitedly. "Oh, my dear son-in-law, I really don't know how your brain works to invent such a fantastic mirror. Our family is surely destined to get richer and richer." Nanfeng smiled slightly, then continued. "These glass mirrors should first be sold to the wealthiest people. We'll sell them for 99 strings of copper coins apiece. Once these rich people start using them, we will lower the price directly down to 4 strings of coins each. We can make another profit off the rich. And once most of them have glass mirrors, we'll lower the price again to a few hundred cash per mirror." Lu Shiyin nodded her head before speaking. "That's actually a pretty good idea. Those noblemen and high officials have money, so they can pay more. Nanfeng, there's something I want to talk to you about. Let's go somewhere quieter to discuss it. I've been thinking about this for days and finally decided to come and tell you today." Nanfeng nodded, not taking it as anything too serious. They then went into the meeting hall. After driving everyone else out, Nanfeng's mother-in-law earnestly said, "Nanfeng, you're a lieutenant of the Yuchi regiment, and taking a few concubines is absolutely not a problem. I've been observing that girl you brought back who's been learning business under me. She has clearly developed feelings for you. Admittedly, she is a bit older than you, but she's very pretty and could definitely be your concubine. Most importantly, this girl is already an adult and can immediately give you a fine, healthy son." She took a sip of water, then continued. "Even though she came from your Red Moon house, she's only ever sold her performances, never her body, so there isn't any issue. If you were to take her as your concubine now, she could have a son for you right away. If you were to wait for Ryu to give you a son, since she is still very young, it might still take a few years. However, if you accept this girl into your home, you might have a fine son with you by next year. Think about it carefully, will you?" Seeing that Nanfeng was already contemplating it, Lu Shiyin pressed harder. "This girl is very capable as well. She's smart and quick-witted. As soon as I taught her about business, she quickly remembered everything there was to know. What's even more important is that she can fight. A while back, some people came to our store to cause trouble, and it was actually her who beat them up and drove them away. If you marry her, handing the business over to her for management would be great. Just listen to me on this. I'll mentor her a little more in the business, and once she's learned enough, I'll have her return to live in your mansion and quickly formalize the marriage. We need to hurry up and get you a strapping son. If you don't have time to take care of the child, don't worry, I'll raise it for you." Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Nanfeng was quite helpless as he spoke. "But you're my mother-in-law. Why are you pushing another girl towards me? Did she slip you a love potion or something?" No. I'm doing this for your own good. You think carefully about it, and better yet, agree quickly. I have to go find out what the little girl herself thinks." Saying that, the mother-in-law turned around and went straight to the shop to ask Qing Xian about her thoughts. As soon as she arrived at the shop, Shi Yun entered the back room of the shop holding Qing Xuan's little hand. Qing Xian, feeling quite curious, respectfully asked, "Andy Lu, do you have something you want to speak to me about? Why are you being so secretive?" Hearing this, Lu Shiyun smiled brightly and said with a beaming face, "My dear girl, you've already come of age, but you haven't married yet. That really isn't quite appropriate. So I've especially picked out a good man for you, and now I've come to ask for your thoughts and feelings on the matter." Qing Xuan's expression turned shocked, shaking her head violently like a drumstick as she refused, saying, "No way. I came here merely to repay Nanfeng for his kindness. I have absolutely no thoughts about getting married. I cannot agree to this matter. Thank you for your kind intentions, Auntie Lu. You little brat, don't you even bother to ask me who this man I'm recommending is first? Let me tell you, he's extremely handsome and holds an important position within the imperial court as well." Qing Xuan's attitude remained very firm as she spoke. "No matter how outstanding he might be, I will never marry someone else. In this lifetime, perhaps I'll only grow old alone. The only person I wish to marry is Nanfeng, but how could he ever see me as his wife? Auntie Lu, please forget about this matter. It's probably best. I should go watch over the shop for now." "Haha, you silly little girl. The man I want to introduce to you is none other than Nanfeng himself." Qing Xian, who had just taken a step forward, instantly froze mid-motion, exclaiming in extreme shock, "Heavens!" Her little face suddenly turned completely red, appearing very flustered. She became awkward and uneasy, appearing incredibly adorable as she foolishly muttered, Auntie Lu, I come from such a place of immoral behavior and loose women. How could Nanfeng ever take someone like me seriously? If others found out he had married a woman from the pleasure quarters, I'm sure they'd definitely spread rumors about Nanfeng. I would never want Nanfeng to suffer gossip and criticism because of me. Regarding this matter, perhaps we should just forget about it." Chapter 132, Arguing with Reason. Hearing Qing Xian still rejecting him, Lu Shiyun slightly frowned and said, "Be honest. In your heart, you really want to become Nanfeng's wife, right?" Qing Xuan's heart was struggling intensely at this moment, but finally, she nodded and said, yes, indeed. But it might not be good for Nanfeng. So what? That's only a small problem. You don't need to worry about it. As long as you want it, everything can be arranged. Leave it to me, and just wait quietly to become Nanfeng's wife. I will make him give in to you. Qingxian lowered her head shyly and replied in a twisted manner, well. Okay then. Hearing Qingshuan's agreement, Lu Shiyun became very happy. Smiling wickedly, she leaned close to Qingshuan's ear and whispered, just rest assured, if he dares to resist you, I'll slip him a strong dose of something. In the end, he'll still end up giving in to you. And just like that, the matter was happily decided. The next day, Nanfeng arrived at court with his memorial in hand. After handing it to Li Cheng to review, the latter became instantly excited, his back stiffening upright as he immediately said, everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Nanfeng has a brilliant idea, and I'll explain it to all of you. He wants to reform the imperial examination system dramatically by lowering the eligibility requirements. It won't be like before, selecting students solely in one field. Instead, other examination categories can be added, such as agriculture, medicine, manufacturing, commerce, and others. This way, people can be categorized accordingly and placed in appropriate positions, which will significantly accelerate the development of our Tang Dynasty. What do you all think of this idea? Upon hearing this, the court officials immediately held different opinions. Wei Zheng was the first to stand up and oppose it, saying, Your Majesty, I don't quite agree with Nanfeng's idea, because this change is still too early for the Tang Dynasty. Many technologies are not yet well mastered by us, especially in manufacturing, commerce, and medicine. Since we ourselves don't understand these areas, how can we possibly assess others in them? Isn't this a joke? After Wei Zheng finished speaking, another official stood up and said, Your Majesty, as you know, our Tang Dynasty has always been biased against merchants. Personally, I hope for fewer merchants who pursue profit alone. If we include commerce into the imperial examination system, won't the number of merchants in our dynasty increase dramatically? In that case, won't they take all the money from common people's pockets? If the common people have no money, how will they survive? Only when the common people become truly wealthy can our Tang Dynasty grow stronger. I think the imperial examination system can be moderately reformed, but there's no need to include the commercial category. The priority should still be academic subjects, followed by agriculture, and then perhaps manufacturing. Among all the officials present, perhaps only a few actually understood commerce. In their eyes, merchants were nothing but a burden to the Tang Dynasty. At this moment, more and more officials started to voice opposition. However, Nanfeng remained very calm and spoke leisurely. Oh, why do you all think agriculture is the most important? Does that mean the other areas aren't important at all? Or do you consider them unnecessary? Wei Zheng cleared his throat and then replied, Because these academic subjects have been passed down from ancient times until today, isn't it only natural to prioritize them? Your thinking is far too extreme. Although academic talents can hold important positions and even become rulers, we don't need too many of them. When too many academically inclined people gather together, they are bound to grumble and cause unrest. Why must the Tang Dynasty have only one ruler, Your Majesty, yet still prioritize academic talents so much? Since ancient times, has any regime lacked civil officials? Haven't all these officials been selected through academic examinations? It's precisely because of this that the ruling power continues and remains unbroken. Nanfeng smiled slightly and then countered, Is that so? Have you all forgotten the bitter lessons from the Zhou dynasty? Wasn't their court filled entirely with civil officials? Yet in the end, didn't they still collapse into the dust of history? Evidently, more isn't always better. Instead of flourishing, such civil talents have only multiplied, while agricultural talents have become pitifully scarce. Without anyone to grow food, do you really think these academically gifted individuals can feed people just by complaining? Listening to Nanfeng's words, the group of military officials behind him nodded repeatedly like pecking chicks, continuously repeating the same phrase. Well said, well said. But if you truly question these officers, they would know practically nothing. Nanfeng took a sip of water before continuing. Once agriculture thrives and people are fed sufficiently, they won't think about rebellion anymore. Instead, they'll support and defend us. If commerce flourishes, the Tang Dynasty's revenues will naturally increase. Then we can establish larger armies to protect our nation and resist foreign invasions. Indeed, our Tang Dynasty desperately needs talents, but not those who do nothing but complain without understanding how to create change. Commoners have been planting crops for a long time, yet their harvests have remained poor. Why not seek ways to improve crop yields? Or find high-yield crops elsewhere to introduce for cultivation? When I traveled with my master, I brought back several high-yield crops. I've already planted them, and though I don't yet know the results, I'm certain, once these crops mature successfully, I'll promote them widely, enabling common people to grow them too. Thereafter, famine will never again plague our Tang Dynasty, and our Tang Dynasty will grow ever stronger. After this long, passionate speech, Nanfeng quickly picked up his cup for another sip of water. Meanwhile, the officials in court were stunned, staring at each other with wide eyes and open mouths. Chapter 133, Establishing an Academy. When Li Cheng heard Nanfeng say that he actually had high-yield crops, his face was already filled with astonishment. He stood up directly from his seat and stared at Nanfeng tightly, exclaiming, Are you serious? Is it true that there are crops in this world with such an incredible yield? Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, Of course there are. Look at the rice in the south that can be harvested 3 times a year. That's already a high-yield crop. And the harvesting cycle can be very short too. The crop I've recently discovered is quite similar in nature. Li Cheng was already jumping with excitement. completely forgetting his royal decorum. He turned directly to Nanfeng and said, "Screw the morning court meeting. Let's go now. You take me and show me this mysterious crop with such extraordinary yield." Seeing how impatiently Chung was acting, Nanfeng declined instead. "Your Majesty, the crop is still under cultivation at the moment. It's not ready for observation yet. Going there now would be pointless and would only delay our important matters." Li Chung was getting increasingly impatient, tugging at Nanfeng's arm and saying, "Well, I just can't believe it. If it can't be grown right now, I can immediately assign people from the Department of Agriculture to put their full efforts into cultivating it." Don't do that. With their level of expertise, if they accidentally ruin my seedlings, things would go really bad. Changsun Wuji looked at Nanfeng and asked, "Nanfeng, considering the current freezing weather conditions, are you able to grow this crop?" "Not really," Nanfeng replied. "But I do have ways to make it grow even in cold weather. Just wait until spring comes next year, Your Majesty, and you'll personally witness what kind of crop I'm talking about. There's really no rush to check it out right now." Upon hearing this, Li Chung could only reluctantly return to his imperial throne and muttered unhappily, "Fine, I'll wait until next spring. As they say, haste makes waste. Let's go back to our previous discussion." "Go ahead, Nanfeng, continue." Nanfeng continued where he had left off, saying, "The current imperial examination only evaluates candidates once a year, which clearly cannot meet the vast demand for talent in our Tang Dynasty. Although there are many participants each year, the government is only able to select a handful, only the top few or the truly outstanding ones." Nanfeng took a sip of tea before going on. "Minister Wei, your argument emphasizes the value of academically focused talents, but that's overly one-dimensional. My proposal involves expanding the scope of assessments to discover talents from various fields, allowing our Tang Dynasty to grow more comprehensively. Isn't this clearly beneficial rather than insisting on pursuing just a single type of talent?" After listening to Nanfeng's argument, Wei Zheng nodded and said, "That does make sense, Nanfeng. You raise a valid point. Please continue." Nanfeng went on. "Why do you regard the existence of merchants as something harmful to the Tang Dynasty? In my opinion, merchants are not only necessary but beneficial to our country. Without them, where would common people buy their daily necessities? The total wealth in the Tang Dynasty is enormous. No matter how hard one tries, they could never earn even a fraction of a percent of that total amount. Your Majesty already knows this theory, which I've explained before, so I won't repeat myself. Those interested should ask the Emperor directly. When we have more merchants within the Great Tang, tax revenue will naturally increase. We can then use these funds to purchase military rations from the households of the common people, thus giving ordinary citizens more money. They, in turn, can use that money to buy daily goods from the merchants, who will then be motivated to work even harder. Therefore, money will always remain in continuous circulation, eternally flowing. Minister Wei Zheng, do you understand this concept?" Wei Zheng looked like he suddenly realized something, but he still asked. "Although these merchants contribute significant tax revenue, in the end, most of that money still ends up in the merchants' pockets. How do you explain that?" Nanfeng waved his hand, saying, "Further explanation is useless. You already understand the key points. Go think it over in the toilet. Let me especially mention, stupidity can indeed be contagious, so watch yourselves, fellow ministers." Being called foolish by Nanfeng, Wei Zheng glared fiercely at him before falling into deep thought about the issue he had raised moments ago, unaware that the real problem was that he had been stuck in a narrow line of reasoning the entire time. Li Chung pondered for a moment and then spoke. "This reform of the imperial examination system will still require time to be gradually implemented. Just now an idea suddenly came to my mind. I'd like to share it with you and also ask for your opinions. I want to establish an academy when spring comes, where various kinds of knowledge will be taught, and masters with expertise will be hired to lay the groundwork for the upcoming reform of the imperial examination. What do you think about this idea?" Fang Xianling clapped his hands immediately and said, "Your Majesty, this is truly a brilliant idea. If the talents in this academy can match Nanfeng, who would dare to even contemplate invading our Great Tang in the future?" "I agree. I also agree. I can already envision the days when our Tang Dynasty will thrive and flourish. Allow me to offer my congratulations in advance, Your Majesty." Li Chung raised his hand slightly to calm everyone down, smiling as he said, "Then it's decided. When spring comes next year, I will personally oversee the construction of this academy. Nanfeng, you must take on this responsibility. You will be the dean." Nanfeng didn't seem opposed to the idea at all, smiling as he replied, "That works. I won't have to run around all day anyway. Unlike leading soldiers into battle, why wouldn't I be happy to take this on?" Deep in his heart, Nanfeng was actually quite pleased. This position of dean was quite good. After all, he only needed to come up with a clever idea, assign a difficult problem to these students, let them go off to think and solve it themselves, and if they really couldn't figure it out, he'd tell them the answer. Plus, he was going to be the dean, who says a dean shouldn't have a personal secretary by his side. He only needed to sit at work for a while each day, or maybe not even show up at all, and return home to flirt with his wives and concubines. This was definitely far better than being the chief instructor. Chapter 134, Roasting Beggar's Chicken in the Imperial Garden. Hearing that Nanfeng was always scheming ways to slack off, all the court officials burst into laughter. Li Chung, shaking his head helplessly, said, "You little rascal. No matter how I scold you, you never listen. You're still so young, only shudoasoi, and already you seek nothing but pleasure. How can this be acceptable? Well then, once this academy of exchange is established, you can mess around with those students however you please. Even if you take them out playing every day, it's fine by me. as long as they actually learn something. Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Nanfeng felt extremely excited. Teaching by taking students out to play? Now that was something he was quite good at. He thought to himself. Finally, Li Cheng seems somewhat acceptable. Right after court session ended, Li Ku ran up beside Nanfeng and said, "My dear brother-in-law, you're now officially my master. When are you going to teach me that sky-flying technique you used last time?" Seeing that Nanfeng just kept walking with a constant grin on his face without giving any reply, Li Ku was completely baffled, thinking that perhaps Nanfeng's mind had gone haywire. Still following close behind Nanfeng, while passing rows of strong palace guards, Li Ku took precautions by summoning the soldiers along, fearing that if Nanfeng got too angry later, he might have him beaten. With the soldiers by his side, at least he could feel slightly safer. Seeing that Nanfeng kept grinning like nothing was wrong, Li Ku finally couldn't take it anymore and whispered to a nearby soldier, "Quickly, go tell my father and have him bring several royal physicians along." Nanfeng must have caught a case of madness. He's speaking nonsense now. It's a sickness that must be treated. At that moment, Nanfeng suddenly turned around and grabbed Li Ku, exclaiming, "Huh? I've just finished tea with King Yama and returned to the human world, and already I've run into such a delicious-looking person. Today, this devil is going to feast heartily. Tell me, do you want to be eaten raw, deep-fried, or pan-fried?" Li Ku's heart was pounding, barely suppressing the urge to wet himself. He really believed now that Nanfeng had truly gone mad. Otherwise, why would he be saying such bizarre things? And even threatening to eat him. Seeing Li Ku so frightened, Nanfeng just dropped him in disdain and said, "Humph, you're actually the emperor's son, so technically a son of the dragon emperor, yet you lack even the slightest trace of noble bearing. You're more like a tiny worm. You're way too timid. Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Take me to the kitchen, will you? I want to grab a few beggars' chickens to fill my stomach." Upon hearing this, Li Ku's eyes instantly lit up. He still remembered the spicy noodles Nanfeng had made before. Absolutely delicious. Now in the Imperial Palace kitchen, with so many ingredients available, wouldn't whatever he made now be even better? Thinking about it, Li Ku nearly drooled as he hastily replied, "All right then, for the sake of the delicious food, I'll forgive you for scaring me just now. Oh right, brother-in-law, did you finish all the chili peppers you took last time? You mean you want to eat chilies again? Have you forgotten your last painful experience?" Swallowing hard, Li Ku replied, "Ahem, that doesn't count. What you made last time tasted amazing and was super fragrant. Oh, and I have to admit, my bottom ached for a whole day after eating that chili." Nanfeng, brother Li Ku, what are the two of you discussing? What exactly is beggar's chicken? As they spoke, Li Tai and Princess Li Ji approached. Though Li Tai didn't know what beggar's chicken was, Princess Li Ji immediately recognized it as food. She ran over and linked arms with Nanfeng, saying, "Nanfeng, Gigi, this must be something delicious, right? I want to eat it. Can you make it for me, please?" And so, the group started heading toward the kitchen, but Li Tai furrowed his brow and said, "But we are royal prince and princess. How can we stoop so low as to personally go to the kitchen?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Ku found it very annoying. After all, he currently held a much higher official rank than Li Tai and had never thought like that. Shrugging slightly, he responded, "Fine, then you don't have to come. We'll just eat one less beggar's chicken then. Just don't regret it later." Li Tai arrogantly retorted, "Humph, as if I'd ever regret. Do you really think whatever little snack Nanfeng makes could surpass the taste of the dishes created by our imperial chefs? I'm going back now." "You fat little brat really do like putting on airs," Nanfeng muttered casually before following Princess Li Ji's lead toward the kitchen. Hearing Nanfeng call him a fat brat, Li Tai was already furious, his eyes red with anger. The three of them arrived at the kitchen. Nanfeng immediately grabbed 3 plump roosters from the cage, quickly gutted and cleaned them, and started marinating them with spices. He also found some large shrimps, peeled off the shells, chopped the shrimp meat finely, and stuffed it into the chicken bellies. While the chickens were marinating, Nanfeng went to the lotus pond and picked a few lotus leaves. After soaking them, he wrapped each chicken with the leaves and tightly tied them with grass ropes. After finishing all these preparations, Nanfeng brought the 2 others to the imperial garden. There, he smeared some yellow clay over the 3 chickens, built a fire, and directly tossed the chickens into it to roast. Li Ku, feeling somewhat nervous at this point, whispered, "Dear brother-in-law, do you think someone might find out that we're sneaking food like this?" Nanfeng calmly waved his hand and said, "What's there to worry about? No problem at all. Hey, wait, since when did you start calling me brother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Li Ku naively replied, "Well, you're going to marry my elder sister anyway. Calling you brother-in-law makes perfect sense. Oh right, once you also marry my younger sister later, I guess I'll have to start calling you younger brother-in-law instead. You little stinker, go stand over there. I might just toss these beggars' chickens into the fish pond later and not give you even a bite." Princess Li Ji had already burst into laughter from their conversation, while Li Ku obediently ran aside. Soon enough, though, he came trotting back excitedly, watching Nanfeng roast the chickens and helplessly saying, "My dear brother-in-law, no matter how you look at it, I'm still your younger brother-in-law. Plus, I'm the Prince of Wu. Don't I at least deserve a little respect here?" Chapter 135, Li Cheng ambushes the beggar's chicken midway. Upon hearing that Li Ku still wanted Nanfeng to give him some face, Nanfeng teased, "Oh, you actually dare bring up the matter of Prince Wu again? Well, I might consider it, but only once you've become even fatter than Li Tai. Then I'll definitely treat you with full respect." After speaking, Nanfeng cast a glance toward Li Tai, who had been crouching inside the bamboo grove. After Nanfeng and the other 2 left the kitchen, the little chubby boy had been secretly following Nanfeng closely, yet keeping a cautious distance. He thought he was hiding perfectly, but in reality, his fat little body couldn't hide even if he tried. Nanfeng had noticed him long ago. The sons of Li Cheng were truly a strange bunch, sometimes clever, sometimes dumb. Li Ku served as the perfect example of this. When around his father the emperor, he knew precisely how to flatter, but the moment he came near Nanfeng, he became as silly as a 3-year-old child. Perhaps it was because Nanfeng was simply too smart, which made Li Ku seem even duller by comparison. The yellow clay wrapped around the beggar's chicken had already turned a deep red from the fire, but Li Tai still remained hidden within the bamboo grove, watching intently. Nanfeng could hardly bear to see it anymore, so he turned to Princess Li Ji beside him and said, "My little sister, why don't you go call Li Tai over? These 3 chickens will be plenty for all of us to eat. Otherwise, his drool might flood the bamboo forest before we even start eating." Thus, the young Princess Li Ji cheerfully hopped over to Li Tai's side and called out, "Brother Li Tai, the beggar's chicken is nearly ready. Come join us and have a bite. My future brother-in-law's cooking skills will never disappoint." Li Tai slightly furrowed his brows and replied, "What are you saying? Nanfeng is not yet our sister's husband, so why would you call him future brother-in-law so quickly? Besides, how can you even eat these chickens when they're wrapped in mud? I won't eat them. You go ahead." Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Princess Li Ji could only helplessly turn away with a graceful backside, returning to Nanfeng. Nanfeng then used a stick to lift the 3 chickens out of the fire, beat off the layer of mud outside, and gently untied the straw rope. Immediately, the golden yellow beggar's chickens were revealed, emitting waves of tantalizing aroma into the air. Within the small bamboo grove behind the 3 of them, Li Tai couldn't help but wipe at the drool forming at the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed intensely on the chicken. These 3 large roosters were already enough to eat, even if they included Li Tai, and they even had shrimp meat stuffed into their bellies. 1 chicken would have been too much for 2 people to finish. Nanfeng then seemingly pulled a knife out of nowhere and deftly cut 1 chicken in half, separating one of the drumsticks. Then he handed half of it to a pair of soldiers who had come over from the scent, saying, "Please take this half to Princess Xiangqing, and the other half is for you to share." These 2 soldiers had already soaked their sleeves while wiping their drool, and now, their eyes shone with delight at receiving half a chicken from Nanfeng. They took the food along with the container and swiftly delivered it to Princess Xiangqing. Li Tai had unknowingly crept up close to Nanfeng and the others. Now Nanfeng and Princess Li Ji were each happily chewing on chicken legs, and watching them eat made Li Tai's drool literally fall to the ground. Unable to bear the sight, Princess Li Ji tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Li Tai directly, speaking through a mouthful of food. "Come on, brother Li Tai, eat it while it's still hot." Li Tai stared at the chicken leg before him, but glancing at Nanfeng again, he still declined. "You eat it, younger sister. I really don't have much of an appetite." He was stubbornly clinging to his dignity, enduring the suffering without eating. As long as Nanfeng did not personally invite him to eat, he wouldn't lower his pride to accept the chicken leg. However, waiting endlessly for some acknowledgement from Nanfeng, and receiving none, only hearing him begin to eat the shrimp meat instead, finally drove Li Tai to storm off in frustration. Watching Li Tai leave in a huff, Nanfeng said contemptuously, "That fat little brat has no talent whatsoever, yet acts as arrogant as can be. Does he expect me to feed him by hand? Humph." Meanwhile, Li Ku, chewing a large mouthful of meat, spoke with his mouth full. Exactly. My dear future brother-in-law, from now on, I shall obey every single order you give." Just as the group was indulging heartily in their feast, a thunderous shout rang out from a distance. "You little bastards! This is the Imperial Garden. How dare you light a fire and have a grand feast here? Have you really swallowed the heart of a bear and the gallbladder of a leopard?" The 2 soldiers had already delivered half of the chicken to Princess Xiangqing, and now they returned to the bamboo grove, hungrily devouring their share of the chicken meat. Upon hearing the voice of Li Cheng approaching, the 2 soldiers immediately stuffed the chicken pieces they were chewing into their robes, looking left and right nervously as if nothing at all had happened. At this moment, Li Cheng had already arrived beside the group, accompanied by a graceful and beautiful woman. Upon closer look, one could clearly see that she and Li Ku bore an identical resemblance, like they were cast from the same mold. Seeing this, Li Ku quickly set aside the chicken he was chewing and stood up shakily, greeting respectfully. "Your son greets father and mother." No wonder then. This woman was none other than Li Ku's mother, explaining why she was so breathtakingly beautiful. Li Ku's mother, Consort Yang, spoke in a mildly scolding tone. "My dear son, you must ensure this doesn't happen again." "Yes, mother. It won't happen again." Meanwhile, Princess Li Ji grabbed a chicken leg and extended it toward Li Cheng with a wink from her large, sparkling eyes, saying, "Dear father, I already knew you'd come, so look, I saved a chicken leg specially for you. Go ahead and eat it while it's still warm." Nanfeng could only watch in silence, speechless. This entire family really knew how to flatter. Li Ku himself was bad enough, but even his yet-to-be-married beautiful bride acted the same. Nanfeng deeply inhaled. Li Cheng, meanwhile, maintained a stern expression as he looked at the beggar's chicken still wrapped in unbroken clay on the ground, shamelessly saying, "What's this peculiar thing? I find it extremely fascinating. I must take it back to study it carefully myself. Eunuch, carry it back for me." Nanfeng was simply stunned. This was outright robbery. Yet Li Cheng remained so calm and shameless, with a boldness that surpassed even the thickest of city walls. Now then, it was already bad enough when Li Cheng took 1 whole chicken, and now there was barely anything left. Nanfeng gathered up what little chicken and shrimp meat remained, took Princess Li Ji's small hand in his, and headed toward the pavilion by the lotus pond. Chapter 136, The End of Physical Training. The young fellow Li Ku immediately got anxious and quickly said, No, my dear brother-in-law. I just had a little bit. If you take it all away, there will be nothing left for me to eat. Nan Feng shot a glance at Li Ku, gesturing him to look toward Li Tai, who was watching the show in the bamboo forest, and then said, Originally we could have enjoyed our meal today, but Li Tai went ahead and brought your father here, so I really can't help. If you're so upset, why not take it up with Li Tai? Hearing Nan Feng's words, an enraged Li Ku rushed straight into the bamboo forest, grabbed Li Tai's collar, and furiously scolded, Li Tai, how could you do something like this? I thought we were brothers, no matter what. But you actually want to fetch father. Humph. I'm cutting you off for 3 whole days. Saying that, Li Ku shifted his hand to Li Tai's chest and rubbed his greasy hand up and down a few times on Li Tai's clothes, then hurried off. Nan Feng saw the entire scene clearly, and inside he was greatly impressed. Another day of learning evil deeds. From now on, whenever his hands got dirty, couldn't he just do the same as Li Ku and wipe them clean on someone else's clothes? Before long, Li Ku was already out of sight, and only then did Li Tai realize what had just happened. Roaring with anger, he ran after Li Ku yelling, Li Ku, you bastard. This is the brand new outfit I just changed into today, and you used it like a rag? That's absolutely infuriating. While those two were chasing each other through the grounds, Nan Feng and Princess Li Ji were sitting in a pavilion joyfully eating their meal. The princess directly used her hands to grab large pieces of shrimp meat, not caring at all that her hands were now full of grease. Finally finishing off that last little bit of food, Princess Li Ji was now so full that she half reclined against a pillar. Immediately afterward, she went right in front of Nan Feng and started rubbing her greasy hands all over his clothes, applying the technique she had just learned from Li Ku. While doing that, she chattered away. Nan Feng, you're incredible. How come the food you cook is so delicious? Now I'll probably lose my appetite for all the palace delicacies. From now on, I sentence you to come cook me a meal every month, or else I'll go tell my father that I refuse to be your little Jiaqi anymore. Nan Feng stood there, dumbfounded. Indeed, no matter how you looked at it, birds of a feather flocked together. The weather was getting increasingly cold, and snow had already started to fall in Chang'an. There were just over 10 days left before the new year. Yet within Nan Feng's elite troop, a group of soldiers continued their runs shirtless across the field. Nan Feng himself made a special trip to the training grounds to check on their training progress. It was already his 7th visit. On the training grounds, both the crown prince and the group of young noblemen were visibly angry upon seeing Nan Feng's arrival. How could they not be? This damn guy had only shown up a few times in all those months while he spent the entire day relaxing comfortably at home. Meanwhile, they were living like pigs, constantly covered in dirt and mud, with such poor food that even a small piece of pork was a rarity. Naturally, their tempers flared. At first, these noble-born young men wouldn't even dream of touching pork, since pigs were seen by them as representing lowliness. But after all these months of training, even pork intestines were now fought over by them eagerly. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the training grounds, soldiers were shouting slogans in unison, forming themselves into neat square formations. Nan Feng stepped up onto the podium, took a look at their training performance, and felt extremely satisfied. He then announced, in the blink of an eye, 3 whole months have passed. From today onward, you no longer have to continue with physical training. Hurry back now to change clothes, and follow me to the foot of the Qinling Mountains, where we will establish a new camp. I will teach you how to survive in the wild, and how to fight effectively in dense forests. This phase of training will also last for 3 months. Follow my orders, return immediately, change, and gather back here. Dismissed. Upon hearing Nan Feng's command, everyone sprang into action. After changing into proper attire and packing their personal belongings, they quickly came back out for assembly. Once all were gathered, they set off in a great procession toward the direction of the Qinling Mountains. After establishing a new camp near the Qinling Mountains, Nan Feng taught the over 5,000 elite soldiers his personally designed system of secret hand signals and coded communication. It took him 3 entire days just to ensure that each and every soldier mastered it. Following that, they were all sent up the mountain to train in jungle combat tactics, skills such as mountain climbing, concealing oneself within thick forests, and identifying safe food sources in the wild. While the soldiers were working hard during their training, Nan Feng temporarily settled in at the herbalist hut owned by Master Sun, the famed physician. It was time for dinner. Nan Feng brought a stove from his mansion and had also made chili sauce using the peppers he had acquired last time. He brought it along, then instructed the logistics soldiers to buy him some lamb and ribs. He himself had brought a few handfuls of mung bean sprouts and was now preparing a hot pot. Nan Feng directly poured the ribs into the pot to simmer the broth. Once the soup was ready, he dumped the entire bowl of chili sauce into the broth. A rich aroma immediately filled the air. The crown prince, bad guy, and Chin Chumo, who had particularly sensitive noses, arrived not long after, their eyes locked onto the pot Nan Feng was tending. Today just happened to be their day off, and they were very fortunate to catch Nan Feng making hot pot. The 3 of them quickly squeezed in, then searched around frantically until they finally found some bowls and chopsticks. As the 3 sat down in front of Nan Feng's table, Chin Chumo cleared his throat and said, Ahem, brother Nan, look at you. How could you possibly eat by yourself? It's more fun with more people. And there's so much food here, you obviously won't finish it all. So, we've come with thick faces to help you share the burden. The crown prince immediately picked up a slice of lamb and dropped it into the bubbling pot. When the meat changed color and slightly curled at the edges, he scooped it out, blew on it twice, and swallowed it in one bite. Instinctively chewing a few times, the Crown Prince's face suddenly turned completely red. He turned away and immediately spat the lamb out, then kept gasping for cold air, hurriedly pouring himself a cup of water and drinking it down. Seeing this, both Bad Guy and Chinchumo froze, not daring to move as their lamb continued to cook in the pot. Furrowing his brows slightly, Bad Guy spoke up. Prince, what's going on? Is the lamb not edible? That can't be right. It smells so delicious. How could it be inedible? Chapter 137. Chang Sunchong severely injured, nearly killed. After drinking several cups of water, the Crown Prince finally recovered a bit, yet he kept gasping in disbelief. Brother Nan, why would you do this to yourself? This pot of stuff must be poisoned, right? Bad Guy, Brother Chun, don't eat anything from this pot. It's extremely toxic in there. What? Both Chin Shuming and Bad Guy were frightened. Chin Shuming bent down to smell the pot, frowned, and said, that doesn't make sense. This smells so fragrant. How could it possibly be poisoned? As the three were stunned, Nanfeng had already picked up a piece of lamb with his chopsticks. After blowing it cool a little, he popped it into his mouth and followed it with a small sip of distilled wine he had brought along. What a wonderful little feast he was having. Seeing how much Nanfeng enjoyed it, Chin Shuming also tried a piece. At first, the spiciness made him tear up, but as soon as he finished one bite, he quickly grabbed another and threw it into the pot for cooking, clearly delighted, saying, phew, almost killed me with the heat. But this meat is too amazing. The Crown Prince stood there dumbfounded, watching Bad Guy also start eating with gusto. At this point, he was already doubting the words he had just said. Could this pot actually be poisonous? Bad Guy was eating very enthusiastically as well. Each bite of meat required him to drink down half a cup of water. Just after finishing, a moment later, Physician's son returned and seeing everyone happily eating, immediately went to get a bowl and chopsticks. However, the dining table was already full, so he didn't hesitate. He simply grabbed Bad Guy and set him aside, then sat down himself and began eating. Bad Guy could only helplessly say, Dr. Sun, haven't you always been a vegetarian? Physician's son replied solemnly, what do you know? Lamb actually has medicinal properties. It helps the kidneys. I'm not eating meat. I'm taking medicine. Phew, this is spicy. Nan kid, did you put in all the chili peppers you swiped from me last time? After eating a few pieces of lamb, Physician's son was also sweating from the spiciness. Hearing the physician's question while busy eating, Nanfeng answered between bites. I don't know exactly how much I added, but a lot. I probably put in about half the jar of chili. Upon hearing this, Physician's son frowned slightly. You young people, eating too spicy is bad for your health, not just for your bowels, but also for your kidneys. You must not eat like this in the future. After hearing about the kidney effects, Bad Guy immediately put his bowl and chopsticks down, continuously gasping for breath. After a while, he turned to Physician's son and said, Dr. Sun, please quickly write me a prescription that can make me a real man again. Physician's son looked at Bad Guy and said, didn't I give you one already? I have full confidence in my prescription. It must be because you couldn't resist going to the brothel again, right? Sigh, it's all self-inflicted. Who told you to visit brothels so often? If you keep doing this, I can guarantee you, your manhood might be completely ruined within a few years. At Physician's son's words, Bad Guy's face paled in terror. If he really lost his potency, how could he carry on his family line? This time, he truly resolved never to go to the brothel again. Just as they were happily feasting, loud and frantic noises came from outside the house. A while later, Jiejia entered covered in blood, carrying an unconscious man. Nanfeng and others hurried to check. To their great surprise, the unconscious man was none other than Chang Sunchong. Physician's son, please treat him quickly, or he might not make it. The Crown Prince's eyes instantly turned red upon seeing the face of the man, and he shouted, Chongge. Physician's son quickly used scissors to cut open the clothing around the wound, and saw that Chang Sunchong had suffered a massive injury on his right arm, a long gash across his chest that was still bleeding, and worse, a spear wound completely through his right leg. Looking at the terrible state, Physician's son immediately asked, how exactly did this happen? Where did you take him? Jiejia looked at Qinling Mountain and replied, my brothers and I were training in the Qinling Mountains when a long-haired monster attacked us near the edge of Lishan. We've already lost quite a few men there. Now, our troops have all gone up the mountain to capture him, and once we do, he will definitely not escape death. Nanfeng also frowned tightly and asked, a long-haired monster? Was it really that strong? Jiejia answered with a fearful grin on his face, extremely strong. He must be many times stronger than my master. He wielded a bronze sword and could easily kill several men with a single slash. I exchanged a few blows with him too and almost got seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Physician's son hurriedly said, hurry back and tell them not to surround and capture him anymore, or else even more people will lose their lives. After a while, Yuchi Baolin, who was as black as coal, also arrived. His eyes red with anger, he said, we cannot let our brothers die in vain. I must capture this long-haired demon and tear him into pieces, so our brothers can finally rest in peace. Nanfeng ordered without room for argument. Immediately call them back. You know the consequences of disobeying military orders. If more brothers die trying to capture him, would you feel happy about it? Hearing Nanfeng's words, the dark-skinned man reluctantly ran up the mountain to call the men back. Physician's son shook his head and said, he's nearly bled to death. There's no saving him. You all should prepare yourselves mentally. The Crown Prince and Bad Guy were so shocked they could barely stand. The Crown Prince even wept loudly, crying out, Chongge, how could you leave me behind like this? You were supposed to take me to the brothel together too. Yet Nan Feng remained calm and collected, speaking without urgency. Don't worry. Since he was brought back in time, he might still barely be saved. Crown Prince, you're crying a little too early. Physician Sun looked at Nan Feng in shock. Chang Sun Chong was practically out of blood. How could he be saved? Fortunately, Physician Sun's place had many medicinal supplies for treatment. Nan Feng found some thread and carefully stitched up Chang Sun Chong's long wounds, then applied a layer of healing powder on top. Only then did he instruct the nearby bad guy. You, go call a few more men over. Chapter 138, Blood Transfusion. After those soldiers had left, Nan Feng picked up 3 large bowls, washed them outside, and then filled them with cool boiled water, adding a bit of salt to dissolve in each bowl. After finishing these tasks, Nan Feng pondered about finding something to substitute for an 4-tube. Eventually, with no better option, he purchased a few 4 tubes through the system. Those few tubes cost him 399 coins, and Nan Feng was so upset, he wished he could grab Chang Sun Chong and punch him a few times. Old Master Sun, filled with curiosity, asked, his blood has nearly drained away. How can he be saved? Nan Feng calmly replied, actually, it's not difficult. Even if his blood is gone, we can simply transfuse some blood back into him. Upon hearing this, Old Master Sun was greatly shocked and exclaimed, transfuse blood into him? How exactly would you do that? Surely you're not thinking of pouring it into his mouth. If that's the case, there's no need to bother. Just prepare for his funeral instead. Pouring blood into his mouth is completely useless because human blood is stored inside blood vessels. I'm not planning to transfuse blood through his mouth, Nan Feng explained. I'm going to put the blood directly into his blood vessels. Hearing this, Old Master Sun was dumbfounded. A while later, Jia brought several other people over. Nan Feng gently made a small cut on each of their fingers and let their blood drop into the large bowls. Although Chang Sun Chong also had little blood left, Nan Feng made a small cut on his finger as well and squeezed out a few drops into each bowl. After finishing this, Nan Feng quietly observed the changes in the bowls. The blood in the first and third bowls remained separated, no matter what. However, the blood in the middle bowl gradually merged together. Seeing this, Nan Feng was very pleased. It was the first time, and he had already found a matching blood type. He said excitedly, whose blood is in this middle bowl? Don't panic, I just need a bit of your blood. Only your blood can save Chang Sun Chong. I won't need much. Transferring a small portion of your blood to Chang Sun Chong will be sufficient. In fact, donating a bit of blood might even benefit you by promoting your metabolism and helping your body produce more fresh blood. A young man of about 19 answered cheerfully, that's my blood in the middle bowl. I'm not nervous at all. In fact, I feel honored. From now on, I'll be the savior of a future duke. Even if I give him all my blood, it doesn't matter. I believe you will definitely take good care of my family. Using my life to bring wealth and glory to my family is definitely a good thing. Huh. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng felt great admiration for him, remembered the young man's appearance, and asked, brave sir, may I know your name? My name is Zhang Kuei, but you can just call me Xiao Kuei. I respect you as a brave man. Once Chang Sun Chong recovers, I will promote you from your current common rank to the rank of commander of 1,000 men. I believe your future will be promising. Hearing this, Zhang Kuei nearly jumped out of excitement. He immediately urged Nan Feng to begin the blood transfusion, fearing someone else might beat him to the opportunity. Those who had come with him wished to kick him aside and take his place. Nan Feng poured a bit of his strong liquor into a bowl and set it on fire. He used a pair of tweezers to hold a needle over the flame to sterilize it. After completing this step, Nan Feng had Zhang Kuei lie down next to Chang Sun Chong. He inserted the 2 needles into both Zhang Kuei's and Chang Sun Chong's arms. The 4-tube quickly filled with dark red blood, and Zhang Kuei's blood began flowing continuously into Chang Sun Chong's body. Old Master Sun was completely stunned. His voice trembling, he asked, This is the legendary blood transference technique? After completing the blood transfusion for Chang Sun Chong, Nan Feng remained calm and began to cook lamb slices again, devouring them as he replied, it's not some mysterious blood transference technique. It's a simple logic. If you've lost all your blood, I'll just return the matching blood to your body. As long as we do it timely, recovery should not be a problem. At this moment, Old Master Sun seemed to have entered a new world. His eyes widened in astonishment as he said, it's truly said that you live and learn until old age. When I have free time one day, I must create a tool for blood transfusion too. Oh, by the way, what was the purpose of adding blood into the salt water earlier? Nan Feng temporarily put down his chopsticks and replied, because fresh blood dropped into salt water won't dissolve. Every person's blood is somewhat different. If we drop 2 people's blood into the same bowl of salt water and their blood can merge into one, that means their blood types are the same. When giving someone a blood transfusion, the blood must be the same type. Otherwise, the person receiving the blood will die quickly from the incompatible blood. Upon hearing this, Old Master Sun nodded gravely. Meanwhile, a bandit stared at Chang Sun Chong and asked, Brother Nan, have you truly saved Brother Chong? The Crown Prince was extremely anxious at this moment. He was terrified Nan Feng would suddenly say he hadn't been saved. However, Nan Feng smiled and said, of course he's been saved. If you don't believe me, go and feel his pulse for yourself. Hearing Nan Feng's words, the crowd finally reacted. They hurriedly checked Chang Sun Chong's pulse and found they could clearly feel it. Old Master Sun also felt the pulse and said, his pulse has become much stronger. When you first brought him in, I could barely feel his pulse at all. This truly is amazing. Master Nan, I'm deeply impressed. Your medical skills have likely surpassed mine by far. You flatter me. How could my medical skills surpass yours? I just happen to understand this particular field of knowledge. With your skills, if you call yourself second, no one else would dare claim first. Such praise truly elevates me too much. Upon hearing this, old Master Sun laughed loudly and said, Indeed, the waves behind push forward those ahead, each surpassing the last. Master Nan, if you're free one day, you should come visit me on Zhongnan Mountain. I've got many valuable and rare treasures there. Chapter 139. What can a woman possibly do against Nanfeng? Suddenly, Nanfeng seemed to remember something and said with a frown, Master Sun, just now, when you mentioned Mount Li, your face turned deathly pale. Is there something terrifying near that mountain? Master Sun replied gravely. This happened a few years ago. I remember going up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs, and I came across a severely wounded woman. I saved her life, probably because of which she spared me. Before letting me go, she warned me never to gather herbs on Mount Li again, saying that if I were to encounter her again, there was no guarantee she'd spare me next time. She also said it was not a place I was allowed to step into. Really? And she was a woman too? Master Sun nodded and replied, Yes, definitely a woman. From her appearance, she seemed quite young. Her most striking feature was a bronze sword. Her entire outfit was white, and just by listening to her speech, one could tell her manner of speaking was quite different from ours. We had to prick up our ears and carefully interpret every word to understand what she was saying. Nanfeng murmured to himself, This is getting interesting. The Tang Dynasty was truly full of strange things. In such an ordinary little mountain, there was actually a guardian of extraordinary skill, and a young girl at that. Nanfeng found this very amusing and couldn't wait to go and investigate for himself to find out what exactly was going on. Although he really wanted to go to Mount Li and see what was happening, he had to finish the blood transfusion first. Seeing that Chang Sun Chang's face had already regained a slight flush of color, Nanfeng removed all the needles, then rinsed the tube and put it away. Though the blood transfusion was complete, Chang Sun Chang had not yet regained consciousness. Zhang Kuei, seeing that things were settled, grinned and said, Truly, we have good fortune. Just a simple act of donating blood has secured my future. Huh? Nanfeng looked at him with appreciation and said, I will inform his father about your life-saving act for Chang Sun Kong. I believe the emperor will also bestow a generous reward upon you. I merely gave you a title of commander of 1,000 men. That's just the beginning. What's coming next will be the real reward. After saying that, Nanfeng turned to a few nearby soldiers and added, You go to Chang Sun Chang's house. If his family asks about his injuries, just tell them he needs to go home to recover. I must go investigate Mount Li now. As Nanfeng was about to leave, he was stopped by Master Sun, who waved his hand and said, Nanfeng, perhaps you shouldn't go to that place anymore. That girl really is extraordinarily powerful. I fear it will be bad if you can't beat her. Jie grinned and said, Don't worry, Master Sun. With our young master personally stepping out, no matter how high her martial arts cultivation is, she won't escape our young master's grasp. My young master's skills are absolutely unmatched. He once stood against 5,000 soldiers all by himself. What's a mere little girl? In the end, won't she be groveling at our young master's feet? All right, not even that much time has passed, and you've already learned how to flatter. Several soldiers nearby almost couldn't help themselves from making sarcastic remarks, but Jie simply glanced at them casually, and immediately they lowered their heads in fear, dare not utter a sound. For such a long time, it had always been Jie who constantly trained them. There must be something wrong if they weren't afraid of him. At that moment, Hey Bullyu came back, carrying 2 soldiers on his back. Unfortunately, these 2 soldiers showed no signs of life. Nanfeng hurriedly examined their bodies and discovered that they had both been killed with a single fatal blow. Hey Bullyu looked very sorrowful and angry as he looked at the 2 soldiers and said, 2 of our brave brothers have lost their precious lives, Chief Instructor. You must avenge them. Nanfeng had Jie bring him a large spear, then took off his heavy coat and tossed it aside, saying, Jie, go tell the families of these brothers about their deaths, and also bring money, 300 strings of copper coins for each family. 300 strings of copper coins were, by no means a small sum. It would be enough for an entire family to live comfortably for their entire life. Upon hearing the number, the surrounding soldiers all eyed the money enviously and almost wished to die heroically themselves. Before they could finish their thoughts, Nanfeng grabbed their ears and scolded them fiercely. Even if I gave you more money, what good would it do you if you were already dead? Life is the most precious asset a person has in this world. When Nanfeng was all fired up and eager to rush to Mount Li, Li Chen sent someone with a message for him. A soldier responsible for delivering the message dismounted and respectfully said, Commander Nan, the Emperor has summoned you and the Crown Prince back to the palace immediately to discuss something important. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brow and asked, Do you know what the Emperor wants me for? The soldier thought for a moment before replying. It's probably because the Duke of Ying has returned, and Feng Yang's eldest son, Feng Jidai, has come to the palace as well. Hearing that, Nanfeng felt extremely reluctant, but he had no choice but to put down his spear, put his coat back on, and then turned to the group of soldiers beside him and said, Remember, no one is allowed near Mount Li without my permission. If it's truly necessary to go, at least 100 of our men must go together. Understood. After giving his orders, both Nanfeng and the Crown Prince rode quickly back to the Digidians. Near the Golden Light Gate, they already saw soldiers camping there, and there were several thousand carts loaded with grain. Both of them arrived at the Emperor's side, still wearing their training clothes. Seeing their arrival, Li Cheng quickly walked toward them and asked, Chinner, how is Chang Sun Chong now? The Crown Prince bowed and replied, Father, he was nearly dead, but Nanfeng saved him with an extraordinary technique called the Great Blood Transfer Method. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng was slightly taken aback and asked curiously, "What exactly is this Great Blood Transfer Method?" Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively and answered, "Your Majesty, it's not really the Great Blood Transfer Method. Chang Sun Chung had nearly lost all his blood, and I simply transferred some fresh blood into him. It's just a basic medical knowledge." Although Li Cheng was very interested in the knowledge Nanfeng described, he now had urgent official matters to attend to. Chapter 140. Nanfeng is not happy. Upon hearing that his beloved son was out of life-threatening danger, Chang Sun Wuji finally felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He said tearfully, "I am forever grateful for your kind rescue, brother Nanfeng. I won't bother you with too many words of thanks. In the future, if you ever need anything, just let me know, even if it means giving up my own life." "Nonsense, Master Chang Sun," Nanfeng replied with a wave of his hand. "Your son's life is saved now, but he's still badly injured. You should go home and visit him as soon as Lang Sun Song arrives." Chang Sun Wuji waved his hand again and replied, "Since there's no life-threatening danger now, I'll skip the visit. After all, important matters come first." Li Cheng then spoke up, "Wuji, there's nothing that urgent going on now. You should go back home and visit the young Master Chang Sun first. I have something to take care of, and I'll send my head steward with you to accompany you." "All right, Your Majesty." With that, Chang Sun Wuji quickly left. At this moment, Li Cheng's expression was extremely angry, like a bomb about to explode at any second. The whole Taiji Hall was filled with a heavy silence, as no one dared to say a word. After a while, Li Cheng finally roared in anger. "Who was it? Who dares to kill my soldiers so recklessly and nearly took the life of my nephew? It's unforgivable. Issue my order immediately. 4,000 royal guards shall head to the Qinling Mountains immediately. Capture that arrogant rogue and bring him to me. If necessary, kill him and bring back his head." Upon hearing the fury in Li Cheng's voice, Wang Ai quickly rushed off to relay the command. After some time had passed, Li Cheng finally felt a bit calmer upon recalling the rice shipments that Li Ji had brought back from the south. At this time, there were only 4 people left inside the Taiji Hall, and one of them was someone Nanfeng had never met before. He was thin and dark-skinned, and seemingly still quite young. This person was Feng Ji Dai, the eldest son of Feng Ong, who had been sent to Chang'an as a hostage. Feng Ong was so afraid that Li Cheng would send his troops to attack him that he had no choice but to resort to such a desperate move. Li Cheng didn't bother introducing the stranger to Nanfeng. Instead, he grinned widely and said, "Brother Nanfeng, you truly are impressive. Do you know how much rice Li Ji brought back with his convoy this time?" Li Cheng's heart was brimming with excitement. After all, this rice was free. It had been gathered from the wastelands by Li Ji and the army he had led. Hearing the emperor's words, Li Ji glared furiously at Nanfeng. His entire body was covered in red spots. Clearly, they had come from countless bedbug bites. He was almost bursting with anger. He'd rather get cut with a few blades than endure the unbearable itching caused by those filthy bugs. Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, how could I possibly know how much he brought back? I didn't count it myself." Li Cheng was so delighted that he directly stood up from the imperial throne, exclaiming, "A total of 290,000 dan of rice. No less than 290,000 dan. With this quantity, we can easily support our Tang soldiers for several months. I really must reward you generously." Nanfeng looked at Li Ji with a smile and said, "Minister Li Ji, are you ill? Why do I see so many red spots all over your body? If this is an incurable disease, that would be quite a problem. I've studied a little medicine myself. Shall I examine you?" "Don't worry, I won't charge you." Li Ji angrily replied, "It's you who's sick, you bastard. Can't you see I'm still perfectly healthy and active? I'd like to congratulate you once again on getting promoted. I mean it, sincerely." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng burst into laughter and said, "Although the idea of transporting grain from the south was originally proposed by Nanfeng, it was indeed you, Minister Li Ji, who made it a reality. Of course, I will reward you as well. Both of you will be richly rewarded. Promote Officer Nanfeng to the Marquis of Chang'an. Grant him 29 bolts of silk, 9 oxen, and 15 goats, and also add 100 more households to his stipend. As for Li Ji, increase his stipend by 400 households. Grant him 1,000 taels of silver, and also bestow upon him a section of exquisite white jade carved with intricate patterns. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous rewards." Li Cheng waved his hand and continued, "Feng Ji Dai, eldest son of Feng Ong, step forward. I appoint you as Deputy Director of the Imperial Guards. I also grant you a residence in the show quarter. Immediately assume your duties. Jian'er, you shall accompany him and settle him in first. I command you now, summon General Chai and Shui Wanjun to come here and meet me immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss with them. Minister Li Ji, your journey must have been exhausting, so you may now return to your mansion and take a few days of rest. Nanfeng, you remain here. I have something important to speak with you about." "Then I shall take my leave first," said Li Ji, casting an angry glare at Nanfeng. As he turned around, he could no longer bear the unbearable itch of those red spots on his body and hurriedly scratched the inside of his thigh. Nanfeng's heart was filled with frustration. With an exasperated expression, he said, "Your Majesty, if you intend to launch a military campaign against Shuafang City, wouldn't General Chai and Shui Wanjun be sufficient to lead the troops? Why must I also remain here?" Li Cheng replied in shock. "You actually figured out that I plan to attack Shuafang City already? How on earth did you guess that?" Nanfeng answered helplessly. "For quite some time now, The Tang Dynasty has barely faced any wars. Though there were a few who attempted rebellion, they were all eliminated, leaving only a handful too frightened to act. Fenglong must be extremely fearful that you'd send your troops against him. That's why he even sent his own son here as a hostage. In this past year, the only matter left unresolved is the situation in Shuafeng. If not for that, what other urgent matter could there possibly be? Could I have guessed wrong? If that's the case, then may I go back now? Li Cheng grumbled. Brat, I always knew you were clever. The reason we only mentioned the attack on Shuafeng now is precisely because I feared you'd imitate General Yuqi's approach. Whenever he didn't want to do something, he simply feigned illness. Nanfeng was momentarily speechless. Li Cheng really had thought of everything. If he had indeed known earlier about the plan to attack Shuafeng, he would surely have pretended to be ill to avoid going. Plus, he had planned to go to Lishan and meet that woman again. At the thought, Nanfeng's heart was filled with displeasure. Chapter 141. You're just mud that can't be plastered on the wall. Li Cheng also noticed the displeased expression on Nanfeng's face. He almost wanted to give him a kick in the backside. Speaking out, he said, Nanfeng, you are a man full of talents, and not just that, you're also capable in battle. No matter how many enemies surround you, they can't beat you. If you don't go with us in a battle, your talent will be wasted. You must understand, this is an opportunity I'm giving you to earn credit. If you want to climb the ranks and live a life of fortune, how can you do it without achievements? Remember, others would kill to have the chance to fight in a war. Li Cheng took a sip of water and continued. Nanfeng, you must realize that you're not a civilian official. One way or another, you must take the battlefield. I know that you've never commanded troops in war before, but precisely for that reason, I've invited General Chai and Shui Wanjun to assist you. Both of them have been through countless battles. How about proving your ability to command troops here and now? If you can impress me with your command skills, I'll hand over the entire campaign against Shufang City to you. In that case, you'll have a chance to gain even greater merits. As he spoke, Li Cheng gazed at Nanfeng with great expectation, eager to see how versatile Nanfeng truly was. But to his surprise, Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively and replied, leading an army in battle, I'd rather not get involved in that. Accompanying you is fine. By myself, I can just charge ahead of everyone and sweep through a crowd. It's way easier than leading troops into war. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng became furious, exclaiming, you're just mud that can't be plastered on the wall. Whether you like it or not, sooner or later you will have to lead soldiers into battle. If you can't even do that, who will protect our great Tang Dynasty? And how can you hope to live a peaceful and happy life yourself? Nanfeng shot Li Cheng an angry glance upon hearing him call him mud that can't be plastered on the wall. That very look enraged Li Cheng further. He slammed the table and rose to his feet, grumbling furiously. Oh, now you're angry? If it's not that you can't be plastered on the wall, then what else is it? All you think about every day is avoiding work. You're only thinking about living a life of leisure and pleasure. How is that acceptable? You're making me furious. Even if you disagree, there's nothing you can do. I'm just stating the facts. Li Cheng was intentionally provoking Nanfeng, trying to anger him into accepting the role of leading the troops. However, Nanfeng replied calmly. Haha, Emperor, this trick doesn't work on me at all. Even if I truly were mud, so what? I really don't feel like leading troops into war. How about you make my title mud that cannot be plastered so well known throughout the Great Tang that no one doesn't know it? Li Cheng was stunned speechless. Was this guy a dead pig who didn't care about boiling water poured on him? With no other choice, he could only say in anger, fine, very good. You've really made me angry. I don't care if you're mud that can't be plastered or not. This time, since Shui Wanjun has no urgent matters at hand anyway, the entire operation against Shufang City shall be given to you and General Chai. I've already made my decision. There's no need for you to argue. The plan to attack Shufang City was already settled, but this Nanfeng still hoped to save as much effort as possible, doing nothing but indulging in comfort all day. Li Cheng was practically driven mad by Nanfeng's attitude. Just as Li Cheng was imagining how satisfying it would feel to leave a couple of footprints on Nanfeng's backside, General Chai and Shui Wanjun's timely entrance spared Nanfeng from further torment. Suppressing his urge to give Nanfeng a fierce beating, Li Cheng said, Lu Yu and Lu Lancheng have already informed me that their scheme to create internal discord inside Shufang City has been extremely successful. They've even sent people to destroy their crops, so their grain production has completely failed. Now they're facing a critical shortage of food supplies. Panic is spreading within the city. So this is the perfect time to launch an attack. Li Cheng scanned the faces of everyone present and continued. I've already made the arrangements for this campaign against Shufang City. General Chai, you will serve as the overall commander of the military expedition. The Lord of Chang'an County, Nanfeng, will be your deputy, and General Shui, you will be responsible for the logistics of provisions and finances during this campaign. It's time we brought Shufang City under our control. Upon hearing these words, General Chai thought he must have misheard. Nanfeng had already become the Lord of Chang'an County, so quickly promoted? If he remembered correctly, it had been less than 6 months since Nanfeng had entered service, yet he had already risen to the rank of a senior third-grade military official, a feat that might be unprecedented in history. Hearing Li Cheng's words, Shui Wanjun became somewhat displeased. He had originally thought he would finally get to lead troops at the front line, yet instead he was only assigned to manage provisions and finances. That wasn't even close to the thrill of battle. It was just a logistical role, responsible for transporting food to the soldiers and distributing their wages. Still, there was nothing he could do but sarcastically mutter, Brother Nanfeng, I really must congratulate you sincerely. You're so young, yet already leading troops into battle as deputy commander. What a bright future you have ahead. Li Cheng had also noticed the odd tone in Shui Wanjuan's voice, but pretended not to hear it. Several months ago, Li Cheng had already started preparing for the operation at Shufang City, sending 2 trusted subordinates to create internal discord there. At this point, Lu Jingbao within Shufang City had already pledged allegiance to the Great Tang Dynasty. Fortunately, there was still another general under Liang Shidu's command. Otherwise, this attack on Shufang City would have been too easy to even require effort. Li Cheng discussed military affairs with them for several hours until the afternoon. Just as Nan Feng was about to return to the barracks, the leader of the soldiers in charge of the operation at Lishan Mountain returned to report. He solemnly said, "Your Majesty, I bow to you." Upon seeing his arrival, Li Cheng immediately asked anxiously, "Well, was that arrogant man at Lishan Mountain captured by your men?" "Your Majesty, this operation has failed. I led a force of 4,000 soldiers and completely surrounded Lishan Mountain, yet we still could not capture that arrogant rogue, not even spotting his shadow. Instead, more than 100 of our men died, all killed by various traps. I willingly accept punishment." Li Cheng was stunned and stammered in disbelief. 40,000 soldiers couldn't even capture one arrogant man? You didn't even see his shadow, and yet you lost over 100 soldiers? Just what kind of devil is this arrogant rogue? Chapter 142, Departing towards Shuafang City. Hearing what the emperor had said, General Chai curiously replied, "Your Majesty, so this is actually true?" Before Li Cheng could open his mouth to speak, Nan Feng explained, "Your Majesty, this person is truly an expert. Confronting her with a large number of soldiers will be useless. Perhaps we should set this matter aside for now, and let me go meet her after I return to Chang'an." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng firmly shook his head and said, "I disagree. What if something happens to you?" Nan Feng, however, merely smiled slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, I hardly believe she can handle me. Look at how many soldiers already lost their lives in this attempt you sent earlier. If we continue like this, who knows how many more lives will be lost." Li Cheng also felt that this matter was very troublesome. General Chai and the others wore astonished expressions as well. Just how powerful was this person to have already taken the lives of over 100 without even raising a hand? Helplessly, Li Cheng finally agreed and said, "Sigh. To reduce unnecessary sacrifices, I shall wait until your return to handle this. I'm curious myself to see just how powerful he is." After discussing important matters, Nan Feng returned to his residence. He wanted to purchase a distribution map to study it thoroughly, but when he tried to buy it, he discovered it was too expensive. He only had a little over 2,000 coins left, but a single map cost 4,999 coins. Nan Feng had already silently cursed the system for being a merchant no fewer than 200 times. Helplessly, Nan Feng realized that this map was quite necessary, so he decided to earn more money. His attention turned toward horseshoes. In fact, horseshoes had already been invented in foreign lands, but due to the oceans separating the regions, this technique had not reached the Great Tang. Horses in Tang wore only cloth shoes on their hooves. Nan Feng planned to improve upon this idea to earn some money. The next morning, as the sun peeked out with only half its face visible, the soldiers set to attack Shuafang City had already assembled, ready to depart. Inside the Taiji Hall, numerous people had gathered. Nearly all the officials had arrived. Though Lord Igua was in poor health, he had come as well, leaning weakly against a column. At this moment, the Grand Eunuch of the Imperial Palace loudly announced, holding up a large imperial decree. "By the Emperor's order, starting today, General Chai shall be in overall command of the assault on Shuafang City, while Nan Feng will serve as deputy commander, leading the troops to attack Shuafang City." After announcing the Emperor's decree, the Grand Eunuch handed half of the Tiger Talisman to General Chai. Then, Chai drank a bowl of strong wine, smashed the bowl after finishing it, and then they started their journey. The Emperor himself rode a powerful stallion, followed by nearly all the officials behind him, seeing off General Chai's troops all the way until they reached the Zhuke Gate. Meanwhile, Nan Feng silently approached Wang Ai, slipped a neatly folded piece of paper into his sleeve, and whispered close to his ear, "Minister Wang, take this paper and wait until we're far away before handing it to the Emperor." Wang Ai looked quite puzzled. Why must the paper only be given to the Emperor several hours later? And why was it handed over just now? Could its contents contain something suspicious? At this moment, Li Cheng dismounted his horse and raised a wine cup high. Although the entire Great Tang belonged to him, without these brave and fearless generals and soldiers, there would be no present-day Great Tang. Therefore, each time before going into battle, Li Cheng would personally offer each soldier a cup of wine, an act of his own creation. Li Cheng drank the entire cup in one gulp, then solemnly said, "My brave warriors, this is where I bid you farewell. I look forward to your victorious return." After hearing the Emperor's words, General Chai raised a flag high, waved it forward a few times, and the entire army marched toward Shuafang City. In fact, as soon as the previous day's discussions had concluded, Shui Wanjun had already led the food supply team ahead. Because the transport of provisions was inherently slow, the supply troops always set out one day before the main army before every battle. After quite a while, once Nan Feng and the others had moved far away, Wang Ai handed a piece of paper to the Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, this letter was given to me by Nan Feng with instructions that I must only deliver it to you once he was far away." Emperor Li Cheng's brow slightly furrowed as he took the paper and began reading it. His facial expression rapidly changed, and finally he muttered angrily, "That little brat Nan Feng. He must be trying to provoke me on purpose." Upon hearing Emperor Li Cheng's words, all the officials present immediately turned their gazes toward him, for none of them had the slightest idea what was written on the paper Nan Feng had given to the Emperor. Changsun Wujia was the first to curiously ask, Your Majesty, what exactly did Nan Feng write on this paper to provoke you into such a rage? Li Cheng grew even more furious as he thought about it, and simply handed the paper to Changsun Wujia, saying, Read it yourself, and you'll understand. Thus, Changsun Wujia quickly took the paper and read through it. As he did, the expression on his face began to shift rapidly. Meanwhile, Li Cheng muttered under his breath, I thought I had imagined it before. When Nan Feng that bastard rode away on red hair previously, I noticed something flashing on his horse's hooves. I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but it turns out there was indeed something hidden beneath. The ministers present began growing restless and uneasy, eager to know what Nan Feng had done to anger Li Cheng to such an extent. As a result, one after another, the ministers began to inquire, their faces filled with curiosity. Without saying a word, Li Cheng simply passed the paper Nan Feng had given him earlier around for the ministers to read, before finally speaking up, My honorable ministers, this piece of paper written by Nan Feng contains a truly excellent technique. If applied properly, from now on our Tang horses will no longer risk being crippled due to injuries to their hooves. Upon hearing these words from the emperor, all the ministers present were visibly shocked. Among them, several who had long treated their horses like beloved sons eagerly exclaimed, Your Majesty, is this truly possible? Can such a technology really exist? With this technology, will our horses never again be rendered useless from running too much? Chapter 143, The Power of the Horseshoe. In our Tang Dynasty, thousands of horses are rendered useless every year just from training alone. The demand for horses at the breeding farms has been outpacing the supply. If the technique provided by Nan Feng truly works, it will be fantastic news indeed. If this technique is really that effective, I, Yuchi Jingda, will personally treat you all to a grand feast. We won't leave until we're completely drunk. Li Cheng slightly nodded, and then spoke. Whether it's true or not can be determined only after we test it ourselves. This technique was what Nan Feng told me about. The reason I was upset just now was because he kept such a valuable method hidden to himself, and conveniently handed it over only after the army had already set out. That rascal. I wonder how many horses will become unfit for duty on the journey to Shuafeng City. General Chen came to Nan Feng's defense, saying, Your Majesty, perhaps Nan Feng had his reasons for this. Based on what I know, he's not a selfish person. It might be that he has simply been too busy lately to remember to offer up this technique earlier. Changsun Wuji also nodded slightly before saying, Your Majesty, Nan Feng does consider the interests of our Tang Dynasty. Recently, he has contributed countless excellent ideas and methods. He truly has made great contributions to our Tang Dynasty. I believe he's not selfish at all. I hope Your Majesty does not misunderstand him. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng couldn't help but laugh as he asked, Wuji, haven't you always had difficulties getting along with that little rogue Nan Feng? Why are you defending him today? Could it be because he saved Changsun Chang's life? That was indeed a fact. Changsun Wuji and Nan Feng were not like locusts that shared the same blade of grass. Changsun Wuji calmly replied, Nan Feng is Shaosa and sincere, and clearly has the best interests of our Tang Dynasty at heart. I'm just stating the truth. Fang Xianling instinctively stepped slightly away from Changsun Wuji, tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, and said, So many ridiculous things have happened recently. Nan Feng has even become the sage of the entire world. Brother Wuji, why is it that some people can lie without being struck by lightning? Changsun Wuji gave a slight sneer and said, Humph, old Fang, I'm not lying like you, so I won't be struck by lightning. I'm not like you, afraid to openly criticize someone and instead hiding behind your words. That kind of behavior is truly despicable. Upon hearing this reply from Changsun Wuji, Fang Xianling was so furious that his whole body trembled. At that moment, the craftsman had already completed the horseshoe design from Nan Feng's blueprint and brought it to Li Cheng for inspection. The ministers nearby immediately gathered around, eager to see what it looked like. Li Cheng carefully examined the horseshoe and said, visibly pleased, Why didn't any of us think of fitting our noble horses with iron shoes? The leather shoes we used for our horses before were far too fragile, hardly lasting long before they needed to be replaced again, and weren't very useful to begin with. If we switched to iron ones, wouldn't they be much more durable? They would also better protect the horses' hooves, and perhaps we won't have to replace their shoes for a very long time. Saying this, Li Cheng and the ministers in the court went to an open rocky area. They fetched a noble horse and had someone nail the horseshoe onto the horse's hooves. After securing it properly, Li Cheng was eager to see how the horseshoe performed, so he mounted the horse and rode it around for quite a while. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, it ran fast without losing speed at all. Li Cheng was already thrilled. Previously, if wearing leather shoes, merely a few trips over the rocky terrain would probably render the shoes useless. After riding for a while, Li Cheng finally stopped, dismounted, and bent down to check the horse's hooves for injuries. Seeing that they remained completely unharmed, he burst into laughter and said, That Nan Feng is truly a genius. Fortunately, he's on our Tang Dynasty's side. From today onward, the noble horses of our Tang Dynasty finally won't have to be so cautious anymore. No matter how rocky the terrain, we'll be able to ride right through it. Pass my decree. The horseshoes must be made and equipped onto every horse of our Tang Dynasty as soon as possible. Du Ruhui also smiled slightly and said, His Majesty only praises Nan Feng when he isn't present. If Nan Feng heard these words, he might become even more self-assured, to the point of not even respecting anyone else. Ruhui speaks rightly. All of you must help me contain Nan Feng's arrogance. Otherwise, this rogue might not even spare me any face. If that happens, none of you here will have an easy time. Upon hearing these words from Li Cheng, all the ministers present promptly nodded in agreement. As soon as Nanfeng had stepped out of the city gate of Chang'an, the system voice chimed in. Congratulations for contributing the horseshoe to the Tang Dynasty. From now on, the noble horses of Tang will be able to gallop freely without restraint. You are rewarded 3 million contribution points. We hope you will stay true to your original aspiration and keep forging ahead. Hearing this voice, Nanfeng quickly checked how much money he had left. After confirming that it was enough, he immediately bought back the map. As they traveled toward Shuafeng City, the temperature kept dropping lower and lower. It was now definitely at least -8 or 9 degrees Celsius. The closer they got to Shuafeng City, the lower the temperature became. At this moment, snowflakes began falling from the sky, obscuring the road so badly that it was almost impossible to see. Witnessing this scene, General Chai had no choice but to order the army to find a suitable place to set up camp. To avoid more people knowing about the army's march to attack Shuafeng City, their route was nearly always outside of wilderness areas, bypassing all the prefectures and cities entirely. After setting up camp, everyone gathered inside General Chai's tent to discuss military strategy. Before them were a small sand table and a crudely hand-drawn map. A heated debate broke out about which location should be attacked first. After helping Shui Wanjun settle in, Nanfeng accompanied Shui Wanjun to join the gathering inside General Chai's tent. Seeing Nanfeng return, General Chai finally spoke. Nanfeng, young friend, you're just in time. Come over and study this map with us. Which prefecture do you think we should attack first tomorrow? The choices are Haizu, Yenzhou, and another Yenzhou. Chapter 144, An Exquisite World Map. General Chai took a sip of water and then looked at Nanfeng, continuing. Because we must first capture one of these 3 provinces before we can attack Shuafeng City. What's your suggestion? Nanfeng glanced over the map they had drawn before speaking up. If we want to attack Shuafeng City, we must first capture all 3 of these provinces. We can't just openly attack these 3 provinces. It would be better to sneak in silently beneath Shuafeng City, so we can give Liang Shidu a surprise. Yes, Nanfeng, what's your idea? Everyone in the tent turned their gaze towards Nanfeng, waiting for him to speak. Nanfeng first let out a few chuckles before proudly pulling out the map he had purchased last night and throwing their hastily drawn map onto the ground, saying, let's just throw this junk map away and take a look at mine. General Chai immediately let out a cry of astonishment, and almost everyone looked at the map in shock. Covering his mouth, Chai exclaimed, this map is incredibly detailed. Just as Nanfeng was about to boast proudly about it, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations for presenting the world map to the Tang Dynasty. It will be of significant help for the future territorial expansions of the Tang Dynasty. You have been specially rewarded 1,500 contribution points. Remember your original aspirations and keep forging ahead. What? So many points. Nanfeng was completely stunned by this divine move from the system. Glancing at his wallet, he found it had instantly increased by 4,999 coins. With that in mind, if he could purchase large quantities of such items and offer them to the system, he could quickly accumulate a lot of money. Items like the upgraded compass, for instance. Shui Wanjun also said in amazement, this is beyond my imagination. This is the most detailed and accurate map I've ever seen. Indeed, looking at this map is like experiencing the world firsthand. Even the smallest areas are illustrated, and this map doesn't just cover our Tang territory. Other regions are shown as well. I never thought that our Tang territory would look so small on this map. What Nanfeng didn't tell them was that this map didn't even cover the entire world. It only included Asia. He hadn't revealed the maps of other continents yet. If they saw those maps, they'd probably be ecstatic enough to dance nonstop for a day and a night. Especially Li Cheng. Nanfeng seriously doubted that if he knew that Nanfeng possessed maps of countries around the world, he might even hug himself in joy and kiss himself a couple of times. After all, nowadays maps are highly valuable to the Tang Dynasty. Smiling slightly, Nanfeng proudly said, you all don't need to be too shocked, you know. This is just something I casually drew while traveling around in my childhood. I never expected it would come in handy during my current situation, hee. Drawn casually? Everyone in the tent was astonished again by Nanfeng. Could someone really sketch something so casually and still make it so detailed? Even a small hill was precisely illustrated. General Chai excitedly replied, the help it provides is beyond words. With it, future generations will definitely remember you. This is a tremendous contribution. If the emperor finds out, he will certainly be delighted. Guards, carry out my orders. Send 2 messengers to inform the emperor of this good news so he can celebrate joyfully. Remaining calm, Nanfeng replied, we should focus on more important matters first. Let's return to our original topic. Let's discuss how we can silently and gradually destroy each of these provinces. Young brother Nanfeng, what's your suggestion? Vice Commander, why don't you give your suggestion first? Seeing this, Nanfeng had no choice but to voice his own suggestion first. He pointed his finger at the 3 prefectures and began speaking. Actually, there's no need to capture all 3 provinces. We only need to seize one of them, and we must do it secretly without anyone noticing. Before the enemy even realizes what's happening, we should already have taken that province. At the moment, there's no need to launch an attack, because the snowfall now is still relatively light. If we just charge ahead recklessly, our operation won't remain unnoticed. Given the worsening weather, in a few days, it might snow much harder, to the point where visibility might be no more than 2 or 3 meters. Fortunately, we possess such a detailed map, and even in the dead of night, we could silently approach the gates of these 3 prefectures unnoticed. Upon hearing this, General Chai slightly furrowed his brows and asked, Nanfeng, my young friend. You're saying we only need to capture one of these prefectures, but exactly how are we supposed to do it? General Chai, this battle must be conducted without a sound or whisper of suspicion. We mustn't openly fight him head-on. Liang Shidu's forces are even larger than our army here by 20,000 soldiers. That's why we must resolve this battle as soon as possible. This assault on Shuafang City must be swift, so swift that the enemy won't even have time to catch their breath. For us, time is extremely crucial. If the battle drags on too long, we could find ourselves in danger. Nanfeng took a sip of water and continued quickly. What I mean is, we only need to capture the Yin Prefecture. After capturing Yin Prefecture, we must strictly seal off any information leaks, preventing news from escaping and endangering us. Yin Prefecture is actually the closest of the three to Shuafang City, located at the border with very few residents. The defending soldiers there wouldn't exceed 15,000 at most, and some other smaller counties within Yin Prefecture have guards too, but those would number no more than 4,000 altogether. We can completely disregard these forces. As long as we conceal our actions effectively, it's entirely possible to capture Yin Prefecture before any local county officials even detect a thing. Once our soldiers capture Yin Prefecture, they should temporarily rest inside the city and leave more than 4,000 soldiers behind to block off all the escape routes. After these soldiers secure the exits, we will begin our next moves, capturing every single city within Yin Prefecture. By that time, even if Liang Shidu discovers this, we can temporarily regroup and prepare ourselves in Yin Prefecture. Don't rush into an attack just yet. After all, our logistics are well prepared, so there's nothing else to worry about. General Chai nodded like a chick pecking at rice grains and asked, what if Liang Shidu doesn't even notice us? That would be even better, replied Nanfeng with a calm smile. I roughly calculated that it would take at least 6 days to relay news from the research base to Shuafang City, and with the snow falling now, it would probably take 7 days for the news about us capturing Yinzhou to reach Liang Shidu. If he truly hasn't noticed us, I suggest we send half of our soldiers ahead and strive to attack Shuafang City earlier. However, we should still leave several thousand soldiers behind to deal with the potential threats from the rear. In my opinion, the soldiers under Liang Shidu's command are already frightened out of their wits. Otherwise, how could so many people surrender to us even before our large army arrives? Moreover, Hisuzhui also joined us not long ago. After 1 or 2 more days, I will look for an opportunity to infiltrate Shuafang City, and at the same time persuade Feng Rui and Xing Liao to surrender. With that, there will be absolutely no chance for Shuafang City to escape. General Chai said in shock. You actually want to win them over? Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, certainly. It's actually quite simple. As long as we threaten and tempt them, we can achieve our goal. If they refuse to be useful to us, then they'll have no choice but to face death. Shui Wanjun objected. Please don't underestimate them so much. If they could be persuaded just by threats and temptation, someone in our army would have already done so. Upon hearing that, Nanfeng replied, their nation isn't that old, and they certainly do not have any strong sense of attachment to Liang Shidu, because they are just remnants of the Sui dynasty. What they pursue is merely fame, rank, and wealth, but Liang Shidu can't offer them any of that. If I threaten and tempt them a little, I'm sure they will eventually give in. Mr. Shui, sometimes you need to put yourself in others' shoes. Shui Wanjun silently thought over it for a while and finally accepted Nanfeng's suggestion, then said, Brother Nanfeng, what you said makes a lot of sense. Even if I found myself in such a difficult decision, I might probably also choose to surrender. Nanfeng glanced at him and calmly replied, didn't you already surrender to our Tang Dynasty long ago? Shui Wanjun's face immediately turned darker than a burnt pot, and he shouted angrily, that's not the same case at all, okay? The reason Shui Wanjun was so angry was because he had also pledged loyalty to Li Cheng. After listening to Nanfeng's whole series of reasoning, General Chai spoke up, your strategy is far superior to mine. I won't even bother to voice my plan because mine would probably take around 5 months to conclude this battle. But your plan wouldn't take that long. At most, it would take barely over a month, easier and more efficient. Then this time, let's go with your plan. After saying this, General Chai suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke again. By the way, why must we wait until after it snows to take action? If we immediately send tens of thousands of cavalry now to cut off Yinqing's escape route, then we could immediately launch an attack as soon as heavy snow falls. Wouldn't that be better? Also, after the snowfall, I'm afraid my soldiers will be so cold and stiff they can't act properly, which could be really bad. Since snow makes little difference anyway, why not start immediately? Hearing that, Nanfeng felt extremely helpless. He truly couldn't understand how General Chai managed to lead troops in battle all along. Had the general's brain been recently crushed in a door? Nanfeng pointed his finger toward the Eastern Juedian and finally spoke. General Chai, if you were to lead troops as recklessly as you just suggested, even if the Khan were only slightly smarter, he could very likely wipe out your troops completely, leaving them no place to be buried. General Chai became awkward and flushed red, and admitted, I know that Khan will help Liang Shidu, of course. Nanfeng smiled gently and said, even though the Turks are currently having internal chaos, Liang Shidu is the Khan's partner. Regardless of their differences, when something big happens, they will always stand on the same battlefield. If we send our troops against Liang Shidu, the Khan will definitely assist him. However, if it snows heavily, the reinforcements sent by Liang Shidu might have to take a long detour before they could arrive at Shuafang City. By then, Liang Shidu may already be past his breaking point. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone inside the tent nodded in agreement. At that moment, a soldier entered the tent and reported, General Chai, General Lu Lanqing has arrived. General Lanqing was also very famous. His remarkable achievements might even surpass some of the Tang Dynasty's generals. Long ago, he had successfully captured a small city with a garrison of over 900 soldiers using only about 200 men, which brought him great fame. He could truly be called a courageous and strategic general. Unfortunately, his ending was tragic. He later betrayed the Tang Dynasty and was executed on Li Cheng's orders, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. After a moment, a man clad in armor entered the tent. Bowing, he said, "Your humble servant greets General Chai. I have already taken stock of the defending troops stationed outside Shanzhou. There are exactly 4,989 soldiers." With a beaming smile, General Chai replied, "Excellent, truly excellent. Now our army gains nearly 5,000 more soldiers, which significantly increases our confidence. Haha, let me first introduce someone to you. This handsome young man is Nan Feng, our vice commander for this operation." Upon hearing this, Lu Lanqing bowed and said, "Your humble servant greets Vice Commander Nan." After introducing Nan Feng to Lu Lanqing, General Chai informed him of the previously decided plan. Hearing the strategy, General Lanqing exclaimed in astonishment, "Never would I have imagined that Vice Commander Nan possesses such brilliant tactics. This plan is both effortless and efficient. If we proceed according to this plan, we are sure to capture Shuafeng City within a month." Nan Feng slightly nodded and said, "Even if Liang Shidu finds out about our initial attack on Yanzhou, it doesn't matter at all. After all, our victory over Shuafeng City is already determined. As long as we can minimize our troop casualties during this process, everything will be fine." Chapter 146, Soldiers Enduring the Cold. 3 days had passed, and now heavy snowflakes filled the sky. The temperature continued to drop rapidly. One more day, and it would be New Year's. This year's celebration would be experienced in the midst of war, an entirely new and unusual experience. At this moment, Nan Feng was happily enjoying a hot pot meal in his tent. Master Kai had somehow found out about this and immediately led Lu Lanqing and Shui Wanjun over. As soon as they arrived at Nan Feng's tent, General Kai immediately confronted him, saying, "Nan Feng, this isn't right. You, as deputy supervisor, should be eating the same food as the soldiers. How could you go against example and indulge yourself with luxury food here?" Shui Wanjun also quickly spoke up. "I came along after listening to General Kai's words, to inspect military discipline. Seeing that this is your first offense, we'll let it slide this time. But to prevent you from committing this mistake again, we have decided to help you finish this extravagant food. Deputy Supervisor Nan, no need to thank us excessively." General Lu was dumbfounded. He didn't recall General Kai saying such a thing. Puzzled, he looked toward General Kai only to find the general already eating, stuffing large pieces of meat into his mouth. Shui Wanjun also began to eat heartily now. Staring wide-eyed at the scene, Lu Lanqing stammered, Shui, weren't you just saying something about inspecting military discipline?" General Kai took a sip of water and formally said, "Lu General, what are you standing around for? Come over here and help us finish this contraband food immediately." Upon hearing General Kai's words, General Lu also quickly started eating, his mouth now full and glistening with oil. This General Kai indeed had a face thicker than the city walls. Just crashing someone's meal was fine, but he even managed to find a legitimate reason for doing so. Really? Nan Feng rubbed his cheeks and said, "Being thick-skinned really does have its advantages. Got another free meal again. Shuedvan, haven't I shot dozens of wild rabbits these past few days? Bring those rabbits out and improve the soldiers' meals. At the very least, cook them some soup to replenish nutrients." Shui Wanjun, while continuing to eat, mumbled incoherently but agreed. General Kai suddenly seemed to remember something important, knitting his eyebrows as he said, "I nearly forgot about serious matters due to the distraction of food. Nan Feng, this cold is just too extreme. With weather this harsh, many soldiers are falling ill due to broken tents and catching chills, thereby losing their ability to fight. Quick, help me think of a solution to this problem. If not, our army may suffer major losses just from this weather." Hearing General Kai's words, Nan Feng furrowed his brows and responded, "There's something this serious? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ahem, I assumed you already knew. Damn it, if I had known, would I be happily eating hot pot here?" Shui Wanjun put down his chopsticks and said, "Besides, a few soldiers just now almost went blind, both their eyes swollen and red. Even the doctors couldn't do anything about it. You are the deputy supervisor after all. Go and find some solution. Otherwise, if they go blind, they won't even be able to tell friend from foe during battle." General Kai had no mood to continue eating either. Sighing heavily, he lamented, "Sigh. In these past few days, more and more soldiers have been losing their combat abilities. Some have become stiff and numb from the cold. Others have even seen their legs freeze into black. That leg probably won't be usable anymore, Sigh." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng became visibly grave. He had no appetite to eat anymore. These soldiers were the ones who had followed him into battle. Any sacrifice would bring him sorrow. Unable to think of a solution for the moment, Nan Feng decided to first go check on the injured, followed closely by the others inside the tent. Just stepping outside the tent, Nan Feng suddenly had an idea and said, "Kai General, quickly go find several thousand people to help set up pots to melt snow for water." General Kai looked at Nan Feng in disbelief, exclaiming, "I'm the highest-ranking officer here. How can you order me around?" Nan Feng immediately responded casually, "You're the supervisor. Naturally, you must lead by example. Besides, I'm trying my best to patch up these torn tents. How could I have time to go round up people myself?" "You bastard," muttered General Kai angrily under his breath, then left to gather people. Soon afterward, several thousand people had set up iron pots, placing snow and ice into them to melt into water. After a while, the water was boiled. Nanfeng waited for it to cool slightly, but before it could freeze, and hurriedly ordered, "Men, get moving right away. Pack up half of the tents, and cover the remaining half with a layer of snow, then pour water over them. Move quickly." Upon hearing Nanfeng's command, the people who had just finished boiling water rushed into action. They packed up nearly half the tents, then laid a layer of snow over the remaining ones, and poured water on top. In such extreme cold, the water instantly froze into ice. In this way, a large number of ice tents were quickly constructed. Watching the scene unfold, General Kai secretly marveled and remarked, "Truly, the youth's mind is brilliant. I really want to open your head and take a look inside. Who would have thought of using this method to resist the biting cold wind? Right now, I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart." "Listen, Master Kai," said Nanfeng. "Don't you know I never forget a grudge? How dare you speak like that? What of it? Regardless, I am still a duke of the realm. Are you really going to fear me? Really? You aren't afraid? Don't forget, I still have your junior under my command." At that, Duke Kai immediately shrank back, no longer daring to speak. General Lu stepped forward and asked, "Deputy Supervisor Nan, are you planning on having more soldiers share tents, so they can huddle together for warmth?" Nanfeng gave a slight nod and answered, "Precisely. Though they won't be exposed to the cold wind, the temperature is still far too low. By squeezing together more, they'll retain body warmth much better." After a brief pause of contemplation, Nanfeng continued, "Hey, you. Take several dozen soldiers into Qingzhou City and check whether there's any gauze or similar material available. If there is, purchase black or any other dark-colored varieties." Chapter 147. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Upon hearing that Nanfeng actually wanted to buy gauze fabric, General Chai, filled with confusion, said, "Why do you want to buy these things? These fabrics won't help at all in blocking the cold wind." Nanfeng replied, "It's true they can't block the cold wind, but haven't many of our soldiers developed snow blindness? With these gauze cloths, such symptoms wouldn't happen again. When staying in a completely white environment for too long, your eyes can get damaged by the reflected light from the snow, causing blurred vision. If things keep going like this, one might end up going blind and have no choice but to become a fortune teller." Shui Wanjun furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "How is it related to fortune telling again? If I could become blind yet still become as capable as Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, I wouldn't mind going blind. We usually don't have a second conversation, and I've actually talked quite a lot just now. You'd better go burn some incense for your ancestors." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanjun was so angry that he seemed to be steaming from the top of his head. He turned around in a huff, not even wanting to look at Nanfeng anymore. But he kept thinking about what Nanfeng had said. Was it really possible to become a fortune teller simply by staying in the snowy white environment for long enough? General Chai couldn't help but chuckle. "Old Shui, you really are confused. Don't you know that most fortune tellers are blind?" Hearing this, Shui finally understood and felt utterly humiliated. Nanfeng continued, "Ordinary gauze doesn't block glare. Only black or dark gray gauze works. Other colors are completely useless." After getting back with the gauze fabric, General Chai finally understood how useful it was. It made their eyes feel significantly better. A few days later, the temperature rose slightly, and the biting cold winds vanished. Immediately, General Chai decisively ordered the army to march forward. It took only one day for them to approach the city of Wuyuan. The heavy snowfall that Nanfeng had longed for finally arrived. Chai handed over command of the battlefield to Nanfeng. This was Nanfeng's first time commanding an army in actual battle, and because of this, every decision he made was made with the utmost care. War is often cruel. No matter how strong you are personally, if you can't lead effectively, you'll only end up facing defeat. General Shui, while managing the logistics, would also occasionally handle reconnaissance and help Nanfeng deal with difficult issues. As for General Lu, he led thousands of soldiers around the enemy's rear. He should arrive behind Wuyuan City before long. Inside the command tent, Nanfeng pointed at Wuyuan on the map and said, "Wuyuan City is about 29 li from Baiqi City. In between are several smaller towns, none of which pose any real threat to us. Lu Lanqing has already led 5,000 troops to circle behind the enemy. We still have sufficient soldiers remaining. After one more hour, we'll lead the main army forward. When we reach within about 2 li of Wuyuan City, Chu Tong, Fan Chong, and Lian Shiji, each of you will take 1,000 cavalry and surround the nearby smaller towns. Don't engage them directly, just surround them. But if anyone attempts to secretly leave the towns, quietly eliminate them as well." "Understood." Without hesitation, the three rushed off immediately. Nanfeng quickly continued, "I will personally enter Wuyuan City. It might even be possible to capture the city without any resistance. Within 1 hour, if you hear a bell ringing, and Jian, you'll then lead 1,000 soldiers and enter the city openly with our banners. If there is no bell ringing, proceed with an attack as planned." And Jian was also a formidable general. After hearing Nanfeng's plan, he frowned deeply and asked, "Vice Commander Nan, you really don't need to do this. Doing so puts you directly in danger." Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. "With my abilities, they can't do a thing to me. I'm not being arrogant. I'm simply confident. That's final. No more arguing. I've already made my decision. Now, let's move the troops forward." Just at that moment, a cavalryman dragged a person before Nanfeng's tent. The individual was completely bound, tied tightly from head to toe. The cavalryman threw the person down respectfully and reported, "Lord Nan, we caught a Liang Kingdom messenger while on patrol nearby. He had a secret message on him. You'll understand everything once you read it." Nan Feng took the secret message handed over by the cavalryman and opened it to read. The letter was written by Liang Shidu, and its content merely warned all the cities to be extremely vigilant, for the army of the Tang Dynasty was very likely to launch a surprise attack at this moment. Nan Feng put the letter aside. He then searched the captured man and found a token on him. Smiling slightly, he said, "When luck comes, it's really unstoppable. Take off his outer clothing and then execute him." Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, the captured soldier began to struggle violently, his eyes widening, making various incoherent sounds. But no matter how much he struggled, it was useless, and Jian directly knocked him unconscious and removed his clothes. Nan Feng immediately put on this set of clothes and then ordered the army to advance. The scouting troops who had set off earlier also returned by now. When they approached to about 2 li away from Wuyuan City, the main army halted, while Nan Feng set off alone on horseback. On top of Wuyuan City's gate, countless soldiers stood ready, nervously watching outside. Han Xingfang was the leader here, one of Liang Du's beloved generals, known for his bravery and utmost loyalty. At this moment, a minor commander stood on the city wall, shouting loudly, "All of you, stay alert. Since the Liang Emperor hasn't agreed to surrender to the Tang, it's very likely that the Tang army will attack us now." Just as he finished speaking, another soldier shouted, "Leader, there's a cavalry rider charging straight toward us from outside." The gate commander looked out beyond the city gate and indeed saw a rider coming through the snow. He waved his hand, stopping those who were about to shoot arrows at the rider. When Nan Feng arrived below the city gate, Han Xingfang shouted loudly, "Who are you? Declare your name." Chapter 148. Capture Wuyuan City without breaking a sweat. While Nan Feng was calmly flipping the newly acquired token directly onto the city gate, he finally responded, "The Emperor Liang sent me to deliver a message. Open the city gate and welcome me in immediately." The city gate supervisor quickly picked up the token to inspect it, and, upon confirming it was indeed the genuine token from Shuafang City, hurriedly pushed open the city gate and lowered the drawbridge. Calmly and at ease, Nan Feng rode his fine steed into the city. Although Han Xingfang was a formidable man, his subordinates, including the city gate supervisor, were not nearly as capable. As soon as Nan Feng entered the city, he no longer felt the need to maintain the charade. Originally, he had considered capturing Han Xingfang through cunning tactics, but now all those plans were unnecessary. Holding his Barwang jeep tightly, Nan Feng strode directly to the top of the city gate. While a crowd of soldiers stood there dazed and confused, Nan Feng directly rang the large bell. Dong! And Jian, who had been waiting just outside the city gate, was completely stunned, muttering to himself, "This is faster than the fast boy competition." The bell sound quickly echoed throughout Wuyuan City, startling many civilians and soldiers. Inside the governor's mansion, Han Xingfang was so frightened he spat out the mouthful of water he had just taken and quickly stepped outside, demanding from a soldier, "Why did the bell suddenly ring? What is happening?" However, the soldier outside didn't know anything, and Han Xingfang angrily kicked him and roared, "Quickly call everyone! Bring all the troops to the city gate immediately." After ringing the bell, Nan Feng placed his Boeing Ji against the supervisor's neck. The supervisor trembled all over, slowly kneeling to the ground with both hands raised high, shouting without hesitation, "Hurry, hurry, drop your weapons on the ground. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can make them surrender." Hearing the supervisor's order, the soldiers atop the city gate dared not drop their weapons but were too scared to do anything, slowly inching backward. Just then, one soldier, in his panic, accidentally released an arrow that flew straight toward Nan Feng. Nan Feng simply sidestepped and caught the arrow midair with one hand, not even bothering to look as he threw it back directly. The arrow struck the soldier's hand, embedding itself, and he began rolling on the ground in pain, screaming loudly. The supervisor's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he shouted furiously, "You bastard! Are we enemies or something? Why are you trying so hard to kill me?" Nan Feng remained completely calm at this point. Since Han Xingfang would arrive shortly, Nan Feng turned his gaze toward the outside of the city and declared, "The enemy's army is already at your doorstep, and your city gate is wide open. I think you understand the consequences. If you want to keep your lives, drop your weapons and surrender now." Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, the supervisor immediately cried out, lacking any courage or backbone, "I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" At this moment, all the soldiers atop the city wall looked outside at the gate and exchanged glances with one another. At first, only one soldier dropped his weapon, but eventually nearly everyone did the same. When all atop the gate were finally unarmed, Nan Feng used his Bung Jeep to tap the supervisor's shoulder, saying, "You will now go to each gate and convince them to lay down their arms. Drop your weapons. Don't think of playing tricks on me, or else you will regret it. But I won't even give you the chance to regret." Terrified beyond measure, the supervisor dared not try any tricks. Trembling, he ran toward the right city gate and urged the soldiers there to drop their weapons as well. Inside the military barracks, all the soldiers were gathered and prepared, ready to engage the enemy forces outside once Han Xingfang gave the order. Yet a closer look revealed that every soldier was drenched in sweat, visibly nervous. And Jian had already led over 1,000 cavalry into the city and stopped near the enemy forces. He pointed his spear forward menacingly, while the remaining Tang forces had divided into smaller units, forming a massive thrusting formation. Many soldiers inside the formation waved banners continuously, making it appear even more numerous and imposing. Nan Feng sat confidently atop his horse, gazing at the enemy forces within the city and declaring, "I was sent here by the Emperor of the Tang Dynasty to attack Shuafang City. Behind me are dozens of thousands of soldiers who are already eager to charge. If you still refuse to see reason, then don't blame me for being merciless. Will you drop your weapons and surrender to save your lives? Or will you foolishly cling to them and try to fight like an egg against a stone? Time is short, so make your decision quickly. It wasn't long before someone had already given up resistance, dropping their weapon to the ground with a clang. I surrender. I surrender too. Once one person had taken the lead, a chain reaction followed. Everyone discarded their weapons and surrendered. These were 4,000 soldiers in total, yet not even a single enemy hair was harmed before they all surrendered. Nanfeng ordered them to cross their hands and squat against the wall while pulling their own ears. Furthermore, Nanfeng personally dispatched one of Han Xingfang's trusted subordinates to convince the remaining soldiers who hadn't yet surrendered. More and more people laid down their arms. At this rate, they would soon capture Weiyuan City effortlessly. And Jiyan was absolutely stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. He simply could not believe it. Had they truly taken Weiyuan City without even breaking a sweat? Nanfeng stepped before Jiyan and spoke. Now that we have nearly taken Weiyuan City, Jiyan, you should go outside the city walls and lead 6,000 soldiers inside. The rest will remain outside to guard. Understood. Jiyan quickly mounted his horse and rode out to fetch the troops. Soon after, Jiyan arrived with 5,000 soldiers, joining the 1,000 already present as they all marched into Weiyuan City. Upon entering, they immediately gathered up all the weapons that had been discarded on the ground. At that moment, Han Xingfang finally arrived with a force of nearly 4,000 men, charging forward furiously. Although they moved swiftly, Han Xingfang was not foolish enough to engage Nanfeng directly, but stopped at a distance instead. Chapter 149, Let's play something fun. Han Xingfang's face was filled with fury, for both his trusted aide and the city gate officer had betrayed him. Seeing this, Han Xingfang pointed at the two with clenched teeth and shouted, "You two, bastards! Was it you who rang the bell earlier? Are you telling me the Tang soldiers sprouted from cracks in the ground?" Although the city gate officer had already betrayed Han Xingfang, he still harbored fear towards him. He turned his face aside and said, "Lord Han, you might as well stop resisting. Our Weiyuan city has already been surrounded by 50,000 Tang troops. Even if we resist to the end, death is the only outcome, and countless innocents within the city will perish with us. Surrender? Surrender to your mother." Han Xingfang immediately grabbed his bow from behind, loaded an arrow, and shot it straight into the heart of the city gate officer, killing him instantly. Seeing this, the trusted aide immediately dropped to his knees on the ground. Han Xingfang once again pulled the bowstring taut, aiming a gleaming arrow at Jiyan. Witnessing this, Jiyan remained unusually calm as he said, "Han Xingfang, stop resisting pointlessly. The entire Weiyuan city is now completely surrounded by our Tang troops. Our emperor greatly values talented individuals like yourself. You're both brave and strategic, skilled in commanding troops. His Majesty will surely bestow you with an esteemed official title." Han Xingfang roared furiously with red-rimmed eyes. "You want me to surrender? That will never happen. My men, fight with me. Puchi." Before Han Xingfang could finish his sentence, the Bawangji is transliterated, pierced straight into his forehead, and he dropped to the ground lifeless, blood spreading quickly across the stone. Han Xingfang had been the spiritual pillar for his men, and seeing their pillar fall instantly, the remaining soldiers became panic-stricken, rushing backward in confusion. At this moment, any small chance at retreat would lead them to surrender. There's no need to waste words on these people. If they don't wish to surrender, then let them die. Surrender is your only chance to live. What exactly are you waiting for, soldiers? Do you really want to force my hand to kill you all? Upon hearing this speech from Nanfeng, chaos broke out among the ranks, and many were already turning to flee. At this moment, Han Xingfang's aide stepped forward and shouted, "General Han has already perished, and Shuafang will inevitably fall. What more are you hesitating for? Surrender now if you want to survive." Upon hearing these words, the remaining several thousand soldiers dropped their weapons on the ground, signaling their complete surrender. Weiyuan City had fallen easily, and Jiyan even pinched himself hard to verify that he wasn't dreaming. Feeling pain, he mused, "I've learned something today. If you can instill fear in your opponent before the war begins, victory will come without uncertainty." And Jiyan looked at the surrendered soldiers kneeling on the ground, then turned to Nanfeng and asked, "Lord Nan, what should we do with these defeated troops now?" Looking at the large group of soldiers before him, Nanfeng pondered briefly before speaking. "Among you, who are the centurions and above? Step forward if you are." Upon hearing these words from Nanfeng, 29 people slowly stood up, trembling as they walked to the front of the crowd. Frowning slightly, and Jiyan asked cautiously, "My lord, could it be that you intend to recruit them?" "No, tie them all up with ropes. We have big plans for them later." Though puzzled, and Jiyan did not ask further and immediately proceeded to bind those who had stepped forward. Nanfeng then spoke again. "Send someone immediately on horseback to inform General Chai outside the city walls. Let them lead the troops in. Then send others to gather all the Hu people in the city to the gate area. Hurry up with it." Soon enough, hundreds of Hu people had been brought to the city gate, all panic-stricken and confused, lying face down on the ground. Looking at this group of Hu people with a sinister smile, Nanfeng said, "And Jiyan, want to come play something fun with me?" Intrigued, and Jiyan asked, "What kind of fun activity do you mean?" Nanfeng leaned in near Jiyan's ear and whispered. After listening, Jiyan appeared somewhat nervous and asked, "Isn't this plan a bit too dangerous?" "Nothing exciting comes without some risk. That's exactly why I call it fun." "Then I shall follow your instructions." "Very well then. Once Lu Lanqing arrives with his 5,000 soldiers, we shall proceed to Baichi City together. General Chai's arrival would likely have to wait until nightfall before he could enter Wuyuan City, but General Lu was expected to arrive shortly. When Lu arrived at the gates of Wuyuan City, he found no sign of battle on the ground whatsoever. Yet, the city had already been captured by his own forces, leaving him utterly bewildered. Approaching Nan Feng, Lu curiously asked, "Minister Nan, we only parted ways a short while ago. How is it that you've already captured Wuyuan City so easily?" Upon hearing this, Nan Feng smiled smugly, while Jian burst into laughter. Lancheng, the soldiers inside Wuyuan City must have all wet their pants from fear. Minister Nan here simply used a clever trick, capturing the city without shedding a single drop of blood. Stunned, General Lu could only stammer, "You mean you didn't spill even a drop of blood?" Nan Feng calmly replied, "The method I used was actually the same as the one you employed to capture Danyang City, breaking through the enemy's psychological defenses until they collapsed from within." General Lu remained stunned for quite some time before finally regaining his composure. After a moment, Nan Feng continued, "Lu Lancheng, you stay here with 3,000 soldiers to guard the city until General Chai arrives. I will take the rest of our forces ahead to Baichi City and try to capture it before nightfall." Just then, a panic cry rang out, and a soldier rushed hurriedly to Nan Feng, exclaiming, "Minister Nan, something terrible has happened." Chapter 150, Attack on Baichi City. The soldier responsible for delivering intelligence spoke in a flustered manner. All of a sudden, several hundred iron cavalry have charged out from Baichi City. They fled towards Xia Prefecture. General Lien has already released those small cities and turned back to pursue these cavalrymen. Upon hearing the report, Jian's face darkened as he said, "Master Nan, it seems Baichi City must have known we were planning to attack them." Nan Feng waved his hand and replied calmly, "No need to panic. The terrain of Yin Prefecture is vast. We couldn't possibly eliminate all their sentry posts anyway. It was my mistake for underestimating them, but it doesn't matter much now. If they know, we just have to try even harder when we attack Shuafang City. Our camp is approximately 300 li from Shuafang City, and with snow covering the ground making movement extremely difficult, this cavalry group won't reach Shuafang for at least several days. And if they send a plea for help to Sheikh Jelly, it will take no less than 30 days for his troops to arrive here. This means we have only 30 days. We must encircle Shuafang City completely within this time frame." Hearing this, Jian furrowed his brows and asked, "Then what should we do first?" After a moment of thought, Nan Feng replied, "Send a few riders with spare horses. They must ride nonstop and inform General Lien not to pursue these cavalry anymore. He must return immediately with his troops." Once Jian had completed the assignment, Nan Feng led his soldiers directly toward Baichi City. Once they captured Baichi and Wuyuan cities, Yin Prefecture would be entirely under their control, enabling them to proceed with the siege of Shuafang without hesitation. Shuafang City lay on the edge of Xia Prefecture, and several regions of Xia had already been occupied by Lu Yu. Earlier, when Emperor Taizong Li Cheng issued orders to recruit Liang Shidu, General Lu Zhengbao had already offered 3 cities as a gesture of sincerity and been accepted into the Tang Dynasty. Just a few days ago, General He Sui had also submitted to the Tang Dynasty, which meant that all cities of Xia Prefecture were now under Tang control. How could Liang Shidu dare resist the Tang? Wasn't he just smashing eggs against stones? Right now, people within Shuafang City were all in a state of immense panic and fear. As soon as the food supplies ran out, the entire city would fall easily. At this very moment, Songguan himself had taken up a position atop the city gate of Baichi. He had just received word from scouts that Wuyuan City was already surrounded by Tang troops, which left him in a highly anxious state, pacing back and forth on the city wall. When he saw another scout returning, Songguan hurried over, grabbing the man's shoulders and shaking him urgently. "What news from Wuyuan? Have the Tang forces already captured it?" The scout responded in panic. "General Song, terrible news. I hadn't even reached the outskirts of Wuyuan when I already saw the Tang soldiers heading this way, and there seemed to be tens of thousands of them." But Songguan didn't lose his head. He shouted furiously at the scout, "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? The main forces of the Tang are busy guarding the frontiers. Where would they get so many troops to wage another campaign? There are already 50,000 troops around Wuyuan. How could another tens of thousands appear here? General Song, I swear I'm telling the truth. The Tang troops are at most only 4 li away from Baichi right now. You must make a decision quickly." Songguan began scratching his head anxiously, visibly confused. After a long pause, he finally said solemnly, "I have already dispatched 300 cavalry to send word elsewhere. I don't even know if they've been intercepted. And even if Shuafang sends reinforcements, it will take at least 5 days to reach here. If the Tang really does send 50,000 troops to attack us, we can't hold out that long. What decision do you expect me to make?" "General Song, if we can't hold, then we should retreat. As long as we survive, we'll have plenty of chances to rise again. Otherwise, we'll all be trapped and destroyed here." Upon hearing his deputy's words, Songguan slapped him across the head furiously and shouted, "Retreat? Are you suggesting I run away like a coward? If we flee, what about the civilians still inside the city?" Seeing Songguan getting angry, the deputy general quickly explained, "General Song, the Tang troops would never do such a thing that goes against heaven's will, and the Tang emperor especially cares for the common people. We are inside Baichi City, and the civilians here are not savages. I believe they won't harm the civilians. If we keep defending here, I fear we'll all go to hell before reinforcements even arrive. General Song, the Tang army is coming soon. If we hesitate any longer, it will be too late." At this moment, the snow had already stopped falling, and lazily the sun began to shine weakly. On the vast white snowy plains, a mighty force was quickly advancing, and the Tang army would soon arrive at the gates of Baichi City. Nanfeng once again adopted the same method he used to attack Wuyuan City, leaving hundreds of soldiers behind the main force to light signal fires and wave banners in a way that created the illusion of large numbers moving about from a distance. Songguan witnessed this sight as well, and his heart sank with cold dread. Facing so many Tang troops, there was no way they could hold out. A bead of sweat slid down the deputy general's forehead, and his face turned pale as he asked, "General Song, what should we do now? Are we really going to fight them head-on?" Without looking away from the city's exterior, Songguan waved his hand and replied calmly, "Remain calm and watch carefully for now. The Tang soldiers have not yet attacked. They may be plotting something." Nanfeng, acting as the leader of this assault, completely ignored Jian's attempts to stop him. Arrogantly, he strode right in front of Baichi City. Upon witnessing this, Songguan did not order his archers to attack. Instead, frowning deeply, he asked, "Who is that approaching?" "I am Nanfeng, the deputy commander of this operation. You may just call me Lord Nan. I've never heard of you before." "Well, you're hearing it now. Are you Songguan, the commander of Baichi City?" "I am Songguan." Chapter 151, Baichi City Surrenders. Nanfeng made a hand signal behind his back, and in an instant, several hundred Tang soldiers brought forward prisoners, people and high-ranking soldiers, who had been captured not long ago. All of them were dressed in Liang army uniforms, with their eyes blindfolded by black cloth. Nanfeng stared directly at General Song, then raised his arm and abruptly brought it down. Tang soldiers wielding large cleavers swiftly beheaded the prisoners. The white snowy ground instantly became like a living hell, blood flowing continuously across the ground. These executed prisoners were all people and officers ranked above 100 commander. Once the leaders were gone, the remaining soldiers would just be disorganized and unable to cause serious resistance. With a stern face, Nanfeng said, "General Song, do you know why I killed these people?" General Song frowned and shook his head. "How would I know? In fact, it's not hard to guess. These people were all from Wuyuan City who refused to surrender." "Is that really true? Did you really take Wuyuan City?" At this moment, terror was already evident on General Song's face. It wasn't only General Song. Everyone who heard Nanfeng's words turned pale. In such a short time, they had already captured Wuyuan City? Were these Tang soldiers really each endowed with 3 heads and 6 arms? That cannot be true. You're just trying to trick me. General Song waved his hand and continued. "I had just received news not long ago that Wuyuan City was being surrounded by your forces. How could you have captured it so quickly?" Nanfeng didn't bother wasting words. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring over a package still dripping fresh blood and directly threw it at the city gate. General Song frowned deeply as he stared at the package. "Open it and show me," he ordered. One subordinate slowly opened the package, and inside was General Han's head. Unlike General Han, who was a rigid and inflexible man, General Song wasn't. Otherwise, he would have already ordered his soldiers to attack Nanfeng. Nanfeng stared at General Song and said coldly, "Han Xingfeng absolutely refused to surrender, so I had no choice but to send him on his way. Now, General Song, it's your turn to make a decision. Will you give up resistance or fight to the death? I'll give you half an hour. If you haven't made your decision by then, or if you choose to fight to the end, then our Tang army will launch a full-scale assault. Don't blame me for being ruthless and wiping out all your people. Wipe them out." Upon hearing this, General Song and the others were visibly shaken. Seizing the moment, Nanfeng added, "I believe your entire families are in the city too. If you refuse to give up resistance, I will do exactly as I said. Think carefully about your decision." Large drops of sweat rolled down General Song's forehead as he quickly began discussing the matter with the city's officials. Sighing heavily, General Song said, "I don't believe that their Tang forces number 50,000, yet Wuyuan fell so quickly. That probably means there are more than 50,000. I've never heard of Nanfeng before. I don't know what kind of person he truly is. If he is really a bloodthirsty man, he might truly kill every last person in this city. General Song, what decision do you want to make?" General Song replied immediately, "I intend to fight to the end and wait for reinforcements from Shuafang. As long as we fight together with the common people in the city, we should be able to hold out for a few days. But Wuyuan fell in such a short time. I now have little confidence in holding Baichi to the end either. If our city is breached, this entire city will become a living hell." A deputy general, sweating heavily, said, "General Song, my opinion differs slightly from yours. In my opinion, Shuafang will eventually fall to the Tang forces. Furthermore, all cities within Xiazhou have surrendered. Without their support, I fear Shuafang will fall within a few months as well. I've heard that Liu Zhengbao and He Sui have already sworn allegiance to the Tang Dynasty, and even the Tang Emperor values them greatly. If needed, we should also surrender." Deputy General is right. We must do this to protect the lives of the civilians in Baichi City. Let's give up resistance. At this moment, Nanfeng stood below the city gate with a mocking tone and said, "General Song, I've already given you so much time. Have you made your decision yet? If you surrender now and give up resistance, I won't do anything to you. In fact, I will speak highly of you to the Emperor and let him give you credit. General Song, you are indeed a mighty hero of this era. Our Emperor values talents greatly. People like you are exactly what he urgently needs. If you surrender, the Emperor will surely value you. Besides, at your age, your child at home must have already learned how to walk. If you refuse to surrender and are killed by me, what will happen to your family? What about the families of all these soldiers? I don't want my hands stained with too much blood." Decide quickly. Hearing this, General Song's face grew solemn. In the end, he tightly shut his eyes and said, "Open the city gates. Tell the soldiers to drop their weapons to the ground and let the Tang army enter." After saying this, Song stared sharply at Nan Feng and said, "Nan Feng, it's not that I fear death, but if you don't treat these soldiers and civilians well, even if I become a rabid dog, I will bite a piece of flesh off you." Nan Feng smiled slightly and said, "General Song, you don't need to worry about that. Since you've given up resistance, you can still lead your soldiers. As for the civilians in the city, I certainly won't harm them. Your future prospects are limitless. Even becoming the governor of Yenzhou is very possible. If you didn't care for the people as if they were your own children, your head would have already rolled." Hearing this, General Song finally smiled and said, "I hope what you said is all true." Next, the Tang soldiers began taking over Baichi City. General Song was also very perceptive. He immediately ordered his soldiers to drop all their weapons in one spot and assemble, so Nan Feng wouldn't be suspicious. Nan Feng spoke up, "And Jian, you go and dispatch a few soldiers now to inform the remaining troops not to come here, and instead directly meet General Chai in Wuyuan City." Chapter 152, Nan Feng's Eloquence. And Jian instantly caught on, and suppressed his smile before dispatching several cavalry riders to call the soldiers who were still waving flags outside back to Wuyuan City. General Song, however, said in great surprise, "Director Nan, you really did lead 50,000 soldiers to attack our Baichi City directly?" Nan Feng nodded and replied, "Could it be fake? If we hadn't brought so many troops, how could we have taken Wuyuan City in such a short time? General Song, at least you recognize the situation, or else today Baichi City would already be a living hell." After hearing Nan Feng's words, General Song felt great dread and asked, "Director Nan, then what do you plan to do with me now?" Nan Feng thought for a moment before replying, "I'll immediately send people to Linzhou to bring Tang Dynasty uniforms for your soldiers. All of you must change into them. As for you, you'll still be the general of these troops, and you will follow our main forces to capture Shuafang City." General Song looked extremely disbelieving as he said, "Director Nan, don't you fear that I might betray you later?" "Of course I do. Then why would you do this? If I was willing to employ you, naturally I wouldn't doubt you." Hearing this, General Song felt deeply grateful, but soon he solemnly said, "The soldiers I led were originally from Shuafang City. If we asked them to turn around and attack that city instead, they might not be willing. That depends on how you persuade them." "Director Nan, please give me some guidance," said General Song, looking at Nan Feng with anticipation. Nan Feng waved his hand and said, Never mind. I'll speak to them in person. If you tried persuading them several times already, there's likely no effect left." Therefore, General Song gathered all the soldiers as well as the civilians who wanted to join the battle and waited for Nan Feng to address them. Nan Feng gently cleared his throat and began, "Fellow soldiers, civilians, none of you really want to fight in this war, do you? That's right. When we can't even feed ourselves properly, who would want to keep fighting? I just married a wife, and she's waiting for me at home. I don't want her becoming a widow because of this war." Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, murmurs immediately spread through the gathered soldiers and civilians. Nan Feng continued immediately, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. There won't be any more wars in Yenzhou. You can farm fearlessly. Don't you civilians only wish for your entire family to have enough to eat? You don't care who becomes the emperor anyway. But Liang Shidu has occupied this region for such a long time. Every year he invites the chitin here to plunder and slaughter. It's your own lives that are lost, your own grain and treasures being looted. Don't you feel Liang Shidu is extremely despicable?" "That's right. He's truly despicable. Just thinking, it was Liang Shidu who brought these chitin soldiers upon us. That's absolutely outrageous. He actually let outsiders come and plunder our own people." Knowing Nan Feng's eloquence, he immediately seized the momentum to continue. "Fellow soldiers and civilians, being subordinates of such a despicable man, can you accept that? We were once one big family, belonging to the same ancient tribe, yet now you serve under such a despicable man. In doing so, you've become the accomplice of the chitin. Tell me, does this feel right? Facing your fellow civilians in Yenzhou, aren't you ashamed? I was sent here by the emperor of the Tang Dynasty specifically to eliminate Liang Shidu, that loathsome man, so as to bring peace back to you and let you live a life free from war, allowing you all to farm in peace and eat enough. I offer you a chance to redeem yourselves. Civilians, soldiers, do you want to join us to overthrow the dark rule of Shuafang City?" "Yes, we all want to go. Director Nan, please take us with you." Saying this, all of them knelt down together. Nan Feng simply waved his hand and replied, "Everyone, quickly get up. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Once this war is over, you may all return to your peaceful farming. Educate your sons and daughters well, and as long as you do your part well, I believe the emperor of the Tang Dynasty will be very grateful to you. Therefore, there's truly no need for such formalities. I still need to stay in Baichi City for a few more days, and during this time, I'll be troubling all of you. I hope you won't mind." Heavens, Director Nan is truly too kind-hearted. I still have quite a bit of grain at home, and I'm willing to offer it to improve the soldiers' meals. I also have 3 large sheep at home. Please send someone to take them over to feed the soldiers. I. One after another, they eagerly offered the things from their homes, but all were politely declined by Nan Feng. When General Song accompanied Nan Feng back to his residence, he slapped himself twice on the face and said, "When I think back on what I've done over these past few years, I feel I'm worse than pigs or dogs. Sigh, I have already served under Liang Shidu for more than 9 years. Nan Feng, please give me one chance. Allow me to lead my soldiers at the very front line. Even if I die, it will still be insufficient for my redemption. Nanfeng lightly nodded a few times and replied, all right then. Once your soldiers are integrated into our Tang forces, I shall permit you to command 5,000 troops to lead the assault. For now, you should first assist in Jiyan in adjusting and reorganizing the troops. As for me, I must return to Weiyuan City first. Before the sky had even fully darkened, Nanfeng had already returned to Weiyuan City. At this time, the three men, Lian Shiji, Chu Tong, and Fan Chong, had already captured several smaller cities along the route. This meant that the entire Yinzhou region had now fallen into Nanfeng's hands. General Chai also returned to Weiyuan City. Seeing Nanfeng had returned, General Chai was very pleased and said with a chuckle, haha, Nanfeng, you really gave me a big surprise today. To think you captured Weiyuan City so effortlessly. I was just about to send a report back to the Emperor, and just as I was thinking that, you arrived. Quickly, tell me how you accomplished such a great feat. Chapter 153, Nanfeng, a household name. Shui Wanjun was also shocked and opened his mouth in astonishment. Didn't you lead the troops to capture Baiqi City? Why have you returned to Weiyuan City so quickly? Zhang Bao, Nanfeng's personal guard, filled with pride, answered first. Deputy Nan easily captured Baiqi City as well, and its governor, Song Guan, directly led all his people to surrender to us. Am I hearing this correctly? Is this really true? General Chai and Shui Wanjun both wore expressions of disbelief. Shui grabbed Zhang Bao's shoulders tightly and shook him repeatedly, asking whether it was indeed true. General Chai also stared with wide eyes, murmuring to himself, easily, without a single casualty, he captured the entire Yin prefecture in just one day. Nanfeng, you have indeed made great contributions. Hurry and tell me, how did you do it? It was just a simple method. Intimidate him first, then promise him some benefits. Isn't that enough? Song Guan is already on our side now, and his army will soon be integrated with our troops and fight alongside the Tang army. Upon hearing this, General Chai frowned and said, aren't you afraid that he might betray us? Nanfeng chuckled and said, he's not such a rigid person. Deep inside, he already believes Shuafeng City will definitely be captured by us. I believe I've completely gained control over him. He will never betray us. On the contrary, he will surely fight desperately to earn merit. You're being overly confident about this? How? Don't you trust me? Let's make a bet then. Forget it. I'm already old and can't afford to be tricked by you. Now come on. When have I ever tricked you? Right. You never tricked me directly. But look at the entire Tang court. Has there been any official who hasn't been somehow tricked by you? Don't even bother to argue. Don't I know you well enough? Oh, I remember whose son I once gave strict training. Immediately, General Chai seemed to deflate like a deflated balloon, but then he suddenly grew angry and tightly grabbed Nanfeng's shoulders, asking, can't you use some other excuse to scare me? Nanfeng grinned and said, remember this. If you dare provoke me, then I'll make sure to give your dear son another intense training. I'll see how many layers of skin he has left to peel off. General Chai snorted angrily, turned his head away from Nanfeng, and focused on writing a confidential report. Nanfeng also wrote a report to Li Cheng. After finishing, he directly handed it to the messenger for delivery to the emperor. At this point, Nanfeng was no longer interested in teasing General Yuqi. His attention turned to General Chai, ready to replace Yuqi as the target for teasing. Not long afterward, the news of initial victory reached Chang'an. At the same time, Nanfeng's confidential report was handed over to Li Cheng. Chai's personal guards galloped through the city, shouting loudly, victory achieved in the first battle. Deputy Nanfeng secured Yin Prefecture without a single casualty. Victory achieved in the first battle. Deputy Nanfeng secured Yin Prefecture without a single casualty. These cries of triumph continuously echoed through the streets of Chang'an, something only done when an extraordinary victory was obtained. On the streets of Chang'an, the ordinary people had already started talking among themselves. Can Nanfeng actually serve as a deputy commander in battle? Isn't he just a mischievous nobleman? How can he achieve such a victory the moment he steps onto the battlefield? He might be lazy, but they say he's extremely handsome and well-read in poetry and literature. Please, who would believe that? How can someone so lazy also be well-read? As people continued discussing, the rumor even reached Qin Xian, who became so furious that he clenched his teeth. He immediately compiled Nanfeng's poems and spread them around, which led to all the talented scholars in Chang'an treating Nanfeng as their idol. But even more surprising was the effect among the eligible young women in Chang'an, many of whom had secretly fallen in love with Nanfeng. Nan's poems quickly went viral throughout the capital. Moreover, rumors began circulating that Nanfeng was also the author of the widely known Qianzi 1000-character classic, and even the Disciples' Regulations. However, upon discovering that the Disciples' Regulations were unsuitable for the current era of the Tang Dynasty, the court ministers decided to suppress it. The messenger entered the Tai Chi Hall and quickly reported the news, handing over Nanfeng's secret report to the emperor. At that very moment, nearly all officials had gathered in the Tai Chi Hall, where the entire hall was filled with joyful atmosphere. Even the Empress and Princess Li Ji had arrived and were standing behind a screen in the hall. Upon hearing the news of the initial victory, Li Cheng laughed loudly and said, earlier, when I appointed Nanfeng as the deputy commander, I didn't make the slightest mistake at all. There were several tens of thousands of defending soldiers inside as well, yet Nanfeng managed to capture Yin Prefecture without a single casualty. This is truly unbelievable. I can't figure out at all how he accomplished such a feat oh well. I'll just ask him carefully when he returns triumphantly. Since Nanfeng has achieved such a great contribution, We'll decide on his reward after he returns in triumph. General Qin chuckled and spoke up. I've already said it long ago. Nanfeng is indeed a divine prodigy on the battlefield. Being able to fight is one thing, but also being so wise and resourceful, successfully leading people to victory. Your Majesty, this Nanfeng is a genius I personally found for you. Why not grant me a reward as well? Hearing General Qin's words, all the ministers present felt very annoyed with him, and Li Ji immediately retorted, Humph, you really have no shame. But General Qin angrily replied, Why do you say I have no shame? I'm Nanfeng's discoverer of talent. It was I who recommended Nanfeng here. What do you know about anything? My heart feels as if scratched by a cat. I'm so curious to know how he managed to capture Yin Prefecture without any casualties at all. It's simply inconceivable. Calm down, calm down. I've long been accustomed to it. Haha. Even beggars in Chang'an are inquiring about Nanfeng's news. He truly has now become a household name. Some young people even regard him as their idol. Even my own daughter's eyes sparkle every time Nanfeng's name is mentioned. Ha ha, Wu Tujiang. If I'm not mistaken, your daughter was just weaned not long ago. Don't try to make fun of me. Chapter 154. The beautiful princess who can't wait to get married. Hearing others say his daughter was too young, Wu Tujing stubbornly replied, So what? Nanfeng is still quite young too. What's wrong with waiting for my daughter? Changsun Wuji, however, shot Wu Tujing down, saying, You should forget about that already. Although your beloved daughter is indeed beautiful enough to shame the moon and flowers, it's not like Nanfeng will necessarily take a liking to her. Wu Tujing dared not argue back with Changsun Wuji and huffed away in anger. Li Xiaogong added teasingly with a wicked grin. It's actually a good thing that the emperor sent Nanfeng to attack Shuafeng City. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how much chaos he would cause here. Especially General Yuqi. He was driven to illness almost every day by him. Hearing this, all the court officials burst into laughter. But as he laughed, Li Xiaogong suddenly got punched in the left eye. He immediately covered his eye with his hand and quickly ran behind the crowd, hiding from General Yuqi like playing a game of hide-and-seek. Anyone could see he'd have a black eye if he took his hand off. Sitting behind a folding screen, Empress quietly chuckled as well. As officials continued their discussions, Emperor Li Cheng talked to the Empress through the screen. I really didn't expect that one day I would actually worry about rewarding someone. He managed to bring Yanzhou under control without any casualties, which is a tremendous achievement. And if he succeeds in capturing Shuafeng City, it will be another major accomplishment. How about we promise him the hand of Princess Lizzie when he returns triumphantly? The Empress nodded in agreement. That would be fine. After all, he is still very young. It would be inappropriate to confer upon him a title of Jungong. By the way, isn't his recently wed wife still lacking a noble title? All the marquises' wives in our country already have titles, so why not grant her one first? Then, once he returns, we can give him Princess Lizzie's hand. That way, there would be no trouble about rewarding him. After thinking for a moment, Li Cheng responded, That works. Then I will make the arrangement now. Instantly, Princess Lizzie turned red in the face and looked at the Empress eagerly. Mother, will I have to marry him once Nanfeng comes back triumphantly? Hearing that, the Empress nearly spat out the tea she had just sipped. Pinching her daughter's cheeks, she said, What are you thinking about all day? Don't you even consider your age? Why do you want to marry Nanfeng so quickly? The Emperor merely proclaimed he'd betroth you to him, not that you must marry him right away. Also, if Nanfeng ever commits a serious offense in the future, your father might not give you to him anymore. No. Princess Lizzie shook the Empress's arm and said, I want to be Nanfeng's little lovely wife. Helplessly, the Empress asked, My dear daughter, why are you so eager to marry Nanfeng? Lizzie thought deeply for quite a while, then played with her fingers cutely as she answered cheerfully. Because Nanfeng can cook delicious meals for me. I really love his cooking. If I become his wife, I can eat as much as I want whenever I want, right? Plus, look, Nanfeng gave me this super-duper cute little glass kitten. Saying this, Lizzie held up her glass kitten for her mother to see. Because she had been continuously touching the kitten all the time, it had become even more crystal clear, almost as if it had been polished. The Empress was left speechless. She had thought her daughter must have some important reason for wanting to marry Nanfeng, but in the end, it was simply because of good food and a little kitten. Nanfeng actually managed to make her daughter eagerly want to marry him so easily? The Empress felt a deep helplessness. Had all her years of raising her child been for nothing? Meanwhile, inside Nanfeng's mansion, Lu Ruyu was holding her forehead, frantically commanding her servants. Hurry up. Since the sun's out now, quickly bring all the copper coins inside the house out to dry. Otherwise they'll all get moldy. Goodness gracious. Having too much money is also a worry. These past few days, Lu Ruyu had been extremely frustrated. Not only because she had too much money and nowhere to spend it, but also because the money had been stored for too long and was starting to mold. As Lu Ruyu was feeling annoyed, an imperial envoy had already arrived at her mansion. Unfurling the edict before her, the eunuch read out loud. By the command of the emperor of Tang Dynasty, Lu Ruyu, the wife of Nanfeng, is considerate and hard-working. Hereby, you are bestowed with the noble title of a lady of the 5th rank. Hearing those words, Lu Ruyu was completely stunned. Shidai Daidig accepted the edict, and afterward remained motionless. Even after the eunuch who had read the imperial decree left, she still hadn't come to her senses. It wasn't until her personal maid came over and patted her on the back that she finally snapped out of it. Joy instantly filled her heart. She immediately changed into her newly granted ceremonial attire and hurried to her mother's side, walking around proudly showing it off. This became her only source of happiness before Nanfeng's return. Meanwhile, inside Wuyuan City, Ninfeng had been busily writing over the past couple of days, completely too preoccupied to mess with Generals Chai and Xue Wanjun. This was already the 8th time the general had come to visit Nanfeng, asking when he would march toward Shuafeng City, as the majority of their troops had already moved toward Xiaozhou, getting quite close to Shuafeng. As soon as General Chai approached Nanfeng, he praised him for his beautiful handwriting. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he couldn't understand anything written inside. Curious, he asked, Nanfeng, what exactly are you writing here? Why can't I understand a single word of it? Nanfeng calmly glanced at General Chai and replied, what I'm writing is the Compendium of Materia Medica, a medical text, so naturally you wouldn't understand it. As he spoke, he gently put away his writings. After all, they were something he had paid dearly for. His system assistant had told him that completing the Compendium of Materia Medica would reward him with a large sum of money, which was why these past few days he had been writing non-stop, copying its contents diligently. Through his relentless efforts, he was nearly done. Once he finished and submitted this book to the Tang Dynasty, he would once again become wealthy. Ben Chao Gangmu, what is that? General Chai asked in confusion. Didn't I just tell you? It's a medical book documenting which herbs treat which diseases, the effects of various medicinal plants, as well as treatments for frostbite and night blindness. Even methods for treating hemorrhoids are recorded in here, Ninfeng explained patiently. Chapter 155, An Upgraded Crossbow. General Chai stared blankly as Nanfeng finished speaking, then suddenly jumped up and said, do you think I'm 3 years old? Prince Jichang can be cured too. Don't think I'm easy to fool. What do you mean? Don't you believe me? Think about your son. Hearing this, General Chai finally calmed down slightly and sat down, saying, let's put that matter aside for now. The main reason I came to find you isn't about this Compendium of Materia Medica you wrote, but to ask you when exactly we're planning to set off. These past few days, the temperature has been continuously rising, and the snow on the ground has mostly melted. Isn't now a good time to start out? If we delay further, the grass on the plains will grow thick and lush, making troop movements even more difficult. Nanfeng replied calmly, there's no need to rush. As the saying goes, the monk may run, but the temple won't. Shuafeng City has always been right there. Even if Jelly comes to assist Shuafeng, there's nothing to fear. We'll deal with whatever challenges come our way. Look at how nervous you've become. Not at all like a general. Nanfeng's words left General Chai speechless for a while before he finally sighed. You've never fought against Jelly yourself. They're extremely formidable on the plains. Plus, their archers are accurate even while riding horses. You've been staying here for several days now. What exactly are you planning? Can't you give me a clue? Nanfeng, clearly annoyed by the questioning, finally spoke. I'm just waiting for the imperial messenger. We'll stay here a little longer, for 2 more days. Once the people from Chang'an arrive, we'll lead the troops out. Don't come bothering me the next 2 days, alright? I'm busy. Suddenly enlightened, General Chai exclaimed, I knew you wouldn't be procrastinating without reason. What exactly did you say in that secret report to the emperor? Can you tell me? You've heard about my invention of the crossbow, haven't you? Of course. Are you waiting for the emperor to send more crossbows to us? But our soldiers don't even know how to use them yet. If we just bring them into battle directly, I'm afraid even the biggest target would be missed. Nanfeng said proudly, what you saw before was just a lightweight version. This time, the crossbows the emperor is sending are massive. This new crossbow can fire hundreds of arrows at once. With such a weapon, we have no reason to fear Jelly. On the contrary, it's they who should fear us. After taking a sip of water, Nanfeng continued, General Chai, what I'm bringing is a secret weapon. Only the 2 of us know about this. What you saw previously was the lightweight model, which is used to equip our elite troops. The upgraded crossbow I'm now bringing has been in production for quite some time. I should have around 200 units completed already. That's why I asked the emperor in my secret report to send me 20 of these large crossbows and several 10,000s of arrows to counter the enemy army. With these upgraded crossbows, we won't need to fear Jelly at all. Moreover, once we capture Shuafeng City, we can position these upgraded crossbows on the city walls for defense. All you need to do is station a few soldiers to operate each one. Their mechanisms are very simple to operate and easy to learn. General Chai's eyes widened with shock as he excitedly danced around before asking, what exactly does this upgraded crossbow look like? Hurry up and tell me. Did you invent this upgraded crossbow too? What's there to talk about? Just wait until the emperor delivers them, and you can look your fill. Upon hearing these words from Nanfeng, General Chai could only reluctantly imagine what this upgraded crossbow might look like. His imagination ran wild, conjuring up all sorts of bizarre forms, some even looking like human figures, thinking they'd be more convenient to move that way. Thankfully, Nanfeng had no idea how absurdly General Chai was imagining his upgraded crossbow. Otherwise, he'd definitely have plenty of sarcastic comments for the general. After waiting anxiously for a long time, the next morning finally saw the arrival of the envoys from Chang'an, bringing with them 20 upgraded crossbows and 60,000 arrows. Nanfeng moved all these items into a large house in Wuyuan City and stationed heavy guards over them. General Chai could hardly contain his curiosity anymore and immediately examined the upgraded crossbow closely. Li Cheng was very thoughtful and had even sent a few people over to teach how to use the new crossbow. At this moment, Xue Wanjun also arrived and, pointing at those metal lumps, asked, General Chai, what are these metal chunks for? General Chai carefully glanced around before cautiously whispering, come closer. I can't speak loudly about this. Upon hearing this, Xue Wanjun quickly leaned his ear closer to General Chai, who whispered softly, secret information, not for the ears of outsiders. After saying that, General Chai burst into laughter. Xue Wanjun, however, became furious, his face turning red as he angrily said, "Damn it. General Chai, could you stop getting so close with Nanfeng? Look at yourself now. You've become such a ruffian." Lu Lancheng then looked at Shui Wanjun and said, "Actually, you're quite lucky because your son isn't in Nanfeng's special training camp. Otherwise, you'd be in real trouble. You could very well end up like General Yuqi, who gets sick whenever he sees Nanfeng." "Oh, that's actually a good idea. It's not really a big deal that his son isn't in my hands," Nanfeng said with a wicked grin at Shui Wanjun. Hearing Nanfeng say this, Shui Wanjun quickly dashed away in fear. However, just after a short while, Shui Wanjun came creeping up beside General Chai again, asking, "Lord Administrator, exactly what are these metal lumps? I feel like they must be really powerful just by looking at them." Nanfeng simply stood by silently watching, while General Chai kept fiddling with the crossbow. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out, so he forced two officers from the Ba Chi Si to demonstrate its use. Reluctantly, the men came over and installed the arrow chamber into the crossbow. Chapter 156, The Corrupted General Chai. Inside this quiver, there were over 100 arrows, and each crossbow could be equipped with 2 quivers at the same time. Once the arrows were exhausted, the empty quiver could simply be detached and replaced with a new one. With such a weapon, the Tang army would certainly be unstoppable on the battlefield. Nanfeng also noticed the man from the Baichi division at this moment. The more he looked, the more familiar the face became. He thought carefully in his mind and finally realized that this man was someone he had previously fought against from the Baichi division. Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brow and directly walked toward the Baichi member. However, this individual had already noticed Nanfeng long before and, upon seeing him approaching, began to sweat profusely, lowering his head and dare not look directly at Nanfeng. Nanfeng reached beside the member and stared at him while asking, "Could it be that the Baichi division is really this short on people?" The man's face turned pale. He already knew Nanfeng had recognized him and could only force a laugh, saying, "Why are you saying that, Governor Nan?" Nanfeng grinned maliciously and said, "Am I not right? Not long ago when I was making glass, weren't you peeping? When I was at the Jinfu temple, weren't you secretly tailing me from behind? And now, once again, you came personally to deliver this crossbow. If it wasn't due to lack of personnel, why do I keep seeing you every time? Are you, perhaps, the leader of the Baichi division?" Upon hearing these words from Nanfeng, the member could only keep his head lowered, not wishing to respond. However, Shui Wanjun, after hearing this, had already turned furious because he was originally a petty and nitpicky person who later even died of anger. Shui rolled up his sleeves and roared, "Who was the one manufacturing the glass?" "Who? Nanfeng. So it was all you're doing? All the glassware filling the streets of Chang'an?" Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brow and replied, "That's correct. Any problem with it? Did my making of glass offend you?" Shui was so angry his entire body shook, and he shouted furiously in Nanfeng's face, "You little brat, Nanfeng, have you fallen so deep into greed for money? My ugly wife has spent all our household money buying this glassware, draining all the savings I had. If I hadn't secretly sold one of her bracelets, I would be eating dirt by now. You ruined me like this. Does that make you feel at peace?" Nanfeng also became furious, grabbed Shui with one hand, and roared, "You idiot. I was only responsible for producing the glass. It was the emperor who decided to sell it. It has nothing to do with me that your savings have been drained. Moreover, you are a grown man, yet you cannot make decisions in your household. Who are you to lead soldiers in battle then? Do you think I won't return and tell the emperor to dismiss you immediately so you can peacefully eat dirt instead?" Nanfeng was no fool. The blame for selling the glass must be shifted to the emperor. He himself dared not bear the wrath of so many people. Shui was stunned and scared. He feared that Nanfeng might treat him just like he had treated General Yuqi. So he quickly apologized. "Nanfeng, I admit I was at fault first. Just wait until I return home. I'll deal with that ugly wife of mine. Maybe I should just divorce her outright. Then, you can recommend me one of your unmarried elder sisters, and then we can become closer. How about that? Get lost." Shui was thrown aside several meters by Nanfeng, landing on his backside first. The impact made him grit his teeth in pain. Meanwhile, the Baichi member felt extremely relieved that Shui had appeared just in time. Otherwise, the one sitting on the ground painfully might have been himself. However, Nanfeng would not let the Baichi member escape his reprimand just because of Shui's disruption. He immediately gave the Baichi member a powerful kick and grumbled angrily, "You too. Get over there. You're useless. It took you so long to load a single quiver. If you can't do it, I'll handle it myself." General Chai and General Lu had both been stunned. Lu was swallowing hard and looking at Nanfeng with admiration. Chai, however, exclaimed in shock, "Nanfeng, what are you thinking? How could you hit a member of the Baichi division? That is a very serious offense. The Baichi are the emperor's personal guards. Even I dare not lay a hand on any of them." "So what? Haven't I already hit them before? I even beat them badly, as a matter of fact. Are they some precious treasures who might break if kicked a few times? Don't worry, the emperor won't blame me." Upon hearing this, General Chai could only shake his head with a helpless smile. The Baichi member glared and said, "Nanfeng, the emperor already warned me last time. If you dare to hit me again, I should go directly to him. He will surely uphold justice for me." No sooner had he finished speaking than a big fist came flying toward him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The Baichi member instantly got 2 black eyes, and half his face swelled up. Now thoroughly beaten into submission, he no longer dared to utter a word and could only crouch in a corner, angrily drawing circles while cursing Nanfeng. Nanfeng's actions left Shui Wanjun completely stunned. Hurrying to Nanfeng's side, he whispered, Thank you, young brother Nan, for not hitting too hard just now. I have a younger brother back home with a daughter. In a few years, how about I have my younger brother betroth her to you? General Chai couldn't watch anymore and said to Shui, Enough, enough. You really think you can get away with this? There's absolutely no chance in the South for you. Besides, what does your younger brother's daughter even look like? You yourself don't even know. Nan Feng might not be too concerned with looks, but he's still a womanizer. Indeed, can anyone really remain pure while surrounded by filth? It had been less than a month since Chai started working with Nan Feng, and he was already becoming almost as much of a ruffian as him. After finishing his task, Nan Feng leisurely said, You probably already know that my medical skills are actually pretty good. General Chai, in the future, if you become like General Yuchi, sick half the month, you can come find me for treatment, and I won't charge you a single coin. Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, General Chai quickly covered his mouth in alarm, while General Lu merely smiled helplessly. These people really had no decorum at all, and even their speech sounded incoherent. Since General Yuchi's amusing incident hadn't spread to Shuo Fong, Lu's confusion was quite understandable. Chapter 157. Ambush General Chai. Only after Nan Feng had finished setting up the crossbow did he begin to speak. General Chai, this is very simple to use. You just need to aim the sight in the direction of the crowd, then pull this rope. The arrows stored in the arrow case will shoot out toward the crowd with great destructive power and can even reach a very far distance. General Chai had already been itching to try it, and he said excitedly, Let me play with it first. Saying that, he aimed the sight at straw dummies a few hundred steps away and pulled the rope downward. Shoo shoo shoo. Arrow after arrow shot toward the straw dummies. In the blink of an eye, the straw dummies were already full of arrows. General Chai was very excited. He waddled over to inspect the dummies, now pierced with arrows like porcupines, and then enthusiastically returned to Nan Feng, saying, This is simply amazing. Now that we have this secret weapon, we won't have to fear anyone who dares plot against our great Tang. Nan Feng, I really wonder how your mind works. Why do you have such brilliant ideas? There must be plenty of other wonderful gadgets hidden inside your mind, right? Nan Feng grinned and replied, That's for sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until the moment I bring all these wonderful things out. Hey, don't look at me like that. Think of your son. After witnessing the power of this upgraded crossbow, Shui Wanjun and General Lu were already filled with amazement. They never expected that Nan Feng actually possessed such a powerful weapon. After experiencing the crossbow, Nan Feng glanced at the sky and said, We've already shown you our secret weapon, so it's time for us to march toward Shuafeng City. General Chai, give the order quickly. Upon hearing this, General Chai immediately issued the command. He led the main army toward Shuafeng City, while Fan Chong and Ji Lianshiji took a portion of troops to remain stationed there. Cavalry that had rushed out of Baichi City already brought the news to Shuafeng City. Upon hearing that the army dispatched by the Great Tang had tens of thousands of troops, Liang Shidu's heartbeat quickened and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Immediately, he appointed Liang Luoren as the commander-in-chief and sent him to lie in ambush against the Tang troops. However, Jian had sent many scouts forward and quickly detected the presence of Liang Luoren's army, so both sides refrained from attacking and maintained a standoff for many days. Eventually, when Liang Luoren's army had nearly exhausted their food supplies, they had no choice but to retreat unwillingly, and Jian's forces safely reached Xia Prefecture. Although this ambush failed, Liang Shidu discovered that the supreme commander of the Tang army hadn't come along. He must still be in Yenzhou and would soon arrive, probably bringing an even larger force to lay siege on Shuafeng City. Liang Shidu also realized that he was already facing a shortage of food supplies and quickly sent people to collect more grain. Liang Shidu, Liang Luoren, Feng Rue, Xian Liaoer, and several other generals from Shuafeng gathered in Liang Shidu's camp. Liang Shidu had already learned that Feng Rue and Xian Liaoer wanted to submit to the Great Tang. Even so, Liang Shidu did not retaliate against them, but instead continually persuaded both men to focus on the greater picture. At this moment, a map lay spread out before this group of men. Ever since Liang Shidu had learned that the Tang army was advancing, he had been sleeping in his armor. Pointing at the Buffalo Ridge with his finger, he said, The Tang general must still be on the Yenzhou side. And with the recent temperature rise, the snow on the ground has almost completely melted. Their general should soon lead his troops over. I already understand their intentions. They aim to encircle Shuafeng City before Jia Li comes to our aid, then lay an ambush in the rear to intercept Jia Li's army, dealing them a serious blow. But of course, I've already thought of what they've thought of. But they will probably still keep some troops stationed in Yenzhou, while a large part of their forces have already reached our Xia Prefecture. Thus, this time, General Chai will not have brought many men, no more than 4,000, perhaps, and there won't be any cavalry among them. Liang Shidu moistened his throat and continued immediately. If we move quickly, we can ambush General Chai on his way to Xia Prefecture, driving him back to Yenzhou, or even wiping out his entire force. Once we do that, the soldiers who have already arrived at Xia Prefecture will scatter like disorganized sand. We simply need to hold our defenses and wait for assistance from Jia Li. If General Chai wants to come to Xia Prefecture this time, he will definitely have to pass through Buffalo Ridge. General Liang, you lead 6,000 cavalry to lie in ambush here. Once General Chai appears, give him a crushing blow. If this operation succeeds, the Tang soldiers will fall apart like scattered sand, and naturally we will be able to hold out until reinforcements from Jia Li arrive. Then there will be nothing for us to fear. Unless they send another massive army, our time will still be significantly prolonged. If absolutely necessary, we can even summon the Turkic forces and fight them until both sides are destroyed. Once the Turkic army arrives, Li Cheng of the Tang Dynasty won't dare act recklessly either. After all, he has only recently taken power. Although our food supply is scarce, theirs must be similar to ours, so there is no need to worry. General Liang, whether or not Shuafang City can be preserved depends entirely on you this time. Liang Luoren replied solemnly, nodding his head, leading 6,000 cavalry to ambush over 4,000 infantrymen. We certainly should win. But I still fear that General Chai might have already anticipated this. Liang Shidu smiled knowingly and continued. I have already considered this possibility, so I will send 500 cavalry to pretend to ambush him at a riverbank along his path forward. This will force General Chai to hurry through Buffalo Ridge. This way, we can ambush him exactly inside Buffalo Ridge itself. Ideally, Buffalo Ridge will become the final resting place for General Chai. Hearing this, Liang Luoren nodded and said, that would indeed be ideal. Then I will immediately arrange people to collect grain first, and in half a stick of incense's time, proceed to Buffalo Ridge and lie in ambush for General Chai. Remember, make sure the soldiers hide themselves well and do not scare General Chai away prematurely. Understood. Immediately afterward, Liang Shidu turned his gaze to Exine Liaoer and said, General Exine, please trouble yourself to lead 500 cavalry to that riverside to pretend to ambush General Chai's forces. If General Chai insists on chasing you, then simply retreat directly back to Shuafang City. Chapter 158. Ambush at Buffalo Ridge. When Liang Shidu ordered Exine Liaoer to lead 500 cavalry to pretend to ambush near the riverside, Exine Liaoer's expression immediately changed. Wasn't this a clear attempt to weaken his forces? If he were allowed to remain in Shuafang City, he would command at least 9,000 troops. However, after being sent out by Liang Shidu, he was left with only 500 cavalrymen. Cursing Liang Shidu as a cunning trickster in his heart, Exine Liaoer had no choice but to lead the 500 cavalrymen out. Not yet reaching the riverside, Exine suddenly signaled the troops to stop advancing. He pulled his personal guard close and ordered, no need to go further ahead. You must immediately head toward Yenzhou and deliver a message to General Chai on my behalf. Before Exine Liaoer could finish speaking, his guard was already shocked and blurted out, Sir Exine, are you also planning to surrender to the Tang Dynasty? Exine Liaoer slightly frowned and replied, this Shuafang City is surely going to be breached by the Tang army. I, Feng Rue, and Zheng Bao have already discussed this secretly long ago. Zheng Bao didn't hesitate and seized the opportunity to defect to the Tang. Now Liang Shidu has sent us outside the city, and we must also seize this opportunity. I won't die alongside Liang Shidu. Moreover, this wretched scoundrel frequently invites the Turks to invade, massacre, loot, and plunder. I've tolerated him for far too long. When you meet General Chai, inform him that there are 6,000 cavalrymen lying in ambush for him at Buffalo Ridge. Then have him arrange more than 1,000 cavalrymen to pursue us, chasing us all the way to the southern gate of Shuafang City. At that time, I will seize the opportunity to seize control of the southern gate and present it to General Chai as a gift of allegiance. Although I may be a reckless brute, I still remember the sufferings these common people have endured. I know they can no longer withstand the horrors of war. His personal guard then asked, but Sir Exine, what will become of General Zheng once we leave? Exine Liaoer said indifferently, as for him, I can't control his fate. Though he thinks things through meticulously, he's too cowardly. Unless a blade is at his throat, he won't even know which side he should stand on. When Shuafang City is on the verge of being captured, that's when he will finally understand where he belongs, and might even kill Liang Shidu with his own hands in hopes of preserving his life with the Tang Dynasty. No more questions. Go now? The lives of me and my brothers depend on you. Feng Rue must be in a dire situation now. He wants to surrender to the Tang, but cannot escape from Shuafang City. May he be safe. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately set off toward General Chai. General Chai and his troops had already traveled 50 li toward Shanzhou. Chai took out a map he had copied from Nanfeng earlier and spread it open, suddenly seeming to notice something. Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed, damn it. Nanfeng remained calm and asked, what happened? What's wrong? Chai raised his hand and shouted, halt the advance. Only after the entire army had stopped did he turn to Nanfeng and say, Nanfeng, we are moving forward with such a small force. Unless Liang Shidu is a fool, he will certainly ambush us. Nanfeng smiled slightly and said, General Chai, finally you've noticed this issue. In fact, I had already mentioned it. When did you mention it? Chai asked, puzzled. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall when Nanfeng had brought it up. Seeing that Chai had completely forgotten, Nanfeng began explaining. At our current pace, we will need about 2 more days to reach Buffalo Ridge. However, Shuafang City is somewhat closer to Buffalo Ridge, and they can reach there quickly on horseback. Therefore, they can arrive at Buffalo Ridge within just a few hours, where they could lie in ambush for us. Shuafang City can have no more than a little over 20,000 troops in total, and over 10,000 of them must be kept behind to defend the city. That means Liang Shidu can send at most 10,000 soldiers to ambush us, and they must be cavalry. However, he doesn't have nearly that many cavalry troops. At most, he can gather only 6,000, and the only suitable spot for an ambush is Buffalo Ridge. Hearing this, Shui Wanjun slightly furrowed his brows and said, if we can think of this, then Liang Shidu should also have realized it. I believe he won't choose Buffalo Ridge for the ambush. Rather, he will select some place we haven't considered. Nanfeng waved his hand and said, that's impossible. He can only ambush us at Buffalo Ridge. At most, he will pretend to be there first, feigning an ambush near Buffalo Ridge, and then station his main forces at Buffalo Ridge itself. In this way, we will be misled, and then he can catch us off guard. General Chai nodded slightly and said, just now my mind was filled with thoughts about the crossbows. I was too excited. Good thing I remembered this in time. I will immediately send people to Buffalo Ridge to deal with them. Nan Feng smiled and said, enough. No need for all that. By the time you finish arranging, the meal will have gone cold. I've already spoken to Lian Shiji about this earlier. By now, Lian Shiji should already be on his way. He will lead 5,000 cavalrymen to circle behind Buffalo Ridge. Then our troops and Lian Shiji's forces will surround Liang Shida's cavalry like dumplings. There's no way they can escape, even with wings. General Chai looked at Nan Feng with admiration and said, Nan Feng, you're really impressive. The more I look at you, the more I like what I see. If only I had a beautiful daughter, I would definitely marry her off to you. Don't pull that on me. Can you stop trying to seduce me with beauty all the time? Shui Wanjun also smiled and said, ahem, Nan Feng, the suggestion I made to you this morning. Have you given it any thought? Nan Feng asked in confusion. Suggestion? What suggestion? You know, that I should marry one of the girls from your family. Even if she's been married before, it's fine. Black lines immediately appeared across Nan Feng's face. He replied sternly, do you also want a pair of black eyes? If you do, just say so directly. No need to beat around the bush like this. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanjun quickly slipped away. In the evening, a scout soldier soon returned with new intelligence. Report. General Chai, ahead I encountered a cavalryman from Shuafang City, and he is now approaching our forces. Chapter 159, The Battle of Buffalo Ridge. Shui Wanjun had already gone to arrange the setting up of the camp, when General Chai slightly furrowed his brows and said, that cavalry from Shuafang City? Send a few brothers to bring him over, but don't harm him yet. Half an incense sticks time later, several cavalry soldiers returned with the man from Shuafang City and stood before General Chai. Then, the personal guard of General Xin repeated to General Chai exactly what Xin Liao had said. After hearing the words of Xin's guard, General Chai smiled knowingly and muttered to himself, I knew that this scoundrel Liang Shidu would definitely set up an ambush for us. Haha, let me show you what it feels like to try to steal a chicken and lose a handful of rice. When I cripple Liang Luo, this scoundrel will know regret. After releasing Xin's guard, General Chai turned to Nan Feng and asked, Nan Feng, do you think what General Xin said is worth trusting? Nan Feng nodded and replied, what he said should all be true. We will know when we arrive at Buffalo Ridge. From what I know, Lu Zhongbao and Xin Liao are close friends, but Lu Zhongbao had already surrendered to us long ago, so Xin Liao must feel the same way. That's also the reason Liang Shidu sent him out, merely trying to weaken his strength. If we can weaken his forces this time and drive him out of the city and he still doesn't surrender to the Tang Dynasty, then Liang Shidu will re-employ him only then. Alright, let's wait and see when we reach Buffalo Ridge tomorrow. The next morning, before the sun had risen, General Chai led the army out. It wasn't until afternoon that they arrived within 2 li of Buffalo Ridge. Buffalo Ridge wasn't a well-known location, but it was an ideal spot for setting up an ambush. When they reached the riverside described by General Xin, General Chai sent out 2,000 cavalry to pretend chasing down General Xin's group, reducing their force to just 3,000 men. At this moment, the soldiers from Liang's forces who had hidden themselves on Buffalo Ridge were already restless and impatient. A secret scout returned and reported the situation to Liang Luoren. After hearing this report, Liang Luoren said excitedly, so the famous General Chai is nothing special after all, daring to come to Xia Prefecture with only 5,000 men. If this ambush goes well, their aggressive campaign to attack us will end here, and we will enjoy peace for a few more years. Huda, you lead 2,000 cavalry forward to cut them to pieces, while I lead the remaining forces to block their retreat. Let them have no way to return. Liang Luoren kept most of the troops with himself, while sending fewer soldiers to confront the vast majority of enemy forces, clearly showing how cowardly he was. Huda, however, didn't notice anything suspicious and immediately led 2,000 soldiers charging forward while shouting loudly. Seeing the fierce attack of Liang's troops, General Chai snorted disdainfully and said, out of their own league. Light the smoke signal. Despite the sudden charge from Liang's forces, the Tang soldiers didn't panic at all. They calmly aimed their upgraded crossbows and fired. Instantly, more than 100 enemies were sent flying. Those unlucky ones fell off their horses and were trampled repeatedly by the horses behind them. Meanwhile, once the blue powder was ignited, a thick white smoke rose into the sky. Lian Shiji, who had been waiting for a long time on Buffalo Ridge, spat out the horse's tail grass he had been chewing between his teeth and shouted loudly, all of you, go all out. Beat Liang's army so badly their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Liang Luoren hadn't circled around behind General Chai yet, but was instead watching the battle unfold from a distance, his face filled with shock. Why do these soldiers look so calm and unshaken? Why have they lit the smoke signal? Could it be that I've fallen into their trap? At this moment, Nan Feng had already led 2,000 soldiers secretly to Liang Luoren's right flank. Raising his Ba Wangji, he charged directly at Liang Luoren. Seeing this, Liang Luoren immediately reacted and his face turned deathly pale. Damn it, we've fallen into their trap. This bastard, General Chai really is cunning. Everyone act now. Break through the encirclement. In this moment of crisis, one of Liang Luoren's personal guards said, General Liang, they don't outnumber us. Why should we fear them? How can they possibly defeat us with fewer men? Liang Luoren's face flushed with anger as he roared, stop your nonsense. Break through the encirclement now. Lingering in battle brings no good result. They might have reinforcements coming while we have none. Riding at the front atop his red hair horse, Nanfeng shouted loudly without forgetting to announce, "Leave Liang Luoren alive. I have use for him yet." Liang Luoren had already begun retreating under the protection of his cavalry, desperately trying to break through Nanfeng's encirclement. After the two armies clashed, sparks flew as swords and blades struck each other, and blood splattered as high as 3 feet. Nanfeng, wielding his Ba Wangji, charged wildly through the battlefield. No one could withstand even a single strike from him. In no time, Nanfeng had carved a huge breach in the enemy ranks. Witnessing this scene, Liang Luoren was so terrified his whole body trembled. His face deathly pale, he turned to his personal guard and asked, "Who exactly is that man? Probably not even 1,000 men combined could withstand such a beating." "I don't recognize him either, sir." "Don't waste any more time. Break through the encirclement now." After shouting this command, Liang Luoren fled on horseback. However, directly in front of his escape route, Lian Shiji had already arrived with 5,000 cavalry soldiers. Seeing this, Liang Luoren's heartbeat quickened drastically. His personal guard beside him urgently cried out, "General Liang, we have already fallen into General Chai's trap. Do you think I don't have eyes of my own? Don't engage them head-on. We go left." As soon as Liang Luoren finished speaking, Lian Shiji raised both his arms and signaled left and right. Instantly, 2 groups of 1,500 soldiers each peeled off from his forces and moved to encircle the enemy from both flanks. He had no intention of letting Liang Luoren escape. At this moment, Liang Luoren's heart had already gone ice cold. Now he was in a dilemma not only from above and below, but also increasingly trapped from both left and right. At this very moment, Nanfeng, charging wildly through the battlefield, reached Lian Shiji's side and shouted, "You take your 2,000 cavalry to help General Chai. I can handle things here alone. Remember, send them all straight to hell." "Understood." Lian Shiji responded excitedly, then immediately led his cavalry to assist General Chai. Chapter 160. Raising tigers may lead to disaster? On the battlefield of Yunyiling, the battle led by Huoda was also extremely fierce. Suddenly, he saw another 2,000 cavalry charging from behind his own troops. His face instantly turned deathly pale as he shouted in panic, "Quickly! Whoever cuts down General Chai's head will become the ultimate victor." General Chai, holding a large long saber, shouted recklessly, "Come on! If you have the guts, come at me." Beside General Chai stood 200 elite bodyguards with exceptional martial skills, tightly protecting him, for Chai was the overall commander of this war. Without him, the entire army would become a disorganized mess, unable to create any real impact. Liang Luoren had been driven to the edge with nowhere to turn, and could only clench his teeth and say, "I don't care anymore. If I can take one person down with me, I haven't lost. If I take 2, I actually gain 1. Brothers, attack." As he spoke, Liang Luoren's cavalry clashed with Nanfeng's. However, the situation was completely one-sided. Liang's 4,000 cavalry had absolutely no chance to retaliate, and were relentlessly crushed. Nanfeng remained completely alone, riding solo, and wherever his Ba Wangji, Tyrant Halberd, swung, no one could survive. After casually flinging one enemy into the air, Nanfeng turned his eyes toward Liang Luoren and charged straight toward him. Seeing this, Liang's heart almost leapt out of his chest as he screamed fearfully, "Quickly! Stop him! Don't let him come over!" Dozens of personal guards rushed at Nanfeng like moths to a flame, yet they had absolutely no effect and couldn't even slow him down. Soon, Nanfeng had already reached Liang Luoren. Panicking, Liang lunged toward Nanfeng with a long spear. But Nanfeng effortlessly grabbed the spear mid-attack. With a twist of his hands, he threw Liang Luoren flying. Liang screamed loudly as he crashed hard onto the ground. Nanfeng, uncaring about his condition, grabbed Liang's collar and calmly carved a bloody path through the crowd. With their own general captured, Liang's forces completely collapsed. Many soldiers threw their weapons onto the ground and fled in panic. Then Nanfeng roared loudly, "Those who want to survive, stop resisting and kneel with your hands on your heads." Hearing Nanfeng's voice, the soldiers immediately dropped their weapons and placed their hands tightly on their heads, not daring to move. Fortunately, these soldiers were not from foreign tribes. Otherwise, Nanfeng would never have shown such mercy, and would instead have slaughtered them all. These were people of the same bloodline, and as long as they were willing to stop resisting, they could be spared and still be a considerable asset. In no time, all 4,000 of Liang Luoren's troops had surrendered and were kneeling in place, waiting. General Lu then came to lead them all to a designated location. Nanfeng lifted Liang Luoren up, threw him onto the ground, and commanded his guards, "Make sure he is securely guarded. Clean up the battlefield." Before long, the battlefield was cleared clean, leaving behind only bloodstains to show that a great battle had just taken place. Shui Wanjun approached General Chai and said, "General Chai, this battle cost us the lives of 193 soldiers, but over 2,000 enemy soldiers went to hell, and thousands were captured." Chai was quite satisfied as he said, "This battle was executed flawlessly. Let the soldiers rest here. We will move out after 1 incense stick burns. Bring Liang Luoren here." General Liang's reputation had now become nothing but a name, for his troops were either dead or surrendered, leaving only himself behind. 2 soldiers dragged Liang Luoren to where Nanfeng and General Chai stood, forcing him to his knees. Liang knew death was unavoidable this time, and turned his head to gaze in the direction of Shuafeng City, determined to face death with dignity. Looking at him disdainfully, General Chai said, "Humph, knowing death is upon you, why still pretend to be so proud? Deep inside, you are terribly afraid of death. You're just faking it, and you can't fake this. Still turning his head away, Liang Luoren chuckled. Haha, I still want to act proud. So what? We are born once, and this time I was just unlucky. In a few decades, I will become a hero again, and you can't do anything about it. Ha ha ha. Shui Wanjun also spoke with disdain. Now that you've been defeated, you still have the heart to laugh so joyfully? Are you a fool? Hearing this, Liang Luoren snorted angrily, then closed his mouth and said nothing. General Lu then asked, General Chai, what should we do with this person? General Chai waved his hand indifferently and said, he's not a good person, nor is he famous. His ability in leading troops is terrible. Someone like him is of no use to our Tang Dynasty. Just drag him out and execute him quickly. Don't let him irritate me further. Hearing General Chai's words, although Liang Luoren had already prepared himself mentally, he was still so frightened that his entire body broke out in cold sweat, and his heart seemed to stop beating. For the first time, he truly felt how close death was. At this moment, Nanfeng stepped forward and said loudly, stop. After saying that, Nanfeng approached General Chai's side and whispered in his ear, General Chai, let me handle this person. How about that? General Chai didn't ask anything and agreed without hesitation. Fine, do whatever you want with him. Hearing General Chai's approval, Nanfeng turned around and said, Lian Shiji, go get a horse for him, and leave him a bit of dry food. Let him return to Shuafeng City by himself. What? Everyone present was shocked by Nanfeng's words. General Chai was even angrier and said, we finally managed to capture him. Why should we let him go? That would be like raising tigers. Only trouble will follow. Nanfeng calmly replied, everyone, please stay calm. Do you think he looks like a tiger? To me, no matter how capable he may be, he can never escape my palm. General Chai, you can rest assured. I'm releasing him for a reason of my own. Let me explain more thoroughly to you later. How about that? Chapter 161, Letting Liang Luoren Go. Hearing Nanfeng say that he had his own reasons for doing so, General Chai could only nod in agreement and said, very well then, you may handle it as you see fit. I support your decision. But Shui Wanjun angrily said, this is someone we worked extremely hard to capture. How can you let him go so easily? Nanfeng, did your brain get slammed in a door? Nanfeng gave him a calm, disdainful glance and said, speaking recklessly, do you really want more trouble with your health? Or would you rather take some lessons from General Yuqi? At that, Shui Wanjun dared not say another word. Lian Shiji and Lu Lanqing also seemed eager to speak, but held back, afraid of the consequences. If even Shui Wanjun had been put in his place so thoroughly, how dare they challenge Nanfeng? At this moment, Liang Luoren was visibly shocked. He even pinched the palm of his hand to see if it hurt. After realizing it did hurt quite a bit, he hesitantly asked, you really intend to let me go back? Are you questioning me? Lian Shiji, go get things ready for him. Understood. With that, Lian Shiji quickly went to prepare what Nanfeng had ordered. Soon after, he returned with a horse already packed with enough rations to last over a day. He then handed the reins to Liang Luoren. Seeing Liang awkwardly clutching the reins, Nanfeng irritably said, don't worry, the food isn't poisoned. Now get lost before I change my mind, and you regret it. At that, Liang Luoren quickly mounted the horse, bowed to Nanfeng, and rode off immediately. Letting Liang Luoren return to Shuafeng City was only beneficial to the Tang army without any downside. If instead of sending him back, they had executed him on the spot, attacking Shuafeng might have cost many more Tang soldiers their lives. Nanfeng was well aware of history. In the end, Liang Luoren would inevitably kill Liang Shidu and surrender the entire city to the Tang Dynasty. That's why Nanfeng decided to let him return to Shuafeng. Once Liang Luoren killed Liang Shidu, the Tang would not have to expend such great effort in conquering the city. After finishing all arrangements, the army resumed its march. Suddenly recalling that Nanfeng had promised an explanation, General Chai and Shui Wanjun hurried over to where Nanfeng was. As soon as they approached, Nanfeng spoke first. Killing Liang Luoren would not achieve much, but letting him return to Shuafeng would earn him our favor. From the look of him, he fears death greatly and values his own life dearly. Surely he would feel gratitude toward those who spared his life. When we march on Shuafeng, perhaps he will even help us, perhaps even turn against Liang Shidu. Maybe we won't have to lift a finger, and he will hand us the city himself by killing Liang Shidu. This man is no fool, quite the opposite. He thinks things through carefully. He may very well see this as a golden opportunity to save his own life and maintain his wealth and status. This time, we may not even need 30 days to take Shuafeng City. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Shui Wanjun frowned and said, we shouldn't be so certain of something that hasn't yet happened. What if things don't turn out as you expect? General Chai also added, we shouldn't underestimate Liang Shidu too much. After all, his forces are strong. If he defends the city to the last, there's no way we could take Shuafeng so quickly. Nanfeng gave a sneaky smile and said, then let's make a bet. What do you say? A wager on whether or not I can take Shuafeng within 30 days. At the idea of a bet, both General Chai and Shui Wanjun immediately shook their heads and said, we've both been feeling unwell lately, so let's skip the wager. Lu Lanqing looked at the two men in confusion, puzzled as to how being in poor health related to making a bet. Nanfeng said mockingly, how pathetic. If you have such little courage, how do you dare lead an army on the battlefield? General Chai, shamelessly smiling, replied, say whatever you want. Right now I just want to understand one thing. How exactly will you take Shuafeng in 30 days? Nanfeng looked up to the sky mysteriously and said, in another 10 days or so, Heaven will bring a calamity upon Shuafeng, an event powerful enough to help us defeat Liang Shidu. A calamity? The group instantly widened their eyes in shock, while General Chai said in disbelief, Nanfeng, you must have a pretty good relationship with Wei Zhong, right? Why do you say that? General Chai stared intently at Nanfeng and said, because he used to be a quack fortune teller too. It's because you associated closely with him that you've picked up all these superstitious tricks. But even if you're making a prophecy, you can't just make things up. This isn't a child's game. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng sighed helplessly and said, if you don't believe me, forget it. In about 10 more days, a disaster will definitely strike Shuafeng City. We'll just wait and see. Hearing these words, General Chai and the others didn't feel comfortable saying anything more. After waiting another 10 days, they would know whether this was true or false. On the other side, Liang Luoren fled all night and finally returned to Shuafeng City at dawn the next day. When Liang Shidu saw his miserable appearance, he hurriedly asked, Luoren, how did the ambush go? Why have you returned alone? Where are your men? Liang Luoren sighed heavily and said, gone. They're all gone. General Chai was extremely cunning. They seemed to have already known that we would be ambushing them at Buffalo Ridge, so instead, we were the ones who got ambushed. My men did their best to protect me before I could escape. Are you joking with me? At this moment, Liang Shidu felt as if 5 thunderbolts had struck his heart, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Did thousands of soldiers just vanish into nothingness? Liang Shidu tightly gripped both of Liang Luoren's shoulders, shaking him violently while roaring. The number of soldiers General Chai leads is fewer than the number you took with you, yet you've managed to lose every single one of them to General Chai's hands. Tell me, how did you lead your troops? Chapter 162, Besieged. Liang Luoren was also extremely angry, but he could only restrain his fury and said, we don't have as many troops as General Chai. On the contrary, General Chai's army is nearly twice the size of ours. How can we fight under these circumstances? And he ambushed me from both front and rear. I barely managed to break through the encirclement and return here. If it were you yourself in that situation, do you think you could defeat them? Upon hearing Liang Luoren's words, Liang Shidu slumped directly onto his throne, angrily pounded the table twice, and then groaned. Ah, this is entirely my fault. I was too careless, and now this big mistake has happened. Never mind. You can rest assured, Khitan reinforcements will arrive soon. It should only take about half a month. They will bring us a large amount of military rations. With these supplies, we'll have enough food to last 5 or 6 months. Urgent report. A cavalryman came without delay to stand before Liang Shidu and delivered the intelligence he had gathered. This report came from the southern gate of the city. At this moment, Liang Shidu felt very anxious, desperately hoping no more problems would arise. If anything else went wrong, the huge city of Shua would likely become impossible to defend. The messenger bowed and reported, Your Majesty, General Xin has seized control of Shua's southern gate and has submitted to the Tang Dynasty. General Zhao, who was originally responsible for defending the southern city, has already been killed by General Xin. Large numbers of Tang forces have now taken over Shua's southern gate. Heaven forbid. Liang Shidu roared furiously. General Xin is nothing but a wild wolf that can never be tamed. I never expected much help from him. But how could he actually turn against me like this? My earlier suspicions were right all along. He must be the one who betrayed me. It was probably him who informed Chai Zhangjun about your ambush at the Buffalo Ridge. This rabid dog. If I could, I'd tear him apart limb from limb. Xin's betrayal came as a heavy blow to Liang Shidu. At this moment, a sudden realization seemed to come to him. His eyes gleamed coldly as he continued. My dear brother, the only person I can trust now is you. I believe Feng Rui also has divided loyalties. To prevent such betrayal from happening again, tonight you must personally lead several hundred soldiers to arrest him and lock him in prison. Hearing this, Liang Luoren simply nodded and answered, I obey your command. After hearing Liang Luoren's agreement, Liang Shidu patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry too much. As long as we can hold out for a while longer, the clouds will clear soon. The forces brought by General Chai are nowhere near enough for the Khitan soldiers to handle. Liang Luoren merely nodded after hearing this, and then left. Night had already fallen when Liang Luoren arrived with over 1,000 soldiers to surround Feng Rui's residence. However, Feng Rui put up no resistance at all and obediently allowed himself to be arrested. As Feng Rui was being taken to prison, Liang Luoren leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, General Feng, our defeat is imminent. How can such a cunning man as the Emperor ever expect the Khitan to actually come to our aid? By the time they arrive, Chai's army might have already wiped them out. Plus, due to the extremely low temperatures, many of our domesticated livestock have already frozen to death. We're still waiting for aid from Shalik. You might as well settle into prison for now. After some time, I'm sure you'll find a way to escape. Feng Rui merely chuckled and said, For a long time now, my nerves have been tightly wound. This will be like a vacation for my head. I'll go into prison and take good rest. General Liang, you must ensure the food is decent. Otherwise, if I'm reduced to only drinking porridge in there, I'll practically starve to death. Don't worry at all. I won't treat you badly. Upon hearing this, Feng Rui sighed and said, Sai, Lu Zhongbao, and Xin Ruer, those two bastards, really have good luck. They've got such a great opportunity. If I had met such an opportunity earlier, I might have already surrendered to the Tang Dynasty. Life here is simply unbearable. Liang Shidu could never have imagined that, at this moment, he had become a mere emperor with no real followers. All of his subordinates were secretly contemplating surrendering to the Great Tang. If he ever learned that even Liang Luoren had thoughts of betrayal, he would probably die from fury. At this very moment, the southern part of Shuo had already been captured by the Tang army. Although the southern city wasn't large in population, its loss had cut off one of Shuo's escape routes. Nevertheless, Shuo still had 3 other escape routes: the eastern, western, and southern gates. But recently, the troops stationed in these 3 gates had become uncertain and wavering in their loyalty. In recent days, General Chai had sent envoys nearly every day to persuade the commanders of those cities, telling them that Shuo was surely doomed. He also claimed that Liang Shidu had secretly allied with the Khitan, allowing Khitan soldiers to slaughter innocent civilians. As a result, these 3 gates had completely lost their will to fight. Although the commanders hadn't officially pledged loyalty to the Tang Dynasty, their soldiers were unwilling to fight against the Tang forces. General Chai and Nanfeng had completely surrounded Shuo City. Meanwhile, Shui Wanjun and General Liu had already set up ambushes in Helan Mountain with massive crossbows, waiting for the arrival of the Khitan forces. For the Khitans to reach Xiazhou, it would be extremely difficult. Only this perilous mountain pass in Helan Mountain allowed entry, making it the perfect place for an ambush. Right now, the number of soldiers surrounding Shuo had already reached 50,000. Normally in war, a force would dwindle over time, but under Nanfeng's command, the army seemed to grow stronger by the day. At this point, Shuo City was tightly encircled, no one could escape from within. As for the remaining 3 small cities outside Shuo, each day was filled with fear and anxiety. Nanfeng had specially brought several large trebuchets and periodically launched massive stones into the cities. At the same time, he continuously urged the defenders to surrender. These tactics were proving extremely effective. The morale of the defending soldiers had completely collapsed. Inside Nanfeng's tent, after several days of effort, he had finally finished copying the entire Benchao Gongmu. Just as he closed the final book, a voice from the system rang out. Congratulations on completing the masterpiece Benchao Gongmu. This work will bring enormous contributions to medicine in the Great Tang. You are hereby rewarded with 6 million contribution points. Please always remember your original aspirations and continue to forge ahead. What the hell? When will I finally be able to live a peaceful and comfortable life? Every time it's just a reminder to stay true to my original mission. Buangchuxin, Buangchuxin. Sigh. Chapter 163, The Tiger Picture. Nanfeng kept crying out in complaint, but the system secretary ignored him and instead fell silent. Nanfeng was truly impressed by this system, silently cursing it as a useless piece of junk that didn't fulfill its duties at all. Everything had to be figured out by himself, with absolutely no guidance or hints. General Chai had somehow arrived beside him without notice and, wearing a wide grin, said, Hehe, I've seen you writing on this compendium of Materia Medica for quite some time. I'm very curious about its contents. May I borrow it for a quick read? Nanfeng simply threw the book to General Chai and replied, Here, take it and read. Just bring it back to me tomorrow. Sigh, this place, Shuofang, is really too boring. It has neither mountains nor rivers. The only thing one can do here is play with sand. It's really too dull. Hearing Nanfeng's complaints, General Chai couldn't help but say, If you really find it so boring, why not just lead the troops to conquer a few small towns near Shuofang? That would definitely make things more interesting, especially the eastern town. If you can capture that, there won't be any doubt left about winning this war. Nanfeng shook his head like a drum and replied, Better not. Do I look like someone who's proactive? Anyway, it's fine. Even without attacking those small towns first, taking Shuofang City itself shouldn't be that hard. Once we capture the main city, those small towns won't be able to resist much longer. They'll all rush to submit to us. General Chai suddenly exclaimed in shock, Holy crap, did you really write all this yourself? Weren't you watching me write it for several days already? Do you think anyone else could write this for me? This is simply amazing. So many illnesses that are difficult to cure, or previously had no cures at all. You found methods to treat them all? And you even drew images of some unknown medicinal herbs that look exactly like the real ones. Nanfeng, I think if you chose painting as a career, you'd be fantastic at it. Wait, no, don't go. Let me ask you for a painting first. Saying this, General Chai immediately placed the book down and ran off. About half a stick of incense time later, General Chai came running back with sweat on his face, holding brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and some pigments. General Chai placed all the items he brought back in front of Nanfeng, then said joyfully, Brother Nanfeng, do me a painting and let me take it back to show off. How does that sound? Nanfeng raised his hand and spread all 5 fingers wide, then said with a sly grin, Well, it's not a problem, really. How about 5,000 taels of silver per painting? My painting skills will surely shock you. What do you think? General Chai was stunned for a moment, then angrily exclaimed, You're even more of a crooked merchant than those crooked merchants out there. How dare you ask such an outrageous price? Nanfeng casually looked through the pigments and responded, Come on, General Chai. This is actually a low price. You won't be losing a single coin, I guarantee. If, after I finish painting, you think it's not good enough, I won't charge you at all. What do you say? Deal or no deal? Just tell me. After a moment of deep thought, General Chai finally made a decision with determination. Fine then. You can start drawing right away. If I think it's a good painting, I'll buy it for 5,000 taels of silver. General Chai was truly fascinated with calligraphy and painting and also greatly appreciated musical arts. Upon hearing General Chai's agreement, Nanfeng spread out the rice paper and started grinding the ink, ready to start his work. But just as he was about to start painting, Nanfeng suddenly recalled something and asked, General Chai, what kind of painting would you like from me? It took General Chai quite a while to think before he replied, I love landscape paintings, but I'm also deeply fond of beast-themed artwork. If you can create a painting that includes both, something I truly love, I'd be willing to sell off all my family assets to buy it. Without the slightest hesitation about spending money he seemingly had too much of, Nanfeng started painting immediately after learning the general's preference. He made a few brushstrokes on the left side, then dipped into the pigments and dabbed repeatedly on the right. General Chai stared intently the entire time, but he couldn't figure out what Nanfeng was doing. Finally, he spoke up, "You'd better not be cheating me here. I'm really serious about buying this painting from you. Yet, you're just drawing on the left and dabbing here and there. What exactly are you painting? Keep your mouth shut. If you can't understand, go stand somewhere else. Or you could just read the Compendium of Materia Medica again. Haven't you noticed that I'm trying to concentrate on painting here?" Hearing this, General Chai had no choice but to give up and pick up the book once again, reading it with resignation. After about a stick of incense time, Nanfeng stretched lazily and gazed at his painting with great satisfaction. He then spoke, "Completing this painting nearly wore me out completely. Would it be too much to ask for 10,000 taels of silver? General Chai, you'd better take a look quickly. If you're satisfied, it's time to pay up." General Chai hurried closer to examine the painting. As soon as he saw it, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen like a statue, staring intensely at the artwork. The painting depicted mountains and rivers, strange rocks, and forests. On the mountain was a vividly drawn tiger, and behind the tiger's back was a fox smirking slyly. At the edge of the woods, several small antelopes were fleeing into the forest. General Chai carefully examined every corner of the painting, not wanting to miss anything. After a while, he spoke excitedly. "This is absolutely miraculous. Who would have thought your painting skills could be this extraordinary? I now admire you wholeheartedly. The realism you've achieved is astounding. There might be only a few painters in the Tang Dynasty capable of rivaling you. This tiger exudes overwhelming majesty, while the little fox behind it appears cunning and mocking, as if using the tiger's might to intimidate others. It's especially meaningful. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. 5,000 taels of silver? I'll sell all my assets to get you this amount." Nanfeng smiled mischievously and said, "Well, it's no longer 5,000 taels anymore. Let's triple that price. At 5,000 taels, my talent would have been severely underrated." Upon hearing this, General Chai immediately roared in anger. "So you're just going back on your word? It was only 5,000 taels a moment ago, and now you're directly tripling the price. Is this how you play?" Nanfeng smoothly wrote the 3 large characters, the tiger picture, in the blank space at the upper right corner, and then spoke again. "What about now? Isn't this price worth it? It really does look like an incredible bargain. But you originally said just 5,000 taels of silver. Going back on your promise is simply wrong." Chapter 164, Great Victory at Helan Mountain. Hearing that General Chai was unwilling to buy at a high price, Nanfeng continued, "How about this then? I'll also write one of my poems on it, and then sell it to you for double the base price of 5,000 taels of silver." Saying that, he picked up the brush and started writing. Brave as a tiger outwardly, its sharp claws and fangs exposed. Though its human-like form seems weak, wisdom and cleverness lie hidden within. Relying on outward strength can be overturned, but what's hidden deep inside is immeasurable. A heroic heart is decisive and bold, confident without suspicion. Old foxes are crafty, strong in deceit, stealing the tiger's might. After finishing the poem, Nanfeng uniquely signed his name at the end, Li Yutong. After completing everything, Nanfeng lifted the painting and turned toward General Chai, saying, "Now the original 5,000 has tripled, so I'll sell it to you for 15,000 taels of silver. Deal or no deal? If not, I'm going to destroy this painting, and I mean it." General Chai was completely stunned. Who could afford such skyrocketing prices? Nanfeng wore a satisfied grin, happily thinking, "If this painting gets sold to General Chai, he'll definitely keep promoting me. Then there'll be a fortune to make later. Drawing a painting in my spare time would be enough for me to spend lavishly for months." General Chai glared at Nanfeng furiously and snapped, "Going back on your word, with no integrity at all. Who would dare buy anything from you ever again? 5,000 taels would already be a huge sum for me, and yet you've multiplied it threefold directly. Even if you sold me off, I wouldn't get that much money." Nanfeng chuckled and then said, "What if I think of a way for you then?" "Doubtful," General Chai replied. "What kind of solution could you possibly think of? The best one would just be for you to lower the price. My suggestion is simple. Have a look and then decide not to buy." Upon hearing this, General Chai almost lost his balance and insisted stubbornly, "I can only go up to 5,000 taels of silver anyway. If that's not enough, then forget it." At that, Nanfeng could only reluctantly agree, saying, all right. You're broke, but still act so righteous. The painting is yours." General Chai nearly jumped in excitement and gently wrapped his arms around the painting, as if cradling his own grandson. Witnessing the scene, Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh and said, "General Chai, I'm sure this painting won't remain with you for long. It's bound to change owners soon." Startled by those words, General Chai quickly hid the painting behind his back and asked anxiously, "Why would you say that?" "It's not hard to figure out. This is actually my very first artwork. If the Emperor wants to see it for himself, what will you do then? When the Emperor asks for it, wouldn't you have to give it up anyway?" General Chai tried to reassure himself, "As long as you don't mention this, how would the Emperor ever find out? Besides, the Emperor only truly appreciates calligraphy, not paintings like this one. Even if it comes to worst, I'll just present the Emperor with piles of calligraphy instead. I must keep this painting at home. It shall be the treasured heirloom of my family forever." You truly have no sense of drama at all. At that, General Chai grinned and said, "Huh? I've heard that your musical skills are quite good. We're pretty free these days. Why don't you play a piece for me?" Instantly putting on a serious face, General Chai retorted, "Go amuse yourself. I'd be fine with you playing for a beautiful lady, but not for me. Not a chance, not even if you kill me." Just as the two were joking around, a messenger rushed in shouting, "Good news! Good news! Our army has achieved a great victory at Helan Mountain. General Chai, Master Nan, General Xue, and Lu successfully ambushed the Turkic troops at Helan Mountain. The enemy suffered over 1,000 casualties while our losses were only in the dozens. The Turkic forces were utterly crushed and driven back." Hearing this news, General Chai was overjoyed and loudly declared, "Today is indeed full of blessings. I've just acquired a great painting, and now comes this fantastic news. You go back and tell General Xue and Lu to make sure they hold Helan Mountain firmly. Don't let those Turkic brats anywhere near here again." Nanfang's brow slightly furrowed as he spoke. "That's completely unnecessary. Call them back with their troops. The Turks won't be coming back again, at least not this year. Their harvest has been poor and many of their livestock froze to death. After being beaten back, it'll take them quite some time to recover. If we keep them there any longer, we'll just be wasting our own forces." After understanding the situation, General Chai also spoke up, "That works. Then let General Xue and Lu come back. Just leave behind a few hundred cavalrymen and 2 or 3 giant crossbows. This is truly joyous news. No, I can't hold it in anymore. I must share this happiness with Liang Shidu. He has to be happy together with me, huh?" After the messenger left, both General Chai and Nan Feng had already put on their armors. Leading several thousand soldiers, they arrived beneath Shuafeng City. After raising his hand with a gesture, General Chai's personal guard shouted loudly, "Call Liang Shidu out. General Chai has important matters to discuss with him." Hearing this, Nan Feng burst into laughter. These two were mortal enemies. What could they possibly discuss? But to his surprise, Liang Shidu actually came out. Wrapping himself tightly, he stood atop the city gate and shouted, "Chai, old man, you're wasting your effort for nothing. No matter what happens, I will never surrender. Furthermore, the Turkic troops will soon come to help us. When that happens, it's you who'll be chased away. While you still have a chance, retreat now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you'll be beaten so badly that you'll lose control of yourselves. That would be so unseemly." Upon hearing this, General Chai burst out laughing. After laughing for quite a while, he finally said, "Liang, old man, you just keep being arrogant. But let me share some good news with you, to cheer you up a bit. The Turkic army you've been eagerly waiting for has indeed arrived. However, my troops have already driven them away. They were chased off so badly they were wailing and calling for their fathers and mothers. Forget about waiting for reinforcements. You're out of luck. Even if you wanted to surrender to me now, I wouldn't accept it. Just wait and see how I deal with you, haha." Upon hearing General Chai's words, Liang Shidu turned pale with shock. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Chapter 165. A Celestial Horse Plummets. Though Liang Shidu was extremely nervous at this moment, he still pretended to be calm and said, "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? Every soldier of the Tujue is valiant and skilled in battle. With just your small force, how could you possibly stand against the Tujue soldiers? If you're trying to scare me, you've still got a lot to learn, old Kai. I advise you to escape while you still can. Otherwise, don't cry later." Hearing these words, Nanfeng's brows knitted tightly. He spoke, "Someone, bring me a bow, the one with the longest range." A personal guard of Nanfeng responded, "Master Nan, the bow with the longest range we have can barely reach 300 paces. Bring it here anyway." Upon hearing Nanfeng's insistence, the guard brought him a large bow. Nanfeng took an arrow with feathers, loaded it onto the bowstring, aimed carefully at Liang Shidu, and released. However, the arrow plunged directly into the city wall when it reached the 300-pace mark. Seeing this, Liang Shidu burst into laughter and mockingly said, "You little brat, this place isn't for you. Go back to your mother's arms to drink milk. Enjoy your moment while you still can. Once your head rolls, you won't have the chance anymore." After saying this, Nanfeng no longer paid attention to him. Meanwhile, he secretly thought to himself that after returning to Chang'an, he must obtain a powerful bow with a much longer range. Then General Chai shouted, "Liang brat, what I've said is nothing but the truth. After a few days, you will believe me. We're leaving." So saying, General Chai immediately led his soldiers away. In the blink of an eye, for days had passed. General Xue had also returned with the ambushing soldiers. Many days had gone by, and now Liang Shidu was as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. The 2 US soldiers still hadn't arrived yet. He had no choice but to call Liang Luoren over, and with a heavy face, asked, "Brother, how many more days can our current food supplies last us?" "At most 30 more days. If the soldiers were the only ones eating, our provisions could last 5 or 6 months. However, there are still many refugees in the city. All of them are waiting hungrily for us to provide them with food." At this moment, Liang Shidu was extremely anxious and could only sigh bitterly, saying, "Is heaven itself against me this time? Let's hold on for a few more days. If the Tujue doesn't arrive even then, we shall abandon the city and break through directly toward Fengzhou. That way, General Kai will be powerless against us. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't be short of firewood. We'll have to do it this way." After hearing these words, Liang Luoren was stunned into silence. It seemed Liang Shidu was destined to meet his downfall. What General Kai had just said must have been the truth. He really must have driven back the Tujue soldiers. If so, Shuafeng was sure to fall. At this very moment, back at the military camp, General Kai and his men had begun to discuss their next move. Shui Wanjun looked at Nanfeng and said, Nanfeng, it's already been Shador days. Will the disaster you mentioned really happen? Moreover, you claimed you were confident in capturing Shuafeng City within 30 days. Can that really be done? Of course. Just believe in me. Just at that moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in and shouted, Major, you should quickly look at the sky outside. No sooner had this soldier finished speaking than a blinding light lit up the upper sky, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Nanfeng, however, remained calm and said, Speak of the devil and he appears. The disaster is arriving right now. High above, 10,000 meters up in the sky, a massive meteor was tearing through the heavens, trailing a long flame as it plummeted downward, radiating the blinding light. At that moment, everyone gazed up at the sky in awe, shock clearly written on their faces. From deep in their hearts, they felt a wave of fear. A celestial horse has fallen. It's a sign of the death of an emperor. No one knew exactly who had shouted it first, but soon the entire military camp had heard that an emperor was about to die. It must be Liang Shidu. Since the celestial horse has already fallen, this time for sure his grain supply is doomed. Heaven itself is blessing our Tang Dynasty. Although this falling meteor did not seem very large, its power was truly terrifying. It could easily destroy more than half the houses in Shuafeng City. Watching this scene, Nanfeng laughed and said, I told you about this disaster. It's arrived. This time, Liang Shidu will never rise again. At this moment, General Chai was swallowing hard repeatedly out of fear, his back soaked with cold sweat as he stared intently at Nanfeng and said, Nanfeng, tell me the truth. How did you know this disaster would definitely come? Shui Wanjun was also frightened. He quietly stepped a little farther away, no longer daring to stand too close to Nanfeng. However, Nanfeng did not answer their questions. Instead, he spoke, Be quiet. Don't talk about this yet. Listen carefully to this sound. The falling meteor was directly plunging toward Shuafeng City. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the ground beneath their feet as if it had jumped up and down. Fortunately, the builders of Shuafeng City had not cut corners. Otherwise, the city might have already collapsed from the tremor. After that blinding light faded away, a vast chorus of screams could be heard, sending chills down one's spine. This falling meteor was indeed a natural disaster, and its power was truly terrifying. At this very moment, Shuafeng City had already fallen into chaos far worse than a marketplace. Liang Shidu's chief minister hurriedly came to his side and said, Your Majesty, we have suffered a great disaster within the city, and the areas where we stored our grain supplies have all been crushed. Terrible, terrible. Your Majesty, countless buildings have collapsed within the city, many innocent civilians have died tragically, and many more people are now awaiting our aid. Hearing one wave of bad news after another, Liang Shidu's face had turned deathly pale. He sat motionless on the dragon throne with an empty gaze, muttering under his breath, Damn it, heaven itself is determined to destroy me this time. Throughout Shuafeng City, many civilians were loudly shouting, A celestial horse has fallen. The emperor has died. Liang Shidu is sure to perish. A celestial horse has fallen. The emperor has died. Shuafeng City will surely be lost. Chapter 166. Take Shuafeng City. Inside the military camp of the Tang Dynasty, Shui Wanjun trembled slightly as he said, This is a very good opportunity. We can seize this favorable moment and take Shuafeng City. Lu Lanqing also nodded in agreement, saying, I agree with General Shui's view. Right now they are busy saving themselves, so if we attack the city now, it would be a perfect opportunity. Once we take Shuafeng City, we can return to the capital in triumph. However, Nanfeng waved his hand and said, We don't need to go through such great trouble. Let's just stay here and wait for 3 days. Shuafeng City will definitely fall without our attacking it. If we launch a forced assault on Shuafeng City now, they might retaliate fiercely, which will cause us significant casualties. General Chai also nodded as he said, What Nanfeng says is quite reasonable. We don't need to spend so much effort and harm our men. Just wait a few days. If the people inside Shuafeng City have already run out of food, even if we don't attack them, they'll open the city gates to welcome us. All the people present looked at Nanfeng with stunned expressions, occasionally showing fear and at other times admiration. Because Nanfeng had predicted that a disaster would fall upon Shuafeng City within 10 days, and he was actually right. Right now the disaster was unfolding within the city. Staring intently at Nanfeng, General Chai asked, Nanfeng, how could you be so certain that a disaster would befall Shuafeng City? Everyone present looked at Nanfeng with curious expressions, waiting for his response. Nanfeng simply smiled and replied, It's simple, just a matter of calculation. General Chai, do you still remember what I told you about the coming locust plague? But our emperor didn't take the matter seriously at all. If ordinary civilians of the Tang Dynasty had started raising chickens, there would still be a solution. But now it might be difficult, because I calculated that there will be a massive number of locusts, so many that even if every household raises chickens, they still may not be able to eat all the locusts. At that time, the crops planted by civilians would definitely be completely devoured by the locusts. Then things will become truly dire. Upon hearing this news, General Chai also wore a solemn expression as he spoke. Do you have any solution to deal with this situation? Nanfeng helplessly shook his head and said, It's already too late now, because the temperature is gradually rising, and the young locusts have already begun to hatch. In a matter of months, they will start to spread destruction. If you ask me now for a solution, I can't think of one. We'll just have to wait and see how bad the locust plague becomes. Oh divine, show mercy upon our Tang Dynasty. General Chai shouted toward the sky, and everyone else present wore grim expressions. Then Nan Feng immediately added, to be sad before disaster has even come is the act of a fool. And besides, we're still in the middle of a war now. Let's refocus our attention on the battlefield, okay? Hearing this, General Chai regained his composure and said, I already believe in your prediction. I can only hope that the locust plague isn't too severe. Once we take Shuafang City, I will report this to His Majesty and only hope he will give this issue due attention. On the morning of the 4th day after the disaster hit Shuafang City, the city gates opened. Liang Luoren walked out holding a wooden box. He went directly to General Kai's presence. Nan Feng already knew that inside the box was Liang Shidu's head. He looked at General Chai with great pride and said, you see, didn't they kill Liang Shidu themselves? Wasn't I right? We don't even have to send in our troops to attack them. They'll just come and submit to us on their own. Upon hearing this, Liang Luoren was stunned for several seconds before helplessly speaking. Nan Feng, you actually predicted this already. You might not have foreseen that a few days ago a meteor also destroyed our granaries and ruined more than half of the stored food. Now we have no more food and can't hold on much longer. Lu Lansheng then coldly remarked, if this disaster hadn't occurred, you would have kept resisting, wouldn't you? Hearing this, Liang Luoren simply gave a sad smile and didn't say much else. After all, he was on the weaker side. General Chai looked at Liang Luoren for a moment and then said, General Liang, this means you've acted sensibly. I'll inform His Majesty about this matter. Right now, please accompany me back to the city to calm down the civilians. Nan Feng also went along, because he wanted to obtain the meteorite. Upon entering Shuafang City, Luoren sent 2 soldiers to lead Nan Feng to where the meteorite had fallen. Nan Feng immediately ordered people to dig out the meteorite deeply buried in the crater. After great effort, once it was dug out, Nan Feng looked at the meteorite with tremendous excitement, muttering to himself, this little piece is actually meteoric iron. What a truly pleasant surprise. Although the meteoric iron was not very large, only about the size of a palm, it still weighed at least 200 caddies. Nan Feng stared at the piece of meteoric iron, his eyes almost shining with excitement. This was truly an excellent forging material. However, he thought, there were probably very few people in the present Tang Dynasty capable of crafting a weapon from this meteoric iron. After taking full control of Shuafang City, the army rested briefly within the city, regaining their strength before preparing to return to the Tang Dynasty. The surrendered soldiers would also be taken back with them, and once they returned, these prisoners could be dispersed and reassigned. Before Nan Feng could even return to the Tang capital, a swordsman suddenly arrived at the military camp, asking specifically to meet Nan Feng. Nan Feng went to meet him, and the moment he saw the man's face, his expression turned dark and stormy, because this swordsman was exactly the same person from the last time. Nan Feng spoke coldly. You really never give up, do you? Coming right into my camp to find me. Don't you fear that I might execute you on the spot? The swordsman silently took out an invitation card from his own pocket and said calmly, it seems once again, Nandarin has achieved many remarkable feats of merit. That truly deserves congratulations. I have specially arranged a welcoming banquet for you, and I hope you will come to Jiawu tomorrow, where we can sit down and have a proper chat. Nan Feng grabbed the invitation but didn't bother opening it. Instead, he immediately held it to the flame of a candle and set it alight. Then, in a cold tone, he called out, where's my personal guard? Seize this thief immediately. At this, the swordsman did not seem nervous at all. Instead, he smiled and said, you'll definitely go to the banquet. Nan Feng raised a hand and stopped his guards. He asked, is that so? Why are you so certain? Nan Feng, the swordsman said, though your martial arts skills are strong, probably unmatched by many. What about your family members? Their martial arts abilities aren't as formidable as yours. Chapter 167, a special way of welcoming guests. Upon hearing the swordsman dare to threaten his family, Nan Feng's eyes were instantly filled with cold rage. The swordsman suddenly felt as though he were being stared down by a fierce tiger, his entire body shivering with fear. Sweat poured from his forehead as he quickly tried to explain. Nan Feng, don't misunderstand me. All I meant was to invite you to dinner. Rest assured, as long as you go to Jiawu, nothing will happen to your family. Nan Feng slowly approached the swordsman, exuding a chilling aura as he spoke. You can also rest assured. You've successfully made me go to Jiawu, but you certainly don't deserve to remain alive. Hearing this, the swordsman hastily leapt backward, but Nan Feng's palm had already landed lightly on his forehead. With a muffled thud, the swordsman's head sagged forward, his neck broken, his forehead collapsing into a soft mass. He fell to the ground. Off to meet King Yama. Still not satisfied, Nan Feng muttered, since you dared to threaten me, clearly you've swallowed a lion's heart or a leopard's gallbladder. Come here, someone, cut off his head and wrap it up nicely. General Chai had just returned at this moment, his face heavy with concern as he asked urgently, where is that person? Nan Feng, you are a high-ranking official of the Tang Dynasty. You can't have dealings with such people. You actually killed him. Are you blind? General Chai felt somewhat embarrassed, but Nan Feng continued immediately. What if we delay our return for a few more days? I need to visit Jiawu and confront these people. How dare they threaten me with my family? Jiawu is quite far. General Chai frowned slightly and continued. It's at least 200 li from here. You'd need to spend a considerable amount of time traveling. What exactly is going on? Nan Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, just a minor matter. I'm simply going to collect a few dog lives. Upon hearing this, General Chai agreed and said, the Jiawu area is filled with remnants of outlaw forces. Our emperor loathes them deeply and longs to eliminate them completely. as they keep infiltrating and using all sorts of underhanded methods. Don't take them lightly. If necessary, you could bring the cavalry to surround and wipe them all out. Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, no need for such a show of force. This is a personal matter. Bringing the cavalry would only hinder me. Even if they outnumber me, none of them can match my strength. I must teach them the consequences of threatening me. General Chai could only nod in agreement, reminding Nanfeng to be cautious before returning to his tent. The swordsman's head was wrapped up by Nanfeng's personal guards. Nanfeng changed out of his armor into plain clothes, mounted his red hair horse, and set off. To ensure thorough preparation, he purchased several sword techniques, including one from a sword master, then finally bought a good sword, slung it over his back, and started on his way. With the red hair horse at his disposal, Nanfeng paid no heed to the 200-li journey. Several hours later, Nanfeng already reached outside the gates of Zhaowu City. Zhaowu appeared very run down, yet traces of its former prosperity could still be seen. Originally under the control of Liang Shidu, the city had been abandoned to decay, turning it into a lawless land. Inside the city dwelled numerous swordsmen, criminals, and wanderers from various sects, all of whom had been forced to settle there. As early as the Han Dynasty, Zhaowu had been pursued relentlessly, fleeing chaotically beyond the Central Plains. Even there, they faced relentless attacks from the Xiongnu. Only during the chaotic times of the Sui and Tang dynasties did they manage to return. This ruined little town bore multiple large holes in its once proud city walls, and beggars roamed its streets constantly. On dry tree branches, several crows perched noisily, their caws echoing across the air. Outside the city gate, Nanfeng even spotted a decaying corpse already swarming with flies, scavenged upon by animals. Witnessing this sight, Nanfeng frowned deeply and stepped into the city. Upon entering Zhaowu, however, Nanfeng discovered it was not as desolate as expected, rather surprisingly crowded with many people bustling around. Several strong men were sharpening their knives in preparation for slaughtering a cow for meat, while a large bronze cauldron on the ground already contained several rotting cow organs. When the man sharpening the knives noticed Nanfeng approaching, he revealed a mouthful of blackened teeth in a grin, saying, unexpectedly, Minister, Nan has actually arrived. We failed to properly greet you. Come on, kill more cattle and sheep. We must not slight our esteemed guest. As soon as he finished speaking, another young nobleman approached Nanfeng gracefully. He appeared barely in his early 20s, with his long hair tied into dozens of braids and wearing a hat adorned with various gemstones. The young man bowed politely and said, Minister Nan, we've truly failed to greet you properly from afar. Please, follow me inside to be seated. At this moment, a strange feeling lingered in Nanfeng's mind. He glanced cautiously around, and noticing nothing unusual, he finally followed the nobleman. After walking about 90 or so steps, a young woman's corpse lay right in the middle of the road. Her skin appeared golden yellow, completely exposed without any covering. Her face bore a strange smile, her eyes staring blankly at the sky above. As Nanfeng examined this corpse, the nobleman spoke casually. Don't think too much of it. This is simply our unique way of welcoming distinguished guests. We call these corpses Earth Immortals. Nanfeng stared intently at the body and coldly asked, was she one of our dog people? She's just a corpse. Why concern yourself with who she was? Nanfeng shot the nobleman a chilling glare and asked again, was she or was she not a citizen of Dong? The nobleman gave a helpless smile and finally answered, she wasn't from Dong. She was from our Hulu tribe. In the borderlands of Dong, how could such a delicate beauty exist? Only the truly exquisite are qualified to become Earth Immortals. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng loosened the tightly clenched fists at his sides, barely restraining the urge to beat the nobleman senseless. After walking about 90 more steps, another beautiful woman, an Earth Immortal, lay asleep in the center of the road, also completely exposed, her face expressionless. Every 90 steps or so, Nanfeng encountered another Earth Immortal. However, even after passing more than 100 steps, still no sign of the so-called Great Earth Immortal had appeared. Chapter 168, Tianxi, Not Without Kindness. Since Nanfeng had not seen the Great Earth Immortal, he frowned and said, no, there's another Great Earth Immortal? Where is she? Upon hearing this, the young nobleman was greatly shocked and said, you actually understand this? Otherwise, how would you know that the last one is called the Great Earth Immortal? Nanfeng didn't answer his question, but instead continued walking into the city. The deeper he walked, the noisier it became. After a while, he finally arrived in front of a mansion. At its gate, a group of people stood, each armed. At the front stood an old man with a smiling face, watching Nanfeng. Beside the old man stood the Great Earth Immortal. This Earth Immortal was exceptionally beautiful, and also smiled sweetly, looking forward. At the sight, Nanfeng's eyes turned as cold as ice. This wasn't a warm welcome at all. It was a trampling upon the very lives of young girls. 7 such lovely girls. If not for these people ruining their lives, they would have already married their Princess Charming and lived happily. But now, they had been made into lifeless puppets. The old man standing at the gate was immediately recognized by Nanfeng as a non-Han man. The young noble who had escorted Nanfeng here approached and bowed to the old man, saying, your son has brought Nanfeng, as requested. The old man slightly bent forward, placing his right hand on his chest while his left hand pointed toward the interior. Sir, you have finally arrived. Please, come inside quickly and take a seat. As he said this, another servant stepped forward trying to lead Nanfeng's red hair horse to be properly accommodated, but Nanfeng drove him away himself and led the horse into the courtyard. The mansion was about as luxurious as Nanfeng's own new estate. Nanfeng stared at the old man and asked, "Are you the leader of the Mahist sect?" The old man smiled slightly and replied, "No, my name is Huishuanjilu. I am not the leader of the Mahists. The true leader is already waiting for you in the guest hall. Among the Zhaowu people, there are 9 surnames, and Huishuan happens to be the last and the lowest in status." Upon arriving at the reception hall, Nanfeng saw there was a table, not high but very broad, laid with countless fruits in elegant serving plates. Beside the table sat a white-haired elder who was already waiting for him. Behind the old man stood dozens of strong men, as well as 2 sword-wielding warriors protecting his safety. Glancing around the hall, Nanfeng noticed a girl tied up against a pillar. She was dressed in light gauze, and through it, the outline of her beauty could faintly be seen. However, her entire body was covered in blood, and her mouth was bound tightly with a knotted rope. The knot had been precisely placed into her mouth, effectively preventing her from speaking. Though she looked terribly wounded, her beautiful appearance was still faintly visible. Her eyes, however, were dim and expressionless, staring blankly into the distance, as if nothing could capture her attention anymore. She was clearly on the brink of death. Looking more closely, Nanfeng saw that her legs were pierced through with numerous holes, like a pincushion, so that no more blood flowed, leaving only trails of dark red scars. Huishuanjilu stood respectfully by the old man's side, while the white-haired elder wore a pleasant smile on his face and said, "I am the current leader of the Mahist sect. My name is Tianqi. It is truly an honor to finally meet you in person, Master Nanfeng." Nanfeng remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly as he looked at the heavily bound girl. Observing his reaction, Tianqi smiled and said, "Little brother Nanfeng, this is just a usual sight these days. This young lady did something wrong, and so she must accept her punishment. If you find it unsettling, I'll have her taken care of immediately." "Don't bother," Nanfeng said curtly. He picked up a sweet date and, with 2 fingers, crushed it lightly to remove the pit. Then with a flick of his fingers, he sent the pit flying directly into the girl's forehead. Her head slumped sideways, and she was gone forever. Only after completing this, Nanfeng spoke coldly. "If she had truly done something unforgivable, couldn't you have just let her die swiftly and mercifully? Why must you torture her like this?" Tianqi watched calmly before waving a hand for his men to clear the scene. Nanfeng then simply tossed a small wooden box towards him. Before it could reach Tianqi, one of the burly guards beside him caught it and opened it immediately. Upon seeing the object inside, he almost dropped the box in shock. Tianqi, however, remained emotionless, simply waving a hand dismissively, as if the girl's death meant absolutely nothing to him. Nanfeng, completely unshaken, sat down and started eating the fruits on the table. One thing he couldn't quite understand was, how could they have such fresh fruits at this particular season? Could it be they already understood the technique of greenhouse cultivation? As he ate, he began to speak. "Old Tian, just say it. Why go through all this trouble to call me here?" Tianqi continued smiling as he said, "Master Nanfeng, as a disciple of the Ghost Valley School, your strength is truly remarkable. After arriving here, you haven't shown even a trace of nervousness, which makes me admire you even more. Don't talk nonsense to me. I didn't come here especially just to listen to your flattery." Upon hearing this, a trace of anger surfaced on Tianqi's face, but he still suppressed it and replied, "Nanfeng, regardless of anything else, you're a disciple of the 100 schools, and furthermore, you hold a high position in the Tang Dynasty. One could say we're on the same boat. Nowadays, the 100 schools are no longer as prosperous as they once were. Could you really bear to watch the 100 schools fall into ruin step by step?" Nanfeng smirked slightly and replied, "Don't beat around the bush. Just say exactly what you mean." Tianqi calmed himself slightly before slowly speaking again. "The falling of the heavenly horse is a sign of the emperor's death, but Liang Shidu cannot really be considered an emperor. The only one who could possibly be called an emperor is Li Cheng. It is possible the Tang Dynasty will soon descend into chaos, and when that happens, the great empire of Tang will be taken over by those of the 100 schools, restoring its former prosperity. Would that not be splendid indeed? And furthermore, right now, you yourself are leading an army of several 10,000 troops. If you just eliminate General Chai, then the command of this army would belong to you. You could become the local overlord here in Shuafeng City." Chapter 169, Madness for the Secret Art. Tianqi raised his teacup, took a sip of water, and continued speaking. "With your martial prowess and intelligence, and with our help, the weak Tang Dynasty will be no match for you. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Nanfeng. Could it be that you are content with being overshadowed by others forever?" As he spoke, Tianqi's face had already turned bright red, looking extremely frenzied, and he continued, "You come from the Gigu, don't you? Could it be that you don't wish to see the Gigu prosper and grow?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng burst into loud laughter, pointing at the group of people beside him and disdainfully saying, "Do you really think you bunch of misfits can stage a rebellion? Haha, don't make me laugh. Are you just bored out of your minds? Or have your brains been crushed by a door? So many people yearn for peace, and yet you deliberately want to provoke war." Upon hearing these words from Nanfeng, Tianqi forcefully suppressed his anger and changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this for now. Nanfeng, I heard that you are hiding a treasure containing the secret to immortality. Is this rumor true?" Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, "How could it be fake? That treasure is called the Flying Horse Trampling Swallow." Upon hearing this, Tianqi immediately became very excited. He said, "Perfect then. Please, help me figure out how to obtain this secret to immortality." After saying this, Tianqi clapped his hands twice, and a servant immediately came carrying the flying horse trampling swallow. Seeing his beloved treasure in their hands, Nanfeng tried hard to suppress his urge to go on a killing spree and coldly asked, "Old man Tian, why is my treasure in your hands?" Tianqi waved his hand and said, "Nanfeng, calm down first. I obtained this treasure at great expense." The seller was none other than Zhang Lingzi. His primary profession is stealing. What I just said is the absolute truth. Furthermore, Zhang Lingzi is still in this city. If you don't believe me, I can have him summoned here right away. Nanfeng's expression darkened, his face almost dripping with fury. He said coldly, "Fine, then have him brought over. I will personally strip him alive. What a damned bastard, daring to lay his dirty hands on my estate. It's as if he doesn't know how high the heavens are." Tianqi ordered a servant to summon Zhang Lingzi while gazing at the flying horse trampling swallow with obvious infatuation, fondling the treasure as he said, "This is truly a rare and extraordinary treasure. Nanfeng, I hope you can extract the secret to immortality from it and give it to me. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. I will give you 200 gold ingots and 300 jade artifacts. I know you are quite fond of gold and jewels. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so determined to keep earning more money." Hearing this, Nanfeng slowly nodded and said, "All right then, I will extract the secret art for you." Tianqi became instantly overjoyed and quickly handed the flying horse trampling swallow over to Nanfeng. Nanfeng carefully examined the artifact and realized that it indeed came from his own hands. He turned to Tianqi and said, "This treasure has already been sealed by a spell. I will need an extraordinary method to extract the secret to immortality. Have the gold ingots and jade artifacts I requested already been prepared? I will begin casting the spell to extract the secret now." Tianqi hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Quickly prepare 200 gold ingots and 300 pieces of jade artifacts." Nanfeng slowly removed the tablecloth from the table and directly covered the flying horse trampling swallow with it. Then, with an air of mystery, he said, "All of you, watch carefully. I will now perform a spell. Don't be too surprised." After speaking, he swiftly removed the tablecloth, but the flying horse trampling swallow that had been under it had already vanished without a trace. The onlookers standing around were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at each other, simply unable to believe what they had just seen. The treasure had already been retrieved into Nanfeng's own spatial realm, yet the disappearance of the treasure startled everyone. Some people, refusing to believe, even went to check under the table, only to find nothing. Then they shouted, "That was real magic, no doubt about it." Tianqi was so excited that he could not utter a word. Zhu Lu was continuously gasping in disbelief, while only Zhu Lu's son remained calm enough to ask coolly, "Where exactly did you hide this treasure with your magic?" Nanfeng spoke with an air of mystery. "I have already cast a spell to send it up to the 9th heaven, where it will absorb the essence of the heaven and earth. I will bring it back later, though not until tomorrow. Once I retrieve this treasure, the secret to immortality will naturally be revealed. Now, tell me, who among you desires this secret to eternal life?" "Of course it's me. I want it. I want it." Tianqi, completely consumed by the idea of immortality, walked straight up to Nanfeng, fell flat to the ground, and began kowtowing repeatedly. His forehead split open, yet he kept hitting the ground without pause, all the while shouting, "Master Nan, please grant me the secret to eternal life. Please grant it to me." Witnessing this scene, Nanfeng's brows furrowed tightly together as he finally said, "All right, enough. I've seen your sincerity. Tomorrow, once I bring back the flying horse trampling swallow, I will pass the secret of eternal life to you." Tianqi immediately burst into joy and hurriedly urged, "Where are the gold ingots and jade artifacts I told you to prepare?" Moments later, dozens of servants carried several ornate large chests directly in front of Nanfeng. He immediately approached, lifted the lid, and his eyes were instantly dazzled by a dazzling golden glow. The other chests were neatly filled with a wide variety of musical instruments, delighting Nanfeng immensely. He picked up the same cloth from earlier, covered the chests again, and whispered mysteriously, "None of you here must ever tell anyone else that I am capable of magic. Otherwise, I will perform a spell so cruel that you will neither be able to live nor die peacefully. Don't worry, we will keep this secret buried in our hearts forever and not speak a word to anyone." Everyone present was thoroughly stunned by Nanfeng's actions. After all, magic wasn't something an ordinary person could ever perform, and even more incredibly, he had made an object vanish instantly into thin air and sent it to an unknown location. Chapter 170. I've done a great deed. Nanfeng sat back down and spoke. "All right, let's discuss the matter of the 100 schools. Old Tian, who among the 100 schools have you been able to contact?" Upon hearing this, Tianqi saluted and replied, "To tell the truth, our school of Moism has already merged with the agrarian school. As for others, I haven't been able to make contact with anyone else from the other great schools, since either they've gone into seclusion or their entire sect has perished." Listening to old Tian's words, Nanfeng gradually understood. The Mahis must have had some mental problems. There was simply no other explanation. Otherwise, how could he possibly think that merely a few hundred people could replace the great Tang? At that moment, a servant brought in Zhang Lingzi. Behind him, a little child was holding onto his clothes and followed him in. Seeing the man, Tianqi spoke up. "This is the Zhang Lingzi I was telling you about." Zhang Lingzi looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, neither tall nor thin. His entire outfit was black, and his appearance was quite plain. He seemed quite afraid of old Tian, not daring to stand too close to him. Nanfeng kept studying him and coldly asked, "When you stole the horse treading on a flying swallow, Did you hurt anyone? Zhang Lingzi slightly furrowed his brow and replied, even thieves have their codes. I only steal items. I would never do something like harm others. You dare talk to me so calmly? It seems you don't know who I am. I really don't know who you are. Nan Feng spoke coldly. I am Nan Feng, the master of the horse treading on a flying swallow. Now you know who I am, don't you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingzi's eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, he stepped back from Nan Feng. The entire hall fell into silence. However, before Zhang Lingzi could speak, Nan Feng suddenly attacked. He unsheathed his sword and slashed at Zhang Lingzi's arm. A scream immediately rang out. Zhang Lingzi clenched his teeth in agony as blood splattered across the floor. Just as Nan Feng was about to strike again, the little boy behind Zhang Lingzi stepped forward, waving a small sword and shouting, You can't hurt my master. Frightened, Zhang Lingzi hurriedly said, Kong Kong, don't cause trouble. Come back to me. As he spoke, he pulled Kong Kong into his arms, fearing that Nan Feng might harm him. Upon hearing the name, Kong Kong, Nan Feng was slightly taken aback. That name sounded so familiar. After a while, he finally recalled. Zhang Lingzi must be the acknowledged expert within the Qinghai sect, and this boy, Kong Kong, would later become a famous figure. Cough, cough. None other than the #1 great thief in the world of thievery. Still, regardless of who he was, Nan Feng pointed his sharp sword at Zhang Lingzi's face and coldly threatened. This is your one and only warning. Never repeat such acts. If you ever dare to sneak into my estate again, I won't let you off so easily. Leave now. Zhang Lingzi was shaken inside. He considered himself a formidable expert, yet just one strike from Nan Feng had left him seriously disabled. As soon as he heard Nan Feng was letting him go, he dared not delay even a second longer. He immediately picked up Kong Kong and fled in utter defeat. Tian Qi praised him, saying, Nan Feng, your martial arts are truly unrivaled in the world. Zhang Lingzi isn't weak either, yet you crippled him with just one move. Right now, I truly admire you wholeheartedly. Nan Feng sheathed his sword and said, You mentioned a rebellion, right? Then call everyone involved here. I need to speak with them. Better yet, make sure everyone comes, including even the servants in the mansion. Does this mean you agree? Tian Qi became extremely excited. He quickly sent people to gather everyone. Half a stick of incense later, the sky had begun to darken, and everyone had assembled before Nan Feng. Nan Feng took a rough glance and estimated there were nearly 500 people gathered, with at least 90 beautiful young ladies, each exquisitely beautiful and lively. Tian Qi noticed Nan Feng's gaze and came over with a sly grin, whispering, I knew you'd come, so I specially selected several servants for you. Don't worry, they are all virtuous maidens. Nan Feng, go ahead and take them with you for the night. They will definitely satisfy you. Nan Feng nodded slightly and said, You young ladies may all go into the rooms and wait for now. Hearing Nan Feng's words, the group of young ladies became extremely nervous. After slowly bowing, they entered the rooms. Nan Feng waited until they had all gone inside, then immediately locked the door. He even ran outside to the main hall and shut the large doors and windows before turning around and coldly glaring at the group. Tian Qi also sensed something was off and nervously asked, Nan Feng, what exactly are you trying to do? Nan Feng grinned with a sinister charm. Locking the door is naturally to prevent you all from escaping. Since you've all gathered here, I won't have to go through much trouble. Who asked you to use my family to threaten me? I always plan ahead to prevent unexpected problems. Therefore, I can only regretfully kill you all. The remaining 400 people were stunned, suspecting whether they had misheard. Could Nan Feng possibly be challenging 400 people on his own? Among these 400 were many martial experts. Was Nan Feng suffering from delusions? The Zhulu family looked at Nan Feng as though he were a madman, while Tian Qi remained shocked and frozen in place. At this moment, Nan Feng had already taken action. With a swish, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering mercilessly. Each swing of his blade claimed several lives. After a short while, the grand hall had become a veritable hell on earth, covered in pools of blood. When Nan Feng finally took down Tian Qi as the last one, his arm had already gone numb. Yet he paid no attention. Although he had killed so many, they were all deserving of death. He felt no psychological burden at all. Instead, he felt a slight happiness as if he had done another great deed. After a brief rest, he opened the door to the room where the girls were locked. The moment the door was opened, the group of young ladies was already terrified beyond measure. Screams continuously burst from them as they huddled together in fear. Chapter 171. They all want to help you fall asleep. Nan Feng looked at the group of young girls who were already trembling with fear and spoke. Starting from today, you are free again. Don't be afraid. Those who wish to leave should go quickly. Moments ago, Nan Feng had been mercilessly killing people, and now he was telling these girls not to be afraid, but they had already been thoroughly frightened. Each of them squatted on the ground, their heads buried in their knees. Even after hearing Nan Feng's words, none dared to move, only hugging themselves tightly as they continued trembling violently. With no other choice, Nan Feng knew these girls had clearly been terrorized into submission. They must have considered themselves inferior, and even after being battered and bruised, they were still afraid to resist. With no alternative, Nan Feng sighed helplessly and shouted loudly, All of you, come outside with me. Upon hearing Nan Feng's roar, the girls instinctively stood up and staggered nervously toward the main hall outside. However, a few with weaker nerves took one look at the scene, reminiscent of hell on earth, and fainted on the spot. The rest weren't faring much better. Some burst into tears, while others turned pale with terror. In the end, Nan Feng gathered all of them into the outer courtyard. and he himself locked the large hall's door and threw the key away entirely. Turning around to face the group of girls, he said, "Send a few people to boil some hot water and prepare a set of clean clothes for me. I'm going to take a bath. Also, clean one of the rooms for me." At Nanfeng's words, the girls sprang into action, quickly completing all the tasks. When Nanfeng started taking his bath, a few of them, faces blushing shyly, approached him directly and began helping to wash his body. Their presence carried a delicate fragrance that Nanfeng found very pleasing. Soon enough, he relaxed and drifted into sleep. After a long nap, he slowly woke up, but the moment he opened his eyes he widened them in shock. Before him stood an entire line of girls. Fortunately, Nanfeng had a strong sense of composure, otherwise his face would have turned as red as a monkey's behind. Hurriedly, he shooed the whole row of girls out, leaving only two to assist him with bathing and dressing. After taking a warm bath and dressing properly, Nanfeng stepped outside feeling refreshed. Outside the door stood over 90 girls arranged neatly in 2 rows, waiting patiently for quite some time. Most of them wore pink garments. Though the weather was still quite cold, their light clothing didn't seem to bother them. Among the group, only one girl wore Nisir clothes. Nanfeng gestured for her to approach. By now, her earlier fear had subsided, and she smiled sweetly as she stepped forward respectfully in front of Nanfeng. Nanfeng looked at her and said, "My stomach is growling. Hurry up and prepare dinner for everyone. After you finish eating, return to your respective rooms and wait until tomorrow morning when I want you to line up here again." After Nanfeng and the group of girls had eaten their fill, they all followed him closely to the door of his room instead of going back to their own quarters. Puzzled, Nanfeng turned to the girl in purple and asked, "What's going on? Why are they all following me?" Upon hearing this, the girl in purple sweetly replied, "Sir, you rescued them from dire suffering, and they're trying to express their gratitude. They hope you would pick a few to sleep with you tonight. Otherwise, they won't leave your doorstep." "I see. What's your name, by the way? Are you from the Tang Dynasty or from the Hulu people?" Hearing this, the girl in purple smiled sweetly and answered, "My name is Kong Rong. I am of both bloodlines because my mother is from the Tang Dynasty and my father is from the Hulu people." "All right then, you personally choose a few to stay the night with me. The rest can return to their own rooms to sleep." "Yes, sir." With that, Kong Rong began carefully selecting among the more than 90 women. Eventually, she picked the 4 most beautiful servants. Together with herself, 5 girls in total walked into Nanfeng's room. The girls who hadn't been chosen were left slightly disappointed and had no choice but to return to their own chambers to sleep. In recent days, Nanfeng hadn't gotten a proper rest at all. Now that he finally lay down on the bed, he immediately fell asleep, albeit lightly. He did not fully trust these girls yet. Otherwise, if something happened and his throat was slit, there would be no time left to regret. But these girls held no ill intentions toward Nanfeng. They only wished to devote themselves to serve him wholeheartedly, gently trying to help him take off his clothes. Nanfeng opened his eyes and looked at the group of girls, saying, "I admit I'm not some noble gentleman, but doing such things with so many people at once, I really feel rather uneasy. How about we just go to sleep first? We still have a long way to go early tomorrow morning." These girls also knew that Nanfeng was a noble person, and he had saved them. Therefore, they were extremely grateful to him and dared not show the slightest negligence. Kong Rong, possessing the charm of mixed heritage, bit her red lip and spoke. "If the young master truly feels uncomfortable, then let fewer of us serve you." Saying that, Kong Rong turned to 2 of the women and said, "The 3 of you go back to your rooms now. Let the 2 of us remain to serve the young master." Nanfeng smiled helplessly. The hardest thing was indeed to refuse the favor of beautiful women, so he could only passively accept it. Yet seeing Nanfeng's expression of helplessness, Kong Rong became sad and softly said, "My lord, we girls have all received special training since childhood on how to please men. None of us have ever been touched by anyone else. My lord, you can be completely at ease. You need not feel disgusted by us. We will surely satisfy you." Saying that, Kong Rong gently began to remove Nanfeng's clothes. At that moment, another girl said, "We were often beaten and scolded by those in the mansion, but someone as gentle and considerate as you, my lord, is the first we have ever met." Kong Rong added, "My lord, the evil people in this mansion are all killed by you. From now on, we maids will follow you. We will serve you with all our heart. There is no need for you to feel uneasy about it. Just consider us your toys, if you please. If one day you no longer want us, you can simply sell us to someone else. There is no need to bear any psychological burden." Chapter 172, Robbing the Greenhouse. After hearing what Kong Rong had to say, Nanfeng also felt great sympathy for their plight. A group of young, beautiful girls were treated like servants by those worse than pigs and dogs. If people of Zhaowu generally behaved like that, then their existence in this world was utterly meaningless. They were a stain, and Nanfeng wouldn't mind eliminating them altogether. Just as Nanfeng was immersed in these thoughts, his entire body quivered. A faint tingle of mild electric-like sensations coursed through him, making him enjoy the feeling immensely. This was because the 3 remaining girls had already started their actions. The next morning, Nanfeng saw the 3 crimson blossoms on the sheets. He hesitated for a moment. Such beautiful girls who were still untouched. There would scarcely be any like them left in the future. One good thing about ancient times was indeed this. Nanfeng glanced tenderly at the beauties beside him, gently moved the 2 clinging onto him aside, and sat up to get dressed. The 2 girls, sensing the movement, immediately awoke and proceeded to help Nanfeng put on his clothes, gazing at him with tender eyes. Nanfeng had to suppress his urges strongly to not be distracted by beauty from important matters. Only now did he taste the joy of being the master. and he had already decided he wanted to take the 2 girls who had served him last night back home with him. After breakfast, Nanfeng asked Kong Rong to take him to the treasure vault in the mansion. Upon seeing all the gold, silver, jewels, and jade scattered inside, Nanfeng wasn't particularly surprised. Calmly, he began gathering the treasures into his storage space until it was full. With no choice, Nanfeng asked Kong Rong to bring over several carriages, loaded all the treasures into chests, and had them transported back on the carts. After completing this, Nanfeng ordered Kong Rong to separate the girls, those from Huel to stand on one side, and those from the Tang Empire on the other. There were only about a dozen girls from the Tang Empire, the rest were from Huel. However, their appearances didn't differ much from those of the Tang people. Without being told, one probably wouldn't tell the difference. Almost all of these girls were very beautiful. He had decided to take the 2 girls from last night back with him. As for the rest, he'd follow their wishes. Nanfeng spoke up. The people who enslaved you all have been killed. Now you have regained your freedom. I won't force any decision upon you. If you want to go elsewhere, I will give each of you 8 gold ingots, more than enough to sustain you for the rest of your life. Those who do not wish to leave can return with me. And even after returning to Tang, if you decide later to leave, you are free to do so. Those who wish to leave, please raise your hands now, and I shall distribute the gold right away. Hearing Nanfeng's words, soon a few girls raised their hands. But as these girls looked around, noticing that no one else had raised their hands, they quietly put theirs back down. Seeing this, Nanfeng's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He spoke again. Once a man has made his word, even 4 galloping horses cannot catch it again. You might not know who I am yet, but I am the Marquis of Chang'an County in the Tang Dynasty. I am nothing like those pigs and dogs from last night. Those who wish to leave don't need to be afraid, I'll do something to you. Just raise your hands confidently. This time, finally some hands were raised. Gradually, nearly 40 Huel girls raised their hands. True to his word, Nanfeng immediately started handing them the gold ingots. The girls who received the gold were secretly delighted. Due to their prolonged enslavement, although these girls now became wealthy overnight, their future probably still wouldn't be free from trouble. But this was something Nanfeng could not be concerned about, for everyone has their own path to choose. Not one of the Tang girls chose to leave. Instead, they smiled through their tears, kneeling before Nanfeng and pleading, "My lord, none of us wish to leave. Please take us back with you. Since we were young, we were kidnapped and brought here. Probably even the life of a dog is better than what we've had. No matter what kind of man you are, my sisters and I have already decided. We are resolved to follow you forever." "Yes, my lord. Let all these sisters come back with you. Even if you told me to leave, I wouldn't know where else to go. It's better to stay beside you." Then, all those who chose to stay knelt down, begging Nanfeng to take them back home because they truly had nowhere else to go. If this group of girls hadn't been so extraordinarily beautiful, Nanfeng probably wouldn't have wanted to stay here for even a moment longer. A sudden inspiration flashed through his mind. He had come up with a rather good idea. After thinking about it, Nanfeng happily agreed, saying with a smile, "All right then, quickly go prepare the carriages. I'll take all of you with me once they're ready." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. We girls all know how to bring you the utmost pleasure, my lord. You won't regret taking us back with you." That's right, that's right. Plus, we also know music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. During leisure time, we can play a tune for you. Even when guests come over, it'll bring you prestige." Hearing this, Nanfeng secretly thought to himself that this was indeed a group of great beauties, ones he absolutely would not allow any other man to touch. Before long, all the preparations were completed. Nanfeng loaded all the gold, silver, jewels, and jade onto the carriages, and also brought enough food supplies to last several days. Then openly and boldly, he set off on a horse-drawn carriage. Along the way, many people in the city stared at Nanfeng and his group with ill intentions. A few particularly brazen individuals even started following them. However, before these people could even fully entertain thoughts of robbing these carriages, Nanfeng had already taken them down. 4 days later, the carriages finally arrived at Shuafeng City. When General Chai and Shui Wanjun saw Nanfeng returning with so many beautiful girls, they were absolutely astonished, staring blankly at those carriages one after another. At this moment, Shui Wanjun couldn't contain himself and started glancing left and right non-stop, constantly swallowing hard, behaving extremely inappropriately despite his age. General Chai, however, quickly regained his composure and, without being tempted, dramatically said, "Good heavens, Nanfeng, did you go rob a pleasure house? Otherwise, how could you have brought back so many pretty young girls? TSK, TSK, very impressive indeed. Let me count them to see exactly how many there are." Chapter 173, Return to the Capital. 1-2, 52, 53. Goodness, a full 53 beautiful ladies. You little rascal, aren't you afraid you'll die from exhaustion one day? Oh, and what is all this you're dragging behind you? Let me have a look. So saying, General Chai opened the box and immediately froze in shock. Holding up a large ingot of gold, he exclaimed, "Good heavens! Be honest with me. How many wealthy families did you rob to collect this much gold and treasure? My eyes are almost blinded by all these gold and gems." Like someone seeing gold for the first time, General Chai said in disbelief, "All this stuff looks like the treasures nobles in Hulu would use for crafting valuables. Did you empty their treasury? Wow, how could there be such a huge sapphire?" Never having seen a sapphire so large, Chai kept playing with it in his hands until Nanfeng snatched it back and said, "Never seen gold before? These treasures are mine now. Not a single piece can be taken by you." Grinning, General Chai replied, "You little scoundrel, you've got so many sapphires. Won't you give me a few? Otherwise, I might just tell the emperor how you conspired with the Zhao faction. Then, the emperor will certainly hold you accountable. And with that troublemaker Wei Zheng around, who knows what more trouble you'll find yourself in. Nan Feng laughed smugly and replied, if you want to tell the emperor, go ahead. They even threatened me, and did the evil act of creating a soil immortal to greet guests. Now Zhao Wu no longer exists. The Mo and Hua families are both gone. If you tell the emperor, maybe he'll even praise me. Stunned beyond belief, General Chai said, are you telling me the truth? Did you really destroy both families? What did they do to provoke you into such ruthless action? At this, Nan Feng looked at General Chai with ill intent and said, because they forced me to do things I didn't want to do, just like you were forcing me to give you a few sapphires now. I had no choice but to take decisive action. At this, Chai flinched in fear and hastily put the sapphires back into the box, giving Nan Feng a silly smile. As for Shui Wanjun, he no longer dared to think about taking any of the gold and treasure. Earlier, he had been thinking of taking a few ingots home since he was so poor, but after hearing Nan Feng's words, he was too frightened to dare take even one. Suddenly furious, General Chai exclaimed, so they really created soil immortals to greet their guests. No wonder they deserve their fate. I always thought it was just a myth, but now I see they actually did it. What a beautiful young lady, yet they cruelly murdered her. Dismembering those people would still be too kind for them. Nan Feng added, one of the 9 surnames of Zhao Wu has already been eliminated by me. If any others dare to provoke me, I'll ensure they meet the same fate. Even if they run and hide, I'll hunt them down one by one. Almost forgot, General Chai, you still owe me 5,000 taels of silver. How about writing me an IOU? I can come to your house later to collect it. At this, General Chai blushed with embarrassment and replied reluctantly, you think I'd dare not pay you back? The emperor was absolutely right. Getting money from you is even harder than plucking hair from an iron rooster. You already have more money than you know what to do with. Why do you need so much more? Can't I just love money? Can't I buy land with it? Can't I marry more concubines? Honestly, you always have so many arguments. How can you live a good life without money? Fine, you tell the emperor first, and tomorrow morning I will take a portion of my troops back first. With that stream of logic, Nan Feng left General Chai speechless, and Shui Wanjun even more so. As Nan Feng turned to leave, Shui could not help himself and finally said, young Nan Feng, look at me, I'm practically destitute, while you are rolling in riches. Can you spare me a few gold ingots? Just let me taste what it's like to be rich for a while. Don't give me too much. Too much might be too much for me to accept. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Feng gave him 2 black eyes directly, then threw him over a dozen gold ingots as compensation for the beating. Although he now had 2 black eyes, Shui Wanjun was ecstatic, holding those gold ingots and grinning from ear to ear. General Chai, on the other hand, shamelessly requested Nan Feng to punch him too, saying he'd be satisfied with just 2 black eyes and a dozen sapphires. Shui Wanjun was already overjoyed beyond measure, muttering happily to himself, so much money. When I get back, I'll take 10 more concubines. Humph, I'll definitely divorce that shrew at home. In the Great Tang Dynasty, there were no specific restrictions on marrying wives. As long as you had money, you could take as many concubines as you wished, as long as you didn't exceed the emperor's count. But without money, it was practically impossible. Take Shui Wanjun for example. He was so broke he could barely afford to eat, making it extremely difficult for him to even consider taking one more concubine. General Chai kept staring at Nan Feng longingly, feeling deeply resentful that Nan Feng had not punched him in the eyes too. Eventually, Nan Feng could no longer stand his brooding and irritably tossed him a few sapphires, finally managing to break free and leave. Early the next morning, Nan Feng led his 20,000 troops, his 53 beauties, and General Chai's memorial scroll back to the capital. By the 5th day, Nan Feng and his troops had already marched about 900 miles. After such a long journey, they temporarily halted to set up camp and rest. Lian Shiji led a small contingent ahead to scout the path forward. Throughout their return journey, Lian had consistently taken responsibility for reconnaissance. If any unusual situations arose, they would immediately report back to Nan Feng. During this recent campaign, Lian Shiji's performance had been outstanding, and Nan Feng had praised him extensively in the memorial scroll. Upon returning to the capital, he was certain to receive a promotion. Lian Shiji's official rank had originally been equal to Nan Feng's. The only difference was that Nan Feng currently held a deputy superintendent position. Once they returned to the court, this position would likely be taken back by Li Cheng, who knew whether Li Cheng would grant Nan Feng a promotion or two this time. Women were strictly prohibited in the military camps, and even personal attendants could not be brought along. However, Nan Feng completely ignored this rule. Chapter 174. This is not a dream. Since Nan Feng was currently the most authoritative figure in the military camp, he didn't care at all whether he was allowed to have attendants. He directly summoned his 2 maids to join him for a hot pot meal, but these 2 maids refused to sit down and eat with him. Nan Feng felt very helpless. These maids had been treated too harshly before, so even sharing a meal with their master frightened them. After finishing his meal, the 2 maids stood behind Nan Feng and began giving him a massage. Although they were in the military camp, this didn't prevent Nan Feng from enjoying life to the fullest. He truly loved this kind of lifestyle. Thinking about it, he had secretly resolved that once he returned, he must avoid Li Cheng at all costs. If that guy conscripted him again, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such a good life anymore. Plus, he planned to harvest all the crops inside the greenhouse first, and then move to his new mansion. It was big and spacious, and also far from the imperial palace. At that moment, Lian Shiji came back with urgent news for Nan Feng. In a hurried tone, He came to Nan Feng's tent and loudly said, "My lord Nan, I have important news to report. Quickly come in." After Lian Shiji entered the tent, he immediately said anxiously, "My lord Nan, while we were scouting ahead earlier, we saw a beautiful girl lying on the ground unconscious. So I brought her back to the military camp. Could you please help me heal my future wife?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng also stood up, leisurely replying, "All right, just carry that young lady over here." Hearing Nanfeng's words, Lian Shiji hurriedly ran out and soon returned carrying an absolutely stunning beauty. Although the girl's face was covered in dirt, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. After carefully observing the girl, Nanfeng immediately recognized her as Qingxian. Instantly, rage surged inside him. Without hesitation, he kicked Lian Shiji, sending him flying straight to the entrance of the tent, where his face smacked hard into the ground, stuffing his mouth full of mud. Nanfeng stomped over and roared furiously at him. "You bastard! This girl is my concubine, yet you dared to claim she was your future wife. Do you want me to strip you bare and hang you on a tree for 3 days? My concubine?" Lian Shiji was nearly scared out of his wits. After scolding him, Nanfeng gently and lovingly picked up Qingxian and carried her to his bed. Upon careful examination, he found that her toes had turned purple from frostbite and there was a slight bruise on her knee, but apart from that, she hadn't suffered any other injuries. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief and turned his fierce gaze toward Lian Shiji. "Where did you find her?" "About 3 li ahead of our route. I found her already lying on the grass when I passed by. At that time, she was still tightly holding a sword in her hand, and a horse was standing beside her." As he spoke, Lian Shiji carefully handed Qingshuan's sword to Nanfeng. His mood had originally been extremely cheerful because he had stumbled upon a beautiful woman. Imagine his happiness if she had truly become his future wife. However, he hadn't expected that this beautiful woman was actually Nanfeng's concubine. Lian Shiji instantly felt as if he'd experienced 1,000 years of bad luck, feeling extremely nervous and fearful because he had just called her his future wife. "You still standing there like an idiot? What are you waiting for? Do you want me to kick you again? Hurry up and get out." Upon hearing that, Lian Shiji fled as if his life depended on it. Nanfeng then ordered his maids to bring some hot water and personally wiped Qingxian clean. But to his horror, he realized her body was unusually hot. Upon touching her forehead, he discovered she had a high fever. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Nanfeng desperately searched and finally found herbs suitable for treating fever. Without delay, he brewed the medicine and quickly fed it to her. Fearing she might get cold again, Nanfeng removed her clothes, leaving only 2 pieces of undergarments, and did the same for himself. He then tightly embraced her and went to sleep. The next morning, Qingshuan's body temperature finally returned to normal. She slowly opened her eyes and, finding her mouth dry, saw Nanfeng sleeping peacefully in front of her. She smiled joyfully and whispered to herself, "Only too bad this is just a dream." Looking nervously at Qingxian, Nanfeng asked, "How are you feeling? Better? Why did you faint on the grass like that? What happened exactly? Was someone chasing you? Tell me who it was. I'll go cut him into pieces for you." "No." Qingxian tightly held on to Nanfeng and spoke with a trembling voice. "You are not allowed to leave me even for a step. If you walk away, I will wake up. I want you to stay with me. I don't want to wake up just yet." Nanfeng felt helpless again and could only say, Fine, I won't leave, but you must tell me what really happened first." Qingxian suddenly burst into tears and said pitifully, "Nanfeng, I've wronged you. Your beloved, horse treading on a flying swallow was stolen, but I failed to retrieve it for you." Now, Nanfeng finally understood what had happened. He felt deeply moved. It had all been for his sake. What a foolish woman she was. Nanfeng gently rubbed her nose and said, "Tell me, aren't you being silly? I've already told you before, those glass pieces are simply made from sand. They actually have very little real value. I exaggerated about the horse treading on a flying swallow being a priceless treasure just to sell it at a higher price, so I could buy more land." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Qingxian coughed several times and continued sorrowfully, "I know that too, but inside that glass was a large glowing gemstone, which was truly a treasure. After discovering that, I chased the thief non-stop, but couldn't catch him and ended up endangering myself instead. I failed you. Originally, I had even hoped to marry you, to bear you many healthy children. But now, all of that is impossible. It's already a blessing that I can see you one last time before my death. That's why I don't want to wake up so soon. I want to stay with you forever. Please, don't leave me even for half a step." Saying this, Qingxian hugged Nanfeng even tighter. Helplessly, Nanfeng could only say, "Don't deny it. I just called you foolish, and it's true. But this isn't a dream, believe me. Let me pinch your little face, and you'll understand." Saying this, Nanfeng pinched Qingshuan's cheek. Qingxian immediately felt a real sting and murmured in surprise, "It actually hurts a bit. Could it really not be a dream then? My goodness." Chapter 175. Promotion. General Huaihua. Qingxian instantly turned bright red and hurriedly wanted to stand up, but he realized that he was only wearing a little belly band. In an instant, he tightly wrapped himself in the quilt, buried his head inside, and didn't dare to even breathe heavily out of panic. Nanfeng laughed loudly and said, "You shouldn't feel guilty over this. You didn't do anything wrong. Besides, I already returned early with Matafian. That little thief also got a harsh lesson from me." So saying, Nanfeng directly took out Matafian and handed it to Qingxian, then continued, "That glowing tongue inside isn't really a treasure either. It's just a piece of ordinary phosphorescent stone. If you take the stone outside during the day to let it sunbathe, it will glow at night. But if you leave it in the dark for too long, it won't glow anymore. Don't blame yourself for it, okay? Rest well, and get yourself back on your feet soon. After saying that, Nanfeng dressed himself and walked outside. Qing Xian sat dazed, watching Nanfeng go out, muttering to himself. I thought it was all a dream. It was really him hugging me last night. At this moment, Qing Xian was lost in thoughts, imagining how he had been tightly held almost naked in his arms. His cheeks were flushed with redness, and at this moment, Qing Xian was overjoyed. He had finally won Nanfeng over. A few days later, Nanfeng led the army closer and closer to Chang'an. Upon reaching the Yinqing Gate, Nanfeng said to Qing Xian, Xianer, you first help me bring these girls back home. These girls will now serve as household maids. Arrange for someone to properly train them so they understand our household rules. I have to bring the soldiers back to the barracks first, and then go to see the emperor. I won't be back until tonight. With several days of interaction, the relationship between Nanfeng and Qing Xian had grown even closer, which delighted Qing Xian greatly. Humming happily, he led the girls along with the treasures and gold back toward Nanfeng's residence. Along the way, the girls couldn't contain their excitement, as this was their first time seeing such a grand world, continuously letting out exclamations. After sending the soldiers back to the camp, Nanfeng went directly to the Taiji Hall. Prime Minister Li Chun and the rest of the ministers were already waiting there. As Nanfeng approached the Taiji Hall, a little girl darted up to him as nimbly as a little cat, stretched out her arms and blocked his way, pouting pitifully and saying, You meanie, don't you go to war anymore, okay? If something happens to you while you're at war, who's going to cook for me? Big tears rolled down the face of Princess Lizzie, and Nanfeng's heart clenched painfully. He had no choice but to gently rub her nose, and then took out from within his robe 2 gemstones the size of dove eggs, one a sapphire and the other a ruby, placing them in her palm as he smiled and said, Okay, I promise you. I wouldn't want to die in battle anyway. Otherwise, who would protect such a pretty little girl from getting snatched up by someone else? You're my wife after all, and I can't bear the thought of leaving you behind. You shouldn't say things like that. What if they actually come true? And who said I want to be just your wife anyway? Immediately Lizzie began blushing and acting coy, turning her face away in shyness. Yet shortly afterward, her attention was completely drawn to the blue and red gems in her hands. Fixated on them, she said in awe, Wow, these 2 gems are so pretty. Are they gifts for me? Of course. They're gifts for my Lizzie, the princess. You have to promise me you'll be a good girl, okay? I need to go see your father now. I'm kind of busy. Would it be okay if I come to get you tomorrow to play at my home? I can make you all sorts of delicious food again. Okay. Last time I had that beggar chicken, and the time before that I didn't get to eat the red date cake. Could you make both for me next time? If not, I won't agree. After Nanfeng nodded with a smile, Princess Lizzie stepped aside to let him into the Taiji Hall, her eyes filled with reluctant affection. Upon entering, Nanfeng immediately presented his report and the military token to the emperor, then announced loudly, Shuafang City has been successfully captured. Vice Commander Nanfeng has returned from the expedition and respectfully returns the command token to your majesty. With a cheerful face, Emperor Li Cheng properly stored the token, not even glancing at the report before replying joyfully. Yes, you must have had a tough journey this time. Nanfeng bowed and said, Your Majesty, this time we captured Shuafang City in just 53 days, killed 4,000 Liang enemies, and nearly 40,000 enemy soldiers surrendered. Only over 400 of our soldiers lost their lives. We also killed over 1,000 foreign enemies and brought back nearly 20,000 sheep, having captured 19 cities in total. When the officials heard this string of numbers from Nanfeng, they were all stunned, incredulously saying, Have I gone deaf? Did I just hear that he captured 19 cities with almost 0 casualties? And that they killed over 1,000 foreign enemies as well? It must be true. After all, he also captured Yanzhou without any casualties. It's only normal that he took the entire Shuafang region with just 400 losses. At this moment, all the court officials remained doubtful. Prime Minister Li Cheng merely nodded slightly, then began reading the memorials. The more he read, the more expressive his face became. After carefully reading both General Chai's and Nanfeng's memorials, Prime Minister Li Chun was overjoyed beyond measure. He burst into laughter and said, Oh Nanfeng, you've truly lived up to my high expectations of you. What you just reported is actually true. Your merit will certainly earn you eternal fame. General Chai also clearly stated in his memorial that Nanfeng has performed exceptionally and deserves generous rewards. Moreover, this expedition saw great contributions from Lian Shiji, Lu Lansheng, and others, which makes me extremely happy. Nanfeng deserves the highest credit this time. I hereby appoint him General Huaihua, a rank of Zhongsen Pin. Lu Lansheng is promoted to Right Guard General at Songsan Pin rank. Lian Shiji and several others are appointed Huaihua Zonglong, a Zhongsi Pin rank. After taking a sip of water, Li Chang continued immediately. I also hereby confer Princess Lizzie the title of Princess Changle and betroth her to Nanfeng. She will marry him at an appropriate time in the 6th year of Jingguan. Her birthday is coming up soon, so I will host a banquet inviting all of you. During that time, I will officially bestow the title upon Princess Lizzie. Chapter 176, The Astonished Master Son. Hearing Li Cheng's words, Nanfeng also showed a happy smile. The beautiful Princess Li Ji was finally his. The old schemer Chancellor Changsun Wuji could do nothing about it anymore. Nanfeng was joyful, but Changsun Wuji was gritting his teeth in anger, shooting Nanfeng a murderous glare, though he could only sigh eventually. After all, the matter was already decided. Moreover, Nanfeng had once saved Changsun Chang's life, so he couldn't really hold a grudge anymore. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. I'll offer my early congratulations to Nan Feng for bringing the lychee princess home to warm his bed, said General Chun, laughing heartily. You see, I told you so, didn't I? General Chun continued. Sending Nan Feng to command the army is absolutely not a mistake. He only suffered 400 casualties while capturing Shuafeng City. That's unprecedented. Honestly, I don't understand how he did it. It's truly incredible. Li Cheng also looked at Nan Feng and asked curiously, Nan Feng, what was that fallen heavenly horse that General Chai mentioned? And how did you know for sure that a heavenly horse would fall upon Shuafeng City? Could it really be an actual heavenly horse? You know, that winged horse? Could you show it to me? Nan Feng smiled awkwardly and replied, Your Majesty, this so-called heavenly horse is nothing more than a common meteorite stone. It's pitch black all over, nothing particularly special. No way was he going to show it off. It might disappear once revealed, and this meteoric iron could forge an extraordinary divine weapon. Upon hearing that, Li Cheng chuckled and said, Then forget it. That stone is yours now. But I'm very curious about how you captured Yanzhou without a single casualty. Please tell us about that first. So Nan Feng recounted everything from start to finish. After listening, Li Cheng exclaimed repeatedly, then said, Indeed, warfare is all about planning and strategy. Those who don't understand strategy will be completely outwitted. Nan Feng has truly outsmarted the enemy in this battle. Oh, and General Chai mentioned that you completed a medical book on the way to war. Why don't you let everyone here take a look at that medical manuscript? Nan Feng generously handed his Ben Chao Gang Mu to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I only have one copy of this book. Please return it to me after your scribes have finished copying it. Li Cheng carefully placed the book and said, Fine. I'm not familiar with medical knowledge, so later I'll ask the imperial physicians and Master Sun to look at it as well. Nan Feng, I'll give you a few days off, so go home and enjoy yourself. Hurry on back, haha. After Nan Feng returned home, Li Cheng also approached the empress and murmured softly to himself, A fallen heavenly horse, the emperor's death? Seeing Li Cheng's odd expression, the empress slightly frowned and asked, Your Majesty, what has happened? Why are you repeatedly muttering about the fallen heavenly horse? Li Cheng waved his hand and replied, Nothing much. I hope it's just my imagination. General Chai wrote in his report that a heavenly horse fell in Shuafeng City. That's why Liang Shidu was quickly killed and the city easily captured. That's why my mind is wandering. The empress was shocked and said, A fallen heavenly horse? Yes. The general also said people all over Shuafeng are spreading the saying, The heavenly horse falls, the emperor dies. Upon hearing that, the empress became visibly flustered. It wasn't surprising. People in ancient times were deeply superstitious and strongly believed in geomancy. Thus, the empress suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng to the palace to calculate and interpret this omen. Li Cheng slightly nodded and said, That's a good idea. Send someone to invite them both here. Also, Nan Feng has written a medical book. I'm not familiar with medical knowledge, so please send for Master Sun and the imperial physicians as well. Let them examine the book to see whether Nan Feng's knowledge is reliable. More than 10 days would pass before Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang arrived at the palace. However, Master Sun lived quite near the palace, and soon arrived before Emperor Li Cheng. After the imperial physicians expressed their deep admiration for Master Sun, Li Cheng directly handed Nan Feng's medical book to him, and said, Master Sun, Nan Feng wrote this medical book during the campaign. Please take a look and tell me how it is. If all the treatments recorded in this book are valid, I shall have it widely printed and distributed. If there are any inappropriate treatments, you can also point them out for correction. Upon hearing Emperor Li Cheng's words, Master Sun picked up the medical book and began to examine it. As soon as he started reading carefully, his eyes widened in astonishment. He almost dropped the book. Then he flipped through it quickly with great speed. After reading for quite some time, Master Sun had become visibly excited. He exclaimed joyfully, This is truly an extraordinary medical book. Was this really written by Nan Feng? Li Cheng nodded slightly. Seeing this, Master Sun became overjoyed and exclaimed in surprise, Nan Feng has truly amazed me. Your Majesty, I'm certain about this. The book is not yet completed. The content included here is only a small part of the whole work. The complete version has not been finished, so Nan Feng must continue writing it in the future. Li Cheng also showed a shocked expression and said, It's really not finished? Master Sun, what do you think of this medical book? Hearing that, Master Sun replied, It's written extremely well. It records many effective remedies for various diseases. Moreover, it includes detailed illustrations of certain medicinal herbs, drawn so vividly, as if they were real. There are even some herbs mentioned here that I myself was previously unaware of. After listening to Master Sun's words, the imperial physicians in the palace slightly furrowed their brows and asked, Master Sun, how do you know for sure that Nan Feng has not yet completed this book? Still flipping through the pages, Master Sun replied, That's simple. This book only documents partial remedies for some diseases, while many others are missing. I'm also working on writing a medical book myself, and I've already completed nearly 20 volumes, but haven't finished it yet. Compared to that, Nan Feng's book is no more than 2 volumes at most. How could it possibly be completed already? Your Majesty, Master Sun exclaimed, You should have this book printed and distributed throughout the empire. I'll go find Nan Feng myself for now. That brat really surprised me. Li Cheng nodded and said, All right, Master Sun, perhaps I will need to summon you again in the future, since Du Ruhui has also fallen ill and is confined to his bed. As emperor, I must personally visit him no matter what. At that time, I'll trouble you to accompany me and examine his illness together with me. Chapter 177, Two women in conflict. After nodding in agreement, Master Sun took his leave and hurriedly made his way to Nanfeng's residence. Meanwhile, Nanfeng returned to his mansion, already thoroughly enjoying himself. He spent his days in pure relaxation, indulging in the comforts of his greenhouse pavilion. The spring sunlight warmed the body and brought a comfortable feeling. Nanfeng was nearly dozing off, while Kong Rong and another girl he had brought back were giving him a massage. He was even lying lazily on Qing Xian's jade-like thighs, living a life of complete ease and comfort, where clothes were put on for him and meals served at his request. Lu Ryu had visited Nanfeng nearly 30 times by now, yet each visit ended up with her being nearly driven mad by Nanfeng. Finally, a furious Lu Ryu couldn't hold back any longer. She unleashed a flurry of soft punches on Nanfeng before puffing her lips and saying, "Do you even see what our household has become? All day long, you just lie here, indulging in massages from pretty girls, while I have to personally train the girls you brought back. And we don't even have space to keep all this money anymore, yet you act like you don't care about any of it at all." After getting hit by several punches from Qing Xian, Nanfeng pretended to be completely weakened. He tried to reach his hand out to touch the spot he had just been hit, but halfway through, his hand just flopped down as he started playing up the drama. I'm done for. Little you, you've nearly beaten me to death. You have to kiss me a dozen times, or so to heal me. Ow. My body hurts. Hey, come on, flip me over. Kong Rong and another servant girl, Xiao Yun, who also served Nanfeng, were nearly laughing themselves silly, yet obediently flipped Nanfeng over so he could lie more comfortably on Qing Xian's thighs. Seeing Nanfeng being so childish infuriated Lu Ryu beyond measure. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry. Nanfeng, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around Qing Xian's slender waist and pressed his face into her lower belly, inhaling deeply. Instantly, he was captivated by a wondrous fragrance. Lazily lying there, Nanfeng said, "Heaven above, this life of pure indulgence and joy is too good. Little you, I want to live like this for at least another 10 days. If the Emperor sends someone to find me, tell them I'm currently bedridden with an infectious disease and can't meet anyone." I'm such a genius for thinking of such a great excuse. Lu Ryu was furious and exasperated, shrieking, "Nanfeng, can't you act any differently? If not, at least go check out our shops or something. You're acting so lazily every day. Are you not afraid you might lose me?" Upon hearing that, Nanfeng looked very helpless as he spoke. "Hey someone, go fetch Gao Shou for me. I need him to count how much wealth I currently have." Soon enough, Gao Shou had arrived in front of Nanfeng, while Nanfeng continued burying his face into Qing Xian's stomach, inhaling as he began to speak. "Gao Shou, let me know how much wealth I've accumulated now. I have to surprise this pretty girl of mine." Gao Shou nearly got shocked speechless, but after a short pause, he acknowledged, hurriedly retrieving his small notebook, and then reported while looking through it. "My lord, you currently have nearly 800,000 strings of copper coins, nearly 6,000 taels of silver, 3,000 taels of gold, and additionally nearly 500 pieces made of gold, jade, and silver." Once Gao Shou finished speaking, Nanfeng smiled and turned to Lu Ryu saying, "Did you hear clearly? How much money do I have now?" After enjoying another few seconds of Qing Xian's massage with a lazy gaze, Nanfeng continued, "I'm already wealthy beyond belief, my little you. Even if our business incurs losses, it's of no concern. Even if you lose several hundred strings of copper coins every day, it's nothing big. Our house has so many copper coins that they've started to mold. So, I'd suggest you either invest them or just go on wild shopping sprees. Buy more cosmetics, silks, whatever you want. If that's not good enough, invest in some farmland, or better yet, turn the copper coins into gold, so they won't rot away anymore." After finishing, Nanfeng buried his face into Qing Xian's abdomen again, mumbling as he spoke, "Heavens! Speaking so much has totally exhausted me. I've really gone through so much hardship today. I've completely drained all my energy. I really need to relax and recharge properly. Go ahead, spend every last one of those moldy copper coins." Saying this, Nanfeng's hands started to roam unscrupulously, causing Qing Xian to blush repeatedly, until Nanfeng suddenly remembered, No, I can't keep acting like this. I should give you all a formal title first. That way, I can openly flirt with you ladies. In March, let's move to our new mansion. There, I'll formally take 3 of these beautiful ladies as my concubines." Lu Ryu was so furious she couldn't utter a word. Her tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Nanfeng quickly spoke up, "Oh, my beautiful wife. Don't be mad at me. Actually, these trivial matters like household chores need not be handled by us personally. Let the servants do it instead. I can't bear to see you worrying about all this. If you end up becoming busy like an old maid, don't blame me for not wanting you anymore." Hearing this, Lu Ryu was instantly startled. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, "I'll listen to you. I won't do it again. We'll leave such work to the servants. I just want to stay with you and enjoy our happy days together." After saying this, Lu Ryu came over and tugged Qing Xian's sleeve, saying, "Come on, get up. Nanfeng should be resting his head on my lap." But Qing Xian directly replied, "I don't want to. I was here first." Saying this, she held Nanfeng even tighter and defiantly shot a glance at Lu Ryu. This infuriated Lu Ryu even further. She glared at Qing Xian and said, "I'm Nanfeng's wife whom he married first. You must obey me." Qing Xian smiled and responded, "Then how about this? Why don't we just ask our dear master himself whose lap he likes resting on more? I can tell your legs are so bony, it'd be uncomfortable for Nanfeng to rest his head on them. That's why he doesn't want to. It's much cozier resting on my soft, warm thighs." Lu Ryu was practically fuming by now. Without a word, she launched herself forward, ready for a fight. Nan Feng, caught in between the two of them, being shaken back and forth until stars seemed to swirl above his head, quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. Why don't both of you just extend one leg each and let me rest my head on both? That way, nobody's left out." Upon hearing Nan Feng's suggestion, Lu Ryu stopped fighting. Instead, she moved closer to Nan Feng and embraced him. She then rested her own head on Qing Xian's lap, smugly smiling. Chapter 178, Nan Feng's Special Habit. Lu Ryu said proudly, "Wow, resting my head on Qing Xuan's lap is really amazing. No wonder my Fenger couldn't stop thinking about it. Nan Feng, aren't you feeling great too?" Saying that, Lu Ryu shot a fierce glare at Nan Feng. Nan Feng definitely dared not speak carelessly at this moment. Otherwise, he might be subjected to another round of cotton palm strikes later. Therefore, he could only pretend to be asleep. At this moment, Lu Fu also came to Nan Feng's side. Seeing Nan Feng surrounded by beauties on all sides, Lu Fu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, but he could only act as if he hadn't seen anything and said, "Young master, Master Sun, the physician, has come to see you." "Master Sun? All right, as the host, I should at least display some hospitality. I suppose I should get up and greet him." Nan Feng struggled to sit up from the embrace of the beauties, but before he could fully rise, he fell back onto Qing Xuan's lap, saying weakly, Forget it, forget it. I really don't feel like moving right now. You bring him over here. If I were to go fetch him myself, how much energy would that consume?" Upon hearing this, Lu Fu went to fetch Master Sunday. When Lu Ryu heard that someone had come to visit Nan Feng, although she was reluctant to leave Nan Feng's embrace, she eventually walked out and called for a maid to bring a pot of tea inside. Qing Xian, puzzled, asked, "Young master, what exactly is energy?" Upon hearing Qing Xuan's words, Nan Feng responded unhappily, "Look at how many intimate moments we've already shared. Why are you still calling me young master? Haven't you figured out yet that you should call me husband instead?" Qing Xuan's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She wished she could bury her head into her knees. Then Nan Feng continued, "Well, what's called energy? Forget it. Less talking, no need to waste so much energy." The three women present were all stunned. Everyone was waiting eagerly for an explanation, but he suddenly decided not to continue. Who does something like that? At this moment, Master Sun also arrived at the greenhouse. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was absolutely shocked. He immediately walked up to the glass, tapping and knocking it with astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, good heavens, why is there such a gigantic crystal house?" Lu Fu boasted proudly, "This is not just some ordinary crystal house. It's actually a greenhouse built by the young master for planting fruits and vegetables. Moreover, our young master has an even larger greenhouse constructed in Chang'an County. These structures are called greenhouses. With them, even in winter, you can grow summer fruits and vegetables." Master Sun was stunned, his eyes wide open as he said, "Planting fruits and vegetables? Such a luxurious place, used solely for planting fruits and vegetables? Nan Feng must be incredibly extravagant. Even the Dragon King's Crystal Palace probably isn't much different." "Exactly. Our young master merely uses it for growing fruits and vegetables. You will understand once you step inside," Master Sun said in disbelief. "In such freezing weather, how can you grow anything? Are you pulling my leg? With such cold weather, people don't even want to leave their beddings. These vegetables simply won't sprout." Talking while walking, Master Sun finally entered the greenhouse and was amazed again. Upon stepping inside, he immediately felt the temperature wasn't as frigid anymore. Before him lay vast fields of crops. He even saw chili peppers he had previously harvested, along with many unfamiliar plants. At that moment, he simply didn't know what to say. He immediately rushed toward a crop with red fruits hanging on it, leaning in close to smell its fragrance. Then he excitedly ran over to the chilies and picked one, popped it into his mouth. After a few chews, he spat it out, feeling as if his mouth were on fire. He could only suck in cold air to relieve the spicy sensation. After recovering, he walked over to some potatoes. Seeing them starting to yellow and wilt, Master Sun frowned slightly and asked, "Why are these crops just left here like this? If they're not harvested soon, they'll be ruined. I've never seen this type of crop before. What are these?" Lu Fu smiled slightly and introduced, "Our young master calls this crop potato. Actually, its fruit grows underground, and the leaves are merely ornamental." "Oh, so this thing is called a potato? I wonder what it looks like." Saying that, Master Sun immediately took out a small dagger and scraped away the soil. Then he reached into the ground and pulled out a potato about the size of a palm. He stared at it in astonishment, even tossing it up and down to test its weight. He muttered to himself, "So the fruit actually grows buried in the soil. Today, I've truly seen something new. Where's some water? I'll wash it first, and then have a proper taste of how it tastes." Lu Fu had only seen a potato for the first time today as well. He examined the one in his hands carefully and even exaggeratedly licked his lips. Since Nan Feng wasn't looking this way, he directly took Master Sun's dagger and dug up another potato. This one even larger than Master Sun's. The two of them happily took the potatoes to wash them. During the washing process, Master Sun directly snatched the largest potato away. Without saying a word, he took a bite, but it was way too hard to chew. Moreover, it tasted strange, causing Master Sun's eyebrows to furrow together. Nan Feng also saw this scene and immediately laughed. At this time, Master Sun hadn't given up on the potato yet. He kept biting at a very large potato, but not a single bite left a mark. Eventually, he gave up and directly took the dagger, slicing the potato in half. Finding the taste too strange, yet reluctant to throw it away, Lu Fu cut the potato into finger-sized pieces and eagerly distributed them to the other servants in the mansion, causing everyone there to believe Nan Feng had a special habit. These potatoes tasted extremely strange. They were worse than any other fruit, and they felt slimy in the hands, which was genuinely quite disgusting. Everyone in the mansion assumed Nan Feng had a special habit of liking to eat potatoes, a terribly tasting fruit. Then, Master Sun took one of the small potato pieces and came before Nan Feng. Seeing how comfortably Nan Feng was lying there, Master Sun frowned and said, "You little brat, I specifically came to visit you. Yet you're lying here like this to greet me? If you act this way, people visiting your home will surely gossip about you." After saying that, he lightly bit into the potato piece in his hand again. Chapter 179. Sun, the divine physician, loves tomatoes. Dr. Sun was smacking his lips while chewing on a potato, complaining as he ate. "Nan Feng, how could you think to grow such hard-to-swallow fruits in such large quantities? Did someone slam your head in a door or something?" Nan Feng chuckled and replied, "This potato isn't meant to be eaten raw. And besides, it's not a fruit, it's a vegetable. You're supposed to cook it before eating." Upon hearing that it needed to be cooked, Dr. Sun's face fell. He immediately handed the piece of potato he had been holding to Lu Fu, smugly remarking, "This is food. A waste to throw it away, why don't you finish it?" Lu Fu stared blankly at the 2 pieces of potato now in his hands, clearly bitter and inwardly cursing 10,000 times. What a divine assist from Dr. Sun. Asterisk. Nan Feng then sternly turned to Lu Fu and said, "Eat all of it. Don't leave even a bite." Lu Fu looked like he was chewing on raw bitter melon, slowly nibbling at the 2 pieces of potato, frequently making dry heaving motions. It took him an age to finish them, and without anything unexpected happening, it wouldn't be long before Lu Fu had a loose bowel movement. At this moment, Lu Ryu spoke in a considerate tone. "Honored to meet you, Grandpa Sunday. This is our household's specialty. Try it and see if the taste suits you." Saying this, Lu Ryu poured a cup of tea for Dr. Sunday. He took the teacup in one hand, waved the other over the cup to bring the aroma to his nose, and after inhaling deeply, he gave a sigh of admiration while glancing at Nan Feng. "I must say, I envy your way of life. Nan Feng, you're still young. How can you indulge yourself like this? The weather outside is beautiful. It's much better to take a stroll or bathe in the sunlight than to lie here indoors. If you don't exercise while you're young, when you get older, you won't have the strength to do so anymore." Nan Feng smiled again and said, "But I'm soaking in the sunlight right here. And besides, it's far warmer inside than out there. Why would I want to go outside when it's freezing out there?" Dr. Sun, now somewhat embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic and pointed at the red fruits asking, "So what's this plant called? I've collected medicinal herbs in the mountains for years and have never seen one like this. Is it hard to taste? You'll need to taste it yourself. After all, everyone's palate is different." Dr. Sun waved his hand and refused. "No thanks. I'd rather not waste it if it turns out to be inedible." Hearing this, Nan Feng waved to Xiao Yun to bring him a ripe red fruit. As soon as it arrived, Nan Feng wiped it on his robe and took a bite directly. He made a small opening, sucked out the juice contentedly, and looked deeply satisfied while eating. Seeing Nan Feng enjoying it so much, Dr. Sun shamelessly rushed forward, picked out a big, red one, gave it a quick rub, and took a big bite. His eyes immediately popped wide open, and then he devoured the whole fruit in a wolfish manner, then immediately grabbed another and began eating it too. Watching him eat so enthusiastically, Nan Feng directly said, "Dr. Sun, right now in the Tang Dynasty, there might be only a few of these tomatoes available. If you eat them so fast, there won't be any left." Upon hearing this, Dr. Sun shot Nan Feng a fierce glare and snapped, "Couldn't you have told me earlier? My goodness, I just took such a big bite. This is just too wasteful. Something so delicious. You didn't plant more of it? You should definitely popularize this fruit across the whole Tang Empire. I know what you mean. But tell me, why did you come visit me today?" Dr. Sun smiled slightly and replied, "I just came from the Emperor's palace. I also had the chance to read the medical book you wrote. It was written so beautifully, good enough to last for generations. I only came here to ask you, how much of this book have you completed?" Nan Feng, without trying to tease Dr. Sun, answered honestly, "To complete the entire book, probably around 17 volumes. The volume I've completed so far is merely a small part of the entire set." Hearing Nan Feng's words, Dr. Sun was astonished and exclaimed, "That many? The volume you've already finished already contains hundreds of medicinal formulas. How could you know so many formulas?" Nan Feng smiled gently and replied, "That's just your limited knowledge. In our world, there are so many illnesses and afflictions. Having so many formulas is actually not surprising at all." Dr. Sun pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right then. If you finish it, remember to let me borrow it for a read first. I'm really curious now. You must understand, it took me so much time just to record a little over 1,200 medicinal formulas. But according to what you said, your medical book must contain at least 10,000 formulas. How could I not be interested? Are all those formulas compiled by you yourself?" "That's something I can't disclose, and you don't need to know too much. Talking with you just now has cost me quite a bit of effort. Plus, my wife just broke both of my legs with a hammer. Please forgive me for not seeing you off." Dr. Sun, disbelieving, touched Nan Feng's legs and then gave them a hard slap, shouting, "You little brat. I didn't believe others when they called you lazy, but now I finally understand. To make up such an excuse, it truly enrages me. I don't want to stay another moment here. Otherwise, even if I were in perfect health now, you'd end up angering me to death." With that, Dr. Sun ran over again and grabbed 2 more tomatoes, then laughed heartily as he walked away. Lu was also enraged by Nanfeng. She clearly hadn't hit his legs, but seeing Dr. Sun leave, she hurriedly followed after him, seemingly conspiring about something. After quite a while, Lu skipped happily back. Nanfeng asked her curiously, but she stayed mysteriously tight-lipped and insisted on waiting until evening to explain. Hearing this, Nanfeng stopped prying further. He looked up at the sun and felt somewhat uneasy, already considering whether he should invent sunglasses to wear while sunbathing. Laziness indeed drives technological advancement. Thinking about how convenient it would be to sunbathe wearing sunglasses, Nanfeng threw himself into work with renewed enthusiasm, personally heading straight to the cave house to manufacture black glass. Chapter 180. Nanfeng has been drugged. Nanfeng had been busy the entire day trying to produce dark-colored glass, but even as night fell, he hadn't managed to create a single piece. As he continued working late into the evening, Lu, growing bored and restless, approached Nanfeng and began seducing him continuously. Just as Nanfeng was about to give in, he paused and glanced at the calendar. Suppressing himself, he waved his hand and said, "No tonight. I can't be reckless with you. For the next dozen or so days is a risky period. I might get you pregnant. We can't do that." Nanfeng had not even reached adulthood yet and had no desire to change diapers so soon. But Lu burst into laughter. Hearing her laugh so loudly made Nanfeng feel uneasy. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Have you done something to me? Also, what did you want from Master Sun? Otherwise, why are you so cheerful?" Lu stared at Nanfeng with mischief in her eyes and said, "Today, I asked Master Sun for a recipe. He gave me a fertility potion recipe." What are you doing with that recipe now? You absolutely cannot get pregnant now." Lu smirked as she lifted a small pouch of powder, saying, "My dear husband, from now on, you must be careful with what you eat and drink because I just added a pouch of medicine to your tea. This special medicine was prepared just for you." Before Lu even finished speaking, Nanfeng felt himself getting aroused immediately. Inwardly, he cursed Master Sun 10,000 times over. Clearly, it was a kind of aphrodisiac. You, I'm only doing this for your own good. I don't care anymore. You can sleep alone tonight. I'm going to Qingxian to release some tension. Good night." With that, Nanfeng threw on a robe and rushed out without looking back. Damn it. Come back to bed right now. Oh, Lu was furious. All her hard work had only benefited someone else. At the thought of that, she burst into tears, barely able to sleep the whole night. Meanwhile, Nanfeng had already arrived at Qingxuan's door. Urgently, he knocked. Qingxian opened the door wearing only a thin silk robe. Frowning slightly, she asked, "Husband, why are you here at this hour? Didn't you stay with Sister Ryu tonight?" All the way here, Nanfeng had been cursing the old man's son to himself. Was the potion he prepared meant for cows? The feeling was simply too intense. No matter how hard Nanfeng tried to restrain himself, he couldn't. Seeing Qingxian open the door, he strode in and shut the door immediately behind him. Then he lifted her up in his arms, tossed her onto the bed, and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. One after another, their clothes were flung to the floor, followed by a series of strange sounds echoing in the room. Afterward, Nanfeng suddenly remembered the feeling of smoking. How much he would love just one cigarette right now. But this was only wishful thinking. Strongly missing the sensation of tobacco, he murmured to himself, "If I could just have a cigarette now, how great that would be. I should plant some tobacco plants sometime soon. I'll make some cigarettes myself." At this point, Qingxian was already so exhausted that she was panting heavily. With great effort, she cuddled into Nanfeng's chest and gently traced circles over his chest with her finger, saying softly, "My dear husband, what's this thing called a cigarette you mentioned? Why would it make someone so happy to smoke one at a time like this? You wouldn't understand if I told you. Let's just focus on what we need to do, hee." The next morning, fortunately, Qingxian was at least a martial artist, so her body was quite resilient. Otherwise, she certainly would have had to stay in bed for a few days. Even so, she still limped slightly when she walked, which showed just how intense last night had been. Qingxian had clearly enjoyed herself, but Lu could find no joy at all. As Nanfeng made funny faces and told jokes in front of her, Lu didn't even feel like saying a single word. The hostility in her gaze toward Qingxian was clear. At breakfast, once Qingxian had eaten her fill, she gently caressed her abdomen lovingly and murmured softly, "My dear little baby, grow up nicely, okay? Because your father has a huge inheritance waiting for you. In the future, you'll be a rich young master who never runs out of money." Hearing this made Lu even more upset. Nanfeng, on the other hand, stood up angrily and said, "I'm still alive and well, and you're already thinking about my inheritance? I can't eat another bite. This meal has made me so angry I'm full already, humph." Right after he finished speaking, Nanfeng's stomach rudely let out a loud burp, as if mocking him. This time, Lu could hardly contain herself any longer. She burst into laughter at first, but soon realized what she was doing and quickly suppressed her laughter, immediately turning silent and reticent. Qingxian, on the other hand, spoke smugly like a pregnant woman and continued saying, "Oh dear, I haven't even received an official status yet, but I've already gotten pregnant with Nanfeng's child. This is a bit troublesome." Nanfeng felt like a war had already erupted in his harem. It was obvious that Qingxian was showing off in front of Lu. Choosing not to get involved in the conflict, he simply ran off to take a walk in his courtyard. Originally, Nanfeng had been thinking about going out riding to enjoy the scenery of Chang'an, but he was just too lazy to bother. Therefore, Nanfeng started basking in the sunlight once again in his greenhouse. His pillow remained Qingxuan's thigh as he bit into a cucumber he had picked, one bite at a time, thinking aimlessly about various things in his head. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Nanfeng's mind. He He remembered that the potatoes could now be harvested. He immediately arranged for dozens of servants to help dig up the potatoes from the soil. It had only taken 1 or 2 hours, and more than half of them had already been dug out, yielding almost 500 gene worth of potatoes already. At the very beginning, Nanfeng had planted around 20 potato seedlings, but now more than 300 large potatoes had been dug out, and they had barely dug through half of them. Once all the potatoes were unearthed, there would definitely be around 700 in total. If all these potatoes were replanted and harvested twice more, Chang'an would certainly be filled with potatoes by then. Lying with his head on Qingshuan's thigh and watching the servants digging out potatoes, Nanfeng occasionally received food from Qingxian, feeling completely satisfied and utterly content. What a blissful and carefree life it was. Chapter 181, Li Tai gets cheated. When Nanfeng was lying down enjoying his happy life, Lu Fu came over and informed him, "Master, Prince Wei and Prince Wu have come looking for you." Nanfeng frowned slightly and said, "Tell them I'm out. They must have no good intentions coming at this time. Most likely they are here to cause trouble." Lu Fu squeezed his hands together and continued, "But Princess Li Ji is with them too. Should I tell them you're out as well?" Nanfeng immediately exclaimed in anger, "Damn it. Why didn't you mention that Princess Li Ji came together? Fine. Let them 3 come here then." Their guards were stopped at the hall since Nanfeng had made it clear that no outsiders were allowed in the back courtyard unless permitted. Princess Li Ji was jumping with joy all the way and happily said, "Big brothers, the 2 of you don't know, but actually there's a huge transparent glass house in Nanfeng's backyard where he even grows many fruits and vegetables that usually can't be planted in winter. After such a long time, today we might just be in time for the harvest." "Really? Princess Li Ji, let's hurry then, I'm already drooling," Li Ke said as he stuck his tongue out to lick his lips, and then he added with a grin, "To be honest, the main reason I begged you to bring me here was just for the food." Li Tai replied with contempt, "Dear big brother, can you not embarrass me? Isn't it just because he made you that beggar chicken before? So you've already been won over by Nanfeng." He might as well have not said anything, because when he did, it only made Li Ku angrier. He fiercely retorted, "And why bring that up again? If it wasn't for you last time, I surely could have eaten that beggar chicken properly, humph." Li Tai then tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle staring at the sky pretending he hadn't heard, but he accidentally tripped and fell face first on the ground like a dog eating dirt. Upon seeing this, Li Ke burst into laughter, mocking him and saying, "See? You brought this upon yourself, didn't you?" Li Tai was already writhing in pain, sucking in sharp breaths, his eyes welling up, tears threatening to spill over. Li Ke stood close to him and said, "You cry baby. All you know how to do is tattle and cry. With which eye have you seen me crying? I haven't cried at all." While saying this, Li Tai secretly wiped away the tears that had just streamed down. As they continued walking, they soon arrived at the greenhouse. Princess Li Ji proudly said, "Look big brothers. This is the giant transparent glass house I was telling you about, constructed all by your future brother-in-law himself, in a single day. Isn't Nanfeng amazing?" She intentionally said it was Nanfeng himself who built the transparent glass house, simply for the sake of showing off in front of her 2 older brothers, something that made her very happy. Upon hearing these words from Princess Li Ji, Li Tai and Li Ku were already stunned beyond words, standing there dumbfounded for a while, without reacting. Princess Li Ji continued proudly, "Look at you two, acting like you've never seen the world before. I'll tell you this, what's inside this glass house will surely surprise you even more. There are many flowers, plants, and fruits growing inside that you wouldn't usually see in this season." Li Ku could hardly contain himself, urging them, Yes, let's go in quickly and see for ourselves." Saying that, the 2 brothers directly stepped inside. As soon as they entered, they halted abruptly, staring stupidly at everything before them. Li Ku was looking at the chili peppers with aching nostalgia, while Li Tai was drooling, his eyes fixed on the bright red tomatoes ahead. Li Ku glanced at his silly younger brother, and then looked again at the peppers before him. He had already decided it was time to make Li Tai suffer a bit too. How could his own brother not share the same hardship he once endured? At that moment, Nanfeng called out, "What are these 2 brats doing here? Where's Li Ji?" Li Ku coughed a couple of times, winked at Nanfeng, and said, "Dear brother-in-law, Princess Li Ji is still walking in behind us. The chili peppers are just too delicious. I really miss their taste, so I specially came here today." Li Tai wouldn't believe me when I told him how tasty they were, so I just wanted him to try a bite. Upon hearing this, Li Tai's face was filled with fury as he said, "I was just minding my own business and got dragged into this. You want to eat? Then just say so. Why drag me into it?" All right, I was wrong. "Okay," said Li Ku as he walked over to the chili pepper patch and started searching. After some effort, he picked a half-green, half-red chili and handed it to Li Tai grumpily. "Here, have a taste. This kind of chili is only grown here by Nanfeng. You won't get to eat such delicious chilies anywhere else." Li Tai, now convinced by Li Ku's words, licked his lips as he looked at the chili and said, "Well then, I won't be polite. I'll taste it for you, brother." So saying, Li Tai shoved the whole chili into his mouth and started chewing it with loud smacking sounds. After just a couple of bites, Li Tai finally realized what he had done. Immediately, he bent forward and spat out all the chili, tears and snot now running down his face as he kept gasping in cold air furiously, as if enduring extreme suffering. While continuing to gasp, he shouted, "Great job, Li Ku. You actually made me eat this poisonous thing. Hurry up and cure me. I feel like I'm going to die." Seeing Li Tai in such a pitiful state, Li Ku said mockingly, "What you just ate is called a chili pepper. There's no antidote for this, you know. And trust me, once you get used to it, you'll definitely get addicted. Hearing this, Li Tai cried, even louder, running around frantically from the burning sensation, and finally noticed Nanfeng. He immediately rushed over and begged, Nanfeng, please, have mercy on me and help me cure this. I really can't take it anymore. Tears kept streaming down Li Tai's face as he stood there looking extremely miserable. Nanfeng then said with a smile, quick, say something nice about me. Once I hear something pleasing, I might help you get rid of the burn. My dearest brother-in-law, I know you're the handsomest, kindest, and most understanding. From this day on, whenever I see you, I will respectfully greet you as brother-in-law. Please help me cure this burn already. It's truly too unbearable. Wah! Nanfeng finally couldn't bear to watch anymore and directly threw the cucumber he had been eating toward Li Tai. Eat it slowly, bite by bite. Once you're done, you'll feel better. Chapter 182. There's a cow in the sky. Li Tai's lips were swollen from the spiciness. Miserably, he grabbed a cucumber and started eating it, pausing every couple of bites to wipe away his tears. Nanfeng lazily buried his head into Qing Xian's soft lower abdomen, taking a deep, contented breath. Meanwhile, Qing Xian gazed at Nanfeng with tender affection, gently massaging his head. Li Ku had been laughing for quite a while before finally calming down. He noticed some servants digging something on the side and eagerly ran over to check it out. Li Tai had just begun to feel less pain from the spiciness when he saw that Li Ku had left only his back facing him. Furious, Li Tai ran over and kicked Li Ku so hard that he fell face first into a hole. This time, Li Ku finally lost all trace of laughter. Princess Li Ji had also arrived beside the two brothers. She had picked a chili pepper and was about to taste it when she remembered Li Tai's earlier misfortune. Luckily, she quickly threw the chili away. Jumping toward Nanfeng with quick, angry steps, she kicked him directly in the butt and glared at Qing Xian fiercely, saying, Nanfeng brother, how can you be lying in her arms? You've never even lain in my arms before. As she spoke, tears started welling up in Princess Li Ji's eyes and her lips puffed out in a pout. Her jealousy was clearly overflowing. The sight of this young beauty, so obviously jealous, was just too adorable. Nanfeng barely managed to suppress his laughter, but Qing Xian next to him couldn't hold back and burst into giggles. Looking at the little beauty before her, she teased, Princess Li Ji, I am Nanfeng's newly taken concubine, and we've already consummated our marriage. You should take a good look at my little belly. There's already a baby growing in here from Nanfeng. Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji immediately burst into loud sobs, crying while yelling at Nanfeng. Nanfeng, you turtle bastard. Wah, we haven't even slept together yet. You must go to bed with me now. Let me get pregnant too. Wah. Nanfeng could only helplessly rub his forehead and turned to Qing Xian saying, Li Ji is still young. Isn't it wrong of you to say these things to her? Qing Xian was slightly displeased by his words, because in her opinion, 8 years old wasn't really that young at all. After hearing what Qing Xian had said, Princess Li Ji kept crying out that she wanted to go to bed with Nanfeng and carry his child. Finally, Nanfeng couldn't stand it anymore and said, look at your own body, it's flat. If one day you grow a belly as big as Qing Xian's, then maybe I can let you get pregnant. Looking puzzled, Princess Li Ji asked, but why do I have to be exactly as big as her? Can't it be a little smaller? Nanfeng was stumped and could only reply evasively, well, if it's too small, you won't be able to feed our baby properly. Nanfeng no longer wanted to continue the conversation and tried to sit up, but before he could, he changed positions and leaned back down onto Qing Xian's thighs. Then, clearing his throat, he said, let's talk about something else. You won't understand this right now. Wait until you grow up, and then I'll tell you. At this moment, Li Tai had finally finished chewing half a cucumber. He approached Nanfeng and said gratefully, Dear brother-in-law, from now on, I'll never argue with you again. Thank goodness you helped me relieve the spiciness. Otherwise, I'd have been ruined by that bastard Li Ku. Nanfeng got another free good person card. What Li Tai didn't know was that even if he hadn't eaten anything, after a while, the spiciness would fade on its own. Seeing that the potatoes were almost fully dug up, Nanfeng called Lu Fu over and gave him instructions. You must have seen me planting potatoes before. Take about 10 gene of the biggest ones and store them in a cool place. Then cut the rest into pieces and plant them. Remember, plant them at the new mansion first, and also here. Leave the chili and tomato fields alone, but change all the other fields to potatoes. Understood. I won't disappoint you. If you mess up this potato planting, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Lu Fu nodded seriously. He couldn't afford to be careless. Immediately, he arranged for people to prepare the land and plant the cut potato pieces, muttering to himself continuously. Cut the potatoes, water them daily, and 30 days later add manure water. Li Ku silently approached Nanfeng and whispered, Dear brother-in-law, I heard from your servants that you actually used to collect cow dung from outside. Is that really true? Princess Li Ji and Li Tai were both greatly shocked upon hearing these words. They looked at Nanfeng with stunned expressions, and Princess Li Ji even showed a look of disgust. Nanfeng calmly turned to Kong Rong and ordered, Ronger, take Li Ku back to the mansion to identify who exactly has been spreading rumors behind my back. Then bring 2 people to slap his face until it's swollen and teach him a lesson to never try this again. At this moment, Princess Li Ji spoke up, Nanfeng brother, why do you go outside to collect cow dung? That stuff is super smelly. Nanfeng grinned slyly and replied, Of course I bring cow dung back to eat it. I never even rinse my mouth after eating it. So delicious, hee hee. Princess Li Ji pointed toward the sky and shouted, Look quickly, there's a cow up in the sky. It's been blown way up high. Then, she ran back in front of Nanfeng, squatted down, and started poking him repeatedly with her little finger. Nan Feng, unable to stand the tickling any longer, finally exclaimed, "Io, my dear princess. If you have something to say, just say it already. Stop poking me. It's driving me crazy." Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji poked even harder. After a while, she finally spoke, "Red bean cake. You still haven't made me any red bean cake yet. I must eat some today, or else I'll go back and tell my father that I don't want to get married anymore. My mother even said I'm nearly good enough to eat red bean cake now." Nan Feng had thought it was something serious, but it turned out this little glutton just wanted some red bean cake. Laughing, he said, "All right then, but I don't have any red dates on hand right now. If you can bring me some red dates, then I'll make you some red bean cake. However, if you can't find any red dates, you mustn't throw a tantrum." Chapter 183. Let the cow commit suicide. Upon hearing that they were going to look for red dates, Li Tai directly spoke up. "Princess Li Ji, it's just the beginning of spring now. How could there already be red dates ready for picking? The date trees have just started sprouting. You won't find any red dates to pick no matter how hard you look." Upon hearing this, Princess Li Ji was immediately stunned and said disappointedly, "Ugh, so my wish to eat red date cake is gone. I came out especially wanting to eat, cough cough, wanting to visit Nan Feng, and if possible, eat a few pieces of his red date cake. I'll only eat a few pieces and be satisfied." Looking at the pitiful expression on Princess Li Ji's face, Nan Feng directly broke free from his cozy position and sat upright. All right, you're going to flatter me into the sky. Anyway, red date cake is out of the question now. How about I make you something else tasty instead? I'll make some yogurt for you." So saying, Nan Feng called over several servants and ordered, "Go to Gao Shou and collect a few strings of copper coins, then bring several other people with you and go around the neighborhood. Check which households still have cows giving milk and buy some milk from them. Buy plenty." In fact, making yogurt wasn't difficult at all. All you needed was a seal jar. After pouring in fresh milk and some sugar, add a bit of yeast starter, mix thoroughly, and then let it sit for several hours at around 19 degrees Celsius, and you'd have delicious, tasty yogurt. At this moment, Tong Tong also came over on her leopard to find Nan Feng. There was no choice since Tong Tong had been insisting she wanted to come and play with Nan Feng, so Nan Feng's mother-in-law could only accompany her. Tong Tong looked so gallant riding on Xiaohua, like a little general, with 2 cute braids. She was already a smart and lively 4-year-old girl with sparkling big eyes. Nan Feng had been lying comfortably on Qing Xian's lap, when suddenly, he heard Li Tai crying out with a loud wail. He cried so miserably that anyone who didn't know better might think someone was slaughtering a pig. Curious, Nan Feng immediately sprang upright and ran outside the greenhouse to see what was going on. There he saw Li Tai curled up hiding in a corner while Tong Tong rode Xiaohua in front of him, asking innocently, "Why have I never seen you before? Who are you exactly? Why are you crying so miserably? Even if you want to cry, you can't come into my house crying." Li Tai's wails had attracted quite a crowd already, but fortunately, Nan Feng's guards were capable and had stopped Li Tai's guards from barging in. Otherwise, Xiaohua's life might have been in danger. Li Ko also saw the giant leopard in front of him and became so scared he hid behind the crowd. Nan Feng's mother-in-law was also frightened since Tong Tong had apparently frightened a young prince. Quickly, she scooped Tong Tong up into her arms. Meanwhile, the leopard stood there stupidly staring at Li Tai. Seeing that Tong Tong had dismounted the leopard, Li Tai immediately cried even louder. Now the leopard was free. If it charged him, he would be doomed. Therefore, Li Tai cried for help. "Brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, please come and save me from this terrible situation. Drive that leopard away. It'll kill me." Finally unable to bear the scene any longer, Princess Li Ji ran over and gave Xiaohua's bottom a kick, knowing well that the seemingly ferocious leopard was as gentle as a kitten. She said, "Brother Li Tai, you really don't need to be afraid of it. This Hua Bao won't bite anyone. It's actually very obedient." As she spoke, she gave Xiaohua another kick on the bottom. Nan Feng also walked in front of the leopard. Seeing Nan Feng, the leopard immediately wagged its tail and rolled onto the ground, exposing its belly. Nan Feng looked at Xiaohua and gestured for it to go towards the greenhouse. Smartly enough, the leopard ran off and lay by the greenhouse wall. Nan Feng was still planning to pull Li Tai out, but then he noticed that the crotch of Li Tai's trousers was already wet. Immediately bursting into laughter while holding his belly, Nan Feng said, "Good heavens! You were so scared of Xiaohua that you actually peed your pants." At that moment, everyone present witnessed Li Tai's embarrassing condition. At that point, Li Tai wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Seeing them continue to laugh at him, he became furious and shouted, "No laughing! No more laughing! Keep laughing, and I'll tell my guards to come beat you all up." Nan Feng pinched his nose and walked up to Li Tai. With one hand, he grabbed him and lifted him up, then carried him directly to his guards. He said, "Cough cough, this little brat accidentally peed in his pants. You'd better take him back and change his clothes quickly, otherwise he might catch a chill later. If that happens, the emperor will treat you all nicely." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately took Li Tai back. The news of Li Tai wetting his pants quickly spread throughout the palace. Li Chung became so furious upon hearing it that he directly issued an order. If anyone dared to mention this matter again, they would be beheaded and cut in half at the waist. The morning passed quickly. Since the potatoes had finally been harvested, Nan Feng, who had been longing for beef stewed with potatoes for quite some time, hurriedly called his cooks and ordered them to slaughter a cow. However, the cook was so frightened that his legs went weak. He stuttered, "Master, it's strictly forbidden to slaughter cows in the Tang Dynasty. If the emperor finds out, that's a serious crime." Nan Feng furrowed his eyebrows slightly and said, "Are you just thickhead? Can't you make up an excuse? For example, You could say the cow died of illness or overexertion. At the very least, you could take it to drown in a pond. Then we can slaughter it. Honestly, the emperor was being too stingy too. He only gave me 5 cows, 3 of which were male and couldn't produce calves. Now, just let one of the bulls commit suicide first, and we'll deal with the other one later. You understand me, right? Hurry up and get moving. The 3 cooks were so flustered that their hands shook violently. Of course, Nanfeng didn't truly mean to have the cow drowned in a pond. Cows can swim after all. So he immediately fetched a powerful sedative, gave it to the 3 cooks, and told them to feed it to the bull. Soon after, the bull collapsed. Then, the cooks finally began the slaughter. Once the cow's blood was completely drained, starting from the hide, the cooks proceeded to dissect the animal using the precise method of Pao Ding Jian the butcher's technique for cutting up an ox, dividing it into dozens of large basins of beef. Even if all the members of Nanfeng's household ate together, they wouldn't finish all the meat in just 1 or 2 days. Chapter 184. He pranked his younger brother. Now he's pranking his older brother. The weather had gradually warmed up by this season. Nanfeng had just obtained a large amount of beef, but with the rising temperature, it couldn't be stored for long. If they didn't eat it soon, it would spoil. Therefore, Nanfeng had already started thinking about methods to preserve all this beef. Just as he was lost in thought, the crown prince had arrived at his residence, bringing along his usual group of close friends. However, all of them were stopped at the gate and not allowed into the backyard. After a while, they finally saw Nanfeng emerge from a large door. The crown prince immediately stretched his neck to look toward the backyard, but saw nothing unusual. Seeing the crown prince, Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "No training today? How come you suddenly have time to visit me? Want me to spice up your workout a bit more?" The crown prince grinned smugly and replied, "We're on a 2-day holiday now. We heard that you had just returned triumphantly, so we came to celebrate with you." Badman nodded enthusiastically, adding, Right. We came to celebrate with you, Brother Nan. How about we all go to the pleasure house tonight and have a good time?" Chinchumar looked at Badman with disdain and said, "I suggest you save it. Have you finished taking the aphrodisiac prescribed by Sun the physician yet?" There were 5 people in total visiting Nanfeng's mansion. Besides the crown prince and Chinchumar, there were also Fang Yai and Wu Yuanshuang. As for Yuchi Baolan, who was dark-skinned, he had heard from his father about that embarrassing scandal, so no matter how much others persuaded him, he refused to come, insisting he would never cross paths with Nanfeng again. Dui had returned home to visit his father directly because his father had fallen seriously ill, and Chun Hualiang was too scared of being humiliated again by Nanfeng, so he had hidden himself completely. Looking at this group, Nanfeng furrowed his brow slightly and bluntly said, "If you're here to celebrate, why did you come empty-handed? You didn't bring any gifts at all." Chinchumar tried to play down the issue and smiled. "Come on, Brother Nan, why must we be so formal? Isn't sincerity enough? And it's rare for us to get a break, yet we all came here to visit you. It shows our good intentions." Badman quickly added, Exactly. Our sincerity is undeniable. Speaking of which, I'm starting to get hungry. What good food have you prepared for us?" The crown prince then asked, "Brother Nan, the security around your small backyard seems overly tight. Your guards even blocked the crown prince. Are you hiding something shady back there?" Nanfeng chuckled and replied, "What if he is the crown prince? Nobody is allowed into my backyard." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ku walked out casually, exposing Nanfeng's lie. He strolled out swinging his arms, a half-eaten cucumber hanging from his mouth. Seeing this, the crown prince was stunned and pointed at Li Ku, exclaiming, "Didn't you just say that nobody is allowed into your backyard? Then how come Li Ku got in?" At this moment, Nanfeng remained silent, but Li Ku, that ever-troublesome fellow, suddenly changed his demeanor, walking solemnly toward the crown prince and his companions to bow respectfully. Then he hurried back into the greenhouse and came out holding an unripe chili pepper for each of them, beaming as he said, "Big brother, this kind of fruit tastes amazing. You all must try it." The crown prince and Chinchumar exchanged glances. Nanfeng couldn't bring himself to continue watching. He was afraid he would burst out laughing. Did Li Ku really think he could trick them again? After all, the crown prince and others had already eaten chili peppers with Nanfeng before. How could they fall for the same trick again? Li Ku had gotten addicted to playing pranks. Having tricked his own younger brother, he was now trying to pull one on his own older brother. Nanfeng was truly amazed by him. The crown prince looked at the chili Li Ku had handed him, then tossed it directly to Fang Yai and said, "Here, you try it. I'm not interested in this kind of thing." Chinchumar did the same, throwing the chili to Wu Yuanshuang and saying, "You try it. I don't really have an appetite now." Seeing this, Li Ku began to panic, even sweating on his forehead. Had they already figured it out? Fang Yai and Wu Yuanshuang had never eaten chili peppers before and didn't know just how spicy these little things could be. They popped the peppers straight into their mouths and started chewing. Before long, they followed in Li Tai's footsteps, running around the courtyard, burning with fiery pain. They barely managed to find a bucket of water, which the two of them scrambled to drink from. After recovering, both glared angrily at Li Ku, who was rubbing his hands nervously and saying, "Don't look at me like that. Besides, the peppers weren't even handed to you by me." Unfortunately, since one was the crown prince and the other a royal prince, Shui Hai had no choice but to redirect his anger toward Chinchumar, shouting angrily, "Chinchumar, did you already know beforehand that these little peppers were spicy?" Chinchumar didn't even bother to respond. Instead, he directly ran into the backyard, and upon seeing the greenhouse inside, he walked straight in, picking several cucumbers and 2 or 3 chili peppers. As he was heading to the kitchen to grab some seasonings to go with them, he noticed the vujah, ox horns, that Nanfeng hadn't had time to deal with yet. He froze completely. After standing there stunned for a moment, he directly entered the kitchen, took a steamed bun, sliced it in half, added sliced chili peppers, and some pickled vegetables. He began eating as he walked back out. Quietly, he approached Nanfeng and asked, "Brother Nan, do the oxen in your estate commit suicide because they are unhappy too?" Fang Yai and Wu Yuan Shuang saw Chun Chumer eating what they considered poison, savoring it so much that their mouths dropped open wide, wearing expressions of complete shock. Nanfeng pretended to grieve as he replied, "Exactly. It must be because we've been giving this ox too much work lately, and it got upset and stuck its head into a large water vat, suffocating itself. It's such a pity to throw it away after it died, so I had no choice but to have it slaughtered so everyone could enjoy a good meal. You have no idea how heartbroken I am." Upon hearing this, Chun Chumer also turned to look sorrowfully in the direction of the kitchen, his ungrateful tears nearly flowing from the corners of his mouth, as he shamelessly said, "This ox was truly heroic. Even in death, it still wanted to give something back to us. What a truly exceptional ox, worthy of 3 seconds of mourning from me. I hope that in its next life, it continues being a great ox." Chapter 185. Let me spice you up. Nanfeng was speechless. This Chun Chumo's face was thicker than a city wall. He was already drooling, yet still dared to speak such words. The villain looked at Nanfeng hopefully and said, "Don't worry, Nanfeng. We brothers can all testify for you. That cow of yours indeed died by its own will." The crown prince also spoke. "Come on, stop wasting time. You're making me so hungry I might faint. When will we start eating? We came here especially to feast." Hearing this, Nanfeng became slightly furious. He sent someone to call a chef over and, in a heartfelt tone, said to him, "I've already taught you how to make the stewed beef with potatoes. Hurry up and prepare a big pot, and add lots of chili pepper. My brothers here can definitely handle the spice, but there are also a few ladies who can't handle much heat. Please make something milder for them as well." After speaking, Nanfeng approached the crown prince, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Prince, you were the one who said you'd eat heartily. If I don't see you stuffed, you'd better watch out." Chun Chumo was unfazed. Sure. A little spiciness doesn't matter at all. Both Nanfeng and I can handle chili well. Just wait and see if you all can take it." The crown prince became extremely angry and snapped, "No one will mistake you for a mute if you keep your mouth shut." Before the beef stew was ready, the crown prince and the others were already drooling. This was because they had noticed the newly arrived maids Nanfeng brought earlier, and like bumpkins who'd never seen anything, they kept staring at these beauties walking around. Wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, the crown prince said, "Brother Nan, how come you have so many beauties here? Just look." Before he could finish, Nanfeng directly refused. "Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll let you know what real consequences feel like." Upon hearing this, the crown prince scratched the back of his head and awkwardly said, "Ahem, don't take me seriously. I was just kidding, I wouldn't steal your girls." Right then, the beef stew was served, and the men couldn't wait to start eating. Chun Chumo still opened his mouth again. "Hee, your household maids are truly exquisite. Every single one of them is far more beautiful than mine. Can't even shut your mouth with food?" Nanfeng said as he pushed Chin's head straight into the big bowl. Now it was done. Chun Chumo was suffering from the heat so badly that he started wailing, his eyes shut tight, each inhale filled with pepper spice. A servant dragged him away to wash for quite a while before he came back, with red swollen eyes. The villain wasn't one to stay quiet either. He originally wanted to join in with some banter, but seeing how badly Chin ended up, he quietly lowered his head and continued eating. After the meal, the crown prince's lips were swollen from the spiciness. After gulping down several large bowls of water, he finally spoke. "Brother Nan, this morning when I returned to the palace, my father mentioned the hairy ghost incident from last time. He also asked me to inquire when you would have the time to capture that creature. The soldiers of the Tang Dynasty can't die in vain like that. When you attacked Shuafang City, my father even dispatched countless soldiers, surrounding the entire hill, but found absolutely nothing, yet suffering great losses." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng lightly furrowed his eyebrows and replied, "Right. I originally wanted to meet him before attacking Shuafang City, but after returning, I completely forgot. I won't have the time today, but when I become a bit more available, I'll personally go and confront him." Upon hearing this, the crown prince nodded, drank a few more bowls of water, and was preparing to leave. Just as he stepped out the gate, he turned around again and asked, "I almost forgot about the potato issue. Brother Nan, my father also wants to know how your potato crops are growing. That's his greatest concern." "That's fine, I understand. When your 2 younger brothers return, I'll have them bring some potatoes back to the emperor." The villain chuckled mischievously. "Brother Nan, constantly staying inside your mansion isn't a good approach. Tonight I'll treat, and we can all go to the pleasure house for some fun. How about that?" Just as the villain spoke those words, Qing Xian and Lu Ryu were already anxiously waiting by the entrance, keeping a close eye on Nanfeng to prevent him from going to such a place. They had also craftily arranged for several beauties to linger by the gate, to remind him that there were plenty of beauties at home and he didn't need to go to dirty places. Nanfeng smiled contemptuously and said, "You've already forgotten what Dr. Sun said? You should really take this matter seriously, otherwise you'll regret it later. There won't be any Fuao Yao for you then." The villain scoffed. "What's the big deal? While we still have our youth, shouldn't we indulge in some fun and enjoyment? Are we supposed to wait until we're old to experience such pleasures? By then, we'd only have the desire but not the strength. Even prostitutes wouldn't look twice at an old coot like you. Go stand in the corner. Where did you pick up such bullshit philosophy?" After bidding farewell to the crown prince and the others, Nanfeng patted his stomach and wanted to lie down inside the greenhouse again. Princess Li Ji approached and kept poking Nan Feng with her finger, saying, "You promised you'd make me some yogurt to eat. Have you made it yet?" Tong Tong also spoke up. "I want some too. I want some too. I've never tasted yogurt before. My dear brother-in-law, I've been craving it for a long time too." Li Ke chimed in, half his head peeking out as he looked at Nan Feng expectantly. At the mention of food, he had rushed over immediately. Just then, the servants Nan Feng had sent out returned with the milk, still warm. Nan Feng immediately had the 2 pails carried into the greenhouse, added some white sugar, followed by some yeast. After thoroughly mixing everything together, he found 2 airtight glass jars and poured the milk mixture directly into them. Time passed quickly, and the yogurt had now fermented properly. After tasting it himself, Nan Feng announced, "All right, it's ready to eat. Come and try this fresh yogurt." Qing Xian hurried over and asked in surprise, "Since it's made from milk, shouldn't it be something to drink? Why are you saying to eat it?" Without even turning his head, Nan Feng replied, "It's basically the same thing. In the future, when our child is born, won't they be eating milk too?" Chapter 186. What a delicious taste. Hearing Nan Feng's rebuttal, Lu Ruyu, in a huff, said, "You jerk. I won't feed you anymore. Just see if you cry or not." Humph. Her words had already left everyone present speechless. Li Ku and Princess Li Ji exchanged glances, both able to see deep surprise in each other's eyes. Nan Feng is already grown up, isn't he? How could he still be breastfeeding like a child? Li Ku even laughed heartily, saying, "Brother-in-law, you're not as independent as I am. I'm even younger than you, and I've already been weaned." Lu Ruyu also realized she had said the wrong thing, instantly blushing. Chasing after Nan Feng, she pelted him with a series of gentle punches. After running for quite a while, Nan Feng finally gave up and ran to the prepared mat, lying down and letting Lu Ruyu punch him as if receiving a massage. Princess Li Ji looked at this scene with full expectation. So marrying Nan Feng really allowed such playfulness? Therefore, she had already decided she wanted to marry him sooner to enjoy such games. The group devoured all the yogurt voraciously and then urged Nan Feng to make other delicacies. With no choice but to comply under the pressure from several beautiful women, he reluctantly got up and used the remaining milk to make cheese. After quite an effort, Nan Feng finally finished mixing the ingredients, pouring the mixture into a glass jar. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the cheese to set. Nan Feng gleefully lay back down on Qing Xian's lap, looking extremely content. While Nan Feng was enjoying himself, Princess Li Ji, Li Ku, and Tong Tong all leaned over the table, watching the glass jars before them longingly. Every once in a while they would turn back to ask Nan Feng if the cheese was ready to eat. Each time, just when Nan Feng was comfortably asleep, he would be woken up by them. Yet, he couldn't bear to get angry at Princess Li Ji. It was very frustrating. Qing Xian, with Nan Feng resting his head on her, gently stroked his head and softly said, "Husband, why don't you sleep with Ryu tonight? You were too intense last night. I haven't recovered yet." Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I understand your hardship too. You little rascal." Qing Xian's face turned crimson as she pushed Nan Feng aside to get up. Unfortunately, her legs had fallen asleep from supporting Nan Feng's head, and she stumbled, falling back onto Nan Feng's chest. "Ugh, can't bear to look." Li Ku, frowning in disgust, immediately turned around, refusing to witness the scene. "Ugh, you two are so shameless. How could you do such an unbearable thing in front of others?" So saying, Princess Li Ji also covered her eyes with both hands, though leaving a crack to sneak a peek. Tong Tong followed suit, sweetly exclaiming, "Shameless, shameless," before turning away too. Nan Feng mischievously glanced at Qing Xian and said, "Hee." I said, "Why are you throwing yourself at me? There are children present, you know. Don't do anything indecent in front of them." Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, Qing Xian was almost furious. Originally, she believed he was a courteous gentleman, but after a few days of interaction, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. Where was this man, a refined gentleman? He was practically a rogue. Nan Feng thoughtfully massaged Qing Xian's legs, secretly hoping to take advantage. Once Qing Xian's legs were no longer numb, he tilted her chin and said, "Go bring Lu Ruyu over. The cheese is ready to eat." As he said that, Nan Feng leaned closer to Qing Xian's ear and whispered only for the two of them to hear, "Let's eat cheese today, and I'll feast on you another day." Instantly, Qing Xian turned bright red, blushing as she said, "I won't let you eat me. You just eat your own." Covering her face shyly, she hurried off to find Lu Ruyu. Nan Feng merely sat on the mat, watching Qing Xian's graceful silhouette sway as she walked away. Sighing slightly, he muttered, "If Li Yuanyuan were here too, how wonderful that would be. Then I could tease all 3 of my little beauties at once. Come to think of it, I haven't visited her in a while. I wonder if she's upset because I didn't come to see her." Princess Li Ji, having also overheard Nan Feng's words, leaned near his ear and whispered, "Brother Nan Feng, I gave one of the 2 gemstones you gave me to Yuan Yuan." When she received the gemstone, she was full of smiles, not upset at all. "I also told her you would come see her soon." When she heard the news, she was so happy she cried. Nan Feng lovingly ruffled Princess Li Ji's hair, saying with great satisfaction, "Truly, you're my sweet little wife. I haven't even married you yet, and you're already showing such thoughtfulness, taking care of relations between you sisters too. I really haven't spoiled you for no reason. I'll definitely make more delicious food for you in the future." At the mention of food, Princess Li Ji seemed instantly energized. "Happily," she said, "you have to keep your word, you know. Don't worry at all. No matter how many concubines you take in the future, I'll manage all their relationships for you, so you won't need to trouble yourself. My mother also said these are things a proper first wife should do." Nan Feng chuckled, replying, "Hee, You're still so young, yet you understand quite a lot. Should I find a way to marry you sooner then? Ha ha. Moments later, Qing Xian also called Lu Ruyu over and brought Xiao Yun and Kong Rong along as well, carrying spoons, bowls, and other things for eating cheese. Xiao Yun and Kong Rong, having now become one of the female heads of the household, had little to do usually, but still voluntarily took on the role of teaching other maids. Lu Ruyu slightly furrowed her brow and asked, "You called me here to eat cheese, didn't you? Are we supposed to wait again now?" Princess Li Ji and the others could hardly wait to taste the cheese, and, together with Li Ku and Tong Tong, they chanted in unison, "We want to eat cheese." Listening to their pleas, Nanfeng could only smile helplessly, saying, all right, don't rush me. We'll start eating right now." So saying, Nanfeng directly opened the glass jar and served a large bowl to each person. Princess Li Ji got the first bowl, immediately digging in with her spoon. After one bite, her eyes shut in sheer enjoyment as she exclaimed happily, what heavenly deliciousness. Chapter 187. Even Nanfeng has a day of punishment. Everyone was given a large bowl of cheese. After taking a bite, Kelly imitated Princess Lizzie's words and said, yeah, heavenly delicacy. Right after, Tong Tong followed suit and said cutely, heavenly delicacy. Don't eat too fast, don't choke yourselves. Nanfeng smiled from the bottom of his heart. Being with these little kids without any scheming or intrigue brought only laughter and joy. Nanfeng really liked this kind of feeling. Lu Ruyu tasted it as well and nodded approvingly, not hesitating to praise. It's really delicious. My husband, your culinary skill is fantastic. With this talent of yours, you can definitely sell cheese for a living outside. I believe you could definitely earn a fortune from it. Princess Lizzie, while continuing to eat her cheese without even lifting her head, said, my husband, your skill is simply wonderful. You'll definitely be able to make a fortune from this. Li Ku imitated her tone as well and said, no wait, brother-in-law, your skill is just amazing. You'll definitely be able to make a fortune from this. Tong Tong also joined in saying, no wait, sister-in-law. No, that's not right either. I should call you uncle. Uncle, your skill is so amazing. I forgot already, not imitating you all anymore. Nanfeng rubbed his forehead helplessly. Who had started all this in the first place? It gave him a headache just listening. He could only glare at Li Ku and gave his head a smack as punishment, saying, it's fine when those two little beauties say it. But why are you following along? Princess Lizzie also stood up and slapped Li Ku's head, mimicking Nanfeng's tone. It's fine when those two little beauties say it. But why are you following along? With that, she continued eating her cheese with her head down. Tong Tong also stood up, wanting to hit Li Ku's head as well, but due to her short height, she could only swing helplessly and slapped him anyway, saying, it's fine when those two little beauties say it. But why are you following along? Nanfeng was already stunned, wide-eyed in disbelief. Wow, so you guys dare to do it again. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. Nanfeng became furious beyond words. These two little brats simply wouldn't quit. He yelled loudly, enough. No more talking. Enough. No more talking. Enough. No more talking. A moment later, Li Ku quietly joined in with the two little girls in weakly echoing, enough. No more talking. At this point, Nanfeng was so mad he couldn't even breathe properly. Never did he imagine he would end up punished by a bunch of brats. Grumpily, he scooped a large spoonful of cheese into his mouth and stayed quiet, refusing to utter another word. All of Nanfeng's wives burst into laughter, especially Lu Ruyu, who was laughing so hard that she fell on the floor and continued until her stomach hurt. With Lizzie's diligent effort, an entire bowl of cheese was finished by her in no time. Then she eagerly went to refill it halfway, and after devouring the final bite, Princess Lizzie dropped the bowl directly, snuggled into Nanfeng's arms, and coquettishly said, my dear husband, would you mind teaching me how to make cheese by hand? If I can learn to make it, I can prepare it for my parents to eat, and they will surely praise me. Would you? As she spoke, Lizzie also shook Nanfeng a few times. Nanfeng simply couldn't resist the little beauty's adorable attack. Reluctantly, he explained the cheese-making method to Princess Lizzie once, and then wrote it all down on a piece of paper in case she might forget. Li Ku also ate 2 large bowls, then patted his belly and said, dear brother-in-law, it's getting dark now, and my father specially asked us to return earlier today. I will take Lizzie little sister back now. Upon hearing Li Ku's words, Princess Lizzie tightly hugged Nanfeng and said regretfully, brother Li Ku, could we return a little later? I really don't want to leave so soon. If you don't want to wait, at least go back first and let the emperor know. Li Ku replied sternly, no can do. My father told us to go back early, so we must obey. We can come again next time. Upon hearing this, Princess Lizzie could only nod with a gloomy expression, but then she seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with hope as she turned to Nanfeng and asked, brother Nanfeng, would it be okay if I take Tong Tong and Xiaohua to play at the palace? Right now, both of my Nan sisters have no interest in chatting with me at all. I feel so bored staying in the palace. Nanfeng, both amused and helpless, said, you can't blame them for this. It's because you keep showing off that little glass cat to your 2 elder sisters all day long, right? If you did the same to me, I might also get upset and not want to chat with you anymore. Upon hearing these words from Nanfeng, Princess Lizzie's mouth curled into a frown. Immediately after, she burst into loud, uncontrollable tears, streams of them rolling down her face. Seeing this, Nanfeng panicked and hurried to comfort her. Oh my dear little princess, please don't cry, okay? I agree. You can take Tong Tong and Xiaohua back to the palace with you. As soon as she heard Nanfeng's words, Princess Lizzie's tears seemed to stop instantly, as if someone had turned off a tap. She quickly stopped crying and proudly held Tong Tong's little hand. Looks like Lizzie could act like a drama queen too. It had been nearly 2 months since Nan Feng last saw Li Yuanyuan. Suddenly, he missed her very much and decided immediately he must go and visit his little wife in the palace right away. He called over a cook and had him prepare a pot of braised beef with potatoes, a stir-fried beef dish, and a beef rice bowl with tomato sauce. After packing each dish in its separate boxes, Nan Feng picked them up with ease and said casually, "I won't be having dinner with you tonight. I'm going to go chat with the emperor." Lu Ryu gave Nan Feng a suspicious look and bluntly questioned, "Is it really the emperor you're going to chat with? How come you're suddenly so enthusiastic today? You normally avoid the emperor like a mouse avoiding a cat. I bet you're going to see your little wife inside the palace, aren't you?" His lie instantly exposed, Nan Feng felt extremely embarrassed. He could only drop the topic and turn to the servants, coughing awkwardly. "Ahem, 2 of you. Come help me load this basket of potatoes onto the cart." The emperor valued potatoes very highly because they were directly related to the food and livelihood of the common people of the Great Tang Dynasty. Nan Feng had given the emperor only a basket of potatoes and had written down the detailed growing process. He had no intention of entering the palace together with Princess Lizzie, but rather planned to sneak in secretly on his own. Chapter 188. Children say the darndest things. Princess Lizzie was already preparing to return to the palace. Seeing that there was still a lot of cheese left in the glass jar, she specially packed 3 portions for her parents to take back. Indeed, she was a thoughtful little Taishin Manok, cotton-padded jacket, allowing her parents to taste the cheese while also leaving 1 portion for herself to eat when hungry, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Princess Lizzie, along with Tong Tong and Xiaohua, climbed onto a carriage. Li Ku also wanted to ride in the same carriage, but upon remembering there was a leopard inside, he quickly switched to another one. He already had psychological trauma from the leopard. Although Xiaohua wasn't fierce, he was still terrified. Immediately after entering the palace gates, Nan Feng got off the princess's carriage and specifically reminded Princess Lizzie and Li Ku not to tell their parents, otherwise they wouldn't get any delicious treats in the future. Princess Lizzie and Li Ku immediately and without hesitation agreed. After all, both of them were total foodies. For the sake of good food, they absolutely wouldn't betray Nan Feng, and obediently pulled a big basket of potatoes and a tray of unprocessed potatoes toward the Taiji Hall. Nan Feng casually walked through the palace holding a vegetable basket. Before long, she quietly arrived in front of Li Yuanyuan's palace, while Princess Lizzie and the others had also reached the Taiji Hall. Just stepping into the Taiji Hall, they were immediately surrounded by imperial guards, swords drawn, dramatically shouting, "There's a wild beast. Protect the emperor quickly. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. There's a wild beast in Taiji Hall." Seeing such a huge commotion, Tong Tong wasn't startled at all. Instead, she scanned the luxurious hall with great interest and asked, "Princess Lizzie, is this where the emperor grandpa handles state affairs? This place is so fancy. Even my uncle's house can't compare." Li Ku slightly furrowed his brow and said to the guards around him, "Rest assured, this leopard will not hurt anyone. What's the meaning of surrounding all of us like this?" Hearing Li Ku's words, the guards still didn't calm down, because they couldn't let the emperor face even the slightest risk. Otherwise, if the emperor even lost a single hair, their heads would be in danger. Hearing the commotion, Li Chung also appeared in the hall, immediately dismissing the guards and walking toward Princess Lizzie and the others and asking, "My dear daughter, Li Ku, why have the 2 of you brought a little girl back to the palace? And also a leopard?" Upon hearing his question, Li Ku replied, "Father, this little girl is Nan Feng's niece. Princess Lizzie specially brought her here to play." Princess Lizzie pretended to kick the leopard slightly and sweetly said, "Father, don't be afraid of this little leopard. Your lovely daughter won't let it hurt you at all." Upon hearing this, Li Chung smiled very happily. Tong Tong also rolled off the leopard's back and eagerly ran in front of the emperor, curiously tilting her head up and asking, "So you are the emperor, grandpa? My uncle said you're very fierce and always take things from him. Are those things he said true?" If Nan Feng knew that Tong Tong had said something like this in front of the emperor, he'd probably be furious. Before leaving, he had specifically warned Princess Lizzie and her brother, and because he felt at ease, he hadn't warned Tong Tong. As it turned out, Tong Tong immediately betrayed him. Hearing Tong Tong's words, Li Chung felt a complex mixture of emotions, but didn't feel angry at all. He immediately lifted Tong Tong high in the air and cheerfully said, "Little girl, you're just too innocent. You're bad-mouthing your own uncle. Don't you fear being punished by him?" Tong Tong shyly smiled and said, "I'm not scared at all. My uncle won't punish me. He loves me very much. Besides, he can't even punish me now, because my little aunt brought me to the palace to play. My uncle is so scared he's even afraid to come to the palace." Upon hearing this, the emperor put Tong Tong down and then squatted down to ask, "Oh, which little aunt brought you here to play in the palace?" Princess Lizzie immediately turned red in the face, lowering her head and continuously toajuashu, rubbing her hands together. Li Chung turned serious and asked Princess Lizzie, "Little Lizzie, are you the little aunt she's talking about?" Seeing the emperor's stern expression, Princess Lizzie became even more nervous. Tong Tong also realized she had said something wrong, lowered her head, and suddenly burst into loud tears. Seeing this, Emperor Li Chung quickly tried to comfort her, saying anxiously, "Oh, come on, be a good girl, don't cry. It's all Grandpa's fault. How about Grandpa lets you sit on the dragon throne for a while? Then you'll stop crying, right? Only your Lizzie Jejet, older sister, has ever done that before. Nobody else gets to sit there." "I don't want to. Tong wiped the tears from her face and immediately said, "My uncle told me that this dragon throne is super uncomfortable to sit on. It's too hard and stiff. I definitely don't want to sit on it." Hearing this, Li Cheng burst into hearty laughter. He playfully tapped Tong's nose and said, "That little rogue Nan Feng, I figured out his intentions a long time ago. Isn't he just trying to live comfortably? He'd never dare sit on my throne because it's too tiring, but why did he have to send such a sweet little girl to speak on his behalf?" Immediately after, Li Cheng lifted Tong again and asked, "So your name is Tong?" Tong tilted her neck and replied, "Tong is my little name. I also have a formal name, Saixia. The pet I brought with me is named Xiaohua. My uncle specially caught it for me." A pet? Li Cheng was utterly stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. This was clearly a ferocious wild beast treated like a household pet. Looking up at the sky, he could only exclaim, "What times we live in! This beast should be ruling the forests, yet now it's tamed, as obedient as a little dog." Then suddenly recalling something, Li Cheng continued asking, "Little Tong, you said earlier that your uncle is afraid of coming to the palace. How come?" Tong answered directly, "I remember him saying that Grandpa always gives my uncle trouble, and that these tasks are really difficult, so he's scared to come here at all." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng almost wanted to drag Nan Feng in person for a confrontation. He inwardly cursed. "What? Since when have I been giving him such hard tasks frequently?" Tong immediately added, "Plus, my uncle is as lazy as a pig. He just lies around after eating, but he says he's really sick, very seriously sick." Chapter 189. The Emperor digs potatoes in person. Li Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, asking doubtfully, "Is this really true? Your uncle actually got seriously ill? That little rascal seemed very strong. He shouldn't get so seriously ill so easily, right? What exactly happened? I should find time to visit him." Before Tong could answer, Li Ku spoke up. "Father, I remember Nan Feng said himself that he has late-stage lung cancer. He also mentioned that even talking would constantly consume his energy. Speaking a few more sentences would shorten his lifespan." "My goodness!" Li Cheng exclaimed, his face full of shock. "Liver cancer? And already at the late stage? But I've never even heard of liver cancer before. Is it true that even speaking would consume his energy? What's energy anyway? Although I don't understand, it sounds really serious. I must visit him as soon as possible. Nan Feng is a great contributor to our country, yet I didn't even notice he had fallen seriously ill. I can only hope he recovers quickly." Princess Lizzie also solemnly added, "It's true. Nan Feng really seems seriously ill. Auntie said even when Master Sun, the renowned physician, came to visit him, he tried to stand up to welcome him, but after struggling for a long time, he still couldn't get up. After a while, he gave up and lay back down. It took him half a day to recover after lying down. Heavens, Nan Feng can't even stand up anymore? What kind of serious illness has he got?" The Empress also came over, asking in great surprise. Li Cheng's face darkened as he said gravely, "Our outstanding son-in-law is seriously ill. We should go visit him tomorrow, postpone all our affairs. Empress, you should come with me to visit him too." The Empress was also shocked, thinking how only a few days had passed since she last saw Nan Feng, and now he had such a serious illness. She cared deeply as she said, "Tomorrow we shall go together. What exactly is happening? Could it be that heaven is jealous of talent? What illness has Nan Feng gotten exactly?" Seeing that nobody knew what the illness actually was, the Empress suddenly recalled something and opened her mouth to ask, "Now that Nan Feng has such a severe illness, what will become of our little Lizzie?" Li Cheng said solemnly, "No matter what happens, since I have promised Lizzie's hand in marriage to him, she must marry Nan Feng. If I were to take advantage of his situation and not let Lizzie marry him, how could I continue to be emperor in the future?" Princess Lizzie and Li Ku exchanged a glance. Their scheme had already succeeded. If Nan Feng couldn't go out often, they could frequently go to his place to eat and drink to their heart's content. What a blissful scenario. At this moment, Li Cheng didn't yet know that his own children had betrayed him for the sake of food. Moreover, the so-called late-stage liver cancer mentioned by Li Ku was in fact just one word. He was simply being lazy. Li Ku looked at the large basket of potatoes he brought and the still unharvested potted plants and said, "Father, this basket and the potted plant here are the potatoes Nan Feng asked me to bring over. This piece of paper contains detailed planting instructions from Nan Feng. He said we must wait until 30 days later when the temperature rises further before assigning someone to plant these potatoes. You can personally dig up this unharvested plant and see how high its yield is." Hearing this, the seriousness on Li Cheng's face was quickly replaced by joy as he hurriedly said, "Quickly bring that unharvested potted plant over for me to see. It must be something incredible." The Empress was also shocked, murmuring as her mouth fell open, "Potatoes?" Li Cheng slightly nodded, replying, "Yes, potatoes. I've mentioned this item to you before. If we popularize this crop throughout our Tang Dynasty, it won't be long before our people no longer suffer from hunger." Soon, the soldiers carried the potted potato plant in front of Li Cheng. Looking at the large basket full of potatoes before him, he spoke with a trembling voice, "Someone, quickly go fetch Sushita here for me." In a short while, Sushita hurried over, sweating continuously from his forehead. Li Cheng cut straight to the point, saying, "Come here quickly, Saida. This potted plant before me is the potato plant. You should come take a look. I know absolutely nothing about agriculture. Where should I start digging?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, Sushita immediately approached the potted plant to examine it carefully, constantly poking through the soil with his hands while frowning deeply. "Your Majesty, the leaves of this potted plant have already turned yellow. Are the potatoes buried in the soil even okay anymore?" "According to my judgment, judging by the leaves, I have a feeling there are barely any potatoes under there. There might even be none at all." After hearing Su Shida's words, Li Ku smiled and directly said, "Father, Nanfeng said he only planted one seed in this pot. We can just dig it up roughly, or even smash the entire pot to pieces. Then the potatoes will come right out. Moreover, I already ate the potatoes at Nanfeng's house today. They taste pretty good. They can be stir-fried like vegetables or eaten as staple food. And the best part is, you don't even need fertile farmland to grow them. As long as there's water, even wild fields can be used for growing potatoes." Upon hearing this, Li Chung immediately ordered someone to fetch a wooden mallet. He raised it high and smashed the pot to pieces. The loose soil was instantly freed from its container, scattering all over, and the potatoes were finally revealed. Looking at the cluster of potatoes before them, everyone including Li Chung stood there with mouths wide open. Li Chung immediately bent down and dug out a potato the size of a palm, laughing heartily. Unbelievable. Just a simple pot can actually grow such big potatoes. This thing is truly amazing. Saying this, he continued to bend down and dig out the other potatoes. He didn't even care that his clothes were getting dirted by the soil, continuing to dig with great excitement. The Empress had originally wanted the servants to do the work, but seeing how thrilled Li Chung was digging himself, she couldn't bring herself to say anything further. After a while, Li Chung finally unearthed all the potatoes in the cluster. He squatted on the ground, lined them up neatly, and began counting one by one. 1, 2, 3, 17. Oh my goodness. In such a small pot, there are actually 17 large potatoes? This is truly beyond my imagination. Chapter 190. Nobility that can last 10,000 generations. Li Chung stared at the potatoes he had just dug up and murmured, "This potato plant still grew from just a small piece of potato. So if I plant one potato, I should be able to harvest about 40 in return. That's at least 13 gene already. If calculated like this, planting an acre of potatoes should yield no less than 7,000 gene. What a harvest." Excitedly, Li Chung staggered to his feet. Seeing this, the Empress quickly helped support him. Rubbing his forehead, Li Chung said, "I got too excited. It's just that the yield per acre is so incredibly high. No wonder Nanfeng dared to say back then that within a few years, not a single commoner in the Tang Dynasty would go hungry anymore. This is just too good." Li Ku hurried to flatter him. "Congratulations, Father. With this potato alone, Father can surely become famous for 10,000 generations." Even now, the Empress was still in deep shock. The crop with the highest yield so far was wheat, which at best could only reach 700 gene per acre, yet this small potato could achieve 7,000 gene per acre, an increase tenfold. In reality, it wasn't as ideal as Li Chung imagined. Nanfeng understood planting techniques well and had used plenty of organic fertilizer. If ordinary commoners were to plant potatoes, the yield would only reach up to about 4,000 gene per acre, but even that was shocking enough. Su Shida had remained completely still for a long time by then. He was simply astonished, staring foolishly at the large potato in his hand. He had originally thought that these potato plants wouldn't yield anything at all, yet the large tubers underground had utterly proven him wrong. Never before had he seen a crop with such a high yield. After quite a while, Li Chung finally came to his senses. He handed Nanfeng's potato planting instructions to Su Shida and instructed, "Freshly dug potatoes can be stored for a long time, up to 2 or 3 years. Wait about 30 more days, when the temperature rises a bit, and then you can plant all of them." Nanfeng has written the planting methods down on this paper. Take a careful look. He even used cow dung as fertilizer. Truly, there's nothing unimaginable. Princess Lizzie also smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you don't know that Nanfeng has already planted a large field of potatoes. Half of it filled several carts completely. Oh, and he's also planted another crop called corn. It's taller than a man already, and Nanfeng treasures these corn plants immensely. Another crop? I've never heard of corn before. Could it be rice as beautiful as jade? It already sounds delicious. Have him bring some over another day, so we can plant it too. Oh, and summon Wang Ai here." Not long after, Wang Ai had already arrived at the palace. Li Chung looked at him and said, "Wang Ai, tomorrow, go to Nanfeng's residence. Also, take 9,000 strings of copper coins from the national treasury and buy back about half of Nanfeng's potatoes. If I am to plant this, I want to plant a large area. The sooner I solve the people's basic needs for food, the fewer worries I'll have." Finished speaking, Li Chung burst into laughter. Nanfeng has once again made a colossal contribution. Each time I award him, it becomes a dilemma. What should I reward him with this time? After pondering for a while, Li Chung forcefully slapped his thigh and said, "It shall be this." Then, he began drafting the imperial decree. The Empress also moved forward to see what the Emperor had written. As she read, astonishment grew upon her face, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "An earldom that passes through 10,000 generations. Your Majesty, this reward is simply too great, without precedent in history. If you do this, Nanfeng will surely attract the attention of many people." After finishing the decree, Li Chung replied indifferently, "It'll be fine. I will protect Nanfeng. Who dares to harm him with such audacity? The potatoes he has provided alone are enough to ensure our commoners in the Tang Dynasty will never starve again. To tell the truth, I even feel this award may still be too low for him." Then Li Chung handed the decree to Wang Ai and said, "Tomorrow, deliver this imperial decree to Nanfeng. During the next morning court session, I'll also announce this to the entire empire, making Nanfeng the first citizen in the Tang Dynasty who can pass his earldom down to his descendants. Once our people learn of such a magnificent reward, won't they all rush to achieve merits and contributions?" This reward that Nanfeng received meant that even after he was gone, his descendants could continue to inherit his noble title. It was the first time in history such a reward had been given. Whoever saw such a reward would undoubtedly be tempted. Who wouldn't desire such a reward? Li Cheng weighed the potato in his hand for a moment before tossing it directly to a servant to have it boiled. Holding the cooked potato, he sliced it into small pieces. He first ate a small bite plain, then tried another piece with some sugar. Shaking his head back and forth as he chewed, he looked as if he were thoroughly enjoying it. As Li Cheng happily devoured his potato, Nanfeng had already sneaked close to the Yongshou Palace. He had been extremely cautious along the way, which made his journey take longer than usual, especially since it was still daylight. It wouldn't be good if someone accidentally saw him. Nanfeng didn't dare to enter through the front gate, but instead scaled the tall palace wall and jumped inside. Before even reaching the Yongshou Palace, he encountered halfway a woman dressed in a very alluring and seductive manner. She was sitting on a pavilion terrace, holding a mirror and continuously adjusting her hairpin, admiring her own beauty. Beside this woman stood a servant girl, who was busily flattering her, saying, "Her Majesty, you are truly breathtakingly beautiful. Concubine Zhang and Lady Yin cannot compare to you at all. If the Emperor Father were to see you today, he would surely be instantly enchanted and lose his heart to you." Upon hearing that, Consort Lu took a deep breath and replied, "How could I possibly rival those two? Forget it, forget it. But this glass mirror is indeed excellent. It's much clearer than the old bronze mirrors. Now I can see an even more beautiful version of myself. The Emperor Father hasn't visited me in quite a while. Now that he has come here today, I must do whatever I can to capture his attention." The servant girl immediately added, "Your Majesty, the Emperor Father has been playing weiqi for so long already, he must be feeling tired by now. How about we prepare some snacks to go with his wine to offer him a rest?" Consort Lu smiled slightly and praised, "That's actually a pretty good idea you had. Then let's go prepare some wine accompaniments for him right away." Chapter 191. Southern Maple's handsomeness has caught someone else's eye. Lu Xinfei, along with her maid, walked in Nanfeng's direction. Nanfeng had originally intended to slip quietly over to Li Yuanyuan's side. Under these circumstances, he had no way to avoid being seen. With a wall behind him and Lu Xinfei already approaching from the front, there was nothing nearby he could use to hide. He could only hope they wouldn't spot him. Unfortunately, things rarely go as wished. As soon as Lu Xinfei approached, she came face to face with Nanfeng. With no choice left, Nanfeng stepped forward boldly, greeting Lady Lu directly. After all, she was one of the retired emperor's consorts, and he had to maintain proper etiquette. Bowing slightly with hands clasped, he said respectfully, "Greetings, my lady." Lady Lu stared straight at Nanfeng and gently parted her lips to speak. This young man looks unfamiliar. And so handsome too. This place isn't open to just anyone. Why are you here?" "I've been sent to bring some food for Princess Xiangqing." Lady Lu clearly didn't believe him, responding suspiciously. "The Emperor would let you bring food here? I doubt that. Ever since the past, Princess Xiangqing has practically been non-existent in the Emperor's eyes. He never pays any attention to her. You must have sneaked into the inner palace. How daring of you. If the Emperor found out, you might even lose your head." Nanfeng, however, showed no sign of panic. Calmly taking out the imperial token once given to him by the Emperor, he spoke in a composed tone. "With this token, why would I not be allowed here?" This was the first time Nanfeng ever used the token, since in the past, he had always come secretly, afraid that using the token would reveal his secret meetings with the Emperor's daughter, which might cause certain repercussions, even prompting the court officials to unite against him. Today though, he really had no other options. Having no way to escape detection, he could only resort to using the token now. Quickly covering her open mouth with both hands, Lady Lu looked surprised for a moment before nodding. "No wonder you dared sneak into the Emperor's inner palace. With this token, you can indeed come and go as you please." Saying this, Lady Lu took a careful look at Nanfeng again before continuing. "Tsk, what a handsome young man. With looks like yours, I'm sure you've captivated many young ladies' hearts. May I know your honorable name and given name, young sir?" Nanfeng did not conceal it, truthfully replying, "I am Nanfeng, the Marquis of Chang'an County. I'm actually in a rush now, so I cannot chat longer with you. You're probably in a hurry too, right? If you don't go soon, the retired emperor might leave shortly." With that, Nanfeng politely nodded once again and left directly toward Yongshou Palace. Lady Lu stood watching Nanfeng until he was far away before murmuring to herself, "So this is Nanfeng who's gaining so much attention lately. That girl Li Yuanyuan should marry him soon enough. Yet even in broad daylight, Nanfeng dares to come looking for Li Yuanyuan. What nerve!" At this moment, Lady Lu's maid spoke up, "My Lady Lu, it's getting late. We must hurry to wait on the retired emperor, or other consorts might get there first." Upon hearing this, Lady Lu waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. Let's just take a casual stroll around here instead. I have absolutely no interest in the retired emperor, but Nanfeng, that's a different story altogether." Hearing this, Lady Lu's two maids quickly turned their heads away, pretending not to have heard anything. Seeing this, Lady Lu sighed with regret, saying, "You two have served me for quite some time now, and I truly consider you as my own people. It's fine to speak these words before you. It's just because I trust you both. The retired emperor is nothing but an old, worn-out man. If not out of necessity, how would I deliberately seek him out? I'd rather keep as far away as possible." Lady Lu sighed once more, then continued, "I'm only 23 this year. I've already been the retired emperor's consort for quite a while, but the number of times he has come to see me can be counted on one hand. He probably has even forgotten about my existence. You two girls probably still don't understand the relationship between men and women, but I have already experienced its emptiness deeply. This huge inner palace is so incredibly boring, and yet I feel a yearning within. By the way, Regarding Nanfeng's visit here, you must both guard your tongues carefully and never reveal this to anyone. My Lady Lu, we understand perfectly. The other maid also quickly spoke up. Your Majesty, rest assured. As for the words you just said, we heard absolutely nothing, and we will keep the secret of Nanfeng very tightly between us. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu burst into a cheerful laugh, saying, you two truly understand me. Don't just stand there anymore. Let's go for a walk together. As they walked, Lady Lu murmured to herself, Nanfeng. His real name should be Li Yutong, right? He really is good looking. As she spoke, a faint smile curved the corners of her lips. She was already scheming something involving Nanfeng. All of this was unknown to Nanfeng. If he had known that his handsomeness had caught someone else's attention, who could say whether he would have been pleased or upset? At this moment, Nanfeng had already arrived at the gate of Li Yuanyuan's residence. True to her usual manner, Li Yuanyuan hastily pulled him inside as soon as she saw him, immediately closing the door behind them so that no one else would know. Fearing discovery, she anxiously asked, Nanfeng, how could you come find me in broad daylight? If others were to find out, it would be a disaster. Remaining very calm, Nanfeng sat down, crossed one leg over the other, and said casually, it's all right. When I came earlier, I actually encountered one of the concubines, probably one of the retired emperor's consorts. Hearing this, Li Yuanyuan immediately turned pale, but Nanfeng quickly continued, if I'm not mistaken, it should have been Lady Xinfei. Though now that I think of it, I can't recall what family name she carries. Upon realizing it was Lady Xinfei, Li Yuanyuan sighed in relief and spoke, that would be Lady Lu Xinfei. At least it was her. Truth is, she's actually been quite good to me. Since our residences are close to each other, I often visit her for chats. Perhaps she won't speak a word about meeting you. Nanfeng nodded, saying, let's not dwell on this matter. I brought you some delicious food, so eat first before it gets cold, otherwise it won't taste good anymore. Chapter 192. An invitation from virtuous consort. Seeing that Nanfeng had brought so much delicious food, Li Yuanyuan's stomach had already started to growl. She had originally planned to indulge in the feast, but Nanfeng was sitting right in front of her. She felt too embarrassed to be too careless, and could only eat in a reserved, graceful manner. Nanfeng sat directly across from Li Yuanyuan, not blinking an eye as he watched her eat the meals he had brought, the scene incredibly warm and tender. As Li Yuanyuan continued eating, her face gradually turned red. Realizing that Nanfeng had been staring at her the entire time, Li Yuanyuan could no longer bear it, and finally spoke out. Do I have a flower on my face? Why don't you eat with me too? Why are you staring at me so intensely? I'll soon be marrying into your family. There will be plenty of time when you won't want to see me anymore. Nanfeng chuckled slightly before replying. How could that ever happen? With you, I could never get tired of looking. Even after I marry you, it'll be the same. At these words, Li Yuanyuan felt as if she'd swallowed a mouthful of honey. Xiao Dao, unable to bear it any longer, flushed red and ran outside. If she hadn't left quickly, she would have been filled up just watching the couple. Li Yuanyuan also blushed slightly as she said shyly, quickly help me eat some of this food. Don't just sit there watching me. Otherwise, you might end up feeding me until I get fat. Seeing that Xiao Dao was no longer in the room, Nanfeng's wolfish side emerged without restraint. He immediately went over and sat beside Li Yuanyuan, then scooped her into his arms. His hands couldn't help wandering all over her body as he stared intently into her eyes and said, even if you get fat, I still want you. Do you know what I want to do to you right now? Hee. Nanfeng. No, don't do this. Li Yuanyuan looked into Nanfeng's eyes with equal intensity, then cupped his face in both hands and said emotionally, for so long, I couldn't even see your shadow. I nearly missed you to death. I think of you with my eyes open and also when they're closed. I worried so much because you were going off to war, afraid you might get hurt or even lose your life. I'm just so relieved that you came back safely. If anything had happened to you, how could I possibly go on living alone? Hearing this, Nanfeng gently stroked her back and passionately kissed her inviting red lips, not pulling away until long after. After embracing for a while, Nanfeng finally stood up and said, it's already getting late. I must head back. Promise me you'll take good care of yourself while you're here alone, understand? I'll come back to see you again once I have free time. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan also stood up, burying her face into Nanfeng's broad chest, reluctant to let him go. Can you stay with me just a little longer? I don't want you to leave. Nanfeng patted her back and replied, then how about I stay tonight and keep you company? In ancient times, people valued a woman's chastity very highly, especially within the palace walls. If there was no sign of blood on the wedding night, the consequences could be extremely serious. Although they both desperately wanted to be together, they still had to restrain themselves. After struggling internally for quite some time, Li Yuanyuan refused. No, we can't take that risk. You must go back now. By the way, the day before Qingming Festival, many learned scholars will gather at the Hibiscus Garden to recite poetry. I will ask the Empress for permission to go out. You must come too, okay? Nanfeng nodded and replied, sure, I'll definitely come. Li Yuanyuan reluctantly led Nanfeng to the door, giving him another deep embrace. By the end, she couldn't help breaking into tears. Nanfeng could only pat her back gently to comfort her. Cupping Li Yuanyuan's face in his hands, Nanfeng looked straight into her eyes and said, though the ends of the earth may meet, endless is the yearning of the heart. I will miss you. Li Yuanyuan stood on tiptoe and gave him one last loving kiss before saying regretfully, though the ends of the earth may meet, endless is the yearning of the heart. Go home now, and be cautious. Don't let anyone spot you. Watching Nanfeng's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Li Yuanyuan stood motionless by the door, eyes fixed on where he had gone. She hated to see him leave, but knew he had no choice. As Nanfeng was walking quietly down the corridor, a maid suddenly called him back. The maid was one of concubine Lu's attendants that morning. She glanced around cautiously, ensuring nobody else was nearby before whispering softly. This humble servant greets Master Nanfeng. Virtuous consort has something urgent to discuss, and has sent me to invite you to Yong'an Palace. Would Master Nanfeng please come along? Waving his hand, Nanfeng responded, forget it, it's already quite late. Visiting her so late at night will cause a bad impression. If someone catches me, no matter how reasonable I am, I won't be able to explain myself properly. I dare not provoke the Grand Emperor. Well then, I'll be on my way. Hearing Nanfeng's refusal so bluntly, the maid angrily said, it is your honor that virtuous consort has invited you to Yong'an Palace. So many people wish to go but cannot. My mistress also asked me to inform you that if you refuse to honor her invitation, she will report your secret visit to Li Yuanyuan to the emperor. Surely you understand the consequences. A loud crack echoed through the air. Nanfeng had slapped the maid directly across the face. He said coldly, who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like this? After being in the palace for so long, have you learned nothing of basic manners? If she wants to speak, then let her speak. Do you really think you can force me to do something I don't want to do? Absolutely not. If you have the ability, then go ahead and tell. I will deal with you all in the end, humph. After speaking, Nanfeng turned and began to leave, while the maid was still too stunned from the slap to react, her body trembling in anger. At this moment, concubine Lu hurried over and said, Master Nanfeng, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Nanfeng stopped and turned around, curious to see what game concubine Lu was playing. Concubine Lu had already arrived before the maid and said sternly, daring to speak disrespectfully to Master Nanfeng, you deserve to be punished. Upon hearing this, another maid began slapping the offender repeatedly, until her face was swollen and bruised before finally stopping. The virtuous consort loudly scolded, are you going to stand there like a fool? Do you want to cause more shame? Hurry up and return. Upon hearing this, the punished maid covered her face and quickly walked away. Concubine Lu stepped forward to Nanfeng's side and said, Master Nanfeng, I am deeply sorry that the palace maid offended you just now. I truly have something urgent I must discuss with you. Would you please come to my palace quarters for a more detailed conversation? Nanfeng frowned tightly and replied, forget it. If I really go to your Yong'an Palace and you falsely accuse me of assaulting you, wouldn't I be unable to clear my name no matter how hard I try? Chapter 193, The Temptation of Lady Xinfei. After refusing Lady Xinfei's invitation, Nanfeng immediately said, if there is truly something you wish to discuss with me, we can talk right here. I have nothing to hide, and I fear no one knowing the details of important matters. If you're trying to threaten me, save your efforts. Upon hearing this, Lady Xinfei remained completely calm. She smiled and replied, Master Nanfeng, you are indeed as upright as they say. I'm merely a feeble woman. If I'm not afraid of you harboring ill intentions, then what exactly are you afraid of? Oh well, if you're too scared to go through with it, then never mind. Such a timid soul. After saying this, Lady Xinfei returned directly to the Yong'an Palace. Hee, quite the skilled application of the tactic to provoke, Nanfeng murmured to himself before following Lady Xinfei to the Yong'an Palace. Lady Xinfei glanced back with a smile and said, don't worry. I belong to the retired emperor. How could I possibly have ulterior motives toward you? I genuinely have something important to discuss with you. Upon arriving at Lady Xinfei's private chambers, she directly looked at her two handmaidens and ordered, go outside and guard the door for me. Yes, we'll follow your majesty's instructions. After watching both attendants leave, Lady Xinfei sat down by herself and poured a cup of tea for Nanfeng, saying, Master Nanfeng, please have a seat quickly. Seeing that Nanfeng had seated himself, Lady Xinfei approached and sat close to him. Nanfeng, unafraid and composed, said, so what is it you've brought me here for? Speak quickly. Lady Xinfei bit gently on her seductive red lips before softly saying, Nanfeng, would you do something for me? Don't worry, I'll make sure to reward you well. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng bluntly replied, if it's to kill someone or set a fire, or perhaps have my way with you, then save it. I can't bring myself to do such things. Besides, my family is no short on money. I don't really care for your petty rewards. How exactly do you intend to repay me? If it's anything like what I've just mentioned, forget it. Lady Xinfei pressed herself tightly against Nanfeng's back, leaned toward his ear, and softly exhaled before speaking. What if I could make the Prince Zan die mysteriously within the palace? I know that you and the Dou family have irreconcilable grievances. Also, I heard that every time the Prince Zan visits the retired emperor, he badmouths you, wishing he could exterminate your entire family. If I help you eliminate him, I would have also removed a major threat to you. Moreover, the retired emperor won't trouble you either. Frowning slightly, Nanfeng didn't expect Lady Xinfei to consider things so deeply, and so he chuckled, saying, if you truly can cause Prince Zan to die within 6 days, then I will agree to help you with one favor. Hearing this, Lady Xinfei excitedly let her hands wander playfully over Nanfeng's body, her soft chest pressed tightly against his back. A little later, noticing Nanfeng still showed no reaction, Lady Xinfei wrapped her arms around his neck and sat straight onto his lap, then moved her mouth close to his ear, whispering seductively, Master, you really are incredibly charming. If I were still at the prime of my youth, no matter what, I would have insisted on marrying you. But now, I'm only 23 after all, far from becoming some old lady. And I've only ever been with a handful of men. It's been quite a while since I was last touched by a man, so you don't need to worry about ruining your image or anything. So, do you mind indulging in a little something with me? Nan Feng was no gentle-hearted man. Having already been taken advantage of by her like this, how could he not seize the opportunity to get his revenge? Shortly afterward, Lady Xinfei spoke again in a soft, alluring tone. Master, don't worry, I won't ask you to confront Lady Zhang Jiu or Lady Yin Defei directly. All I ask is for you to make them fall out of favor. Better yet, have them banished to the cold palace. Starting from today, whenever you feel like being with me, you may come find me. I will always welcome you, Lady Xinfei continued. I'm not a wicked person at heart, but I've been forced into a corner with no other options. If this continues, it'll be me who gets sent to the cold palace. Those two keep provoking me and humiliating me constantly. How could I possibly tolerate that? That's exactly why I've come begging for your help. I don't wish to live such a harsh life, Master Nanfeng. Please, help this poor little woman. With that, Lady Xinfei could no longer contain herself and started to tear at her own undergarments. In the imperial harem, the air was constantly filled with invisible tension, an unseen and unfelt war, yet one wrong step could cost someone their life. Nanfeng chuckled and said, now that you've stepped into the palace, it's difficult, very difficult indeed, to try being a good person here. This place is a silent battlefield where everyone scrambles and fights endlessly without a moment's peace. This time, our actions benefit each other, good for both of us. After helping you, let's never mention this again. We shall pretend we never knew each other. Lady Xinfei purred. This humble servant will obey your every word. Her clothing had become completely disheveled from her own doing, sliding far below her shoulders. Her shoulders were whiter than jade. The texture was incomparable, even finer than the softest silk. Nanfeng reached out and gently caressed Lady Xinfei's fragrant shoulder, saying, you could indeed be called a temptress. You must ensure Prince San dies within 6 days. If not, I will assume the matter has been exposed, and your life will be forfeit. At this, a deep fear flickered across Lady Xinfei's eyes. Only now did she realize that Nanfeng was no ordinary man to be trifled with. Yet there was no turning back now. She whispered, yes, this humble servant is your devoted servant. Master, please take me now. Nanfeng grinned devilishly and said, I don't just take anyone. I'll return after Prince San is dead. Farewell. Chapter 194. Lu Ruyu's Indulgence in Food. As soon as Nanfeng freed himself from the embrace of virtuous imperial concubine, he left immediately. This enraged her so much that she trembled all over. She even smashed the expensive teacup on the table and gritted her teeth, saying, I really didn't expect there was a man I couldn't control. Good for you, Yuan. You're so lucky to have met such a man. Nanfeng was a principled man. He would never accept being cheated on, nor would he cheat on someone else. No man would like the thought of having a green meadow growing on his head. There were already so many beauties at home. Why would he risk having an affair with the former emperor's concubine? If this matter were ever exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was better to return home and just live an ordinary life with his pretty little wives. As soon as he returned to his mansion, Nanfeng threw Lu Ruyu onto the bed and climbed on top of her. After that, strange sounds echoed in the room. It was quite a passionate and joyful moment. Afterwards, Lu Ruyu weakly snuggled into Nanfeng's arms, her finger drawing circles on his chest. She pouted and said, you never want to come inside me. I think you're such a big Romang man. No matter what, you don't want me to get pregnant, humph. In the private moment between them, Lu Ruyu spoke her mind freely. Lu Ruyu was simply too thin. If she lived in a later era, she probably weighed only about 90 jin, yet she was already about 1 meter and 60-something tall, making her seem very thin. If she gained just a little weight, that would be much better. In Nanfeng's opinion, a slightly plump body could serve as a perfect pillow and offer great comfort. Gently stroking Lu Ruyu's cheek, Nanfeng said, if you really want to get pregnant, it's not impossible. However, you are currently too thin. You must gain some weight first. I won't agree until you gain at least 10 jin. Being too thin increases the risk during childbirth. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyu was immediately excited. She hurriedly dressed herself, then went straight to the kitchen and returned carrying a large bowl of beef and tomato scrambled eggs. While eating, she sent flirtatious glances towards Nanfeng. Ever since hearing Nanfeng's promise, Lu Ruyu began indulging in food, devouring everything she could find. Yet despite her daily binging, after a whole month, she had only gained 1 jin. Still, she showed no sign of giving up. Whenever she felt she had nothing else to do, she simply grabbed something to eat. While other people ate 3 meals a day, Lu Ruyu increased her intake to 8 meals a day. This even frightened the female servants at the mansion, who secretly avoided her, fearing that she might have contracted some strange illness. The next morning, Nanfeng came to the courtyard early for exercise, swinging his hegemonjit, dominant halberd, around. After a while, he set the halberd aside and walked with Qing Xian, Kong Rong, and Xiao Yun towards the greenhouse. He then lay on Qing Xian's lap, letting Kong Rong and Xiao Yun give him a massage. Just as he was enjoying himself, someone from the palace arrived. Nanfeng had no choice but to bring his pretty wives with him to receive the imperial decree. The royal messenger unfolded the edict with both hands and loudly announced, by the emperor's command, Nanfeng is hereby honored for his extraordinary contribution of introducing potatoes, which has eliminated the problem of food shortage for countless common people in the Tang Dynasty. This is a great merit. The emperor is truly pleased and hereby bestows hereditary nobility upon Nanfeng, which can be passed on for 10,000 generations. Lu Ruyu was extremely delighted. As soon as Nanfeng received the imperial decree with both hands, she tightly embraced him, shaking back and forth excitedly. Her mouth was still chewing as she nearly burst into tears of joy, stammering. Who? Husband, this is just so amazing. Heirloom nobility. This means our lovely child will have it so much easier in the future. Nanfeng remained quite calm as he said, all right. Can you at least try to be as calm as I am? Finish what's in your mouth first. You're my wife. After all, you need to care about appearances. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyu quickly swallowed the tendon she had been chewing before replying. I was just too excited. This is just incredible. At this moment, the royal messenger also smiled and said, truly, it's a joyous occasion. Remember, hereditary nobility is an honor granted only to you alone. It's enough to bring you fame and recognition. Oh, by the way, the emperor sent 9,000 strings of coins with me to buy back nearly half of the potatoes from you. The emperor also plans for the Office of Agriculture to begin large-scale planting. Nanfeng nodded and said, all right, I'll immediately have the servants prepare these potatoes for you. As he spoke, Nanfeng waved at Gao Shou and continued, come quickly, bring out 10 gold ingots from the storage for me. I'm going to reward the messenger handsomely. Then, have half of the potatoes prepared and shipped to the Office of Agriculture. Hearing Nanfeng's words, the messenger's smile widened even further. Laughing heartily, he said, I've heard long ago that Nandan only rewards people with gold, but I originally thought that was untrue. Now I'm completely convinced. What a generous man you are. The 9,000 strings of coins he had just received hadn't made Nanfeng particularly happy, because his house was already bursting at the seams with money. If he forced it all inside, he wouldn't even be able to close the door. He frowned and angrily told Gao Shou, before the day ends, I want all this copper money completely gone. Take it all away and exchange it for gold or silver. If that's not possible, then do something neighborly, buy lots of chicks and ducklings to give to them for breeding. If it still isn't all spent, then go ahead and buy land, as much as you can. Piling so many strings of coins here will only make them moldy. What use are they just sitting here? Get moving already. After saying this, Nanfeng felt refreshed and carefree. Not long ago, he had still been someone careful with his money, but now there was no need for that. He had the resources. Didn't he see how his wealth had grown so much that he couldn't even spend it all? After receiving the imperial decree, Nanfeng ran back to lie inside the greenhouse again. Lying down, he grumbled, this leather cushion isn't comfortable at all. It's hard and rigid with no softness at all. What a shame there's no cotton. If there were, making a cushion from cotton would be so much more comfortable. After complaining about that, Nanfeng thought again about cigarettes. Glancing at the sky, he was momentarily blinded by the sun. With a helpless sigh, he muttered again, can't get cigarettes, can't even get sunglasses. If I want to go for a walk in Chang'an, there's not even a public restroom. How difficult can life get? Chapter 195. Heading to Duke's mansion while ill. Nanfeng lay on Qin Xian's lap, turned over, and complained, it's really not that I'm lazy. I had no choice but to lie here. Xiao Yun and Kong Rong were almost laughing their heads off upon hearing Nanfeng's words. Noticing that the two had stopped massaging him, Nanfeng frowned and said unhappily, oh come on, my dear ladies, you can laugh all you want, but don't stop. It's impossible for me to lie here comfortably without your massage. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun and the other girl had no choice but to resume massaging Nanfeng. Qin Xian sighed helplessly and said, just take it easy. You've already used up a lot of energy just talking. All day long, all you do is complain. I've heard so much I've grown calluses on my ears. Are you getting impatient with me? Tell me, have you stopped loving me like you used to? Upon hearing this, Qin Xian could only helplessly reply, I haven't at all. Fine. You're the biggest, say whatever you want, okay? I'll be all ears. By this time, there were very few people left at Nanfeng's mansion, because Lu Fu had led a group of people to go cultivate potatoes, and Gao Shou had also taken a large quantity of potatoes to present to the Ministry of Agriculture, and then needed to exchange copper coins for other goods. The corn in the greenhouse was also nearing ripeness, but unfortunately, it wasn't quite time yet. Otherwise, selling the corn outside would probably cause a bunch of widows to rush to buy it. Lu Ruyu came over again to pick tomatoes. After returning, she cut those big tomatoes into pieces and ate them with sugar, not minding in the slightest if she would gain weight. In fact, she didn't gain weight easily. Recently, she was eating far more than she used to, which was also due to Nanfeng's diligent cultivation. Nanfeng lay there, and soon fell fast asleep, sprawled out on his back. Drowsily, he was awakened by Qin Xian, and half asleep he muttered with his eyes half open, why wake me up? I just fell asleep not long ago. Are you trying to exhaust me? Hearing this, Qin Xian could only sigh and said, it's the emperor. He sent someone to look for you. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng opened his eyes wide, only then noticing that Wang Ai had already arrived before him. He asked anxiously, Brother Nanfeng, how are you feeling now? Are you okay? Nanfeng knew that if the emperor sent someone to look for him, it probably couldn't be anything good. He could only pretend to be weak and wheeze. Cough cough. Oh, it's Director Wang. My apologies. It's just that I feel terribly unwell today and couldn't go out to greet you properly. So saying, he struggled to sit up, but after much effort couldn't even lift himself halfway. Wang Ai quickly stepped forward and stopped him, saying, Brother Nanfeng, there's no need for this. Since you're unwell, you should just lie down. The emperor has already taken Master Sun, our imperial physician, to visit Du Ruhui. He won't be able to visit you today, so he specially sent me here to check on you. Please excuse his absence. Nanfeng nodded and said, no problem at all. That's nothing. Kong Rong, go brew a pot of good tea. Wang Ai smiled and said, no need for all that trouble. The emperor specifically asked me whether you are able to walk around a bit. If you're able, please come along with me to Ru Hui's residence. If not, the emperor will adjust his schedule and come see you in the afternoon. Nanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He certainly couldn't let Li Cheng come looking for him. If Li Cheng came, his greenhouse would probably be looted. He had no choice but to go along with Ru Hui's group. So he replied, yes, I'm fine. I haven't reached a point of no return yet. I'll just go with you to Ru Hui's residence. Wang Ai smiled faintly and said, the emperor anticipated this and already had a sedan chair prepared outside. Saying this, Wang Ai clapped his hands once, and 4 guards promptly arrived carrying a sedan chair. He helped Nanfeng onto it, and then proceeded towards Ru Hui's mansion. Midway, Nanfeng noticed that the sedan had stopped, so he stuck his head out and asked, why have we stopped here? Wang Ai also seemed a bit embarrassed, pointing towards the kitchen, where 2 cooks were hastily preparing ingredients. Nanfeng was flabbergasted. Wasn't the purpose to visit Ru Hui? Could it be that they even needed to bring cooks along to prepare meals? Nanfeng had actually guessed right. Wang Ai indeed brought along 2 chefs and a huge pile of ingredients to Ru Hui's house. Lying in the sedan chair made Nanfeng feel quite uncomfortable. He much preferred lying on Qin Xian's lap. After a while, they finally reached the destination. Nanfeng stepped down from the sedan chair and slowly walked in. Inside Ru Hui's grand hall, many people had already gathered there. The emperor, Master Sun the imperial physician, Changsun Wuji, and Wei Zheng were all present. When Li Cheng noticed Nanfeng's arrival, he quickly walked over with great concern and asked, I heard from others that you were seriously ill, but I couldn't rush over to visit your mansion in time. I truly feel guilty about that. How are you feeling now? Are you in great discomfort? Nanfeng had already decided to act as if he were seriously ill. At this moment, he fully embraced his role, pretending to be utterly powerless, and weakly said, Your Majesty, I don't feel like I'm dying just yet. Right now, I simply feel extremely weak and sleepy. Moreover, whenever I try to do any work, I become so weak I can't even speak and start seeing stars in my head. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes, especially Master Sun the physician. He had visited Nanfeng not long ago and knew that Nanfeng had been perfectly fine. How was it possible that he had become so seriously ill all of a sudden? Li Cheng was already anxiously pacing back and forth. He turned to Master Sun and said, Master Sun, quickly examine Nanfeng and figure out what's wrong with him. I won't be at peace until he is properly cured. Master Sun led him to a chair, sat him down properly, and then placed his fingers on Nanfeng's wrist to take his pulse. However, after careful diagnosis, he found no sign of illness at all. Nanfeng's pulse was actually stronger than anyone else's. Just as he was about to speak openly, Nanfeng secretly nudged him with his foot and winked, whispering, Master Sun, please examine my pulse carefully. I have already diagnosed myself with late-stage lung cancer. Have you figured out what illness I have? Master Sun's face had already darkened, and as he was about to reveal the truth, Nanfeng moistened his lips and immediately stared at Master Sun again, continuing to speak. Chapter 196. Sun the physician plays along with the illness. After coughing lightly, Nanfeng spoke up. Though I am still young, I've fallen seriously ill. My medical manuscript isn't even finished yet. What a great regret this is for me. Nanfeng emphasized the words medical manuscript, quite obviously threatening Master Sun. If he didn't cooperate in this lie, then he would never get to read the manuscript. Master Sun glared fiercely at Nanfeng and helplessly said, Your Majesty, Nanfeng is indeed quite seriously ill. When I felt his pulse, it was truly very strange. It must be what he called lung cancer. Upon hearing Master Sun's words, Li Cheng was shocked and simply could not believe it. Changsun Wuji also murmured, So it's actually true? Wei Zheng sighed deeply and continued. Just when our Tang Dynasty has found a genius, unfortunately, he's already fallen seriously ill. An old man Nanfeng didn't recognize shook his head and said, Nanfeng probably hasn't come of age yet, and already he's contracted such a strange illness. His health may not even compare to this old, frail body of mine. Heaven truly has no eyes. Li Cheng, now with a solemn expression, solemnly asked, Master Sun, how can we treat Nanfeng's lung cancer? Master Sun gave Nanfeng a brief glance and, knowing his lazy nature, replied calmly, To cure this illness, it isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. Throughout the entire Tang Dynasty, perhaps only a few have suffered from this illness. It's caused by extreme exhaustion. The key to recovery lies in Nanfeng's mindset. If he maintains a consistently cheerful attitude, then after a period of rest and recuperation, he will recover fully. But if his emotions swing widely, then it might be incurable. And there is no medicinal treatment to aid him. It depends entirely on himself. If he can adjust his mindset correctly, then everything will work out. Master Sun created this excuse tailored to Nanfeng's habit of laziness. Li Cheng looked sorrowfully at Nanfeng and said, My dear son-in-law, you really must maintain a positive outlook. I still have so much of this great nation to rely on you to manage. Hurry and rest to recover. Who could have imagined you would contract such a strange illness? Alas, Changsun Wuji also sighed deeply and said, Nanfeng, do whatever it is you want to do while you still can. Don't wait until death approaches to regret what you've left undone. Wei Zheng, quite moved, added, It seems I won't be arguing with you at court anymore. That is truly a great regret of mine. How did you suddenly fall into such grave illness? Well then, from today on, I will no longer argue with you. Hearing all these words, Nanfeng was left speechless. He simply kept a dark expression, silently watching them play out their roles. As they continued talking, Master Sun abruptly pulled Nanfeng into a corner. After glancing around cautiously, he sternly said, "You impudent brat. You actually dared to threaten me, causing me to commit the crime of deceiving the emperor. Your body is perfectly strong and healthy. Why in the world would you claim to be ill?" Nanfeng smiled and replied, "Master Sun, you probably don't understand. Those with great ability, naturally, must take on more responsibility. It has always been this way throughout history. And I, by fate, am the one with the greatest ability. Thus, the emperor constantly finds tasks for me, whether there is a need or not. Last time, he even directly ordered me to lead the assault on Shuafeng City. You must understand how harsh those conditions were. If I don't fake an illness now and then, what will I do when he keeps piling tasks on me? You're pretending to be ill for this? I'm amazed by you. I feel truly ashamed to associate with you." With that, Master Sun turned and left, muttering as he went, "Now is precisely the time for you to contribute to the nation. Yet even on critical matters, you want to slack off. Others long to serve the country but cannot. Take Du Ruhui, for instance, who yearns to serve but, due to old age, lacks the strength. Yet here you are, fabricating excuses to escape duties. I look down on you." Midway along the path, Master Sun turned back and returned, then silently grabbed Nanfeng and pulled him into a room. "I have already examined Du Ruhui's pulse, but I couldn't find an effective treatment method. All I can do is use medicine to slowly restore his condition. If things continue like this, he has at most 2 more years to live. Come also and diagnose him yourself. See if you can find a better solution." With that, Nanfeng also came to Du Ruhui's room, where several people were already sitting chatting with him. At this moment, Du Ruhui looked as though his life were hanging by a thread. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his lips pale white, and even speaking left him gasping for breath. Du Ruhui noticed Nanfeng's arrival and waved him over. Just as he was about to speak, he began coughing violently, only recovering after a while before finally saying, "Nanfeng, I understand my own condition very clearly, but I am already content having lived this far. Moreover, now that the Tang Dynasty has someone like you, a true genius, it will surely grow better and better. Alas, a great pity that I won't live to see that day." Du Ruhui then coughed several more times before continuing, "My body can last at most another 2 years. How deeply I regret this. I wasn't even able to fully contribute to the Tang Dynasty before retiring. Sigh, I've done all I could. The future of our nation still relies heavily on young people like you. If you possess the talent, then serve our country as much as you can. Once I'm truly gone, you will become the emperor's most trusted aide. Don't you dare think about slacking off then." Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng solemnly nodded and replied, "What you said makes perfect sense. Please rest assured, as long as I remain alive, I will continuously contribute to the Tang Dynasty as much as I can." After hearing Nanfeng's promise, Du Ruhui nodded with great comfort and continued, "Though death does not frighten me, I do not wish to leave so soon. I wish to keep this frail body a while longer and serve our nation. I've also heard that you are quite the gifted physician yourself. Please, feel my pulse and tell me if there remains any hope of prolonging my life." Nanfeng sat upright and began to carefully take Du Ruhui's pulse. After finishing, he frowned slightly and fell into deep thought for a moment. Chapter 197, Masterful Acupuncture. After pondering hard for a moment, Nanfeng leaned closer again to listen to Du Ruhui's breathing. The sound was very loud, but certainly not a symptom of lung cancer. This eased his worries considerably, and as long as the right medicines were used, recovery was possible. After diagnosing Du Ruhui's condition, Nanfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, Minister, do you still have many years to live? If I give you a prescription and you take the medicine to gradually recover, you should live at least another 9 years." Once Du Ruhui was healed, with his help, Nanfeng could finally relax, no longer burdened by court affairs. Besides, he had a fairly good impression of Du Ruhui. Healing him could only benefit him. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Are you telling the truth? Can Ruhui's illness truly be cured?" Nanfeng nodded and replied, Du Ruhui has developed a lung condition. It is caused by working long-term in the Taiji Hall, which is situated in a low-lying area that collects excessive dampness, particularly during winter. If his constitution wasn't strong enough, it was easy to fall ill from such dampness. Du Ruhui's body is extremely weak, and after many years of labor in the damp Taiji Hall, this lung disease was inevitable. Sun, the royal physician, also nodded and said, "I also discovered that he had a lung disease, but I never realized it was caused by the low terrain of Taiji Hall. If Minister Du no longer spends long hours in the Taiji Hall, it would greatly benefit his health and help him recover faster." After listening to the two of them, Li Cheng frowned deeply. After a moment, he finally spoke, "Our Tang Dynasty is not short of money now. Once I return, I'll have the Taiji Hall rebuilt, perhaps relocated to Daming Palace. The conditions there would be much better with less dampness. In consideration of this dampness problem, several other palaces also need to be relocated elsewhere." After Li Cheng finished speaking, Nanfeng immediately added, "Dampness-induced lung disease results in excessive phlegm and overall weakness. Speaking a few words often triggers severe coughing. Over time, the lungs are severely damaged. In more serious cases, lung hemorrhage could even occur. Du Ruhui was almost at the point of coughing up blood, but I am confident I can restore his condition. By simply following my prescription and resting well at home, there won't be major issues. Master Sun, did you bring any silver needles with you?" Master Sun nodded and immediately retrieved silver needles from his medicine case. Nanfeng fetched some wine and sterilized the needles with it. After finishing these preparations, he asked Du Ruhui to lie on the bed bare-chested. Then Nanfeng started inserting the silver needles into various acupoints on Du Ruhui's body, Taiyuan, Zhongfu, Xiaoshang, and many others. He also flicked the needles with his fingers continuously to stimulate these points. After quite a while, Du Ruhui had become like a porcupine pierced by numerous needles. His complexion turned dark red, and soon he spat out blood-tinged phlegm that smelled foul. Nanfeng quickly pulled out all the needles and hurriedly moved away because even he could not endure the stench. Master Sun watched in stunned amazement, and only after a long pause did he recover enough to exclaim, "Nanfeng, your acupuncture skills are truly amazing. Even I might not be your equal. You have such an incredible familiarity with human acupoints. Several points you pierced hadn't even occurred to me." After coughing out the bloody phlegm, Du Ruhui took a deep breath. He could already feel his body becoming lighter, and when he breathed, no unusual sound came from his chest. Excitedly, he said, "Nanfeng, you truly amazed me. With just a few random needle pricks, you achieved such incredible results. I already feel much better now. Your medical skills are just too superb." Nanfeng simply smiled and nodded, though his mind was already considering whether he should try to slip away quickly. Otherwise, what if his pretending illness was discovered? That would surely provoke great anger from Li Chang, a thought that already seemed terrifying. Thinking about that, Nanfeng pretended to collapse weakly onto a chair, gasping for breath heavily. Seeing this state of Nanfeng, Li Chang said, "This time, I really owe you a great deal, Nanfeng. Please sit down and rest for a while." Nanfeng, looking very weak, said, "Your Majesty, I feel like I have no strength left in my body at all. May I ask for a long leave to return home and properly recover? It has to be a leave of 1 or 2 years. By then, my health should have improved. I plan to settle in the countryside because it's much quieter there, which will greatly benefit my recovery." 1 or 2 years. Li Chang had already frowned, reluctantly saying, "Let me grant you a 30-day leave for now. Then I'll see how well you've recovered. If you still haven't fully recovered by then, I'll grant you another extended leave." Upon hearing Li Chang's words, Nanfeng did not insist but quickly agreed. Otherwise, he might end up with not even 30 days. Then he wrote Du Ruhui a medicinal prescription for body conditioning. After receiving the prescription, Du Ruhui's wife surprisingly attempted to kneel and thank Nanfeng for saving her husband's life. Seeing this, Nanfeng lost no time in stopping her and said, "You mustn't do that. If a senior kneels to a junior like me, it might shorten my lifespan. Besides, everything I've done is only natural and proper. Du Ruhui's current health condition is quite poor, so you need to make sure he doesn't drink alcohol, chat with him often, encourage him to take walks outside, and try to give him fruits regularly. Those things will help him recover more quickly." After giving these instructions, Nanfeng took his leave and departed without dining with everyone else. Instead, he asked Li Chang's guards to send him back home. As soon as he returned, he dragged the 3 women into the greenhouse and lay down. He thought he had every right to act this way, because right now he was pretending to be ill, and even if it was a pretense, he needed to maintain the act accordingly, just lie quietly, without worrying about anything else. Chapter 198, Princess Wenqing. Nanfeng had already been lying inside the greenhouse for 2 full days. Although Nanfeng himself didn't feel particularly bored, Qing Xian had become quite impatient. Yet despite struggling internally for a long time, she still couldn't bring herself to say anything. After spending yet another half-day lying idly in the greenhouse, Qing Xian finally couldn't hold back anymore and softly said, "My dear husband, look at you. You've been lying here for so long. This really isn't a sustainable situation. If you keep lying around like this, you'll gradually become a useless person. Even if you really are unwell, it would still be better to go out for a walk. After dinner today, why don't I take you to the market for a little stroll?" Upon hearing Qing Xian's words, Nanfeng immediately refused, saying, "No way. I'm already exhausted just lying here. If I went out for a walk too, I'd probably have to crawl back home." Qing Xian angrily turned her head away, but soon turned back again, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Without warning, her small hands gave Nanfeng's stomach a full 360-degree rub, only releasing him after he had cried out in agony. Lu Ryu arrived beside Nanfeng at this moment, munching on a tomato while speaking up, "Since he doesn't feel like walking around, then let him be. It's not like we don't have enough money. We've got way too much, actually." Gao Shou had to haul several carts of copper coins out to exchange for gold and silver, and it took 3 whole days to convert them into almost 400,000 guan, yet we still have tons of copper coins left, filling up 5 entire rooms. Our home is also somewhat far from the Eastern market. Otherwise, we could buy an estate there. That way, if we ever want to go shopping, it'd be much more convenient. As soon as we step out the door, we're on the main street. Wouldn't that be great? Lu Ryue's words struck a chord with Nanfeng's heart, and he nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, saying, "That's a great idea, my lovely wife. Why don't you handle the matter of buying a residence in the Eastern market? And if we're going to buy, it has to be the biggest and most luxurious one possible. We could even buy several mansions and combine them into one." Lu Ryu hurriedly shook her hands in refusal, saying, "Absolutely not. I finally managed to gain this little bit of weight. If you make me go out and look for houses, I'll lose all of this weight again, and that just won't do." Upon hearing Lu Ryu's words, everyone present burst into laughter. Time passed by bujia, and it was proving somewhat difficult for Nanfeng to enjoy a peaceful and easy life. Sure enough, General Chun, General Yuqi, Li Xiaogong, as well as Niu Jinda and Li Daozong, 2 men Nanfeng didn't know, came together to visit him. As Nanfeng had just approached the entrance of the greenhouse, he already heard General Yuqi's voice. Laughing heartily, Yuqi shouted, "He Nanfeng, The moment I heard you were sick, I rushed over to visit you without even bothering to pull up my pants properly. Aren't you overwhelmed with gratitude? Besides, back when I was sick, you never came to visit me. But now I'm visiting you. So why haven't you come out to greet us yet? A black line appeared on Nanfeng's forehead. Upon hearing these words, he knew immediately that Yuqi was coming to cause trouble, most likely sensing his current physical weakness and wanting to challenge him. After all, he had once forced General Yuqi into being bettered in for several days, and this time, Yuqi probably wanted to get revenge. Since they had obviously come to stir up trouble and had even shown up directly at his home, Nanfeng decided not to care about formalities anymore. Initially, he was thinking of going out to meet them, but instead, he simply returned to the greenhouse and lay down again, turning to Xiao Yun and saying, "Yuner, go ahead and bring those old men here." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Xiao Yun swayed her slender waist and went to escort the group. Soon after, General Yuqi led the way into the greenhouse. He didn't pay any attention to the greenhouse itself, but went straight to Nanfeng with a wicked grin on his face and said, "Say, Nanfeng, we meet again today, what a coincidence. How about we find a place and have a little match to test our skills?" Nanfeng had been spot on in his guess. General Yuqi truly had come to cause trouble. Since he had offered his face to be slapped, Nanfeng had no choice but to oblige. At that moment, General Qin also entered the greenhouse, looking left and right curiously. Eventually, he reached out and touched the large pane of glass, then remarked, "Tisk tsk, I've long heard about this huge transparent glass house of yours, Nanfeng, and today I finally get to see it with my own eyes. I also heard you were sick and came specifically to check on you. So go ahead and rest easy. We old men won't be bothered by a bit of etiquette anyway." Li Xiaogong also quickly reminded, "Don't waste time with nonsense. Let's discuss why we came to visit Nanfeng today. Brother Daizong, how is your daughter doing now?" Li Daozong hurriedly stepped in front of Nanfeng and said, "Young Master Nanfeng, I've heard of your exceptional medical skills. It was said that just a few days ago, you literally pulled Du Ruhui back from the brink of death. I've come here today mainly to ask you for help treating my daughter's illness. Her name is Li Shuiyan, and she's had a persistent high fever for several days now. No matter what we try, her temperature refuses to drop, and she remains in a deep sleep almost all the time. I've even noticed small red spots appearing on her body." Upon hearing these words, Nanfeng slightly furrowed his brows. Li Shuiyan, wasn't that the later Princess Wensheng? Goodness, isn't she supposed to be the one married off to a foreign ruler? She was destined to become a great beauty, known throughout history for her selfless devotion. Nanfeng cast a look of disdain toward General Yuqi, then weakly coughed twice before turning to Li Daozong and saying, "Lord Daizong, you don't need to worry too much. As long as I handle her treatment myself, your daughter should be fine. Getting anxious won't help. Just rest assured. I guarantee that your daughter will recover after taking the medicine I prescribe." In Nanfeng's eyes, Li Shuiyan was destined to become Princess Wensheng. How could anything serious happen to her? Even if he didn't personally examine her condition, she would certainly recover on her own. After hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Daozong finally felt a great weight lift from his heart. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Nanfeng, saying, "Then I'll express my deepest gratitude to you for saving my daughter's life ahead of time. Since you've already given me your assurance, I won't have to worry excessively anymore." Li Xiaogong also turned to Li Daozong and said, "Didn't I tell you not to worry? Your daughter certainly has the fortune to survive. With Nanfeng personally stepping in, your niece's illness will surely be a simple matter to cure, won't it?" Chapter 199, The Unluckiest General Yuqi. Nanfeng was quite puzzled as to why they had traveled such a long distance just to seek medical treatment from him instead of Sun, the renowned physician. He asked, "Why didn't you seek help from Physician Sun?" Li Daozong let out a long sigh before answering. "It just so happens that Physician Sun has gone to the Qinling Mountains to collect herbs, and I have no idea when he will be back. By coincidence, we heard about your exceptional medical skills, so we came here seeking your help." Both Li Daozong and Li Xiaogong were related to the royal family and had earned merits before. Ever since Li Yuan was the emperor, he had granted Li Daozong a royal title, and after Li Cheng ascended the throne, he was further promoted to Prince of Jiangxia, a promotion indeed. Nanfeng was now lying on Kong Rong's lap, closing his eyes as he said, "My esteemed guests, I failed to welcome you at the door due to feeling unwell. I sincerely hope you can forgive me." Everyone nodded understandingly, but General Chen spoke up. "It's nothing at all. We totally understand. Since you're not feeling well, just lie down peacefully. None of us would act like General Yuqi here, who, upon hearing you were ill, hurried over like a fool to settle the score. He shows no respect due to his age. Am I right, old Yuqi?" General Yuqi had a face thicker than a city wall. With a sly grin, he said, "And what if it is? Little Nanfeng, look at such a fine day. How about we find a place and have a good sparring session?" His words instantly infuriated everyone, all glaring fiercely at General Yuqi. Neo Jinda even roared, "Yuqi, old man, don't you fear that all of us may team up to beat you into questioning your very existence?" General Chun angrily shouted as well, "I'll send someone to fetch my weapon right now. That old man deserves a thorough lesson so he knows why flowers are so red." Right now, General Chun looked exactly like General Li Yunlong in a modern-era anti-Japanese TV drama, shouting, "Fire the cannon." Nanfeng weakly coughed a few times before speaking. "General Yuqi, since I'm now the one feeling unwell, shouldn't you have vented your anger already?" "Is that it? Haha, you're unwell just today? Look at me. I was unwell continuously for months. Wasn't that provoked by you? How could I just let it go?" Then Yuqi grinned mischievously at Nanfeng and said, "Tell me, Nanfeng, what an incredible fate must have brought us together today. Why don't we find a wide space and have a real sparring match today? Nan Feng raised his hands in mock surrender, saying, to be honest, I'm indeed feeling unwell and can't spar with you. Let's leave it for another day. General Yuqi burst out laughing heartily until his stomach ached, but still refused to give up, and spoke again. Nan Feng, such a great fate brought us together today. Why don't we find a large open space and have a proper spar today? I'm really not feeling well enough to spar with you. Maybe next time. Upon hearing these words, General Yuqi laughed even harder and again pressed further. Nan Feng, how amazing this chance meeting is. Why don't you just accept my request and spar with me heartily today? The corners of Nan Feng's mouth curved into a grin as he cheerfully replied. Since General Yuqi is so enthusiastic, I'll reluctantly agree then. General Yuqi was literally stunned. Seeing Nan Feng's joyful face, he suddenly felt something ominous. Beads of cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead as he realized he had probably been tricked again by Nan Feng. The others were watching this amusing scene with crooked grins. Their anger toward Yuqi faded significantly, as if they were ready to pour themselves some tea and sit down to enjoy the show. General Chen chuckled and said, Nan Feng, your illness must have nearly recovered by now, right? Since General Yuqi is being so passionate, why not spar with him a bit? Better knock him flat to the ground in one blow. Niu Baodao also showed great interest, but said nothing more. Li Xiaogong, smirking slyly, chimed in, little Nan Feng, beat this old Yuqi soundly for us. And after you're done, I'll reward you with a few carts full of copper coins. Nan Feng felt extremely helpless. His house was already filled with copper coins. He didn't know how many more days it would take to exchange them for gold or silver. And here Li Xiaogong was, offering him even more copper coins? General Yuqi was so nervous at this moment that he unconsciously swallowed hard and awkwardly said, Ahem, brother Nan Feng, I was just kidding with you just now. Don't take it seriously. I was only joking, haha. Brother? I'm not your brother. Don't you know your own age? How could you call me your brother like that? Enough nonsense. You've been talking about sparring with me so many times already. Come on, let's start. After speaking, Nan Feng directly rushed toward General Yuqi, grabbed his collar, lifted him off the ground, and then carried him straight outside the greenhouse. General Yuqi was so frightened that he struggled and shouted, Handsome Nan Feng, let me go, let me go. I was only joking with you earlier. Don't get angry, please. When they reached the outside of the greenhouse, Nan Feng threw General Yuqi down and loudly shouted, Quick, bring my Ba Wangji, over here. I want to have a proper sparring match with General Yuqi today. General Yuqi was already trembling with fear. Wasn't he supposed to be seriously ill? Why was he acting so energetic and full of vigor? General Yuqi shakily said, Oh, handsome Nan Feng, you have your own weapon while I don't. I left mine at home. Let's train another day. Let's do it another time. Nan Feng didn't care much. He immediately took off his thick coat, rolled up his sleeves, and at this moment, begging for mercy from Yuqi was pointless since he had already refused the opportunity to save face. With a stern expression, Nan Feng spoke, Since you left your weapon at home, it doesn't matter at all. I won't use a weapon either. Today, let's have a fist-to-fist, full-contact duel. Come at me with everything you've got. Saying so, Nan Feng even taunted General Yuqi by beckoning him with a finger. After some thought, General Yuqi spoke again, Forget it. I admit I can't defeat you. I concede to you. This match is mine to lose, okay? Chapter 200. The Mysterious Statue. These people really have some nerve. The onlookers started murmuring with criticism. Old Yuqi, your face must be thicker than the city wall. I don't think his face is just thicker than the city wall. I think he probably just left his face behind. Nan Feng also smirked and said, Cough cough. Okay, since you all know he has no face, what's there to talk about anymore? At this point, General Yuqi had no way to save face. He had no choice but to accept Nan Feng's challenge. He tried to encourage himself, shouted loudly, and rushed straight at Nan Feng with a palm strike. Nan Feng disdainfully looked at General Yuqi. Without even lifting his head, he caught Yuqi's hand mid-attack with one hand, grabbed the clothes around his belly with the other, and lifted the general horizontally, tossing him several meters away. General Yuqi landed precisely onto a patch of soft dirt, intentionally chosen by Nan Feng as a kinder landing spot. If he had been thrown elsewhere, his bones might have been shattered, and then Li Cheng would surely come looking for answers. After a while, General Yuqi finally managed to stand up from the mud with great difficulty. He was now completely covered in filth. General Chen watched the scene joyfully and teased, Old Yuqi, how does the mud taste? What a perfect landing. Li Xiaogong added mockingly. I reckon he must have found that dirt quite tasty. At this point, General Yuqi had completely lost his previous arrogance, appearing unusually meek. He finally realized that before Nan Feng, he was nothing more than a clown. Even if Nan Feng were ill, he could still deal with him effortlessly. With a bitter expression, Yuqi said, Nan Feng, you've done this to me so many times. Can't you just let me win once? I just want one victory sigh. Nan Feng replied cheerfully, I already gave you a way to save face. I told you I'm not feeling well and that we should spar another day, but you insisted on fighting. What else could I do? This is all your own doing. In fact, I was being gentle with you. You should be grateful I didn't throw you onto a hard floor. After hearing Nan Feng's words, General Yuqi felt quite embarrassed, while the others laughed even more heartily. After laughing, General Chen suddenly remembered something and said, I almost forgot about this. Just recently we heard that you've been granted an extraordinary reward of hereditary nobility. Many people have already heard the news, and they know you are the one who introduced a new grain crop that relieves common people from hunger. Because of that, the commoners in Chang'an all look at you with deep gratitude. Since you've been resting at home these past few days, you probably haven't heard of a strange event happening in the city. Let me tell you, there's a statue of the god of grains in the Huji temple, and recently this statue has been growing taller slowly, increasing just a little bit each day. Because of this, the common people in Chang'an are now spreading rumors that you are a divine being sent down to earth, that you secretly brought down this crop, the potato, from the heavens. And the statue growing taller day by day supposedly means that the god is preparing to punish you. Nanfeng, after hearing this news, do you feel even a little scared? Nanfeng remained calm and even seemed curious. He asked, a statue growing taller on its own? Are you serious? Neo Jinda also spoke up, never mind whether you believe it's a joke or not. You know something strange is definitely happening. Moreover, the emperor has sent people to check, and it's confirmed. This statue seems to have grown about 2 fingers wider than yesterday. My take on this is, since the emperor has rewarded you so greatly, some people are resentful, and they've come up with this scheme to target you, spreading bad rumors. Nanfeng, think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently, or is there any business-related conflict? Nanfeng replied indifferently. As far as I know, I've only angered Zhang Liang and the members of the Dou family. As for business conflicts, there aren't any. If someone really is targeting me, then it must be the people I just mentioned. I don't know who exactly is behind this yet, but if I find out, they'll wish they'd never messed with me. Rest assured, I won't let them off easily. The technology during the Tang Dynasty was still extremely backward, so the people at that time strongly believed in gods. Even if someone had made great contributions, if they had offended the gods, they would no longer be regarded as a hero. If this matter continued to escalate, people might actually come to believe that Nanfeng was a person cursed by the gods. At that point, everyone would avoid Nanfeng as if he carried a plague, and might even consider expelling him from Chang'an. After pondering for a moment, General Chun continued. After the emperor sent people to investigate, they found no foul play. They even dug up the statue to check if someone had secretly tampered with it from below, but still found nothing. Therefore, the emperor decided to stop the investigation and said that the matter should be handled by you personally. With your intelligence, if you uncover any foul play, you can directly report it to the emperor, and he will certainly take action without leniency. Whoever is involved will be punished without exception, executed immediately. You contributed the potato, such an extraordinary crop, yet now someone is using it to frame you. How can we tolerate this? General Chen paused slightly, then continued. Now the common people believe that this potato you introduced must come from the divine realm, otherwise it could not produce such astonishing yields. The yield of planting 1 acre of potatoes is higher than that of planting 10 acres of barley. These commoners of the Tang Dynasty are simple-minded and pure. They are easily exploited by evil men. You must be cautious. If necessary, we old men will all stand by your side and give you our support. Nanfeng also pondered slightly in his mind, even considering whether the statue could have been pushed upward by the sprouting of some plant. If the conditions were suitable, that possibility was actually quite high. Chapter 201. Allowing a guard to visit a brothel. This divine statue was made of clay, not stone, and thus lacked the 1,000-gene weight of a stone statue. It probably weighed no more than 300 gene. If a sprouting seed were buried beneath this statue, it was indeed possible for the statue to be pushed up by the growing plant. After coming to this realization, Nanfeng had already figured out a plan. He summoned one of the guards who stood watch over the mansion and gave him orders. You should head to the Qin Mountains immediately. Zhao Ao is still training troops over there. Bring him a message from me. Tell him to secretly hide around the Hoji temple and watch for any suspicious individuals attempting to meddle with the statue. If he sees anyone, he should capture them and bring them directly to me. Hurry up and go. You have my permission to spend some time at the pleasure house both before you leave and after you return. I'll even cover your expenses. The guard had wanted to visit a brothel to relieve his tensions for quite some time. Since Nanfeng had recently brought home such stunning female attendants, he couldn't help but feel envious whenever he saw them. However, that was all he could do, just sneak a peek. He didn't dare entertain other thoughts. Upon hearing that Nanfeng actually encouraged him to visit a brothel, he was thrilled beyond words. He nodded happily and then promised earnestly, leave this matter entirely to me. I'll carry out your instructions precisely. I won't disappoint the young master's trust. Once I deliver the message to Zhao Ao, I won't come back unless we've battled it out for 3 days and 3 nights. Hee. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng's forehead was etched with deep lines of exasperation as he placed his palm to his face and spoke. Keep this in mind. Be careful when leaving the city. First, go spend 1 or 2 hours at the brothel. Upon returning, you can do whatever you like. Just ensure no one tails you. And remind Zhao Ao to sneak back quietly, unseen by anyone else. Now go. First, go to Gaoshou and get a few silver ingots. After you're done, any remaining ones are yours to keep. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, the guard cheerfully took off. General Yuqi couldn't make sense of Nanfeng's behavior and asked openly, Nanfeng, I'm wondering, were you just hit in the head by a door? Otherwise, how could you send your own guard to a brothel and even pay for it? What's the meaning behind this? Neo Jinda also tilted his head sideways and said, you really are the best kind of master. Nanfeng replied with a meaningful tone, I'm just trying to prevent others from noticing him. Sending him to the pleasure house is merely a distraction. After he's been there for an hour or two, anyone tracking him may lose interest and decide it's pointless to continue surveillance. After all, the man simply came out for a visit to the brothel. In this way, this guard will have escaped the danger of being followed. Nanfeng moistened his lips before continuing. We are exposed in the open while the enemy hides in the shadows. They are certainly watching our every move closely. Thus, it's better to be cautious. Let them watch me as much as they want, because I'm just going to stay here lying around and go nowhere. Even if I do go out, the enemy will be unable to track me. But Jiao Ao is my strongest guard. Having him on the job, I can rest assured. As long as he's hidden near that temple, the enemy will soon reveal themselves and provide a lead we can follow. After listening to Nanfeng's words, Li Xiaogong still looked puzzled as he asked again, Nanfeng, why are you so certain the enemy will return to the temple? In my opinion, they've already successfully created a false image. Why would they return to the temple to cause trouble again? Nanfeng spoke firmly. Master Li Xiaogong, you'll know when the time comes. Within these 2 days, we will definitely catch the one who goes to Hoji Temple. Once we capture that person, we'll be able to trace them back to the real puppet master behind it all. Everyone looked puzzled and couldn't help but wonder why anyone would return to Hoji Temple to cause trouble. Hadn't they already succeeded? Why return again? Everyone began to ask him more questions. Nanfeng became so frustrated with the questions that he could no longer endure them. He simply replied, Stop asking me. Even if I explain, you won't understand. Wait until your IQ reaches 140 before asking me again. Then, I'll tell you, and you will understand instantly. Aiko? What is that? I've never heard of such a thing before. The name itself sounds awkward. Nanfeng no longer felt like wasting any more words. Nothing he said would make any sense to them anyway. He decided to save his energy. At that moment, he'd already decided to secretly make his way to Wanyan County to investigate matters himself. Seeing that Nanfeng was no longer willing to answer, everyone finally stopped pressing him with questions. However, when they saw him taking some soybeans, a large basin, and then filling a bucket with water, they couldn't help but ask in confusion, Nanfeng, what do you plan to do with these things? Nanfeng directly walked onto the carriage and answered slowly, you don't need to ask too much. Let's first head to Wanyan County and take a look. Once we get there, we'll start by checking Li Daozong's daughter's pulse and cure her first. Hearing Nanfeng's words, everyone quickly boarded the carriage, especially Li Xiaogong, who hurriedly sat beside Nanfeng and helped support him, because Nanfeng was currently unwell, and he also had his own agenda. Once the carriage started moving, Li Xiaogong said with a smile, Brother Nanfeng, I gained another son yesterday, and I still haven't figured out what name to give him. You're so knowledgeable and well-educated. How about you give my little son a name? Upon hearing this, Nanfeng smiled and replied, That's truly joyous news. As for a name, I'll carefully consider it for you. I'll think of a good name first, and then tell you once I've decided. Upon hearing Nanfeng's reply, Li Xiaogong nodded and said, My favorite kind of name is one that sounds powerful and imposing, yet carries a touch of scholarly elegance. If you could really come up with a name like that, that'd be fantastic. Nanfeng opened his mouth helplessly and said, Aren't you just trying to make things difficult for me? Wanting something powerful, yet also elegant in the way of scholars. How can I come up with a name like that for you? Li Xiaogong chuckled and said, I'm just trying to test you a little. Brother Nanfeng, I believe you'll definitely come up with a name like that. How about Li Shunjing? Nanfeng said with a sly grin after thinking for a moment. Chapter 202, The Quarreling Duo. Upon hearing the name Li Shunjing mentioned by Nanfeng, Li Xiaogong thought for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively and said, This name still lacks some meaning, and it's not quite imposing enough. Let's change it. What about Li Jingbing then? That's still a bit too common, and having only one Bing, this Ba-cheat is still lacking. Hearing this, Nanfeng smirked and said, If that's the case, then how about Li Xinjingbing? Does that meet your standards? Li Xinjingbing? Everyone present was momentarily stunned, then soon burst into laughter. Isn't that pronunciation just like saying you lunatic? Having a name that sounds like an insult is indeed quite Ba-cheap. General Yuqi, this clown of a man, popped up again, stirring up trouble as he said, Hey, Li Xiaogong, you really have a thick skin. When you had your child, you wanted Nanfeng to help name him. So why didn't you let Nanfeng help you when you were busy making little people? Hearing this, Li Xiaogong's face turned red bit by bit, and he then shouted furiously, Old man Yuqi, how could you actually say something like that? Your face is thicker than a city wall. Your thoughts are just too dirty. I'd rather jump into a river if I were you. General Yuqi was completely unbothered. Instead, he dug his nose and arrogantly said, Mind your own business. If I want to say something, I'll say it. Having a face thicker than a city wall is also a virtue. If you've got the guts, come and hit me. After hearing General Yuqi's words, Nanfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. This General Yuqi really was something else. He truly was a lively old character, and Nanfeng deeply admired him. General Chen also grinned and said, Xiaogong, isn't your eldest son about to get married and start a family soon? When he has a son, why don't you ask Nanfeng to think of a name for your lovely grandson? Then I'll also have to speak up for fairness. You thought of Nanfeng when you were struggling for names, but when you were enjoying your wedding night, why didn't you think of Nanfeng then? Li Xiaogong was so angry that he was shaking all over. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat General Chen in a fight, he would surely have lunged at him by now. Helplessly, he could only say angrily, You old rascal, just go play somewhere else. Suddenly, as if just recalling something, Li Xiaogong asked, Oh right, young brother Nanfeng, haven't you been married for about 7 months already? So why hasn't your wife gotten pregnant yet? Is it that the little girl Lu Ruyu isn't doing her part, or are you not performing? Fortunately, you're somewhat of a physician. Otherwise, I would certainly have summoned an imperial doctor to examine you today. Nanfeng didn't know how to explain, and could only reply with a straight face, Sir Xiaogong, that's not something you should concern yourself with. Why don't you focus your energy on thinking of a good name for your son? I'll pretend you're just joking, and not hold it against you. Li Xiaogong was simply left speechless, unsure of what to say, and could only helplessly say, All right, I'm just thinking for you, you know? I'm just afraid that if the two of you can't have children, our great Tang Dynasty will lose one more rogue. Nanfeng calmly replied, I just don't want a son quite yet. You'd better worry more about your own son. Master Sun already said long ago that if he continues frequenting the pleasure houses often, he will soon become impotent. But even now he constantly wants to drag me along with him to those places. If he continues like this, I'm afraid your dream of holding a grandson in your arms will be in vain. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong immediately wore a face filled with anger, and said, That little rogue. I don't know how many times I've earnestly warned him, but he just won't listen, insisting on going to those shady brothels. Nanfeng, when you have free time, give him a temporary break and send him back home first. I'll find him a good wife and have him work hard on making little people for me. Unless she successfully gets pregnant, he won't be allowed to step a foot outside that bedroom. I won't allow him to continue indulging himself at those pleasure houses anymore, or else I really might never have a grandson. General Yuqi laughed loudly. Old man Li Xiaogong, you already know that Nanfeng is going to Zhang Liang's house to sow some seeds of love, right? If your son really doesn't turn out to be capable, why don't you let Nanfeng lend you a hand instead? Nanfeng's offspring will certainly be top-notch. It could even be seen as helping improve the inferior bloodline of your family. Ha ha, Yuqi, you damn old fart. With this exchange of words, the two immediately started arguing loudly, cursing at each other so fiercely that even the street pancake vendor could hear. Instantly, people cast strange glances toward the carriage. Li Xiaogong and General Yuqi were generally quite normal individuals during ordinary times, but once they were together, they would immediately start bickering. Even the smallest, most trivial matter could provoke a quarrel lasting 1 or 2 hours. While arguing back and forth, they would always end up with a winner and a loser, but without fail, it was always General Yuqi who came out on top, for whenever he felt himself losing the debate, he'd simply deliver a black eye to Li Xiaogong. While continuously squabbling, time quickly passed, and the group soon arrived at Wanyan County. Wanyan County was where the imperial examinations were held. Therefore, despite the remoteness of the Jisai Temple, it remained bustling and lively with visitors. Not only did scholars come to worship here, but many farmers as well, praying for a good harvest in the coming year. Recently, however, word had spread widely about the miraculous self-elevation of the deity's statue, drawing in countless curious visitors from far and wide. As soon as the group arrived, people quickly recognized General Yuqi. After all, during the Xuanwu crisis, Li Cheng often felt fearful and would sometimes wake from sleep in terror from nightmares. Yet if Yuqi and Duke Yi stood guarding the entrance, Li Cheng could sleep in complete peace. Because of this, both General Yuqi and Duke Yi had become widely known, and many families had even replaced their traditional door gods with portraits of the two. Wherever General Yuqi went, there were always many people who could instantly recognize him. As soon as General Yuqi arrived, numerous commoners rushed forward to greet him enthusiastically, praising him repeatedly, which instantly made him feel extremely pleased. He was practically walking on air. Chapter 203, General Yuqi begins to peddle. Seeing General Yuqi surrounded by so many people, Nanfeng smiled slightly and said, General Yuqi, never would I have guessed you were once such a famous figure. Hearing this, General Yuqi proudly replied, Well, of course. Right now I'm serving as the door god for every household. He, Li Xiaogong, however, poured cold water on the mood by saying, Old Yuqi, you and Duke Igu have taken the livelihoods of Wei Suo and Zhong Kuei. Aren't you afraid they might come down to earth to settle accounts with you? General Yuqi placed his hands defiantly on his hips and said, Humph, whoever dares come can come already. Besides, even if they did come, I wouldn't be afraid of them. The crowd around General Yuqi grew denser by the moment, all gazing at him with great curiosity, as if watching a monkey in the zoo. General Yuqi, still feeling quite pleased, said proudly, You heard right. I am indeed the legendary door god General Yuqi everyone knows. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Nanfeng leaned near General Yuqi's ear and whispered a few words. After listening to Nanfeng, General Yuqi hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand in refusal, saying, No way will I do such a foolish thing. If you really want to do it, go ahead. I won't stop you. In response, Nanfeng threateningly said, If you don't do it, I'll make sure you feel unwell for quite a while. General Yuqi's face darkened, but he still refused to yield. So many people here, and you're asking me to do something so ridiculous. Where would I put my face then? If you want to threaten me like this, then I will fight you to the bitter end. Sure, I might not be able to beat you alone, but if I bring more people from home and the army, I'm sure we can defeat you. Nanfeng heaved a long sigh and said, Have you forgotten what happened to Duke's son? Have you forgotten how I swept through everyone back at the martial arts arena? Do you truly believe numbers would help you? At this, General Yuqi trembled with rage, but could only resignedly reply, Oh, fine. You little rogue, you're just too ruthless. I'm completely at your mercy. I'll do it, okay. General Yuqi shot Nanfeng a furious glance before walking straight to the statue and hiding himself behind it. He was just about to shout loudly when suddenly, he forgot everything he was about to say. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he returned to Nanfeng's side and asked, Oh, what exactly was I supposed to yell earlier? I got too anxious and forgot it all. Nanfeng looked quite unimpressed, but repeated what he had said before. After whispering the lines to himself for a bit, General Yuqi once again hid behind the statue and shouted loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, brothers, sisters, grandpas and grandmas, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Come and check out our fresh, piping hot something or other. We're selling it at a huge loss. This promotion is the best ever. Come and see quickly. Hearing General Yuqi shouting such bizarre lines, Li Daozong and Li Xiaogong both turned away, blushing red. Standing beside General Yuqi was just too embarrassing. General Chun immediately stepped away from General Yuqi, pretending to not know him at all. Otherwise, he too would be utterly humiliated. Cao Jindao looked confused as he asked, Master Nanfeng, is something wrong with General Yuqi? While pointing to his own head. Nanfeng simply smiled without offering any explanation to Cao Jindao's question. The curious onlookers also looked at each other in bewilderment, asking what General Yuqi was actually selling. Glaring hatefully at Nanfeng, General Yuqi smirked maliciously and said, Go ask young Marquis Nanfeng yourselves. I was only shouting on his behalf just now. Don't miss out on this amazing chance. Plus, Nanfeng is even willing to perform some acrobatics for you. Brothers and sisters, hurry and gather around to see. After speaking, General Yuqi walked up to Nanfeng proudly and said, You little rogue, it's true that I'm a martial artist, but don't think my brain isn't just as sharp as my physique. You made me lose face, so now I have to give you a taste of the same medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel peaceful about it at all. Nanfeng was at a loss for words at this moment, and ignored General Yuqi. Instead, he walked into the crowd and shouted loudly, Everyone, I am Nanfeng, and I believe you've all heard my name by now. There are rumors spreading that I'm a wicked immortal who was banished to the mortal world, and that I secretly brought this potato down from heaven myself. Otherwise, how could there be such high yields? They even claim this bizarre phenomenon of the statue growing taller on its own is a sign that the gods are about to punish me. But I am no evil person. I am just an ordinary mortal like all of you. Tell me, who among you could bear to stay silent while others spread such lies behind your back? Nanfeng cleared his throat and continued. The reason I came here today was merely to verify the truth myself, and see precisely why this statue keeps rising slightly every day. Think about all the achievements I've accomplished along the way. Unprecedented, truly. Because of that, the emperor generously rewarded me, which likely stirred jealousy among certain small-minded people. That's why they fabricated these rumors to frame me. I am not the kind of person who silently endures injustice. This time, I've come specifically to expose these petty tricks of the villains. Just watch and see. At this moment, more and more people had gathered, and many others were still rushing in from all directions. Soon, nearly 1,000 onlookers had surrounded the temple. Nanfeng immediately ordered his attendants to dig up the statue and move it to the side. Once it was removed, only a large pit remained. Nanfeng jumped into the pit and began searching carefully, yet found nothing at first glance. However, the soil here was clearly disturbed. It was noticeably looser than the surrounding earth. Aside from this observation, there were no other obvious clues, but this alone was enough to confirm Nanfeng's suspicions. These despicable villains must have used the natural growth of sprouting plants to push the statue upward. He called his attendants over and instructed them to dig deeper into the pit. Then he brought a large wooden board and placed it at the bottom of the hole. He laid all the seeds he had prepared across the board, poured a bucket of water over them, and then covered everything with soil. Finally, the statue was returned to its original position. Chapter 204. True domination lies in outsmarting others. Because these seeds were buried deep underground, the temperature was generally a bit higher, just the ideal temperature for seed germination. It wouldn't take a day before these seeds might begin to sprout roots. With their germination, they definitely had the power to lift the statue higher. Besides this, there was actually another method to prove that the statue's elevation was caused by human hands. However, that would require finding an object that could expand when exposed to high temperatures. Therefore, Nanfeng used soybean seeds as a substitute. Nanfeng had marked the original height of the statue and then looked at the surrounding crowd, saying, Friends, please remember the current height of this statue. I guarantee you, once I finish doing these things, this statue will soon be lifted higher. If you don't believe me, just come back here in 2 days. You'll surely be convinced. Hearing Nanfeng's words, the people on site began whispering amongst themselves. Can soybean seeds really lift this statue higher? That's impossible, right? Who exactly said that Nanfeng was a deity banished to the mortal world? I think he looks quite foolish. Whether he's foolish or not, we'll know in a couple of days. I think he might be telling the truth. After all, he's a disciple of Ghost Valley. Many of the things they do are beyond our understanding. All right, let's go. The excitement is over. We'll just come back to take a look in 2 days. Among the surrounding onlookers, there were not only ordinary citizens, but also several despicable villains who had framed Nanfeng. After watching Nanfeng's movements, they quietly slipped away. Now, under the bright daylight, these villains naturally dared not make any moves. But at night, they might not be able to stay still. That was precisely why Nanfeng had recalled Gao to capture anyone who attempted mischief at night. If they dared to show up, they wouldn't be able to escape. If they didn't dare to appear, then nothing else would happen. As a result, the suspicions of the ordinary people towards him would naturally disappear. After finishing all of this, Nanfeng led General Yuqi and others away. He still had to go check how old the daughter of Li Daozong was. On his way to the prince's mansion, Nanfeng smiled to himself and said, Winning in a fight brings no sense of accomplishment at all. It's far more enjoyable to play mind games. No matter how clever they think they are, eventually they'll still be outsmarted by their own stupidity. Haha. After hearing Nanfeng's words, General Chen seemed to have understood and said, I know what you're trying to do now. You scattered seeds beneath the statue, and once they sprout roots, they will lift the statue upward, right? Those who wanted to frame you probably used the same method too. General Yuqi quickly jumped in and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Our sons definitely can't compare to Nanfeng in intelligence. Nanfeng, how about I just adopt you as my godson? As soon as those words came out, Nanfeng immediately grabbed General Yuqi's head and began repeatedly knocking it against the front gate, as if knocking on the door. Upon hearing the rapid succession of knocking sounds, a steward hurried over and opened the gate. Only then did General Yuqi escape from his misery, as the group finally stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, a beautiful woman wearing fine clothes quickly approached with tiny steps. Looking anxious yet managing a smile, she respectfully greeted, "I greet General Yuqi, General Chun, and Master Nyo." The woman clearly didn't recognize Nanfeng. Looking at Li Daozong, she asked, "My lord, who is this person? I've never seen this young man before." Li Daozong replied, "He is the famous Nanfeng." Upon hearing that, Madame Zhilua quickly bowed and said, "So this is Nanfeng. Please come inside. Princess, you don't need to be so courteous. It's like family here." Upon hearing this, Zhilua smiled slightly and went to fetch some tea and snacks for them. She was truly virtuous and considerate. No wonder later on their daughter could become a Princess Wencheng. Their daughter must have been cultivated under such a fine family environment. When she returned carrying a full tray of snacks, Li Daozong anxiously asked, "Dear, how is our beloved daughter doing now?" Zhilua gently nodded and replied, "Her condition has improved a lot today. I even fed her some bird's nest soup just now. She fell asleep again shortly after. Haven't you found Master Sun, the royal physician yet?" Li Daozong waved his hand, but Li Xiaogong quickly spoke up, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. It doesn't matter that we couldn't find Master Sunday. We've already brought Nanfeng here. With him around, everything will be fine." Zhilua gently nodded and said, "Then there's no need to rush for now. I'll make tea for all of you first. You can chat for a while, drink some tea, and then we'll go see my daughter later. You are guests after all. You should have some tea first." Saying this, Zhilua immediately started brewing tea. Calmly and methodically, she added in garlic, ginger, and scallion whites. The tea leaves were chopped into tiny bits and thrown into the pot as well, all being boiled together. Li Daozong proudly said, "You all must really try Zhilua's tea. Unless you're drinking something made by the Empress herself, I doubt you'll ever find tea better than what Zhua brews." Li Xiaogong, however, shook his head and said, "As for me, no thanks. Ever since I tasted the tea made by Nanfeng, I've had no interest in other kinds of tea. You two go ahead and taste it. Nanfeng young brother probably hasn't yet tried this kind of boiled tea, right? You absolutely must try it and taste it properly." General Chen also picked up a cup and took a sip. Instantly, he felt like his taste buds had exploded. A mixture of flavors flooded his mouth. Feeling too embarrassed to spit it out, he could only force himself to swallow it down. After finishing it, he even shook his head rhythmically and said, "This tea is just like our lives, full of all sorts of different flavors." Nanfeng lifted the tea cup to his nose, gently inhaled its aroma, and barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. The smell of garlic mixed with the spicy scent of ginger. This odor was simply unbearable. And then there was a strange gamey smell. He couldn't figure out how others managed to drink it so contentedly. Chapter 205. My daughter's illness is smallpox. Nanfeng let out a long sigh, placed the cup of tea he was holding back onto the table, and waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, I just can't bring myself to drink it. It's not that the tea brewed by the princess is bad, it's just my own fault. I've become accustomed to the taste of another kind of tea. This brewed tea simply doesn't suit my taste." General Chen also laughed and said, "Humph, I guess you've tasted too many fine teas while traveling around, which is why you've developed such a picky palate. This tea is something that can help you understand life itself. You're still young. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying." Listening to General Chen's words, Nanfeng felt extremely speechless. Was this tea even something humans could drink? Its color wasn't right, and the taste was far too strong. If someone drank this type of tea for a long time, their kidneys probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Nanfeng silently watched them savor the tea. Once they finished drinking, Nanfeng finally spoke, saying, "Master Daozong, shall we proceed now and take a look at your beloved daughter's illness?" Upon hearing this, Li Daozong nodded and led Nanfeng to his daughter's room. The room was very old-fashioned, possessing a unique charm. Simple, yet not lacking in luxury. Li Daozong waved away two maids before leading Nanfeng and others to the bedside of his daughter. Lying on the bed was a little girl who was asleep. She looked about the same age as Tong Tong, but bore an additional touch of suffering. Even though she had already fallen asleep, she still cried out in pain due to her illness. Looking at this little girl, Nanfeng immediately could tell she was extraordinary. She possessed beauty mingled with subtle boldness, yet remained elegant in appearance. Li Shuyan wasn't in deep sleep. Hearing the noise in the room, she woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw her parents beside her bed, despite being tormented by her illness, she smiled sweetly and said, "Dad, Mom, please don't worry about me. I'm feeling much better now. You still have work to do, Father. There was no need to specially come and see me. Mother is here taking care of me very carefully anyway." Hearing this girl's words, Nanfeng was very surprised. This little girl couldn't be more than 5 years old, yet she could say such considerate words. No wonder she would grow up to become the remarkable Princess Wenqing. It was no wonder that she continued to be greatly cherished after her marriage. After speaking, Shuyan curiously looked toward these unfamiliar people. When she noticed Li Xiaogong among them, she smiled and said, "Grandpa Xiaogong, I heard that your family just had a new baby boy. May I go see him and play with him sometime?" Li Xiaogong laughed joyfully, grinning broadly as he replied, "Of course you can, little beauty Miss Shuyan. You're always welcome anytime." Seeing their daughter so lively and adorable, Li Daozong was also very pleased. He said with comfort and satisfaction, "It really has improved a lot. You wouldn't know, The days before, when her illness worsened, it nearly scared me half to death. I brought some lesser-known physicians to examine her, but those useless doctors claimed there was no cure for her illness. In my opinion, my sweet daughter has always had great fortune. How could she possibly contract such a severe illness? Just look, today her condition has improved quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng pulled Li Daozong aside and said, "Didn't you notice it so clearly? Your beloved daughter is only pretending to feel better. She does it to make both of you feel at ease. What a considerate daughter you have. Despite suffering from a severe illness, she still forces herself to smile to cheer up her parents." Sigh. Li Daozong's face immediately changed. He anxiously glanced at Li Xuan, while Ji Luo also said with urgency, "Marquis Nan, please help and examine my beloved daughter and see how she really is." Nanfeng nodded, then smilingly approached Li Xuyan, assuming a big brotherly figure as he spoke gently. "Xuyan, little sister, would you mind stretching out your hand so I can feel your pulse and see how you're doing?" Li Xuyan seemed to hate doctors intensely. She angrily replied, "No way. I won't agree to your unreasonable request. All of you doctors are just frauds. The last doctor who saw me said my illness was already in the advanced stage and incurable. I no longer believe any of you doctors. I only trust myself. I will definitely recover on my own." Hearing Li Xuyan's words, Nanfeng smiled and said, "I'm not one of those useless doctors you're talking about. I'm actually very interested in your illness, so I'd like to feel your pulse and see how it's different from others." "Fine, then I'll reluctantly allow you to take my pulse." Saying that, Li Xuyan rolled up her sleeve and stretched out her snow-white arm, smooth like a pearl, placing it in front of Nanfeng. Unfortunately, the arm was ruined by several dark red spots. Nanfeng reached out and took her pulse, then coaxed her into sticking out her tongue for a brief look. After that, he examined her eyes and the other hand. After completing these steps, Nanfeng solemnly pulled Li Daozong aside into the inner room. Ji Luo followed anxiously as well. Before Nanfeng could even speak, she couldn't help but ask urgently, "Marquis Nan, what exactly is wrong with my dear daughter? Is her illness really that serious now?" Li Daozong also quickly said, "Please tell us quickly. We're both nearly going mad from anxiety." Nanfeng looked at the two of them, then slowly began speaking. "The illness your daughter has is called smallpox." "What?" Ji Luo exclaimed in shock, staggering on her feet. Li Daozong quickly caught her before she could fall to the ground. Nanfeng looked at them and said, "Why don't you first take your wife back to her room to rest for a while?" Upon hearing this, Li Daozong could only lead his dazed wife back to her room with red eyes first. Shortly after, he returned to Nanfeng's side. Helplessly, he knelt down on the floor and pounded it several times with his fists, only stopping when his hands started bleeding. Trembling all over, he turned to Nanfeng and asked anxiously, "So, you're confirming that my daughter has indeed contracted smallpox? Are you really not lying? If my dear daughter has really caught smallpox, does that mean there's really no cure? My sweet little daughter." Meanwhile, completely unaware of her condition, Li Xuyan was still cheerfully chatting and laughing with Li Xiaogong and others. Chapter 206, A Family That Likes to Kneel. Upon learning that Li Xuyan's illness was smallpox, General Yuqi and the others walked over to Nanfeng with serious expressions. General Chun, also frowning, asked anxiously, "She's still so young. How could she have contracted smallpox? Can you cure her?" Nanfeng did not speak much, but simply said, "Please allow me some time to think. I will find a solution within an hour." Saying that, Nanfeng walked directly to the courtyard, pacing back and forth in it. The compendium of materia medica he had purchased contained no record of treatment for smallpox, because at the time the book was completed, the world still had no known cure for smallpox. With no choice, he could only seek help from the system. The relationship between Nanfeng and his system was mutually beneficial. In usual circumstances, when nothing important happened, they didn't interfere with each other. Nanfeng had only thought of the system as a mere unfeeling artificial intelligence. Nanfeng entered the system interface and typed into the search bar about treatments for smallpox. Instantly, 3 options appeared at the bottom, which he studied carefully. Option 1 was a traditional herbal medicine method for curing smallpox, and included a prescription. Option 2 was not a treatment, but the method for planting cowpox as a preventive measure. Option 3 was a Western medicine approach for treating smallpox, which Nanfeng couldn't use at the moment. The things listed by the system weren't expensive at all. Option 1 required only 500 gold coins, so without hesitation, Nanfeng clicked to purchase the prescription for smallpox. As soon as the prescription was embedded into Nanfeng's memory, the system voice sounded, "Congratulations on acquiring the method to treat smallpox. Your action will help and save many lives. As a reward for saving countless lives, we specially award you 1 million contribution points. Please continue your efforts and keep progressing." As Nanfeng matured, his attitude had slowly changed. He realized that he had always been living a good life, one far better than most others, even more leisurely and comfortable than the emperor himself, who was always burdened with affairs. While living a good life, sparing some time to help others wasn't a bad thing at all. When Nanfeng checked his balance in the system, he was delighted to find that he already had 12,000 coins. What great news! He was able to help others while also enriching his own funds. Truly the best of both worlds. As Nanfeng was happily pondering in the courtyard, Li Daozong was already anxiously pacing back and forth. He really wanted to go over to Nanfeng to ask if he had figured out anything, but each time he was stopped by someone else. Frowning slightly, General Yuqi persuaded him. Going over now to ask Nanfeng would only disrupt his thoughts. If you accidentally interfere with him, then the one who will suffer is your beloved daughter. Hearing this, Li Daozong nodded like a chick pecking grain, saying, All right, I'll just stay here. I won't go and bother Nanfeng. I mustn't interrupt his thinking. I need to wait patiently. My God, my daughter is still so young. How did she come to get smallpox? At that moment, a servant girl ran up in a panic to Li Daozong and urgently cried out. It's terrible. It's terrible. Prince, you should go see Consort Jilua quickly. For no apparent reason, she suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. What? Shocked, Li Daozong immediately rushed into Consort Jilua's room. Nanfeng also noticed this development and hurriedly followed behind Li Daozong as he entered the room. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Princess Jilua wiping away her tears with her hands. After unsteadily getting off the bed, she collapsed onto a table sobbing loudly. My dear daughter, how could you get smallpox? That's the smallpox. If you really leave me because of this, what will I do? While sobbing, she lifted her head and noticed Nanfeng walking in. Immediately, she staggered over to him and begged, Lord Nan, I'm begging you, please save our dear daughter. Promise me, won't you? She's only 4 years old. She just came into this world. How could she have to leave so soon? So saying, Jilua actually attempted to kneel, but Nanfeng quickly reached out and supported her in time. After helping Jilua sit down onto a chair, Nanfeng noticed the blood stain beside the bed. At this moment, Nanfeng quickly spoke up, you don't need to worry too much. I've already figured out a solution and even come up with a prescription. With this prescription, it won't take long before I return your precious daughter to full health. Really? Don't think I'm just a helpless woman who's easy to fool. Well then, I'll trust you. Please, hurry and cure my beloved daughter. I'm begging you. How pitiful are the hearts of parents. Every parent deeply cares for their child. Upon learning her daughter had contracted a disease for which there was currently no known cure, Princess Jilua's reaction was entirely understandable. Nanfeng nodded firmly and replied, You can Xin Fangxin rest assured. I guarantee I will cure your daughter. After hearing these words from Nanfeng, Princess Jilua finally calmed down, only to suddenly faint again. Nanfeng stepped forward to check her pulse, and after a while, turned to Li Daozong and said, Don't worry. It's just an overreaction caused by extreme stress. As long as she rests properly at home, she'll be fine. As for your daughter, you can also set your mind at ease. I'll write a prescription for you right away. Follow it to get the medicine and prepare it for her, and within half a month, your beloved daughter will be lively and energetic again. Upon hearing this, Li Daozong immediately attempted to kneel, but Nanfeng quickly stopped him. Thinking to himself, Nanfeng muttered, This family really likes to kneel, don't they? Unable to kneel, Li Daozong instead placed his hand over his heart and slightly bowed, saying, Lord Nanfeng, your kindness in saving my daughter's life is beyond repayment. From this day forward, Li Daozong will follow you through fire and water without hesitation. Nanfeng felt rather helpless, waved his hand dismissively, and began writing down the prescription. This prescription was not only gentle and effective, but would also grant lifelong immunity against smallpox once taken. Chapter 207. A Brotherhood Oath at Midnight. As Nanfeng handed Li Daozong the prescription for treating smallpox, he was already thinking about adding it to the compendium of Materia Medica. Too many people had died of smallpox without any cure, and in his system, Nanfeng had also seen the potential of cowpox. Once widely cultivated, this crop would finally free the common people of the Great Tang from the fear of smallpox. After receiving the prescription, Li Daozong immediately sent people to prepare the medicine, and strongly urged Nanfeng to stay for dinner before leaving. Not wanting to offend, Nanfeng reluctantly agreed. Servants were even sent to fetch several jars of his homemade distilled liquor from his residence, and the group continued drinking until the sky grew completely dark. Generals like Chun had already become heavily intoxicated, walking in staggering steps. Nanfeng was no exception, and had also been forced to drink until drunk. Several servants attempted to help the drunken generals onto a carriage to send them home, but before they could act, they were kicked away by General Yuchi. With no other option, the clever servants simply followed their masters at a distance, letting them stumble about aimlessly. By now, Yuchi had already hit his head on a wall 3 times, while Niu Jinda had fallen face first into the dirt 7 times. Li Xiaogong, who had drunk less, stood by with an amused look and mocked. You're all such lightweights. Just drank a bit, and you're already this drunk. Right after he spoke, 2 fists came flying and landed heavily on his eye sockets. He proudly gained a pair of spectacular black eyes. At this moment, they had already walked out of the main gate of Li Daozong's mansion, supporting each other as they tried to head home. Fortunately, the moonlight was kind enough to offer some visibility, otherwise these drunken men would surely have fallen into a smelly ditch. General Chun and Nanfeng were now walking shoulder to shoulder. In a tipsy voice, Chun said, Tell me, brother Nanfeng, we can certainly be considered friends across generations. You're, truly my good brother. My admiration for you is flowing like the mighty Yangtze River, non-stop and boundless. If you can even cure a deadly disease like smallpox, then tomorrow when I wake up, I must immediately submit a memorial to the emperor, requesting that he marry off all his beloved daughters to you. If he refuses, I'll definitely lose my temper with him. Their minds were already muddled from the drinking, blurting out anything that came to mind. Suddenly, something seemed to strike General Chun, and he directly dropped to his knees toward the moon, repeatedly bowing in reverence. After quite a while, he asked Nanfeng to kneel with him. After they had both performed many bows, he loudly shouted with a smile, How destined we are to meet. From tonight onward, let's officially become sworn brothers. Nanfeng had just pressed his head to the ground, about to say something, when he was interrupted by a hiccup. After belching, he finally spoke. I was thinking the same. Brother, how old are you? General Chun also pressed his forehead to the ground, thinking hard for a while, but coming up empty. He waved his hand helplessly. Look at my forgetfulness. I can't even remember anymore. Anyway, I'm definitely much older than you. How about you? How old are you? As for me, I should be 30, hick. Now, don't you dare lie to your brother like this. I bet you don't even look 20. At this, General Shin stared at Nan Feng very seriously. At that moment, General Yuchi grabbed Li Shaogong and made him kneel down beside them, muttering angrily, "You two damn bastards. Daring to swear brotherhood before my very eyes without including me? I want in too. I also want to join," shouted General Nyobodeo enthusiastically as he knelt beside them, lowering his head to the ground. In this state, these drunken figures were completely normal. Nanfang's distilled liquor was simply too strong. Though not that potent by future standards, it was more than enough to knock a group of people out cold. They had, after all, finished off 3 large jars of this strong liquor, totaling nearly 12 jin, about 13 pounds. That meant each man had practically downed 2 jin, about 2 pounds, of pure alcohol. No small feat. Meanwhile, behind Nanfeng and the others, a group of servants were discussing things anxiously. What should we do? Should we try to stop them? You want to stop them? Go ahead if you dare. Haven't you seen the big boot prints on me? General Yuchi kicked me hard enough to make me cry. Not even if you kill me. I bet they won't even remember what happened tonight once they sober up. This is such a pity indeed. If only someone could record this moment and show it to the lords of each household. I wonder what expressions they would have on their faces. Hey, let's lower our voices a bit. Otherwise General Yuchi might kick us again. Right now, all of them are drunk and don't know how to hold back. If he kicks you hard enough to kill you, you won't even have a place to cry. You're absolutely right. We better be cautious. Let's just watch quietly and see what they'll do next. Who knows when this night will end anyway. After saying that, those servants simply rested their cheeks on their hands and quietly watched the men perform their sworn brotherhood ceremony. While they were watching with their arms folded, suddenly a furious voice roared out. Who dares to act so recklessly? It's curfew time now. Who is shouting here? Dozens of soldiers charged toward Nanfeng, immediately surrounding him and the others. The servants, however, being spectators who never feared chaos, became even more excited seeing the soldiers arrive. Ha, look at that. They just walked straight into the lion's den. These soldiers really arrived at the right time. You know, each of the people they are about to arrest is extremely influential. I wonder what expressions they would have when they find out. Never mind that. Let's just watch quietly for now. I think these soldiers are going to suffer badly, maybe even crippled. Let's just wait and see. The leader of these soldiers was a Zonglingjiang, mid-level general. He stomped up to Nanfeng and shouted furiously. Do you even know what time it is now? What the hell are you all doing here, shouting and causing a ruckus? I must enforce the rules. I will treat you all as bandits and have you arrested immediately. Men, capture all 5 of them and lock them in prison. Chapter 208. Sworn Brotherhood. After ordering the soldiers to lock Nanfeng and his companions in prison, the Zonglingjiang turned his gaze toward the servants crouching behind them. He glared fiercely at them, asking, "And what do you lot think you're doing?" He strode over to them, and with a menacing tone continued to question, "Are those 5 people your masters?" Upon hearing these words, the group of servants looked at each other in fear, until finally one of them grinned and pointed at General Yuchi, saying, "Do you know who the man I'm pointing at is? He is none other than General Yuchi." The Zonglingjiang's expression instantly changed. There's more. The person to the left of this man is none other than the famous General Chun from the left Wei Guard. Hearing this, the Zonglingjiang's face became deathly pale, but the servant wasn't finished yet. He went on, "We're not done yet. The one I'm pointing at right now is Li Shaogong, a favorite of the emperor." Now, the Zonglingjiang was drenched in cold sweat, as if caught in a sudden downpour. His soldiers had also stopped what they were doing, sweat continuously dripping from their brows. He scared yet? This isn't even all of them. The one at the far right is Niu Jinda. He's also an extremely skilled martial artist. The Zonglingjiang felt his legs give out under him, continuously swallowing hard as he pointed shakily at Nanfeng and stuttered. "And then what about him? He looks quite young. Surely his background isn't as significant as the others, right? Can't we at least arrest him to satisfy our duties?" At the Zonglingjiang's remark, the servants all burst into laughter. One of them casually replied, "If you want to arrest him, just go ahead. His title isn't quite on the same level as the ones I just introduced to you. If you're not afraid, then feel free to try." Desperate for an explanation, the Zonglingjiang urgently asked, "At least tell me who he is and what position he holds." Nanfeng's servant smiled slightly and grinned. "Seems like you do have some guts. Don't you think he looks familiar? He is none other than Nanfeng, the rising star and county magistrate of Chang'an. Moreover, he is the highly favored son-in-law of the emperor himself, currently serving as chief instructor. Don't be fooled by his soft appearance, but with his abilities alone, your soldiers would likely not last long at all. Do you still dare to arrest him now?" After hearing these words, the Zonglingjiang could barely stand anymore. He collapsed onto the ground, remaining there for quite a while before shakily getting up again. Then he turned to his men and said, "You honorable brothers, I saw no one causing a disturbance here tonight, and I'm sure you saw the same thing too. Don't waste any more time on patrol, let's quickly depart." Having said that, the Zonglingjiang quickly fled with his soldiers, eager to report the night's events to his superior, as this matter would surely be exposed sooner or later. After all, they had made an enormous amount of noise, perhaps even reaching the emperor's palace, and it would only be a matter of time before others found out. After listening to the Zonglingjiang's report, his superiors started sweating coldly as well. He paced back and forth anxiously, muttering angrily as he walked. Those damned fools. They just had to come out and get this drunk late at night. They're only causing trouble for me. Sigh. Sir, what should we do? How should I know? Who do you think I can ask? Do you dare to arrest a prince, a duke, a general, or the emperor's favored son-in-law? We can't even touch them. Instead, we have to send soldiers to protect them. Take more men with you immediately and make sure they are all well protected. Do not let any accidents happen to them. You must escort all of them home safely. Otherwise, if something were to happen halfway, we could end up facing execution ourselves. So go now. A while later, the Zonglingjiang returned with a large group of men, but not to make arrests. This time, it was to provide protection. By this point, Nanfeng and his companions had already started swearing their brotherhood oath. General Yuqi, hands clenched into fists, knelt unsteadily, gathering his breath before loudly proclaiming, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and the mountains and rivers as our covenant. I, Li Ji. I, Qinyajin. I, Nanfeng. Today, we bind ourselves as sworn brothers, to share fortune together, to suffer hardships together, to live and die together. Should anyone violate this oath, may heaven and earth strike him down. Several of the people here had started their lives as bandits, and thus were very familiar with the ritual of sworn brotherhood, articulating every phrase clearly and solemnly. After shouting out their oaths, the men knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times. General Chen even burst into loud laughter, declaring Halmaidut. Starting today, we become sworn brothers. From now on, we shall feast on meat together, drink together from large bowls. I shall treat your children as if they were my own. I shall too. Nanfeng, swaying his head, added with a hiccup, I don't even have a child of my own yet. Their servants, still standing behind, watched with wide eyes, sighing one after another, not knowing what to do. After much effort and difficulty, they finally each returned home. Nanfeng went back with absolutely no awareness of himself. Along the way he was shouting and yelling uncontrollably. His young wives rushed out and were busy running around in confusion. Lu Ruyu, holding his head tightly in her arms, cried sorrowfully, "Oh Lord in heaven, why did he have to drink so much? If his body ends up ruined from this, what shall we do? I haven't even conceived his child yet." Kong Rong gently patted Lu Ruyu's back and comforted, "Sisters, it's already very late. Please go to bed early. Nanfeng can be looked after by Xiao Yun and me, as we've specifically studied how to care for someone who is drunk. Rest assured." Qing Xin sighed deeply and said, "How can we possibly fall asleep knowing Nanfeng is this badly drunk? Let us stay together and take care of him too." Nanfeng was lying on the bed when he suddenly sat upright, shouting loudly, "Come on, hurry." Upon hearing this loud cry, the four women all turned red-faced and gave him a storm of soft punches. In his dream, Nanfeng mistook them for giving him a massage and enjoyed it immensely. Chapter 209. Asking questions gets no answers. Early the next morning, the Chancellor hurried to inform the Emperor about what had happened the previous night. After hearing the account, the Empress was completely shocked, and the Emperor was no exception. Helplessly, Chancellor said, "Your Majesty, here is the detailed account of last night. After the five of them got drunk, they actually knelt on the ground and swore a brotherhood pact. That would have been bad enough, but in the end, they shouted loudly about tying up all the civil officials, occupying their houses, and spending all their money." Emperor Li Cheng's face had already turned pitch black, and finally he spoke. "Aside from the three of us present here, you are absolutely forbidden to tell anyone else about this incident. If you let others find out what happened last night, I will have your head." The Chancellor was so frightened that he began to sweat profusely, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. "I will definitely keep my mouth shut. No one else will find out." After the Chancellor left, Emperor Li Cheng roared, "This is nothing short of an unspeakable disgrace. Pure madness. They actually dared to swear a brotherhood oath after getting drunk. Do they think they're bandits? This angers me beyond reason." Though the Emperor was extremely furious, the Empress couldn't stop laughing by now. She laughed so hard her stomach nearly cramped, before finally saying, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should summon them all here and give them a serious lesson." "Oh my, I'm laughing so hard. Oh no, my stomach is cramping. Just look at you. I'm almost dying from anger, and yet you're over there laughing." Li Cheng shouted with bulging eyes. Then he turned toward the door and commanded, "Send someone to find General Chun, General Yuqi, Li Xiaogong, Nanfeng, and Yo Jinda, and bring them here immediately. Don't waste a moment getting them here." After saying this, Li Cheng's expression calmed a bit, but suddenly he burst into laughter again, looking as if he'd gone mad from anger. A while later, General Yuqi and the others walked into the palace hall, all rubbing their heads. Yuqi even yawned as he asked, "Your Majesty, why did you call us all here so urgently?" General Chen also frowned slightly and asked, "Your Majesty, we all drank far too much last night. Our heads still ache this morning. So even if you have something urgent to tell us, I don't think we're in the right state to make sense of it." Yes, I feel like my brain's about to explode. If you're going to give us a task, we probably can't handle it just yet. But if you're asking us for ideas, we might be able to come up with something if we think hard enough," Nanfeng added, feigning weakness. At this point, the Empress was desperately suppressing her laughter, her face turning deep red. Nanfeng looked at the Empress and noticed her abnormal expression. He then asked concernedly, "Empress, your face looks extremely red. Are you feeling unwell? In my current condition, I could probably take a look at you if needed." Upon hearing this, the Empress struggled even harder to contain herself. She lowered her head, waving her hand, and said, No, I'm completely fine right now. Perhaps the Emperor is just suffering from heatiness. You can examine him if you'd like." Li Cheng glared at the 5 individuals before him, wanting to scold them but finding himself at a loss for words. The teacup in his hand seemed about to shatter. After a long pause, he finally said, "Have you 5 already forgotten what you did last night? Shall I help you remember?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng and the others looked at each other in shock, suddenly becoming nervous and uneasy. General Yuchi lowered his head and hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, we were all drunk last night and don't quite remember what happened. Would you help remind us, please?" The emperor was so furious his mustache seemed to stand up as he raged. "Oh, so you've all forgotten, huh? Then I'll remind you. Yes, it's great fun to drink together, but you shouldn't overdo it. Tell me, how much did you drink last night? You must at least remember how you got home. This truly angers me beyond words." In his rage, Li Cheng slapped the table and stood up. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he seemed unsure how to continue. At this point, General Chun innocently said, "Last night, we must not have caused any trouble here in the palace. After we finished drinking, we went back home directly and didn't go anywhere else. We were still asleep when we were woken up this morning and didn't even have time to get fully dressed. We just threw on a robe and hurried here immediately." At this moment, Nanfeng suddenly seemed to recall something, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. He vaguely remembered that the group had knelt under the moonlight on their way home, but couldn't recall anything else clearly. Emperor Li Cheng smiled faintly, then said, "Then I shall help you remember. Let me ask, among the 5 of you, who is the eldest brother? I can confirm this much, that you, Nanfeng, are the 5th brother in this new brotherhood. You truly are quite amusing. Weren't you just saying not long ago that you were gravely ill? Then why did you drink so heartily last night?" Hearing the emperor's words, the group remained confused and clueless, wearing expressions of complete bewilderment. At this point, the empress could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, she finally spoke. "You all, last night you became drunkards and actually formed a brotherhood under the moonlight. I also want to ask, exactly who is the eldest brother?" "Uh-huh. Are you kidding me?" Nanfeng's face turned grim. He muttered to himself, "No way. Did we really swear brotherhood?" Li Cheng rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, "You people, I'm almost exploding with rage right now. This matter was personally reported to me this morning by Chancellor. Last night, soldiers on patrol discovered you shouting loudly, and when they approached, they found you swearing brotherhood. You all shouted together, 'We shall share fortune and misfortune, live and die together from now on. If anyone betrays this oath, may heaven strike him down.' After that, you even said that no matter whose son, he shall be considered our son. Then tell me, Nanfeng, wouldn't you now have a child too? And the worst part is, your child is older than you are. This truly infuriates me beyond reason." Upon finishing, Li Cheng fiercely slammed the table twice. After hearing these words, the 5 drunken men from last night stared at each other in disbelief, exchanging glances filled with deep disgust. Chapter 210. Bold to the point of recklessness. After calming himself down, Li Cheng bitterly said, "Let's just drop this matter for now. If there's a next time, I won't forgive you so easily. This is all the result of getting drunk." At this moment, the 5 drunkards finally came to their senses. General Yuchi shouted loudly, "This can't be real, right?" General Chen shook his head like a rattle's drum, saying, "Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it." The 5 of them all wore expressions of utter disbelief, muttering to themselves. Li Cheng, furious, directly threw the memorial document at them and roared, "You still don't believe it? Then carefully read this memorial. Let's see where you'll put your faces." At this, Nanfeng and the other 4 immediately gathered around and began reading the content of the memorial together. The more they read, the more complex their expressions became. After finishing the reading, Nanfeng was the only one who didn't blush. The other 4 were clearly embarrassed and furious. They unconsciously looked at Nanfeng. Nanfeng also looked confused, slightly furrowing his brows. He spoke up, "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's not like I asked you to swear brotherhood with me. I'm not stupid. I'm still so young. Why should I suddenly have you several older brothers out of nowhere? Such a ridiculous request. I think it must have been proposed by old Yuchi or General Chun." Hearing Nanfeng's words, the others became even more agitated and furious, yet they were helpless. Li Cheng impatiently said, "Enough. Stop talking. All of you quickly go home and rest. From now on, don't get so drunk anymore. Even if you yourselves don't feel ashamed, I'm embarrassed for you. This will be the one and only time, understand?" Upon hearing this, the others had no choice but to obediently rush out. As soon as they stepped outside the courtyard, they unknowingly gathered together again and started plotting secretly. General Chun, looking serious, said, "We absolutely cannot let the civil officials find out about this matter. Otherwise, just this one incident would give them a lot of ammunition to mock us for quite some time." General Yuchi also said with a gloomy expression, Right. We definitely cannot let them know. Nanfeng, among all of us, you have the cleverest mind. Think carefully about how to deal with this." Nanfeng mysteriously made a gesture like a fart escaping and whispered, "What if we let those people who discovered us last night kill themselves out of despair?" Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Just as Nanfeng was speaking, Li Cheng had already quietly arrived behind them, delivering a solid kick to each one and roaring, "Do you want to make yourselves the laughingstock of the entire court?" The group didn't dare to delay. One after another, they quickly fled. It was only after they ran out of the palace gates that General Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Let's just pretend this never happened. This is a matter with nothing but harms and no benefits to us." "I agree. Just pretend nothing happened." General Yuchi also spoke up, "Especially you, Nanfeng. You must absolutely act as if it never happened, because the son of the Chunjiang army cannot share the same surname with you. Ha ha. General Chun immediately became furious, and without saying a word, he immediately began fighting with General Yuchi. Eventually, both of them proudly sported 2 black eyes each and left covering their faces. Meanwhile, Nanfeng had already boarded his specially customized carriage, comfortably lying on it. Not long after he started his journey, he was suddenly intercepted. 2 guards, out of breath, said that the emperor needed to see him urgently and asked him to return immediately. With no choice, Nanfeng unwillingly returned back to Li Cheng's side. At this moment, Li Cheng's expression was also very grim. Thinking that he must have done something wrong, Nanfeng hesitantly said, "Your Majesty, may I ask why you suddenly summoned me back?" Li Cheng played with the writing brush in his hand, solemnly saying, "The Dou family has been wiped out. I was originally thinking about tempering their arrogance, but now they're dancing on the edge of the blade." Nanfeng's face remained calm, while he secretly praised Consort Lu's efficiency in completing the task. He asked with a puzzled look, What exactly do you mean, Your Majesty?" Li Cheng, with a gloomy expression, said, "That Dou Shi from the Dou family is truly despicable. The Grand Emperor used to get along well with him, and I was also worried that the Grand Emperor might feel lonely being alone, so I granted him the privilege to enter and exit the palace freely. I originally hoped he could come occasionally to keep the Grand Emperor company, but instead he committed such a beastly act. He truly deserves death. This damned fellow must be executed this time. You will accompany me to deal with this matter personally. It's been quite a while since you last saw Yuan, hasn't it? I promise, I'll let you stay with her for a full day." Saying this, the emperor directly started walking toward the western inner garden, and then continued, "This Dou Shi is indeed reckless with lust. After meeting with the Grand Emperor, he saw the beauty of Consort Lu and became infatuated, actually attempting to commit lewd acts against her. Fortunately, some patrolling soldiers happened to pass by and caught him in the act. Otherwise, today he might have actually gotten away with it. This old wretch is without a doubt deserving of death." Nanfeng nodded slightly, showing no obvious surprise, as he had already anticipated something like this. The two of them walked one after another toward the western inner garden. Upon reaching there, Li Cheng suddenly turned around and looked at Nanfeng, asking, "There's something I really don't understand. Not long ago, weren't you already severely ill to the point you couldn't even walk? But last night you drank so much alcohol. Could it be that you've been deceiving me?" Nanfeng could only reply with a bitter expression, "Your Majesty doesn't know. Actually, I had improved a lot yesterday. Plus, I got along very well with them, my mood relaxed, and I felt more and more energetic, which allowed me to drink so much. However, right after I heard what happened last night, my heart completely collapsed. Now I feel weak all over." Li Cheng smiled mischievously and said, "Oh, this kind of illness is something I've never heard of before. I hope you remain ill like this for a long time. Don't recover too easily. Otherwise, just wait and see what I'll do to you." At this moment, Nanfeng felt very surprised. He hadn't expected Li Cheng had already figured him out, so he could only pretend to be foolish and avoid saying more. He kept his eyes fixed on the ground and closely followed behind Li Cheng's shadow. Chapter 211. Xianfei is a great actress. Li Cheng was already shaking with rage from Nanfeng's act of feigned madness, roaring, "Do you really think I'm an idiot? I've actually known all along that you're just pretending. You're only 15 years old. Why can't you learn from others' good examples? You even dare to deceive me. You should know that this is a serious crime. If someone else had dared to do this to me, I'd have had them torn to pieces already. At that time, you were merely the head instructor, and I didn't grant you too many extra titles, did I? MMHM. See? I didn't give them to you just to let you slack off a bit. Actually, I wouldn't involve you with these trivial matters anyway. Only when something truly important comes up will I definitely consult you. I'm not stopping you from enjoying a comfortable and carefree life, but when I do need your help, you cannot avoid it." Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Nanfeng also nodded and said, "Your Majesty, I understand what you mean. Pretending to be ill is just to allow me to be lazy in a more open and legitimate way. This way, no one will gossip about me and no one will say you're showing favoritism toward me." Li Cheng replied with a darkened face, "That's why I gave you 30 days. When the time is nearly up, if you still want to lie around idly at home, then come find me. Whether I approve your leave or not will depend entirely on whether I'm in a good mood that day." As they continued talking, the two approached the palace of Consort Lu. At this moment, there were already numerous soldiers surrounding the palace. Li Yuan and her personal maid had already arrived here, but were stopped by the soldiers from entering, leaving them no choice but to stretch their necks and peer inside. Li Yuan finally noticed Li Cheng's arrival, accompanied by Nanfeng, which delighted her greatly. She quickly stepped forward to bow to the emperor. Li Cheng slightly nodded and said to her, "Since you're already here, come in with us. This is an embarrassing family affair, but Nanfeng is family too. He's my future son-in-law. Let's all go in together." Then the few of them entered together. Nanfeng closely followed behind Li Yuan. Taking advantage of nobody watching, he swiftly reached out and pinched her bottom. It made Li Yuan instantly blush furiously. She immediately retaliated by pinching Nanfeng's belly and twisting it a full 360 degrees. After doing so, she smugly shot Nanfeng a glance. When they arrived inside Consort Lu's room, Dou Shi was already being firmly pressed down to the ground by several guards. He wore only a pair of undershorts, and his bony frame was especially shocking to the eye. Consort Lu was sitting on the edge of the bed, continuously crying. Her clothes were extremely disheveled, and there was a small tear on her chest. Through the hole, one could see her fair, pale skin, clear evidence of violent ripping. When she noticed Li Cheng's arrival, Consort Lu finally lifted her head. Her face was already drenched with tears, looking pitiful beyond measure. Sobbing, she pleaded, "Your Majesty, you must avenge me. This dosher nearly robbed me of my virtue forever. I won't dare to face anyone ever again." Wah wah wah. Li Cheng also frowned and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Consort Lu wiped the tears from her face and continued, "Your Majesty, this morning when I wanted to go see the Emperor Emeritus, this dosher suddenly came to find me. He told me he had something to discuss with me. Since he had been on good terms with the Emperor Emeritus, I thought he probably meant no harm, so I prepared some tea and pastries for him to find out what urgent business he had with me. However, just as I was pouring the tea for him, he suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me into the inner room, intending to assault me. Fortunately, my personal maid was smart enough. Once she realized what was happening, she immediately ran outside to call the patrolling soldiers, finally stopping this evil man. If not for that, my chastity would have been forever ruined. Your Majesty, dosher is truly shamelessly bold. You must stand up for me and seek justice." Dosher's eyes were now bulging wide open, and he was trembling furiously with anger, shouting desperately, "Your Majesty, you must believe me. This morning, I was just heading to play chess with the Emperor Emeritus when Lu Xianfei's maid stopped me and said that Consort Lu had urgent matters to discuss with me. My heart filled with curiosity, so I came to Consort Lu's palace. But the moment I arrived here, she lured me into her bedroom, attempting to seduce me with her beauty. Of course, I absolutely refused. Yet unexpectedly, she started screaming, accusing me of intending to assault her. Your Majesty, you must believe me." Upon hearing dosher's words, Consort Lu immediately burst into loud wailing, crying out, "Dosher, you despicable villain. Not only did you nearly defile my purity, but now you even dare to frame me instead. How can you leave me with any face to live on? I will die to prove my innocence." After saying that, Consort Lu fearlessly rushed toward a nearby wooden pillar. Seeing this scene, Li Cheng's expression changed drastically, but he was powerless to stop her at this moment. He turned to Nanfeng urgently and shouted, "Nanfeng, stop her right away." As soon as Li Cheng finished speaking, Nanfeng had already rushed in front of the wooden pillar. Consort Lu crashed directly into Nanfeng. Frowning slightly, Nanfeng spoke, "Your Highness, why are you doing this? The Emperor is right here. He will surely stand up for you. Besides, this stinking old man didn't actually defile you at all. Why would you insist on proving your innocence with your life?" Consort Lu silently looked at Nanfeng, even sending him a few flirtatious glances. Then, using her sleeve to wipe her eyes, she resumed wailing loudly. Nanfeng glanced at her sleeve. He seriously suspected that there was ginger rubbed on it. Otherwise, her tears couldn't possibly be this convincingly dramatic. Dosher was shaking furiously with rage, roaring, "Consort Lu, it seems I've never wronged you before. Why are you trying to ruin me and nearly kill me?" "Shut your mouth." Li Cheng angrily shouted. "I actually trusted you so much that I even awarded you the pass allowing unrestricted movement inside and outside the palace. With this token, you committed such despicable, inhumane acts, and even tried to shift the blame onto others. You claim that Consort Lu seduced you with her beauty, yet you resisted. So why are you now left with only a pair of undershorts on your body?" Chapter 212. The Death of Dosher. Dosher was now utterly unable to defend himself and could only cry out, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent. This matter is truly not as you imagine." He wept so violently that the heavens seemed to tremble. Seeing that the Emperor still did not believe him, Dosher quickly added, "If you truly do not believe me, I shall take my own life to prove that I've been wronged." Upon hearing this, Li Cheng gestured to the two soldiers restraining Dosher, who immediately released him. However, Dosher was utterly stunned. He had only said it on a whim and had no real intention of committing suicide. Li Cheng then roared, "How far must this go before you give up? You strip yourself down to nothing but your undergarments, then claim that Consort Lu tried to violate you? Clever, Do Jing. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" Heaven above. 2 tears streamed down Dosher's face. This time, truly, there was no way to explain himself. He could only roar, "I will take my own life to prove that I am innocent." Saying this, Dosher stood up abruptly and rushed straight toward a wooden pillar. A loud thud followed, blood splattered across the ground, and Dosher collapsed. His legs twitched a few times before he drew his final breath. Consort Lu, meanwhile, felt relieved. With the man now gone, no explanation would matter. The accusation that he had attempted to violate a royal consort had now become an established fact. A pool of bright red blood was already spreading on the ground. A soldier approached, intending to carry Dosher's body away, but Li Cheng immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't move him yet. I want the Emperor Emeritus to see him so he will understand the truth, that he committed suicide out of fear upon realizing his crimes had been exposed." He then ordered, "Go fetch the Emperor Emeritus. He must know, though it will surely sadden him greatly." "As you command, Your Majesty." With that, 2 guards set off at a run to summon the Emperor Emeritus. At this moment, Li Yuanyuan tightly covered her eyes. She was too frightened to witness the scene. Meanwhile, Consort Lu continued sobbing persistently. That actress really threw herself into the role, and Nanfeng couldn't help but secretly give her credit. Shortly afterward, the Emperor Emeritus arrived, accompanied by one of his most beloved consorts. When he saw Dosher's body lying beside the pillar, tears immediately streamed down his face. He had been extremely close to Dosher. One could say they were inseparable friends. After shedding some tears, the Emperor Emeritus stared intently at Li Cheng and asked, "Li Cheng, tell me the truth. Why did Dosher take his own life here?" Li Cheng hesitated a moment before solemnly replying. Father, Dou Shi attempted to violate your consort, defiling the innocence of consort Lu. However, her maid discovered the act and summoned the guards to capture him. Knowing death was unavoidable, he smashed his head against this pillar and ended his life. Where is consort Lu? At this moment, the Emperor Emeritus was beside himself with rage. Spotting her, he immediately rushed over, seizing her by the shoulders and shaking her violently. You'd better tell me the truth immediately. Is what he said really true? Tell me now. Consort Lu was absolutely terrified and sobbed. Exactly as the Emperor has said. Your Majesty, please do justice for me. I was almost defiled by Dou Shi. Wah. The Emperor Emeritus had completely lost his senses and shouted. Why did you have to be so beautiful? Otherwise, how could Dou Shi have turned his eyes on you? His eyes were already bloodshot. He continued. If you were hideously ugly, how could he possibly have had such intentions toward you? You damned wretch. You are a cursed temptress, deserving of death. At this moment, the Emperor Emeritus had practically erased consort Lu from his heart. Compared to Dou Shi, she was nothing more than a dispensable existence. If Dou Shi himself had still been alive, he might even have personally offered consort Lu to him for his enjoyment. Consort Lu, for her part, was utterly heartbroken. She could never have imagined that, with her own status, she would not even measure up to Dou Shi. At this point, even Li Cheng couldn't bear to watch anymore. He spoke up. Father, Dou Shi is no longer among the living. He received his punishment as he deserved. Consort Lu is an innocent person. Why do you continue to treat her this way? She really hasn't done anything wrong. The Emperor Emeritus let go immediately, heartbroken and collapsing to the ground. After a long while, he struggled back to his feet and stared fiercely at Li Cheng, saying, My good son, are you really in such a hurry to eliminate everyone close to me? You're truly remarkable. If that's the case, then go ahead and kill me or do whatever you please. That way, there will no longer be anyone in your way. Li Cheng, at this moment, also felt deeply wronged, as it seemed he hadn't done anything wrong at all. He hadn't forced Dou Shi to die. With a furrowed brow, Li Cheng replied, Father, you are mistaken. I never forced him. It was he himself who, overwhelmed with shame, smashed his head against the pillar. It was not I who drove him to this death. The Emperor Emeritus gave a desolate smile and said, Now that he is gone, what use is there in talking about it now? You, my son, are the emperor of this great Tang Dynasty. Whatever you say goes. There's nothing I can do anymore. I'm already an old man, and there are so few friends left by my side. As he spoke, the Emperor Emeritus turned his back and looked outside before continuing immediately. Li Cheng, now that Dou Shi has passed, I hope you will bury him properly and ensure this matter does not leak out. Can you promise me that? Without hesitation, Li Cheng replied, I promise you. I will do as you say. After a brief moment of silent grief, the Emperor Emeritus quickly composed his expression and turned his gaze toward Nan Feng, studying him carefully. Remarkably, the Emperor Emeritus smiled at Nan Feng and said, If I'm not mistaken, you are Nan Feng, aren't you? Dou Shi often warned me about you back then. To have brought the Dou family to such a miserable state, you're truly formidable. Now I have no other friends left in this world. If you're willing to overlook past grievances, you're welcome to come and see me sometime. We can talk about my glorious days in the past. In that regard, I won't fall short of my son here. And you, Li Cheng, don't worry. This is merely because I'm so lonely. Chapter 213, A Date in Broad Daylight. Hearing that the retired emperor had actually invited Nan Feng to chat with him, Li Cheng was also greatly surprised. He smiled and said, Nan Feng, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and accept the invitation. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng quickly snapped back to his senses and said respectfully, Thank you for the retired emperor's kind consideration. I will surely visit and chat with him during my spare time. The retired emperor patted his thigh and said happily, Good, good, good. I still feel a bit unwell, so I won't stay any longer. Yin Defei, come back with me. All right. With that, Yin Defei followed the retired emperor with small, hurried steps. The retired emperor had always been a fairly broad-minded person. After all, Dou Shi was already gone, and there was no point in dwelling on it further. Keeping resentment would only bring him more distress. Moreover, he was powerless to change anything, so why create unhappiness for himself? Li Cheng then turned to the soldiers and said, All right, go ahead and return Dou Shi's body to his family. You must also explain the cause of his death to his son Dou Yan. Turning then toward Nan Feng, Li Cheng continued, Nan Feng, now that Dou Shi is dead and the retired emperor might feel lonely, I'm counting on you to take care of him. I'm sure this isn't a burdensome task for someone as smart as you, right? Nan Feng smiled and said, Sure. You can't Fengxin, just leave it to me. Li Cheng looked toward Lu Xianfei and then said, Yuan, you stay here with Nan Feng to comfort Xianfei and help her feel better. Don't let her think of doing anything reckless again. I have a lot of work to do, so don't blame me for not being around to chat often. Besides, you'll soon marry Nan Feng anyway, so today, spend some quality time with him. I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Li Cheng gathered the soldiers who were guarding the perimeter and left. At this moment, Nan Feng was likely the only male left inside the palace compound. Nan Feng felt the place was quite dangerous. Without men, the entire place seemed to lack a sense of masculine energy, so he had already decided to leave quickly. Li Yuan was still too innocent. She truly believed that Dou Shi had attempted to assault Lu Xianfei. Walking beside Lu Xianfei, she gently patted her back in comfort and said, Xianfei, please don't dwell on this matter. After all, Dou Shi is already dead, justice has been served. Please don't do anything foolish ever again. All right, I understand. Lu Xianfei nodded and continued. Yuan Yuan, you're so kind. Nan Feng, I made a fool of myself in front of you. Please don't laugh at me. This woman was truly ruthless. She not only successfully framed Dou Shi, but also caused his death. Remarkable indeed. Nan Feng couldn't help but regard her with new respect. Soon, Lu Xianfei seemed to suddenly recall something terrifying and said anxiously, Nan Feng, you absolutely must help me. Dou Shi's death was partly my fault. The retired emperor probably won't let me off easily either. If that's the case, I might be tortured to death by the retired emperor soon. Nan Feng waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry about that. The retired emperor is quite magnanimous. He won't pursue the matter further over a dead man. Now that Dou Shi is gone, he won't pay any further attention to it. He certainly won't come after you. Lu Xianfei's face was filled with bitterness as she choked back tears and said, I used to think I had some importance in the retired emperor's heart. I never imagined I meant absolutely nothing to him. Not even worth a fart. Haha, I overestimated myself too much. Both of you should leave now. I won't do anything reckless. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyuan had no choice but to say, then we will take our leave first. Xianfei, please rest well for now. So saying, Li Yuanyuan pulled Nan Feng and walked out. As soon as they stepped out the palace gate, she clenched her teeth and said angrily, Dou Shi really was despicable. At his age, he still dared to assault Xianfei Lu. Such a despicable, low-life act. Good thing he took his own life. Otherwise, someone else would have to dirty their hands cutting his head off. That's right. He really was a despicable person. Nan Feng quickly agreed. When they returned to the Yongshou Palace, Li Yuanyuan felt very cheerful. She directly ran into Nan Feng's arms, nuzzled her face against his chest, and said softly, Father has already agreed that we can spend a whole day together this time, so we no longer need to hide anything. We can go to the fun places in the palace. The pond garden is quite nice. Why don't we go there today? I'll play a piece of music for you there and accompany you while you paint. You must stay by my side all day long and not go anywhere else. Li Yuanyuan was extremely happy at this moment, her face practically glowing with uncontrollable delight. Nan Feng thought to himself that he would only be lying around anyway if he went home, so he decided it was better to stay and accompany Li Yuanyuan. After all, he had hardly spent any time with her before. He immediately sent Li Yuanyuan's personal maid to prepare paper, brushes, and other supplies, and also made sure to get some paint. Additionally, he specifically asked the maid to bring 2 pieces of coal. Seeing that Nan Feng actually wanted the coal, Li Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel deeply confused. She couldn't resist asking, Nan Feng, why do you want Xiao Tao to prepare coal for you? Nan Feng adjusted the piece of coal in his hand, trimming it into a thin, pencil-like shape before finally replying, of course for drawing. I can use it to draw pictures, especially of you. Draw me? You mean you're going to use coal to draw? Li Yuanyuan's face filled with astonishment as she asked again. I've never seen anyone use coal for drawing before. Nan Feng smiled gently and said, that's just because you've never seen it done before. But now you're about to. I'll draw 2 portraits, one of myself to give to you, and one of you that I'll take back with me. Li Yuanyuan blushed as she nodded slightly. She was extremely curious about Nan Feng's unique drawing method and eager to see how exactly he would use the coal to draw. After preparing everything, the 2 of them set off toward the garden pond. Soon, they arrived. The scenery was breathtaking. Willow branches dangled gently over the lake, creating a vivid image of life and vitality. At the pond's edge, quite a few people were already enjoying the scenery. A visibly pregnant imperial concubine was seated inside a pavilion, while a painter sketched her portrait. Neither of them could tell exactly which of Li Cheng's consorts she was. Chapter 214, Sketching with Charcoal. As juniors, Li Yuanyuan and Nan Feng definitely couldn't just turn around and leave after meeting one of the emperor's concubines. They needed to show the proper etiquette. Li Yuanyuan leaned close to Nan Feng's ear and whispered, she's Lady Wei, the esteemed concubine. Lady Wei was married into the family through a political alliance with Li Cheng, and thus she held a very high status. In the imperial harem, aside from the empress, she was the most influential. The son she carried had not yet been born, but already had the name Li Shan, the 10th imperial prince of Li Cheng. At this moment, Lady Wei also noticed Li Yuanyuan's arrival. She gently parted her red lips and asked, Xiaoyan, have you finished your painting yet? The painter didn't speak immediately, but continued to draw a few more strokes before replying, Your Majesty, I have completed the painting. Please have a look. Lady Wei was not in a hurry to view the painting, but instead turned to Li Yuanyuan with a smile. Yuanyuan, are you here for painting again today? If I'm not mistaken, the person beside you should be Nan Feng. Li Yuanyuan slightly bowed and said, Greetings to Your Majesty. You are absolutely correct. This is indeed Nan Feng by my side. Lady Wei nodded, then picked up the painting she had just received and began to examine it. As she looked, she praised, Little Yen, your painting skills have truly improved. This time, the artwork is much better than the last. I really like it. Oh no, Your Majesty flatters me too much, Yen Libin said, but his face was brimming with pride. Li Yuanyuan also added, It must be because Your Majesty is so beautiful that the painting came out so well. Upon hearing this, Lady Wei laughed heartily and said with a warm smile, You sure have a sweet tongue. Come, quickly, please take a seat. Seeing that Nan Feng had also sat down, Lady Wei turned to him and asked, I have heard that Nan Feng is talented in both literary and martial arts, and also skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How is your painting skill? Nan Feng nodded slightly and replied, So. Upon hearing this, Lady Wei's face lit up with joy. I know your poetry is extremely good. I'm sure your painting cannot be far behind. I wonder, compared with Yen Libin, who would be better? Would you be willing to do a piece for us to show your skill? Upon hearing this, Yin Libin scoffed and said, Your Majesty, it's true that Nan Feng excels in poetry, but that doesn't mean he must be good at painting too. If his painting is terrible, please don't think less of him, Your Majesty. Huh. Yin Libin was already nearly 30 years old. He had already become a relatively well-known painter in the Tang Dynasty. He could paint landscapes as well as portraits. Both were his strongest subjects. Many portraits of great ministers hung in Lingyan Pavilion, all painted by Yin Libin himself. Although his painting skills were indeed quite good, his character was only average. Nan Feng could already tell from his words that Yin had a jealous attitude, and Nan Feng had clearly heard the unfriendliness in his words. Nan Feng was also quite helpless. If he brought his face close enough for a slap, then he wouldn't be polite in holding back. He had no intention of being humble anymore. In the future, he planned to earn some silver coins with his painting talent. If he continued to stay low-key now, he would never become famous. And this was Lady Wei. After all, painting for her wouldn't be a problem. Nan Feng had already decided to create a magnificent painting to completely shame Yin Libin and steal his spotlight. Once that happened, he would become the greatest painter in the Tang Dynasty, and then there would be a flood of commissions coming his way. At this moment, Lady Wei was slightly displeased, looking at Yin Libin and saying, How can you speak to Nan Feng like that? Do you think your status is so high? Please accept my apologies, and I will surely correct myself. Yin Libin immediately responded with a sincere tone. From what Yin Libin had just said, Nan Feng already knew that he must be a despicable and vile person, someone who nitpicks about every little thing. He wasted his incredible painting skills and was truly unworthy of being a role model. With a smug smile, Yin Libin said, All right then, Nan Feng, I'll just watch you perform. Nan Feng glanced at Yin Libin's painting. In his opinion, it was nothing special, only worth about 40 out of 100 points at best. Nan Feng believed he could do better than Yin Libin, but since ink painting was difficult, he couldn't guarantee that he could produce a lifelike masterpiece. Although Nan Feng couldn't paint vividly with ink wash, he didn't plan to use ink wash at all. He intended to do a charcoal sketch. If it was a sketch, he was absolutely confident that he could draw it extremely vividly. Nan Feng casually folded Yin Libin's painting and threw it aside, then pinned a fresh piece of white paper onto the drawing board. With a look of disdain, he glanced at Yin Libin and said, Her Majesty is so beautiful, yet you, Yin Libin, painted her into such an unflattering image. Your painting skill is truly terrible. I advise you to stop coming out to disgust others. Go back and focus on your proper duties. Yin Libin was immediately enraged by Nan Feng's words. He trembled and retorted, How dare you speak like that? Where's my painting skill bad? Why do you say I'm only coming out to disgust others? I was simply invited here to draw for them. If you truly think my painting is bad, don't slander me. Show us your real ability. Hee. In that case, I'll have to embarrass myself a little. Then I'll wait and see how well you can draw. If your painting turns out to be just as messy, then please, don't ever come out again to offend people and drag down the standard of us artists. Yin Libin angrily shot back, even his way of cursing someone being so fake. Li Yuanyuan felt somewhat anxious at this point, while Lady Wei frowned slightly and said, Enough. Don't continue this quarrel. Nan Feng is also well-read. Perhaps his painting skill is truly quite good. Begin painting now. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng took in his hand the charcoal pencil he had made. There were no pencils in this era, so he could only use charcoal for drawing. When Yin Libin saw the 2 pieces of charcoal in Nan Feng's hand, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. So you're planning to draw with just these 2 pieces of charcoal? Are you trying to mock us? Lady Wei also looked puzzled at this point. She didn't understand what Nan Feng intended to do with the charcoal either. Chapter 215, Amazing Painting Skills. Nan Feng weighed the 2 pieces of charcoal in his hand and confidently said, Has anyone ever said that charcoal can't be used for painting? My lady, please scoot a bit to the right and remember to keep smiling. Alright, try your best to maintain this exact expression while I capture your absolutely stunning beauty on paper. After speaking, Nan Feng began painting. He started with the head, then moved down to the feet, first sketching out the general form before gradually refining the details. Yin Libin stood behind Nan Feng without blinking, watching him. Seeing Nan Feng work so quickly and seemingly in a careless manner, Yin looked at him disdainfully and shook his head. However, as he continued observing the emerging details, his eyes widened more and more, his expression turning blank with shock. At this moment, Nan Feng had already completed the eyes of Consort Wei. Although it was only charcoal, the eyes were so lifelike that every small detail had been precisely captured. Nan Feng carefully added shading to enhance the realism, and the sketch would soon be finished with just a little more touch-up work. Yin Libin was completely stunned by what he saw. He looked at Nan Feng's drawing, then lifted his gaze to compare it with Consort Wei herself. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. He realized that Nan Feng had recreated the image with near-perfect accuracy, even perfectly capturing the beauty of Consort Wei. A short while later, Nan Feng finally put down his charcoal, looking at his creation with satisfaction. Done, he exclaimed. At this moment, Yin Libin felt his understanding completely overturned. He couldn't believe that such a simple piece of charcoal could create something so real. It was beyond anything he had dared to imagine before. Right now, Nan Feng's hands were already blackened. He first clapped his hands together to dust them off, then gestured for Consort Wei to come and see her portrait. Consort Wei first pinched her own calf slightly, then stood up smiling. Finally finished. Let me quickly see how well you've done. When she saw Nan Feng's painting, she was so shocked she immediately covered her mouth, whispering to herself, Is this really a painting? It looks exactly like me, just like seeing my reflection in a mirror. This is so incredibly realistic. And the eyes are drawn in a special way. They seem almost animated, so vivid. Nanfeng, you've hidden this talent too well. It turns out you're a master painter. She looked at the painting while nodding repeatedly, lavishing it with praise without holding back. This painting is truly amazing. Compared to mine, the difference is instantly apparent. It deeply touches my heart. You truly are Nanfeng. Li Yuanyuan wore a shocked expression on her face as well. After a brief pause, she stared affectionately at Nanfeng, her eyes filled with admiration. How could any woman resist a man as gifted as him? Yin Libin felt his face sting with humiliation and said in shame, Nanfeng, you have truly surprised me. Compared to you, I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. From now on, I won't show off anymore. Your skills are just beyond comprehension. Creating such a masterpiece using only a piece of charcoal is something I could never achieve. I'm genuinely impressed. At this moment, Yin felt utterly deflated, like a dog caught in the rain, pitiful and disheartened. Nanfeng started showing off then, tilting his face 45 degrees toward the sky and speaking in a deep tone. Perhaps painting looks simple on the surface, but it has countless intricacies. This field is extremely deep. You won't be able to handle it, Yin Libin. Not only charcoal, but even mud and sand can be used for painting. Upon hearing this, Yin was even more shocked and muttered to himself, even sand too? If Nanfeng ever actually showed him one of these sand paintings in the future, he might be shocked enough to dislocate his jaw. Consort Wei nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice and said, Nanfeng, thank you so much for painting this portrait for me. I'll head back first and leave you two here to enjoy your private moment together. Consort Wei glanced at the two of them with a special expression, then took the portrait drawn by Nanfeng and left. As for Yin Libin's painting, she did not take it with her, leaving Yin no choice but to pack up his own work. He then bowed to Nanfeng with both hands clasped together and said, Nanfeng, my painting skills are nowhere near yours. Today you've truly broadened my horizons. I shall take my leave first. After speaking, Yin Libin returned with his painting in hand. His head hung low all the way back. Now that no outsiders remained, Li Yuanyuan finally spoke in shock. This is just too incredible. You actually drew such a realistic portrait using only charcoal. Looking at the eyes in the painting, I even felt like they were moving. Tell me quickly, how did you manage to create such an astonishing masterpiece using just a piece of charcoal? Upon hearing her words, Nanfeng lowered his head and seemed deep in thought. Just when Li Yuanyuan thought he would give a serious explanation, Nanfeng casually replied with a grin. Oh, this was just a random sketch for me. Maybe I'm just blessed by heaven to have this talent. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Yuanyuan was so annoyed she wished to pounce on him and bite him hard. But at that moment, Nanfeng continued. You should quickly go sit in the same spot where Consort Wei was sitting earlier. I'm about to draw your portrait now. It's a bit of a pity though. I drew my first portrait for Consort Wei, and that leaves me feeling slightly displeased. At his words, Li Yuanyuan slightly frowned and pinched Nanfeng's ear, saying, How could you actually say such a thing out loud? Even if you really feel that way, you should keep it to yourself. Honestly, Nanfeng. Alright. I'll listen to you, okay? Just go sit over there now, so I can show off my skills. Saying this, Nanfeng picked up the charcoal again and began drawing Li Yuanyuan's portrait, this time with even more focus and care. Meanwhile, Consort Wei took the painting Nanfeng had done for her and went straight to the Empress's quarters. At that moment, Li Cheng was also there with the Empress. Since everyone was gathered, they all came together to appreciate the portrait drawn by Nanfeng. Chapter 216. Zhenjing the Archaeological Community? The Empress, seeing the arrival of Consort Wei, smiled and said, Consort Wei, now that you are with child, walking about more will indeed benefit your health. Emperor Li Cheng also looked at her and said, Consort, you've come too. Come, sit beside Zhen. Consort Wei walked up to Li Cheng and said with a big smile, Your Majesty, Your Highness, since both of you are here, let me bring out a painting for us all to admire. So saying, Consort Wei slowly unfolded the portrait South Maple had drawn for her. The Empress, upon seeing it, widened her eyes in astonishment. Even more stunned, Emperor Li Cheng asked, My God, who is the master artist who painted this for you? This painting looks exactly like a real person. This exceeds my wildest imagination. It's just too lifelike. The Empress kept glancing between Consort Wei and the painting she had unfurled, and after looking at it several times, she covered her mouth in awe and said, This is truly incredible. Even the eyes are depicted identically. This is truly a masterpiece. Li Cheng followed up immediately. Consort, could this painting be by Yin Libin? Consort Wei smiled and waved her hand, replying, I just felt like asking Yin Libin to paint a portrait for me today, so I summoned him to the palace, but I unexpectedly met South Maple and Princess Xiangqing by the garden pond instead, and this painting was actually done by South Maple. Li Cheng wore an expression of utter disbelief, and the Empress, also stunned, asked, This is truly done by South Maple? It's simply unbelievable. This child really excels at everything. Even his painting skill is this high. I envy you. I must ask him to draw a portrait for me too. Li Cheng studied the painting carefully before saying with visible puzzlement, What exactly was used to draw this painting? It doesn't look like ink to me at all. Could it be that South Maple invented a new material for painting? Upon hearing this, Consort Wei's lips curved slightly upward as she directly replied, Your Majesty, South Maple truly is a genius. What you guessed is correct. This painting actually used no ink at all because South Maple drew it with charcoal. I was genuinely amazed as well. My God, he actually used charcoal to paint. After Consort Wei's explanation, the Emperor and the Empress exclaimed simultaneously in astonishment. Then Li Cheng said in amazement, South Maple, South Maple. I feel as if he still has countless abilities hidden within. I've never seen anyone paint with charcoal before. Let's go check it out by the garden pond. And also, have him paint portraits for both the Empress and myself. Hee, let's go. Otherwise that little brat might run off. After hearing Li Cheng's words, Consort Wei laughed and said, you two can go together. I feel too embarrassed to go again, since I only just vacated the spot for them. If I go again, he might blame me. Haha, you two just play the villains for a while. Hearing this, Li Cheng burst into loud laughter, and the Empress followed soon after. The two of them then headed straight to the garden pond. Before long, they arrived where South Maple was. Seeing the Emperor and Empress approach, although South Maple inwardly grumbled, he dared not voice it. What a useless gesture it was to let him take this place. He had originally wanted to spend some intimate time with Li Yuanyuan here, only to be interrupted by two unwanted visitors. After greeting the Emperor, South Maple found Li Cheng examining the charcoal pencil he held with obvious fascination. The Emperor couldn't help asking, South Maple, you used this charcoal to draw Consort Wei's portrait? South Maple nodded and replied, yes, it was exactly this piece of charcoal. After confirming from South Maple himself, Li Cheng shamelessly sat down and said, hee, since I'm already here, why don't you draw one for me too? When I get back, I'll hang it beside my bed so I can always admire my own handsomeness. Ha ha, damn, what thick skin to speak like that. Doesn't he ever look in a mirror? Where does he get the idea that he's so handsome? At that moment, the Empress noticed the painting in Li Yuanyuan's hand. She really wanted Li Yuanyuan to unfurl it for everyone to see. Helpless, Li Yuanyuan could only blush deeply and spread open one of them, but hesitated to open the second due to shyness. The remaining painting was one South Maple had drawn in the style of a modern wedding photo featuring the two of them. It was meant to be displayed in their bridal chamber on their wedding day. However, the Empress couldn't wait and grabbed it immediately, quickly unfolding it before them all. The Empress stared wide-eyed at the painting, her face filled with astonishment. In the painting, Li Yuanyuan wore a modern-style wedding dress while South Maple stood beside her dressed in a suit. The two were depicted hand-in-hand walking across a vast grassland. After staring at it for quite some time, the Empress finally regained her composure and asked, why does this painting look so bizarre? And why are both of your outfits so strange? Li Yuanyuan nervously replied, this was actually just something South Maple drew randomly. I don't even know what he was painting. Upon hearing this, the Empress instead praised him, saying, even something drawn randomly by you can still be so shocking. This painting is absolutely beautiful. It's truly amazing. South Maple, wait, why don't you also draw one for both His Majesty and me in this same style? This was going to be trouble. If this painting somehow remained and was discovered by future generations, it would surely cause a worldwide sensation. It wasn't hard to imagine. The presence of such an advanced concept of a wedding dress in the Tang Dynasty would be beyond shocking. Future generations would probably rack their brains trying to figure this out without success. South Maple also felt too embarrassed to refuse, and after finishing portraits of the Emperor and Empress, he went ahead and painted a wedding photo for both of them. Seeing South Maple working so hard, both the Emperor and Empress were very pleased and nodded in appreciation toward him. At this moment, Li Cheng spoke up, South Maple, right now, I really admire you so much. You truly excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You're making me incredibly envious of your talents. South Maple grinned and replied, Your Majesty, you may not know this, but I actually painted a piece long ago. General Chai saw it, and was so satisfied he immediately sold off his entire family property and eventually paid 5,000 taels of silver to purchase my painting. That painting contained mountains and rivers, and even featured a fierce tiger along with some smaller animals. I believe Your Majesty might be interested in collecting such a valuable piece. Chapter 217, Roar of the Tiger and Howl of the Dragon. When Li Cheng heard Nanfeng say that he had already painted a piece long ago and even sold it at a high price to General Chai, he was greatly shocked and asked in surprise, Is that really true? Now I'm itching to know more. Why do you say this painting is collectible? Could it be that nobody else is praising you, so you have to praise yourself? Upon hearing this, Nanfeng could only reply, Your Majesty, the reason I say this painting is collectible is because it's my very first work. Moreover, it bears my own signature. I simply feel that good things should be shared together. Your Majesty should borrow it from General Chai indefinitely, and then let all the court officials appreciate it fully. Then you can proclaim its value is beyond estimation and that it is a rare treasure. After hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng instantly understood what Nanfeng meant and burst out laughing, saying, You rascal! You're full of tricks. You nearly had me fooled too. The reason you want me to do this is none other than to let the court officials know that your paintings are superb, thus creating space for your promotion. This way, your artwork can be sold for an even higher price. Nanfeng grinned widely, showing his teeth as he said, Your Majesty, that's something we can keep between ourselves. There's no need to voice it externally. Li Cheng nodded slightly and said, It's not impossible for me to do as you say, but first, you have to paint me a piece for me to see. Then tomorrow during the morning court session, I'll show it to all the officials. It'll be my way of promoting you. But I can't do this for free, right? How about splitting the profits 50-50? Nanfeng's face instantly turned dark as he flatly refused. Let's forget it. I have an urgent matter at home. I'll take my leave now. With that, Nanfeng turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Cheng could only call out, Hold on. Let's talk this over calmly. You pay me a piece, and then I'll help promote it tomorrow. How about that? You really are money-driven. What good are so many stinky copper coins anyway? I hardly ever see you spend any. Are you going to keep it all until it grows moldy? Money brings me happiness. After hearing Nanfeng's response, Li Cheng didn't know quite what to say. Nanfeng threw aside the coal he used for sketching, washed his hands, and then began grinding ink. He also ordered the emperor to send someone to fetch paints. After finishing these, Nanfeng looked toward the emperor and asked, "Your Majesty, what type of painting would you like me to create for you?" Li Cheng pondered briefly before replying, "I'm not really into paintings. The only thing that interests me is calligraphy. How about painting me a piece called Roar of the Tiger and Howl of the Dragon, and writing a few elegant characters? You can write whatever you'd like. If both your pieces please me, I'll publicly promote it at the morning court meeting tomorrow, and declare that I bought it from you for 19,000 taels of silver." After saying this, Li Cheng suddenly seemed to remember something and immediately added, "Oh right, I must remind you about one thing. You may sell your paintings for high prices, but you must not cheat commoners. However, swindling rich people is acceptable." Nanfeng smiled and said, "By that logic, the royal treasury would be the only place with a lot of money in the whole Tang Dynasty. Would it be okay if I make a little scam out of you?" Li Cheng shot Nanfeng a fierce glare and firmly refused. "How dare you? I don't know where you get all your clever tricks from. Hurry up and start painting, no more nonsense." Nanfeng requested the emperor to send someone to fetch various colors of ink, even including gold lacquer. The empress was also very interested in the painting Nanfeng was about to paint. She directly became Nanfeng's assistant, helping him grind ink. Li Cheng and Li Yuanyuan stood behind Nanfeng, watching intently. Nanfeng was very concentrated at this moment, continuously switching among brushes of varying sizes as he painted. A golden dragon coiled atop a mountain peak shrouded in thick mist, its body barely visible, an awe-inspiring sight. Below at the foot of the mountain stood a fierce tiger roaring toward the sky, its roar sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Although Li Cheng hadn't felt a strong desire for paintings before, he now truly fell in love with this one. With excitement all over his face, he said, "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Even without your inscription, this painting is already priceless. Nanfeng, calling you a master painter of this generation is no exaggeration at all. I admire you. I truly do." At this moment, the empress, equally astonished, had even forgotten to grind ink for Nanfeng, her mouth wide open as she stared at the painting. After Nanfeng completed the painting, he added a final touch to the dragon's eye, bringing the entire scene vividly to life. Li Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "The painting truly lives up to its name. Roar of the Tiger and Howl of the Dragon. This dragon is painted so brilliantly. Though there is a fierce tiger at the foot of the mountain roaring upward in defiance of the golden dragon, its resistance proves futile. It cannot soar through the heavens like the dragon and clearly cannot match the golden dragon's might, evoking a profound sense of powerlessness." Li Cheng continued observing for a while before quickly adding, "This golden dragon reigns supreme over the heavens. No beast on earth could surpass it. From this, one can truly feel the dragon's majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Looking at the painting you created for me, I suddenly find myself growing interested in paintings again." At this point, Nanfeng didn't quite know what to say. After all, he had merely painted it on a whim. Why was Li Cheng able to extract so many thoughts and emotions from it? He didn't understand, just didn't understand. Once the painting was completely dry, Li Cheng carefully rolled it up and stored it away. Then, he immediately said, "I'm also full of anticipation for the calligraphy piece you're about to create. Nanfeng, hurry up and write one for me to appreciate." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng waved his hand and replied, "I don't really know what to write either. Your Majesty, what kind of content would you like me to write? You tell me first, and then I'll write it. Otherwise, right now I'm just like a headless fly. Whatever I write randomly might be meaningless and convey no real value." Chapter 2:18, A Divine Masterpiece. Li Cheng himself wasn't exactly sure what kind of calligraphy he wanted Nanfeng to write for him. After pondering for quite a while, he finally spoke, "I have another dream, and that dream is to take Xianyang, though it has never been realized. Back in the day, the first emperor of Qin built his palace in Xianyang and ruled this vast land from there. Although the Qin dynasty eventually fell due to an overwhelming number of corrupt officials, I still wish to capture Xianyang and relocate all my palaces there, as a constant reminder to myself never to follow the same path as the Qin dynasty. So, please write a calligraphy piece themed around Xianyang. You can decide the content yourself." Upon hearing Li Cheng's words, Nanfeng shook his head again and said, "I am simply not capable of writing such an article. The topic of Xianyang is far too lofty for me to grasp. I can't even begin to think about content for that kind of theme. But since the Xianyang palace was burned to the ground by the Chu people, that single fire destroyed generations of efforts. Thinking about this stirs emotions within me. So why don't I instead write the Fu of the Apang Palace for your Majesty?" "Oh," Li Cheng muttered to himself, "that should work too. Just write the Fu of the Apang Palace for me then." Dumu had not even been born yet, but Nanfeng already knew the poem by heart. He had no choice. In the future, it would be one of the required texts in the 9-year compulsory education system. Back in the day, Nanfeng even used to sing the poem like a song. Just as Nanfeng was about to start writing, Li Cheng spoke again. "I remember discussing the Apang Palace with your father-in-law a long time ago. He even said that the name Apang came from the palace's proximity to Xianyang." Nanfeng mused that if the Fu of the Apang Palace were to be discovered by Jitue and Shirgu, both of them would likely be overcome with excitement beyond words. After smoothing out the paper, Nanfeng realized that the Xian paper available was of terrible quality, extremely thick, and yet of low quality. Worse still, it was outrageously expensive, making even a single sheet unaffordable for ordinary people. Thus, Nanfeng had already started thinking about manufacturing his own paper, which would surely become a huge success. Picking up a brush pen and dipping it into ink, Nanfeng began writing swiftly, without hesitation. His strokes were bold, vigorous, and elegant in their sweeping motion. If one's calligraphy could naturally exude a powerful aura, then even without reading the content, people would still be profoundly moved. After watching Nanfeng complete the first few characters, Li Cheng could hardly bear to watch further. He turned around and decided to wait until Nanfeng was done before reading it from start to finish, refusing to go line by line as it would be too torturous. Soon enough, Nanfeng completed the piece. Li Cheng, impatient with excitement, picked up the calligraphy and read it eagerly. Upon seeing the first lines, his lips trembled with emotion. Still engrossed in the writing, he didn't even lift his head as he said, "Someone, quickly summon Yu Shinan, Li Gang, and Kong Yingda here." The Empress, full of astonishment, leaned in and asked, "Your Majesty, how is this piece of calligraphy?" With a trembling voice, Li Cheng replied, "How should I put it? To me, it can be described in only 8 words, broadened my vision, and stirred my soul." After reading a little more, Li Cheng continued, "The script Nanfeng used is completely unlike any we currently have. He must have invented it himself. It flows with such elegance, and every single character is remarkably clear. Although the overall piece isn't particularly long, one can already vividly feel the overwhelming grandeur of the Apang Palace being portrayed. It later expresses a deep lament over the palace's destruction by fire and criticizes the tyranny of the Chu rulers. Indeed, they lost the people's support. Only one who has won the hearts of the people can truly win the world." The Empress, now equally eager, said impatiently, "You've made me so curious that I can't wait to see it myself." Li Cheng handed the fu of the Apang Palace directly to the Empress, who read the lines softly under her breath as she held it. The accumulated treasures of Han and Wei, the finest relics of Qi and Chu, amassed over generations through plunder and hoarded like mountains. When their owners could no longer possess them, these riches were dragged away to the Apang Palace. Valuable bronze wares treated like pots, gold regarded as mere gravel, pearls cast carelessly about in abundance. The first emperor loved luxury and splendor, but the people also cherished their own homes. Why should he take every last ounce from them, yet squander it all like dust and sand? More railings and balustrades are built than city walls across the land. The clamor of stringed and wind instruments drowns out the speech of common people. Under such rule, the entire empire dares not speak, but dares to harbor rage silently. After reading the entire piece aloud in one breath, the Empress stood there in stunned silence before finally speaking. "The work Nanfeng has created is truly breathtaking. More importantly, Nanfeng is constantly reminding you, we must learn deeply from the fall of the Qin Dynasty and the Chu Kingdom. The people can carry the boat, and they can also overturn it. Only when the people live in peace and prosperity can our rule last forever." Li Yuan was equally astonished. She never imagined that her husband could be so extraordinarily talented, capable of producing such a remarkable piece of writing. At this moment, Li Cheng was so excited his face turned bright red. He stared intently at Nanfeng and said, "Nanfeng, I truly never expected you to be able to create such an astonishing masterpiece. From this day forth, you shall become a member of the Hongwen Pavilion, and not just that, you will be named a Grand Academician. I will go to great lengths to appoint you as Grand Academician, and this time, no one who dares to oppose me will get their way. As soon as I present this article you've written, I guarantee no one will dare utter a single complaint." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng waved his hand in refusal and said, "Your Majesty, that may not be appropriate. Besides, I have absolutely no desire for the title of Grand Academician." Li Cheng looked at Nanfeng meaningfully and said, "I suspect it's not that you lack ambition, but rather you're thinking that once you assume the position of Grand Academician, you'll become far too busy. You need not worry about that. This title is merely symbolic and won't impose any burdens on you." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Wang Ai and ordered, "You will announce my decree. Summon all officials in the imperial court to attend morning court tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the Empress exclaimed in shock, "Your Majesty, are you actually going to hold a morning court specifically for this piece of writing?" Li Cheng nodded and replied, "In fact, I would have summoned them all immediately if I could, for I wish them all to read and appreciate Nanfeng's fu of the Apang Palace firsthand. However, it's already quite late, so I decided to postpone it to tomorrow morning." Chapter 219. The trio is shocked. Upon hearing Li Cheng's urgent summons, Yu Shinan, Li Gang, and Kong Yingda quickly arrived before the emperor. Li Gang was the Taoist tutor, a position far more prestigious than that of a grand scholar. Yu Shinan and Kong Yingda, like Nanfeng, held the esteemed rank of grand scholar, a truly remarkable position, for only a dozen or so people throughout the Jingguan era had ever attained it. As soon as they arrived, the three of them respectfully bowed before the emperor and empress. Li Cheng waved them off and hurriedly laid Nanfeng's handwritten fu on the Apang Palace upon the table. With a smile, he said, "Quickly come over and take a look. I dare say this is a masterpiece unparalleled in history." Hearing Li Cheng's high praise, the three quickly gathered around to examine the calligraphy. So close was Li Gang that his face nearly touched the scroll. After examining it for a while, he exclaimed with astonishment, "This truly deserves to be called a masterpiece of the ages. Your Majesty, may I know who the brilliant author is?" Yu Shinan also gasped in admiration. "Those who come after lament without learning. This line alone is extraordinary." Kong Yingda murmured to himself, Though this masterpiece appears short at first glance, it is rich in meaning and depth. Your Majesty, please don't keep it from us any longer. Whose work is this? And the script he used in writing it is something I have never seen before. Truly eye-opening. Faced with their eager questioning, Li Cheng did not immediately reveal the answer, but simply smiled, his eyes narrowing. Nan Feng could no longer bear it, and spoke up. You flatter me too much. It was I who presented this piece to the emperor. Upon hearing this, Li Gang rushed straight to Nan Feng, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him back and forth. It was you who presented this to the emperor? Tell me, who is the real author of this piece? He must be extremely talented. Even I could never write such an astonishing work. I truly admire him with all my heart. Li Cheng finally could not hold back any longer, and said with a smile. Oh, come now. Li Gang. Nan Feng himself wrote this piece. He's right in front of you, isn't he? Nan Feng wrote this? Is that really true? All three of them spoke at once, disbelief evident in their voices. They could scarcely believe that Nan Feng had actually written such a remarkable work. Seeing their shocked expressions, the Empress smiled and added, There's no need to doubt. This piece was indeed written by Nan Feng. As a matter of fact, I personally ground the ink for him while he wrote. Otherwise, I wouldn't have believed it either. Heavens above. Li Gang was now so excited that his face turned bright red. Seeing this, Nan Feng quickly took a few steps back. He was afraid this old man might suddenly start feigning injury to get attention. After the trio had marveled for a while, Li Cheng pulled out another treasure, Nan Feng's painting of the roar of the tiger and the song of the dragon. He smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly shut completely, saying proudly, Ahem, that's not all I have. I've still got something else to show you. This painting was also done by Nan Feng, imbued with the mighty essence of tigers roaring and dragons chanting. And what's more, he finished the entire painting in less than an hour. Unbelievable, isn't it? Come, all of you, come have a look. The three were once again stunned into silence, then in unison exclaimed, He completed it in less than an hour? Li Cheng nodded in response to their question, saying, Indeed, that's how incredible he is. Considering these two works alone, don't you think my granting Nan Feng the title of Grand Scholar is completely justified? Li Gang nodded repeatedly. Absolutely justified. Without a doubt. Even without this painting, the Fu alone would more than qualify him for the title of Grand Scholar. Kong Yingda also cried in admiration. This painting is so vivid it could almost come alive. With just this work alone, I dare say Nan Feng is the greatest painter in all of the Tang Dynasty. At this moment, Li Cheng felt especially proud. Listening to others praise Nan Feng brought him the same joy as being praised himself. At this point, Nan Feng had grown so tired from listening to their constant exclamations that he was practically dozing off. It seemed as if they had lost track of time entirely, discussing the works with great enthusiasm while his stomach had already started growling, yet they still showed no signs of stopping. He simply couldn't bear to wait any longer. After a while, as the discussion reached a fever pitch, Nan Feng spoke up. Your Majesty, I must return home to attend to some urgent matters. May I be excused to leave now? Upon hearing this, Li Cheng, still engrossed in studying the calligraphy, barely lifted his head and waved his hand dismissively, saying, All right, I grant you permission to leave. Yuan, please see Nan Feng off. At this moment, the Empress also led the couple outside and spoke. It's still quite early before nightfall. If you have nothing better to do, Yuan, you could go play with Nan Feng for a while. Here is the token for entering and leaving the inner palace quarters. I'll entrust it to you now. With it, you may come and go as you please. Looking at the token in her hand, Li Yuan was thrilled. With this token, whenever she missed Nan Feng, she could leave the palace at any time without having to seek permission from the Empress each time. Because she was concerned for Li Yuan's safety, the Empress specifically assigned 2 imperial guards to protect her before returning with peace of mind. Now, Nan Feng and Li Yuan had walked outside the Taiji Hall. Nan Feng looked at Li Yuan's pretty face and couldn't help but speak affectionately. My little wife, you must be quite tired from walking so much today. How about I carry you for a bit? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately blushed and waved her hand, saying, I refuse. You just want to take advantage of me. Besides, we haven't officially gotten married yet. We shouldn't do intimate things like that. It might give others something to gossip about behind our backs. Nan Feng had no choice but to abandon his idea of carrying her and instead walked side by side through the palace grounds. As they were enjoying their time alone together, a very unwelcome voice rang out. Humph. You two aren't even officially married yet, and you're already clinging to each other all the time. How shameless. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression immediately darkened. Nan Feng also turned his gaze toward the direction of the voice and saw a small child dressed in luxurious attire, roughly the same age as Li Tai. He was holding on to a large, fierce-looking wolfhound. Amazed by the little child quickly covered his mouth in panic and said, Young lord, you mustn't speak recklessly. Chapter 220. Li Yu, the thorn in our eyes. Right after the maid tried to stop this little brat, she cried out in pain because the kid had bitten her hand hard, causing blood to flow down her arm. That alone would have been bad enough, but the young prince viciously kicked the maid and roared, Do you think you can control me? General Xiao, attack her. Bite. The maid was terrified. Without hesitation, she knelt on the ground, begging the young prince for mercy. Yet the young prince's vicious dog still lunged forward and bit into the maid viciously. Although the scene was extremely gruesome, not a single guard dared to step forward to chase the dog away. Nan Feng's face also turned dark with anger. What's the name of this little brat? How dare he act even more arrogantly than I do? Li Yuan's expression was also quite grim. She answered, You absolutely mustn't scold or hit him, because he is Li Yu, the son of concubine Yin. If you do anything to him, once the emperor finds out, he might come after you. Upon hearing that, Nanfeng glared angrily at Li Yu and said, "So this is Li Yu, the future villain himself." Nanfeng's memory hadn't failed him one bit. Since childhood, Li Yu had been self-important, arrogant, and completely talentless, yet still harbored dreams of becoming emperor. As Nanfeng was recalling these things in his mind, Li Yu had already become furious. Grinding his teeth, he shouted, "Who do you think you are to speak my name? You truly don't know your place, you bastard. General Shao, attack him. Tear that bastard apart." As he finished speaking, Li Yu directly released the leash in his hand. The vicious dog immediately charged toward Nanfeng without hesitation. Yet Nanfeng showed no fear at all. In fact, he almost drooled as he grinned, saying, "Perfect timing. I haven't tasted dog meat in quite a while. I'll take your dog and make hot pot with it." Before Nanfeng could even make a move, a cheetah directly pounced onto the vicious dog, sinking its teeth firmly into the dog's neck. Crunching sounds filled the air as the dog cried out in terrible agony, its cries becoming weaker and weaker. Finally, the cheetah delivered a death roll, easily killing the arrogant, bullying dog. At that moment, a little girl also ran directly toward the dog. In her hand was a peachwood sword, and while striking the dog repeatedly, she chanted loudly, "How dare you attack my uncle? Just you wait. I'll beat you to death, you evil little dog. Xiaohua, bite it some more." Princess Li Ji hurried forward as well, glaring at Li Yu and saying, "Well done, Li Yu. I never expected you to be such a person. You really are extremely wicked. Are you not afraid that I'll go report this to father?" At this moment, Li Yu had already collapsed to the ground, not even hearing Princess Li Ji's words. His eyes fixed on the cheetah that had suddenly appeared, his legs trembling unconsciously while he shouted loudly, Someone come. A fierce beast is trying to harm me. Hurry up and chop it down for me." Princess Li Ji stared furiously at the two guards beside Li Yu, who stood there motionless and confused about what to do next. Terrified beyond sense, Li Yu turned his head and saw his guards had not moved to help him fight the cheetah. He immediately grabbed one of their swords, pointing the blade at the cheetah while backing away repeatedly. He just wanted to run far away, and the sword gave him a little confidence. Princess Li Ji angrily said, "Li Yu, do you really dare to keep acting like a brute? Do you believe me that I can go tell father about this right now?" Li Yu pondered for a moment and glanced again at the cheetah before handing the sword back to his guard. Pretending to be innocent and obedient, he said, "Li Ji, this time I realize my mistake and will change. Please don't go tell father and cause him unnecessary trouble. I definitely won't do this again in the future." Princess Li Ji had a kind and pure heart. She actually believed Li Yu's words and nodded slightly, saying, "All right then. As long as you reform yourself and change your ways, there's still time to correct things. You must not do this again." All right, I'll listen to you," Li Yu replied, then immediately turned and left. In his eyes, however, there wasn't even a trace of submission, only fierce and murderous intent. Nanfeng silently watched Li Yu leave, a faint and sinister smile creeping across his face. Li Yu was still so young, yet he already displayed a ruthless nature, even knowing when to temporarily compromise in the face of difficulties. Leaving him alive would surely become a hidden danger in the future. Nanfeng absolutely refused to allow such a threat to remain in this world, just as one cannot tolerate even a speck of sand in the eyes. Thus, from now on, Nanfeng would regard Li Yu as a thorn in his eyes, someone who might be eliminated by him one day without warning. Tong Tong ran up to Nanfeng and hugged his leg, saying, "Uncle, that stinky little brat who just left must be a bad guy. He actually tried to have a vicious dog bite you. Luckily, I came in time. Otherwise, Uncle would have been hurt by that evil dog." Nanfeng smiled happily and ruffled Tong Tong's hair as he said, Right. My little Tong Tong is so awesome. By the way, do you think it's fun in this big palace?" Tong Tong shook her head like a drum saying, "It's extremely boring. The only person who plays with me is Princess Li Ji. Nobody else wants to play with me, and I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go back with Uncle." Hearing Tong Tong's words, Nanfeng didn't know what to say. After all, Tong Tong spent her days riding on a cheetah's back. How could others come to play with her? Most people would run away when they saw her. Nanfeng lifted Tong Tong high into the air and twirled around with her before speaking. "All right then, Uncle will take you home. When we return to the mansion, I will prepare a delicious hot pot feast for you using dog meat." Upon hearing this, Tong Tong smiled as brightly as a blooming flower, happily saying, "Time to go home. Time to eat dog meat. Since this dog was so fierce, we should eat it as punishment, so other dogs won't dare to attack Uncle anymore. Xiaohua deserves to be a hero too, so you should give her tons of dog meat, Uncle." Meanwhile, Princess Li Ji was consoling the servant girl who had been bitten earlier. Chapter 221, A Sumptuous Dog Meat Feast. After Princess Li Ji had calmed the injured maid, she sent her own servant to accompany the hurt girl and tend to the wound. At the mere mention of a dog meat feast, Princess Li Ji's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. She giggled happily and said, "I want to eat dog meat too. I'll just come back with you to your mansion, huh?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng could only reluctantly agree. He dispatched one of the guards to inform Li Cheng before heading back to the mansion with Tong Tong, Li Yuan, and Princess Li Ji. At that moment, Li Yu had also arrived near the residence of his mother. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned around and ordered his bodyguard, "I'm giving you a command. Come over here and kick me really hard on the butt. Don't be gentle. Just give it a good, strong kick." How could the guard dare do such a thing? He replied in terror. I can't do it, young lord. How could I ever dare to strike you? Li Yu frowned and replied in displeasure. Don't be such a coward. Don't you know how to obey orders? Hurry up and do as I say, or else I will go directly to my father and accuse you of stealing my golden chain. Please spare me. Young lord, please spare me. I really cannot do this. Can you just try to be braver for once? If you can't kick, then at least slap my face hard enough to leave a bright red handprint. The guard was now utterly frightened, repeatedly begging, please spare me. Young lord, please spare me. Seeing this, the young prince was nearly driven to madness by the guard's cowardice. He ordered the guard to crouch down, and then proceeded to give him a ruthless beating, venting all his frustration on the poor servant. He muttered angrily afterward, Nanfeng, I remember you now. You actually dared to kill my little general. I will definitely not let you get away with this, humph. Both of Li Yu's bodyguards were beaten black and blue. In their minds, they lamented, why on earth did they end up serving such a master? And how could the emperor have such a son? The behavior of Li Yu was utterly disgraceful. He was unworthy of being anyone's son. At this time, Nanfeng had already returned to his mansion. He immediately summoned the chef to clean the evil dog. The entire beast yielded a large plate of dog meat. Nanfeng searched and gathered many spices and began to marinate the meat. Dog meat, without the proper spices, would not taste good and required a heavy dose. Nanfeng used at least 3 gene of spices in this one batch. Since he had never actually taught his chefs how to prepare a proper dog meat dish, Nanfeng decided to prepare it himself. Soon enough, waves of rich fragrance filled the entire courtyard. Princess Li Ji, holding Tongtong's small hand, stared longingly at the meat inside the pot, repeatedly swallowing her saliva. Xiaohua did not fare any better. She lay directly in front of the large pot, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on its contents, her tail swishing nonstop. While Nanfeng was cooking the dog meat, Li Yuanyuan and Lu Ruyu had, for the time being, joined forces, planning to stand together against Qing Xian, Xiao Yun, and Kong Rong. Because of this temporary alliance, Lu Ruyu enthusiastically invited Li Yuanyuan into the greenhouse for a tour. When Li Yuanyuan saw those enormous tomatoes, her eyes were wide with astonishment. Then, the two came to the spot where Nanfeng often lay resting. Nobody knew what delicate matters they discussed there, but Li Yuanyuan had by now turned bright red in the face, blushing and fidgeting nervously. Princess Li Ji had once again entered her endless loop mode, constantly repeating, is the dog meat ready? Is it ready to eat yet? She and Tong took turns asking, each finishing the other's sentence, giving Nanfeng a serious headache. Jiao had also returned to the mansion by now. Despite having not slept the entire night, he showed no signs of exhaustion. He scooped up a ladleful of cold water and drank it all, then followed the enticing scent to find Nanfeng. Rubbing his eyes, he said, Master, since nothing happened during the daytime, I decided to return first. Without turning, Nanfeng continued stirring the dog meat in the pot and asked, was anything unusual last night? Jiao looked into the pot before answering. Nothing strange at all. Well, if anything, the statue seems to have been slightly raised higher. I suspect the one behind everything hasn't dared to come out yet. I left a person to keep watch by the statue while I returned here. I was simply too hungry. I'll eat something first to fill my stomach, then go back to watch near the temple again later. Nanfeng also nodded slightly and said, it's okay. There's no need to rush over there to keep watch. I doubt he'll dare to show up during the daytime. After you finish eating, go take a short nap first. If nothing unexpected happens, he will likely make his move tonight only. If he doesn't act, the rumors he spread to frame me will naturally collapse. Either outcome is favorable for me. While listening to Nanfeng speak, Jiao stretched his neck toward the pot and inhaled deeply before asking, Master, your cooking really smells amazing. What kind of meat is this exactly? I'm drooling just from the scent. Nanfeng smiled and replied, it's dog meat. Hearing that, Jiao's saliva seemed to flow even more. Constantly stretching his neck to peer into the pot, he looked as though he could hardly contain his excitement. It had been a long time since Nanfeng last saw him. Now he had become even stronger, no doubt thanks to his continuous training in the forest. Seeing Jiao's eager look, Nanfeng said, stop staring so desperately. I promise you'll eat until your belly is full. By the way, once you're done training that 10,000-man troop, I'll submit a memorial to the emperor requesting him to appoint you as a third-grade general. This would bring honor to your ancestors. Jiao shook his head vigorously like a drumstick and said, I have absolutely no interest in such empty titles. All I want is to stay by your side and assist you in whatever I can. Whether I am a general or not makes no difference to me. Nothing will stop me from serving you. After saying this, Jiao suddenly seemed to recall something and continued. Oh right. Once I finish training these men, we'll handpick a few dozen of them to serve as your personal guards. These men are definitely reliable and fully committed to this honor. Thousands fought nearly to blows over the chance to guard you, because being your personal guard is an enviable position indeed. Life is comfortable, and there's plenty of silver to enjoy freely. Chapter 222, Making the Finest Xian Paper. Upon hearing Jiao Ao decline the offer of recommending him for a general's position, Nanfeng smiled with satisfaction and said, You, since you have no interest in that, I won't make the recommendation to the emperor. After we return this time, you can start training these soldiers how to shoot arrows while riding horses. In another 3 months, the training should be completed, and then you won't be so busy anymore. At this moment, Nanfeng couldn't help but feel emotional. Jiao Ao had been his loyal follower from the very beginning, and his loyalty was unquestionable. Jiao Ao suddenly became shy and fidgety, saying in a hesitant tone, Master. Can I talk to you about something? As he spoke, this big man found himself unable to continue. Nan Feng guessed what he was going to say and spoke directly. It's fine. Just say whatever is on your mind. Are you smitten with a certain girl? Is she from my household or somewhere else? Tell me, and I'll even build your bridal chamber for you right away. Jiao Ao waved his hand and replied. Could you actually guess it? The girl I fancy is not from our household. She is the daughter of the Chang'an magistrate. She's well endowed in all the right places, and every time I look at her, I practically lose my eyes. So I hope Master will be the one to propose to her on my behalf. With your reputation, they will surely agree. Nan Feng chuckled and readily agreed. Fine. Whenever you want me to go propose for you, I will. As he spoke, he continued stirring the dog meat in the pot. It wasn't until he went to propose for Jiao Ao that Nan Feng finally understood exactly what he meant by well endowed in all the right places. All these young noblemen of Chang'an were remarkably sensitive when it came to sniffing out delicacies. Fortunately, they had all taken the month off. Otherwise, there certainly wouldn't have been enough dog meat to go around. However, even like that, Chang Sunchong had still arrived in a big cart and a small one, rushing to Nan Feng's residence. As soon as he arrived, Chang Sunchong showed no intention of leaving. Smelling the delicious aroma, he drooled uncontrollably. Although he chatted pointlessly with Nan Feng, his eyes remained fixed on the pot of dog meat. The dog meat was almost ready to serve. Nan Feng had also instructed his cook to prepare some other small dishes. Once the dog meat was brought out, he carried over a large jar of wine and started feasting with Chang Sunchong and Jiao Ao. While eating, Nan Feng asked, Chang Sunchong, has your injury fully recovered? Chang Sunchong nodded slightly and answered, yes, completely recovered. I've been lying around at home for such a long time, and if I lay any longer, I might start to mold. I came here today mainly to ask when you're going to confront that hairy monster. If you're going, could you please take me along? That hairy monster nearly sent me to meet King Yama, so I definitely won't let him off the hook easily. Jiao Ao slightly furrowed his brows and said, defeating this hairy monster won't be easy. His martial arts skills are extremely high, and his techniques are incredibly fast. Even if I fought him with my life on the line, I probably wouldn't last more than 20 moves. After a moment's thought, Nan Feng spoke, forget it. I have nothing to do at home anyway. I'll go pay that hairy monster a visit early the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Nan Feng started feasting heartily. A large pot of dog meat was more than enough for all of them. Chang Sunchong ate with grease all over his face. Licking his lips, he asked, Nan Feng, this pot of dog meat you cooked is absolutely amazing. By the way, where did you catch this dog? Nan Feng kept eating and casually replied, you know the person Li Yu, right? He released this vicious dog to bite me, but before it even managed to bite me, it was already bitten to death. How ridiculous is that? Upon hearing Nan Feng's words, Chang Sunchong was utterly stunned. With wide eyes he asked, does your bite really surpass a dog's teeth, so that you bit it to death? Hardly finishing his words, Nan Feng immediately kicked him straight away. A while later, Chang Sunchong came limping back, sitting on the stool while rubbing his sore behind, gasping in pain as he spoke. Okay, no more jokes. You clearly can't handle it. After stroking the sore area for quite a while, Li Yu then said, to be honest, that little brat is a very bad person. His actions are extremely ruthless. Many palace maids have gone missing, all caused by that little devil. Normally, the emperor and Ying Fei both considered him a well-behaved boy, but no one expected he was secretly doing all kinds of evil deeds. Now that you've eaten his beloved dog, he's probably thinking of ways to get even with you right now. Nan Feng slightly nodded without saying more, because some things were better left unsaid to Chang Sunchong. After all, he wanted to kill Li Yu quietly and without notice. He decided this thought was better kept to himself. Jiao Ao drank several bowls of wine and then went to his room to sleep. After all, he might have to spend the entire night guarding at the temple later tonight. Chang Sunchong was now extremely bored, since his injury had completely healed, and there weren't any other young noblemen in Chang'an to keep him company. He had absolutely nothing to do all day, and he envied terribly those young lords currently undergoing training at the military camp. After finishing the meal, Nan Feng prepared to modify the paper-making technique himself. To produce higher quality paper, many additives would be required, including even cellulose. However, Nan Feng couldn't currently acquire cellulose. The only available materials they had were straw and wood pulp. Other ingredients needed for improvement would have to be created from scratch. Sodium sulfate was relatively easy to obtain, but cellulose and hemicellulose were especially difficult to find. If there were no alternatives available, Nan Feng would have no choice but to skip those two additives entirely. Suddenly, Nan Feng remembered his system. He immediately searched in the system's search bar. First, he looked up sodium nitrate and was surprised to discover the system actually did carry this item, selling it for only 10 gold coins per kilogram. Without hesitation, he generously purchased 50 kilograms. Cellulose and hemicellulose were also priced at 10 gold coins per kilogram. Nan Feng bought 50 kilograms of each. For some other uncommon additives, he also bought 50 kilograms each, since all of these materials were incredibly cheap. After preparing all the ingredients, Nan Feng also had people dig a large water pit in the backyard and set up racks for drying the paper. Chapter 223. Eating and drinking to make paper. Nan Feng didn't only want to produce high-quality Xin paper. He also intended to make toilet paper, because right now, he was so extravagant that he used cloth to wipe his bottom, costing him several copper coins each time. In the long run, even the richest family fortune would be drained away. Lu Ruyu and the others had been watching Nan Feng busily moving around, not knowing what he was doing, so they could only stand there watching blankly. Nan Feng arranged for the servants to follow his instructions and pour the materials into the pit step by step. Then he personally took a large bamboo pole and began stirring the mixture continuously. After all the materials were blended together, Nan Feng brought over a mesh screen and began filtering the pulp repeatedly. Once a thick layer of fiber had formed on the mesh, he placed it under the sunlight to dry. Soon, it started to take the basic shape of paper. Li Yuanyuan had now figured out what Nan Feng was doing and, covering her mouth in surprise, asked, "Are you making paper?" Chang Sunchong was also incredibly astonished, craning his neck to look closely. He curiously asked, "Nan brother, you really are capable of anything. I just can't figure out what in this world you can't do. You can even make paper. Truly amazing." "You're only realizing I'm amazing now," Nan Feng said proudly. Nan Feng hung the sheet of fiber on a wooden frame, then slowly stretched it out. The paper didn't break under the tension. Nan Feng was aiming for an extra long sheet of Xian paper for painting, as many famous ancient paintings were very long. Along the river during the Qingming festival was a classic example. After the passage of one incense stick's time, Nan Feng had completed an extremely long piece of paper, about 15 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. He found a large wooden pole, rolled the long sheet around it, and then used scissors to trim the uneven edges. As soon as he finished all of this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on creating a superior papermaking technique. This act will greatly aid cultural inheritance in the Tang Dynasty. As a reward, 2.5 million contribution points are awarded. Hope you remain true to your original aspirations and continue forward." Nan Feng was stunned. Was this system secretly insulting him, calling him at 250? After putting the paper away, Nan Feng finally noticed that everyone present was dumbstruck, but he didn't have time to care. He still needed to teach the servants the method of making paper. Once these servants had understood the process, Nan Feng felt relieved. He allowed them to proceed with the work, then called Gao Shou over and instructed, "Take several 100,000 strings of copper coins from the treasury, then go to Chang'an County and purchase a plot of land. I plan to build an invention workshop there and establish a factory within it." Gao Shou nodded slightly and said, "All right, young master. Just leave the blueprints to me. I will surely do this job well." Waving his hand, Nan Feng replied, "What I'm planning isn't a one-story structure. That would take up too much space and have very low efficiency. Instead, I intend to build a 3-story building directly on that land." "What?" Hearing Nan Feng's words, everyone was astonished, mouths gaping wide. Chang Sunchong looked at Nan Feng with envy and said, "Nan brother, your rich guy nature is completely exposed. You casually spend so much money." Lu Ryu shot Chang Sunchong a disdainful glance and retorted, "That's rich? For Nan Feng, that's barely a drop in the bucket." Gao Shou also said proudly, "Hundreds of thousands of strings of copper coins are truly nothing. In Nan Feng's mansion, copper coins already fill up many rooms. Last time I hauled these copper coins to exchange for gold and silver, I made nearly 800 trips." 800 trips. Chang Sunchong was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Staring blankly, he muttered, "I knew Nan Feng liked money, and I actually came over thinking of giving him a cart full of copper coins, but my father said you wouldn't even care for an entire cartload, maybe even dislike it. I originally didn't believe it, but now I realize I was truly mistaken. Rich guy? Let's become good friends. Friendship that allows me to spend your money." After saying that, Chang Sunchong grabbed Nan Feng's hands and started shaking them continuously, like a girl acting coquettishly, making Nan Feng's skin crawl. The others also cast contemptuous looks at Chang Sunchong. Seeing Chang Sunchong's expression, Gao Shou continued proudly, "Actually, it's even more than 800 carts. There are still about 2 rooms full of copper coins remaining in the mansion. If we keep hauling them out and exchanging them for gold, there should be at least another 150 carts worth. If the young master is willing, he could already build an entire house using just these copper coins as materials." All right, just stop talking already," Nan Feng waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, Gao Shou quickly covered his own mouth, while Li Yuanyuan frowned in confusion and asked, "Nan Feng, since you already have so much money, why are you still working so hard to earn more? The money you've saved up is already enough for our descendants to spend for generations. Why keep pushing yourself so much?" Nan Feng felt that this amount of money wasn't even close to being enough. Compared to the vast wealth of those 2 Ma brothers in future generations, it was truly insignificant, 1,000th of what they possessed. How could he not work hard? Helplessly, Nan Feng said, "The more money I have, the safer I feel. Besides, isn't having more money a good thing?" Hearing Nan Feng's words, everyone present was left speechless. Seeing that Chang Sunchong had already finished eating but was still lingering around, Nan Feng directly chased him back, then began drawing up the blueprints for his invention workshop. After 3 hours, Nan Feng finally completed the draft, then handed it to Gao Shou, instructing him to start working on securing land and beginning construction for the invention workshop the next day. Then Gao Shou calculated the cost for constructing this invention workshop and found that no matter how he tallied it, the expenses wouldn't be that high. Even if they accounted for everything thoroughly, it would only amount to a maximum of 800,000 strings of copper coins. Once the invention workshop and its associated factory were established, they would be able to recruit workers. With that, Chang'an County would immediately become an economically prosperous county. Nan Feng, being the Marquis of Chang'an County, was determined to make his jurisdiction the most economically developed region in the empire. Chapter 224. 2 people who don't know their place. The sky had gradually darkened. Nan Feng instructed his guards to send Li Ji and Yuanyuan back. The moon tonight was already comparable to that of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Under the moonlight, Nanfeng held Kong Ru's small hand and sneaked over to the outside of Qing Xian's room. Although Kong Ru and Xiao Yun got along decently, her relationship with Qing Xian was rather mediocre. It wasn't hard to guess that Nanfeng had dragged her over secretly in order to engage in those sorts of activities with Qing Xian. That was why she felt too embarrassed to go in. Nanfeng glanced around cautiously. He was afraid of being seen by Lu Ruyu. After confirming that nobody was around, he knocked lightly on Qing Xian's door. After a while, Qing Xian opened the door. Upon seeing Nanfeng holding Kong Ru's hand, he immediately turned red and slammed the door right in Nanfeng's face. Nanfeng sighed helplessly. He continued knocking on the door for a while, but eventually gave up after seeing that Qing Xian had no intention of opening the door. Thus, he led Kong Ru over to Xiao Yun instead, and soon after, indulged in shameless nighttime activities. After quite a while, Nanfeng finally laid down in satisfaction. But just as he settled down, loud noises erupted from within the mansion. Lamps were lit one by one. Shortly after, someone came to call him up, saying that Jiao Ao had caught two criminals, both so severely beaten that not even their parents would recognize them. Quickly dressing himself, Nanfeng hurried out to the courtyard, where he found two people tied up like worms in the front yard. Surrounded by the estate guards, these two, no matter how skilled they might be, had no chance of escaping now. Though young, the two were visibly strong and obviously martial artists. The mansion guards were already itching to act. However, since the captives were so tightly bound, the guards refrained from using physical force and resorted to words instead. You two really don't know your place. Framing people is bad enough, but to dare pin a crime on our young master? You truly won't give up until you see your own coffins. Master, what should we do with these two brats? My big sword is already aching to taste some blood. Let me take a few swings, how about? Enough already. You can't even see them without thinking about chopping someone up. I've plenty of ways to deal with them. Ways that'll make dying seem like a luxury to them. Jiao Ao could barely listen anymore and shouted, Enough! Quiet down. Then Jiao Ao approached Nanfeng and reported, Master, it was these two trying to tamper with the sacred statue. I showed up just in time and caught them red-handed. When I returned, I even sent soldiers to surround the temple. There's no chance they could cause any trouble now. At this point, the tightly bound men were drenched in cold sweat. Nanfeng grabbed a big knife and gently tapped their cheeks with the flat side before smugly saying, Excited? Surprised? Honestly, you two really have guts trying to frame me at the temple. Haha, caught you red-handed this time. Tell me, how do you want me to deal with you? One of the stronger-looking men stared straight at Nanfeng defiantly. Like I'd fear you? Just give me a quick death. Though this man still acted tough, the other clearly lacked his courage. Sweat poured from him like rain while he trembled all over. Nanfeng fixed his gaze on the trembling man with an ominous smile. Perfect. I always have a soft spot for brave men like you. Jiao Ao, I suspect this guy has quite a few rotten teeth. Do him a favor and pull them out. But don't stop until he begs for mercy. Otherwise, just rip out every last tooth. After that, Nanfeng had someone bring him a stool, where he sat comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Jiao Ao wasn't really pulling teeth. He was bashing each one out with brute force. Wielding a thick iron rod, Jiao Ao struck each tooth with tremendous force. After every blow, he'd ask mockingly, Still not surrendering? Only after the third tooth was knocked out did this man finally collapse under the torture, slurring out desperately, Just kill me already. Kill me quickly. Jiao Ao didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. After knocking out another one of the man's teeth, he sneered. Haha, you still dare to hope for a quick death? What a beautiful thought you have. Unfortunately, I can't grant your wish. The only thing I can do is keep knocking out your teeth one by one. Bang, bang, bang. One tooth after another fell as the beatings continued relentlessly, yet the man still refused to beg for mercy. Nanfeng could no longer bear to watch. He whispered softly to a guard beside him. Go fetch a piece of black cloth and a basin. Soon enough, the guard returned with the items. Nanfeng took the black cloth and blindfolded the defiant man with it. Then he spoke in a deep voice. Do you understand what I've brought this basin for? The man had absolutely no idea what was going on and ignored Nanfeng's words completely. However, the other bound man, watching the scene unfold, trembled all over, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Nanfeng took a deep breath, then said slowly and eerily, Because I'm going to let your blood drip into this basin, drop by drop, until your entire body is drained of blood and you die. This is not a torment any ordinary human can endure. Be prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard took a sharp dagger and stabbed the man's wrist. Then, a long, thin bamboo tube was inserted into the wound, and the blood began dripping slowly through the tube into the basin. After a while, a large portion of the man's blood had already dripped into the basin. His face had turned unnaturally pale, his entire body shivering uncontrollably. Moments later, he rolled his eyes and passed out cold. The other bound man watched the entire process with wide eyes. He noticed that the man who had been captured together with him seemed to have gone to the underworld without even showing any expression of agony. As a result, he didn't feel so nervous anymore. Actually, he'd been more terrified of enduring prolonged torture, so dying like this so quickly was actually a relief. Chapter 225, The Mastermind Behind It All. Looking at the man who had yet to be tortured, Nanfeng grinned maliciously and said, Actually, death isn't the most terrifying thing. What's truly terrifying is being constantly tormented until you long for death but cannot attain it. Even when you finally die from the torture, your death will be like a drop of water falling into the ocean, causing no ripple, drawing no attention. No one will care whether you ever existed or not. Although the man was clearly panicking, he still stiffened his neck and replied, kill me or do whatever you like. Why bother wasting your breath? Nanfeng did not answer immediately. Instead, he circled the man twice before finally speaking. I was just thinking idly, and I realized there are so many ways to torture a person. I was thinking of trying each and every one of them on you. Don't worry, you'll get a brand new method every day, never repeating the same torment, and I won't allow you to die so easily. Upon hearing these words, the man was seized by extreme fear. He struggled violently like a madman, shouting as he thrashed about, just finish me off already. No matter what, I won't talk. Nanfeng laughed wickedly and said, even now you still hope for a quick death? Don't be so naive. If you don't want to endure the 81 tortures I've imagined, just tell me honestly who the mastermind behind all this is. Don't worry. I promise, if you expose him, I will arrange for someone to protect you, and even give you a generous sum of money to escape to some remote place and live out the rest of your life in peace. How does that sound? The man continued shaking his head stubbornly. Forget about it. No matter what happens, I won't give in. Nanfeng had no more patience to continue the game. He slightly furrowed his brows and said, enough chatter. Take him and lock him together with Xiaohua. Zhao Ao could barely contain himself and laughed loudly as he grabbed the man and dragged him toward Xiaohua. Now, the man finally understood what fate awaited him. Overcome with terror, he wildly struggled to escape from this hellish place. Nanfeng coldly watched the scene unfold before him and mused aloud. Should I start with his feet or his hands? Well, Xiaohua probably wouldn't want to bite his stinky feet. Grab his hand and shove it into the cage. Upon hearing this, two guards tightly gripped the man's hand and thrust it into the cage. Without hesitation, Nanfeng gave the order to Xiaohua, who instantly sank its teeth into the arm. Crunching sounds of shattered bones echoed throughout the space. The man was now utterly terrified and screamed frantically, stop! Stop it! I'll talk! I'll confess everything! Aya! At this, Nanfeng finally signaled Xiaohua, who released the hand. At this point, rows of bite marks were clearly visible around the man's wrist. Trembling uncontrollably, the man spoke. I am just a wandering swordsman, and the one you've already killed was too. We were merely hired to do what we did. As for who hired us, all I know is that he's surnamed Li. I don't know his full name, but from his manner of speech, I could tell he wasn't local, more like someone from Hebei. Hearing this, Nanfeng slightly frowned and murmured to himself, from Hebei, and surnamed Li? Could it be the Li clan from Zhao Prefecture? If it was truly them, then things had just gotten more interesting. Even someone like Li Cheng wouldn't dare rashly target these powerful Hebei clans. They were the mountain overlords of Hebei, and countless scholars and influential figures there swore allegiance to them, giving them immense prestige. I really don't know anything else. Please, have mercy on me. Nanfeng ignored his begging and pressed further. Now describe what that person looked like. After a brief moment of hesitation, the weak-willed man replied. The only thing I remember clearly is that he had phoenix eyes, looked to be in his early 20s, extremely handsome with a sharp brow. He always wore a smile, though his smile was quite unsettling. Oh right, I also overheard him saying he would go to Fu something during the Qingming festival. Wait, I remember now, it was the hibiscus garden. He usually visits there around that time. Other than that, I've told you everything. You promised me earlier that if I revealed the person behind this, you would spare my life. Please, I beg you, have mercy on me. Nanfeng did not speak, but had someone bring a piece of charcoal. He picked it up and rubbed it on the ground for a moment before beginning to draw on paper, sketching the person's general appearance based on the description. When finished, he held the portrait in front of the weak-willed man and asked, does it look like the person I just drew? The man's face immediately filled with disbelief. He even doubted whether the drawing was real. It was simply too incredible. He had only briefly described the person's features, yet Nanfeng had accurately captured the man's likeness in an instant. After a long while, the man finally regained his senses, nodded, and answered, it looks almost exactly like him. Now that I've confessed everything, can you let me go? Nanfeng ignored his plea and instead asked, do you know where he is staying now? I don't know at all, the man replied. He handed me the money without hesitation back then. Even if I had failed, there would have been no way to contact him again. Nanfeng gave a slight nod and, following the same sketch, drew an identical copy before finally speaking. Don't worry. I promise I won't kill you. Then, turning to two nearby guards, he said, you two take this man to the palace and present him to the emperor. Also, give him this drawing. After finishing his instructions, Nanfeng lowered his head thoughtfully and muttered to himself, when did I ever provoke those people from Hebei? This simply makes no sense. At this moment, Nanfeng's expression was as cold as ancient ice. In his heart, he was already plotting revenge. He would not tolerate allowing these people to harm him any further. Chapter 226. The court officials exclaim in amazement. The sky was barely light, yet Li Cheng had already woken up and arrived at the Taiji Hall. Li Cheng was sitting on the dragon throne, holding the painting brought to him by Nanfeng. After staring at it for a while, he handed the painting to Wang Ai and gave instructions with tightly knitted eyebrows. Make several more copies based on this portrait, and strictly control the city gates. We must capture this person as soon as possible. No one can frame my men and get away with it. Upon hearing this, Wang Ai quickly got to work. Li Cheng turned his gaze to the person Nanfeng had delivered, and spoke indifferently. Take him, and put him in jail for now. He may serve as a witness later. Your Majesty, please have mercy on me. The cowardly man pleaded in terror, not daring to look the emperor directly in the eye, but instead bowing his head low. Li Cheng continued, Although you are not the mastermind, you were an accomplice and thus deserve an unforgivable crime. However, if you know how to cooperate, then I may consider sparing you. For now, just stay locked up in the prison for a while. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. The coward kept kowtowing repeatedly. After a while, the sun began to slowly rise. Li Cheng sent someone to gather all the civil officials in the court to the Taiji Hall, as well as several other well-read military officials, among whom was Li Jing. The current government structure featured the 3 departments and 6 ministries system, in which the 3 departments worked together. Zhongshu Province proposed policies, Minxiao Province communicated orders, and Shangshu Province implemented them upon receiving commands. Li Cheng had these officials gather around a large table and then said with a pleased smile, "Esteemed officials, yesterday I acquired 2 extraordinary treasures, one a masterpiece of painting, the other an exquisite calligraphy piece. Today, I summoned you here not only to appreciate these treasures together, but also to engage in some discussion on their merits." Having said that, Li Cheng unfurled first the painting named Tiger's Roar, Dragon's Howl. As soon as they saw it, everyone was dumbfounded, eyes fixed upon the painting without blinking, unable to find a single flaw from either a distance or up close. Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling, eager with curiosity, even leaned in close, meticulously examining every detail of the painting. Du Ruhui also approached. His previous sickly demeanor had long vanished, as Nanfeng had given him a medicinal recipe, and over the time since then, he had almost fully recovered, brimming now with energy. After a while, Du Ruhui marveled repeatedly. This is simply miraculous. This golden dragon exudes the aura of a supreme ruler. This fierce tiger is equally lifelike, as if locked in battle with the dragon. Looking at this painting is like standing right there in person, truly breathtaking. You're absolutely right. The golden dragon has not a single flaw. Each scale is painted with remarkable precision, and the eyes are so realistic. As for the tiger's claws, deeply gripping into the earth, every detail is handled with absolute perfection. And the small, panic-stricken animals around them further illustrate the fierce confrontation between dragon and tiger. This is truly divine craftsmanship. Carefully observing the tiger, you will find that despite its profound sense of powerlessness, it dares to confront the dragon without any fear. And take another look at those trees around it. The needles of each pine tree stand clearly distinct from one another. This goes far beyond anything I could have imagined. The officials in attendance all began sharing their own observations and comments one after another. At that moment, one of the officials suddenly asked, "We've all been so immersed in this painting that we forgot to ask. Who is the painter? Your Majesty, who is the artist behind this divine masterpiece?" Li Cheng smiled proudly, raised his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze upward, and replied with a deep voice, "Honorable officials, do you think it was worth spending 9,000 taels of silver to acquire this painting?" Yu Shinan and Kong Ingdao exchanged helpless smiles, for although they had already long known the painter's identity, they couldn't reveal it as the emperor had specifically instructed them not to. Furrowing his brows slightly, Du Ruhui spoke, "Your Majesty, 9,000 taels is absolutely worth it. To me, this painting is priceless. To have obtained such a treasure for only several thousand taels is truly a tremendous bargain." Changsun Wuji also nodded in agreement, saying, "I believe what Ruhui said is absolutely correct, for this painting truly qualifies as a divine masterpiece. In my memory, I can't recall any other painting that could surpass it. This is truly an invaluable treasure." Several other civil officials also stared intently at the painting, their eyes shining with excitement. They were deeply fascinated by famous artworks, especially Fang Xianling. If given the chance to purchase this painting, he would likely bankrupt his entire family to own it. He stared at the painting intensely while murmuring, "Ah, how wonderful it would be if I also had one like this. I would surely treasure it as a family heirloom, preserving it forever. Never mind 9,000 taels of silver. Even if it were still for sale, I would go bankrupt to own it." Li Cheng was also extremely pleased at this moment. He didn't care whom Nanfeng wanted to frame, as long as it didn't involve innocent commoners of the Tang Empire. He had already asked Nanfeng to paint 2 pieces for him. He had helped Nanfeng with this favor, and if he desired more in the future, he would simply ask Nanfeng to paint another one. At this moment, everyone present was so mesmerized that they couldn't take their eyes off the painting. Li Cheng, however, couldn't care less. He carefully and gently rolled up the painting, then took out another calligraphy piece Nanfeng had written for him. He delicately unfolded it on the table and proudly declared with a smile, "That was merely the first piece. Come, come, come. I have another treasure here. Take a look at how this calligraphy is written." Hee. Before even having time to read its content, one after another they gasped in admiration. "Wow, this handwriting is truly amazing. I have never seen such a script before. It flows as gracefully as drifting clouds and flowing water, exuding a unique charm." Chapter 227, Li Cheng's Delight. The court officials were all staring intently at the calligraphy scroll. One of them then spoke, "That's right. But why does this handwriting look so familiar to me?" "Exactly, I feel the same way. I must have seen this style recently. I have the same feeling too, but I just can't recall where I've seen it. I would give this handwriting a full score, but I still need to read its content thoroughly. Is it about the Apang Palace?" Saying so, Su Shichang, Yu Jining, and others began to examine the scroll carefully, reading out the lines as they studied it. Su Shichang even trembled slightly as he recited, "Alas, one man's heart is the hearts of thousands. If only Qin had loved the people of the 6 kingdoms, then their reign could have passed through 3 generations and lasted forever. This is another divine masterpiece, another masterpiece indeed. After finishing the article, everyone was stunned for several seconds before they finally came to their senses, one after another exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this piece is simply too moving. Your Majesty, don't keep us in suspense any longer. Tell us who wrote this. This is truly amazing. The insights in it are incredibly unique. It's absolutely breathtaking." Having read the entire piece, I felt as if I personally witnessed the entire process from the construction of the Apang Palace to its destruction. My entire being was moved, and I almost shed tears over it. Li Jing also added, "This is truly an invaluable masterpiece. The article is filled with profound meaning. Reading it feels as if one were drawn into the writer's inner world, heart and soul deeply connected." Hearing their words, Li Cheng asked proudly, "I've already asked about the painting before. Now tell me, how much do you think this calligraphy scroll is worth?" To talk about a price is an insult to such a divine masterpiece. This is equally priceless as well. We could even say it's beyond price. Your Majesty, perhaps we should name it as the national script of our Tang Dynasty. Not only that, we should also widely disseminate this article, so our Tang's young generation can deeply appreciate its unique flavor. Precisely. This article contains endless treasures worth exploring carefully by our Tang's youths. Your Majesty, who exactly is the author of this article? To call him a genius would still be an understatement. Changsun Wuji also said. Compared to Wang Shiji, this person might even surpass him. What Wuji brother said is exactly what I believe. I totally agree. Wang Shiji was the sage of calligraphy. I believe this man deserves the title of god of writing to match his talent. At this moment, in front of such a gathering, Li Cheng was extremely pleased, for these 2 divine masterpieces he had presented were entirely his own possession. Fang Xianling noticed a small detail and slightly frowned as he asked, "Your Majesty, I noticed the paper is quite fresh and new. Approaching it closely, I can even smell the ink, so this must be a recent work. Who is this extraordinary genius that created it?" "Precisely. Your Majesty, please don't keep us waiting anymore. I'm even thinking about becoming his apprentice." At this moment, Li Cheng laughed heartily and proudly said, "Others might not have seen this before, but Changsun Wuji, don't you find this handwriting familiar? If I'm not mistaken, you should have some samples of this man's handwriting in your own home." Changsun Wuji was so shocked that his mouth dropped wide open. An adult goose egg could easily slip in. He exchanged a glance with Du Ruhui, eyes filled with disbelief. After a long pause, Changsun Wuji finally exclaimed, "Is it Nanfeng? Could it really be him?" Du Ruhui quickly added, "Good heavens. This is really unbelievable." By now, Fang Xianling had also come to realization, unconsciously murmuring, This is actually written by Nanfeng. He truly is an extraordinary genius." Li Cheng gently nodded and said, "Exactly. It was indeed written by Nanfeng. Furthermore, I was there yesterday when he wrote it. This topic was proposed by me, and then personally written down by him." Li Cheng took a sip of water and continued, "If I hadn't been present myself yesterday, I probably wouldn't have believed that he was the one who wrote this piece either. But the topic was suggested by me, and he wrote it out afterwards. Otherwise, I still wouldn't believe this article was truly authored by him. My goodness. It was really written by Nanfeng. He's truly a genius beyond human comprehension. This Nanfeng is not only exceptionally talented, but his martial arts skills are also remarkably strong. I deeply admire him. This man is truly our generation's idol." Su Shichang stroked his beard and said with a chuckle, "Hee, I heard that a poetry contest will be held in Furong Garden on Qingming Festival. That Yao near Guritai Nanfeng will definitely participate. And guess what? I happen to have a lovely granddaughter. I should let her try to get close to Nanfeng. Once my lovely granddaughter marries Nanfeng, I will become part of his family. Then, asking him to write a few books would be absolutely effortless." Hearing Su Shichang's words, everyone present mercilessly mocked him. "Old Su, don't get too confident too soon. Just because you have a lovely granddaughter doesn't mean others don't. I will send mine as well. HMPF. Once someone started, the rest jumped in, all promoting how beautiful and wonderful their granddaughters or daughters were. They all planned to send their beloved girls to try to win Nanfeng's affection. At this very moment, Nanfeng had no idea he was already on so many people's minds. If he knew, he might even wake up laughing in his dreams. Those who mourn the past but fail to learn from it cause future generations to mourn them in turn. These are indeed memorable lines. Your Majesty, Nanfeng went through great effort for this piece. He's reminding us not to repeat the mistakes of history. We must always care for the common people and never oppress the common citizens of our Tang Dynasty. Nanfeng truly has great intentions, Your Majesty. This Nanfeng is undoubtedly a genius irreplaceable to our Tang Dynasty. With him, I firmly believe our Tang Dynasty will flourish and prosper, and Your Majesty will surely become the greatest emperor in history." Chapter 228. Capturing the mastermind behind it all. Thanks to Li Cheng's promotion, it wouldn't be long before the people of Chang'an learned that Nanfeng not only possessed superb painting skills, but also had excellent handwriting. As a result, throngs of people flocked to Nanfeng's residence, willing to spend their entire fortunes just to purchase one of his paintings. Just as these officials were discussing the paintings and calligraphy at court, Nanfeng had already arrived at the Huji Temple along with General Chun, General Yuqi, and others. Li Cheng had also sent a eunuch to accompany them, all in order to clear Nanfeng of the false accusations made against him. At this very moment, the entire temple was packed with people, literally overflowing. There were at least 4,000 spectators, all gathered just to witness the spectacle. Shortly afterward, Nanfeng and others gathered before the statue inside the temple. General Yuchi carefully took a look and immediately exclaimed in shock, "Goodness! The statue really has grown taller." General Chun then chuckled and said, "As I had guessed earlier, placing some soybean seeds beneath the statue's base could easily lift it upward." The people around them were all astounded. "It's actually true. You can clearly see that the statue has risen." "That's right. The mark we made earlier is now about 3 fingers higher than before." "Who is the despicable person who led us to wrongly accuse the great hero, Nanfeng? How exactly did this statue rise on its own?" Nanfeng, having overheard the murmurs of the crowd, shouted out loudly, "I understand that all of you are puzzled and don't know why this statue has risen. Allow me to explain it to you now." Nanfeng scanned the crowd, then continued, "We dug a large hole beneath the ground, and the temperature underground is much higher than on the surface. As long as we provide sufficient moisture, the soybean seeds will sprout in 2 days. Although each individual sprout may seem weak, what if we gathered countless of them together? The combined force would become powerful enough to push up the statue, which is precisely the principle behind its rising." Now that Nanfeng had explained so clearly, the rumors that had previously accused him would soon be forgotten. The crowd would only remember that someone had wrongfully framed Nanfeng, and the ordinary citizens present quickly spread the news throughout the city. At that moment, 2 soldiers hurried on horseback to Nanfeng's side and bowed respectfully. "Honorable officials, we have captured the person responsible for framing Nanfeng. He is now locked inside the prison of Yongzhou Prefecture, and we've come especially to inform you all." Nanfeng was slightly taken aback, not expecting the soldiers to move so quickly. He asked, "So soon? How exactly did you catch him?" One of the soldiers smiled and replied, "The suspect disguised himself as a charcoal seller, trying to sneak past unnoticed and escape Chang'an. But the guardian official immediately detected something suspicious about him. The dirt on his clothes appeared deliberately smeared, much filthier than an average charcoal seller, reminiscent of a Kunlun slave. That's when the official ordered us to capture him, and upon careful inspection, we confirmed that he was indeed the one who framed you." Upon hearing the soldier's explanation, Nanfeng nodded slightly, then accompanied the group toward the prefectural court. The prefect and the magistrate of Chang'an hurried to the gate to welcome them, offering polite greetings. However, the magistrate now felt somewhat anxious in Nanfeng's presence because he had previously submitted accusations against him, making him the target of a humiliating scandal. Nanfeng grinned slyly at the magistrate and said, "Magistrate Chang'an, remember that I'm a man who never forgets a slight. I still recall your accusation against me. Now, how should I deal with you?" The magistrate was visibly terrified as he pleaded bitterly, "Your Excellency Nan, your rank is far above mine now. Surely you wouldn't waste your time on such a small grudge. Ever since that incident, I've felt remorse for quite some time. It was already a punishment enough. Please just forget all about it." Don't think it's that easy. If it weren't for your accusation, how could the citizens of Chang'an be spreading all these rumors about me constantly chewing tea leaves raw, or even cooking them like stir-fry? I honestly can't understand how these rumors even started. Do they actually believe tea plants are edible?" The magistrate could only sigh helplessly and reply, "Those were just rumors. There's no need to take them seriously. Rumors always disappear naturally in time." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "I can't just let you off the hook so easily. Since this whole mess was your doing, who else should I hold accountable?" General Yuchi, General Chun, and Li Shaogong were all stunned. In their minds, Nanfeng was not the kind of person to hold grudges over such trivial matters. Furrowing his brows slightly, General Chun spoke up. "It's such a minor issue. How long ago was that? Why bring it up now? Don't you feel embarrassed doing so?" Hearing General Chen's words, everyone present nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Nanfeng, as if he hadn't heard a thing, continued, "Tell me, Magistrate Chang'an, don't you have a daughter, one who is quite well endowed and at the age for marriage?" As soon as Nanfeng finished speaking, the magistrate exploded with rage, shouting, "I've only just married 2 wives, but how many have you already taken? And now you're scheming for my beloved daughter? Have you been blinded by beauty?" At this moment, General Yuchi also shouted loudly, Right, you can't do this. There's no need to go through such a roundabout method. If you truly have your eye on his daughter, why go through all this hassle? Just carry him home and head straight to the bridal chamber. It's simple and direct. Isn't that much better?" General Chen chimed in. General Yuchi's words make perfect sense. Honestly, there's absolutely no need for so much effort. Just take him home and proceed to the bridal chamber. It's such a small matter, really. The magistrate was now in a state of shock. He had thought these 2 were here to support him, but he hadn't expected that they were the real ruffians. Nanfeng's face turned pitch black with anger as he retorted, "Do I look like a bandit to you? Don't imagine me as such a terrible person, okay?" Chapter 229, The Rampant Li Zhongxian 1. When Nanfeng said that he himself wasn't a bandit, General Yuchi and the others all looked at him with expressions that said, "I understand you." The implication clear without needing words. Chang'an magistrate put on an angry face and said, "Nanfeng, regardless of anything else, I am a man who values face. Although my daughter is particularly plump and not exactly a beauty, still, she's my daughter. If you truly like her, then the dowry and wedding rituals are absolutely necessary." Nanfeng finally understood. The Chang'an magistrate wasn't angry at all. He was simply haggling over the terms. This old man probably didn't even realize that Nanfeng actually wanted to marry his daughter, which would naturally elevate his status as a father-in-law. Nanfeng waved his hands and said, No, you've misunderstood me. I have absolutely no interest in your precious daughter. Actually, one of my loyal attendants has developed feelings for your daughter, so he sent me here to ask for her hand in marriage. Upon hearing this, the Chang'an magistrate sighed and said dejectedly, "Sigh. I knew it. My daughter isn't particularly beautiful, she's just unusually plump. With your temperament, how could you possibly be interested in her? I've long told matchmakers to find a good husband for her, but even after all this time, not one man has been willing to marry my daughter. I really feared she'd end up dying alone. Since you are coming on behalf of your subordinate, I'll first go discuss this with my wife and prepare some dowry items for her." When Nanfeng heard this, he was somewhat surprised. He had expected to have to talk a lot more to persuade him, yet unexpectedly, the Chang'an magistrate agreed so easily. Hearing this, Nanfeng suspiciously asked, "Just how good-looking is your precious daughter exactly? My subordinate, after all, is at least a pretty decent-looking guy." At this point, the magistrate didn't know how to respond, so he answered honestly, "My daughter looked quite nice when she was little, but for some unknown reason, she changed a lot as she grew up. Now she's so plump she looks like a strong man, and she weighs over 100 jin." After hearing the magistrate's words, everyone fell silent for several seconds before bursting into laughter. General Yuchi laughed heartily at Nanfeng and said, "Nanfeng, your subordinate's taste is indeed unique, liking a girl this plump." At this point, General Chun wasn't pleased, and looking angrily at General Yuchi, he said, "What's wrong with weighing over 100 jin? My wife is just like that too. Being plump is a good thing, it's all soft and curvy. You old fart don't understand a thing. Looking at you, I bet your wife probably refuses to sleep in the same bed with you." General Yuchi immediately became furious, gritting his teeth as he said, "Chin, old man, why do you always oppose me? Do you want to fight me? If that's what you want, just say it earlier. I'm always ready." General Chin scornfully waved his hand and said, "Humph, why don't you go take a look at yourself in a mirror, see what an ugly monster you are. I wouldn't even fight someone as hideous as you. As for your sons, none of them look any better. One is even as dark-skinned as can be, ugly as anything." Now General Yuchi was furious, and at this point, Li Xiaogong couldn't stand it and said, "You too, just give it a rest. Arguing like this is completely pointless. In my opinion, compared to me, you two are like living in heaven and earth. I'm way handsomer than both of you." Great. Just when Chun and Yuchi were looking for an outlet, Li Xiaogong had come right to them. Each threw a punch, leaving Xiaogong with a pair of black eyes. Nanfeng had no patience for these quarrelsome old men. At this moment, he had already arrived at the prison where the criminals were held. Li Xiaogong hurriedly followed. He dared not stay outside alone, or else he'd definitely be bullied by those two again. Inside one of the cells was a charcoal seller, dressed like a beggar, sitting there calmly. Upon seeing his demeanor, the prefect frowned slightly and ordered, "Someone, take this person and wash him clean." This prisoner remained extremely calm, even having the presence of mind to look carefully at Nanfeng and the others. This composed expression wasn't at all something a person locked in prison should possess. After two soldiers took him out and rinsed him with water, his appearance returned to that of a young man. Nanfeng took a careful look and realized that he looked exactly like the portrait he had drawn earlier. Seeing Nanfeng scrutinizing him, the young man smiled slightly and said, "There's no need for you, Nanfeng, to trouble yourself with questioning me. I'll tell you everything. First of all, you can call me Li Zhongxian. If you want to know why I framed you, I'm not ready to talk about that yet. If I tell you now, later I'll have to repeat it all before the emperor, which would be too much trouble." Hearing these words from the young man, General Yuchi, General Chun, and Li Xiaogong all widened their eyes in disbelief. There was no way around it. This man was from the Li clan of Zhao Commandery. These people held such high prestige that their every word and action could sway countless hearts, just like celebrities of later generations. Long ago, a prime minister had once personally confessed that throughout his entire life, he had only one regret, a regret that remained unfulfilled until his death. The regret that he had never managed to marry a woman from one of the 5 noble clans. From this, one could imagine just how high their prestige truly was. Among the 5 noble clans, the Li clan of Zhao Commandery ranked second. The top position belonged to the Li clan of Longyu. These clans were all based in Hebei, which was actually the territory controlled by Li Yuanji. His men were scattered all over the region, and Li Cheng had once given the people of Hebei his personal guarantee, which was why the area had enjoyed long-term stability. Moreover, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Li clan of Zhao Commandery essentially held the key to whether Hebei remained stable or plunged into chaos. That was precisely why Li Cheng himself dared not provoke them. But Nanfeng didn't care about any of that. He simply said coolly, "So you're Li Zhongxian? You've certainly been audacious. Who gave you the courage to act with such utter disregard for others?" Chapter 230, The Rampant Li Zhongxian, 2. Hearing Nanfeng call him rampant, Li Zhongxian merely smiled and replied, "Why do you say I'm rampant? Just now I was merely speaking the truth. I haven't done anything truly outrageous. On what grounds do you call me rampant?" At this moment, both General Chun and General Yuchi were afraid Nanfeng might impulsively kill Li Zhongxian on the spot. Li Xiaogong patted Nanfeng's back and said, "Don't waste your breath on him. Just take him directly before the emperor and await his verdict." After observing Nanfeng, Li Zhongxian shifted his gaze to the others and asked, "May I know the honorable names of Yujue?" "You may call me General Chun, General Yuchi, Li Xiaogong." Upon hearing their replies, Li Zhongxian burst into wild laughter and said mockingly, "I must really have a big reputation. 3 distinguished figures have personally come to visit me. This really makes me feel quite flustered." Nanfeng could no longer contain himself. He ordered a nearby guard to remove his shoes and then snatched the shoe, flinging it straight at Li Zhongxian's face. With a loud slap, One of Li Zhongxian's front teeth was knocked out. Despite being struck, Li Zhongxian remained indifferent, as though the tooth had not belonged to him at all. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly. It was evident he possessed considerable fortitude. Only as Li Zhongxian was being escorted out of the prison gates did he glare at Nan Feng and sneer. I'm really grateful for your concern, Nansheng. I'll certainly remember that big foot of yours. Rest assured, I will repay every bit of this with interest. Just you wait and see. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng scoffed with disdain and said, don't think too far ahead. First, just figure out how to keep your own worthless dog life. Li Zhongxian burst into loud laughter again, saying, actually, whether I live or die means nothing at all. As long as my servant conveys the news back to Hebei, my life is simply not valuable. Exchanging my life for yours. Now that's a profitable trade. Nan Feng could no longer be bothered with idle talk. He acted directly, grabbing Li Zhongxian's fingers and twisting them while asking, how does it feel? Is it pleasant? This time, Li Zhongxian's composed expression was gone. He glared furiously at Nan Feng and said, the sensation is indeed delightful. Don't stop. If you could, why not just send me off to have tea with King Yama right away? That way, you wouldn't have to struggle so hard, huh? Even as he spoke, sweat from the pain soaked through his clothing. Li Xiaogong couldn't bear watching Nan Feng continuing further and hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, Nan Feng, you don't need to torment him like this anymore. Men like him care little for death. To them, only their clans matter most. Everything else can be sacrificed in comparison. Upon hearing Li Xiaogong's words, Nan Feng finally let go and scornfully remarked, I'd like to see how long you can keep acting tough. The Li clan of Zhao County means nothing more to me than a mere wave of my hand. Don't think I have no way of dealing with you. Saying this, Nan Feng led the group toward the Taiji Hall. By then, Emperor Li Cheng had been waiting for quite some time. After proudly displaying his 2 treasured paintings, he had already dismissed all the civil officials, sitting solemnly on the dragon throne, awaiting their arrival. Upon entering the Taiji Hall, the soldiers first untied the ropes from Li Zhongxian. Then, with great courtesy, Li Zhongxian prostrated himself before the emperor and said, your servant pays homage to your majesty. I am Li Zhongxian of the Li family from Zhao County. Emperor Li Cheng waved his hand toward him and coldly fixed him with his gaze, saying, tell me now why you framed Nan Feng. Nan Feng is a great contributor to our Tang Dynasty. Are you aware that your offense is an unpardonable capital crime? Li Zhongxian smiled indifferently and replied, since I've come to this place already, it means I have long since ceased to care about life and death. Li Cheng suppressed his anger and spoke lowly, yet ominously. Oh, so you think you voluntarily came here? It was my soldiers who dragged you here. You must face this reality. You are a criminal now. Do you think I captured you here just to invite you for a cup of tea? Upon hearing this, Li Zhongxian simply said, your majesty, you are the sovereign of the nation. If you say I am a criminal, then I am a criminal. Even if you claim I am less than human, I can indeed become less than human. I can be a chicken, a pig, or a duck. It's all the same to me. How dare you be so rampant? Generals Chun, Yuqi, and Li Xiaogong all shouted in unison. Li Cheng gestured toward the 3 of them before continuing. Speak the truth now. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider allowing you a whole corpse. Tell me, why did you frame Nan Feng? Li Zhongxian cast a calm glance toward Li Cheng, who sat on the dragon throne, and spoke. Your majesty, would you mind having a chair brought over for me to sit on? Just moments ago, I exerted great effort pulling a full cart of coal out of the city. I'm quite exhausted now. If I were to sit on the ground, I might catch a chill. Besides, I'm already a condemned man awaiting the executioner's blade. It seems only fair and reasonable for me to enjoy a bit of comfort before my death, don't you think? Nan Feng watched this unfold with great interest. He truly hadn't expected that someone in this world could actually be fearless of death, someone who would disregard even the emperor's imperial wrath. What surprised Nan Feng most, however, was that Li Cheng had actually granted his request. Li Zhongxian sat himself down confidently on the chair and even crossed his legs before smugly speaking again. Your majesty, do you know that if I had truly wished to escape, I could have left Chang'an several days ago? Once I escaped beyond Chang'an's walls, even you, as emperor, would have been powerless to capture me. Your majesty, if you understand this, then tell me, do you know why I didn't choose to flee earlier? Don't spout nonsense. Just speak quickly. Li Zhongxian sneered lightly before answering. It's because I too wanted to come here and discuss moral principles with your majesty. Everyone in my family are learned scholars, and my clansmen have always diligently and tirelessly taught others. It was precisely because of this that Hebei has become so prosperous. I always strictly follow the Tang Dynasty's laws and regulations. I wouldn't dare to even slightly offend them. Based on this alone, may I boldly ask your majesty a question? Hasn't my family made outstanding contributions to the Tang Dynasty? Chapter 2:31. Dare to threaten the emperor. Li Cheng was already extremely angry. Li Zhongxian actually dared to defy him like this and refused to show him any respect. He clenched his fists tightly, and only after a while did he calm down enough to speak. Your entire family indeed consists of many learned people who have taught countless others. That is also considered an outstanding contribution you've made to the Tang Dynasty. Hearing this, Li Zhongxian immediately replied. A long time ago, your majesty once sent Wei Zheng to Hebei to pacify the hearts of the people there. At that time, it was precisely my family members who spared no effort to assist Wei Zheng, helping you soothe the people and significantly reduce the casualties. Your majesty, does that count as an outstanding contribution? Li Cheng slowly released his tightly clenched fist, sighed helplessly, and nodded slightly. That truly was an outstanding contribution. Li Zhongxian pressed further. Moreover, my family has provided the great Tang with countless valuable books, many of which were later used by you to educate the descendants of the Tang people, which is also a significant contribution to the cultural advancement of the Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty, do you acknowledge this? Li Cheng's heart churned with frustration. He nodded slightly and said, acknowledged. After listing the contributions of his family, Li Zhongxian turned his gaze toward Nanfeng, smiling slightly as he continued. Nanfeng has also made many remarkable contributions to the Great Tang. Initially, he presented the method for salt production, and for that, Your Majesty conferred upon him the title of Yuchi Officer. After Nanfeng contributed the 1,000-character classic to the Tang, Your Majesty lavished him with treasures and riches. Even your daughter, Princess Li Yuan, was promised in marriage to Nanfeng. Later, Nanfeng also introduced a high-yield potato string, and in return, Your Majesty granted him a hereditary marquis title. And what's more, you even betrothed your beloved daughter, Princess Li Ji, to him directly. After finishing, Li Zhongxian paused briefly before continuing. Each time Nanfeng made an outstanding contribution, he received generous rewards. But what about my family? Despite all the tremendous contributions we've made to the Great Tang, why have we never once been rewarded? The reason I came to Chang'an this time is not to ask for rewards to be posthumously bestowed on my family, nor is it to frame Nanfeng. I simply wanted to come here and discuss reason and justice with you. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he continued. I merely set up that statue automatically rising test for Nanfeng. If he were unable to solve such a simple riddle, by what right could he receive so many honors and rewards? However, Nanfeng easily solved the riddle, proving he truly deserves all the rewards he received. I've said all I needed to say. If you wish to execute me now, then just make it swift and painless. With that, Li Zhongxian shut his eyes tightly, as if awaiting a great blade to fall upon him. Li Cheng sneered contemptuously and said, have you finally run out of things to say? Let me speak plainly. All your so-called reasons mean absolutely nothing to me. Moreover, so many people in your family shared in those achievements. Do you expect me to grant official titles to each and every one of them, or give dozens of cattle and sheep to each person as reward? Do you want more officials in my Tang Dynasty than commoners? Or do you want to empty my state treasury? By that logic, indeed, there is no way I can reward your family. If you're brave enough, why not just seize my throne? Upon hearing this, Li Zhongxian remained composed and replied, Your Majesty, as the ruler of a nation, naturally has the authority to issue any command you wish. My family also has someone of high rank and great power. Although you may not be able to reward each and every member of our household, wouldn't granting an honor to just our family head be acceptable? When Nanfeng introduced the salt production method, was that truly his personal achievement alone? Wasn't it built upon generations of accumulated experience? Yet your Majesty only rewarded Nanfeng. Frankly speaking, I value my life a lot and would never have willingly come here to argue moral principles with you. However, some Li clan members from Longyu recently visited our home and happened to mention this issue. As I happened to possess decent oratory skills, I was chosen to come here on their behalf. I had no choice but to come. New paragraph starts here. Upon hearing Li Zhongxian's words, Li Cheng instantly flew into a rage and exclaimed, How dare you? Do you even realize that you are practically threatening me? The two of your great families actually conspired in secret. Do you want me to charge you all with the crime of treason? Li Zhongxian immediately realized he had spoken improperly and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Your Majesty, I never had the slightest intention of threatening you. I was merely speaking honestly. After all, shouldn't the members of our two great families be allowed to visit one another in private? If even that were forbidden, then where would be the freedom for us as subjects of the Great Tang? Li Cheng, now burning with fury, struggled for words. If what they said was true, then these two great families had carefully chosen and sent Li Zhongxian here, layer upon layer of deliberation. Nanfeng's lips curled slightly upward as he spoke. Your Majesty, I admit that I have never offended Li Zhongxian. I can forgive him for falsely accusing me and put this entire matter behind us. What? Li Cheng was stunned at this point. Damn it, wasn't he putting in all this effort to seek justice for this boy? Yet now, Nanfeng wanted to forgive Li Zhongxian? If he wanted to forgive him, why didn't he say so earlier? At this moment, a flicker of resentment stirred in Li Cheng toward Nanfeng. Nanfeng smiled slightly and continued. I can indeed put aside the matter of his false accusations against me and even discuss the topic of granting rewards with him. But before that, there are still other things we must address first. Li Cheng looked at Nanfeng and said, Fine, go ahead and speak quickly. Your Majesty, Nanfeng continued. I hereby accuse Li Zhongxian of 3 grave offenses. First, he has openly insulted and defied the emperor, showing you no respect whatsoever. Second, he dared to threaten the emperor himself, a most heinous crime. Third, he has slandered the emperor. Considering these 3 offenses combined, executing him 100 times would still be entirely deserved. Chapter 232, The Fate of Li Zhongxian. After hearing the list of charges from Nanfeng, Li Cheng also looked at him with satisfaction. He had known all along that this young man wouldn't let things go easily. He spoke, Why have you listed these 3 charges? Explain them to me. Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, First, after entering the Taiji Hall, he showed great disrespect to your Majesty with his words and demeanor, clearly showing you no respect whatsoever. Second, his family and the Li clan of Longyu secretly communicated behind closed doors and sent him here to meet you, which is nothing less than open blackmail. Third, he falsely accused you of restricting the freedom of the common people. Taken together, Any one of these three charges alone would warrant the severest punishment. Yet he has committed all three at once, making his crime all the more grave. Therefore, saying that his head deserves to be cut off 100 times is not at all an exaggeration. Li Zhongxian had already lost all composure. Instead, sweat poured from his forehead. Death was not terrifying to him, but to die without any dignity was unbearable. Li Zhongxian had come alone. He had no knowledge of what was happening here in Hebei. If he were indeed found guilty of these three charges, even if the emperor executed him, ordinary people in the Tang Dynasty would cheer, never blaming Li Cheng, but instead speaking ill of their Zhao Junli clan, saying that they were just idle troublemakers who came seeking trouble and death. After listening to Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng nodded slightly and said, Li Zhongxian, it has come to this. Do you have anything to say? Even one of these charges alone would warrant death, let alone all three. Everyone present here can testify to your guilt. At this point, no matter what Li Zhongxian said, death was unavoidable. Li Zhongxian could only speak bitterly. Nanfeng indeed is a rare talent. He effortlessly sees through my words. I truly admire you deeply. Then looking at Li Cheng, he continued, Your Majesty, Nanfeng is indeed an extraordinary man, but won't you fear that one day his prestige may surpass your own? At that time, you would be emperor in name only. Li Cheng angrily slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Guards, drag him out and behead him publicly. Hearing that he would be executed immediately, Li Zhongxian instead burst into loud laughter. However, the soldiers dragged him away, and the echoing laughter lingered in the Taiji Hall for quite some time. Li Cheng angrily pounded the table several times before speaking. I never expected someone could be so audacious, daring to challenge me head-on. Perhaps the dead man's skin is thicker than city walls, having the gall to speak so bluntly to me and demand rewards. It truly enrages me. At this moment, Nanfeng suddenly seemed to recall something. Frowning slightly, he said, Your Majesty, something also puzzles me. If even such a small figure among these clans could act so brazenly, what would happen if they united? It could lead to severe consequences. I sincerely hope Your Majesty will seriously consider this matter sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, General Chun and General Yuqi both sighed heavily. Li Cheng, wearing a helpless expression, also spoke. I understand this point too clearly. I've even considered eliminating all these clans completely, but they are too widespread and too numerous. Even if I had the heart to wipe them out, how long would it take to kill tens of thousands? And not all of them are ill-intentioned. Should I kill them all indiscriminately? That's obviously impossible. At this moment, General Chun kept signaling frantically to Nanfeng with his eyes, and noticing this, Nanfeng didn't press further. Then Li Cheng said, Outside, I have to claim to be one of the Li clan of Longxi. From this alone, you should know how powerful and respected these 5 clans truly are. They are far stronger than the 8 major families of Shandong. But if I can't even deal with those 8 families in Shandong, well then, I have no choice but to let things be for now. Now Nanfeng finally understood just how influential these clans truly were. He also blamed himself for his own lack of knowledge. After leaving the Taiji Hall, he kept thinking about this issue. Now he realized how truly weak the 9 Sogdian clans really were. Moreover, these powerful families in Hebei had stood the test of time for over 100 years. Judging from his own abilities, Nanfeng realized that he would probably be helpless against them. General Yuqi had also approached Nanfeng by this time, putting an arm around his shoulder and saying, Nanfeng, you really don't need to worry too much about these clan people, and certainly don't need to fear them. Hearing this, Nanfeng laughed contemptuously and said, I'm not afraid of them at all. I'm just thinking about how to completely eliminate them. When Nanfeng spoke these words, General Yuqi and the others were visibly shocked. General Chun then waved his hand and said, You really shouldn't speak recklessly like that. Right now, your strength is far too small compared to these clans. Wait until you truly have the power to destroy them before you speak like that. Can't you just live peacefully for now and enjoy your good life? We old folks are still here. You don't have to take everything upon yourself. There's no need for you to shoulder every responsibility alone. If you have nothing to do, why not just spend your time with your young wives? Isn't that a wonderful life? I really envy you. After saying this, General Chun took a breath before continuing. By the way, these 5 noble families generally act uprightly and have a touch of gentlemanly conduct. They're nothing like those from Shandong, who are strong in body but simple-minded. This time with the sacred statue, they probably just wanted to test you a little. Besides, you are the first ever marquis in history to have your title named after Chang'an. It's only natural they'd want to test you a bit. You really don't need to pay them any mind right now. Our main concern at present is dealing with external enemies like the Turks. While you can still enjoy life without too many burdens or troubles, you should take the time to enjoy it fully. We old fellows can still support you for several more years. As long as we and the Emperor are here, we won't allow these clan people to bully you. Chapter 233 The Origin of the Reign Title. After Qin Jianjun had spoken at length about the people of the 5 tribes, Nanfeng's heart was no longer so conflicted. He smiled and said, You make a good point. I might as well just live my own happy and carefree life. These matters don't need me to worry about them yet. Hee. Then, as if recalling something, Qin Jianjun, with the air of an elder brother, said, Right, we can't casually mention the word kill in the imperial court. We must also keep in mind the warmth and coldness of human relationships. If it isn't something that involves deep grudges, one should not easily speak of taking lives. If you get along well with others, when you find yourself in a desperate situation, others will help you too. Even that old bastard Wei Jing would. But still, I prefer that you call that old bastard Wei Zheng roach droppings, because he never gets along with others, always finds fault, and stirs up trouble even when there's nothing happening. Even I myself dislike him greatly. Yuqi Jianjun also nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking grain and said, that's right, especially that little old man Wuji. He probably hates Wei Zheng with every bone in his body. Throughout the entire imperial court, I'd say only Fang Zuangying gets along somewhat well with Wei Zheng. Li Xiaogong also spoke up. Wasn't it Fang Zuangying and Du Ruhui who originally persuaded the emperor to employ Wei Zheng? How could Wei Zheng then constantly find fault with his benefactors? Yuqi Jianjun, recalling past events, said, back during the Xuanwu coup, I personally carried a big sword searching everywhere for where that old man Wei Zheng had hidden. It was all because after that old bastard spoke to the crown prince instigated the internal conflict. Wei Zheng does have some ability. He always deals with matters impersonally, which is why the emperor spared him. And in recent years, he has indeed fulfilled his duties conscientiously. He really does possess remarkable talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Li Xiaogong also nodded his head and said, indeed, if it weren't for him, ordinary officials would feel more emboldened to give their suggestions and opinions. And last time we went to pacify the common people in Hebei, it was due to his firm recommendations that we were able to reduce our Tang soldiers' casualties. That's not all. Nanfeng, you should know that even the emperor's current reign title came from the mouth of Wei Zheng. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng became greatly interested and asked curiously, since it's already getting late, how about you all come back to my house with me, have a meal, drink some wine, and tell me about this story? Chen Jianjun said joyfully, I fully agree with both hands and feet. It's been such a long time since I last tasted your delicious food. I've really missed it. At the very least, you have to make your roasted whole lamb for us to enjoy. That way, it won't have been a waste for me to ramble on all this useful and useless nonsense, Everyone readily agreed. When they returned to Nanfeng's house, he got busy preparing, even specifically carrying a table to his greenhouse, planning to have a good lunch and some drinks here, while discussing history, since Nanfeng was also very interested in historical events. Upon hearing Chen Jianjun wanted roasted whole lamb, Nanfeng immediately made arrangements. The chef slaughtered the lamb and proceeded to roast it following the secret method Nanfeng had previously taught. Soon enough, a roasted whole lamb emerged, golden brown and crispy on the outside, juicy and tender within. At this time, Qing Xian thoughtfully came over to pour wine for these men. At the table, there were already spicy stir-fried meat, spicy potato shreds, tomato omelet pancakes, some leftover dog meat, and now the fragrant roasted lamb. Seeing the delicious food laid out before them, the men couldn't help but drool. Yuqi Jianjun picked up a large portion of potato shreds with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing for a few mouthfuls, he exclaimed in shock, goodness, these potatoes are too delicious. As soon as you bite into them, your mouth fills with fragrance, enhanced by the spiciness of the chili. It tastes absolutely wonderful. I could easily finish a whole plateful all by myself. Li Xiaogong picked up a piece of tomato and placed it in his bowl, asking, Nanfeng, what is this thing in my bowl? Nanfeng glanced at the tomato in his bowl and said, that's a tomato. You can also call it fanxia. I specially brought it back with me when I was traveling outside because this plant doesn't exist in our Tang Dynasty yet. Upon hearing Nanfeng's explanation, Li Xiaogong was also quite surprised and poked at the tomato in his bowl with his chopsticks. At this moment, Chen Jianjun was busy eating from his own bowl while glancing at something outside of it. He looked at the tall plants growing behind Nanfeng and asked curiously, Nanfeng, what are those plants you've grown behind you? They look so huge. Could it be another high-yield crop? Nanfeng nodded and replied, yes, this is another crop I brought back with me during my travels. You may call it corn. The ones I planted are meant to be saved as seeds. Not long from now, our Great Tang Dynasty will gain a new crop. Farmers' meals will become more abundant. After we finish our meal, I'll go pick a few so you can taste how sweet and tender they are. They really taste great. The three of them immediately waved their hands in protest. Chen Jianjun even said, no way, absolutely not. Let them be kept as seeds instead. Though we all desire to try some, every single ear we eat would reduce the number of seeds. We should hold off until it becomes commonly grown throughout our dynasty. Then we can enjoy it to our heart's content. Li Xiaogong also hastily stopped him, saying, Chen Jianjun makes a sound point. We mustn't give in to momentary cravings and eat them now, which could hinder the planting of corn. Let's wait until it's fully established and widely cultivated in our Tang Dynasty. With corn and potatoes alone, our Great Tang Dynasty will surely grow ever stronger. Hurry now, don't just stand there. Let's drink to that. After they all clinked their cups together, Nanfeng asked curiously, then tell me, how did that reign title thing come about? Why did it come from Wei Zheng? Yuqi Jianjun lifted his cup, took a big sip of wine, then began speaking. Back then, I, along with Fang Zuangying, Wei Zheng, and others were all present. Changsun Wuji had proposed the reign title Tianyu, Heavenly Blessing, but Fang Zuangying thought this wasn't quite a suitable choice. Chapter 234, Capturing the Long-Haired Ghost. General Yuqi took another sip of wine before continuing. The name Tianyu just feels too dependent on the will of heaven, which is quite inappropriate. The emperor also felt the same way about this era name, so he asked Wei Zheng for his opinion. At that time, Wei Zheng bowed his head and thought carefully for a moment before speaking. How about naming the era Zhengguan? The character Zheng carries the meaning of fairness and integrity, while Guan implies demonstration. Together, Zhengguan conveys the idea of demonstrating fairness and righteousness. When one is upright, he can lead without issuing orders, If he himself is not upright, even orders will not be followed. Only by promoting integrity among the people and inspiring from above can one teach, without words, and achieve lasting peace and stability for the Tang Dynasty. What Wei Zheng said back then really resonated with the emperor's heart, and that's how the era named Jingguan came into being. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng nodded, though his mind was in a whirl. How could someone rise to such a high position without possessing real ability? Though General Yuqi appeared rough and burly, his thinking was incredibly detailed and thorough. Despite lacking formal education, he understood all the principles others knew, and even more. It would be difficult for anyone to outwit him in schemes. Suddenly, Nanfeng thought of something and asked, General Yuqi, during the Xuanwu incident, did you kill a lot of people? Like, were you completely soaked in blood? Hearing this, General Yuqi tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, and spoke solemnly. It's not exactly a secret, so I can talk to you about it. The night before the incident happened, I had already discussed things thoroughly with the emperor. Within a court, there must be someone to play the good person and someone to play the villain. I volunteered to take on the role of the villain. That's why rumors spread that I had killed many people and even used a sword to force the emperor to abdicate. But the truth isn't like that at all. Nanfeng's curiosity was sparked once again, and he hurriedly asked, really? Then what actually happened? General Yuqi gave Nanfeng a sly smile and said, I can tell you, but first, you have to promise me one thing. You can't make me sick on me anymore. Nanfeng laughed slightly and replied, General Yuqi, haven't you been perfectly healthy these days? Seeing General Yuqi wave his hand dismissively, Nanfeng continued, so that's not right, is it? I just treated it like a game, and now I've grown bored with it, so I don't want to play anymore. Hearing this, General Yuqi turned red in the face but could only helplessly reply, I only did it so the emperor wouldn't be cursed and blamed by the world. I took it upon myself to be the villain, letting the world believe I had forced the emperor to abdicate. I'm just a simple man, what do I care about their insults? In truth, the emperor had never truly forced the former emperor to step down. After the Xuanwu incident had passed for some time, the former emperor voluntarily requested abdication himself. He realized the empire was no longer his to rule, so he simply decided to step down. At first, the emperor refused to accept this request, but after the former emperor repeated it several times, the emperor finally agreed, and avoided being criticized by the people. When the former emperor stepped down, he made a final statement. I choose to step down myself, so that you may wholeheartedly assist the emperor in governing this vast empire, rather than living in fear as everyone does now. After saying this, General Yuqi poured himself another cup of wine, raised it, and drained it in one gulp before continuing. When the former emperor voluntarily stepped down, he still had many ministers loyal to him. Although he requested to resign, it still took quite a long time before the emperor could fully assume power. The former emperor was indeed a man of reason and acted decisively. He directly dismissed many ministers to prevent them from interfering with the emperor's rule. Even many official positions within the Heavenly Strategy Bureau were abolished by him personally. Nanfeng, the former emperor, truly was a reasonable man. Don't think of him as overly wicked. In truth, he remained quite enlightened. Though this decision was indeed driven by necessity, the former emperor's actions greatly reduced the loss of life and preserved the lives of his longtime ministers. That was truly the last major contribution he made to the Tang Dynasty. As of now, very few of the former emperor's loyal retainers remain. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice grains. He now understood what General Yuqi had explained. It was indeed quite wise of the former emperor not to break himself completely. At this moment, Li Xiaogong also spoke up. All right. There's no need to talk about things that have nothing to do with us. We're wasting this precious time we have now. Come on, let's take a drink first. Upon hearing this, General Yuqi was clearly displeased. He stared fixedly at Li Xiaogong and said, why must you always butt into everything? Can't you see that Nanfeng and I were having a great conversation going? All right. These are all things of the past. No need to waste too many words on them. Nowadays, it's the emperor who manages the major affairs of the Tang Dynasty. All we need to do is help His Majesty govern this vast land properly. The group continued chatting about major and minor matters concerning the Tang Dynasty, occasionally boasting a little, and the morning quickly passed away like this. The next morning, Chang Sunchong came to find Nanfeng fully dressed in armor, holding a long saber in his hand. Nanfeng and Jiao had already been waiting for a long time. The Hutaishu spear Nanfeng used previously was now given to Jiao, while Nanfeng himself carried a sharp sword, and the group headed directly toward the direction of the Qinling Mountains. When they arrived at the thatched hut of Master Sun, the physician, Nanfeng turned his head and asked Jiao, I almost forgot, when the guards came to capture the long-haired ghost, exactly what kinds of traps did they fall into? Jiao thought for a moment before replying. The variety was truly vast. There were spike traps, rolling log traps, as well as deep pits with sharpened bamboo spikes placed at the very bottom. Those were somewhat manageable. The real danger, the one that caught people off guard, were thin threads tied at about the height of a person's neck. If someone simply walked a bit too quickly, their throat would be effortlessly cut by the thread, dying without even knowing why. Countless soldiers were killed by those invisible threads. Chapter 235, Departing for Lishan. Jiao continued. Oh right. Many soldiers were also killed by poisonous insects. This hairy ghost not only sets numerous traps, but also uses deadly poisons. To top it off, he's especially good at hiding himself. The emperor has sent soldiers multiple times to capture him, yet not even one of them has seen him face to face. Upon hearing that, Nanfeng nodded and said, this time, Capturing the hairy ghost seems exceptionally dangerous. Chang Sun-cheong, I advise you not to come along. Last time I was just lucky to save you in time. If you're not as lucky this time, you might not make it back. If that happens, your father and the emperor will surely blame me, and I might even end up severely injured. Chang Sun-cheong immediately turned pale with fear, cold sweat running down his forehead as he nervously asked, "Is it really that terrifying? Do you think I'm kidding? I'm seriously afraid that you might be walking one moment, and the next, your throat gets sliced by an invisible wire. If that happens, I won't be able to account for your life." This time, Chang Sun-cheong was so frightened his skin prickled all over. He shook his head like a chicken pecking rice and said, No more. I'll just wait for you outside. You can just say I was too scared to go." After hearing how terrifying Lishan was, Chang Sun-cheong was genuinely too frightened to go along. At this point, Nanfeng had already given his 10,000 elite soldiers a few days off. Jinmei, the Qingming festival was near, and he wanted them to return home to pay their respects to their ancestors. Once they returned from their leave, they would start their final training. In another 3 months or so, they would become an elite force that would make people tremble in fear. These young noblemen, who had been sent here by their elders for toughening up, had now become completely different people. Each one was now as strong as an ox. Upon hearing that Nanfeng was heading for Lishan, they all gathered around him. Qin Shumo sat down next to Nanfeng, crossing his legs lazily, saying with a smirk, "Brother Nan, feel free to go boldly ahead. If anything happens and you don't come back, don't worry. I'll definitely take excellent care of madam." Right after he spoke, a huge fist came flying into his eye socket. Obviously, this guy had been asking for trouble, begging Nanfeng to loosen his bones for him. A moment later, he ended up with 2 black eyes, grumbling angrily. "Didn't I just joke around? What's the big deal? Man, you're really someone not to be messed with. My face hurts like hell." Fong Yai, enjoying the situation, teased him. "Who told you to play such jokes on Nanfeng? You brought it on yourself, huh?" The crown prince also said seriously, "No matter what, you must be extremely cautious on this trip to Lishan. Never take anything lightly. This hairy ghost is truly difficult to deal with. My father sent countless men to eliminate him, but no one even caught a glimpse of him. Instead, several hundred of our soldiers were ambushed and killed. But I'm also quite curious. I wonder who this hairy ghost could be. It's one thing for him to have great martial skills, but he's also excellent at setting various traps. Why won't he let anyone step foot in Lishan? Could he possibly be guarding something valuable?" Upon hearing this, Nanfeng furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Could it be related to the Qin or Han dynasties? Well, let's not dwell on that now. I must leave as soon as possible. It'll take half a day just to get to Lishan." After preparing everything he needed, Nanfeng left with Jiao toward Lishan. It was already noon, and they had reached the outskirts of Lishan. Bloodstained grass could already be seen around here. Without stopping, the two continued forward. Soon, they arrived at an open area where even the rocks on the ground were noticeably fewer, and the soil felt unusually loose. A thick layer of leaves covered the ground. At first glance, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Drawing his sword, Nanfeng stabbed the ground a few times. He had noticed the thick layer of fallen leaves and said, "This place is also likely to have traps. All it takes is a deep pit in the ground with sharp stakes at the bottom. Anyone who steps on it will surely meet their death. Jiao, go back the way we came and look for some round, heavy stones." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiao immediately understood and quickly found a round, heavy stone behind them. Without waiting for Nanfeng to speak, he rolled the stone toward the pile of fallen leaves ahead. Halfway through, the ground suddenly cracked open, and the stone got stuck in the middle. It didn't fall into the hole, likely because the stone wasn't heavy enough and remained suspended. Jiao looked at the trap and tried to step forward, but Nanfeng quickly pulled him back. Then he pointed at the ground ahead with his finger, smiled, and said, "You still lack some experience. Look carefully at the spot I'm pointing to. Can you notice anything unusual?" Immediately, Jiao turned his gaze to where Nanfeng pointed. In an instant, his hair stood on end. Just a short distance from him, there was a thin wire nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. If not for Nanfeng's timely warning, he would likely have lost both his feet by now. Nanfeng stared intently at the wire and said, "Follow this wire and retrieve it completely. This kind of thing is quite rare." Jiao started following the wire's path, while Nanfeng crouched down to examine it closely. He soon realized the thread was made of gold. Though not particularly hard, it could easily slice through skin, making it very difficult to tear apart. At that moment, a shocked Jiao quickly returned to Nanfeng's side and said, "Master, it seems this wire stretches on forever. You should follow it yourself and see." "Oh, it really is that long." As he spoke, Nanfeng began walking along the wire and eventually reached a pine tree. He found that the wire had simply been wrapped around the trunk a few times before stretching to another location. Without hesitation, Nanfeng continued to follow this deadly thread. Chapter 236, Full Effort to Chase the White-Haired Ghost. Nanfeng had been following this thread for quite some time. After passing more than 40 pine trees, he finally noticed that the thread wasn't wrapped around a tree, but deeply buried underground. He used his sword to dig directly and soon unearthed a metal object. This piece of metal was ring-shaped, about the size of a fist, and had a specific slot for the thread to be inserted. Jiao frowned slightly and asked, "Master, what exactly is this strange thing?" Nanfeng wasn't entirely sure what it was either, but after a careful inspection, he figured it out and couldn't help but feel admiration for the ancient people. This small contraption was not simple to make. Nanfeng adjusted the metal ring slightly, and it began making the sound of gears turning. The slot that held the thread actually started spinning automatically. Seeing this, Nanfeng couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, This item is extremely valuable. Never would I have thought it would involve a small perpetual motion mechanism. I now admire those ancient people even more. Jiao looked confused and asked, Master, what exactly is this perpetual motion you speak of? Nanfeng paused thoughtfully before answering. Well, not quite a true perpetual motion machine, but rather an elaborate mechanism. To put it simply, if you pull the thread wound around this metal ring, the gears inside will continue spinning. And if you stop pulling the thread, it will automatically retract back into the ring. As he spoke, Nanfeng weighed the metal ring in his hand and continued. You look for the other end. Once you find it, and untie the threads attached to the trees, the threads will automatically retract back in. Hearing this, Jiao followed the thread to find the other end, while Nanfeng started walking along with the thread, winding it into the ring as he went. After a while, Nanfeng reached where Jiao was and found that almost all the threads had been retracted. The other ends were buried underground. Nanfeng dug one up with his sword and found that it was merely a small ring to which the thread was tied. If one wanted to pull the thread again, all one needed to do was tug this ring. Just then, Jiao discovered another thread and exclaimed, Master, there's more than one thread here. After finding this thread, Jiao immediately walked to its other end and dug up the ringed metal piece, letting the thread automatically retract. He then said, Master, it seems there are many threads hidden around here. Do we need to dig up all of them? Nanfeng waved his hand and replied, No need. Our goal today was to catch that hairy ghost, not to retrieve all of his threads. We've already acquired 2 spools. Taking them back and analyzing them should allow us to replicate them. This could prove useful to trick enemies. Who would imagine that such a small thread could easily end a life? Right after he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared and vanished instantly. A sound echoed from above them. Nanfeng looked up and saw a row of sharp spikes falling toward them. However, before the spikes could reach them, both Nanfeng and Jiao had already dodged. Poo-poo-poo. These spikes were driven completely into the ground. Then suddenly, from all directions, sharp spikes came flying in. Nanfeng swung his sharp sword and knocked away dozens of them. Yet it didn't end there. Once the first wave fell, a sound came from behind him. Another row of spikes was rushing toward him. With no chance to dodge this time, Nanfeng braced his stance and slashed with his sword, successfully cutting through the row of spikes and escaping danger. Seeing that the trap had been avoided, Nanfeng gazed in the direction the hairy ghost had escaped and shouted loudly, Chase after him. Don't let him escape. Without waiting, Nanfeng led the pursuit, sprinting after the fleeing shadow. The shadow was extremely nimble, leaping left and right trying to evade. What's more, it kept running along the treetops, each jump covering the span of a large tree. Just then, Nanfeng suddenly grabbed Jiao and shouted, Don't run along his path. He has threads stretched along his entire route. While escaping, the hairy ghost had also carelessly stretched many thin wires along his path. If they truly followed the same route, they would likely be sliced into pieces by these wires. Jiao, after being pulled by Nanfeng, suddenly fell to the ground. When he looked up, Nanfeng had already reached right behind the hairy ghost. The ghost continued pulling more and more wires to obstruct Nanfeng's pursuit. But Nanfeng paid no attention to those thin wires at all. With just a casual swing of his sharp sword, the wires were effortlessly cut apart. Jiao saw all of this and was completely stunned. He murmured in astonishment, Master's sword is truly amazing. Such strong and tough wires are instantly severed with the slightest touch from this blade. He grabbed a big knife and tried to cut one of the wires. But the moment he swung, the wire remained untouched while his blade was sliced clean in half. All the wires set up by the hairy ghost were ultimately useless. Whenever Nanfeng simply swung his sword, all the wires were destroyed. At this point, the hairy ghost began to panic. He no longer wasted time setting up more wires and instead fled at full speed. Originally, Nanfeng had been closely following behind, but the ghost suddenly accelerated, increasing the distance between them to about 200 meters, and it kept growing. However, Nanfeng also increased his speed and gradually closed the gap back to about several dozen meters. At this point, Jiao was already exhausted and could no longer keep up with Nanfeng, and could only follow far behind from a distance. Seeing that he could not outrun Nanfeng, the hairy ghost shot a wire-tied crossbow directly into several surrounding pine trees and then pulled with all his strength, toppling the trees over in an attempt to block Nanfeng's path. But this was only wishful thinking on his part. Chapter 237. The long-haired ghost is actually a beauty. The distance between Nanfeng and the long-haired ghost was now less than 30 meters. The ghost finally noticed this situation and tried to speed up to escape. However, no matter how fast he ran, Nanfeng followed closely behind. Every time the ghost accelerated, Nanfeng did the same. With no other choice, the long-haired ghost emitted a special sound. Soon after, a creaking noise responded, and several giant monkeys with white fur on their heads charged toward Nanfeng. These monkeys all had sharp beaks and fangs, with long black claws that shimmered ominously, clearly coated with poison. But Nanfeng didn't take them seriously at all. These were just minor obstacles. With a casual swing of his blade, he cut several of the monkeys in half. When the ghost saw that the monkeys couldn't stop Nanfeng, he quickly reached into his robe and pulled out a small box, flinging it open toward Nanfeng. From the box flew a cloud of dark insects. Nanfeng swiftly swung his sword, slicing them into pieces as they approached. Only then did he realize these insects were merely tiny beetles, but who knew what kind of toxin they carried? Seeing his attempt had failed again, the ghost quickly climbed up a tree and threw a beehive at Nanfeng. Though Nanfeng could easily dodge the hive, the swarming bees became an annoying disturbance, their buzzing creating an intolerable noise. Nanfeng kept swinging his sword and sliced down the majority of the bees. Those that survived couldn't even fly fast enough to keep up with him, posing no real threat. Nanfeng wasn't the kind to wait around for an enemy to strike. Since the ghost had shown no mercy, Nanfeng would not show any either. He cut down several tree branches, broke them into smaller pieces, and hurled them toward the ghost. He threw dozens of pieces, but only one managed to hit the ghost's backside. Due to the distance, the impact wasn't hard enough to cause much harm. It only caused the ghost to stumble slightly. Realizing escape was impossible, the ghost blew a unique whistle. The sound echoed through the valley. Not far ahead was a cliff with a wide gap. Jumping across was impossible, and at the bottom was a pool of water, an apparent natural barrier. Not long after the whistle, a hawk flew directly toward the ghost. Its eyes locked on the ghost, and as it neared, the ghost leaped, grabbing onto its claws. Then the hawk soared toward the other side of the cliff. Nanfeng wouldn't let the ghost escape so easily. With a furious roar, he shouted, "Trying to escape? No way." Saying that, Nanfeng chopped off a large branch and hurled it at the hawk. Unlike the ghost, the hawk was not quick enough to dodge. The branch struck its wing, snapping it, and the hawk plummeted downward. The ghost was also thrown into the cliff's depths. Fortunately, since there was water below, he was unharmed. Right then, another hawk flew toward the ghost, grabbed him, and flew to the other side of the cliff. Now on the other side, the ghost didn't immediately run away. He stared at a hawk still flying above. The hawk screeched sharply. It was a terribly mournful sound. Moments later, it suddenly dived off the cliff, instantly meeting its death. It seemed that the hawk Nanfeng had knocked down and this second hawk were a pair. Upon seeing her lover fall to his death, this second hawk had willingly followed. Without lingering, the long-haired ghost looked at Nanfeng and then turned away. Because he was wearing a mask, Nanfeng couldn't see his expression. Smiling slightly, Nanfeng murmured to himself, "Though I don't have a hawk to carry me over, I still have my mechanical phoenix, he." As he said that, Nanfeng pulled out his mechanical phoenix from the intelligence brain space and flew across the cliff with it. At that moment, the long-haired ghost thought Nanfeng was unable to cross, so he didn't try to hide his path. Nanfeng followed directly behind, chasing after him. As he went deeper, the trees became denser, and the place eerily quiet. Nanfeng stealthily followed the long-haired ghost, and soon reached the front of a gigantic tree. The tree had been hollowed out from within, and inside sat an aged elder in meditation. This old man seemed like he was already halfway into the grave. Noticing the return of the long-haired ghost, the elder painfully turned his head to look at him. His breathing appeared extremely labored, most likely due to his old age. As soon as the ghost returned inside the tree hollow, he removed his mask. Beneath it was actually a stunningly beautiful young face. Every feature seemed perfectly placed, giving off an astonishing charm. It was only at this moment that Nanfeng realized the long-haired creature was actually female, and not only that, she was also extremely beautiful. Although she looked quite delicate, her martial arts skills were extremely formidable. Even someone like Jiao would not be her match. At this moment, the masked ghost looked at the elder and said, "This time when I went out to intercept the enemy, both eagles were lost. This is indeed a very ill omen. I fear the imperial tomb may no longer be safe." Upon hearing these words, the elder sitting cross-legged appeared extremely upset. After a great deal of effort, he finally managed to speak with a voice that trembled from his abdomen. "The imperial tomb is hidden extremely well. It can't be accessed without moving mountains. It should be safe enough. Did you encounter any other dangers while outside?" Upon hearing the elder speak, Nanfeng also looked at him with great surprise. How could he be using his abdomen to speak? The long-haired woman replied, "There was a man I ignored, and I went through great difficulty to escape him. I fear he may not give up so easily. I suggest Master and I relocate to another place quickly to evade pursuit. My traps are useless against him. He is truly a powerful opponent." The elder's belly began to vibrate again as he spoke. "You just escape quickly. That's all you need to do. My days are numbered. Staying here quietly is the best option for me. If you try to take me with you, you will only endanger yourself." Chapter 238, The Gravekeeper. Upon hearing the old man telling her to escape alone, the long-haired woman agreed without hesitation. Then she pulled out a small cart from the hollow tree trunk, which was filled only with small boxes, and nothing else. Nanfeng also understood that he couldn't wait any longer. Upon hearing their conversation, it was obvious that there was no prior emotional connection between the two. Otherwise, how could this woman leave so decisively? With his sword on his back, Nanfeng stepped out directly. At this moment, both the old man and the woman turned their gazes toward Nanfeng. The old man was clearly powerless to resist, but this woman immediately drew her sword, assuming a ready-to-fight stance. Her sword was an ancient one, gleaming with cold light. It didn't take much thought to know it was a sharp blade. Due to having fallen off the cliff earlier, she was completely soaked through. Her thin clothing was almost transparent, revealing faint outlines of her delicate curves, yet she paid no mind. Her eyes locked tightly onto Nanfeng, filled with icy coldness. After inspecting Nanfeng for quite a while, the woman finally spoke. "Didn't expect you to chase so relentlessly. No need for meaningless words. Come, if you want to fight." Nanfeng did not make a move, but instead found a flat area and sat down directly, smiling as he spoke. "Today I came here not to fight you. I'm very interested in your background. Might I ask who exactly you two are? It's obvious that you've been guarding this place for a long time. May I know which emperor's tomb you're speaking of?" Taking a deep breath, the old man answered, "I am a gravekeeper of the first emperor of Qin. The young woman beside me is the designated successor, and we have already guarded this place for more than 860 years. Qin Shi Huang's gravekeeper? Nanfeng found it amusing. He never imagined that even till today, there would still be people guarding the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. He continued, do you know that the Qin dynasty has been long gone? Hundreds of years have passed. Does it still make any sense for you to remain guarding it? The old man took a few deep breaths before replying. We were chosen by the first emperor, thus we must faithfully carry out our duties. It is my mission. Frowning slightly, Nanfeng asked, can you remember when you first came here to begin your watch? I was already here when I first gained awareness, and the only person accompanying me was the former gravekeeper. Now Nanfeng's brows were tightly furrowed. He turned to glance at the beautiful woman before asking, do you realize how many soldiers' lives she has already cost? Hearing that, the old man also slightly shook his head. Recalling what he had known, Nanfeng continued, about 300 soldiers. The current emperor sent me to capture her and bring her back. This line of gravekeepers must now be severed. Calmly, the old man said, everything is already destined in the will of heaven. I have done my part, and my heart bears no guilt. Nanfeng felt extremely helpless at this point. Talking with the old man was extremely difficult. His mind was probably completely consumed by this duty. Frowning, Nanfeng looked at the old man and asked, do you even know where you come from? No. You must have had a father and mother to give birth to you. Upon hearing this, the old man was no longer so calm and slightly nodded, saying, yes, I understand this. I wasn't born from a stone, of course. What do you mean by asking this? Nanfeng then turned to look at the beautiful woman, asking, and what about her? Do you know where she is from? This time, the old man looked slightly ashamed and replied, all things in the world are decided by fate. It was heaven's will to choose her as the next gravekeeper. At this, Nanfeng became excited and raised his voice. Then did you ever ask the parents' consent before taking their children? For centuries, most of you gravekeepers were probably children you forcibly took away. What purpose is there in doing that? Don't you realize that your actions have destroyed these people's lives? Taken here before they even had a chance to understand the world, without ever seeing what's beyond these cliffs. What else can this be but ruining someone's entire life? The entire world keeps turning, yet your way of thinking is so outdated. To force someone to spend their whole life in this cursed place, you are nothing less than taking lives for greed. At this moment, the old man was already trembling all over. In truth, he himself longed for the outside world, yet no matter what, he could not leave the place he had been guarding for so long. He feared that after death, he would have no face to meet his ancestors. At this very moment, Nanfeng pointed his sword directly at the old man and said in a deep voice, between the two of you, one must die for this. I leave the choice to you. Today, I must end this accursed act of guarding the tomb. The beautiful woman tightened her grip on the sharp sword in her hand, already ready to fight to the death. Nanfeng ignored the beautiful woman completely and stared straight at the old man, saying, if you were still a person, you probably would have already made your choice. Decide now. At this point, the old man felt completely drained of spirit and energy. He opened his mouth and said, Ain, my death has already been destined by fate. I hereby strip you of your position as gravekeeper. You need not bear any hatred toward this young man. He will take you to experience the wonders of the world. Forget everything I have passed down to you. After he finished speaking, the old man began to tremble violently. Then he continued, when you were still crying for milk, I brought you here. Your parents were killed by me. Now, you may kill me yourself. It is the same as avenging them. At this moment, the beautiful woman's body also began to tremble slightly, and her expression became extremely conflicted. Yet the old man continued, young man, I entrust this woman to you. Then he turned to the beautiful woman and said, proceed. Upon hearing the old man's words, the woman's expression turned resolute. She raised her sword directly and plunged it into the old man's chest. After a brief moment, the old man fell to the ground with a calm and peaceful expression. This beautiful woman was like a cold-blooded killer. It seemed that all the soldiers who had entered the Qinling Mountains recently had been killed by her. Chapter 239, She's Not the Hairy Ghost. This gorgeous woman looked no older than 18. Although she had a slender figure, all the right places were well proportioned. Her right hand bore a thick layer of callus, clearly marking her as someone who practiced swordsmanship frequently. After confirming the old man was dead, the woman returned to the hollow of the tree. Moments later, she emerged carrying a basket that emitted strange sounds. Southern Maple, Nanfeng, curiously leaned in for a closer look and discovered it contained a young goshawk, one so newly hatched that its eyes remained closed. Southern Maple wanted to reveal the old man was the so-called hairy ghost, so he brought the corpse along. Upon reaching the cliffside with the beautiful woman, Southern Maple piloted the mechanical phoenix back while carrying her, and then unceremoniously pushed the phoenix into the depths of the cliff. He did this deliberately to hide from Jiao his ability to retrieve objects from afar, because when he arrived here initially, he hadn't brought the mechanical phoenix at all. He didn't care in the least about its loss. He could always build another if he wished. Yet the beautiful woman stared at the falling mechanical phoenix as Southern Maple pushed it off the cliff, her face clearly displaying deep sadness. She looked down at the broken pieces of the machine below and said, "Why did you throw this amazing thing off the cliff? I once read in an ancient manuscript that if one possesses something like yours, one could fly all the way to the moon." Southern Maple turned to face the woman and asked, "So, do you want to have one yourself? Are you interested in things like this?" "What does interested mean?" Southern Maple sighed slightly, then patiently replied, "Interested means having the feeling that you'd like to possess one of these. And this kind of feeling can be called interest. If you really want to go to the moon and see what's actually there, you could describe that as being interested too. Upon hearing this, the gorgeous woman thought for a while before finally nodding and answering. Ah, then yes. I am definitely interested in this flying mechanical bird of yours. Southern Maple smiled and said, since you're interested, then when we get back to my place, I can make another one for you. However, I won't just give it to you for nothing. First, you'll have to tell me where the entrance to the tomb of the first emperor is. Upon hearing Southern Maple's words, the woman immediately halted her steps. Then, after glancing cautiously around, she started leading Southern Maple forward. After some searching, the two of them arrived at the base of Mount Lee, surrounded by mountains and featuring a magnificent waterfall. The beautiful woman, Ian, spoke up. The entrance should be around here somewhere, but I don't know the exact location, since that old man never told me anything about it. Southern Maple surveyed his surroundings in astonishment before exclaiming, could the entrance possibly be hidden behind the waterfall? Ian smiled faintly and waved her hand. No, no, no. I once read in ancient text that the tomb of the first emperor has no doors. No matter how hard you look, you won't be able to find one. According to those texts, the tomb is a completely sealed environment. Even air from the outside cannot enter it. It must be extremely difficult to gain entry. After hearing her explanation, Southern Maple nodded knowingly. Then Ian continued, don't forget to make me one of those mechanical birds you pushed off the cliff when we get back. Southern Maple grinned and looked at Ian. You can rest assured I'll definitely make one for you. But I also have another bird, my bird, that can let you experience heavenly pleasure. Would you like to have this one too? Heavenly pleasure? What's that supposed to mean? Southern Maple became slightly embarrassed and stammered. Well, cough, cough. Basically, it's something that makes you feel extremely happy, happier even than flying in the sky. Ian, without any shyness, tilted her head slightly and said, then give me that one too. As she spoke, she stretched out her small hand toward Southern Maple. Southern Maple chuckled and replied, I can't give you this one yet. I'll only give it to you depending on future circumstances. If you really ever get hold of my bird, I'm afraid you'll crave it constantly every day. But this particular bird doesn't allow just anyone to play with it. Only when you're really, really interested in it will I let you have it. Ian nodded rapidly like a chirping chick and said, okay then, I'm extremely interested now, so you must give it to me first. At this moment, Southern Maple was already grinning from ear to ear. If Ian ever found out later that what he said was actually a dirty joke, she would probably chase him with a 10-meter-long saber. Jiao, drenched in sweat, arrived before Southern Maple. When he saw the woman standing beside Southern Maple, he immediately drew his weapon and said in shock, so are you the hairy ghost? I vaguely remember your figure looking exactly like this. Yes, I must be right. Faced with someone pointing a weapon at her, Ian also raised her long sword toward Jiao, ready for battle. Seeing this, Southern Maple hurriedly said, you must have mistaken her. The real hairy ghost is already dead. Look, it's this one. As he spoke, Southern Maple grabbed the old man's corpse and tossed it toward Jiao. Jiao carefully examined the old man, then looked up at Ian again and said, I haven't mistaken anyone. The person standing beside you is definitely the hairy ghost, without a doubt. Southern Maple, at a loss, finally gave Jiao a meaningful look and solemnly said, you've definitely mixed them up. This dead old man is the hairy ghost himself. Did you get that? Jiao instantly caught on and nodded like a chirping chick, saying, I got it. This dead man is certainly the hairy ghost. After speaking, Jiao cast his gaze toward the woman beside Southern Maple. He seemed to notice something and spoke in clear disgust. Miss, so much time has passed. Have you been wearing this same set of clothes all this time? If I remember correctly, you wore the exact same outfit several months ago. Don't you feel uncomfortable not changing your clothes for so long? Chapter 240. Ian wants to play with birds. Hearing someone commenting on her clothes, Ian slightly frowned and said in confusion, what's the problem with that? I've just been wearing this set of clothes all along. Why would anyone feel uncomfortable about it? At this moment, Nanfeng spoke up. Let's talk while we walk. The sky is about to get dark now. The two of them had already spent nearly a whole day on Lishan Mountain. Nanfeng was now so hungry that his stomach was growling. On the way back to camp, Nanfeng turned his head toward Jiao and instructed, Jiao, Ian has lived deep in these mountains all her life. She doesn't understand the outside world at all. To ordinary people, she is very innocent right now. Also, those soldiers she killed weren't intentionally killed by her. There was an old man who asked her to protect this area and kill anyone who entered this place. The old man I mentioned is the one you're holding now. Jiao glanced down at the corpse in his hand and asked, Master, could this old man be a legendary strong cultivator? If not, then who exactly was he? This old man was merely a guardian of the first emperor's tomb, nothing more. He isn't really a legendary master cultivator. Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Jiao instantly widened his eyes in shock, stuttering, what? This, the old man actually. As he spoke, Jiao suddenly dropped the corpse in shock and was completely stunned. Must you take it so seriously? Can't you just stay calm like me? Honestly, I don't understand you. Master, if he was a guardian of the first emperor's tomb, does it mean he had lived for hundreds of years? Hearing this, Nanfeng gave an exasperated look and replied coldly, are you just talking nonsense now? Who can possibly live that long? Although he was a tomb guardian, this role has been passed down through generations. It couldn't possibly have been him alone guarding for so long. I wonder what nonsense is in your head. Jiao let out a long sigh and patted his chest, saying, my mistake indeed. You really frightened me. I even thought that the old man had learned some secret technique of immortality. As it turns out, He was just an ordinary man after all. While talking, the three had now walked out of the Qinling Mountains. Quietly, Ayan followed behind the two, holding her basket and making no sound as she walked. Her shoes were made of woven grass, stained with clumps of dried blood. Her clothes were torn and ragged, with small holes through which glimpses of her bare skin could be seen. Were it not for her face being washed so clean, people might have mistaken her for a wild woman. At this time, Nanfeng was thinking about the old man. He wondered how Li Cheng would react upon learning that the old man was one of the first emperor's tomb guardians. Hopefully, Li Cheng wouldn't go mad with desire and try to dig open the first emperor's tomb directly. Although Li Cheng may not have been interested in such things, Nanfeng was quite intrigued by the tomb of the first emperor. After all, it was the tomb of an emperor. Who knew how many treasures were buried inside? As he contemplated how he could one day dig up the first emperor's tomb, Nanfeng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Jiao almost thought that his master had taken an interest in Ayan and instinctively took a few steps back. If Nanfeng really wanted to dig up the first emperor's tomb, Li Cheng definitely wouldn't agree. Nanfeng needed to figure out a way to convince Li Cheng to consent. Otherwise, his ambitions would remain only a dream. Dreams are lush, but reality is bleak. Nanfeng didn't want to secretly dig up the tomb like a thief. He wanted to do it openly and honestly. After walking for a while longer, the three finally returned to the thatched cottage of Physician's son, and coincidentally met the physician just as he was heading out to collect herbs. Smiling broadly, Jiao said to Physician's son, "Physician's son, you're going out to gather herbs so soon again?" Upon hearing this, Physician's son nodded slightly before his gaze shifted to the corpse Jiao carried, then to the young woman standing beside Nanfeng. He was instantly startled and shivered, whispering with a tremble, "You actually captured the hairy ghost woman?" Nanfeng slightly nodded and replied, "I headed toward Lishan Mountain very early in the morning. Along the way, I barely made it through many traps. If she hadn't shown up, it would have been very hard for me to find her. I chased her over a long distance before finally bringing her back here." Ayan had also recognized Physician's son by now and looked at him as she greeted, "Grandpa Sunday." Physician's son let out a long sigh before speaking. "Nanfeng, she doesn't understand the rules of our world, nor does she realize the seriousness of killing soldiers. Would you please let her go? If not, you can leave her here with me. I will teach her the ways of the world." Upon hearing this, Nanfeng readily agreed and replied, "All right then, I'll leave her here with you. Let her assist you as well. However, Physician's son, you must remember that it was this deceased old man who ordered the soldiers' deaths, not her." Nanfeng knew it wouldn't be good to take her back to the mansion, because judging from her appearance, Li Cheng would surely investigate thoroughly. After all, Li Cheng had lost several hundred soldiers. Although Ayan was extremely beautiful, and the killings were not intentional, even so, Li Cheng wouldn't easily let the matter rest. If Ayan stayed with Physician's son, he wouldn't need to worry so much. True Sage Anan was a Taoist priest, a man who kept his distance from women and wouldn't desire Ayan. Seeing Nanfeng agree, Physician's son spoke, "You needn't worry at all, Nanfeng. After all, taking her back to your mansion now is not feasible. Leaving her here with me is a much better idea. I will properly teach her the ways of the world. Once things calm down, you can then bring her back to your mansion." "All right then, I'll trouble you, Physician's son, to teach her the ways of the world." After speaking, Nanfeng turned his head with a smiling face toward Ayan and continued, "Ayan, for now, study under Physician's son and learn something. Don't misbehave, and especially don't kill people recklessly. You must listen carefully to Physician's son's teachings, understand?" Chapter 241. It turned out to be a gravekeeper. Upon hearing Nanfeng ask her to stay with Master's son, Ayan thought Nanfeng was going to break his promise. She quickly grabbed his arm and then stretched out her small hand in front of him, saying, "You promised me the mechanical big bird and the special bird that I find extremely interesting. The one you said I'd want to play with every day. But you haven't given it to me yet. You're really thinking of leaving like this?" Hearing this, both Master's son and Jiao were momentarily stunned. They muttered to themselves, "The bird you want to play with every day?" Ayan nodded seriously and said, Right. He said that once I play with that bird, I want to play with it every day. And only those who are truly interested in it can play with it. And clearly, I am very interested." Master's son finally understood what bird they were referring to, his face turning red instantly. He yanked Nanfeng toward him, sighing in disappointment. "You rascal. You spend all day corrupting young girls. How can you just say such things carelessly?" At this moment, Nanfeng's face also turned red. He could only awkwardly smile and say, "Ahem, the mechanical bird. I'll make it and bring it to you later. As for that other bird, you can come to my mansion to play with it later, when you're even more interested. I can't give it to you now. Ahem, I'll go first. Bye-bye." With that, Nanfeng hurriedly took some items he had retrieved from the tree hollow, called Jiao along, and left quickly. After arriving at the Taiji Palace, Li Cheng came shortly after. The Empress and Li Daozong had also arrived at the Taiji Hall by then. Li Daozong had come at Li Cheng's request to inquire about his daughter's current condition. When he heard his daughter had smallpox, the Empress gasped aloud. She only calmed down after Li Daozong told her that a cure had already been found for his daughter. At this moment, Jiao brought in the old man's corpse and stood behind Nanfeng, who was now holding a large pile of evidence and placing them on the ground. He said, "Your Majesty, the person who killed our soldiers at Lishan Mountain has already been killed by me." Upon hearing Nanfeng's words, Li Cheng quickly stepped forward and kicked the old man's body a few times, his face dark with anger. "Is this really the old man who killed so many of our soldiers?" "Yes, he is the one who killed so many of our soldiers from the Tang Dynasty. Although he looks quite old, his martial arts skills were extremely high. It took me a lot of effort to decipher countless traps and finally catch up to him. We fought for hundreds of rounds before I finally killed him. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. The Empress exclaimed in disbelief, "Hundreds of rounds? It took you hundreds of rounds before you finally killed him?" Li Cheng also couldn't believe it and stared blankly, saying, "Even for you, defeating him was that difficult? Do you know exactly who this person was?" Nan Feng nodded slightly and said, "This old man was very cunning. He pretended to surrender and first slowly told me about his background. Then, when his physical strength recovered, he tried to escape. Fortunately, I was prepared and hadn't let him escape yet, so I directly stabbed a sword into his heart." This person was merely a gravekeeper of the first emperor's tomb, and he had been guarding Li Shen for a long time. These items were taken by me from the hollow in the tree. Some others I've already discarded. A gravekeeper. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Li Cheng, even more disbelieving, said, "Are you trying to fool me? The first emperor must have long since rotted away to the point where even his bones couldn't be found. Why would his gravekeeper still exist, even now? It's already been hundreds of years." Upon hearing this, Nan Feng replied, "Your Majesty, these people have passed on the duty through generations. Before their time is up, they go into the world to seek their successors, who are always young children they kidnap. I don't mean that this old man had been guarding the tomb since the time of the first emperor." Li Cheng let out a long sigh and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. You almost scared me just now. I thought this old man had lived for such an extremely long time." After speaking, Li Cheng flipped through the items Nan Feng had brought. They were covered in many inscriptions. After a while, Li Cheng finally spoke. "So these writings are indeed from the Qing dynasty. These items look so ancient that they must be authentic. Who would have thought that an old man already half dead would kill hundreds of my Tang soldiers? This incident must not be leaked outside, or else I will lose all dignity. Quickly take this body out and dispose of it." After speaking, Li Cheng seemed to suddenly recall something else and immediately continued. "Also, send all the items Nan Feng brought to the Hongwen Pavilion for safekeeping. There was another pile that Nan Feng destroyed. It's really a pity. These truly are rare treasures." With that, the matter of the Li Shen hairy ghost was put to rest. Li Cheng looked at Nan Feng with a beaming smile and said, "Nan Feng, I already know you have a method to cure Li Daozong's daughter's smallpox. This medicinal formula of yours will save countless young lives in the Tang Dynasty. I'll record this merit for you first, and once you've accumulated a few more merits, I'll reward you handsomely all at once." Li Daozong also slightly bowed and said, "Thankfully for Nan Feng's help, my daughter has already recovered greatly. Once she fully recovers, I will personally bring her to your mansion to express my gratitude." At this moment, Nan Feng waved his hand modestly and said, "Master Li, there's no need to be so polite. This was simply my duty." Li Daozong nodded, then turned to Li Cheng and said, "Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I shall return home first." Li Cheng agreed, summoning a guard to escort Li Daozong back. After Li Daozong left the Taiji Hall, Li Cheng turned his attention to Jiao and asked, "Is this the person Prince mentioned, the great evildoer named Jiao? Yet he looks harmless to me. How could he be such a notorious villain?" At this moment, Jiao looked slightly flustered and could only bow his head and reply, "Your Majesty, the title of great villain is merely a false name given by the soldiers. It's not really true." Hearing this, Li Cheng burst into loud laughter and said, "You were in charge of training elite soldiers for most of the time. That's also a great merit in itself." Chapter 242, Meeting Again. Li Cheng looked at Jiao and then spoke again. "By the way, with Nan Feng's martial arts skills, he absolutely doesn't need a bodyguard. Would you like to come to the palace and be my personal guard instead?" Nan Feng was stunned. Was this an outright attempt to steal someone? How could he run? Just as Nan Feng was about to speak, Jiao said, "Thank your Majesty for the honor, but my young master is my benefactor. Long ago, I swore to protect him for the rest of my life. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be recalled, even if 4 horses were to chase after it. I'm afraid I cannot be your Majesty's personal guard. If I did, wouldn't I be a man without honor?" Upon hearing this, Li Cheng smiled slightly and said, "You don't seem like a rough man at all. You speak with such eloquence. I was only testing you just now. I already have many personal guards. How could I ever steal Nan Feng's people? Regardless, I must still grant you a title of general. I hereby bestow you the title of Brave Hero General, and you may continue being a general at Nan Feng's residence." "Thank your Majesty for your generous reward." Li Cheng turned his gaze back to Nan Feng and said, "Nan Feng, our state treasury is almost empty now, yet I still wish to rebuild a palace at a higher location. I'm afraid these funds won't even be enough. The glass, has it been long enough that we can start selling it again?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, Nan Feng replied, "Yes, it's definitely time to sell again. However, your Majesty, we can't keep selling just this single product continuously. It would be better to set up a dedicated team to design different types of glass products, such as various small ornaments, and also make bowls, plates, and such. If people find your products appealing, they will certainly spend money to buy them." Li Cheng, still with a delighted expression, continued to ask, "Other than the glass business, Nan Feng, are there any other quick ways to earn money? Don't tell me there isn't one, or I simply won't believe you." Was Li Cheng planning to rob him again? Nan Feng's face displayed reluctant helplessness as he said, "Your Majesty, in fact, I gave a business opportunity to Princess Li Ji. That business is actually highly profitable. Could it be your Majesty was unaware of it?" The Empress was also visibly surprised and asked, "I don't know either. Li Ji never told me about this matter." At this moment, Li Cheng suddenly seemed to remember something, and slapped his own thigh as he said, No wonder Li Ji hasn't come to see me in such a long time, and she's barely visited her mother either. Could she really be running some business? No good. I have to go check it out myself. With that, the emperor immediately led the entourage toward Changlu Palace. At this moment, the empress also curiously asked, Nanfeng, exactly what kind of business did you give to this girl Li Ji? Nanfeng smiled slightly and replied, it's a business involving dairy products, for instance cheese, milk candies, and sour milk. If Li Ji can truly develop and expand these three items, she will surely make a huge fortune. Furthermore, this is also a highly profitable industry that can significantly increase your state treasury revenues in a relatively short time. Li Cheng looked delighted and asked, how can such small businesses possibly bring significant revenue to the Tang Dynasty's treasury? Can we make these dairy products our nation's primary business? Nanfeng shook his head and explained, based solely on the cows we have within the Tang Dynasty, it's absolutely not possible. However, other countries do have special cows specifically for milk production. I have nearly completed the development of the ships needed, and in a few days, I'll go to other countries to purchase several cows. By then, you will be able to breed these milk cows on a large scale. Once we have enough milk from these cows, our Tang Dynasty will definitely be able to make dairy products our primary business. Hearing Nanfeng's explanation, Li Cheng was extremely pleased and immediately declared, then when will you depart? I'm in quite a hurry right now, for without enough funds, I cannot even begin construction on my palace. Nanfeng smiled faintly, although there was a tinge of smugness in his smile, and he replied, after I finish handling matters here, I will depart as soon as possible, perhaps in a few days' time. Then I'll bring back several milk cows. Your Majesty, please assign someone to properly breed and raise them. Once that happens, we can certainly become a major dairy-producing nation. Just at this moment, they had already arrived before Princess Li Ji. Li Cheng, full of joy, lavishly praised the princess, and immediately assigned people to learn the production and processing methods of these dairy products, preparing to develop this new business. A few days later, Nanfeng had already completed his seafaring ship. This was a project he had secretly planned for a long time. Even his own steward was unaware of it. Nanfeng was a naturally free-spirited person. The main purpose of building the ship was simply to travel far away and enjoy himself for a few years. Besides, now that the Batang was well managed by generals such as Yu Qi and Chun, there was little for him to be involved in. He could therefore leave with peace of mind. Unless something truly important occurred, he had no plans to return. At this moment, the large ship had already been launched, and he secretly moved aboard a great amount of gold and treasures. After secretly preparing for several more days, Nanfeng invited Princess Li Ji and Li Yuanyuan aboard. His many beloved wives had already been secretly moved onto the ship. He was planning to set off with a whole crew for a period away from the Dong. However, this news was something he absolutely dared not let Li Cheng discover. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave at all. When she heard that Nanfeng wanted to take her with him to travel for several years, Princess Li Ji happily agreed. As for Li Yuanyuan, she was even more enthusiastic. Nanfeng left a large sum of money with his steward, instructing that after a few hours had passed, the money should be distributed among the servants, who were then to be dismissed. Nanfeng raised the sails, and the great ship set off. Long ago, he had already marked a remote small island on his map. He planned to travel far away from the Batang and live a carefree and joyful life there for quite some time. He would send someone to bring the emperor the dairy cows, but as for himself, he wouldn't return for a few years. In extreme necessity, he might secretly come back to visit old friends, but he would absolutely ensure Li Cheng knew nothing about it. At this moment, standing at the bow of the large ship, Nanfeng looked at the group of beloved wives below him. Filled with pride, he shouted loudly, Tang Dynasty, farewell. I will definitely return one day. When Nanfeng had already sailed far away from the bung, Li Cheng received a letter from him. Upon opening it and reading its contents, he became so angry that his face turned black.